I transmigrated into the universally acknowledged trash class, Health Preservation Master, mocked by the entire school, causing the principal to faint on the spot. But no one knew I was bound to the time AI system, capable of infinitely evolving any garbage skill through deduction. Health Preservation Tai Chi Sword? Deduced into a single sword strike that cleaves open the heavenly gates. Acupuncture and massage therapy? Instantly transformed into the 1,000-mile soul-piercing needle and the heavy artillery master. Just as I was quietly boosting my computational power, preparing to astonish everyone in the college entrance exam instance, the instance suddenly collapsed, and monsters ran rampant. When all the geniuses were in despair, I slowly drew the health-preserving sword that everyone had mocked. This single strike would make the entire world tremble. Chapter 1: Awakening the Time AI. A bus driving away from the school. Zhang Lingquan leaned back in his seat, listening to the lively discussions among his classmates on the bus. Hey, have you heard? That's Sun Yao from the class next door. His family prepared a spirit seed for him. Holy shit, a spirit seed? That's a treasure that boosts your job change success rate. Incredibly valuable. Obviously, it's because he's got a rich daddy, unlike some orphan. The people in the front row paused their conversation, as if shifting topics. To this, Zhang Lingquan's expression remained indifferent. He also knew these people were talking about him, yet he felt no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. It had been over half a month since transmigrating to this world, and he had already learned quite a bit of information about it. Centuries ago, for some unknown reason, numerous spatial rifts suddenly appeared across this universe. These spatial rifts collided with each other, ultimately forming entities known as instances. It's just like online games from my past life, where every dungeon had completely different content. Not only are there zombies everywhere, but living people are hard to find in this zombie apocalypse. There were also bizarre ancient dynasties where demons feasted on humans and slaughtered entire cities, with monstrous beings freely roaming the skies. To combat these suddenly emerged bizarre dungeons, federal governments worldwide had no choice but to organize teams to enter them. Those who can participate in dungeons and successfully awaken powerful professions are collectively referred to as professionals. These professionals possess physical abilities several times stronger than ordinary people, can also unleash various awe-inspiring and mystical skills, and after the dungeon mission ends, the job changers will also have their rankings announced by some mysterious entity, along with receiving rewards. The specific ranking and the amount of rewards are entirely determined by the job changer's performance within the dungeon. Nowadays, the traditional college entrance examination has been abolished. Instead, after turning 18, it is organized uniformly by the school. They head to the local dungeon management office to participate in the novice dungeon. And today is the day they go to the dungeon for their class transition. The atmosphere on the bus is incredibly lively. However, this had nothing to do with Zhang Lingquan. After traveling for an hour, the school bus soon came to a stop, and the classmates also walked down together. Zhang Lingquan, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Believe in yourself. Homeroom teacher Deng Heng seemed to notice his low spirits and began offering words of encouragement. Principal Zhao Dihai, who was riding in the same vehicle, also solemnly reminded Zhang Lingquan, you must hold on. The reputation of our #1 high school rests entirely on you and Sun Yao. Principal, this isn't the time to pressure him too much. Let him perform on his own. Academic Director Zhang Yenshan smiled as she lightened the mood. The students were quite envious that Zhang Lingquan had earned such high regard from the principal and others. After all, before newcomers enter dungeons, the professions they can reclassify into vary. But overall, it's all tied to their academic performance. Students with better physical fitness and grades have a higher probability of reclassifying into rare professions. For example, professions like the Archangel, which only exist in legends. Zhang Lingquan's comprehensive academic performance is notoriously. Soon, more than a dozen local school teams arriving to participate in the novice dungeon had all gathered. Only then did the staff from the Dungeon Management Bureau begin leading the students into the novice dungeon in batches. Of course, before entering the dungeon, there was one more procedure, class advancement through the dungeon orb. Looking at the dazzling and magnificent giant orb suspended in mid-air, all the present classmates grew nervous as they approached the orb, disappearing one by one. Zhang Lingquan also slowly moved closer. Under the illumination of the glowing orb, a slight dizziness soon washed over him. When he came to his senses again, he found himself in a vast blank world. Before him appeared 5 small spheres of light, each glowing in a different color. Zhang Lingquan sensed it briefly and quickly understood. These glowing orbs likely represent the professions available for my reincarnation. They are respectively 2 blue, 1 red, 1 gray, and 1 gold. The 2 blue light spheres contained the professions of mechanic and deception master. The profession within the red orb is a fire mage, while the one within the gray orb is a wellness master. As for the profession within the golden light sphere, it was the archmage. Zhang Lingquan was instantly delighted. Archmage. This is an epic tier profession. Whether in terms of growth potential or professional strength, it far surpasses ordinary professions. Only a few lucky individuals manage to successfully reincarnate before heading to the beginner's dungeon. Just as Zhang Lingquan grinned and was about to choose the archmage as his reincarnation profession, But suddenly, a buzzing sound rang in his ears. Buzz, the time AI system is binding. Visual neural link connecting. Auditory system connecting. AI interface connecting. Existing encounters have been categorized and analyzed, please wait. Listening to the intermittent prompts ringing in his ears, Zhang Lingquan was momentarily stunned. After reacting, he hastily turned his head to scan the surroundings. However, before he could examine it closely, a visible light screen suddenly flashed before his eyes. Zhang Lingquan rubbed his eyes and, after confirming he wasn't seeing things, was utterly shocked. Could this be? With an excited heart, Zhang Lingquan began reading the text displayed on the light screen. Option 1, Mechanic, a versatile profession with moderate growth potential, recommended probability 10%. Option 2, Master of Deception, weak offensive capabilities, average growth potential, recommended probability 5%. Option 3, Fire Mage, high attack but low defense, moderate growth potential, recommended probability 30%. Option 4, Grand Archmage, high attack low defense, high growth potential, recommended probability 80%. Option 5, Wellness Master, no offense or defense, can be cracked by AI, 100% recommended chance. It's actually a system. Even I, Zhang, have gotten a cheat ability now. Zhang Lingquan struggled to suppress the joy in his heart, nearly dancing with excitement right in the car. However, when he finished reading the prompts on the light screen, he was instantly dumbfounded again. What the hell is this Wellness Master? No wonder he was so confused. The prompt displayed on this light screen gave him a certain feeling. It was like counterfeit medicine mixed in with the real thing. You'll get away with murder. Of course, bewilderment aside, Zhang Lingquan's gaze still returned to the option of the Health Cultivation Master. The phrase can be cracked by AI particularly piqued his curiosity. What does this mean? Could there be a secret behind this profession? After some thought, Zhang Lingquan decided to become an archmage, opting to avoid risks whenever possible. Just as he was about to reach out and touch the golden orb, the next second, the prompt sound rang in his ears again. Host has not made a selection for an extended period. A profession has been automatically chosen for the host based on priority level. Wellness Master selection successful. Chapter 2, Useless Profession. The sudden change left Zhang Lingquan stunned. All he saw was that gray light sphere flying towards him and merging into his body. Meanwhile, the golden light sphere uniquely belonging to the archmage slowly dissipated into the world. I'll fucking punch you to death, UCS. Zhang Lingquan nearly had a stroke. If this time AI didn't have a physical form, he would have been tempted to imitate that streamer. Directly delivered a massive fist to knock out Time AI in one punch. No matter how eloquently he spoke, Time AI never responded to him again. Reluctantly, Zhang Lingquan had no choice but to accept the harsh reality and began studying the profession of a wellness master. Profession, Wellness Master. Age, 18 years old. Exclusive profession skills. Tai Chi Sword effect. Through years of consistent practice, it can strengthen the body, provide self-defense, and prolong life. Description. There is Tai Chi Sword principle, reaching utter perfection with pure firmament. Tai Chi visualization method. Effect. Visualizing the Tai Chi diagram in one's mind during prolonged contemplation can slightly elevate one's mental state. Description. Tai Chi begets two forms beget four symbols. Zhang Lingquan looked carefully over and over, but honestly couldn't see what was so special about this health preservation master. The only two exclusive skills that came with it were both health preservation techniques. Entering a dungeon, it can't deal damage, can't tank, can't heal, completely useless. Damn Time AI, didn't you say this class could perform decryption? With a tentative mindset, Zhang Lingquan still shouted inwardly. After all, when giving the hint initially, Time AI had mentioned that this profession could be cracked. Detected a hidden option in the host's profession. Proceed with AI brute force cracking? Time AI quickly responded. Brute force it for me. Zhang Lingquan nodded in immediate agreement. However, the cold mechanical voice of Shi Guang AI soon rang out again. Detected insufficient computational power. Brute force cracking of occupational lock failed. This left Zhang Lingquan somewhat baffled. What exactly is computing power? Computing power is the foundational calculation function of Time AI. Enhancing computing power unlocks more features of Time AI. Current computing power is at 0.1%. Time AI keeps chattering incessantly. An AI interface projected a functional diagram into Zhang Lingquan's field of vision. On the panel, all the skills the wellness master could learn or deduce were displayed there. Acupuncture was originally a wellness technique, but through Time AI's deduction, it can evolve into soul-chasing needle from 1,000 miles away. Massage was originally a health preservation skill, but through Time AI's deduction, it can evolve into heavy artillery. Looking at the information on the AI interface, Zhang Lingquan's eyes lit up. So this is the key point. As long as the computing power for Time AI can be continuously enhanced, his professional skills could keep evolving without limit, never reaching an end. Even professions like Wellness Master could be decoded and evolved by Time AI. The mere thought of it made Zhang Lingquan itch with anticipation. Forget it, I won't overthink it now, let's take it step by step. Having composed himself, he quickly began exploring the other functions of Time AI. Meanwhile, in the main hall outside, the principal and teachers of Jiangbei City No. 1 High School were all intently staring at a massive screen on the wall. The students' career transition data was released by the Bureau of Dungeon Management. Statistics of the 320th batch of examinees professions in Jiangbei City. Berserker, 3,521 people. Demon Tamers, 2,155 people. Light Mage, 5,696 people. Sacred Priests, 4,322 people. Swift Wind Assassins, 121. Apocalypse Knight, 98 people. Health Master, 1 person. I wonder how all the students at our school are doing. Zhao Dihai muttered to himself, staring intently at the large screen on the wall for a long time. After all, these students who had unlocked hidden professions were all pillars of Jiangbei City. It's been so long since Jiangbei City First High School produced such a talent. Principal, don't worry, our school's Zhang Lingquan and Sun Yao are both excellent, they'll surely succeed too. Dean Jian Yenshan quickly spoke up to console him. I hope it can be as you say. Principal Zhao Dihai remained in low spirits. Perhaps sensing the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, Deng Heng pointed at the large screen with a laugh. There's even a wellness guru down there. Wonder which school produced such a talent, haha. Only then did everyone realize there could be such an indescribably peculiar profession. As time gradually passed, more information about the students was displayed on the screen. Upon seeing the name of the school appended after that wellness guru's title, Principal Zhao Dihai's face instantly turned green. Wellness Guru Jiangbei No. 1 High School. What's going on? Didn't we already talk to the kids before setting off? Why is someone still being foolish? Zhao Dihai sprang to his feet, his face frozen with fury. The other teachers from No. 1 High School who had followed along also wore grim expressions. It must be understood that students' performance in clearing dungeons is directly tied to their teachers' salaries. Moreover, if the performance is too poor, one might even become the laughingstock of the entire education circle. Just as the atmosphere at the scene was gradually becoming unbearably tense, the Dean Jian Yenshan suddenly pointed at the large screen in excitement and exclaimed, Principal, come quick, there's a summoner in our school. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously somewhat oppressive atmosphere instantly dissipated. I knew it. There's no way our school could be that bad. Exactly. This time, we'll rely on the spirit painter to boost our school's ranking. The only question is, who is this student? The several accompanying examiners were all talking at once, making Zhao Dihai feel somewhat excited as well. He took another look at the health guru on the big screen. And so the matter was settled with a final decision. Later, ask around who changed their profession to soul painter, they must be rewarded. As for that student who randomly chose their profession. At this point, Zhao Dihai paused for a moment and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Severe punishment. Chapter 3, Taking the College Entrance Exam, Skill Simulation. Everyone quickly took their positions and waited another 10 minutes or so. Only then did students begin emerging one by one from beneath the copy light spheres. At this moment, the teachers from Jiangbei No. 1 High School focused all their attention on their own students. Each student had just stepped out from beneath the instance light sphere. Before they could grasp what was happening, they were stunned by the scene before them. It felt like a trial by 3 panels. Just then, another sturdy-built student, his mood visibly low, materialized from the void. Zhao Dihai looked at him and immediately furrowed his brow. He recognized this student. His name was Du Hong, a troubled youth from City First High School. Seeing the regret on his face now, could it be that he was already regretting his rash career choice? He never expected this kid to break school rules day in and day out. But to gamble with his own future at such a critical moment? Zhao Dihai stormed over in a rage. You little brat, I finally caught you. Du Hong flinched at the sharp tone, clearly bewildered by the principal's sudden ferocity. Seeing his cowering expression only fueled Zhao Dihai's fury further. Speak. Why did you choose such a useless profession as a wellness master? Headmaster, my profession is, it's swordsman. Swordsman? You're not a wellness master? Zhao Dihai froze at the answer. Du Hong was utterly confused. Principal, I'm just mischievous, not an idiot. Why would I choose such a useless profession? Then why are you looking so downcast? I bet Lu Xiaojiang $100 that I couldn't switch to being a mage. Zhao Dihai felt his fists clench. But he had no time to deal with him now. He could only let the boy walk away. After that, Zhao Dihai and the teachers from No. 1 High School stopped over 100 students from their school and questioned them face to face. Every single one shook their head in denial. During this time, they also confirmed that the person who had transferred to become a soul painter was indeed Sun Yao. The number of people still trapped within the transformation light sphere dwindled further. When only Zhang Lingquan remained inside, Zhao Dihai could no longer contain himself, his face turning ashen. The teachers from No. 1 High School present all wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. They waited for a very long time. Finally, Zhang Lingquan's figure slowly materialized beneath the transformation orb. Seeing him emerge, Zhao Dihai hesitated before cautiously approaching to ask. Zhang Lingquan, you've changed jobs. What class did you choose? Wellness Master. Zhang Lingquan replied indifferently. What? Jiao Dihai was taken aback. He never imagined his pride and joy, the prodigy he held in such high regard, would choose such a profession. If word got out, he'd surely become the laughingstock of the principal's circle. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Jiao Dihai felt his breath catch in his throat. He couldn't catch his breath and fainted on the spot. The principal has fainted. Quick, get him to the hospital. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Zhang Lingquan boarded the school bus early and headed to the instance teleportation center. Unlike the crowded dungeon administration office the previous day, this place felt remarkably spacious. A massive plaza occupied the very center. By now, it was already packed with people. Vehicles from other schools continued to arrive, bringing in large groups of students and teachers. Zhang Lingquan surveyed his surroundings before heading toward the instance teleportation array. But before he could take a few steps forward, someone quickly recognized him. Look! That's the clown who changed professions to become a wellness master in Jiangbei City. Seriously? That health master job is worse than a sewer worker someone actually transferred into that? Why would I lie? That kid was even a top prospect for our Jiangbei City team. TSK TSK TSK. A chorus of snickering and chatter filled the air. Thanks to the integration of the college entrance exam and the job change dungeon, Zhang Lingquan's career change to wellness master spread like wildfire throughout Jiangbei City. Many teachers used him as a cautionary tale to warn their freshmen and sophomores. Who do you think would team up with him? Me? Who should I ask? The wellness master class has no offense or defense, it's pure cannon fodder. Exactly. The dungeon's already tough enough, who'd want to carry a dead weight? Many snickered inwardly, waiting to see Zhang Lingquan's humiliation. After all, while the dungeon college entrance exam didn't prohibit students from teaming up with each other, but anyone with half a brain wouldn't do that. Because the difficulty of the exam dungeon increases exponentially with the number of players. Only the offspring of prominent families would reluctantly team up for the exam. Zhang Lingquan couldn't care less about these people. He calmly stepped forward to register his name. When filling out the form, he directly selected solo battle. Seeing this, even the registration staff couldn't help but glance at him with curiosity. Student, while solo combat is common in the Gaokao, are you sure about your class choice? Perhaps you should reconsider? Teacher, I'm perfectly capable on my own. Zhang Lingquan replied with a smile. Yet his words drew the attention of others. The other candidates filling out forms nearby all gaped in shock. A useless class with no offense or defense. He actually intends to tackle the dungeon entrance exam alone? Has this kid lost his mind? Zhang Lingquan ignored the stunned, skeptical stares around him, standing calmly in place as he waited for the instance teleportation. Soon, the loudspeaker hanging in the teleportation center blared. The dungeon entrance exam is now commencing. All candidates are requested to enter the teleportation array in an orderly fashion. As the announcement echoed, the previously noisy candidates around him all fell silent. Everyone lined up before the instance teleportation array. Having arrived early, Zhang Lingquan quickly entered the teleportation array. A faint dizziness washed over him once more. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in the middle of a barren wasteland. Newbie dungeon teleportation successful. Candidates may summon the instance panel via mental command. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the instance. Zhang Lingquan frowned. This instance gave him an odd sensation, as if he were truly immersed within a game. Instance panel. Zhang Lingquan silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, a nearly transparent light screen appeared. A line of small text appeared on it. The 2 hours preceding the instance start are designated as preparation time. Please manage your schedule accordingly. With 2 hours left to prepare, Zhang Lingquan felt no urgency. Continue exploring other features of the copy panel. Personal information. Chat. Rankings. Tier. The interface for this instance page was straightforward and concise, leaving no room for confusion among candidates. Zhang Lingquan gave it a quick glance before directly opening the tier interface. This interface resembled the character level systems in MMORPGs from his previous life. However, due to his current low tier, only his current tier was displayed on the panel. Zhang Lingquan Wellness Master Tier 005,000. Require 5,000 experience points to advance to the next tier. Each tier advancement grants the candidate one class-specific skill. The candidate's current profession is non-rare, with a maximum rank of 12. Rare professions can reach Tier 15. After understanding the tier system's functionality, Zhang Lingquan closed the interface. He then switched to the chat interface. The chat interface contained only 3 tabs. They were Nearby, Nationwide, and World. He tapped into the nearby chat channel to take a look. At that moment, only a handful of people were chatting. This was understandable. After all the examinees had already entered the exam instance to prepare for the test, and no one was in the mood for idle chatter. Zhang Lingquan closed the instance panel. Surveying the surrounding plains, he saw nothing but endless open terrain with no cover in sight. Honestly, this kind of terrain was more disadvantageous than advantageous for candidates trying to get through the early stages of the instance. Beyond that, there was a small wooden hut behind him. After circling the cabin once and finding nothing useful, he immediately summoned the Time AI. Simulate skills. Simulate both of them for me. Current computational power is 0.1%, insufficient to support the AI's multi-threaded simulation. The Time AI's detached voice sounded promptly. Skill simulation failed. Chapter 4, Sword opens Heaven's Gate. Zhang Lingquan froze upon hearing this, momentarily confused by the meaning. After regaining his composure, he tentatively spoke again. Help me simulate the Tai Chi Sword skill. Skill simulation in progress. Current progress, 1%. Estimated completion time, 1 hour and 30 minutes. This time, the Time AI did not fail the simulation. The skill simulation entered its loading bar. But the progress bar moved painfully slowly. Looks like I'll have to find a way to boost the Time AI's processing power. Otherwise, even simulating a skill is a hassle. He sighed in frustration. Zhang Lingquan immediately began researching methods to enhance computational power. There were two approaches, one involved external resources, while the other required completing tasks assigned by the Time AI. The first method was rare and unpredictable, something Zhang Lingquan wouldn't consider for now. The only viable option left was the second method. The only question was when the Time AI would assign him a task. Lost in deep thought, he remained engrossed for an hour and 30 minutes before realizing time had flown by. Skill simulation successful. Host, please review the results yourself. The Time AI remained as impassive as ever. Zhang Lingquan didn't check immediately. Instead, he proceeded to simulate the Tai Chi visualization diagram. He waited until the 5-hour preparation period concluded before both skills were fully simulated. Dungeon assessment commencing. Assessment level, basic. Dungeon story complexity, none. Instance suppression level, none. Instance entry type, Gaokao, solo stealth, random monster spawns, slaughter. Assessment content, 5 waves of ghosts, 1 per wave. Assessment content, 5 waves of zombies, 1 per wave. As the dungeon prompt sounded, a ghost and a zombie suddenly materialized out of thin air near the small cabin. Zhang Lingquan's spirits lifted. Finally, they're here? He stared intently at the two monsters approaching from the distance. After appearing, the ghost and zombie paused for only a second before charging toward the cabin, claws and fangs bared. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan showed no sign of panic. His confidence stemmed from the professional skills the Time AI had simulated for him. In fact, to make himself look even cooler, he didn't forget to shout out a couple of martial arts incantations. Tai Chi gives birth to the 2 instruments, the 2 instruments give birth to the 4-symbol sword, come forth. Yet as the words faded, nothing changed on the scene. This was rather awkward. Refusing to believe it, Zhang Lingquan continued, slashing the air with his hand and shouting, "Chop! Chop! Chop! Die for me!" But it still didn't work. Watching the two monsters closing in on him, Zhang Lingquan's heart raced with anxiety. Just then, a detached notification suddenly rang in his mind. Host detected in perilous situation. Health preservation master skill automatically activated. Host's attributes slightly enhanced. Temporary status acquired, sword intent. Sword intent. Effect, a sword intent generated by the host's own class skills. Specific usage requires personal exploration. Description, sword intent emerges sharp and valiant, subduing petty evils. The AI's prompt instantly lifted Zhang Lingquan's nerves, which had been on edge moments before. He instinctively swung a punch at the zombie before him. What he hadn't anticipated was, with just one punch, the zombie that had looked so ferocious was cleaved clean in two at the waist. It was dead as a doornail. Zhang Lingquan raised an eyebrow. He clearly hadn't recovered from the sheer terror of his own punch. He hadn't expected that a punch thrown so casually could pack such immense force. He began scrutinizing the skill he had previously simulated. Sword opens Heaven's Gate, fragment. Effect, generates 1 new sword intent daily. Can be cultivated the longer it is nurtured, the greater its power. Description, Heaven's bell tolls in morning, cleaving the celestial gate to slay the gods. Note, the incomplete version of this skill possesses weak power. Note, each generated sword intent exists as an independent entity. Zhang Lingquan gasped in shock. He had assumed the skill, after being hacked by the Time AI, would only slightly increase his attack power. He never imagined this outcome. No wonder Time AI strongly recommended he choose the Wellness Master. Soon, Zhang Lingquan turned his attention to another lingering spirit. With the sword intense enhancement, the rest became far simpler. The specter couldn't even touch the hem of his robe before being utterly annihilated by the sword intent radiating from his fist. After dispatching 2 more monsters, Zhang Lingquan finally had time to examine his other skill. Nuclear bomb visualization technique. Effect, visualize mushroom clouds in your mind.
Prolonged contemplation may slightly elevate your state of mind.
Description: a nuclear blast birthed a cloud, annihilating all in its path. This was the attribute of the Tai Chi visualization technique after being simulated by the Time AI.
Though its exact function remained unclear, it certainly looked incredibly powerful.
Zhang Lingquan hesitated not a moment, immediately assuming the lotus position to begin his visualization. Instantly, as the nuclear meditation technique unfolded, he found himself immersed in a vast, white expanse. At the very center of this realm stood a colossal cloud, pulsing with crimson-black lightning.
A single glance was enough to make one's soul tremble. Zhang Lingquan realized.
The mushroom cloud in his mind was extremely illusory, requiring careful scrutiny to discern clearly. Not sure if visualizing this thing is good or bad, but it feels stronger than the previous Tai Chi visualization method. He murmured to himself before resuming his visualization. What Zhang Lingquan didn't know was that while he was immersed in visualizing the mushroom cloud in his mind, behind him, strange and bizarre phenomena were also unfolding. A massive, black nuclear bomb phantom flickered in and out of view. As time passed, the nuclear bomb grew increasingly distinct. Compared to Zhang Lingquan's instant victory, the other examinees faced far greater difficulty battling the two monsters.
Meanwhile, in another exam instance within Jiangbei City,
Sun Yao stood rooted to the spot. A brush in one hand, he swept the other outward, unfurling an ethereal scroll toward the monster. A grayish-black glow, like ink, shimmered around him. As the scroll unfolded and the brush fell, it trapped a zombie within. This was the initial skill of a painting soul master, world within the painting.
Though slowed by the skill, the trapped zombie did not die immediately.
It still bared its fangs and snarled at Sun Yao. This state lasted for over 10 minutes before the zombie was finally worn down to death by the painting soul master's skill. As for the remaining ghostly spirit, Sun Yao frowned.
I have no means to deal with ghosts right now. I'll have to figure something out.
He sighed. He began using the soul painter's skill properties to maneuver against the lingering spirit. But before he could devise a method to eliminate the ghostly spirit, a second wave of zombies and ghostly spirits appeared.
Instantly facing three monsters, two of which were troublesome ghosts. The pressure on Sun Yao surged dramatically. He glanced at the three monsters before him. He hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and pulling a cross from his chest. This was the item his family had given him, the Holy Cross, which granted temporary power to dispel evil spirits upon use. As multicolored rays of light radiated from the cross, the two lingering spirits that had posed a threat instantly vanished into thin air. As for the third one that was closing in, he dispatched it using the same method as before. Phew, thank goodness I had this precious artifact. Otherwise, I might not have even passed this college entrance exam. He felt immensely relieved. The difficulty of this dungeon entrance exam was clearly beyond what he had imagined. And this was merely the simplest level 1 dungeon assessment. The opponents sent to battle the examinees were merely the lowest tier ghosts and zombies. If the assessment level increased later, terrifying entities like the Crimson Robe might appear. The Soul Painter is a hidden class, and with the treasure my father gave me, I'm sure I can clear this dungeon. Sun Yao silently encouraged himself. At the same time, he thought of Zhang Lingquan. Zhang Lingquan. The moment you switched to being a wellness guru, you became a lowly being. This time, the ranking of Jiangbei City First High School will be defended by me alone. Chapter 5, Speedrun, S Rank. The battle raged on. Whether they were candidates from Dragon Nation or other countries. Though a small number managed to barely defeat 5 waves of monsters using resources provided by their families. But such candidates were ultimately too few. Most still faced immense hardship. Except for Zhang Lingquan, of course. Just as the candidates were struggling to hold on. Congratulations to Zhang Lingquan for completing the first assessment in the fastest time. A cold, metallic notification suddenly echoed throughout every candidate's instance. Though still battling monsters froze in shock, their faces flashing disbelief. While they were still getting hammered by zombies and ghosts. While he had already cleared the entire instance. This defies logic. Before anyone could react, another notification echoed throughout the dungeon space. Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan for completing the assessment task in 35 minutes, earning an S-rank evaluation. Unlike the first novice assessment announcement, this assessment notification echoed throughout the entire registered instance. Whether it was low, medium, or high-level dungeons for combat or support classes, or even the special instances occupied by certain powerful players. Everyone heard this notification. Those candidates who had already fended off a wave of monsters quickly opened the ranking page within the instance interface during a lull. Sure enough, they saw the sole name currently on the leaderboard. Zhang Lingquan. The sole candidate who had cleared the entire level 1 instance assessment in just over 30 minutes. The news sent shockwaves through the entire professional community, including all candidates. The 3 major chat channels were flooded with endless discussions about Zhang Lingquan. Clearing the level 1 instance assessment in 30 minutes? Is this Zhang Lingquan a newbie? How terrifying is that? You're telling me this is a newbie? Newbies don't pull stunts like this. No way.
When I took the college entrance exam, I nearly got hammered to death by monsters.
The chatter was deafening. The chat channels were flooded with messages spewing out non-stop.
This incident became the after-dinner gossip among countless intermediate and advanced dungeon running class changers. Even the top players who had cleared higher-level dungeons were all paying attention to this.
After all, a high school student clearing the level 1 assessment of a beginner dungeon in just over 30 minutes?
It was truly astonishing.
To all of this, Zhang Lingquan remained completely unaware.
He had just emerged from his mental visualization. Before his eyes appeared 4 orbs of light, each a different color.
2 blue, 1 gray, and 1 red.
You have cleared the first assessment of this instance, successfully refreshed your assessment record, and earned speedrun rewards. You have cleared the first assessment of the instance, earning 500 tier experience points. Current tier 0500-5000. Zhang Lingquan instinctively chose to ignore the tier experience reward.
His gaze quickly shifted to the orb reward before him. He briefly examined it.
He discovered the 4 items were windproof lighter, sleep pillow, sandwich candy, and scratch paper. He didn't make a hasty choice but waited quietly for the Time AI's analysis.
Sure enough, after a few seconds, the Time AI promptly delivered its professional analysis.
Option 1, windproof lighter resists wind, no special effects.
Recommended probability 1%. Option 2, sleep pillow, mildly prevents insomnia, recommended probability 5%. Option 3, filled candy.
Holding it in your mouth slightly boosts attack power.
Recommended probability 30%.
Option 4, scratch paper, slightly increases calculation speed, confuse computational power, recommended probability 100%.
Zhang Lingquan felt a flicker of relief.
The only difference between him and others
was that he possessed a Time AI capable of upgrading his skills and analyzing the merits of items. Without the Time AI, he'd likely be forced to do as the other examinees did. He would have been randomly selecting these 4 items. With that thought, Zhang Lingquan hesitated no longer and selected the scrap paper.
Soon, a pristine sheet of paper appeared in his hand. Yet upon holding it, Zhang Lingquan found himself stumped.
He didn't know how to integrate its computing power with the Time AI. Just as he hesitated, the Time AI's alert tone suddenly sounded. Detected high compatibility between host's item and AI. Merging computational power now.
The moment the voice faded, the scrap of paper that had been lying in Zhang Lingquan's hand vanished instantly.
Computing power increasing. 0.2%. 0.3%.
The AI's computational power grew at a painfully slow pace, giving Zhang Lingquan the illusion of leveling up a skill.
At this moment, the Time AI's computational power had reached 1.5%, barely sufficient for tackling more complex tasks.
He attempted to brute force crack the profession lock of the Wellness Master class. The result remained the same, insufficient computational power. The brute force attempt failed. Skill upgrades were also impossible. This was because both of Zhang Lingquan's skills had already been upgraded. To upgrade them again, he would need to boost computational power to 5%. Fortunately, he now possessed attack methods unique to his profession. Thus, upgrading his skills was no longer urgent.
The assessment was still ongoing, and the rankings hadn't been finalized yet. The reward given to Zhang Lingquan was for speedrun evaluation, not for this assessment. With nothing else to do, Zhang Lingquan went straight to sleep.
He waited for over 3 hours. Finally, candidates began trickling in, having defeated 5 waves of monsters and completed the first level assessment of the dungeon.
After completing the assessment, the first thing they did was to open the dungeon page and check their rankings.
Glancing over, one name stood out prominently on both sides.
Zhang Lingquan, the fastest exam finisher in history. His 30-minute time was enough to tower above everyone else. He even beat the second-place finisher by 2.5 hours. The examinees were stunned once more.
They couldn't comprehend how a wellness master could achieve such an impossible feat.
Could it be? Could wellness masters truly be more formidable than ordinary professionals? Chapter 6, The Principal Faints Again. While the examinees were still reeling from Zhang Lingquan's score.
On the other side, in the equally empty dungeon plane, Sun Yao also summoned the instance interface, lowering his head to scrutinize his ranking. His position wasn't particularly low, but it wasn't high either, just hovering around the 300th spot. Across the entire Jiangbei city, only Zhang Lingquan had cracked the top 10 and he was number 1. The next highest was Jiang Lingyu, the school beauty from the neighboring number 2 high school, ranked 65th. Sun Yao clearly found this result hard to swallow.
Impossible? How could Zhang Lingquan? He's nothing but a good-for-nothing.
The crushing psychological blow twisted Sun Yao's face into a grimace.
Throughout their 3 years of high school, he had constantly clashed with Zhang Lingquan over their academic rankings.
To prepare for this college entrance exam, he and his powerful family had spared no effort.
Not only had he used an extremely precious spirit seed,
he'd even hired a powerful expert to reshape his bones and tendons. Yet despite his meticulous preparations, he still lost.
And he lost so utterly. Sun Yao glared at the ranking board, his teeth grinding audibly. Oomph. I'm a soul painter. You're just a useless class. I'll show you can't stay number one forever. With that, he shut down the instance interface and began preparing for the next assessment. Meanwhile, class advisor Deng Hang sat equally poised before his computer. Along with several other teachers, he anxiously awaited the message transmission on the screen. Although the college entrance exam prohibited candidates from freely entering or exiting the exam room. To accommodate the needs of some teachers and parents, the Education Bureau had specially enabled an online inquiry function. High-level individuals still within the dungeon relayed the candidates' scores back. Ding dong. Just as Deng Hang and others were refreshing the screen with their mouse, waiting for the results to be released, the quiet atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the ringing of a phone. Deng Hang looked down and saw it was his phone. The caller was an old classmate now teaching in another city. Hey, old son, what brings you to call me? Before he could finish, an eager voice on the other end cut him off abruptly. Deng Hang, you old rascal. You pulled off the top spot on the college entrance exam. You're buying dinner. Hearing this, Deng Hang was a bit bewildered. Ha? Old son, what the heck are you talking about? I'm a bit lost here. Pretending not to understand, are we? That Zhang Lingquan, isn't he in your class? Top scorer in the college entrance exam. Holy crap. At that, Deng Hang, who had been puzzled moments before, shot up from his chair. He didn't bother to tend to the chair he'd knocked over. Deng Hang immediately steadied his nerves and asked in a slightly trembling voice. Old son, you're telling the truth? Don't you dare lie to me. Why would I lie to you? My former student, a third-tier job changer, tipped me off early. Now you're something else, the teacher of the top scholar. Congratulations. Your future is limitless. Deng Hang felt dazed. The news felt utterly unreal. After all, as his homeroom teacher, he knew exactly what profession the kid Zhang Lingquan had transferred into. Could a mere wellness guru really slaughter his way through the first-tier Gaokao dungeon and claim the top spot? How is that possible? Even the most powerful rare professions couldn't achieve this. And this college entrance exam is global in scope. All manner of prodigies will be participating. Though he was filled with doubt and shock, this was still his own student. Deng Hang began investigating the truth of the rumors through multiple channels. Soon, he uncovered some clues. While specific ranking details were scarce, discussions began appearing on platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and Hongtu. Without exception, every topic revolved around the profession of wellness gurus. This news both delighted and startled Deng Hang. Could it really be that kid? But wellness masters has absolutely no offensive abilities whatsoever. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Deng Hang snapped out of it and dashed out of his office. This news was too significant. He had to inform the principal immediately. The principal's office wasn't far from his own. Deng Hang soon arrived at the principal's office door. But before he could push the door open, he heard a series of thuds coming from inside. This Zhang Lingquan, he's treating the college entrance exam like a joke. Choosing such a useless person. The door was only a few centimeters thick and offered no soundproofing. Judging by his tone, the principal was clearly furious. Deng Hang didn't hesitate, reaching out to knock. But before his hand could touch the door, a woman's shrill scream erupted from within. Principal! Principal, are you okay? Someone, help! The principal fainted from anger again. Now Deng Hang panicked too, rushing straight inside. Inside the office, the principal sat rigidly in his chair, eyes tightly shut. Beside him, the head of student affairs, Zhang Yenshan, was frantically trying to support him. Hearing the commotion, several teachers from neighboring offices hurried over to assist. After everyone helped load the principal into the ambulance, Deng Hang, who had been about to deliver the good news, suddenly sobered up. Maybe I should wait a bit longer. What if this news is false? Telling the principal too hastily might. Sighing, Deng Hang ultimately decided not to share the news with the principal just yet. After all, the principal's temper was well known to everyone. If he told him the news and it turned out to be a huge blunder, the old man might just fly off to meet Jesus in heaven over a single word. He couldn't bear the guilt of that. Zhang Lingquan, still resting, remained unaware of the numerous matters unfolding outside the dungeon. Most candidates had already completed their first assessment by this point. Thus, the dungeon began announcing the rankings and distributing assessment rewards. Soon, 4 distinct colored reward orbs appeared before Zhang Lingquan. They were Golden Shield, Flame Flower, Hexagonal Prism, and Broken Skill Stone. Seeing these rewards, Zhang Lingquan felt a surge of anticipation. He was now intensely curious about what kind of option analysis his time AI system would provide. Chapter 7, Has the dungeon difficulty increased? As 4 spheres of light appeared before Zhang Lingquan, the time AI promptly provided its item analysis prompts. Option 1, Golden Light Shield. Strong defense. Generates a golden light shield. Recommended probability, 60%. Option 2, Flame Flower. Provides warmth, illumination, and slowly restores injuries. Recommended probability, 40%. Option 3, hexagonal prism, reflects partial damage. Recommended probability, 30%. Option 4, special skill stone, randomly grants one special skill. Recommended probability, 100%. No doubt about it. This item analysis was just as unexpected as before. Zhang Lingquan was somewhat perplexed. Whether it was the golden light shield or the flame flower, both seemed far more useful than the skill stone. So why did the AI still have him choose this one? Zhang Lingquan fell deep in thought. After some hesitation, he ultimately chose the special skill stone. After all, he had the cautionary tale of the wellness master to consider. Though the reward analysis provided by the time AI seemed unreliable, it could genuinely benefit him. Soon, the skill stone was in his hands. Before he could examine it closely, it transformed into a streak of light and surged into his body. Village Guardian. Effect, slightly increases luck. Under specific conditions, unlocks special functions. Description, perhaps an ancient legend, or perhaps people's blessings. In any case, you are truly blessed. Note, this skill is a special status and cannot be deduced at this time. Zhang Lingquan briefly sensed the Village Guardian skill. He found nothing unusual about it. Yet the latter part of the skill description made him slowly furrow his brow. Seems this skill has something fishy about it. At the same time, Kyoto. Within a military restricted zone hidden deep in the mountains of the outskirts. The Replica Research Bureau was situated here. As the most critical department in the entire Dragon Nation, it operates under a strict access control system. Armed guards patrolled everywhere. Inside one of the Research Bureau's offices, a middle-aged man with glasses and a haggard expression was gently flipping through documents in his hands. Zhai Ziyu, deputy director of the Dungeon Research Bureau overseeing the Professional Research Division. A comparison of common and rare professions and the potential for record-breaking clearance times. Who wrote this report? It's utterly unprofessional. How can common professions be compared to rare ones? He muttered in confusion, continuing to leaf through the documents. A new record for clearing a Tier 1 dungeon? Now that's interesting. Though Chai Ziyu genuinely didn't believe common professions could hold a candle to rare ones. The contents of the document still piqued his curiosity. He began reading the research report carefully. Though called research, it was more like analysis and documentation. Yet the moment he spotted the phrase wellness master in the report, his interest instantly waned. Health master? Not even qualified for an auxiliary profession. Probably just a lucky candidate. Over the years since the dungeon's emergence, countless humans had labored to explore and study it. The health master profession wasn't entirely unexplored. But without exception, every attempt had ended in failure. This led the Research Institute to abandon the health preservation master profession entirely. Chai Ziyu pondered for a moment before flipping to the final page of the report and scrutinizing it closely. Broke the first-tier dungeon clearance record, earning an S-rank evaluation the first time this rating has ever been awarded. Upon reading this, Chai Ziyu immediately picked up a pen and wrote his research opinion on the back. Classified as a specific case. Warranting limited attention. Provisionally designated as F. Regarding the various changes within the Research Bureau, Zhang Lingquan remained completely unaware. The 2 hours preceding the instance start serve as preparation time. Please manage your schedule accordingly. At this very moment, the assessment was about to commence. He waited with eager anticipation for the assessment's content. Instance assessment commencing. Assessment level, lowest tier. Dungeon story level, none. Instance suppression level, none. Dungeon entry type, Gaokao, solo stealth, random spawning, slaughter. Assessment content, 5 waves of vampires, 50 per wave. Assessment content, 5 waves of big-headed ghost babies, 50 per wave. A detached prompt sounded within the dungeon. Zhang Lingquan froze in place. He sensed something was off about this assessment. While this was the second assessment of the entrance exam, and naturally more challenging than the first. But 100 monsters in a single wave? That was truly enough to leave the examinees speechless. To draw a gaming analogy, it was like a level 50 monster siege mission. And the defenders were all level 1 or 2 newbies. It was simply impossible to complete. Why did the difficulty spike so suddenly? Are other candidates facing this too? At that moment, Zhang Lingquan's mind was filled with nothing but confusion. He couldn't fathom what had caused the assessment difficulty in this instance to skyrocket. Driven by curiosity, he summoned the instance interface and entered the chat channel. Holy crap, 1 wave through 100 monsters at me 500 in total. This dungeon is seriously overestimating my abilities. Dude, didn't you see this is a survival mission? Nobody told you to fight them. Just hide and you'll be fine. Where the hell am I supposed to hide? It's a wide open plain, I just get wiped out instantly. Like Zhang Lingquan, the other test takers in the chat room were equally baffled, some even visibly angry. The main issue was that the terrain of this college entrance exam dungeon simply wasn't conducive to hiding. 5 waves totaling 500 monsters picking off a single human was as easy as pie. Finding no answers there, Zhang Lingquan simply exited the chat channel. He glanced again at the mission details displayed on the dungeon panel. Almost instantly, Time AI delivered another analysis. This instance's difficulty has increased by 2000%. Reason: dungeon defect detected, spatial collapse at unknown location. Probability: 20%. Reason: collective increase in examinee strength triggered instance enhancement mechanism, 10% probability. Cause: an individual candidate's overwhelming strength triggered the first-tier instance protection mechanism. Probability: 100%. Chapter 8: Weakness Analysis. The analysis prompt from Time AI startled Zhang Lingquan, his gaze instinctively landing on the third piece of information. What did this mean? A single candidate's strength is too overwhelming, triggering the instance protection mechanism. So it affected the difficulty level for all examinees? Who could be that formidable? He paused before realizing. That exceptionally powerful candidate wasn't that himself? Understanding the cause and effect, Zhang Lingquan felt his face flush. Everyone, I'm truly sorry. I never imagined that my own exceptional performance would affect all of you. He silently apologized to himself. At that moment, the preparation time for the second assessment had also ended. Suddenly, an ear-piercing infant's wail echoed from all directions. Zhang Lingquan knew it was coming from the big-headed ghost infant. Appearing alongside the big-headed ghost infant were hordes of grotesquely twisted vampires, their pupils entirely black. Combined, these two types of monsters numbered over 100, swarming in from all directions in a dense, terrifying mass. The sight was utterly terrifying. Compared to the previous ghostly spirits and zombies, these big-headed ghost babies and vampires showed a marked increase in both speed and strength. As the monsters drew ever closer, Zhang Lingquan sprang into action. The sword energy stored from his earlier heavenly gate slash granted him temporary attribute bonuses. Additionally, he possessed the nuclear bomb visualization technique, which exerted a suppressing force against evil entities. He swiftly knocked down the monster charging toward him with a single punch. Just like the first assessment, both skills possessed the ability to suppress evil spirits. These vampires and ghost infants didn't even manage to touch Zhang Lingquan's robe. They were instantly obliterated into dust by the supreme yang energy emanating from his fists. Only a little over 10 minutes had passed. 2 waves of monsters, totaling 200 creatures, had already fallen to him. While such a feat would astonish the world for any candidate, but the prolonged, high-intensity physical exertion had left Zhang Lingquan somewhat exhausted. It seems my attack methods are still a bit too one-dimensional. Monsters surged relentlessly from all directions, and Zhang Lingquan swung his fists ceaselessly. The ground around him was littered with a dense carpet of monster corpses. It evoked the grim imagery of a general's triumph built upon countless fallen foes. Soon, after eliminating the third wave of monsters, his punching slowed. Not because he lacked strength, but because he received an analysis prompt from the Time AI. Enemy type: big-headed ghost infant. Status: defeated. Optional weak points: torso, head, soul. Underdeveloped torso, vulnerability level 15%. Head laden with filth, vulnerability level 50%. Pitifully weak soul, vulnerability level 100%. Zhang Lingquan froze, surprised that the Time AI could be used this way. But once he processed it, his expression brightened. If the Time AI could truly analyze monster weaknesses, it would undoubtedly be a huge advantage for his future battles. With that thought, Zhang Lingquan immediately turned his gaze back to the vampire lying on the ground nearby. Enemy type: vampire. Status: deceased. Optional weak points: torso, head, heart. Shriveled torso, vulnerability level 20%, increases to 80% under specific conditions. Pale, bloodless head, vulnerability level 50%, increases to 90% under specific conditions. Petrified heart, vulnerability level 100%. Time AI's analysis appeared once more. Though these identified weaknesses hold little practical use for him at present, it nonetheless opened a door to a new world for him. Henceforth, no high-level monster within the dungeon would hold any secrets from Zhang Lingquan. Yet this weakness was visible only to him, others remained unaware. Without taking action, it felt like a wasted opportunity. After deep contemplation, he quickly realized a use for this weakness information. He could trade it with other examinees. Exchange this intelligence for others' assessment rewards. There's no rush for that. Once I climb back to the top of the rankings again, people will definitely come looking for me. Zhang Lingquan wanted to wait until his reputation grew stronger. Having others approach him was far better than going door to door peddling his services. Besides, there was always the chat channel, he could always post ads there later. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden impulse seized him, and he opened the chat channel directly. Since we're trading, the more people the better. Let's check the world channel first. Zhang Lingquan said as he opened the world chat. Help! Guys, why are there so many monsters? They've been chasing me for over 10 minutes. I can totally picture you being chased by a horde of monsters because I'm in the same boat. Damn it, why is this year's college entrance exam so damn hard? Who the hell can pass this insane test? Just like the City Channel. The entire World Channel echoed with cries of despair. But most here are test takers from other countries. Their words were automatically translated by the instance system. So the messages refreshed at an incredibly fast rate. Zhang Lingquan tried sending a hello message. But the moment it was sent, it was quickly drowned out by messages from those behind him. Under these circumstances, forget advertising, even normal conversation was difficult. Zhang Lingquan immediately abandoned the idea of sending advertisements to the World Channel. He switched to the national channel instead. At that moment, the candidates here were discussing something else entirely. Hey, did you notice? This time, the assessment rankings are listed from the bottom up. I checked, and it seems to be ranked by kill count. Seriously? If that's true, I'll fight to the death to take down a couple more monsters. Same here. It's just a low-level dungeon anyway, we won't actually die. The candidates chattered among themselves, while Zhang Lingquan kept a close eye on the information. As time passed, more and more candidates were eliminated. Those still chatting in the channel noticed this trend. Everyone began eagerly anticipating the rankings. Look, the rankings seem to be showing. 4th place, Kim Soo-yeon, has killed 80 monsters. 3rd place is out to its Liana from the White Eagle Nation, with a whopping 120 kills. Holy crap, Yamada from Sakura Nation is ranked 2nd? 1st place is definitely going to someone from my country, the Three Kingdoms. Damn it, take that back. 1st place is definitely mine, from Sakura Nation. The World Channel erupted as candidates from every nation argued fiercely over who would claim the top spot. But after waiting for a long time, the 1st place candidates seemed to have vanished, never appearing. What's going on? Did the Gaokao dungeon malfunction? Yeah, who was the top scorer anyway? Everyone was filled with confusion. Unlike the others' confusion, Zhang Lingquan, still in the midst of the assessment, knew exactly what had happened. He glanced up at the 4th wave of monsters spawning in the distance. And the mountain of monster corpses piled at his feet. He finally let out a soft chuckle. First? Before I finish off every last one of these monsters, you won't be seeing that 1st place. Chapter 9, the anticipated showdown. Who will claim 1st place? The top spot that has never appeared on the rankings list. Leaving everyone momentarily bewildered. It even sparked a huge uproar in the chat channel. Everyone began speculating wildly, their curiosity utterly piqued. What's going on with this top spot? It's been over 2 hours, why hasn't it appeared yet? Could it be that the highest rank this time is 2nd place? No way. Do you think this dungeon is like a video game? Can it even glitch? While many were still debating the 1st place issue, a new theory quickly emerged. What if someone's still grinding monsters in the dungeon? Like clearing a map in a game. Are you out of your mind? Have you seen what you're saying? We're talking about 500 monsters. Exactly. If someone could clear a whole map like you're suggesting, what kind of god tier class would they need to be? Regardless of the heated discussions, the top spot on the leaderboard remained permanently vacant. No one knew who that person was. 2 hours had already passed since the start of the 2nd instance assessment. Add in the preparation time beforehand. These candidates had essentially gone 14 hours without sleep. Seeing the leaderboard remain unchanged, many stopped waiting and chose to rest instead. Of course, a small group continued to refresh the leaderboard relentlessly. Perhaps stubbornly fixated, these individuals too sought only one outcome. Gradually, the once bustling chat channel fell silent as the candidates departed. Inside the Gaoli Kingdom College entrance exam instance, a naturally beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure, standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, frowned as she stared at the leaderboard. It was Kim Soo-yeon, ranked 4th. She had spent a considerable amount of time in the instance, slaying numerous monsters. Originally, she was confident she could secure 1st place this time. Yet unexpectedly, her score only placed her 4th. Several candidates from other countries had surpassed her. Whether it was Liana from the White Eagle Nation or Yamada from the Land of Cherry Blossoms, both had significantly higher total kill counts than her. This was hard for the fiercely competitive Kim Soo-yeon to accept. But right now, she couldn't care less about their rankings or scores. Kim Soo-yeon only wanted to know who was in 1st place. Unlike most ordinary candidates in the global channel, the family backing her was immensely powerful, privy to many hidden secrets. The college entrance exam instance couldn't possibly malfunction. Therefore, it must be that some examinees are still trapped inside the dungeon. Kim Soo-yeon bit her red lips tightly. Her profession was dancer, a rather unconventional class among support roles. Not only could she enhance others' attributes, but she also possessed terrifying offensive capabilities. The Kim family boasted many high-ranking experts, so she had received excellent education and training since childhood. While other candidates started with only 2 class-specific skills, but thanks to her family's influence, to obtain 2 additional skill stones perfectly suited to her dancer profession. This meant she possessed twice as many profession skills as the average candidate. Yet even with this advantage, she still lost so utterly. Gazing at the vacant top spot on the leaderboard, A fiery heat flared in Kim Soo-yeon's eyes. A fierce sense of pride compelled her to uncover that person's name. Who exactly was this formidable opponent? Who? Meanwhile, somewhere within the Gaokao exam hall of the Dragon Nation, Sun Yao was also carefully examining the ranking list. His performance in this exam hall had been outstanding. Relying on the soul painter's skills to deal with spirits, he managed to slay a full 20 monsters. Ranked 120th. Zhang Lingyu, who had previously surpassed him, now lagged beyond the 300th rank. This filled him with immense satisfaction, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With this ranking, he knew he had won without needing to say a word. That was simply his nature. He never liked being outdone by others in any situation, especially those who were so close to him. Jiang Lingyu was one such person, and Zhang Lingquan was another. Now Jiang Lingyu had been surpassed by him. This couldn't help but stir a hint of smug satisfaction within Sun Yao. Ha! I told you so. I'm a genius too, I'm not any worse than any of you. He paused mid-sentence, as if another rival had crossed his mind. Zhang Lingquan. Let me see where you rank now? Sun Yao then began scrutinizing the ranking list again. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find Zhang Lingquan's name anywhere in the top 100. Ha! I win! A useless piece of trash is still useless. A health guru trying to pull off some fancy tricks? The sheer joy inside him made Sun Yao jump up and down with excitement. For 3 years at school, Zhang Lingquan had consistently outperformed him in nearly every exam. Now, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. With this joy, he carefully checked the rankings below his own. Sure enough, Zhang Lingquan's name didn't appear until well past the 2000th rank. How petty of me to even compare myself to a loser like you. You must have just gotten lucky last time. Sun Yao felt so good he couldn't be bothered to look at the rankings anymore. After all, the other had become his defeated foe, utterly unworthy of his attention. He and the other were worlds apart, destined to be in different spheres altogether. He would seek out new opponents. Time slipped by swiftly. The candidates who had once guarded the rankings had all retired for the night. Inside the dungeon, Zhang Lingquan, bolstered by the temporary buff of Sword Intent, felt surprisingly little fatigue. Still, nearly 3 to 4 hours of intense sword swinging left his arm muscles aching. After clearing most of the 5th wave of monsters, he found a moment to open the chat channel. By now, few people were still chatting. The most recent message dated back an hour and a half. Glancing at the instance quest details, he had slain 490 out of the required 500 monsters. Once he finished off the last 10, he would clear the second assessment. He wondered what kind of reward the dungeon would grant him for this trial. At that thought, Zhang Lingquan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Chapter 10, Clearing the Trial, SS Rank Evaluation. Clearing out the 10 monsters proved remarkably straightforward. Once Zhang Lingquan had slain them all, the assessment finally concluded. Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan for completing the second assessment task in 4 hours, earning an SS rank evaluation. Congratulations to examinee Yamada for surviving 2 hours and 2 minutes, slaying 180 monsters, rated B grade. Congratulations to examinee Liana for surviving 1 hour and 30 minutes, slaying 120 monsters, rated B grade. Congratulations to examinee Kim Soo-yeon for surviving 1 hour and slaying 80 monsters. Rating, C grade. The beeps sounded one after another, leaving all examinees speechless. Without a doubt, those whose names were announced were all among the top 10 on the leaderboard. Especially Zhang Lingquan, who claimed the top spot. The shock was palpable. SS grade evaluation. Even more extraordinary than the S grade evaluation from the first assessment. Both examinees and higher-level dungeon transferred adventurers learned of this news immediately. Even the mightiest players within certain special instances were startled by the announcement of Zhang Lingquan's achievement. The entire chat channel erupted instantly. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Is Zhang Lingquan even human? That's insane. You guys say his job is actually a wellness master? I just can't believe it. He's a legend, man. All this chatter won't change a thing. Legend, are you in the chat? Please carry me. You want a big shot to carry you without lifting a finger? Dream on. Lingquan, I'll pay. Carry me. Talking money with the big shot? How tacky can you get? Lingquan, I have a pretty little sister. Whether it was the World Channel, the National Channel, or the nearby channel, they were all buzzing with excitement. Everyone was discussing this matter. Even those high-level dungeon adventurers had halted their quests to focus their attention on Zhang Lingquan. Of course, unlike ordinary test takers, their focus was somewhat different. After all, the Gaokao was linked to the entire world, and it's not just a one-time event. If Zhang Lingquan truly discovered some secret to passing it, it would be a revolution for all of humanity. Its significance would rival that of the Third Industrial Revolution. Upon realizing this, all the high-level job changers participating in the discussion were stunned. The most critical task now is to uncover exactly how Zhang Lingquan achieved his breakthrough.
These high-level job changers were already pivotal figures in their respective nations. Upon realizing the terrifying potential of this high school student, immediately issued orders in their respective nations to make contact with Zhang Lingquan at any cost. In fact, many mid to high-tier transferees couldn't wait any longer and left the instance directly. They began frantically seeking information about Zhang Lingquan. Had Zhang Lingquan not still been inside the instance, preventing others from entering his assessment, some would have already sought him out to inquire about specific details of clearing the dungeon. What these individuals didn't realize, however, was that Zhang Lingquan possessed no secrets to clearing the assessment. All he had was the Time AI system. Even if someone imitated him by choosing the health master profession, without the assistance of the Time AI, they would never achieve the same results as Zhang Lingquan. Of course, Zhang Lingquan remained unaware of the various changes unfolding in the outside world. A glowing orb of rewards now floated before him. Zhang Lingquan briefly sensed its contents. He discovered that this reward orb contained only one item: Artifact Spirit. Beyond that, it also granted him a special attribute and 1500 tier experience points as rewards. Zhang Lingquan was somewhat surprised. This reward was clearly far too generous. Not only was the rank experience gain 3 times that of previous clearances, but also a special attribute? It was well known that increasing special attributes was extremely difficult for any practitioner. Apart from extremely rare items that could grant them, there were virtually no other means. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan's breathing quickened. He felt like the luckiest person alive. Analyzing host's current skills. Sword opens Heaven's Gate, fragment, extremely high cultivation level, skill compatible attributes, mind. Nuclear bomb visualization technique, extremely high cultivation level, skill affinity attributes, soul power, mind. Village guardian fragment, cultivation level unknown, skill affinity attributes, soul power, opportunity. Analyzing and organizing. Recommended mind attribute boost, 40%. Recommended soul power attribute boost, 40%. Recommended fortune attribute boost, 20%. Zhang Lingquan hesitated as he studied the professional analysis provided by Time AI. To be honest, he wanted to boost all 3 attributes: mind, soul power, and opportunity. But alas, the reward only allowed for 1 attribute point. After some thought, he decided to split the single point evenly between mind power and soul power. Almost instantly, Zhang Lingquan felt a warm current surge through his body. It felt as though he possessed inexhaustible strength. At that very moment, the instance prompt suddenly sounded once more. Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan. You have successfully enhanced your attributes for the first time within the instance, gaining 1 point of hidden opportunity attribute. Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan. Your hidden fate attribute has broken through by 1 point, triggering a special effect. These 2 unexpected notifications left Zhang Lingquan stunned once more. His personal information panel popped up. Within the translucent instance interface, new content appeared beneath his personal attributes section. Banished Immortal. Status: Fortune attribute boost. Effect: significantly increases base charm, reducing hostility from opponents. Hidden effect: your every word and action seems to influence others. This special effect is incredible. It's almost as powerful as a skill. Zhang Lingquan beamed with delight. After all, the college entrance exams wouldn't last forever. He'd eventually have to return to the real world. Given his performance in the dungeon during this period, he was bound to attract a lot of attention. And with more people watching him, trouble would inevitably follow. This is precisely when the passive effect of the immortal banished from heaven would prove invaluable. The more Zhang Lingquan examined it, the more he liked it. Just as he was about to inspect the special reward he had obtained earlier, the artifact spirit, a dungeon notification blared throughout the area, freezing him in his tracks once more. You have cleared the second instance assessment, successfully updated your kill record, and obtained the completion reward. Chapter 11, What gives him the right? Almost the instant the dungeon notification fell, several multicolored reward orbs materialized before Zhang Lingquan. They were Automated Turret, Demon Blade Moramesa, Earth Spirit Seal, and Spirit Chi Cavern. This left Zhang Lingquan marveling at the relentless wave after wave of rewards, truly dazzling. Soon, the Time AI provided item analysis. Option 1, Automated Turret. Moderate attack power. Requires support from an ammunition specialist. Recommended probability, 5%. Option 2, Demon Blade Moramesa, possesses overwhelming attack power but has a tendency to devour its master. Recommended probability, 1%. Option 3, Earth Deity Seal, a class change item for the Earth Deity profession. Recommended probability, 10%. Note, your current profession might be stronger than any single class. Option 4, Spirit Cavern, special defensive item, recommended probability 100%. Zhang Lingquan stared at the analysis prompt, particularly the note following option 3. For a moment, he fell silent. What did it mean that your profession might be stronger than any other profession? Could it be that the health preservation master class was truly unique, capable of rivaling those rare, coveted professions?
At first, Zhang Lingquan had thought the wellness masterclass was simply suited to him. That's why Time AI had been so eager for him to choose it. Now it seemed this profession held some hidden secrets. At least based on the analysis prompts from Time AI, this profession is definitely not simple. But that's just speculation for now, something to explore later. Perhaps one day, when the Time AI's computational power increases, and it unlocks the mysteries of the wellness master profession on its own, then everything will be revealed. With that thought, Zhang Lingquan snapped back to reality and selected the Spirit Chi Cave directly. What he didn't know, however, while he was selecting his reward, the entire instance both inside and out was already abuzz with the commotion caused by his achievement. Meanwhile, inside a certain college entrance exam dungeon, Sun Yao slumped on the floor, his entire being slightly numb. He had been sitting there for over half an hour. His expression was incredibly complex. Surprise, doubt, confusion, anger, jealousy. It was hard to imagine how twisted a person's face could become when so many emotions converged upon it. Bastard! How dare he? He's nothing but a worthless piece of trash. How could he? Sun Yao gritted his teeth. Just a day ago, he had been celebrating his victory over this very opponent. Little did he know his joy wouldn't last long. Zhang Lingquan had just delivered a brutal slap in the face. First place. Zhang Lingquan was actually that vanished first place. The one everyone had been watching, the one everyone had been worshipping. Sun Yao stared intently at the two names on the leaderboard. Zhang Lingquan killed 500 monsters in the second assessment, ranked first. Sun Yao killed 20 monsters in the second assessment, ranked 120th. Compared to the other candidates, Sun Yao's results were impressive enough to stand head and shoulders above the rest. Yet they were utterly incomparable to Zhang Lingquan's. The gap between them could only be described as a chasm. Thud. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Sun Yao slammed his fist into the ground beside him. The impact instantly carved a small crater in the earth. His hand was scraped raw by the grit, crimson blood trickling slowly down his palm. Zhang Lingquan, I will crush you beneath my feet. I will defeat you. Just you wait. Of course, if Zhang Lingquan had been there, he would have told Sun Yao a far crueler truth. That from the very beginning, he had never given Sun Yao a second thought. All of this was nothing but Sun Yao's delusion. Meanwhile, Replica Research Bureau. Chai Ziyu was observing his research samples in the lab. A researcher burst in excitedly to report. Deputy Director, something's happened. Something big. That Zhang Lingquan, he... Perhaps from running too frantically, the staff member was panting heavily, his words coming out in a rush. Chai Ziyu turned to glance at him. Recognizing him as Wang Lang, one of his researchers, he didn't immediately reprimand him but frowned and asked. What happened? Slow down. Which Zhang Lingquan? That wellness guru. The one who broke the dungeon record. Didn't you read my report? Upon hearing this, Chai Ziyu froze. Only then did he recall having read a research report on the wellness guru earlier. At the time, he had even assigned the subject an F-level attention rating. Oh, I remember now. What about that Zhang Lingquan? Why are you so worked up? Deputy Director, that kid took first place again in the second assessment and even earned a double S rating. Hearing this, even with his formidable composure, Chai Ziyu found it hard to stay seated. First place again? A double S rating? And in the health master profession? Was he dreaming? Tell me quickly what's going on. What happened in the dungeon? Wang Lang took a deep breath and recounted everything he'd heard outside. Upon hearing this, Chai Ziyu was utterly dumbfounded. He found it hard to believe. The difficulty of the Gaokao dungeon had skyrocketed 20-fold. This was unprecedented in the past century. Even more shocking, the two prodigious girls from Korea and the White Eagle Nation had only secured fourth and third place. Even Yamada, hailed as the century's greatest prodigy from the land of cherry blossoms, could only manage second place. What exactly did this Zhang Lingquan do? How could she outshine the world's super geniuses? Chai Ziyu was utterly stunned. When did the Dragon Nation produce such a prodigious talent? He exhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. It seems this candidate Zhang Lingquan is no ordinary talent. Raise his monitoring level to B. Chai Ziyu spoke, his eyes still flickering with an unnamed gleam. To dominate the assessment like that, perhaps the profession of wellness master truly holds research potential. Deputy Director, are you certain? Should we truly grant him a B-level monitoring status? Wang Lang looked visibly excited. Jumping straight from F rank to B rank. Such an honor was reserved for only the highest tier transferers in certain instances. Compared to those high-tier transfigures nearing their 40s or 50s, Zhang Lingquan was the first to be selected for the B-rank watchlist at the age of 18. A talent like this, the Dragon Nation will certainly cultivate vigorously. When the time comes to assess merits, he, as the one who first discovered the young man's talent, would undoubtedly receive commendation. This thought made Wang Lang's heart race even faster. Beside him, Chai Ziyu remained composed, retrieving paper from the desk and beginning to draft an application report regarding enhanced monitoring of Zhang Lingquan and the feasibility of further research into the health preservation master profession. After considerable effort, he completed the lengthy application. Chai Ziyu then added his own name and Wang Lang's to the list of members. Seeing this, Wang Lang's heart skipped a beat. The deputy director was going to take me on for research? Holy crap! I've finally made it big. Just as he was feeling excited inside and preparing to express his gratitude to Chai Ziyu. Knock knock knock. The office door suddenly came under knock. Wang Lang hurried over to open the door. Seeing who stood outside, he froze in shock once more. Deputy Director, how did you get here? Chapter 12, Prop, Spirit of the Artifact. The woman outside the door was dressed in a sharp, professional style, radiating a mature yet icy elegance. She was none other than the Deputy Director of the Dungeon Research Bureau. Zhang Jiaya. Wang Lang's expression betrayed his astonishment. After all, this woman was reputed to be the busiest person in the entire research bureau. Unless it was an exceptionally important matter, one would rarely catch a glimpse of her under normal circumstances. Seeing the doorway blocked, Zhang Jiaya merely frowned and glanced at him. What? Blocking the entrance? Don't want me to come in? Chai Ziyu hurried forward to pull his subordinate aside. Once inside the office, Zhang Jiaya closed the door firmly. There's a document from headquarters. I'm here to relay it to you. Hearing this, Chai Ziyu and Wang Lang froze, their expressions gradually turning serious. Zhang Jiaya was the second in command at the research bureau. Her status spoke for itself. A document important enough to warrant her, a busy person, delivering it personally couldn't be trivial. I've reviewed the internal records. Have you been monitoring a candidate named Zhang Lingquan recently? Zhang Jiaya cut straight to the point. Hearing this, Chai Ziyu and Wang Lang exchanged glances. Shocked, yet also feeling a hint of relief. It seemed this candidate named Zhang Lingquan had achieved results that had even caught the attention of higher-ups. Their decision to monitor him earlier had been the right call. That's correct, Deputy Director Zhang. This candidate is indeed on our watch list, classified as Level B. Chai Ziyu nodded in response. Moreover, we've decided to establish a research team specifically targeting his profession. Hearing this, Zhang Jiaya shook her head expressionlessly. B level is too low. Headquarters has reassigned his surveillance level to SS level. You must ensure your work is flawless. At this declaration, both Chai Ziyu and Wang Lang gaped in astonishment. Without a doubt, an SS-level priority designation was unprecedented in the entire Dragon Nation. They vaguely recalled. In several top-secret documents released by the Research Bureau before, there were a few individuals rated S. Though the documents spanned a considerable time frame, every single one of those individuals ultimately became Supreme Masters. Chai Ziyu was deeply puzzled by the double S-level rating bestowed from above. After all, Zhang Lingquan was just an ordinary examinee whose profession was a wellness master. It seemed hardly worth the upper echelons going to such lengths. With this thought, he hesitantly spoke up. Deputy Director Zhang, may I ask, was this directive issued by the higher-ups? Hearing this, Zhang Jiaya remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at the two of them. Only then did she pull a document from the folder she carried with her. The document ran over a dozen pages. At the top, in bold red letters, was the large title. Basic Research and Analysis on Zhang Lingquan and his Health Preservation Master. This was essentially a research report, similar to the one previously written by Chai Ziyu. However, the section for the research team leader bore no name, only a number. Number 64. Chai Ziyu's pupils contracted. Could it be that Mr. G? Holy crap! Wang Lang beside him also trembled violently. This is a big shot who can speak directly to that person. One of the most powerful researchers in high-tier dungeons, even in special instances. Who would have thought such an entity would take notice of a mere high school student? What on earth is going on with this world? Before Chai Ziyu and the others could recover from their shock, Zhang Jiaya continued speaking. You may join this research, but you must adhere to the confidentiality agreement. Understood? Yes. We understand. Chai Ziyu and the other hurriedly responded. Seeing this, Zhang Jiaya nodded once before turning away without another word and striding out of the office. Watching her figure grow smaller and smaller until she vanished beyond the door. The two, who had been in a daze, finally snapped back to reality. Their expressions shifted from shock to wild elation. With a powerhouse like Mr. Zhang leading their research, who knows? They might actually make a breakthrough. If they could uncover the secrets of the Master of Health Preservation profession, they would surely earn a place in the history books. Yes. Ha ha ha. I'll be able to bring honor to my ancestors too. Only a few seconds of silence passed. The entire office soon echoed with their booming laughter. Meanwhile, inside the Goryeo Kingdom exam dungeon, Kim Soo-yeon stared blankly at the candidate rankings displayed on the panel. Zhang Lingquan completed second assessment task, time 4 hours, rating SS. The double S rank rating sent shockwaves through Kim Soo-yeon's heart. She found it hard to believe such an achievement was possible. After all, this was a dungeon assessment with difficulty increased 20-fold. And Zhang Lingquan had actually cleared it? Who on earth was this guy? Could he not be a high school student? For a fleeting moment, Kim Soo-yeon even questioned Zhang Lingquan's identity. But the moment that thought surfaced, she dismissed it. After some thought, Kim Soo-yeon decided to ask him directly. She desperately wanted to know how Zhang Lingquan had managed it. Soon, she opened the instance panel and sent Zhang Lingquan a private message. "Hello Lingquan Appa, I'm Kim Soo-yeon from Korea. May I ask you a few questions?" After sending the message, fearing he might ignore her, she immediately followed up with another. "I mean no harm, just curious. Appa, if you're willing, please reply. I'll wait for you." After sending both messages, Kim Soo-yeon began waiting anxiously. What she didn't know was, at that very moment, Zhang Lingquan had no time to check his private messages. Because right before him was this artifact spirit, leaving him completely overwhelmed. The spiritual energy cave he had obtained earlier had been stored within his brow, where the time AI was slowly deciphering it. He finally had time to properly examine this reward. Artifact spirit. As the name suggests, it was the sentient spirit born from an artifact. Zhang Lingquan summoned it forth. He discovered it was only thumb-sized, radiating a dazzling array of colors that made it look incredibly eye-catching. Soon, Time AI provided its item analysis. Artifact spirit. Item category, fusion. Effect, upon attaching to an item, its designation changes. Upon detachment, the designation reverts. Note, form is called the artifact, yet it is no ordinary vessel. Within dwells a spirit capable of infinite transformations. Chapter 13, The Fallen Immortal. Gazing at the nearly iridescent, ethereal artifact spirit before him, Zhang Lingquan reached out to touch it, only to grasp at thin air. Seems I'll have to let this thing attach itself. Wonder how effective it'll be? As he pondered, his gaze slowly settled upon his own arm. As if understanding his intent, the artifact spirit instantly transformed into a streak of light and merged into Zhang Lingquan's right arm. Soon, as the spirit integrated, his entire right arm began to glow crimson. Though this situation felt distinctly off, Zhang Lingquan felt not the slightest discomfort. On the contrary, he even felt his right arm grow more agile and powerful. To test the effect of the spirit's attachment, Zhang Lingquan swung his fist directly at a waist-high boulder nearby. Thud! A dull thud echoed. The once smooth and solid surface of the stone instantly became covered in a dense network of cracks. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan froze in surprise, then gasped in shock. This power, is it really this intense? Zhang Lingquan thought to himself. He knew his performance in the dungeon had been too dazzling, inevitably drawing the attention of many. With the artifact spirit now bound to him, it was like gaining an extra layer of protection. At the very least, it should be sufficient to fend off assassination attempts from mid-tier class changers. Of course, with his current strength, facing a high-tier transferee would still mean certain death. But Dragon Nation's law enforcement wasn't to be trifled with. Zhang Lingquan was confident that those high-tier transferees wouldn't target him unless absolutely necessary. With that thought, he glanced at his arm once more before opening the chat window on his instance interface. At that moment, he stared at the chat window filled with a dense sea of 100,000 private messages. Zhang Lingquan felt his head spin. Fortunately, the instance's chat system was robust. Even with this overwhelming volume, processing them remained effortless. Zhang Lingquan sorted the messages by sender strength and opened the top few dozen private messages. The overwhelming majority were recruitment offers from groups of high-tier class changers. They went to great lengths to entice him. They even promised vast resources up front. As for the remaining messages, they were all invitations from major global organizations. Zhang Lingquan, however, showed little interest in these. Without exception, he declined them all. Just then, two messages caught his attention. "Hello Appa Lingquan, I'm Kim Soo-yeon from Korea. May I ask you a few questions? I mean no harm, just curious. Appa, if you're willing, please reply. I'll wait for you." He glanced at the sender's name, Kim Soo-yeon. Wasn't she the fourth-place finisher in this assessment? What did she want with him? Though he was a bit puzzled. But since she was a candidate with a similar ranking, Zhang Lingquan was quite willing to chat with her. Soon, as the video request went out, Kim Soo-yeon responded. Both of them saw each other's video projections appear before them. "Hello, classmate. May I ask why you messaged me privately?" Zhang Lingquan asked first. His gaze began to sweep over her face. Kim Soo-yeon truly lives up to her name. She's an absolute stunner. Whether it's her looks or her figure, she's flawless. But after waiting several minutes, the other person still hadn't responded. Looking up, she noticed the other person staring blankly at her. Zhang Lingquan immediately asked again. "Classmate. What did you need from me? Hey. Hey. Hey." After calling out several times with a puzzled expression, Kim Soo-yeon finally snapped out of it. Her face flushed crimson as she stood flustered and at a loss. "Appa, I'm 18 this year. My name is Kim Soo-yun. I don't have a boyfriend. Zhang Lingquan was completely baffled. He couldn't figure out what was going on with this girl. Why did she spill her secrets like beans spilling out of a bamboo tube the moment she saw him? Of course, what he didn't know was, all of this was tied to his state as the celestial being. Zhang Lingquan was already quite handsome to begin with. Add to that the exiled immortal state, which could influence others' perceptions at any moment. It was only natural that Kim Soo-yun was utterly captivated by him. Watching Kim Soo-yun, who appeared both nervous and shy before him, Zhang Lingquan paused briefly. Out of courtesy, he responded to her. Hello, Kim Soo-yun. I'm Zhang Lingquan. May I ask what brings you here? Hearing this, Kim Soo-yun suddenly snapped out of her daze. She did indeed have business with Zhang Lingquan. Appa, how did you manage to defeat so many monsters? Could you teach me? Though she was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Kim family of Goryeo, having weathered many storms in her life. But for some reason, when facing Zhang Lingquan, her heartbeat always quickened. Her usual aloofness in Goryeo vanished completely. You mean this? What? You want to know the monster's weaknesses too? Zhang Lingquan responded with a smile. Kim Soo-yun froze. Appa Lingquan, are you saying you discovered the monster's weaknesses? That's right, I did discover their weaknesses, but... At that moment, Zhang Lingquan abruptly stopped speaking. He suddenly remembered the other party's identity. If he could use this information to negotiate with him, he could surely gain significant advantages? But the other party had to bring it up first. Seeing Zhang Lingquan fall silent, Kim Soo-yun, already feeling uneasy, grew even more flustered and hurriedly spoke up. But what? Appa, can you tell me? I can pay for your information. The moment the words left her mouth, Kim Soo-yun regretted them. Discussing money with Lingquan Appa. Wouldn't that make him think she was a materialistic woman? Of course, Zhang Lingquan had no idea what was going through Kim Soo-yun's mind. Inside, he was practically bursting with laughter. I don't need money. Let's exchange 1/3 of your dungeon rewards, instead we'll sign a contract. The contract he referred to was, of course, a special feature within the dungeon. Protected by the dungeon's power. Once this contract was signed, no one could break it. Otherwise, even high-tier class changers would be instantly annihilated by the dungeon's power. Alright. Appa, I'm willing to make the deal with you. Kim Soo-yun agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan felt a bit dazed. He never imagined the deal would go so smoothly. After both parties signed the contract, he revealed all the information he possessed to her. He even promised to reveal the monster's weaknesses for the next 2 assessments. Kim Soo-yun had been staring intently at Zhang Lingquan. But upon hearing his words, her expression instantly turned serious. Without a doubt. The information about the monster's weaknesses was simply too crucial. If used wisely, it could absolutely boost her score significantly. Appa, you're amazing. How did you even get your hands on this kind of info? You're my idol. Kim Soo-yun was so excited she practically bounced up and down. If not for the 2 dungeon spaces separating them, she would have thrown herself into his arms already. Zhang Lingquan smiled faintly at her words. Since everything's settled, I'll log off now. Get some rest. Okay, bye, Appa. The two bid each other farewell before closing the video projection. Unlike Zhang Lingquan, who turned to attend to his own affairs, Kim Soo-yun remained standing where she was, gazing at the spot where Zhang Lingquan's projection had been. A sweet smile spread across her face. Appa, just wait. Next time we meet, I'll definitely get you. Chapter 14, Approach him at any cost. The news of Zhang Lingquan earning a double S rank didn't linger long within the dungeon. It quickly spread to the real world outside the dungeon. At that moment, in Jiangbei City First People's Hospital, Principal Jiang Yenshan, homeroom teacher Deng Hang, and several other faculty members were all crowded into a hospital ward. They had all come to visit Principal Jiao Dihai. Principal, it's a good thing you were a former job changer with that foundation. Otherwise, this would have been trouble. Deng Heng sat at the bedside, peeling an apple while reminding Jiao Dihai on the hospital bed. Don't ever do that again, you scared the life out of us. That's right, Principal. No more getting angry. Jiang Yenshan chimed in from beside him. Hearing this, Jiao Dihai on the hospital bed looked rather resentful. If it weren't for that brat Zhang Lingquan, would I have ended up like this? Risking my future like that? Clearly, Jiao Dihai still harbored resentment. A top student at Jiangbei No. 1 High School. Even after choosing a useless profession, he still managed to rank first in the initial dungeon assessment and break the college entrance exam record. Such achievements clearly demonstrated Zhang Lingquan's extraordinary potential. Why couldn't that kid pick a powerful profession? Why did he have to choose wellness master? Principal Jiao Dihai grew increasingly exasperated the more he thought about it. The teachers beside him could only offer constant words of consolation. They understood the principal's frustration all too well. As the head of Jiangbei No. 1 High School, Jiao Dihai's greatest wish was to elevate the school to a key high school.
If only students like Zhang Lingquan and Sun Yao, who were taking the college entrance exam, would cooperate just a little. Then the matter would be practically a done deal. But now, the dream was shattered. If only Zhang Lingquan hadn't remained trapped within the dungeon. Otherwise, the principal specifically ordered that he be dragged over for a 7-day, 7-night scolding. Why on earth did that kid choose to be a wellness master? Didn't he have any other career options? Jiao Dihai demanded angrily. Hearing this, homeroom teacher Deng Hang froze, as if recalling something. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately dared not speak up. He had once borrowed a job change simulation stone from a college classmate for a while. This thing could simulate dungeons and suggest viable classes for someone by inputting their DNA. While the accuracy wasn't 100%, it was still a solid 95%. When he simulated Zhang Lingquan's potential job options, Deng Hang was astonished to discover. Not only was the rare elemental mage included, but also the even rarer dragon knight. These were all top-tier professions, clearly demonstrating Zhang Lingquan's terrifying potential. If Zhang Lingquan didn't randomly pick his profession, his future achievements would surely be remarkable. But now... At this thought, Deng Hang couldn't help but feel regret for Zhang Lingquan. Ring ring ring. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Without a second thought, Deng Hang stepped out of the ward to answer the call. Old son, I'm in the hospital room. What's up? Damn, you're something else. Your student is seriously impressive. Zhang Lingquan's come out on top again. Deng Hang froze. Huh? First in what? You don't know? Damn, I'm so jealous of you. That Zhang Lingquan, he's number 1 again, with a double S rating. Old son was ecstatic on the phone, quickly recounting everything that had happened in the dungeon. This assessment's difficulty was increased 20-fold. A full 20 times harder. Only that Zhang Lingquan from your class managed to clear it. Spill the beans. Has your school unlocked the secrets of the wellness master profession? Is that kid Zhang Lingquan your school's trump card? Hello? Are you still there? Hello? But no matter how excited old son sounded on the phone, Deng Hang couldn't hear a thing. He felt completely dazed, his mind a blank. 20 times the assessment difficulty? Double S rated? And first place again? The news left Deng Hang completely stunned. After standing there in a daze for a moment, he immediately turned and rushed into the hospital room. Principal. Zhang Lingquan took first place with a double S rating. Our school has become a key institution. There's hope now. The dozen or so teachers still chatting in the ward were equally stunned. The dean of students was the first to recover. What? Are you serious? Don't be pulling our leg. It's true. Deng Hang didn't hesitate, revealing everything he knew. Jiao Dihai had been fuming in his hospital bed. Upon hearing this, he was so overcome with emotion that he leapt straight out of bed, knocking over the bedside table and scattering its contents across the floor. Principal, don't move around. Yes. Principal, lie back down. Everyone gasped in alarm. Ha ha. Excellent. I knew it. I knew this kid could do it. Jiao Dihai pushed away the teachers trying to support him. His expression was as excited as could be. Hurry up. Discharge me immediately. I need to wait outside the instance for this kid. Seeing this scene, the teachers in the ward were at a loss. It took much persuasion before they finally convinced him to lie back down. In stark contrast to the excitement of Jiao Dihai and the teachers inside the ward, the internet was also abuzz with Zhang Lingquan's astonishing results. After all, he topped both assessments. And as a wellness master, no less. His dazzling scores contrasted sharply with his reputation as a professional failure, making Zhang Lingquan a hot topic of discussion. Many began analyzing Zhang Lingquan's situation. Even on Douyin's job changer page, the platform even created a dedicated Zhang Lingquan subsection for netizens. For public discussion. To top the assessments twice in a row, is this Zhang Lingquan really just a high school student? I don't know if he's a high school student, but judging by his 2 consecutive first-place finishes, this kid is definitely no ordinary talent. Do you think this Zhang Lingquan has uncovered the secret to the master of wellness profession? It's possible. Otherwise, I can't fathom how someone with such a useless profession could top the rankings twice in a row. They say the internet is full of geniuses, gathering elites from all fields with profound perspectives. These individuals have observed Zhang Lingquan's achievements and performance. Definitely defied the public's expectations of what a wellness master should be. It was obvious that Zhang Lingquan had some secrets. Of course, compared to industry heavyweights, ordinary netizens approach things with far more casual curiosity. Before long, a headline that was clearly exaggerated shot to the top of the trending list. High school student achieves remarkable results, shocks Education Bureau. Is wellness master truly a god-tier profession? Under this sensational headline, comments poured in. Wellness guru? Seriously? No way. That crappy job can actually achieve great results? It's true. His name is Zhang Lingquan. I checked their school's website. He's super handsome.
Great grades, good looks, and real talent. Looks like I've got another contender for my online husband pool? Without a doubt. The name Zhang Lingquan has become the focal point of the internet.
After all, no one has ever achieved 2 first-place finishes in a single college entrance exam.
And he's also broken the record for clearing the assessment dungeon. Throughout history, Zhang Lingquan stands alone in this achievement.
While the online community was still buzzing with heated discussions.
Meanwhile,
deep within the mountainous frontier war zone of the Dragon Nation, over a dozen large military vehicles were methodically transporting supplies. Winding through the mountain roads, the convoy traveled for several dozen minutes before finally reaching its destination. A super underground facility sealing off a small temporal rift. This state only occurred after the dungeon went out of control, compounded by the constant emergence of monsters from within the rift. Therefore, the security level here was undoubtedly the highest. Armed guards were visible everywhere. A dozen vehicles descended into the underground complex. After undergoing rigorous inspection, the escort squad finally disembarked from the vehicles. A girl with a dashing appearance strode directly toward the command center at the heart of the fortifications. The moment the soldiers on duty caught sight of her, their eyes instantly lit up with admiration.
Long Xiaojie, captain of the Stinger squad.
Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her abilities were also exceptional. A true thorn rose in their entire district. Inside the command hall, the regiment commander stationed there was discussing defensive deployments with his staff officers. Noticing Long Xiaojie's entrance, Colonel Hao Tai immediately greeted her with a warm smile.
Xiaojie, you're back? MHM. Long Xiaojie nodded silently. Uncle Hao, you called me back so urgently, is something wrong?
Hearing this, Hao Tielu exchanged a glance with his aide, Zhao Jun, both wearing peculiar smiles. Seeing their expressions, Long Xiaojie felt puzzled.
Uncle Hao, Uncle Zhao, what are you laughing about? Haha, nothing. Xiaojie, you're not a child anymore. It's about time you found a man to keep you in line. Hao Tai roared with laughter. But his words sparked resistance in Long Xiaojie. Uncle Hao, I don't want to find a man. I want to stay in the military for life. Long girl, that's not up to you.
Zhao Jun chuckled beside him.
His expression instantly turned serious. Comrade Long Xiaojie, with approval from higher-ups, you are assigned to protect someone's safety. This is your transfer order. As he spoke, Zhao Jun retrieved a document from a nearby folder and handed it over. Long Xiaojie froze upon seeing it, immediately examining the assignment. He had assumed it was to protect some important figure. But the very first sentence left him utterly bewildered. Top secret mission, ensure the safety of a high school student at all costs. If necessary, sacrifice everything for their protection. Chapter 15, Spirit Chi Cave Mansion.
Staring at the assignment order in his hand, Long Xiaojie froze in place.
Protect a high school student? Sacrifice everything for them if necessary? Who could it be?
He had assumed the higher-ups wanted him to protect the offspring of some important figure.
But upon reading further, she was stunned once more. The assignment detailed every recent development concerning Zhang Lingquan,
particularly his profession as a wellness master, which was analyzed in a separate page-long section.
This instantly made Long Xiaojie frown.
Logically speaking, a high school student who had switched to a useless profession shouldn't warrant such attention.
So why were they sending her to protect him? After all, he was the captain of the Venom Squad.
He handled only the most critical, top-secret missions. Suppressing his curiosity, Long Xiaojie then glanced at the back of the assignment order. Soon, she spotted something even more shocking than the job change to wellness master.
Top scorer in 2 assessments, with ratings of S and SS? And achieved using the wellness master profession. Was this really the universally recognized useless profession? Long Xiaojie's jaw dropped.
For the first time, he questioned the military's intelligence sources.
Could this be some clerk's mistake from dozing off at their desk? Long girl, let me tell you, this mission is no ordinary task. You absolutely cannot afford any slip-ups.
Seeing Long Xiaojie standing there in a daze, Regiment Commander Hao Tai spoke up to snap her out of it. Also, besides this transfer order, headquarters has assigned you another task.
Time passed swiftly. The garrison personnel patrolled methodically.
By the time Long Xiaojie emerged from the command center, her face was already flushed crimson. For the higher-ups had not only assigned him to protect Zhang Lingquan, but also given him another task. That was to get close to her at any cost.
Meanwhile,
inside the instance, Zhang Lingquan awoke to discover the changes within his mind. The spiritual energy cavern had been successfully cracked by the time AI.
Zhang Lingquan hastily released it.
Instantly, a massive stone cave shrouded in mist appeared before him.
Spirit Chi Cave. Item type, structure. Effect, the cave possesses an innate barrier to ward off enemies. Specific functions require exploration by the host. Note, this Spirit Chi Cave holds divine potential and can be remodeled and upgraded.
As he read the analysis prompt provided by Time AI,
Zhang Lingquan's heart leapt with delight.
He hadn't expected this spiritual energy cave dwelling could actually be remodeled and upgraded.
Truly marvelous. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. A peculiar fragrance filled his nostrils. Though built of stone, standing inside did not feel stuffy. On the contrary, the abundant spiritual energy created a remarkably comfortable atmosphere. Sunlight streamed in unobstructed, bathing the entire cave dwelling in brilliant light. The cave dwelling was fully furnished, stone tables, stone stools, and a jade bed covered in animal fur. The only word that came to Zhang Lingxuan's mind was luxury. If the other candidates knew about this, they'd surely be consumed with envy. This cave dwelling is quite splendid, suitable not only for living but also for defense. After inspecting every corner inside and out, Zhang Lingquan nodded in satisfaction. The only problem is my limited offensive options. If only I had a couple more skill stones. The previous deal he struck with Jin Shouyan made him want to expand the scope and variety of his transactions. After all, any skills or items he acquired could be analyzed and cracked by the Time AI. Others didn't possess that capability. The other candidates were still trapped within the dungeon, and he couldn't leave just yet. If others acquired skill stones or other items, he could easily trade with them. With that thought, he summoned the instance interface and began searching for sellers in the nearby chat channel. The chat channel was buzzing with activity at that moment. Yuan Xinhua from 3rd High is our top contender in Jianbei City. She's bound to do well this time. Exactly. She's our school's beauty queen, gorgeous and talented. If only we could. What could you do? It's broad daylight, stop fantasizing, I'm telling you. Hey. Forget Yuan Xinhua for now. I think Zhang Liang from number 2 High is pretty impressive. Zhang Liang from number 2 High? The one whose family runs a chain store? Heard he switched to a rare class. Any rare class is nothing compared to my boss Zhang Lingquan. He's currently unranked. Ha? No ranking? Wasn't he number 1? How come he's unranked now? You don't get it? It's because he's too strong. His ranking is temporarily unpredictable, okay? Zhang Lingquan skimmed through the chat channel's history. I overheard these people discussing the rankings of top students across schools in Jianbei City. Of course, this matter was somewhat connected to Zhang Lingquan. Before the college entrance exams, the Jianbei City Education Bureau published a ranking of student abilities on its website. The top 100 young talents of Jianbei City. Among them, Zhang Lingquan ranked in the top 10. Later, when everyone learned he had switched to the useless profession of wellness master, his name was promptly removed from the list and his original ranking was erased along with it. But no one could have predicted that Zhang Lingxuan's subsequent performance would be so astonishing, topping the rankings twice in a row. The Jianbei City Education Bureau was ultimately forced to reverse course, reinstating Zhang Lingxuan's name. Just as everyone was mocking the Jianbei City Education Bureau, the already bustling online community erupted in chaos. At this time, education bureaus in other regions also released their respective student rankings. Due to the sheer volume of data, provincial authorities consolidated the results from these regions. Each province selected only the top 2 candidates to be prioritized for provincial attention. A total of 100 candidates were ranked through voting, and Zhang Lingquan was naturally included. However, his ranking appeared somewhat peculiar. He did not appear alongside candidates from other provinces. Instead, the authorities dedicated an entire page on their website to him in bold red letters. It listed his profession and scores, but then there was no further update. What's going on? Everyone else has a ranking, but why not me? This situation left Zhang Lingquan feeling rather bewildered. But after a moment's thought, he quickly understood. He guessed the officials hadn't even figured out his situation yet. That's why they hadn't dared to assign him a random ranking. He'd just have to be more careful from now on. It was best to maximize his strength while still inside the instance. And right now, the fastest way to strengthen himself was to quickly boost the Time AI's computing power. Then continue simulating his skills and items. With that thought, Zhang Lingquan glanced once more at the personal interface section of the instance panel. Class, Wellness Master, cracked 1.2%. Age, 18. Class exclusive skill. Sword opens Heaven's Gate fragment. Secondary deduction requires 5% computational power. Effect, generates 1 new sword intent daily. Can be cultivated the longer it is nurtured, the greater its power. Description, Heaven's bell tolls in mournful lament, cleaving the celestial gate to slay the divine. Note, the incomplete version of this skill possesses weak power. Note, each generated sword intent exists as an independent entity. Nuclear bomb visualization method. Secondary simulation requires 5% computing power. Effect, visualize mushroom clouds in your mind. Prolonged contemplation may slightly elevate your state of mind. Description, a nuclear cloud is born, annihilating all in its path. Once computational power reaches 5%, both of my skills can undergo secondary derivation. That will make things much safer. It's a pity that current computing power is only 1.5%, which doesn't support secondary simulation of skills at all. If only Time AI could release some computational tasks afterward. Zhang Lingquan muttered under his breath. He grew increasingly eager for the upcoming 3rd assessment. Chapter 16, The Calm Before the Third Assessment. The 24 hours preceding the instance are designated as preparation time. Please manage your schedule accordingly. The announcement for the third instance assessment didn't keep Zhang Lingquan waiting long.
It soon echoed throughout the entire Gaokao instance.
Alongside the instance announcement, the virtual task panel of Time AI flashed before their eyes. Task system update complete. Computing power task now issued to host. Task requirement: clear the third instance assessment. Reward: 2% increase in Time AI computational power. Note: final reward determined by host performance. Better performance yields greater rewards. Staring at the task prompt before him, Zhang Lingquan froze for a moment before his face lit up with delight. He had been worried about the Time AI's computing power. Now this was perfect. Completing the task would grant computational power rewards. It was the perfect solution to his urgent need. But soon, recalling the dungeon announcement from earlier, a flicker of unease crept back into his mind. After all, this preparation period was unusually long. 24 hours of preparation time. Twice as long as the second instance assessment. What did this imply? The difficulty of the third instance assessment must be unprecedentedly high.
Zhang Lingquan was puzzled.
Could it be that the increased difficulty of this assessment was once again due to him? After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to ignore it. After all, he now possessed a spirit chi cavern. And the spirit chi cave mansion had a defensive formation. When he felt good, he'd go out and slay a wave of monsters. When he felt bad, he'd just lie down in his cave and sleep. Unlike Zhang Lingquan's calm demeanor, the entire chat channel erupted. Having endured the grueling challenge of the second assessment, the candidates finally grasped what 20 hours of preparation time truly meant. Holy! Why did they make it 24 hours this time? How am I supposed to fight like this? The second assessment already nearly killed me. And now this? I'm ing. Chill out, man. It's just a difficulty bump. Just lie back and relax. You can't do anything else anyway. The chat channel erupted with cries of despair as everyone chimed in. Just then, a sudden message caught everyone's attention. Everyone. I just got some inside info. This might be connected to that big shot Zhang Lingquan. How is it connected to big shot Zhang Lingquan? How do you know?
Can't say much yet, but once the boss's dungeon gets upgraded, you'll find out.
Hey! Can you be more specific? Don't be so cryptic, bro.
Amidst the flurry of discussion, the examinees had already elevated Zhang Lingquan to legendary status.
Whenever the topic turned to the college entrance exam, Zhang Lingquan's name would inevitably be brought up again and again.
But soon, these students would realize that Zhang Lingquan's influence on them went far beyond that. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-yeon of Korea was also actively preparing within the instance. She had previously struck a deal with Zhang Lingquan and secured his promise. Kim Soo-yeon was confident she would soar to new heights in this assessment. She couldn't wait to see the astonished expressions on everyone's faces.
Time flew by. Early the next morning, the discussions sparked by Zhang Lingquan still hadn't ended. Or rather, the focus of everyone's discussion had shifted away from him.
More and more people are beginning to take notice of the profession of wellness master due to Zhang Lingquan's accomplishments. For centuries, this profession had been largely ignored.
But Zhang Lingquan has brought it into the public eye. Right now on Douyin short videos,
a dedicated video section titled Wellness Master is buzzing with lively discussions.
This dedicated section was newly created by Douyin after Zhang Lingquan passed his first assessment. Originally, it didn't attract much traffic, with most people either chasing trends or posting advertisements.
Yet over the past 2 days, videos related to the Health Master title had indeed surged.
All because of Zhang Lingquan.
During his second assessment, he cleared the entire dungeon map, defeating a full 500 monsters. This has reignited interest in the combat capabilities of the Wellness Master class.
Some believe the Health Master class might be worth further development.
Others, however, argue that it's not the class itself that's so powerful. It was likely that Zhang Lingquan had used some method to kill so many monsters.
The most popular video right now was posted by a user named Infinity Little Black.
In the video, a man with facial features resembling a Tibetan fox greets viewers with a smile.
Hello everyone, I'm Infinite Little Black. At the request of my fans, I'm making a video about Zhang Lingquan. Of course, when talking about Zhang Lingquan, we can't overlook his profession, Health Preservation Master. I looked up some info on wellness gurus, and it's pretty interesting. As you might expect, the profession of wellness guru itself isn't particularly useful. But its derivative professions are quite formidable. 200 years ago, a powerful warrior from the Luobwa kingdom changed his profession to a derivative of wellness master, a martial artist. Ultimately, this warrior mastered the ultimate skill of his profession, the martial god kick. A single kick could instantly kill bosses in high-level dungeons. His power was truly formidable. Beyond that, earlier records mention a martial artist named Ji Hong from the Dragon Nation. His profession was Chi Cultivator, also a derivative of the Health Preservation Master.
Not only could he condense a nascent soul to fly through the heavens and traverse the earth, but he also possessed an exceptionally long lifespan. Beyond these examples, numerous other accounts are connected to the health preservation master profession. Yet these records reveal a common trait among masters who transition to derivative professions. Their circumstances cannot be replicated. Therefore, I believe the same applies to Zhang Lingquan. While he achieved remarkable results through his core profession, that's the extent of it. He cannot sustain such feats indefinitely. Wu Jiangxiahe rattled off a string of arguments. Below his video, many viewers voiced support for his perspective. See? I knew Xiaohei's science explanations were the most reliable on Douyin. So according to the creator, Zhang Lingquan is also a derivative profession? Did he clear the game purely by luck? Pretty much. The difficulty of the upcoming assessments is going to skyrocket. Zhang Lingquan can't keep getting this lucky. Because of this science popularization video by Wu Xiaohei, a prevailing sentiment began to take shape online. That Zhang Lingquan's journey through the college entrance exams wouldn't last long. Of course, Zhang Lingquan, still deep within the exam dungeon, had no time to heed the outside world's opinions. Because the third phase of the college entrance exams had begun. Chapter 17, Immortal Town. As the instance prompt sounded, the details of the third assessment were soon made known to all. Instance trial commences. Dungeon difficulty, a rank. Dungeon story complexity, medium. Is this a death instance? No. Dungeon suppression level, slightly high. Current dungeon attribute suppression, 80%. Current dungeon item suppression, spirit cavern artifact spirit unusable for this assessment. Current dungeon skill suppression, sword opens heaven's gate, fragment banished immortal unavailable for this assessment. Instance type, Gaokao, multiplayer cooperation, puzzle solving. Assessment objective, survive 7 days and escape immortal town. Unlike the previous 2 kill-based assessments, this instance's format has changed. Zhang Lingquan furrowed his brow slightly. Something felt off. After racking his brain for ages without a clue, he decided to open the chat interface for a look. Holy, I'm in the middle of my college entrance exams, and you just dumped me into a story dungeon? Give me a break. Aren't these supposed to only force players in after the exams? Did the system glitch? Ugh. I'm so fed up. Why does everyone else have a smooth college entrance exam while I get stuck with this? Just like Zhang Lingquan, the other examinees in the chat channel were all completely baffled. Dungeons came in all shapes and sizes, and some were notoriously difficult to clear. This story-based dungeon was one of them. Compared to the standard kill-type instances Zhang Lingquan had participated in twice before, story-based dungeons had fewer monsters and weaker foes, but they came with a terrifying additional condition. It wielded the power of rules, capable of imposing comprehensive suppression on the professionals who entered it, forcing adventurers to battle monsters as ordinary people. No wonder the candidates were in an uproar. Sure enough, shortly after the instance cleared notification sounded, the Time AI delivered its analysis. Difficulty of this instance assessment increased by 10,000%. Cause, spatial rift collision caused instance malfunction, probability 1%. Cause, collective increase in examinee strength triggered instance enhancement mechanism. Probability, 1%. Cause, overwhelming strength of a single candidate triggered first-tier instance protection mechanism. Probability, 100%. Zhang Lingquan stared at the analysis prompt from the Time AI. Zhang Lingquan fell silent. Last time, the probabilities for the first 2 causes were still above 10%. This time, it was straightforward a flat 1%. So he really was that strong? He snapped back to reality. The scene before Zhang Lingquan's eyes began to shift. He knew he was being transferred to a new instance. The third assessment was about to begin. After a series of dizzying spins, when Zhang Lingquan regained consciousness, he found himself standing before a colossal structure. Beside him stood others. He counted them exactly 6. As expected, they were all candidates participating in this college entrance exam. Zhang Lingquan briefly assessed his situation. He discovered that not only were his attributes and skills suppressed, but even the instance panel and chat interface were temporarily inaccessible. Just as he lowered his head in thought, a voice filled with surprise suddenly rang out from behind him. Appa, we're actually in the same dungeon. What a coincidence. Zhang Lingquan froze. He followed the sound with his gaze. There she was, a girl with both a great figure and striking looks, rushing toward him with excitement written all over her face. This person was none other than the Korean girl he had spoken with earlier. Kim Soo-yeon. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. Recognizing her, Zhang Lingquan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Kim Soo-yeon came running over, swaying slightly, a faint blush on her pretty face. For some reason, she now sensed an ethereal aura emanating from Zhang Lingquan. It was an indescribable feeling. All she knew was he looked incredibly handsome. Appa, for this assessment, can I go with you? The girl asked shyly. Zhang Lingquan didn't think much of it and immediately nodded in agreement. Sure. We're friends now, so let's do it together.
Hee, thanks, Appa.
Kim Soo-yeon's face lit up with joy at his words. She promptly hooked her arm through his.
Their intimate gesture quickly drew the attention of the other examinees. What could they do? Kim Soo-yeon was simply stunning.
Zhang Lingquan hadn't expected her to be so forward, leaving him momentarily flustered. It was his first time being this close to a girl. He shook his head. He pushed aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He immediately began observing his surroundings. Just as the notice had described, this was an ancient town with buildings resembling Hakka earthen towers. At that moment, their group stood outside a tall building within the town. The structure appeared somewhat dilapidated, clearly showing its age. The 2 brick walls at the entrance were covered in cracks. Something dark and shiny coated their surfaces. A wooden plaque, now toppled at the entrance, bore several lines of small characters written in black ink. One day, an immortal passed through this town. Seeing the people's hardship, he bestowed divine teachings upon them.
Thus, the town gained its name. To honor the immortal, the townspeople built a shrine in his memory.
The crowd studied the wooden sign by the entrance over and over. Without a leader, the examinees remained scattered and disorganized. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan stood outside the crowd, his brow furrowing deeper with each glance at the words on the sign.
Analyzing this text segment, please wait.
Indeed, the moment he saw the characters on the plaque, the Time AI had already provided an analysis prompt.
Result 1, the town's claim of having immortals is false. Probability, 90%. Result 2, this town possesses no genuine immortal arts. Probability, 85%.
The 2 analysis results caused a faint smile to curve Zhang Lingquan's lips.
Interesting. Is this what they call a story instance? Just as he snapped back to reality and prepared to enter the building for exploration,
he noticed that Jin Xiaoyan beside him had turned deathly pale at some point.
Zhang Lingquan, puzzled, immediately asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Oh, Appa,
Kim Soo-yeon stammered, her beautiful eyes reflecting an indescribable terror.
"I just saw something hanging down from the sky." Zhang Lingquan looked up at her words.
He saw nothing unusual overhead.
"There's nothing up there. Did you see wrong?"
Kim Soo-yeon's delicate frame trembled slightly as she pressed closer to Zhang Lingquan.
"Appa, I didn't see wrong. It was real. It just hung down like that, and then. Then what?" Zhang Lingquan pressed. But what Kim Soo-yeon said next sent a chill down his spine.
Then it plunged into someone's head and vanished.
"Disappeared? Yeah, Appa, what should we do now?"
Kim Soo-yeon cautiously scanned the crowd, her expression slightly panicked. Although she had been taken into dungeons for trials by the clan's powerful members many times before. But she had never encountered a dungeon with such bizarre and unpredictable events. For a moment, she was completely flustered. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan pondered for a moment before offering reassurance.
"It'll be fine. Let's try to stay away from these people."
He wasn't entirely sure if the people before them were actually candidates taking the college entrance exam. Since Jin Xiaoyan had witnessed something strange, the safest course of action now was to keep their distance from these unknown individuals.
Just then,
a middle-aged man's voice suddenly called out from behind them.
"My apologies, everyone. I'm late." Chapter 18, Sudden Surge in Danger Warning.
They turned toward the sound.
A middle-aged man dressed in simple clothes and with rough skin approached the group.
"Welcome to our town, everyone.
I'm Lu Chuang, the steward here. I usually stay at the Immortal Shrine. Should you require anything, feel free to come find me."
The middle-aged man introduced himself with a smile.
He then led them into the Immortal Shrine. Zhang Lingquan examined the surroundings carefully.
The layout here was rather peculiar. Beyond the guest quarters, a shrine stood prominently in the central courtyard. This must be the immortal shrine mentioned on that wooden plaque earlier.
After ushering everyone inside,
the middle-aged man continued. "In 7 days, the village will hold the immortal blessing ceremony.
If any of you are interested, you may attend to seek good fortune. Additionally, there are some important town guidelines you must remember.
First, the wind grows fierce at night.
Avoid going out after midnight unless absolutely necessary. Second, the immortal shrine at the center of the earthen buildings is of immense importance to the town.
Please do not trespass there.
Third, the area around the town is filled with miasma.
If you happen to see something you shouldn't, don't panic, it's just an illusion." After delivering these instructions, Lu Chuang dismissed the group and turned to ascend the stairs back to his room. Ever since entering, Zhang Lingquan had sensed something was off. Only now, watching Lu Chuang disappear into his room, did it finally click. This place. It was far too quiet. Moreover, judging by the overgrown weeds surrounding the place, it hardly looked like anyone lived here. Seizing the moment, Zhang Lingquan fixed his gaze on the immortal shrine at the center of the earthen building, silently commanding, "Time AI, analyze the danger level here for me." Immortal shrine tainted with unknown energies. Host's current strength is too weak. Recommendation, stay away. Danger level, 70%. This place definitely feels off. Just as Zhang Lingquan sank into deep thought,
One of the 7 candidates spoke up first. Everyone, this is probably your first time in a dungeon like this, right? My name is Oda Itadate. I've been through a story dungeon with my clan before. If you want to clear this, you'd better listen to me. His rapid speech immediately identified him as a candidate from Sakura Nation. The others had been feeling a bit intimidated. But upon hearing he had prior experience with a story dungeon, their eyes lit up. Mr. Oda, rest assured I'll follow your lead. I hope you can guide us to victory. Exactly, Oda-san, we'll all follow your lead. Seeing that the 4 here had completely submitted to him, Oda Banri lifted his gaze toward Zhang Lingxuan's side. Ever since being teleported into the dungeon, his thoughts had been fixed on Kim Soo-yeon. After all, she was simply too beautiful, so much so that he could barely contain himself. Hey, you dragon country guy. Just let your woman spend the night with me and I'll help you clear the dungeon. How about it? In Oda Itadori's view, offering such a deal was practically a huge favor. Anyone not completely foolish would surely accept his demand and obediently hand over the woman by his side. The thought of spending the night with a supermodel of this caliber. Oda Itadate felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. His heart swelled with unbounded joy. However, Zhang Lingquan offered no response to his demand. He simply walked past him with Kim Soo-yeon, heading straight for the room on the 2nd floor of the earthen building, completely ignoring him. This scene made Oda Itaro grind his teeth in fury. Damn dragon country bastard. How dare you ignore me? You just wait. This isn't over between us. Time flew by. Before long, night fell. The rooms within the earthen tower were dim and gloomy. Originally, Zhang Lingquan and Kim Soo-yeon each had their own rooms. But since this girl said she was afraid to sleep alone, the 2 ended up sharing a bed. Appa, aren't we working with the others anymore? Kim Soo-yeon nestled close on the bed, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she looked up at Zhang Lingquan. Also, what if we end up with a baby since it's just us alone in bed together? The moment those words left her mouth, Zhang Lingquan nearly choked on his breath. He was utterly speechless at this girl's boldness and could only try to change the subject. Enough with the jokes. Haven't you noticed something off about this room? Is there? Kim Soo-yeon scanned the room with her eyes. But she couldn't spot anything unusual. Appa, this room is just a bit dirty. What's so strange about it? The floorboards. The floorboards in this room, they're covered in dark red bloodstains. Zhang Lingquan pointed at the floor, his tone sounding quite casual. For blood to soak in like this, something terrifying must have happened in this room before. The moment those words left his mouth, Kim Soo-yeon felt a chill run down her spine. She instinctively moved closer to Zhang Lingquan. Feeling the warmth of his broad, rounded frame against her, Zhang Lingquan, however, wasn't dwelling on such thoughts. His entire focus was now fixed on the room's window. For some reason, the window had no curtains. The moonlight shone brightly. Zhang Lingquan could vaguely make out the darkness in the distance. Gradually, as the steady rhythm of Kim Soo-yeon's breathing grew closer in his arms, he too slipped into a deep sleep. He slept until the middle of the night when Zhang Lingquan regained consciousness. He was startled awake by a notification from the Time AI. Silent, pitch black room. Danger level, 15%. Silent, pitch black room, danger level 30%. Silent and pitch black. Abnormal increase in current environmental danger detected. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level rising too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Nuclear bomb visualization technique automatically activated. Almost the instant he heard the AI prompt, he snapped fully awake. Zhang Lingquan didn't open his eyes immediately, instead holding his breath to listen intently to the sounds around him. At that very moment, within the room, footsteps seemed to be approaching. Huff, huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. The heavy breathing echoed persistently in his ears, as if sand had been poured into his lungs. Zhang Lingquan felt his entire body stiffen. Kim Soo-yeon, still fast asleep beside him, seemed to have been roused by the sound. Overwhelming terror made her body tremble uncontrollably. Her entire body frantically burrowed into Zhang Lingxuan's embrace. Zhang Lingquan could almost confirm that whatever was in the room absolutely could not be human. At that moment, due to the continuous practice of the nuclear bomb visualization method, his entire body began to feel slightly warm. An intensely pungent smell of blood filled Zhang Lingxuan's nostrils. Curiosity got the better of him. He slowly opened his eyes, prepared to see what the hell that thing in the room actually was. But the very next second, his scalp instantly prickled with dread. Chapter 19, The Madman's Proof. The moment Zhang Lingquan opened his eyes, he immediately noticed a figure standing beside his bed. Mad Enlightened One possesses extreme hostility toward the host. Danger level, 100%. The Time AI promptly issued a danger alert for the entity. Seeming to sense Zhang Lingxuan's awakening, the figure immediately leaned in. With eyes as lifeless as a dead fish, it stared intently at Zhang Lingquan. At that moment, their cheeks were mere inches apart. Zhang Lingquan could even discern the madness and delight in the other's eyes.
Perhaps because the nuclear bomb visualization technique suppressed it.
After locking gazes with Zhang Lingquan for only a dozen seconds, before turning and walking straight out of the room. Damn it, no manners whatsoever, can't even close the door. Zhang Lingquan muttered under his breath, staring at the open door. The situation had been genuinely perilous. If the time AI hadn't automatically taken control, he and Kim Soo-yeon would have been eliminated on their very first night.
After waiting another 10-odd seconds to make sure the monster had moved far away, Zhang Lingquan finally got up and closed the door.
Appa, I'm so scared. Kim Soo-yeon was soaked through with sweat.
Perhaps because she had survived the ordeal, she now clung to Zhang Lingquan, her eyes brimming with tears.
Zhang Lingquan patted her back gently to comfort her. In his mind, he was still replaying the analysis prompt from the time AI. A madman seeking enlightenment? At that very moment.
Outside the previously silent window, a maniacal laugh suddenly echoed, followed by a piercing scream.
Ha 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 ha.
Immortal above, your disciple has mastered the immortal arts you left behind. Today, I shall attain enlightenment right here.
No. Help. Someone save me. I don't want to die.
Two cries, each conveying a different emotion, mingled together. They echoed continuously from the immortal shrine at the center of the earthen tower. The despair in the screamer's voice was unmistakable.
Yet the only response.
Only the deafening silence within the earthen tower.
Zhang Lingquan offered Jin Xiuyan another word of comfort.
Then, cautiously opening the door, he used the moonlight to inspect the shrine at the center of the earthen building. He saw the dark figure that had been in his room earlier, now grabbing a boy by the hair. A cold gleam flashed in its hand as it repeatedly swung toward the boy's neck. It was clear that the boy who had been screaming earlier was already beyond saving. Help, help, gurgle gurgle. The boy's cries grew increasingly desperate until blood surged into his throat, causing him to choke repeatedly. From start to finish, not a single person came to his aid. Perhaps no one heard. Or perhaps someone did hear, but dared not go out. In any case, it wasn't until this moment that the remaining 6 finally grasped the true horror of the scenario dungeon. If they acted impulsively, the next one eliminated would undoubtedly be themselves. Their college entrance exam results would be sealed forever. Finally, after nearly half an hour of torment, the boy inside the shrine stopped screaming.
Zhang Lingquan thought things should be over by now. But what followed next
made his hair stand on end, nearly causing him to scream. Under the cunning moonlight, the boy whose throat had been slashed repeatedly slowly rose to his feet.
Ignoring the blood still gushing from his neck, his vicious gaze swept across each room within the earthen building.
His voice now echoed the madness of the previous ascendant.
Ha 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 ha. I've attained enlightenment. I too can become an immortal. Ha 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 ha. Silence fell over the earthen building. The boy's maniacal laughter echoed far into the distance.
Strangely, the enlightened one who had brought the boy to the ancestral hall had vanished.
At that moment,
the AI's analysis prompt for the boy had changed.
Mad newly ordained monk. Possesses extreme hostility toward the host. Danger level, 100%.
This discovery startled Zhang Lingquan, but before he could ponder further, he saw the boy inside the shrine vanish as well. He dared not linger outside the door.
He sprinted straight back to the room. Lying on the bed, Zhang Lingquan's thoughts were in disarray.
Beside him, Kim Soo-yeon clung tightly to him. Due to the constraints of the college entrance exam entry, the boy who had just died wasn't truly dead. Instead, the instance kicked him back to the real world.
His exam results were nullified. But the corpse he left behind, well, that corpse still gave Zhang Lingquan a headache. He began slowly organizing the clues he'd gathered over this period in his mind. Immortals weren't true immortals, and immortal arts weren't true immortal arts. That thing hanging down from the sky, the crown-touching ritual, the enlightened ones. And the AI's risk assessment. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Zhang Lingquan found himself drifting off to sleep without realizing it. The next morning, the two rose early. The moment they pushed open the door, they collided head-on with Oda Itatatsu and his group coming from the opposite direction. Zhang Lingquan immediately noticed something was off about their numbers. 2 were missing. Neither side spoke first, both heading straight for the ancestral hall at the center of the earthen tower. There, a dried, blackened pool of blood lay starkly visible. Does anyone here know what he did yesterday? Zhang Lingquan suddenly turned and asked the remaining few. Upon hearing this, Oda Itatsu immediately snorted derisively. Ha, asking so many details? What? Do you think you have the ability to handle this matter? He still remembered the humiliation Zhang Lingquan and that woman had inflicted upon him yesterday. If only he could. Oda Itatate would have preferred them eliminated. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan couldn't care less. He wasn't about to waste his breath on this little cherry blossom. He simply bypassed him and addressed the remaining 2. Does anyone here know? I do. At that moment, one of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Free Nation candidates stepped forward, his face ashen. I only know Tom, the one from yesterday. he said, his hand pointing toward the bloodstain on the ground. Tom said yesterday he was going to check out the back mountain. He said this earthen building was strange and wanted to find a way out. After that, he never came back. The back mountain?
Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan immediately fell deep in thought. Beside him, Kim Soo-yeon narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, helping him analyze the current situation.
Appa, it seems there's something off about that back mountain.
But for now, it shouldn't be too dangerous, we could go take a look.
Plus, judging by the dungeon quest hints, this town feels off. Things might get worse the deeper we go.
Zhang Lingquan found himself in complete agreement. After all, the mission objective was to survive 7 days and escape Immortal Town.
Who knew what kind of hellhole this town might turn into over those 7 days? After scrutinizing the immortal shrine once more, the two prepared to head to the town's restaurant. Just then, Oda Itatsu, ignored twice already, could no longer contain himself.
He drew a katana from his spatial bracelet, pointing the blade directly at Zhang Lingquan, his eyes blazing with fury.
You damn dragon country bastard. Damn you. I challenge you to a duel. Chapter 20, Unlocking New Moves. Seeing Oda Itadori ready to challenge him to a duel, Zhang Lingquan couldn't care less.
His attention was entirely captured by the bracelet on the other man's wrist.
An item capable of conjuring and vanishing objects. It will no need to guess its immense value. It might even be a special effect dungeon item. You want to duel me? Any stakes? Zhang Lingquan asked almost instinctively. Upon hearing this, Oda Itaru froze.
As a member of the Sakura clan, he didn't understand what the other was referring to as a stake.
Only after someone whispered an explanation in his ear did it click. Oh, I see. So you just want to raise the stakes? If you lose, you hand this woman over to me.
Oda Itaru declared, his sword tip pointing directly at Kim Soo-yeon beside him. Clearly, he still had his eye on her.
Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan refused without hesitation. No way. Kim Soo-yeon is my friend, not some piece of merchandise. Ha! You cowardly Dragon Nation people.
There's an old saying in your land, those who covet others' possessions are no heroes.
Oda Itadori sneered. If you don't dare duel me, hand this woman over now. Appa, don't be scared of him. Just fight him. Beat this little cherry blossom to a pulp.
At this moment, facing Oda Itadori's taunts practically in her face, Kim Soo-yeon couldn't hold back any longer. She urged Zhang Lingquan.
Don't worry, Appa, I won't blame you. All right. Zhang Lingquan nodded. Since Kim Soo-yeon had agreed, he wouldn't hesitate any longer. But before the fight began, he still needed to haggle with her a bit more. After all, what he just mentioned was only his own wager. He hadn't mentioned what the other party would stake if they lost. I've already placed my wager. What about yours? I'll take that bracelet of yours, no problem, right? No way. This is a spatial bracelet, its value is immeasurable. You'll have to choose something else.
Faced with Zhang Lingquan's demand, Oda Itadate flatly refused. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan mimicked his cold sneer.
Ha! Look who's talking, you're just as much of a coward. If you don't have the guts, Japanese bastard, just admit defeat. You bastard. What did you just say? Clearly, Zhang Lingquan's use of the term little Japanese bastard had completely enraged Oda Itadori. All rationality vanished from him. His gaze fixed on his opponent as if he wanted to devour him alive. Damn dragon countryman, I accept your terms. With that, he gripped the sword hilt tightly with his right hand, raising the entire katana to eyebrow level, his entire body poised for action. Seeing his opponent in this state, Zhang Lingquan's brow furrowed slightly as he grew cautious. He had seen it on television before. The sword techniques of the Land of Cherry Blossoms emphasized 5 essential principles. First, speed second, power third, footwork fourth, breathing fifth, the ape's cry. Judging by Oda Banryoko's stance, he was clearly from a martial arts lineage. And his chosen class was still related to swordsmanship. I have to outsmart him. Zhang Lingquan's mind raced and he quickly devised a plan. At that moment, Oda Itariki was already charging forward, bellowing wildly as he swung his sword. The katana in his hand flashed with a cold gleam. Its sharp aura seemed poised to cleave Zhang Lingquan into the very next second. As the blade closed in, his opponent remained frozen in place. Oda Itadori couldn't help but grin savagely. Ha 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 ha. You foolish dragon countryman, die. This time I'll make sure your college entrance exam score is 0. Appa, get out of the way.
Kim Soo-yeon, watching from the sidelines, was filled with panic.
Just as everyone thought Zhang Lingquan would be sent back to the real world by that single blow, what happened next left the onlookers utterly speechless. Zhang Lingquan's body rapidly heated up and turned crimson. Then, white smoke began to rise from him. Within mere seconds, a blinding flash erupted from his body. It instantly caused them to experience temporary blindness. Oda Itatatsu, caught in the direct line of fire, was utterly unprepared.
The blinding light pierced his eyes, causing blood to stream from them. Seeing his opponent temporarily incapacitated, Zhang Lingquan acted decisively. He jogged forward, delivering a vicious kick to his groin. Thud.
In that instant, extreme agony gripped both ends. Oda Itade's entire face began to contort. Ah! My eyes. My precious eyes. Damn it! Damn you, dragon country bastard! I'll kill you! Watching the other man completely lose his mind, Zhang Lingquan, who had long since retreated to the sidelines, couldn't help but inwardly marvel. This nuclear bomb visualization technique is seriously intense. Even its side effects can be used to mess with people. Indeed, that blinding light moments ago was precisely the result of harnessing the skill's radiant side effect. He never expected its first use to yield such astonishing results. Seems like he'd gained another trump card for the future. Oda Itadate didn't wail for long before the immense agony knocked him unconscious. Zhang Lingquan duly claimed his bracelet as his own. Space bracelet. Item type, storage. Effect, contains 1 cubic meter of space for storing items. Note, can undergo evolution alongside other items? Zhang Lingquan was quite satisfied with the item analysis provided by the Time AI.
Kim Soo-yeon rubbed her eyes as she ran over. She seemed incredibly excited.
Appa, what was that move you just pulled off? It looked so impressive. Just a little trick. Come on, let's go grab a bite. Zhang Lingquan explained with a smile. He glanced back at the immortal shrine behind them. Then he took Kim Soo-yeon's hand and walked out of the earthen building. At the same time, on the other side, on the massive screen outside the instance, candidate Zhang Baiji has been killed by instance monsters. Third assessment failed. Candidate Lu Chuan has been killed by instance monsters. Third assessment failed. Candidate. The relentless stream of candidate elimination notifications flashed across the screen. Clearly, the series of unexpected events in the instance last night had taken a heavy toll on many candidates. In just one night, the majority of candidates had already been eliminated. This scene instantly heightened the tension among Zhao Dihai and the others who had waited here all night. Their eyes were glued to the large screen before them. Fortunately, they persevered until morning. As the list of eliminated candidates on the screen gradually shortened, they didn't see Zhang Lingquan or Sun Yao's names among them. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps sensing the heavy atmosphere in the room, Dean Jian Yenshan spoke first to reassure them. Principal, rest assured. Zhang Lingquan and Sun Yao are sharp, they won't be eliminated so easily. That's right, Principal. Communication is impossible in the story instance. We have to trust our students. Class teacher Deng Heng chimed in from the side. Yet despite their reassurances, Zhao Dihai remained tense. His eyes remained fixed on the names scrolling across the large screen. After a long while, he finally looked away and sighed helplessly. Well, let's hope so. Chapter 21, The Great Light Temple. The town's main structure was a vast complex of earthen buildings. Strictly speaking, there were no actual restaurants. Zhang Lingquan and Kim Soo-yeon searched for quite some time. Finally, on one street, they found an old woman selling cold jelly from a shoulder pole. Feeling the curious stares from passers-by around the town, Zhang Lingquan couldn't help but ask the old woman, "Grandma, may I ask what's going on with the people in this town? Why do they seem to be looking at us, strangely?" The old woman, busy preparing the jelly, seemed taken aback by the question. She stared blankly for a long moment, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Only then did she stammer out a reply. Nothing's wrong. Maybe they're just curious. You know how it is around here, we rarely see outsiders, and you lot are. At that moment, the old woman realized she'd said too much and quickly shut her mouth. Zhang Lingquan's gaze sharpened slightly. What do you mean you're also? Could you be a bit clearer, Grandma? The old lady selling cold jelly felt flustered under Zhang Lingquan's piercing gaze. She could only shift her gaze elsewhere. She replied, feeling a bit guilty. Of course, your honored guests. Oh dear, I have things to attend to at home. Consider this jelly a gift for you. With that, she hoisted her basket once more and began walking away step by step into the distance. Zhang Lingquan stood rooted to the spot, watching the others gradually receding, shuffling figure. He glanced at the cold noodles and porcelain bowl she had given him. His brow furrowed slightly. Appa, you keep staring at that old woman. Is there something wrong with her? Kim Soo-yeon, hailing from Korea, had never tasted this delicacy before. Her cheeks puffed out as she stared at Zhang Lingquan, her wide eyes brimming with confusion and bewilderment. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan withdrew his gaze. Do you remember what happened last night at the Immortal Shrine? At those words, Kim Soo-yeon, who had been slurping her jelly noodles, froze abruptly, her body shuddering involuntarily. She had heard yesterday's blood-curdling screams and maniacal laughter all too clearly. It was utterly terrifying. So, does last night's incident have anything to do with this old woman? Kim Soo-yeon cautiously voiced the question. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Lingquan slowly nodded, then countered with a question. When I left earlier, I deliberately glanced back at the Immortal Shrine. I noticed the shrine door had been pushed open a crack. Guess what I saw through that crack? What? 2 lit red candles, a jar, and a spirit tablet. Zhang Lingquan spoke softly. But it made Kim Soo-yeon's eyes suddenly narrow in realization. After all, Goryeo culture shared a common lineage with the Dragon Kingdom, and she instantly grasped the meaning. Appa, could it be that the shrine isn't dedicated to immortals? Then why is it called the Immortal Shrine? I don't know. Zhang Lingquan shook his head. There was actually one more thing he hadn't mentioned. That was the danger assessment given by the Time AI when inspecting the Immortal Shrine. The Immortal Shrine, on the verge of complete corruption, exhibits extreme hostility toward the host. Danger level, 100%. The urn containing the ashes of the true person of unity, sealed state, exhibits extreme hostility toward the host, danger level 100%. The spirit tablet of Master Gi, sealed state, exhibits extreme hostility toward the host. Danger level, 100%. In an instant, silence fell over the scene once more. The series of bizarre occurrences made both of them realize something was terribly wrong with the town. The object enshrined within that immortal shrine seemed not to be an immortal at all, but something else entirely. Even more bizarre. Those townspeople who had seen them earlier all seemed intensely curious about them. Zhang Lingquan could even discern madness and delight in their eyes. It was as if that ascetic we encountered last night. Appa, looks like we need to pick up the pace. The town's crown-touching ceremony is in 6 days. Kim Soo-yeon didn't finish her sentence. She could already foresee what would happen if they failed to escape Immortal Town within the allotted time. Then what awaited them would be utterly terrifying. Zhang Lingquan nodded in immediate agreement to Kim Soo-yeon's suggestion. Earlier, I asked about a temple not far from here. We can go check it out first and ask around about that immortal shrine. With their objective set, the pair quickly returned to the earthen house where they had stayed. At this moment, Oda Itatatsu was nowhere to be found. Who knew what expression he'd have when he woke up and discovered his spatial bracelet had vanished? The room closest to the first floor exit had its curtains tightly drawn. Light spilled out from within. Lu Chuang's shadow was cast upon the curtains. Yet he moved like a robot programmed to repeat two actions endlessly. Arguing with the air before him, raising his hand in a slashing motion. I advise you to do as I say. Don't push us too far. Since you refuse to cooperate, then die. I advise you to do as I say. Don't push us too far. Since you refuse to cooperate, then die. I advise you to do as I say. Don't push us too far. Since you refuse to cooperate, then die. I advise you. Zhang Lingquan and Jin Shoyan stood outside watching for only a moment before feeling a chill run down their spines. Unable to bear staying inside the earthen building any longer, they quickly made their way out. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely. The sunlight poured down upon them, yet they felt not a shred of warmth. Oh. Appa, I'm scared. Kim Soo-yeon, being a young girl, could only see comfort from Zhang Lingquan when faced with such eerie events. He ruffled her hair, his gaze fixed on the town's outskirts, his expression grave. Great Light Temple. A temple perched on the mountainside outside the town. Its ancient architecture stood in stark contrast to the town's modern style. Following the mountain path upward, the two walked for about 10 minutes. Finally, they reached the temple gates. At that moment, perhaps it was psychological. Upon seeing the gilded characters on the temple's plaque, the gloom that had been hanging over Zhang Lingquan and the other person began to lift slightly. Entering the temple, they found only an old monk seated on a meditation cushion in the main hall, chanting sutras and praying. In the southeast corner of the courtyard stood several more rooms, which appeared to be where the monks lived and ate their daily meals. Of course, aside from the old monk in the main hall, the two saw no one else. Master! Zhang Lingquan called out to him. But the old monk remained engrossed in his sutra recitation and prayers, paying him no heed. Seeing this, the two approached closer and realized the old monk was missing both ears. No wonder he hadn't heard them enter the temple earlier. Appa, use this. Kim Soo-yeon produced paper and pen from somewhere, handing them to Zhang Lingquan, intending to communicate through writing. By then, the old monk had finished his prayers. Turning to see the two figures, he looked somewhat surprised. Zhang Lingquan quickly began communicating with him using the paper and pen. Clearly, the old monk was genuinely delighted to have visitors at the temple. They filled an entire sheet of paper with all sorts of random chatter. Then Zhang Lingquan changed the subject. He inquired whether anyone had visited the temple the previous day. The old monk paused to recall, then quickly recounted the previous day's events. It turned out that two people had visited the temple around 11 o'clock the previous night. However, they didn't stay long before leaving. They must have been the two candidates who had already been eliminated. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Lingquan proceeded to ask his next question. Master, do you know who the true man of unity is? Unexpectedly, after clearly seeing what Zhang Lingquan had written on the paper, the old monk, who had been amiable moments before, suddenly paled and shook his head in denial. No, this monk does not know him. No, I do not know him. Chapter 22, The Old Monk Who Came Back from the Dead. The old monk seemed overcome by immense terror. His voice grew shrill as he shook his head repeatedly. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan wrote something else on the paper and handed it to the old monk. Master, I have seen what lies within the immortal shrine, the urn of ashes, the memorial tablet, and the seal that is about to be utterly defiled. The moment the old monk seated on the cushion saw these words, his eyes immediately filled with unimaginable terror. He let out a piercing scream, as if struck by some terrible shock, and bolted straight out of the main hall. It wasn't me. I know nothing. Nothing at all. I had nothing to do with it. The old monk ran frantically, utterly distraught. Only when he reached his meditation chamber did he finally come to a halt. Seeing this, the two remaining in the main hall felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, a sense of foreboding rising within them. They immediately followed each other into the meditation room. What they saw there stunned them. The scene inside the meditation room left Zhang Lingquan and the other person frozen in place. Kim Soo-yeon cried out in terror. There lay the old monk, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, slumped motionless on the bed, his life already extinguished. His bloodshot, terrified eyes remained wide open, staring fixedly at the two figures standing in the doorway. Appa, he's dead. Kim Soo-yeon's voice trembled slightly. Zhang Lingquan, however, was deep in thought, head bowed. Mei Chem, I know. So-yeon, do you remember what that old woman said earlier? Appa, are you saying that old lady has something to do with the temple? Faced with Kim Soo-yeon's confusion, Zhang Lingquan locked eyes with her and uttered a chilling question. It's hard to say for sure. But what if the earthen house we lived in before wasn't meant for people at all? What if it was just a place for sacrificial rites at the immortal shrine? At this, Kim Soo-yeon froze for a moment before gasping sharply. Oh my god, Appa. If what you're saying is true, then doesn't that mean we were all sacrificial offerings? I can't be certain. It's just a theory. Zhang Lingquan shook his head. By now, the two had left the meditation hall and entered the main hall where the temple's Buddha statues were enshrined. As far as the eye could see, the Buddha statues here bore no resemblance to the usual benevolent expressions. Instead, they all had green faces and sharp fangs. In professional terms, they were depicted as demonic apparitions. Typically, such appearances were used by bodhisattvas and Buddhas when descending into hell to subdue malevolent spirits. But why would this temple choose to depict its statues in such a manner? Soon, as he looked around, Zhang Lingquan's peripheral vision was drawn to a golden statue in the corner of the main hall. Golden statue radiating polluted aura, slightly lower hostility toward host, danger level 10%. Unlike the other statues, which were merely gilded with gold powder. This statue was actually crafted from solid gold. Life-sized. Weighing roughly 100 pounds. For a seemingly impoverished small village. To cast a golden statue using such a weight of gold. The identity of this statue's owner must be no ordinary one. After staring at the statue for a long time and finding nothing amiss, Zhang Lingquan finally lowered his gaze to the ancient temple records placed nearby. The temple records had no cover, their pages yellowed and worm-eaten, exuding an air of antiquity. Its contents were jumbled and disorganized. It contained not only records of events in the town, but also other matters. Fortunately, the two examined it carefully and managed to piece together the intended meaning of the text. Nearly a century ago, a demonic sorcerer lived near the town, committing every conceivable evil, murder, arson, and more. To cultivate his dark arts, the sorcerer demanded a boy and a girl from the town each month. These children were not only crushed in stone mills to extract their vital essence, but he would not spare their souls either. He would directly absorb and refine them using his wicked magical artifacts. And so, during that period, the entire town lived in constant fear. However, this state of affairs did not last long before it was shattered by a wandering monk from afar. This monk was an enlightened master from the Jing'an Temple, thousands of miles away. Upon his arrival, he was filled with righteous indignation at the evil deeds committed by the demonic sorcerer. He immediately wielded his divine powers to strip the demonic sorcerer of his cultivation. He then handed the sorcerer over to the townspeople for punishment. Previously, the villagers had been too intimidated by the demonic sorcerer's tyranny to resist. Now, witnessing the demonic sorcerer stripped of his powers, the anger they had suppressed for so long found an outlet. That night, the demonic cultivator was utterly drowned in the people's fury. By the next day, only a skeleton remained. After dealing with the demonic cultivator, the venerable monk settled in the town. Moreover, he began teaching the villagers the path to immortality. To commemorate the monk's contributions to the town, they used vast quantities of gold to cast a golden statue of the monk, which they worshipped daily. Thus, the town earned its name, Immortal Town. Appa, did you find anything? Kim Soo-yeon, having finished reading the ancient texts, spoke first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingquan remained silent, seemingly lost in thought as he murmured to himself. Crown-touching ceremony, immortal shrine, enlightened sage, master of unity, seal, old monk, golden statue, defilement. In that instant, Zhang Lingquan felt a chill run down his spine. These clues made him vaguely sense that something truly horrific must have occurred in the village all those years ago. As Zhang Lingquan remained deep in thought, Jin Xiaoyan picked up the ancient text again and began flipping through its pages. Soon, she seemed to discover something, pointing to the last page of the text. Appa, come look. There are names here. He followed her gaze.
Upon clearly seeing the name on that final page, Zhang Lingquan froze in surprise. For there, alongside the name of the Taoist monk Gui Dao, another name appeared.
Zhou Lin Biao. Who is this person? Could he be connected to Taoist Yi?
Zhang Lingquan was puzzled.
Just as he was about to return the ancient text to its place,
he suddenly noticed a dark shadow curled up behind the golden statue. There's something behind the golden statue.
Appa, this temple feels off. We shouldn't touch anything inside.
Kim Soo-yeon now wanted nothing more than to leave this temple.
She just wanted to get out as quickly as possible. But Zhang Lingquan didn't respond.
He reached out and pushed aside the golden statue blocking his view. In an instant, the shadowy figure crouched in the rear was fully exposed to both of their eyes.
It was a lifeless corpse.
Its expression was twisted, revealing both terror and ecstasy. As if, in the final moments before death, it had encountered something both terrifying and astonishingly joyful.
Is that the missing examinee?
Zhang Lingquan frowned and murmured softly. Kim Soo-yeon, standing beside him, froze at the words, clearly puzzled.
Appa, you knew him? Zhang Lingquan nodded and replied. Do you remember what the old monk said earlier? 2 people came here. Last night, only 1 person was eliminated.
But this morning, suddenly 2 people are missing. I was puzzled about it earlier, but now it seems that the missing candidate
must be him.
He pointed at the corpse before him. Kim Soo-yeon, already terrified, grew even more panicked.
Appa, don't scare me. That candidate's expression is clearly off.
The 2 fell silent for a moment. Clearly, no matter how expressive a normal person might be, they could never achieve what this examinee had. Displaying terror while simultaneously radiating joy.
The only plausible explanation was that he had encountered some sort of uncontrollable, bizarre force.
As the 2 stared at the corpse in silence,
Zhang Lingquan's mind was suddenly jarred by the Time AI's danger alert. Detected change in host's environmental danger level. Analyzing.
The contaminated old monk exhibits extreme hostility toward the host.
Danger level, 100%.
Of course, accompanying the Time AI's danger alert was a voice that made both of them scalps crawl.
Who gave you permission to touch anything here?
This monk. I'll send you straight to meet the immortals.
Chapter 23, Possession.
The sudden, icy voice behind them sent a chill down their spines. They whipped their heads around. They saw the old monk who had just breathed his last in the meditation hall. Somehow, he had reappeared before them. Only this time, the monk's kind eyes had vanished, replaced by venomous hatred and sinister malice. In his hand, he clutched a blood-stained monk's knife. He slowly approached them, his smile growing increasingly twisted and maniacal.
Ah! Oh! Appa!
This scene sent Kim Soo-yeon into a scream of terror.
Both understood that the old monk before them had likely transcended the realm of humanity.
As the figure drew nearer, Zhang Lingquan instinctively reached for Kim Soo-yeon, intending to pull her away and flee. Yet he soon discovered with horror that no matter how hard he tried, his legs refused to move. It felt as though something had seized his ankles.
What the hell is this thing? Time AI, analyze its weaknesses immediately.
Zhang Lingquan's face twisted with panic as he urgently pleaded in his mind.
Soon.
A weakness analysis prompt sounded in his mind.
Enemy type, old monk corrupted by unknown forces. Status, deceased, corrupted. Selectable weaknesses, physical, mental. Body, regenerates continuously due to contamination by an unknown entity. Weakness level, 15%.
He appears to fear some entity, his spirit nearing collapse.
Vulnerability level, 100%. Fearful of some entity?
Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan froze for a moment before suddenly understanding.
I see. Appa, what should we do now?
He seems to be coming over. Kim Soo-yeon beside him was terrified, her hands instinctively clutching his arm. Even as her 2 rounded mounds were squashed out of shape, she refused to let go. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Lingquan would have settled his nerves to quietly savor such sensations. But the current situation left him no room for such thoughts.
He could only shout uncertainly at the old monk. Master, wait. It was Taoist Gui who sent us. He's very displeased with you. At the mention of the words Taoist Master Gui, the venomous hatred on the old monk's face vanished instantly. In its place emerged a hollow void that defied description. As if his soul had been torn from him. After staring blankly for over 10 seconds, the old monk finally turned his gaze back to Zhang Lingquan. What did you say? Under the old monk's intense gaze, even Zhang Lingquan felt immense pressure. He immediately activated the nuclear bomb visualization technique, enveloping both himself and Kim Soo-yeon within its shield. Only after completing this did he continue. Master, if you don't believe me, go see for yourself at the immortal shrine. The seal is about to be completely corrupted. What did you say? This time, the old monk was no longer indifferent, as if he had heard something terrifying. He dropped the ritual knife in his hand and sprinted out of the temple. He waited until the old monk's figure vanished completely from the doorway. Their stiff legs finally relaxed. Kim Soo-yeon was drenched in cold sweat, soaking through her clothes and revealing her flawless figure. At that moment, disregarding her appearance, she collapsed onto the ground and exclaimed, "Appa, you're amazing. You actually tricked him away. I was just giving it a shot. If it hadn't worked, I'd have had to go toe-to-toe with him." Zhang Lingquan breathed a sigh of relief. This old monk situation makes me suspect that the information we saw in the temple records back then was probably fake. There must be another truth from that year. Fake? Kim Soo-yeon glanced back at the temple again, feeling a chill run down her spine. They didn't know when the old monk might return. The two didn't linger in the temple and immediately began walking down the mountain. After all this turmoil, by the time they returned to their earthen house lodgings, it was already noon. At that moment, for some inexplicable reason, Oda Itadate stood motionless outside. As for the other two examinees who had been with him, had vanished without a trace. Upon seeing Zhang Lingquan and the others return, Oda Itadori froze for a moment before immediately walking over. "Dragon countryman, may I speak with you? Rest assured, I'm not here to cause trouble. You want to talk?" Looking at the other man's still slightly swollen eyes, Zhang Lingquan clearly couldn't fathom what the man intended. After all, he had just given him a thorough lesson. Eye gouging, groin kicks, and the theft of a treasure. Any one of these acts alone would be a grudge worth settling for any ordinary person. So why was this guy? Zhang Lingquan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, deciding to see what the other person intended to do. Soon, the three entered the earthen building and arrived at Oda Itate's room. Seeing only the three of them in the room, Zhang Lingquan furrowed his brow slightly. "Where are the other two? Why didn't you call them in too?" The moment he asked this question, Oda Itadate's expression darkened. They've all been eliminated. What exactly happened? Zhang Lingquan hadn't expected such a response. After all, this story-based dungeon was designed for multiplayer collaboration. 7 candidates in total, and in just one night plus a morning's work, 4 had already been eliminated. He absolutely refused to believe nothing unusual had happened. Upon hearing this, Oda Itadate began to explain. "When I woke up this morning, the other two told me they'd uncovered a clue. So we headed to a mountain forest over 10 miles away. Townspeople said there was a demon's lair there. But when we arrived, we discovered that this so-called demon's lair was just a larger cave. At its entrance stood a stone stele inscribed with the characters 'Return to Unity.' After finding no clues inside the cave, the three of us prepared to leave. But just then, I saw 2 tentacle-like things dangling down from the sky. I was terrified and used my artifact to flee immediately. The other two, caught off guard, had their skulls torn open by the tentacles, which burrowed right through." As these words were spoken, Kim Soo-yeon's pupils dilated violently. After all, she had witnessed this very eerie scene with her own eyes the moment she entered the dungeon yesterday. As for Zhang Lingquan, his eyes narrowed slightly after hearing Oda Itate's words. "So, you sought us out because you want to cooperate?" "Exactly." Oda Itatsu nodded, as if he'd been waiting for Zhang Lingquan to say it. "While I've experienced story dungeons before, this difficulty level clearly doesn't match what the college entrance exam should be. To be safe, we'd better get this cleared as soon as possible. Also, I found a map of the town in a resident's home. You guys can take a look at it first." As he spoke, he pulled the map from his sleeve pocket and handed it to Zhang Lingquan. Zhang Lingquan took the map and gave it a quick glance. He found the details remarkably clear. Not only did it pinpoint the location of the Great Light Temple, but also clearly marked the location of that demon's lair. Additionally, it included information about locations like the Hall of Severed Thoughts, which seemed utterly baffling. After scrutinizing it once more to ensure no details were missed, Zhang Lingquan finally returned the map to Oda Itadate. "In that case, the two of us will go check out that remaining Hall of Severed Thoughts. You stay in the town." "Alright, that's exactly what I had in mind." Oda Itadate nodded with a smile. "If you find anything there, be sure to bring it back to the Earthen Tower. We'll study it together." "Yeah, definitely." Zhang Lingquan nodded half-heartedly in agreement. After that, he didn't chat much longer with the other person and took Kim Soo-yeon back to their room. "Appa, are we really going? I can't shake this feeling that Sakura-chan is acting strange." The moment they entered the door, Kim Soo-yeon couldn't help but voice her lingering doubts. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. "Let's not talk about it now. We'll discuss it when we go out this afternoon." Just as Kim Soo-yeon had said. He had already sensed something amiss when the other party explained the events at the Demon Cave. Indeed. It was the danger alert triggered by the time AI. Zhou Linbiao's twisted soul, in possession state, exhibits extreme hostility toward host. Danger level, 100%. Chapter 24, The Hall of Severed Thoughts. The name Zhou Linbiao. If memory serves, I believe I've seen it before in the temple records of Great Light Temple. Moreover, it appeared alongside the name Taoist Gi. Seeing Zhang Lingquan remain silent, Kim Soo-yeon wisely kept quiet as well. After a brief 10-minute rest, the two left the room once more, heading toward the sort of thoughts hall. As they stepped out of the earthen building, the structure behind them seemed to lose all signs of life. Zhang Lingquan and Jin Xiuyan felt as though something was watching them from behind. This compulsion made them hasten their departure. Soon, guided by the mental map in their minds, they arrived at a butcher shop. It was an old building, much like the earthen tower. The sign hanging above the entrance, Li's Butcher Shop, was quite conspicuous. Yet for some reason, neither this place nor the surrounding houses seemed inhabited. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were littered with broken tiles and weeds nearly knee-high. Area contaminated by unknown entities. Host's current strength is low. Danger level, 20%. Seeing the danger warning from the Time AI, Zhang Lingquan actually breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the Immortal Shrine, where danger levels routinely hit 100%, the current 20% risk level seemed barely tolerable. The two pushed open the door and entered. The room was pitch black, filled with an overpowering, musty stench. Zhang Lingquan and Kim Soo-yeon searched the room for quite some time. Appa, is this the Hall of Severed Thoughts? Looking at the dilapidated house before her, Kim Soo-yeon was filled with confusion. When she first heard the name, she had assumed it was another temple or something similar. But she never imagined that the Hall of Severed Thoughts would turn out to be nothing more than a pig slaughterhouse, a place so dilapidated it couldn't get any worse. Zhang Lingquan frowned repeatedly upon hearing this. After all, the analysis from the Time AI clearly indicated that this place was cursed. Unlike the Immortal Shrine within the Earthen Tower, which carried an unknown aura, this place felt distinctly more unsettling. Xiuyan, I have a theory. At that moment, Zhang Lingxuan's tone grew solemn as if he'd suddenly recalled something. Do you recall the description of the demonic cultivator's final fate in that temple registry? Hearing this question, Kim Soo-yeon froze for a moment before fear flashed in her eyes. Appa, are you saying he was? Yes. What happened back then couldn't have been as simple as the temple records suggest. They must have concealed the truth. Zhang Lingquan was about to continue, but his gaze suddenly darted toward the doorway. His expression changed instantly as he whispered. Something's coming outside. We need to hide quickly. This old house had no ceiling panels, only a thick wooden beam serving as the roof support. The two men immediately scrambled up the wall and onto the beam. As the dark figure outside drew nearer, they finally saw what it was. It was the examinee dragged to the Immortal Shrine and killed on that first night. Appa, it's him. Kim Soo-yeon's pupils contracted slightly. After all, she had followed Zhang Lingquan that day and witnessed the entire murder. Just how many spine-chilling specters lurked in this village? The two on the rafters held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They watched as the examinee dragged a round, bulging object inside. Then placed it on the innermost octagonal table, bursting into maniacal laughter as he gazed skyward. Ha ha ha! Immortal above, this is your disciple's offering to you, our venerable elder. Please grant us your divine favor. After several bursts of laughter, the examinee, finding no change, immediately called out again. Immortal above, please grant me an opportunity. But the room remained utterly silent. Seeing no movement around him, the examinee seemed to grow impatient. He reached out, picked up the round object that had been placed on the table earlier, and began to gnaw on it. Ha ha, Immortal, if you don't fancy such delicacies, then this disciple shall enjoy them for you. Ha ha ha. His series of sinister chuckles echoed through the room. The only sound left in the entire room was the crunching of bones being gnawed. This eerie scene persisted for a full 10 minutes. Until the figure finished gnawing on the round object in his hand, casually tossed it to the ground, and then walked out the door. From her perch on the beam, Kim Soo-yeon finally exhaled, glancing toward the doorway. Appa, what he ate seemed like... Don't speak yet. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Lingquan immediately silenced her with a shushing gesture. Having witnessed that man's actions firsthand, he felt he had somehow grasped something crucial. But just as Zhang Lingquan was deep in thought, Kim Soo-yeon, who had been peering over his shoulder, suddenly cried out in alarm. Oh! Appa! Look! Look down there! Ah! Seeing the girl's agitated state, Zhang Lingquan followed the direction of her pointing finger. One glance sent a chill racing from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The examinee who had left the room earlier had somehow turned back and was now staring fixedly at the two people on the roof beam. Beside him were 7 or 8 villagers, their expressions equally deranged. Their eyes were bloodshot, their faces frozen in eager, stiff grins. It seemed as though the very next moment, they would climb onto the rafters and tear the two men to shreds. Ha! Living sacrifices, perfect for proving our devotion to the immortals. They'll make delicious offerings. Come down. Come down. Hurry up and come down. As they spoke, they couldn't help but smack their lips. Their maniacal laughter sounded like death knells, sending chills down the spines of the two. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan hesitated no longer. He immediately activated the nuclear bomb visualization technique, enveloping both of them within its protective barrier. Though it could temporarily suppress the entities below, it was still not a permanent solution. After all, the nuclear bomb visualization technique carried side effects. With his current physical strength, he simply couldn't sustain it for long. As the things piling up beneath the beam to block the door grew ever more numerous, Zhang Lingquan found himself momentarily at a loss. Just then, the Time AI's alert tone suddenly sounded in his mind. Host detected in perilous situation. Village Guardian skill automatically activated. Host's luck stat has significantly increased. Random temporary status acquired, dumb luck. Dumb luck. Effect, you can obtain crucial dungeon clues more easily than others. Description, your presence evokes pity from the dungeon. Who would bother with a fool? Almost the instant the notification sounded, Zhang Lingxuan's vision shifted to a different scene. Mountains and forests, caves. An elderly man clad in Taoist robes sat cross-legged in meditation. Then the scene shifted. Outside the cave, a blood-soaked bandit appeared. Having stumbled upon this place while fleeing a government manhunt, the bandit seemed doomed. The benevolent Taoist used his divine powers to save him. Upon awakening and learning of his savior, the bandit expressed profound gratitude. Later, upon learning of the Taoist's supernatural abilities, greed took root in his heart. He repeatedly sought to become the Taoist's disciple. But the Taoist master refused him. Determined to master the mystical arts, the bandit stayed in the cave dwelling, serving as the Taoist's apprentice. He also rallied his former bandit comrades, using the Taoist's name to spread rumors throughout the surrounding villages. During this time, he also discovered the Taoist's weakness on nights of the full moon when he practiced his immortal techniques. This revealed his vulnerability as an ordinary mortal. Finally, on a certain moonlit night, the bandit could no longer contain himself. Disguised as a high monk. Chapter 25, Sun Yao's Onslaught. Zhang Lingquan felt as though he were in a dream. He witnessed with his own eyes the scene where the old Taoist was brutally murdered and devoured by this group. In their quest to cultivate immortality, the bandits had all transformed into bloodthirsty demons. Even the townspeople were not spared, becoming accomplices to these monsters. He had no idea how long his consciousness had been submerged. When Zhang Lingquan finally awoke again, I found myself lying on Kim Suyun's thigh, soft and comfortable. Appa, you're finally awake. You have no idea how scared I was after you passed out. Seeing him regain consciousness, the tension on Kim Suyun's face eased slightly. Zhang Lingquan forced himself to sit up. He turned his head to look around. It was still the same room. Except now they weren't on the rafters, they'd landed directly on the floor. Where are those things? What happened while I was unconscious? Zhang Lingquan asked in confusion. He was, of course, referring to the enlightened one who had witnessed their wager beneath the rafters. Seeing this, Kim Suyun seemed to recall something, her expression turning peculiar. Appa, I don't know what happened, but after you passed out, those things all left. I waited for quite a while to make sure it was safe before bringing you down. Is that so? Zhang Lingquan fell silent. He wasn't sure if what he'd just witnessed was merely a hallucination. But piecing together the scenes with the clues he'd gathered earlier, he had a rough grasp of the entire affair. That bandit was none other than Zhou Linbiao. To obtain the old Taoist's immortal arts, he brutally murdered him. Yet this act incurred the old Taoist's dying curse. To suppress this vengeful spirit, Zhou Linbiao built a shrine to the immortal within the village. As for those mad ascetic seekers, and that thing that dangles from the heavens and loves burrowing into people's skulls, Zhang Lingquan surmised they were all influenced by a twisted will. After all, when an immortal falls, his soul, no matter how benevolent in life, would gradually become corrupted over time, ultimately spreading like a virus, infecting dozens of miles around. People would only grow more and more insane. As for these outsiders, are all merely sacrifices used to suppress the Taoist master. Sacrifices. Soon, Zhang Lingquan recounted everything he had witnessed to Jin Xiuyan. The latter was instantly shocked. No wonder she'd always felt uneasy staying in the earthen tower. Good heavens, these people are utterly depraved. Kim Suyun had never encountered a dungeon that defied logic like this. Now, a look of concern returned to her face. Appa, what should we do next? Without a doubt. During the time they'd spent together, she had long since come to rely on Zhang Lingquan as her anchor. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Zhang Lingquan sighed. There's just one thing I can't wrap my head around. What exactly? When that Sakura kid challenged me to a duel, I'm certain he wasn't possessed. That thing you saw hanging down from the sky earlier doesn't match up with the timing of his possession. Jin Xiuyan didn't quite grasp what Zhang Lingquan was saying. All she knew now was that Oda Itadori was a monster from the dungeon. The real owner had probably been eliminated from the instance long ago. Seeing her expression, Zhang Lingquan hesitated, as if wanting to say more. He hesitated. In the end, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, in another Gaokao storyline instance, Sun Yao stood there, bloodstained and disheveled. On his body, sweat still glistened, evaporating from the exhaustion caused by his isolation. Unlike Zhang Lingxuan's situation where only two remained, he had gathered the other examinees at the very start of the dungeon. While forcibly exploring the town scenes, he fought against the monsters that suddenly appeared. What alarmed him was that as their exploration deepened, the monsters they encountered kept changing. At first, they were merely madmen wielding knives. Then the visuals grew increasingly unsettling. Human-shaped, deformed monsters began appearing one after another. Moreover, as time passed, the entire immortal town itself began to grow eerier. The sky turned blood red, houses lay in ruins, and the ground was strewn with pools of blood and severed limbs. It felt like the apocalypse. "Brother Yao, these monsters seem endless. What should we do?" One of the Longwa candidates following Sun Yao panicked. Though he understood this was an exam. And even death meant only elimination back to the real world. The sheer madness of the scene before them sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Sun Yao glanced at the blood-red cloud in the distance, closing in relentlessly. Then he looked at the terrifying scene before him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hang in there. We're about to uncover the truth. Once we do, we'll definitely clear this dungeon." Perhaps spurred by the phrase "clear the dungeon," the candidates beside him all trembled. They explored with renewed vigor. Just as everyone was still basking in the joy of impending victory, a candidate named Asangwa, lagging slightly behind, suddenly felt a chill at his ankle. Looking down, he saw a dark, slimy thing already coiled around his calf. The source of that thing was an alley not far behind him. "Hey, I've got something here." The candidate from the Three Kingdoms region tried to call for help. But before he could summon the others, the thing wrapped around his calf suddenly yanked him down with force. Dragging him by the leg like a piece of cargo, it pulled him toward the pitch-black alleyway. "Help! Save me! I don't want to be eliminated yet. Please, save me." A Sangwa candidate panicked, desperately trying to call for help from those around him. Yet, even as his figure vanished into the alley's darkness, not a single soul dared to come to his aid. It took only seconds. The candidate's cries for help abruptly ceased. What replaced it was a bone-chilling. The sound of chewing. The scene sent chills down Sun Yao's spine. The remaining candidates held their breath, not daring to make a sound. With the elimination of the candidate from the Three Kingdoms, the terrifying scene around them seemed to come alive. Flesh monsters composed of severed limbs and broken arms began appearing from all directions. Wailing, they surged toward the group. "Everyone, hold nothing back. Otherwise, we'll all be eliminated." Sun Yao warned the others behind him. He then pulled the holy cross directly from his robe. Seeing Sun Yao speak thus, the other candidates each produced the artifacts granted by their respective clans. With the aid of these items, they managed to slay a considerable number of flesh monsters in a short time. Yet these kills proved but a drop in the bucket against the relentless tide of flesh monsters surging from all directions. Before long, two candidates had their artifacts' energy depleted and were dragged away by the monsters. "Help! Help! Help us! What the hell are you standing around for? Why aren't you saving us?" Just like that candidate from the Three Kingdoms region earlier, the two dragged into the monster horde let out a few wails before falling completely silent. Faced with such a horde of flesh-eating monsters closing in, Sun Yao displayed an intense will to survive. "I can't lose. I won't lose. I must clear this dungeon. I must win." Even as the last candidate beside him was dragged away by the monsters, he was still gritting his teeth and holding on. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. At that moment, a pure surge of power suddenly erupted from within him. In an instant, the flesh monsters closest to him were blasted into pools of blood. Had Zhang Lingquan been present, he would have witnessed the analysis prompt from the Time AI. Hidden requirement for the soul painter profession fulfilled. Self-acquired skill, soul force surge. That's right. Sun Yao, through sheer willpower, had forcibly mastered the third skill of the painting soul artist. A skill that channels soul power to inflict damage on monster spirits. Though its current power remains limited, its potential is immense. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Brilliant. I truly am a genius. He raised his head, gazing contemptuously at the flesh and blood monsters surrounding him. "Rest assured, I will slaughter every last one of you and clear this dungeon." Chapter 26, Item, Bone-Splitting Knife. Inside the dungeon, the candidates were still fighting with all their might. Outside the dungeon, others waited anxiously for the outcome. At that moment, within a family shrine in a remote region of the Dragon Nation southwest, two figures stood, one man, one woman. The woman possessed a curvaceous figure and striking beauty, every gesture and word radiating the allure of a mature woman. Especially those two legs, wrapped in black stockings and accentuated by the tight leather skirt, were enough to steal anyone's soul. Ji Lingxue, now the strongest member of the Ji family and one of the top powerhouses in Dragon Nation. The research report on Zhang Lingquan and the Health Master had been signed and issued by her. As for the man beside her, that was her brother, Ji Xuelin. Ji Xuelin stood imposing and solemn, his military uniform immediately identifying his status. Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the room, Ji Xuelin's temperament ultimately compelled him to speak first. "Sis, the jade infant condensed by our ancestor is beyond saving. How long will you cling to this stubbornness? Brother, don't try to dissuade me. This is the foundation of our Ji family's existence. I must revive it.
Ji Lingshue's voice was soft, yet her tone carried a resolute determination. Seeing this, Ji Shuelin felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, their Ji family was precisely the Ji Hong clan mentioned by Dosho Infinitesimal Black. The infant spirit condensed by their ancestor through his profession
Was enshrined at the very top of the ancestral hall. The Jade Infant. It was precisely because of this object's existence that the Ji family patriarch achieved glorious military feats time and again. It had become the pride of the entire Ji clan. Alas! After the passing of that Ji family patriarch, deprived of spiritual energy replenishment, the Jade Infant suffered consecutive setbacks in battles, its vitality severely depleted. To salvage this artifact and restore the clan's glory, over the centuries, the Ji family poured immense manpower and resources into the endeavor. Yet no matter how many resources poured in, the Jade Infant remained utterly unresponsive. By now, all but Ji Lingxue had abandoned hope in it. Ji Lingxue herself had once felt despair. But after witnessing Zhang Lingquan dominate the assessment dungeon using the health master profession, her hope was instantly reignited. Though Ji Shuelin felt helpless about his sister's persistence, he hadn't given up trying to dissuade her. After all, she was the strongest young member of the Ji family. She shouldn't waste her energy on such futile pursuits. Those out-of-control dungeons were where she truly belonged. Sis, if even the clan can't handle it, how could you possibly succeed? Give it up. Brother, don't try to talk me out of it. As long as the White Jade Infant hasn't dissipated, I won't give up. Hearing this, Ji Shuelin felt a headache coming on. His sister had always been stubborn since childhood. Once she set her mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. Sis, this thing is beyond saving. Don't you get it? The clan has already abandoned it. Ji Shuelin emphasized his words as he continued. If you insist on this course, you'll be squandering your innate talent as an Ironblood nun. His slightly angry tone, combined with his naturally imposing demeanor, created a palpable sense of pressure. Unfortunately, Ji Lingxue paid him no heed whatsoever. Brother, don't say another word. My mind is made up and I already have a plan. Ji Shuelin was taken aback. You have a plan? Could it be that the research bureau has made progress? No, brother. You must have heard about a candidate named Zhang Lingquan recently? My plan involves him. Ji Lingshue's expression remained impassive, but only when Zhang Lingxuan's name was mentioned did a flicker of light appear in her eyes. But her words nearly made Ji Shuelin spit blood in anger. Zhang Lingquan? That kid's just a high school student. Have you lost your mind? You're actually pinning our hopes on him? Do you think he's incapable? Ji Lingxue countered. Or are you looking down on high schoolers? Sis, I just think he's too weak. That's all. Ji Shuelin shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, Ji Lingxue smiled and said to him. His abilities surpass your imagination. I've already applied for a research project on him. If he doesn't come in first this time, your research application will likely be rejected. I advise you to think carefully. Ji Shuelin continued his earnest persuasion. Ji Lingxue understood the implication in his words. If Zhang Lingquan couldn't demonstrate truly terrifying professional talent, then merely applying to study the profession of a wellness master on his own would likely be rejected. After all, when the dungeon first appeared, higher-ups had already organized research into this profession. The outcome was predictable. A completely useless, worthless profession. Don't worry. If they reject it, I'll research it myself. Don't forget I'm a top-tier powerhouse too. Ji Lingxue playfully patted her brother's shoulder. We'll be counting on you, Comrade Ji. Regarding everything outside, Zhang Lingquan, still deep within the dungeon, naturally remained unaware. With Kim Suyun's support, the two quickly exited the slaughterhouse. At that moment, the certifying officials who had blocked their path at the entrance stood in orderly rows on either side. Their expressions were no longer as vicious as before. Instead, they appeared remarkably serene. Even the Time AI's threat assessment of them had changed. The enlightened preacher, restored to clarity, seeks liberation and harbors no ill will toward the host. Danger level, 0%. Upon seeing the two emerge from the house, one of them immediately stepped forward, extending a bloodstained boning knife. Zhang Lingquan was startled by this gesture at first. But upon realizing the man merely held the knife before him and then stood motionless, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. Simultaneously, the Time AI in his mind swiftly provided an analysis prompt. Bone-splitting knife. Item category, weapon. Usage limit, 1 time. Effect, this cursed artifact requires the host to uncover its secrets. No need to guess, this was undoubtedly the work of that deceased Taoist. He clearly intended for me to use this bone-scraping knife to carry out certain tasks for him. Now, staring at the boning knife before me and those enlightened ones with their serene expressions. For some reason, Zhang Lingquan felt a vague sense of unease deep within. He reached out to take the knife, examined it carefully for a moment, and after confirming it was fine, He prepared to leave with Jin Xiuyan. But just as the two turned to leave, that uneasy feeling Zhang Lingquan had been harboring only intensified. Something's wrong. There's a problem. He instinctively halted, turning to glance at the preacher behind them. One glance sent cold sweat pouring down his back. He finally understood what was amiss. He saw that the enlightened practitioners, who had already regained their clarity, for some inexplicable reason, all fixed their burning gazes on the two of them. Creepy, unsettling grins played at the corners of their mouths. Mad enlightened ones harbor extreme hostility toward the host. Danger level, 100%. Chapter 27, A Mind Corrupted by Unknown Contamination. Run! Zhang Lingquan, sensing something amiss, wasted no words. He grabbed Kim Su-yun and sprinted away. As the two fled, the entire town began to undergo bizarre transformations. A blood-red sky hung overhead, houses lay in ruins as if they'd fallen into a parallel world. Everywhere, blood-red hues and scattered limbs filled the air. Appa, what should we do now? Kim Su-yun's voice trembled violently. The scene before her eyes left her mind blank for a moment. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan remained silent, merely glancing back over his shoulder. From their initial arrival in the dungeon, to the Great Temple of Light, and now their ordeal in the butcher shop, a vague suspicion had begun to form in his mind. He sighed helplessly. Blame me for not catching up. Let's head back to the earthen tower first. We'll find a chance to break the seal on the immortal shrine. All right. Kim Su-yun nodded eagerly in agreement. Just as the two prepared to return to the earthen buildings where the dungeon began, they discovered with horror that, for some unknown reason, his body had become completely immobilized. At the same time, behind them, a series of clack sounds echoed. Is that footsteps? Zhang Lingquan's pupils contracted slightly. Beside him, Kim Su-yun couldn't help but tremble all over. Whether it was human instinct or bewilderment at the unknown, a feeling called fear fermented instantly in both their hearts. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of mere seconds, the footsteps slowly came to a halt behind Zhang Lingquan. After that, the scene plunged back into dead silence. Cold sweat poured down Zhang Lingquan's back. He wanted to turn his head to look, but his body wouldn't move. He could only watch helplessly as the figure approached from behind. At that very moment, the time AI in his mind frantically issued danger alerts. Street completely contaminated by unknown entity, danger level 15%. Street completely contaminated by unknown entity, danger level 30%. Street contaminated by unknown entity. Abnormal danger level detected in current environment. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level rising too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Nuclear bomb visualization technique automatically activated. As the time AI assumed control, in an instant, a blinding, scorching energy erupted from his body, instantly enveloping both of them. Yet this blinding light seemed to have no effect on the entity behind them. Heh, I'll stroke your crown for the immortal. You've come at just the right time. As if his throat were stuffed with scorching air. A slightly maniacal and eerie chuckle immediately erupted from behind Zhang Lingquan. The sound sent chills down both their spines. Soon, Zhang Lingquan felt something drop onto his head. Accompanying it was an overwhelming stench and the excruciating pain of his scalp being gnawed. That thing seemed intent on burrowing into his skull. Current danger level rising too rapidly. Plan 1 response failed. Plan 2 initiating. Village Guardian special effect forcibly activated. The AI in his mind blared frantic alerts. Ah! In that instant, an aged sigh echoed from the horizon. As the sigh faded, the two figures, frozen in place as if trapped in an ice cave, suddenly felt a wave of warmth wash over their entire bodies. Zhang Lingquan shuddered violently. Realizing his body could move again, he immediately grabbed Jin Xiuyan beside him and began fleeing the area. They ran several hundred meters. Just as they were about to leave the street behind, only then did he dare turn his head to look behind him. His gaze fell upon an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, standing precisely where he had been moments before. And before the old man stood a monster. It seemed to have been stopped by the old man. The creature had no head. Or rather, its head was a fountain-like mass of tentacles extending from its neck. The tentacles were covered in countless eyes, which now stared intently at the fleeing pair through the old Taoist. Consciousness saturated with unknown corruption, hostile toward host, danger level 100%. The benevolent intent of Taoist Gui, filled with goodwill toward the host. Danger level 0%. Zhang Lingquan nearly glanced at the display. Then he immediately resumed dragging Jin Xiuyan to safety. Only when the terrifying crimson phenomenon around them faded away, the two finally stopped, gasping for breath. Appa, what on earth was that thing? Will it come after us again? Kim Su-yun glanced uneasily down the street behind them. Her worry was not unfounded. Now, only the two of them remained in the entire dungeon. If that monster wasn't done with them, the two of them were utterly helpless. They couldn't keep hoping for miracles every time, could they? Ah, that's all minor stuff. Right now, this dungeon. Zhang Lingquan trailed off. If his earlier speculations about this dungeon had merely lingered in his mind, after experiencing the series of events just now, he could now be fairly certain his guesses were correct. Perhaps that Zhou Linbiao was merely a facade. The true nature of this dungeon was far from as straightforward as it appeared on the surface. Let's head back to the earthen tower first. As long as we can destroy that immortal shrine, we should be able to clear the dungeon. Zhang Lingquan made his decision. He and Jin Xiuyan immediately headed back toward the earthen tower where the dungeon had begun. Perhaps influenced by the earlier crimson phenomenon, the entire sky began to darken. The clouds were pitch black, suffocatingly heavy, and flashes of lightning occasionally pierced through, as if the world were ending. The two hurried onward. Soon, they returned to the earthen tower where they had previously stayed. But the moment they stepped inside, the scene before them sent chills down both their spines. Walls, floors, every visible surface had transformed into writhing flesh. It was as if the entire earthen building had transformed into a monstrous creature of flesh and blood. Appa, what should we do? Kim Soo-yeon, already on edge, immediately went weak in the knees at the sight inside the earthen house. She clamped her legs together tightly, trying to stop herself from wetting herself out of fear. Zhang Lingquan beside her also looked grim. Let's assess the situation first. I suspect that Zhou Linbiao is waiting for us inside too. Hearing this, Kim Soo-yeon felt a chill run down her spine. It seemed to bring back memories of everything that had just happened. She pressed herself closer to Zhang Lingxuan's body, her grip tightening involuntarily. As they approached the immortal shrine, they kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. Compared to before, the atmosphere inside the earthen building now felt even more eerie, the light growing dimmer and gloomier. As they reached the open space in the center of the earthen building, Kim Soo-yeon seemed to have spotted something. Pointing upward, her voice trembled. Oh. Appa. Appa. You look up. Zhang Lingquan furrowed his brow slightly and followed the direction of her finger. In an instant, breath caught in his throat. Chapter 28, Weapon Enhancement. One by one, the rooms that had been deathly silent moments ago. At some unknown moment, blood-red lights had begun to glow. Before each door illuminated by the crimson glow, a figure stood. Though their features remained indistinct, this sight in the pitch-black surroundings was undeniably unsettling. Forget about that for now. Hurry to the immortal shrine and retrieve the items. Zhang Lingquan forced himself to ignore the unease in his heart. He pushed open the temple doors before him. Squeak! A bone-chilling screech echoed as the dilapidated wooden door swung open. A nauseating stench of decay instantly assaulted his senses. Zhang Lingquan cautiously peered inside, discovering the interior space was not large. Besides the candles, spirit tablets, and jars he'd glimpsed earlier through the door crack, beneath the altar table sat an iron-rimmed ceramic basin. The stench was emanating from it. He withdrew his gaze. He reached out to remove the spirit tablet and jar from the table. But the instant his hand touched the tablet, the filth within the ceramic basin seemed to come alive. It shot out, wrapping itself around Zhang Lingxuan's wrist. Enemy type, self-consciousness of the true one. Status, death, corrupted, chaotic. Optional weaknesses, physical, mental. Corrupted by an unknown force, an immortal and indestructible body, weakness level 0%. He appears to harbor guilt, regretting certain past actions. Vulnerability level, 50%. Almost the instant his wrist was enveloped by that filth, Zhang Lingxuan's mind was flooded with the Time AI's vulnerability analysis prompt. Staring at the flesh-like substance on his wrist, Zhang Lingquan was taken aback. Earlier, it was precisely because he had triggered the special effect of the village guardian, and thus summoned the benevolent aid of the true immortal of unity. But he never imagined that within this immortal shrine, there would be another. A fragment of the true immortal of unity's own consciousness. This only further confirmed Zhang Lingxuan's earlier conjecture. Outside, Kim Soo-yeon, seeing Zhang Lingquan hadn't emerged from the shrine for ages. Already frightened, she peered inside to investigate. Upon discovering the creature on Zhang Lingxuan's wrist, she gasped in shock and instinctively moved to help. But Zhang Lingquan raised his hand to stop her. Don't come closer. This thing feels off. It seems to mess with your self-awareness. However, mid-sentence, Zhang Lingxuan's words abruptly halted, as if he'd forgotten what he was about to say. He glanced around the shrine's interior, then looked at Kim Soo-yeon standing by the doorway. He asked a question that sent a cold sweat down Kim Soo-yeon's back. Where am I? And who are you? Appa. Kim Soo-yeon was clearly startled by his appearance. She hurriedly tried to step forward, but Zhang Lingquan carefully dodged her. Miss, this is our first meeting, right? Appa, it's me. We're in a story dungeon, don't scare me like that. Kim Soo-yeon hurriedly explained. Seeing that he still didn't believe her, she steeled herself and pulled a syringe from her storage ring. This was the Z-virus dilution syringe her family had given her before her college entrance exams. It was meant for use at a critical moment. Previously, she had relied too heavily on Zhang Lingquan. She had never had the chance to carry this item. But now, she couldn't afford to think about that anymore. Appa, be a good boy. I'm here to help you. Taking Zhang Lingquan by surprise, Kim Soo-yeon threw herself onto him. Zhang Lingquan tried to resist, but he was no match for Kim Soo-yeon's strength. Clearly, her earlier feigned weakness in front of Zhang Lingquan had been an act. As the syringe was pushed into Zhang Lingquan's body, a detached alert sounded simultaneously in his mind. Detected injection of Z virus diluent. Activating contingency plan 1. Protocol 1 physical enhancement failed. Analyzing failure cause while initiating protocol 2. Protocol 2 computational power enhancement successful. Energy conversion in progress. Please wait. Current computational power 1.5%. Current computational power 1.6%. Current computational power. Computing power has reached threshold. AI is initiating automatic functional upgrade. Detecting contamination of host brain by unknown entity. Initiating automatic expulsion. Automatically deployed item from storage ring Shirkan jewel fragment. Contamination successfully purged. Zhang Lingquan was still struggling. But as the time AI's prompt contamination removal successful echoed in his mind, he felt a jolt run through his entire body. Memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Ugh, what's happening to me? The stabbing pain in his brain made Zhang Lingquan feel rather uncomfortable. He rubbed his temples. Just as he tried to open his eyes and rise from the ground, only to find Kim Soo-yeon currently sitting in an extremely unseemly posture, perched on his weapon. +1. +2. +12. That extraordinary sensation instantly sent a jolt through Zhang Lingquan's expression. The weapon was visibly strengthening at an astonishing rate. Appa, you're finally awake. You've been. Kim Soo-yeon's face lit up with joy upon seeing Zhang Lingquan regain consciousness. But soon, she sensed something was off. The sensation of a gun pressed against her thighs made her face flush instantly. Their eyes locked. Zhang Lingquan felt awkward too, so he tried to change the subject. Ahem, could you get down first? Something's off here. We need to get out of here fast. Okay. Kim Soo-yeon nodded, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The two immediately separated. At that moment, he began reviewing the AI logs stored in his mind. She saw that she had been injected with a diluted dose of the Z virus, triggering an AI computational power upgrade. And that the time AI had automatically used an item from her storage bracelet to remove her contaminated state. Zhang Lingquan couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Thank goodness Kim Soo-yeon was loaded. Plus, he hadn't returned the items from the storage bracelet to Oda Itaro earlier. Otherwise, anyone else in his place would have been eliminated from the dungeon. He glanced at the filth on the ground, now reduced to a bloody pulp. Self-consciousness of the true immortal of unity, severely injured, moderate hostility toward host, danger level 30%. Zhang Lingquan then carried the spirit tablet and jar out of the immortal shrine. Yet the moment the two stepped out of the shrine, one ahead and one behind, Kim Soo-yeon behind them screamed in terror once more. Ah! As her scream faded, Zhang Lingquan quickly noticed the abnormal situation around them. The figures that had been standing with their backs to them in front of the earthen house rooms had all turned around at some unknown moment. Their faces were deathly pale. In the pitch-black surroundings, their eyes glowed an eerie red. They stared fixedly at the two figures in the open space. This scene nearly sent Kim Soo-yeon into a panic. Zhang Lingquan felt some tension too, but his attention remained fixed on the earthen building's entrance. For there stood a figure with equally bloodshot eyes, its face twisted into a sinister grin. Chapter 29, The Dungeon Ends, The Truth Hidden Behind. Oda Itatsu no. Or rather, Zhou Linbiao, who had taken over his body. His eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Lingquan. You must have obtained that blade by now? Hand it over, and I'll let you leave the town. Are you certain you can let us leave? Zhang Lingquan stared at him, suspicion written all over his face. The other man offered no reply, merely nodding slowly, his movements stiff as a wooden puppet. Behind him, Jin Xiuyan tugged at Zhang Lingquan's sleeve, flashing him warning glances, signaling him not to trust the man. Yet Zhang Lingquan paid no heed. He directly drew the boning knife he'd obtained outside the butcher shop earlier and waved it in front of the man. You mean this knife? If I give you this, will you really let us leave town? Yes. Give it to me. Give it to me. Just hand him over, and I'll let you leave. Zhou Linbiao nodded again, but a fleeting look of venom and madness flashed across his face. Though this emotion came and went swiftly, Zhang Lingquan caught it nonetheless. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then, knife in hand, he closed in on the man. Yes, give it to me. Give it to me. Seeing this, Zhou Linbiao seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, his expression growing increasingly twisted. But soon, his face froze in horror. Because Zhang Lingquan stabbed him. What are you standing there for? Run! Seeing Kim Soo-yeon still frozen behind him, Zhang Lingquan immediately withdrew his knife and shouted at her.
She snapped out of it, clutching the tablet and urn of Master Gi, and dashed toward the door. As for Zhang Lingquan, he followed closely behind.
Damn it! Damn you all! Watching the two escape, Zhou Linbiao immediately roared in fury. He tried to chase after them, only to discover that the spot where the bone-splitting blade had pierced him was now erupting with crimson flames. In the blink of an eye, he didn't even have time to scream. He was completely engulfed by the flames. At the same moment, the two who had already fled a considerable distance halted their escape. Seeing that he wasn't pursuing them, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Appa, what should we do now? Get out of town. Ha? Appa, I read before that this town is surrounded by thick fog? How are we supposed to get out? Facing Kim Soo-yeon's question, Zhang Lingquan remained calm. Don't worry, I already have a plan. But we need to hurry. Hearing this, Kim Soo-yeon nodded without further questions. She had begun to trust Zhang Lingquan unconditionally. The two then stepped into the mist beyond the town. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan gripped his boning knife, feeling the faint heat radiating from its handle. He continuously guided Jin Xiuyan through shifting directions. As they delved deeper, the surrounding white mist began to turn a deep crimson. This sudden change made Zhang Lingquan instinctively glance behind him. Upon seeing the scene behind him, his heart instantly tightened. Hurry up! Something's catching up to us. Hearing this, Kim Soo-yeon, who had been charging forward with her head down, sped up even more. Having endured all those terrifying experiences earlier, she dared not slow down even a fraction now. Gritting their teeth, they didn't stop until they reached a cave where their escape route was completely blocked. Appa, this is the demon cave from the map. We're going to be eliminated. What Zhang Lingquan hadn't anticipated was, upon realizing this was the demon cave marked on the previous map, Kim Soo-yeon didn't panic like before. Instead, she seemed incredibly relieved. Appa, after this dungeon, will you go out with me? I really like you so much. Ha? Zhang Lingquan was caught completely off guard. Seeing the blushing, almost drooling look on the girl's pretty face, he froze for a moment, then immediately laughed and teased her. What? You're confessing before we even clear the dungeon? Who said we're getting eliminated? The remark startled Kim Soo-yeon, who was still gathering her emotions. Zhang Lingquan gently pushed her away. He placed the urn and memorial tablet on the ground. Just as Kim Soo-yeon was wondering what he intended to do, Zhang Lingquan raised his boning knife and shattered the spirit tablet of the true immortal of unity with a single strike. Appa, you. Just watch. Zhang Lingquan raised his hand to stop her from asking more questions. He raised the boning knife once more, piercing through the remaining urn of ashes. Crack! The urn shattered at the sound. What astonished Jin Xiuyan was that the urn contained not ashes. Instead, it contained clumps of foul-smelling, putrid flesh. Zhang Lingquan, however, showed no surprise at all. After completing this act, he turned his gaze directly toward the depths of the cave. There, two ethereal figures, one blue, one green, had materialized out of thin air. The self-consciousness of the true person of unity holds goodwill toward the host. Danger level, 0%. The benevolent thoughts of the true person of unity are filled with goodwill toward the host. Danger level, 0%. Appa, over there, there's something. Kim Soo-yeon had naturally spotted them too, pointing into the cave as she called out in alarm. Zhang Lingquan, however, wore a relaxed expression. Don't worry. With these two here, we'll definitely clear this stage. Ha? Kim Soo-yeon's mouth fell open. She stared in astonishment at the two shadowy figures before her, then glanced at Zhang Lingquan beside her. For a moment, she was utterly bewildered. As the two thoughts of the true immortal of unity manifested, another figure stepped into the cave from outside. Consciousness saturated with unknown contamination, hostile toward host, danger level 100%. It was the very monster that had nearly eliminated Zhang Lingquan earlier. After the monster entered, tentacles sprouting eyes from its neck began scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Zhang Lingquan, it visibly perked up. Just as it prepared to advance, its attention was drawn to the two figures beside him. It's you? You have already failed. This town will perish alongside you. Turn back. You cannot become immortal. Indeed, fate cannot be defied. Can you still not let go of your obsession? The two figures, one before and one behind, murmured words of persuasion incessantly. Like a curse. The monster, once brimming with venom and malevolence, suddenly grew still. At that moment, the time AI's prompt in Zhang Lingquan's mind also changed. The malevolent intent of the true person of unity has been temporarily suppressed. Host remains 100% hostile and dangerous. Seeing the true master of unity's malevolence return to normal, the other two thoughts hesitated no longer. They instantly transformed into two streams of light and merged with him. By the time Zhang Lingquan and his companion realized what had happened, the two shadows and the strange creature had vanished without a trace. In their place stood an elderly man with an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor. True master of unity, temporarily restored to clarity, holds goodwill toward the host. Danger level, 0%. The old man was the final NPC of this story instance. Thank you both, young friends. The old Taoist was exceedingly courteous. This left Kim Soo-yeon feeling somewhat dazed. The vivid memories of being hunted down by that tentacle monster were still fresh in her mind. She never imagined that creature was merely a fragment of the old Taoist's thoughts. Now, enveloped in immense confusion, she finally voiced her bewilderment. Master Taoist, what exactly happened here? Ah, I shan't hide it from you, young friend. It's my own fault for being too eager to become immortal. The old Taoist sighed, then gave a bitter smile. Before this incident, I had already severed my benevolent thoughts and my sense of self. Yet no matter how I tried, I could not sever my evil thoughts. I had no choice but to use bandits as my instruments. Everything proceeded smoothly at first. The slaughter of the villagers allowed me to experience the utmost agony, from which the evil thoughts would naturally peel away. Yet I never imagined this realm's heavenly way had already been corrupted by an unknown presence. At this point, the old Taoist paused. As if recalling some terrifying memory, his eyes immediately filled with intense dread. This shift in his demeanor did not escape the notice of Zhang Lingquan and Jin Xiuyan. The two exchanged glances. I can't fathom what could possibly terrify such an existence to this extent. After all, this old Taoist was practically on the verge of ascending to immortality. In the real world, he'd be a terrestrial immortal. Seeming to sense the confusion in their eyes, the old Taoist quickly composed himself and smiled as he countered. I observe that the destinies of you two young friends are chaotic. You must not be from this world, right? At these words, both Zhang Lingquan and Kim Soo-yeon visibly trembled. Clearly, the old Taoist's words had startled them. Seeing this, the old Taoist laughed heartily. Ha, no need to be nervous, young friends. I was merely curious. Well, it's time for you to leave now. Kim Soo-yeon hadn't processed it yet. Leave here? Where to? Back to where you belong, of course. The old Taoist looked up at the sky, his gaze unfocused, as if lost in thought. Young man, do it. Kill me with that boning knife in your hand, and you'll be able to return. Must it be this way? Surely you have the power to send us away from here? Zhang Lingquan gripped the boning knife, his expression tinged with solemnity. Though he spoke thus, if pushed to the brink, he would strike without hesitation. His hesitation stemmed from the old Taoist's favorable impression upon him. He didn't want to kill the old Taoist so easily. You don't understand. The old Taoist shook his head. His deep eyes were filled with resignation. This heavenly way has been utterly corrupted. Rather than continuing to cultivate and become a walking corpse, death is a far quicker end. So, bring it on. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan and the other remained silent, and the cave fell into a moment of stillness. After a long pause, Zhang Lingquan finally stepped forward with his blade, thrusting it toward the old Taoist's heart. The old Taoist finally met his end. With the old Taoist's death, a cool breeze stirred within the once still cave. As if the words thank you were woven into the breeze, ethereal and ghostly, they drifted straight out of the cave. Chapter 30, Assessment Complete, Rating, SSS. Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan for defeating the final boss and successfully clearing the story dungeon Immortal Town. Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan for completing the assessment task in 84 hours, rated SSS grade. Congratulations to examinee Kim Soo-yeon for completing the assessment task in 84 hours, rated S-class. 3 consecutive instance announcements. Instantly shocking the candidates who had long been eliminated from the dungeon. The entire chat channel erupted in fervor. Holy! They cleared it? Killed the final boss? And it's a story dungeon. No wonder they call Zhang Lingquan the god. You're my hero. Hey, did you guys notice there was a girl clearing it with the boss? Damn, I didn't even notice until you said it. Is this just a total free ride? Damn it! That Zhang Lingquan is a total thief, he stole my spatial bracelet. Hey, chill out up there. Watch out, I might impale you from below. Exactly. Sakura, look at yourself like the boss would steal from you. Regarding the chatter in the chat channel, Zhang Lingquan, who had already successfully cleared the dungeon, naturally remained unaware. He had already parted ways with Kim Soo-yeon. After all, they were candidates from 2 different countries, not in the same exam region. After clearing the instance, they naturally disbanded their party and went their separate ways. Now, lying on the large bed within his spiritual energy cave, Zhang Lingquan kept replaying the events of the instance in his mind. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Whether it was why that old Taoist knew their identities, or the polluted heavenly Tao mentioned by the old Taoist, both left Zhang Lingquan with an inexplicable sense of urgency. He even began to doubt whether the world within the dungeon truly existed at all. With his thoughts in disarray, Zhang Lingquan decided it wasn't worth overthinking. He immediately checked the rewards obtained from this instance. This dungeon run. He gained a full 3,000 experience points. Combined with the 2,000 experience points from the previous 2 dungeons, Zhang Lingquan could now advance his tier. Beyond that, there was a reward orb offering a choice of 4 options. along with 1 red and 1 gold separate reward. A truly bountiful haul. Zhang Lingquan reached out and flicked the 4 reward orbs. Instantly. The time AI in his mind immediately provided prompts.
Option 1, Electric Cannon, exclusive skill for charge fist masters, deals stun damage.
Recommended probability, 10%. Option 2, Biohybridization Technology, a Frankenstein class skill with unknown directionality. Recommended chance, 10%. Option 3, Healing Grenade, deals massive healing effects to an area, recommended chance 5%. Option 4, Random Skill Embedding Card, 80% chance to yield high-tier items, 100% recommended probability. Zhang Lingquan didn't even glance at the first 2 reward options. His gaze settled on options 3 and 4. Although the time AI assigned option 3 a mere 5% recommendation rate, such an item that could instantly heal himself and his teammates upon deployment was incredibly valuable. As for option 4's Random Skill Embedding Card,
Zhang Lingquan narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time he'd encountered such a reward. The fact that it could be embedded into skills rather than items or equipment. It completely overturned his previous understanding of dungeon rewards. Of course, this also stemmed from his background as a student who hadn't experienced many dungeons. After all, the dungeon world was full of wonders and endless possibilities. The existence of cards that could be embedded into skills. It wasn't surprising at all. After a moment's thought, he ultimately followed the time AI's suggestion and selected reward 4. Instantly, the reward orb shattered. A translucent white light fragment appeared in Zhang Lingquan's hand.
Random Skill Embedding Card. Item type, Lottery. Effect, randomly draws 1 skill embedding card.
Note, cards cannot be used directly, the host must craft them into orbs.
Reading the AI's prompt about the card,
Zhang Lingquan hesitated not a moment and activated it immediately.
In an instant, the transparent light fragment in his hand was enveloped by a rainbow-colored glow.
Immediately afterward, the multicolored light vanished and the card, which had been relatively intact, began to slowly crack. Streams of pink light seeped directly through the fissures.
The light descended.
Soon, a beautifully crafted card materialized directly before Zhang Lingquan.
Soul Slash. Item type, Embedded Card.
Effect, enhances the host's sword type skills.
Specific values currently unknown.
Note, the card cannot be used directly, the host must craft it into a jewel. Staring at the exquisitely crafted card in his hand, Zhang Lingquan was momentarily lost in thought. Undoubtedly, possessing the skill Sword Opens Heaven's Gate made him a perfect match for this skill-enhancing card. But he still didn't know how to craft the card into a jewel.
This was a bit of a problem. He shook his head. Forget it. I won't dwell on that problem for now. Let's check out the other rewards. Zhang Lingquan didn't dwell on the skill orb issue and turned his attention to the other 2 separate reward orbs.
The red reward was straightforward and blunt, the computational power promised by the time AI when it issued the task earlier.
A total increase of 2%. This meant Zhang Lingquan's total computing power from the time AI now reached 4.2%. Though it still fell short of the 5% required for the skill's secondary recalculation upgrade. It was still a welcome improvement. Zhang Lingquan was quite satisfied.
As for the other golden reward orb, it was an item.
Spirit Stone. Item type, Consumable. Effect, contains terrifying spiritual energy, usable for replenishment and recovery from injuries.
The Spirit Stone was only fist-sized, emitting a soft blue glow that felt incredibly soothing in his hand.
This thing can actually calm my anxious emotions?
Zhang Lingquan felt utterly amazed. He felt the cool, soothing energy seep through the gaps between his fingers.
He couldn't quite figure out its specific purpose just yet. He glanced up at the somewhat sparse atmosphere inside the cave dwelling. Zhang Lingquan slapped his forehead. Right. Such a perfect decorative piece, how did I not think of it sooner? A nighttime desk lamp. No sooner said than done.
He placed the Spirit Stone directly on the nightstand beside the jade bed. The Spirit Stone emitted a soft glow, perfectly suited for the nightstand without being glaring.
Perfect. His spiritual energy cave was starting to feel more and more like home. Zhang Lingquan was quite satisfied. He didn't know it yet.
If the effects of this Spirit Stone were known to outsiders, it would cause quite a stir.
Of course, even if they did, Zhang Lingquan wouldn't care in the slightest.
After all, he possessed quite a few formidable artifacts.
Spirit Chi Cave. Artifact Spirit. Mind Severing Card. Any one of these taken out would drive everyone mad. Soon after arranging the Spirit Stones, Zhang Lingquan summoned the instance interface. He clicked the Rank option within.
Zhang Lingquan Wellness Master Tier 0 5000. Require 5000 EXP to advance to next tier. Each tier upgrade grants the candidate one class-specific skill.
Current experience points are maxed out. Class advancement is available. Scanning the information displayed on the panel. Zhang Lingquan hesitated not a moment. He selected advancement directly. Congratulations! Candidate Zhang Lingquan has successfully advanced in their profession. Current profession rank, Tier 1. Acquired profession advancement skill, health preservation and alchemy. Instantly, several cold notification tones echoed throughout the dungeon where Zhang Lingquan was located. Before he could even check the skills gained from the profession advancement, another instance announcement sounded. This time, however, it was addressed to all examinees within the instance. Congratulations to candidate Zhang Lingquan for successfully advancing his profession to Tier 1 at the fastest speed. Received special reward, twisted flesh mixed with bones. Received special reward, combat power detector. Chapter 31, Alchemy. As the announcement echoed through the dungeon, not only the exam candidates, but every practitioner in the dungeon erupted in excitement. Holy crap! How long has it been? That Zhang Lingquan already advanced a rank? Isn't he the master of self-preservation? Hey, calm down, calm down. He's a big shot, after all. Advancing a rank in just over 10 days isn't surprising. Even a big shot shouldn't be this fast. That's insane. He's practically not human. Agreed. It took me months to level up my profession back then. A flurry of comments flooded the chat channel. As battle-hardened veterans, they weren't some fresh-faced high schoolers just out of the college entrance exams. They knew exactly how difficult a class advancement truly was. That Zhang Lingquan managed to advance his profession in such a short time shows just how terrifying his strength is. Of course, the astonishment of the outside world. Zhang Lingquan, still deep within the dungeon, remained unaware. The moment the dungeon announcement sounded, two glowing orbs of reward materialized before him. Twisted flesh entwined with bone. Item type, flesh, protection. Effect, imbued with the twisted will of a fallen god, confused with equipment to form flesh armor. Combat power detector. Item type, special. Item restriction, single use. Effect, confused with the time AI, significantly enhancing its functionality. Meanwhile, at a research institute somewhere in Dragon Nation, in the deepest underground security conference room, several elderly figures clad in lab coats were discussing the latest developments regarding the Gaokao instance. Gentlemen, I trust you've all heard the news coming out of the Gaokao instance? Of course we have. This young man named Zhang Lingquan is truly remarkable. Exactly. If all our youth were like this young man, our nation would surely soar to new heights. The old men chatted animatedly, clearly fascinated by Zhang Lingquan. Seeing this, the elders seated at the head of the table sighed and interrupted them. Chiefs, haven't you noticed something amiss? The moment those words left his lips, the entire room fell into silence. All eyes turned to the elderly man seated at the head of the table, none quite grasping the meaning behind his words. The difficulty of the college entrance exam has surged dramatically. Aside from the candidate's individual circumstances, could there be other factors involved? The old man murmured. His expression was as stern as could be. He and the other elders from the research institute were considered the foremost think tanks in the entire Dragon Nation when it came to dungeon research. Their perspective on the matter naturally differed from that of ordinary people. During the college entrance exams, a story dungeon randomly appeared. This was clearly no trivial matter. It might even be connected to the chaos of temporal rifts. If that were truly the case, then the impact wouldn't be limited to just the college entrance exam instance. Other class-specific scenarios would be rippled through as well. Like a ticking time bomb, it could detonate at any moment, triggering a chain reaction. Master Huan, esteemed colleagues, since we've reached this point in our discussion, I too have questions. Are the worlds within those instances truly real? Could our ability to enter them also stem from these spatial rifts? At that moment, another elder voiced his thoughts. The words landed like a bomb in water. Dozens of elders present all wore expressions of astonishment. Even the elder seated at the head of the table paused, his expression shifting to deep contemplation. After a long pause, the elder known as Elder Huang finally spoke. We could establish a research project focused on these two matters and begin investigating. Additionally, we could attempt to restart that research project from a century ago. Discussions regarding replicas and spatial rifts. This debate wasn't confined to the top research teams in the Dragon Nation. Whether in the Free Nation, Gaul, the 3A nations, or other nations of the First and Second Worlds. Any nation with the capability to conduct dungeon research has poured immense manpower and resources into it at this very moment. Of course. Regarding all this, Zhang Lingquan, still waiting in the instance lobby, remained completely unaware. He had already successfully fused the twisted flesh mixed with bones into the spatial bracelet. Blood corrupted bracelet. Item type, protection, storage. Item status, fused equals bone infused distorted flesh plus spatial bracelet. Effect 1, mystic flesh armor automatically activates upon attack. Effect 2, contains 1 cubic meter of space for item storage. The current spatial bracelet the blood-tainted bracelet demonstrates remarkable efficacy. Not only can it be used to fend off enemies, but it also stores items, making it extremely convenient. To test the protective strength of the blood-corrupted bracelet, Zhang Lingquan deliberately anchored the artifact spirit to his fist, then infused it with sword intent. He delivered a punch directly at the fully deployed flesh armor. Thud. Squish. It felt like striking a pool of flowing asphalt. Zhang Lingxuan's fist first emitted a dull thud against the flesh armor. Then it was instantly ensnared by countless blood-red tentacles, sinking deep into the armor. Though his punch looked formidable, it failed to inflict even the slightest damage on the flesh armor. This alone demonstrated just how terrifyingly strong this thing's defenses were. Zhang Lingquan was thoroughly satisfied. He then retrieved the other item. The combat power detector was a monocular device designed to hang from the right ear. Its design closely resembled the glasses worn by the villain Raditz in an anime he had seen in his previous life. Detected high compatibility between host's item and AI. Initiating fusion upgrade. Fusion progress, 1%. As the time AI's prompts sounded in his mind, the combat power detector he'd been holding moments ago vanished in an instant, reduced to a streak of light. Glancing at the AI's upgrade progress bar, he estimated it would take about an hour. He decided to delve into his third professional skill instead. Health preservation and alchemy. Effect: gains basic knowledge of pharmacology and rudimentary skills in decocting herbs. Description: as a master of wellness, no one understands health preservation better than you. Note: this skill increases success rate by 50% when crafting aphrodisiac potions. Just like the first two skills, the third professional skill of the wellness master is utterly useless. Zhang Lingxuan's gaze swept over the text, finally settling on the note at the very bottom. He hesitated for a second. But soon, he raised his hand and gave himself a big slap. Damn you for daydreaming. Time AI, simulate this crappy skill for me. Skill simulation in progress. Current progress, 1%. Estimated completion time, 45 minutes. The time AI's prompt sounded. After that, a long wait ensued. Just as Zhang Lingquan lay on the large bed, bored to the point of falling asleep. Skill simulation successful. Host, please review the results. Upon hearing the time AI's notification, he immediately sat up to examine the newly simulated skill. Alchemy. Effect: can refine any item into a pill. Description: use your body as a cauldron, circulating the essence of yin and yang. Note: the effects of the resulting elixir vary based on the item's properties and are generally random. Chapter 32. Do you like that, kid? Looking at this newly deduced skill, Zhang Lingquan pondered briefly before picking up a stone nearby. Though he wasn't yet sure of the skill's strength, it probably wasn't too shabby. Especially since the skill description explicitly stated, can refine any item into a pill. This only fueled Zhang Lingxuan's desire to test it out. As the skill activated, the stone he held in his hand slowly melted like ice. Eventually coalescing into several pills, it settled back into his palm. Stone pill. Item type: pill. Effect: induces a brief berserk state, significantly boosting defense, followed by severe exhaustion. Note: overuse may cause mild kidney stones in the user. Holy! Zhang Lingxuan's heart pounded violently. Without a doubt, the properties and effects of these pills astonished him. Stones could be refined into pills. What about other materials? Just think items others might deem worthless. In his hands, they could be transformed into pills with different effects. A grin spread across Zhang Lingxuan's face, as uncontrollable as an AK-47. After that, he traded numerous items with other candidates for further experimentation. I have, however, distilled some insights and patterns regarding alchemy. After refining 10 pills, on the 10th attempt, both the potion's efficacy and side effects would inevitably see a slight increase. Moreover, the effects of the elixirs produced differ based on the attributes of the ingredients used. Take the wall-breaking pill, crafted from fragmentation grenades, for example. Not only can it be ingested to temporarily boost strength by sacrificing cellular explosions within the body, it can also be thrown like a grenade, inflicting explosive damage on enemies. While the damage isn't lethal, it can severely wound a full-grown professional. Truly terrifying. While Zhang Lingquan was frantically refining the elixir, in the Free Nation's high-stakes exam dungeon on the other side, Liana was resting against a large tree. As a rare beauty in the Free Nation, Liana fully embodied the finest attributes of foreigners. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and stunningly beautiful features, paired with a supermodel figure standing at 1.9 meters tall, utterly breathtaking. Her face bore a maturity and composure that belied her age. At this moment, her delicate lips parted slightly as she stared at her ranking on the leaderboard, her beautiful eyes filled with utter astonishment. Kim Soo-yeon successfully cleared the dungeon in the third assessment, ranking second. Clearly, the fact that Kim Soo-yeon had managed to clear the dungeon. Liana was utterly perplexed. Though she had already been eliminated, she had witnessed the sheer brutality of the Immortal Town dungeon. That endless sea of flesh and blood monsters, nearly overwhelming the candidates, still sent shivers down her spine. With that thought, her gaze swiftly shifted back to the top spot. Zhang Lingquan defeated the dungeon boss during the third assessment, successfully cleared the dungeon, ranked first. Jin Xiaoyan could never have cleared it alone. Could it be because of him? Liana narrowed her beautiful eyes. Looks like we need to notify the family to find this person and purchase dungeon intel. Other candidates and their backing family factions shared Liana's thoughts. Even the Kim family of Korea began frantically reaching out to Kim Soo-yeon. At this moment, as the 7-day dungeon period drew to a close, the third assessment was drawing to a close. Perhaps due to the increased difficulty of the dungeon, only a few hundred candidates passed this assessment. Considering the global pool of 70 to 80 million examinees, this number didn't even reach 1%. And this was merely the first stage of the college entrance exam dungeon. Even if one were to go back 100 years, such an utterly bizarre situation had never been encountered. A story dungeon infiltrating the Gaokao dungeon, it was like fishing with explosives. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan was still refining pills while waiting for the Time AI's upgrade to complete. Outside, the news of their successful completion had already caused a stir. In the waiting hall of the Goryeo Kingdom instance, Kim Soo-yeon's personal chat channel was flooded with countless private messages. Feeling a headache coming on, she skimmed through them briefly before simply blocking all messages from strangers. She then began checking messages sent by her clan elders. Soon, a video call request popped up on the screen. Aunt Jerong? Could it be that the family has something to tell me? After a moment's thought, Kim Soo-yeon clicked to accept the video call. Instantly, a projection of a woman appeared before her. Soo-yeon, how are you? Getting used to the dungeon? Aunt Jerong, don't worry. I'll persevere. Is there something you needed to discuss? After brief pleasantries, Kim Jerong's smile faded as she turned to the matter at hand. Soo-yeon, the family elders heard this dungeon is exceptionally difficult and unlike anything we've seen before. How did you clear it? Could you share your strategy with Aunt Jerong? Kim Soo-yeon didn't respond immediately to the question. Truthfully, her success in clearing that story dungeon was entirely thanks to Zhang Lingquan. Kim Soo-yeon wasn't sure if she should tell the family about it. After all, she genuinely cared for him. The family pursued profit above all else. If they learned about the two of them and tried to meddle, it would change everything. After much deliberation, Kim Soo-yeon decided to keep her feelings for Zhang Lingquan hidden for now. Since the family wanted dungeon intel, they could simply approach Zhang Lingquan for a deal. No matter what, she wouldn't get involved in this matter. Aunt Zirong, I was guided through the dungeon by someone, the Zhang Lingquan fellow. We signed a contract beforehand. As for the specific dungeon details, I'm actually not very clear on them myself. You mean you were guided through the dungeon by that Dragon Nation man named Zhang Lingquan? Jean Zirong's brows furrowed at this. She seemed unsatisfied with Kim Soo-yeon's explanation. After all, Kim Soo-yeon was the most promising young prodigy in the Kim family. Moreover, she had been entrusted with numerous powerful artifacts by the family. Under these circumstances, she still went out of her way to distance herself from her contributions in the dungeon. It could only mean two things. First, this silly girl has feelings for the other person and is trying to secure benefits for that unknown upstart. Second, the other person is genuinely formidable, having single-handedly led Kim Soo-yeon to clear the dungeon. After a moment's hesitation, Kim Jae-yeon spoke again. Soo-yeon, tell Auntie, do you like that boy? Chapter 33, Sun Yao's Breakdown. Oh, Auntie, Kim Soo-yeon's cheeks flushed slightly. She wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say, so she forced a change of subject. Aunt Jerong, he really did help me clear the level. I truly didn't do anything. It's alright, no need to explain. I believe you. Kim Jerong waved her hand dismissively. Go talk to him. See if he's willing to sell the dungeon information? I'll go report back to the family. Alright. Soon. The two ended their communication. Staring at the now silent communicator, Jean Zirong pondered for a moment before rising to head toward the family compound. She now had to relay this news to the clan's top leadership. Setting aside the fact that the girl liked the boy. If it was indeed him who had guided Kim Soo-yeon through the dungeon, then both she and the entire Kim family would have to take him seriously. After all, within the instance space, every instance was a vast treasure waiting to be unearthed. Once they obtained the specific details of this instance, it would be equivalent to obtaining the method to clear it. At that point, the Kim family could dispatch their strongest members to farm rewards from that dungeon. Meanwhile, after ending the video call, Kim Soo-yeon also found herself staring blankly. But soon, her gaze fell upon a golden reward orb before her. Fragment of a minor world. When she parted ways with Zhang Lingquan and received her dungeon reward, she had chosen this one. After all, Kim Soo-yeon had previously signed a copy agreement with Zhang Lingquan, though the agreement's terms had nothing to do with this particular instance. But ultimately, it was Zhang Lingquan who carried her to victory. This small world fragment was useless to Kim Soo-yeon herself, but Zhang Lingquan might find it valuable. Summoning the instance panel once more, Jin Xiaoyan sent Zhang Lingquan a private message. Appa, it's me. Got something good for you. Also, my clan wants to make a deal with you. Not long after sending the message, Zhang Lingquan replied. Hey, I'm busy alchemizing right now. Hit me up later. Reading the message, Kim Soo-yeon froze. A blush spread across her pretty face as if she'd thought of something.
Like the high-ranking members of the Kim family, many clans were eager to learn dungeon information from Kim Soo-yeon. After Kim Soo-yeon blocked unknown messages, these individuals turned directly to the Kim family behind her. While the Kim family's power in Korea was undeniably vast, but the sheer number of top-tier global families was overwhelming. Even a colossus like the Kim family couldn't withstand the pressure. Ultimately, with no other choice, the Kim family internally disclosed the entire process of this incident. Upon learning that Kim Soo-yeon's success in clearing the dungeon was entirely due to Zhang Lingxuan's efforts, those mysterious forces that had been pressuring the Kim family went absolutely mad. Meanwhile, in a certain location in the southwest of the Dragon Nation, within the Ji family ancestral hall, Ji Lingxue and Ji Shuelin stood side by side, gazing at the jade infant at the very top. "Brother, you must have heard the news too?" Zhang Lingquan cleared the story dungeon. Ji Lingshue's face brimmed with smug satisfaction as she asked first. Ji Shuelin beside her remained silent. The shock etched across his face, however, revealed his lingering disbelief. As the squad leader of a certain spatial rift outpost, he had naturally learned the news immediately. He'd been in the bathroom at the time, nearly jumping out of his pants in shock. Zhang Lingquan had truly stolen the spotlight this time. Not only did he top the college entrance exams 3 times in a row, he even managed to complete a story instance as a high school student. Keep in mind, the Immortal Town story instance was brand new. There were no official records about it whatsoever. Earlier, Ji Shuelin had admitted he looked down on Zhang Lingquan, just a high schooler. But now, ugh, I was wrong before. Who knew this kid was this strong? Is he really just a high schooler? Are you still doubting his identity? Haven't you noticed? Jin Xiuyan, who joined the dungeon with him, cleared it too. That proves he's no ordinary kid. Ji Lingxue nodded in response. Her gaze sharpened as she scrutinized the white jade infant enshrined on the high platform. The body, crafted with an ancient simplicity reminiscent of Hetian jade, was covered in a layer of dry, cracked fissures. Zhang Lingquan has given me hope. I must fulfill the final wishes of our clan's ancestors. Her voice was soft and clear, yet carried an air of finality. Ji Shuelin beside her tried to dissuade her, but found himself utterly unable to speak. After a long moment, he finally gathered his thoughts again. The family wouldn't have abandoned it unless there was truly no other option. Now that we see hope, I and the family will support you. Ji Lingxue smiled at his words. It was breathtakingly beautiful. If anyone familiar with her saw this expression, they would be utterly astonished. After all, she was a stunning beauty known for her icy aloofness. I'll enter the instance tomorrow and try to make contact with Zhang Lingquan. Ji Shuelin instructed. And we must obtain the dungeon information he possesses as soon as possible. We can't keep letting those foreigners reap all the benefits. Don't worry, I understand. Seeing his sister revert to her usual aloof demeanor, Ji Shuelin could only sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, inside a college entrance exam preparation center in Longwei, Sun Yao stared at the video projection before him, his face brimming with impatience. For the person on the other end of the video call was none other than his father, Sun Chenghu. As a rare soul mage class transfer, Sun Chenghu possessed not only formidable class prowess, but he himself was a formidable 4th-tier dungeon powerhouse. The Sun family had previously assessed Sun Chenghu, concluding he possessed the potential to advance to 5th tier within a year. That would mean father's son would have one foot firmly planted in the ranks of intermediate-level professionals. The Sun family's standing in Jiangbei City would rise dramatically. It was precisely for this reason. The Sun family's businesses in Jiangbei City were thriving. Now, observing his son's impatient expression, Sun Chenghu felt puzzled. Son, what's wrong? Did the college entrance exam go smoothly? I heard the difficulty level increased this time. It was okay, Dad. I awakened a class-specific skill in this storyline dungeon. Sun Yao's impatience vanished from his face. Instead, a forced smile appeared on his face. Though being utterly crushed by Zhang Lingquan had left him deeply unhappy, he had still awakened a class-specific skill within the dungeon. Sun Yao felt it was worth mentioning to his father something that showcased his exceptional talent. You awakened a class skill? That's excellent. By the way, the family needs your help with something. Sun Father's words came out in a rush, leaving Sun Yao momentarily stunned. That's all? No promise of any reward? Couldn't he at least offer a word of praise? He thought his father might not have heard him clearly, so he repeated himself. Dad, I just awakened a class-specific skill in the story dungeon. Oh, got it. I have something important to tell you now. The impatience on Sun Chenghu's face was plain to see as he spoke. This sight sent a chill down Sun Yao's spine. He wanted to curse. But considering the other party was his own father, he reluctantly conceded. Alright. Just spit it out. What do you need me to do? Son, do you know that Zhang Lingquan at your school? Sun Chenghu asked casually. Sun Yaoi, on the video call end, froze. Why was his father asking if he knew this person? Could it be he wanted him to see the boy as a rival? To defeat Zhang Lingquan? For a split second,
Sun Yao even envisioned a dramatic reversal of fortune in his mind, a classic case of what goes around comes around, proving he was indeed valued by his father. So what if Shan Lingquan had topped the rankings 3 times? He still couldn't catch his father's eye. The thought struck him. Sun Yao felt a surge of blood boiling in his veins. Dad, I know this kid. What? You want me to? Before Sun Yao could finish his sentence, Sun Chenghu across from him became utterly excited. Ha, good to know. Son, you must stay in close contact with that Zhang Lingquan from now on. Ha? Sun Yao was stunned. The fervor that had burned within him moments ago now turned to ice. Sun Chenghu, oblivious to his son's unease, continued his earnest admonitions. I've heard that Zhang Lingquan possesses the secret to clearing the Immortal Town dungeon. This is our chance for the Sun family to turn things around. You must seize it. Don't let pride get in the way. Go befriend him. Even if you have to be his lackey, get that secret out of him for me. Son, I'm entrusting this mission to you. Don't let me down. Go get it done. Sun Chenghu finished speaking and hung up the video call without hesitation. Staring at the now silent chat interface, Sun Yao's face went blank. Emotions churned in his chest for a long while. Finally, he let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Ah! Zhang Lingquan. You deserve to die. Chapter 34, I'm his sister. Discussions about Zhang Lingquan were intensely heated, both within and outside the dungeon. Long Xiajie, who had already arrived in Jiangbei City under official orders. Surrounded by shops and even walls plastered with posters and slogans densely packed with content all related to Zhang Lingquan. All posters and slogans related to Zhang Lingquan. He couldn't help but inwardly gasp. I never imagined Zhang Lingquan would be this popular. Having left the military zone, she wasn't wearing her uniform today. A standard pencil skirt hugged her strong, powerful legs, paired with black high heels. She moved like a gust of wind. She frequently drew glances from passers-by. Of course, walking fast in heels is one thing, being beautiful is another. Long Xiajie, clad in her pencil skirt and heels, truly lived up to the title of beauty. At this moment, she didn't head to Zhang Lingquan's residence but went straight to Jiangbei North First High School. After all, Zhang Lingquan was still inside the dungeon. Even as his bodyguard, she needed to coordinate with the school first. She needed to make arrangements with the school first. But as soon as she arrived at the school gate, she saw it decorated with festive lights and banners. A crowd gathered around the entrance, chattering excitedly as they discussed the placement of banners. This school looks so lively. I wonder what they're celebrating. Long Xiajie's curiosity piqued, and he walked toward the school entrance. At that moment, atop the gatehouse where the school's plaque hung high, several workers struggled to hoist a circular banner into place. They grabbed the top edge and rolled it down. In an instant, the banner unfurled, revealing a line of large characters. Warm congratulations to our school student Zhang Lingquan for achieving 3 consecutive world firsts in this year's college entrance exams. Long Xiajie stopped in his tracks. Staring at the banner, her pretty mouth opened slightly in surprise. As the special squad leader who had long guarded the border's uncontrolled rift, she wasn't particularly well versed in the affairs within the dungeon. Compounded by the exhaustion of constant travel these past days, she naturally had no idea how Zhang Lingquan was performing inside the instance. To Long Xiajie, Zhang Lingquan was nothing more than a high school student with slightly better grades. She never imagined he could achieve 3 consecutive world firsts. Once this banner was hung, the workers busied themselves again, unfurling the remaining banners one by one. Warm congratulations to our school's examinee, Zhang Lingquan, for clearing the story dungeon, Immortal Town, and breaking the world record. Warm congratulations to our school's examinee Zhang Lingquan. Over a dozen banners in succession, all prominently displayed outside the school gates. If the school entrance weren't so limited in space, the teachers would likely have continued directing the hanging. As Long Xiajie was taking it all in, a male teacher behind him suddenly spoke up. Parent, are you here for the school ceremony too? Long Xiajie froze for a moment. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. After all, she had received orders from the highest authority. For now, her identity as a bodyguard absolutely could not be revealed. Seeing her stunned expression and silence, the male teacher who had approached her didn't seem surprised. Several parents had already been startled by the school's elaborate security measures during previous visits. So Long Xiajie's reaction was perfectly understandable. At that moment, the male teacher beamed with pride, pointing to the banner behind him. As you can see, this parent, our school has produced a real dragon. Your child can benefit from this too. My child. Listening to the male teacher's enthusiastic pitch, a vein throbbed on Long Xiajie's forehead. He was so young, did he even look like someone with a child? If this were happening in the barracks, he would have kicked him in the shins by now. But for now, she had no choice but to suppress her temper and go along with his words. I know your school is quite impressive. So, can I go inside now? Oh. Sorry about that, I just get carried away talking. Let me show you in. The kids are all on the playground. The male teacher said, no longer paying attention to the work at the gate, and led Long Xiajie straight through the school entrance. Of course, the male teacher's enthusiasm was largely due to Long Xiajie's stunningly attractive appearance. Parent, allow me to introduce you. This is Mingda Building. Our school's Zhang Lingquan used to take classes here. That was. The male teacher was clearly excited, enthusiastically introducing Long Xiajie to the school's various facilities. But every third sentence revolved around Zhang Lingquan. It was clear he was immensely proud. This left Long Xiajie feeling rather helpless for a moment. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, they finally reached the school playground. By then, the area was already packed with people, a dense crowd stretching as far as the eye could see. At the center podium, a teacher was delivering an impassioned speech. See that guy up there on the podium? Deng Hang, Mr. Deng? Let me tell you, this teacher is no ordinary educator. He's the one who taught students like Zhang Lingquan. By the way, I should mention I was also Zhang Lingquan's teacher. I taught P. The male teacher seemed quite proud. As he spoke, he couldn't resist puffing out his chest. Long Xiajie nearly burst out laughing. This teacher is hilarious. A real chatterbox. After a few more brief exchanges, the male teacher finally led Long Xiajie to the parent registration desk nearby. Principal Zhang, this is the student's parent. I'm bringing her here to register and find her child. Oh, parent, what's your child's name? Let me see which class they're in. Zhang Yanshan, wearing a pair of glasses for nearsightedness, kept glancing at the roster in his hand. Long Xiajie spoke up directly. No need to trouble yourself, teacher. I'm Zhang Lingquan's older sister. Ha! Not only Zhang Yanshan, but even the male teacher beside him were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Long Xiajie's words. The scene fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, Zhang Yanshan, the head of student affairs, finally spoke up. As far as I know, Zhang Lingquan hasn't had any parents visit during his 3 years in high school. You, as a parent. I understand what you mean. Here's my ID. You can verify it. Long Xiajie didn't expect them to believe him. He simply pulled a dark green credential from his pocket. The moment it touched his hand, Zhang Yanshan and several teachers beside him instinctively looked up at it. Upon seeing the words military officer ID, everyone was startled. After confirming the ID was in order, Zhang Yanshan smiled and returned it to its owner. No wonder that kid Zhang Lingquan is so outstanding. It's all in the family genes. Since we're here during the school meeting for the children, would you mind saying a few words up on stage? His voice carried quite loudly. It drew the attention of quite a few people nearby. Especially after learning she was Zhang Lingquan's sister and exceptionally beautiful at that. Even more people gathered to watch. It was the first time Long Xiajie had been the focus of so many eyes. To be honest, she felt a bit shy. She could only find a casual excuse to decline the request. She also informed the school that she would be picking up Zhang Lingquan later. Finally, amid the warm farewells of the teachers at Jiangbei No. 1 High School, Long Xiajie stepped out of the school gates. Now back in the SUV, Long Xiajie wore an odd expression. Her beautiful eyes grew increasingly bright and alert. Clearly, she had developed a keen interest in Zhang Lingquan. This kid. Could he be some kind of prodigy? Such outstanding grades? However, before she could sit in the car and ponder for long, the satellite phone in the car suddenly rang. Long Xiajie's expression turned serious as he answered the call. Instantly, the gruff voice of Battalion Commander Hao Tai boomed through the receiver. Hey, Long girl. For heaven's sake. Could you hurry up and make contact with that kid Zhang Lingquan? The Kim family from Korea, the Feichler family from Liberty, the Ins family from Fog City. Plenty of families have already started reaching out to Zhang Lingquan, ready to do business with him. Your uncle Hao here nearly got chewed out by the higher-ups just now. They were practically spitting in my face. Dragon girl, can you hurry up? I'm begging you. Long Xiajie was a bit bewildered. She could tell that Battalion Commander Hao Tai was extremely anxious right now. Uncle Hao, I'm already in Jiangbei City, but right now. Before she could finish, Hao Tai cut her off on the other end. Alright, Long Xiajie, I'm the one who's impatient. Here's what you do, get into the dungeon immediately and make contact with that kid Zhang Lingquan. I don't care what you use, even a beauty trap. You must keep that kid under control for me. The military needs first-hand intel on the Immortal Town dungeon. Chapter 35, you damn well better not peek. Ever since acquiring the alchemy skill, Zhang Lingquan embarked on an almost maniacal alchemy endeavor. Whether it was stones, plants, or other materials, anything he could use for alchemy was transformed into his pills. Of course, during this period, the time AI integrated with the combat power detector also displayed a successful upgrade. Zhang Lingquan glanced at it, but aside from more detailed prompts, nothing else changed. This doesn't make sense. Wasn't it supposed to be a functional upgrade? Why is it still like this? Just as he was puzzling over it, a video call request from Kim Soo-yeon arrived. Zhang Lingquan froze, suddenly recalling that she had sent him a message earlier. He clicked accept without hesitation. The next second, a stunningly curvaceous projection instantly materialized before him. Kim Soo-yeon on the other end seemed delighted, immediately adopting a playful tone upon seeing Zhang Lingquan. Appa, it's been so long since we left the dungeon. Did you miss me? It's only been half a day, right? Zhang Lingquan was taken aback. He couldn't help but feel this Korean girl was being overly forward. Though she was undeniably beautiful, which was certainly a good thing for him, it still felt a bit unnerving. Appa, I just missed you so much. Kim Soo-yeon flashed a mischievous smile like a docile little kitten, making one's heart flutter with anticipation. Zhang Lingquan was about to say something else when a sudden alert from the Time AI echoed in his mind. Professional name, Kim Soo-yeon. Occupation, dancer. Age, 18. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Measurements, 33.525.6 34.2 inches. Current state, admiration, self-sacrifice. Zhang Lingquan froze. He clearly didn't understand what was happening. Was this the result of the Time AI upgrade? Not only could it analyze a target's basic information, but it could also discern their current emotional state? As these thoughts crossed his mind, his gaze drifted involuntarily toward the other person. The next second, Zhang Lingquan realized he was wrong. Completely wrong. For a split second, it felt like a blinding light had flashed into his eyes. It left him completely dazed. This X-rays couldn't be any brighter than this, could they? Zhang Lingquan thought to himself. Across from him, Kim Soo-yeon noticed the strange look in his eyes. She didn't get angry. Instead, she leaned forward slightly, lowering her neckline. Appa, so this is what you like? Then come find me? When the time comes. She paused mid-sentence, then reached up to tug her neckline lower. Her posture was as seductive as could be. I'll do whatever you want. This. Zhang Lingquan's body stiffened. To be honest, he couldn't handle such sweet talk. At this moment, all he wanted was to end the call as quickly as possible and erase those unsavory images from his mind. Let's get down to business first, kid. What did you need from me? Appa, you're blushing. Kim Soo-yeon watched Zhang Lingquan's every move. Her eyes crinkled into two crescent moons, a sight that was quite pleasing to behold. Seeing he couldn't handle her teasing, she stopped. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, Appa. I have something good for you, and my family wants to make a deal with you. Something good for me? A deal? Hearing her words, Zhang Lingquan's expression shifted. He was quite curious what kind of good stuff this little rich girl could possibly offer him. Soon, a trade notification chimed through the instant space. Kim Soo-yeon, Korean examinee, has sent you a trade request. Accept? Accept. Zhang Lingquan responded without hesitation. Instantly, a shimmering purple object resembling a shard of glass appeared in his hand. Fragment of a small world. Item type unknown. Effect contains spatial energy. Through this fragment, one may peer into other dungeon rifts. Note, this item possesses extreme unknown potential and may be upgraded into a minor world in the future. Note, this item is in a damaged state. Subsequent unlocking requires the host to explore on their own. Upon seeing this fragment of a small world, Zhang Lingquan froze in place. He never imagined Kim Soo-yeon would actually give him such a precious item. An item capable of cultivating an entire microcosm sounded incredibly powerful. Moreover, the ability to peer into other instance spaces was equally game-breaking. With this artifact, Zhang Lingquan could now monitor other candidates' dungeons at any time. Later, once this fragment of a microcosm was fully restored, he could use it to appear within dungeons at will or even escape. It's downright terrifying. Xiaoyan, thank you. I really like your gift. Zhang Lingquan was thoroughly pleased with the fragment of the miniature world. Since this girl was so thoughtful, he couldn't let her down. Since you've given me a gift, I'll return the favor with something special. With that, he traded her some of the standard pills he had previously refined. As for the one similar to the stone pill, he planned to save those for trading with others. After all, with Xiaoyan being so obedient, how could Zhang Lingquan bear to let her suffer? Appa, what are all these pills for? Can you tell me about them? Kim Soo-yeon stared at the mountain of pills before her, scratching her head in confusion. She was clearly baffled by Zhang Lingquan's actions. Zhang Lingquan didn't beat around the bush. He immediately began explaining the effects of the pills. The red one is the wall-breaking pill. You can throw it like a grenade. Of course, you can also take it orally. It temporarily boosts the user's explosive power, but the effect only lasts an hour. After that, you'll be weakened for a whole day. As for the green one, the barrier pill, it can also be thrown. It conjures a barrier of trees to block monsters. I don't recommend you take this pill though it dries out your skin. And the yellow one is the foul-smelling pill, similar to a smoke grenade. Throw it to create a cloud of yellow toxic smoke. Zhang Lingquan explained everything in great detail and with utmost seriousness.
But across from him, Kim Soo-yeon frowned deeper with each word, unable to resist interrupting.
Appa, I know Taoist alchemy. Are you sure the pills you're making are the same as those from Taoist alchemy? Don't sweat the small stuff. Just take them back and use them. Once you try them, you won't say a word. Zhang Lingquan replied with a laugh.
Then, as if remembering something, he continued his inquiry.
Oh, right. Didn't you mention earlier that your family wanted to do business with me? Oh, right. Appa, our family wants to buy the dungeon map for Immortal Town from you, like a cheat guide for the game. Kim Soo-yeon batted her big eyes at him. Her expression was delightfully playful. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan understood. Oh, that's what this is about? Alright, since it's your family, I'll agree. Really? Appa, I love you so much.
Upon learning Zhang Lingquan had agreed to the family deal, Kim Soo-yeon on the other end of the video call bounced up and down, overjoyed.
Appa, don't worry. With me here, I'll make sure you don't lose out on this deal. Gotta go now, love you. Bye.
After dropping that line, Kim Soo-yeon immediately shut off the video call.
Clearly, she was off to discuss the deal with her family elders. Zhang Lingquan felt both amused and exasperated. But before he could close the copy panel, another video call request popped up. Simultaneously, a private message appeared. Hello, Zhang Lingquan. I'm Ji Lingxue from the Ji family. I hope to enlist your assistance. Zhang Lingquan did not refuse. After all, he had heard of the Ji family patriarch who had fought in countless battles for the Dragon Nation. The Ji family behind him had sacrificed lives and shed blood for the Dragon Nation. All these positive factors combined left him with a favorable impression of the Ji family. But considering his upgraded AI capabilities, he deliberately lowered his gaze. The name sounds feminine. To avoid awkwardness, it's best not to look at the other person. Zhang Lingquan tapped to open the video call. In an instant, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared before him. Accompanying her was a prompt from the Time AI in his mind and a shift in perspective. Professional name, Ji Lingxue. Occupation, iron-blooded nun. Age, 25. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Measurements, 35.4 25.6 36.2 inches. Current status, anticipating. Without a doubt, Ji Lingshue's legs were fair and smooth. Especially those black fishnet stockings encased in high-heeled boots, they were simply. Zhang Lingquan slapped himself across the face. Damn it, I told you not to stare. Chapter 36, Ji Lingxue. Zhang Lingquan, who witnessed the video firsthand, slapped himself. Ji Lingxue, who had been sitting in her chair, froze in surprise. What's wrong with this kid? Why would he hit himself? And the way he looked at her was, well, quite peculiar. Ji Lingxue felt an odd sensation, as if he had seen right through her. She forced down her doubts. She spoke first. Zhang Lingquan, what exactly is this? Zhang Lingquan felt a bit awkward at the question. There was a mosquito on my face, so I was swatting it. Ha. After saying this, his gaze shifted forward, and even as a bright white blur filled his vision, he remained unmoved. Ji Lingxue found it amusing too, and without giving it much thought, she began instinctively sizing him up. As a high-tier professional, her attributes were exceptionally strong, making her largely unaffected by the banished immortal status. However, captivated by Zhang Lingxuan's exceptionally striking appearance, Ji Lingxue found herself favorably impressed. Classmate, I've come to see you today representing both the Dragon Nation Dungeon Research Bureau and the Ji family. She reached into her pocket and pulled out an ID card. This is my ID from the Dungeon Research Bureau. You can take a look. Zhang Lingquan merely glanced at the ID. Dragon Nation Research Bureau credential. Item type, credential. Effect, grants unrestricted access to all Dragon Nation Research Bureau branches. After seeing the item analysis prompt from the Time AI, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling the other to get straight to the point. No need. The credential is genuine. State your reason for seeking me out. Zhang Lingxuan's expression turned serious. The upgraded X-ray vision capability of the Time AI was overwhelming him. He needed to resolve this issue quickly. Otherwise, whenever he video chatted with a girl, he'd immediately. It just felt wrong. Of course, Ji Lingxue was unaware of Zhang Lingxuan's thoughts. Her mind was filled with astonishment. After all, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Every man she'd met before had been clamoring to chat with her more. And now Zhang Lingquan was actually urging her on? The thought crossed her mind. Ji Lingxue couldn't help but raise her estimation of Zhang Lingquan in her mind. Classmate, I'll get straight to the point. I came to see you today for two reasons. First, the Research Bureau has recognized your potential and wishes to collaborate with you on the profession of Wellness Master. The Research Bureau won't restrict your freedom. During this period, they'll also guarantee your safety and provide for your basic needs: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Zhang Lingquan listened quietly without responding, clearly waiting for the other to continue. Unpretentious and composed, a steady temperament. Impressive.
Ji Lingxue looked at him with an approving gaze, nodding repeatedly. And rest assured, the projects we research are largely related to the profession of wellness master. The research bureau won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. She was working to ease Zhang Lingxuan's concerns. This was quite a rare occurrence. Ji Lingxue's abilities, family background, and looks were undeniable. Under normal circumstances, this would never happen. But now, she had no choice but to do so. After all, Zhang Lingquan was her only hope. Since you managed to rank first in 3 assessments with this profession, you must possess your own unique understanding of it. The Research Bureau is fully committed to you. Any requests you have can be made directly to the Bureau. Whether it's money, equipment, or dungeon materials, will fulfill your every need. Zhang Lingquan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Truth be told, he had no idea how to research his own profession. Without the time AI to crack codes and analyze data, he'd be useless after switching to Health Master. But the terms offered were incredibly generous: items, materials, money, everything. If this partnership truly materialized, setting aside other considerations, first off, the potency of the pills he refined would see a huge boost. They wouldn't end up as useless as that stone pill. With this thought, Zhang Lingquan finally replied. Forget joint research. Most of my current achievements are down to sheer luck. Of course, I could collaborate with the Research Bureau in exchange for resources. I possess a pill refinement skill. Provide me with resources, and I'll supply you with pills. These pills have varying effects and side effects, but overall, they still hold research value. Zhang Lingquan knew full well that the pills he refined were exceptionally unique. Even if the Research Bureau obtained the pills, they wouldn't be able to research anything new. On the contrary, he could leverage the Research Bureau's resources and tools to accelerate his own growth. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingxue's brows furrowed slightly. While it was common knowledge that the profession of wellness master was weak, Zhang Lingxuan's health preservation master was different. Otherwise, how could he have ranked first in 3 consecutive assessments? This kid must be holding back. With that thought, she chose not to expose him, instead feeling a surge of inner delight. Hiding his true abilities was good. It meant he possessed many secrets that might just benefit the Ji family. Alright, we'll do as you say, Ji Lingxue said with a smile. Now that we've covered the first matter, let's move on to the second. This matter concerns my family affairs and is of great importance. I hope you'll sign a copy of the confidentiality agreement with me. As she spoke, Ji Lingxue stood up and bowed toward the projection screen, expressing her apology. Zhang Lingquan was stunned. He knew a thing or two about this Ji Lingxue. She was a legendary figure who conquered high-level dungeons, her power seemingly boundless. And yet, such a formidable presence was now bowing and apologizing to him over a single matter. For a moment, even Zhang Lingquan found himself curious. What could it possibly be? What could possibly make such an ice queen humble herself like this? Signing a dungeon confidentiality agreement is fine. I'll only be responsible for keeping secrets. You can't restrict me in any other way. Rest assured, it's just confidentiality. Ji Lingxue smiled. The two then signed the confidentiality agreement. The moment the copy agreement took effect, Ji Lingxue's expression suddenly turned serious. Zhang Lingquan understood it was time to discuss serious matters. You've probably heard some rumors about our Ji family, right? The Ji family patriarch changed his profession to a derivative of the health preservation master, a Qi cultivator. He even cultivated a nascent soul, becoming omnipotent, capable of traversing heaven and earth. Zhang Lingxuan's heart stirred. A Qi cultivator? Condensed a nascent soul? And a derivative profession of a wellness master? No wonder they came looking for him. He pondered this in silence, his expression unchanged. It can be said that the Ji family owes much of its current standing, is largely due to the nascent soul condensed by that venerable ancestor. But ever since our Ji family's ancient ancestor passed away, the nascent soul he left behind began to disintegrate due to the lack of energy replenishment. The clan has made predictions: if suitable energy replenishment for the infant soul cannot be found within 3 years, then this divine embryo would be utterly annihilated. Ji Lingxue held nothing back, because she knew she had no room for maneuver in this matter. Zhang Lingquan could sense an unyielding tenacity radiating from the woman before him. This woman must have gone to great lengths for that nascent soul. His mind raced. The first thing that came to mind was the spirit stone she had been rewarded earlier. After all, its description stated it could replenish spiritual energy. But Zhang Lingquan didn't want to hand it over directly. He needed to weigh the pros and cons. Ji Lingxue didn't disturb him. The two remained silent for a long while. I can help you, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to revive that nascent soul. Hearing this, Ji Lingxue's expression shifted abruptly. Although Zhang Lingxuan's current strength was still weak, and he might not have the ability to revive that nascent soul, at least he had agreed. Wait until after the college entrance exams. Come to the Ji family. Whatever you need, the Ji family will do everything in our power to provide. Additionally, as an Ironblood nun, I can protect you for 3 years. Without a doubt.
Ji Lingshue's words left Zhang Lingquan, who had been preparing to make demands, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such favorable terms from the other party. For an ancient, prestigious family to make such a concession, it was truly unprecedented. Despite the favorable terms, Zhang Lingquan still asked with a hint of hesitation. Your offer is too generous. Are you certain your family will agree? Ji Lingxue shook her head, showing no surprise. She understood that the family had already abandoned that nascent soul cultivator. Only she remained steadfast in her resolve. They won't agree, but if you help me, I'll do everything in my power to help you. I'll handle the family. If they refuse, I'll make a scene. Trust me. Few among them can stand against me. Chapter 37, The Golden Family in an Uproar. What gives that kid? Zhang Lingquan was stunned. So it was a case of jumping on the bandwagon first and paying later. What on earth could give this woman such unwavering resolve? He desperately wanted to ask her that question, but seeing Ji Lingshue's expression, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Though it was a pity the deal with the Ji family fell through. Ji Lingxue was no slouch either. She was a high-tier professional. And one of the most highly prized professionals at that. With such a powerful ally protecting him early on, Zhang Lingxuan's safety was now assured. Our deal is far from equal. Are you sure about this? Upon hearing this, Ji Lingxue smiled. Rest assured, I'm a woman of my word. Whoever helps me, I'll help them. Zhang Lingquan shuddered under her intense gaze. He finally grasped the meaning behind Ji Lingshue's words. This woman was clearly driven mad. She'd do anything to revive that nascent soul within her clan. He smiled, suddenly feeling a newfound respect for Ji Lingxue. This woman. Her looks and figure could make anyone's nose bleed. And crucially, she possessed such tenacious resolve, formidable power, and remarkable decisiveness. She's practically the perfect partner for collaboration. Since you agree, let's sign the contract. All right. Thank you. Ji Lingxue smiled faintly. Her eyes brimmed with delight as she looked at Zhang Lingquan. After that, the two chatted casually for a few more moments. Finally, after hanging up with Ji Lingxue, only then did Zhang Lingquan eagerly activate his time AI function. His gaze swept around the room, scrutinizing every object in sight. But strangely, no matter how he looked, that X-ray-like effect he'd seen earlier hadn't reappeared at all. This left Zhang Lingquan feeling somewhat frustrated. Could it be that this ability only works on people? Oh well, guess I'll just have to get used to it. Sighing, since he couldn't turn it off, Zhang Lingquan could only passively accept the feature. Just as he was lost in thought, a private message suddenly popped up on his instance panel. It was from Kim Soo-yeon. She mentioned the results of her family's experimental pills and wanted to discuss them further with Zhang Lingquan. With the interference of X-rays, Zhang Lingquan dared not video call her now. After a moment's thought, he could only reply with a brief message. Hey, I'm in the middle of a deal with Ji Lingxue. I'll get back to you later. Meanwhile, in the instance waiting hall of Korea, Kim Soo-yeon glanced at the private message sent by Zhang Lingquan. She addressed the projection beside her directly. Aunt Jeron, Appa said he's in a transaction with someone else and will contact me later. Huh? He's trading with someone else? Did you ask if he's trading with that family? Not sure. From the name, it seems like a girl. Ji Lingxue. Upon hearing this, Kim Jeron on the other end of the video projection fell silent. After a long pause, she frowned and asked, Are you certain the woman trading with Zhang Lingquan is? Ji Lingxue? At Aunt Jeron's reaction, Kim Soo-yeon found it quite peculiar. That's right, Appa definitely said Ji Lingxue. She promptly resent the private message content to Kim Jeron for her to see. Soo-yeon, this information is too important. I need to report it to the family immediately. You keep communicating with Zhang Lingquan. With that, Kim Jeron abruptly ended the video call, leaving a bewildered Kim Soo-yeon standing there, muttering to herself. Aunt Jeron is so anxious. Could Ji Lingxue be some kind of big shot? Of course, she had no idea what Kim Jae-yeon was feeling at that moment. At that moment, Jin Zirong had already exited the instance. He rushed toward the residence of the Kim family in Goryeo. As one of the foremost noble families in the kingdom of Goryeo, the Kim family estate sat atop a small hill in the outskirts of the capital city. The entire estate shimmered with gold and splendor, reminiscent of the architecture in the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom. Deep within the estate, in a meeting chamber, dozens of people sat cross-legged in discussion. Presiding over the meeting was a refined middle-aged man. This man was none other than the current head of the Kim family, Jin Jianxi, one of the world's most elite practitioners. His profession, Great Wasteland Priest. Head of the family, we've tested the pills that girl Soo-yeon submitted to the clan. The results are excellent. Someone below held a tablet computer while reporting. Kim Jianxi seemed quite interested. Those pills were traded for by Xiaoyan and Zhang Lingquan, correct? Is that lad's profession truly health preservation master? His voice was calm, carrying an air of scholarly refinement. Yes, head of the family. That young man's profession is indeed a wellness master. He provided us with several types of pills, and we have documented all the test results. Please review them. The reporting clan member spoke while simultaneously lowering the projection screen in the conference room. The experimental footage began playing immediately. The footage comprised several segments. The most prominent one showed a member of the Jean family holding a black pill and hurling it at a monster within the dungeon. The moment the pill made contact with the monster's body, a violent explosion erupted. After completing this action, the clan member pulled out another black pill, tilted his head back, and swallowed it. Within 3 seconds, his muscles began swelling visibly at a rapid pace. Then, he clenched his fist and smashed it into a stone that had been prepared nearby. Thud! A dull thud. The boulder shattered instantly. Seeing this, Jin Jianqi's face lit up with delight, and he burst into laughter. Excellent! This is a fine thing. With the college entrance exams approaching, the clan cannot provide support to its young members. I believe with these pills, they will surely achieve better results. Hearing the clan head's satisfaction, the clan member responsible for the introduction breathed a sigh of relief. Let Xiao Yan continue interacting with that boy. As long as his demands aren't unreasonable, agree to them all. Yes, head of the family. The secretary standing by immediately pulled out paper and pen to record the order. Although Zhang Lingquan had secured first place in 3 consecutive assessments, his profession remained that of a wellness master. A powerhouse like Kim Gun, he naturally couldn't spare him much attention. Next, let's discuss the family's business in the Free Nation. I hear they've raised tariffs again? Upon hearing Kim Jianqi's words, another middle-aged man holding a tablet immediately stood up, preparing to report. But just then, clang! The conference room door was violently pushed open. Kim Jae-yong burst in, panting heavily. Head of the family, I have critical news. I reported it to the clan through the proper channels earlier, but this information is too urgent. I simply couldn't wait any longer. She spoke while trying to steady the violent heaving of her chest. She looked visibly anxious. Since all present were high-ranking members of the Kim family, no one blamed her. After all, major clans did implement multiple layers of verification to ensure the accuracy of information. That Jin Zaerong would disregard the head's authority and burst into the meeting room. It must be something extremely important she needed to report. Zaerong, you're no longer a child. Why are you still so impulsive? What is it? Kim Jae-hyun glanced at her, lifting his teacup to his lips. Upon hearing this, Kim Jae-yong spoke directly. Head of the family. That Zhang Lingquan has already made a deal with Ji Lingxue once. Judging by the tone of their conversation, they seem to be on equal footing. As for Xiao Yan, before she could finish, Kim Jianqi was so shocked he spit out the tea in his mouth. The entire conference room erupted in an instant. What? The iron-blooded nun made a deal with that kid? What did they trade? What on earth does that kid possess that could attract such a formidable figure? Exactly. An equal relationship between them. How is that possible? What does that kid have that he deserves this? Chapter 38, Materials for Crafting the Mind-Severing Jewel. The news brought back by Jin Zaerong. It sent shockwaves through the entire upper echelons of the Kim family. Kim Jang, he couldn't hide his shock, frozen in place. Iron-blooded vanguard. Blood madman. The merciful nun. All 3 titles described Ji Lingxue. Don't be fooled by Ji Lingxue's usually gentle and quiet demeanor. Once the real battle begins, she instantly transforms into a completely different being. As an iron-blooded nun, a supremely rare and powerful class. Her strength is utterly absurd. Even peers who fought her have given her a nickname. Miss Bomb. That's right, Ji Lingxue's fighting style is essentially a life-for-life exchange. Once she marks someone as an enemy, it's all-out war until one side is destroyed, just like a street fighter. Zhang Lingquan had only been here for a little over 10 days, preoccupied with preparing for the college entrance exams. That's why he wasn't very familiar with the name Ji Lingxue. Except for him, of course. Any random person on the street would recognize the name Ji Lingxue. Jin Jianqi ran his fingers over his arm, sinking into silence. None of the senior members of the Jin family present spoke. The entire conference room fell into a prolonged silence. You could hear a pin drop. This is highly unusual. No matter how talented that boy is, he shouldn't be on equal footing with Ji Lingxue in negotiations. There must be something we're unaware of. Not only did Jin Jianqi find it hard to believe, but every single person present was equally incredulous. After muttering to himself, Jin Jianqi finally spoke to issue an order. First, elevate Zhang Lingquan's access level. As for who will handle the contact, it will still be Xiao Yan and Zaerong. Additionally, investigate this matter. If it proves to be a rumor, downgrade his access level. Not a single person present objected to Kim Jianqi's decision. After all, she was the one dubbed Miss Bomb. Unless absolutely necessary, the Kim family would be reluctant to provoke her unnecessarily. While the Kim family members were busy with their tasks, Zhang Lingquan was also organizing the pills he had refined over the past period.
Of course, he was merely categorizing their effects, types, and side effects for the time being. To maximize profits, he had decided to sell a portion of the pills for now to procure raw materials. Only after carefully packing and bundling each pill into boxes, he finally posted an advertisement in the domestic chat channel. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Lingquan. I've just finished refining a batch of pills for sale. Below are the effects and side effects of these elixirs. If you wish to purchase any, feel free to contact me directly. Of course, quantities are limited, first come, first served. Barter is welcome." Below his message, a video and a table were attached. The video showed Zhang Lingquan testing various pills. The table detailed the effects and side effects of each pill. After posting the advertisement, Zhang Lingquan fell completely silent. He wasn't good at interacting with people, especially when people would just sit there waiting for him to reach out. Then having to deal with them one by one was nothing but a hassle. Send a private message to inquire, agree to the transaction, and then sign the sales contract within the instance. With 3,000 pills to sell, even just handling the contracts would take a significant chunk of his time. Zhang Lingquan had no time to waste in the chat channel. However, even though he said no more, those candidates still lurking and chatting in the channel were utterly stunned by the pill attributes Zhang Lingquan had revealed. Holy! What the hell is this thing? A pill you can throw like a grenade and eat? The one you mentioned above is still okay. I think that stain pill is the craziest one. Eating it boosts defense, but the cost is severe nausea. Can you even imagine what that feels like? Ha, the big shot is the big shot, even the stuff he sells is one of a kind. Are these even real pills? They don't match my impression of traditional pills. Some of the ones listed here, well, they're downright bizarre. Weird is exactly right. Just look at the effects of his pills, you can tell what his ingredients are. Anyway, I don't need this crap as a beastmaster, and his prices are outrageous. Exactly. Only a fool would trade with him. Exactly. At that moment, perhaps spurred on by the ringleader, many others joined in flooding the chat. Occasionally, a few dissenting voices emerged. They were instantly drowned out by the flood of comments. Simultaneously, Zhang Lingquan's private chat channel began flashing frantically. He glanced through it briefly. In just over 10 seconds, tens of thousands had already reached out to him. Every single one of them wanted to trade for those pills. "Seems you're all quite honest, huh?" Zhang Lingquan chuckled. He hadn't even said anything, just posted an advertisement. Despite facing significant backlash, many were still eager to trade with him. Talk about saying one thing and meaning another, huh? He thought to himself. Zhang Lingquan selected one of the private messages and initiated a video call. A projection appeared before him, revealing a cute-looking young man. "Whoa! Big shot, Zhang Lingquan. It's really you. I'm Tian Wenqi, your biggest fan." Tian Wenqi seemed extremely excited. He stood in a world filled with charred ruins, with purple black trees visible in the distance. Beside him sat a massive, oddly shaped mechanical contraption. It was covered in jars and containers, resembling some kind of extraction device. Zhang Lingquan glanced at the contraption with curiosity. He noticed that within the massive glass flask at the center of the apparatus, strands of black liquid were being filtered. Magic extractor. Item type, extraction. Effect, extracts liquid from magic-infused soil. Note, this device cannot be used independently and requires a purification apparatus for operation. Seeming to notice Zhang Lingquan's gaze, Tian Wenqi smiled as he explained. "Big shot, this is my magic extractor. I'm an alchemist." Ha. Seeing the other man's cheerful expression, Zhang Lingquan smiled and nodded in return, just as he was about to sign a sales contract with him. However, the machine beside the magic extractor caught Zhang Lingquan's attention. Purification distillation apparatus. Item category, purification, distillation. Effect, capable of purifying and distilling extracted magical liquids. Note, this device can purify magic solvent. Note, magic solvent can be used to craft sword mind orbs. This thing is actually a material for crafting mind orbs. Zhang Lingquan's heart leapt with joy, though his expression remained impassive. "Let's sign a trade contract. 20 pills, you choose them yourself in exchange for a quarter of your rewards from the next instance run. Additionally, I want to trade for that magic solvent of yours. 1 bottle of magic solvent for 1 pill, what do you say?" Chapter 39, New Dungeon opens Rust Town. Tian Wenqi froze, turning to glance at the alchemy apparatus behind him. Then he nodded frantically. Magic solvent was considered a basic product for alchemists. His alchemical apparatus churned them out in vast quantities daily. In terms of value, it couldn't hold a candle to Zhang Lingquan's pills. He never imagined that the esteemed Zhang Lingquan would now offer a 1-to-1 exchange of pills for his own. This was an absolute steal. "Alright, boss, let's sign the duplicate contract right now, just as you said." With that, as if afraid Zhang Lingquan might change his mind, he immediately summoned the instance interface. With the successful signing of the transaction contract, both parties closed the video call with complete satisfaction.
For the entire day that followed, Zhang Lingquan was immersed in the process of contracts and transactions. To acquire Zhang Lingxuan's pills, these individuals pulled out all the stops. Some resorted to threats, others tried to leverage connections, and there were even those who sent Zhang Lingquan explicit photos of their legs. Of course, aside from the leg photos that Zhang Lingquan might glance at subconsciously, all the other messy messages were all blocked by him. And so it went. It continued until evening. After selling all 3,000 pills, Zhang Lingquan finally began to tally his gains. Besides 70 contracts for dungeon reward shares, he also acquired several items and hundreds of materials. Zhang Lingquan had already examined those items earlier. They weren't particularly useful to him, so he used them together with the materials for alchemy. For several consecutive days, Zhang Lingquan spent days frantically refining pills within his spiritual energy cave. During this time, Jin Xiuyan did call several video chats, but he managed to brush them off each time. 2 days later, the instance assessment task appeared once more. The 48 hours preceding the instance serve as the preparation period. Please manage your time accordingly. Unquestionably, the 48-hour preparation period left Zhang Lingquan stunned. However, this dazed state lasted only briefly. He soon stopped paying attention to it. Anyway, this crappy dungeon is already in such a state, who cares? Zhang Lingquan decided to just keep busy with his own affairs. Over the past 2 days, he not only used those items to refine several new types of pills, he also gradually figured out how to use the small world fragment. This thing was like a miniature portal. It could connect to the dungeons other adventurers were currently experiencing. While it couldn't transport people, it could send supplies and weapons. This discovery delighted Zhang Lingquan immensely. Being able to connect to other adventurers' dungeons. This meant the market for his elixirs had expanded. In a sense, he now possessed the ability to interfere with other candidates. Especially items like the wall-breaking pill, foul-scented pill, and barrier pill. Zhang Lingquan could directly hurl them through the portals of the small world fragments. Whether to torment the candidates or the monsters, it was entirely up to him. Of course, this excludes the small world fragments. After obtaining the magic solvent, Zhang Lingquan also acquired the blueprint for crafting the mind-severing orb. Mind-severing orb crafting diagram. Required materials: magic solvent 500 origin thought 01. Magic solvent was easy enough to come by over the past 2 days. He'd traded with Tianwenshi to secure a sufficient quantity. But this primordial thought, Zhang Lingquan found himself momentarily at a loss. Just as he was still racking his brain over what this thing even was, the dungeon announcement sounded once more. Instance assessment commencing. Dungeon difficulty, SSS tier. Dungeon story complexity, unknown. Instance suppression level, all. Current instance self-attribute suppression, 10,000%. Current dungeon item suppression, all items are unusable during this assessment. Current instance skill suppression, all skills are unavailable during this assessment. Instance entry type, death. Assessment content at %#%. Upon hearing the dungeon's SSS tier difficulty rating, and that string of death-related entries, Zhang Lingquan, still in the instance lobby, was instantly stunned. Before he could process it, the danger alert from the time AI in his mind sounded simultaneously. Unknown instance information. Extremely hostile towards the host. Danger level, 100%. Unknown instance information, extremely hostile towards the host, danger level 200%. Unknown instance information. Detecting violent capture of host by unknown instance. Host must initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level escalating too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Interference initiated using microcosm fragment power. Current instance malfunctioning. To ensure host safety, AI has automatically activated 24/7 maximum power output. Zhang Lingquan froze. He had no idea what was happening. Why, out of nowhere, had he been violently snatched into an unknown instance? Worse still, the danger level was escalating exponentially. Every entry was marked with death. The other party clearly intended to trap him in a certain death scenario. As the power of the microcosm fragment was forcibly utilized, the instance's notification changed once more. Seized by an unknown force, candidate Zhang Lingquan is entering the Immortal Town instance. Interference from unknown forces, candidate Zhang Lingquan is moving away from Immortal Town. Instance assessment commencing. Instance difficulty, grade A. Dungeon story complexity, moderate. Is this a death instance? Yes. Instance suppression level, extremely high. Current dungeon attribute suppression, 100%. Current item suppression, spirit caverns, spirit stones, both unusable during this assessment. Current dungeon skill suppression, nuclear bomb visualization technique unusable for this assessment. Instance type, Gaokao, solo stealth, death. Assessment objective, escape Rust Town within 15 days. The instance announcement faded. Zhang Lingquan felt dizzy. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself in a pitch-black, gloomy cave. Glancing down at his attire, he saw himself clad in coarse, earth-toned hemp robes. His shoes were so worn that his toes peeked through. A complex pattern had been painted in red pigment across his clothes. For some reason, being in the cave made him feel incredibly excited. He found himself shouting instinctively, Rui nang juin by chi chi now taoji rui mao. Even Zhang Lingquan himself didn't know the meaning of these words. Yet he uttered it as if it had been etched into his memory long ago. As the incantation left his lips, a wild fervor ignited within Zhang Lingquan's heart. Yes, he wanted to dedicate everything he had to the master who had suddenly appeared in his heart. My lord, I am your most faithful believer. Guide me to the path that leads to your side. His eyes glazed over, his face contorted into a maniacal grin, his entire body contorted into a posture of worship. If Zhang Lingquan could see himself now, he would have been horrified to the core. For above his head, a slender, phantom tentacle had already descended from the sky. Its target was none other than his crown of his head. Chapter 40, The Unknown Contamination Implanted. A twisted consciousness saturated with contamination, harboring malice toward its host. Danger level, 20%. A twisted consciousness saturated with contamination, harboring malice toward the host. Danger level, 40%. A twisted consciousness saturated with contamination. Detected distortion of host's cognition by unknown force. Host must initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level escalating too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Interference initiated using microcosm fragment power. As the AI's voice faded from his mind, Zhang Lingquan, who had been on the verge of madness, suddenly regained his clarity. Upon seeing the tentacle hanging down from above, he broke out in a cold sweat. Wasn't this the same ghostly thing he'd encountered in the Immortal Town instance? Why? Recalling the dungeon announcement from earlier, Zhang Lingquan felt his entire body go cold. The dungeon he was currently in wasn't Immortal Town. It was another instance sharing the same worldview as Immortal Town. It was like the same Earth, with Dragon Nation on one side and Liberty Nation on the other. In other words, the entity in that previous instance was attempting to directly pull itself into Immortal Town. Had it not been for the time AI and the little world fragments interfering to block and disrupt the dungeon signals. Otherwise, I'd probably be facing that thing in Immortal Town head-on. Damn it! I'm getting goosebumps. Zhang Lingquan cursed under his breath. He couldn't fathom when exactly he'd drawn its attention. Of course, the most urgent task now was to clear this damn rust town. The phantom tentacle above his head had vanished. His gaze swept around the room. The walls were bare. Covered in mysterious symbols painted in red pigment, the air thick with the pungent stench of blood. The entire room contained nothing but a small altar-like structure at its center. And the animal hide beneath his seat. At the entrance, a dozen or so candles of varying lengths burned, casting a dim, yellowish glow that barely illuminated the entire cave. By this faint candlelight, Zhang Lingquan lowered his head and lifted his robe. Upon seeing the situation on his chest, he froze in shock. He saw that his abdomen, at some unknown point, had developed a surgical suture thread. With each rise and fall of Zhang Lingquan's breath, his entire abdomen continued to undulate irregularly. Thanks to the upgraded capabilities of the Time AI, he could clearly see the black mass writhing inside his belly. Holy! What the hell is that thing? Zhang Lingquan felt a chill run down his spine. But the next second, his gaze fell upon the notebook beside him. Fighting back the nausea, he began to read its contents. August 5, 2024, I'm Mike. We heard about a small town in the southern part of the ugly country where some mysterious rituals seem to be taking place. So I gladly headed there with my team members. May everything go smoothly for us. August 7, 2024, we successfully reached this town called Rust Town. To our surprise, the locals were incredibly hospitable and welcomed us. August 8, 2024, we decided to ask the townspeople about the ritual, but their reactions were very strange. I don't know what's going on, so we decided to stay in town for now. August 9, 2024, the mayor approached us today, urging us to flee the town immediately. His use of the word flee struck me as peculiar. Why would he choose that phrasing? August 9, 2024, the mayor approached us again today with the same demand, but my team and I refused. We came to witness the ritual. There's no reason to abandon our mission midway. August 10, 2024, the mayor didn't come today. Perhaps he's given up persuading us. We paid a small sum to learn from one of the townspeople that a ritual ceremony will be held in 2 days. Hearing this news, my team members and I were all very excited. The diary abruptly ends here. The subsequent pages are all torn and uneven, as if someone had hastily torn them apart. Staring at the bloodstained diary in his hands, then glancing at the surgical stitches on his abdomen, Zhang Lingquan knew without a doubt that the people in the diary had been killed. He stood up and walked toward the cave exit. Outside, there was no sunlight. For reasons unknown, thick clouds had gathered overhead. The oppressive darkness made it hard to breathe. Look! Another one of the chosen ones has emerged. Mike! It's Mike! Outside the cave, a crowd of foreigners gathered, each holding a torch. They were all dressed in coarse hemp garments similar to Zhang Lingxuan's. When Zhang Lingquan emerged, all eyes turned toward him. Envy, jealousy, astonishment, a mix of emotions filled their expressions. Yet no one stepped forward to greet him. Zhang Lingquan surmised. It had something to do with him being an outsider in this small town. He had been chosen by the so-called divine being, and this fact made the townspeople before him resentful. Detected agitation in the unknown contamination implanted within the host. Suppression protocol initiated. Confinement pill successfully deployed. Suddenly, the alert from the time AI in his mind startled Zhang Lingquan. A sharp pain instantly shot through his lower abdomen. It felt as though something was gnawing at his internal organs, desperately trying to burrow its way out of his body. Zhang Lingxuan's face drained of color. Before he could recover from the agony, scratching footsteps echoed behind him. Numerous pitch-black caves lined the walls. From one of the cave entrances emerged a blonde-haired man wielding a skull-headed staff. His expression was interrogative, his face resolute, with distinct black lines writhing across his forehead. The black lines spread from the veins on his forehead, burrowing deep into his temples. Like tapeworms. Zhang Lingxuan's heart clenched at the sight. Ares, you finally emerged. How did it go? Did the gods accept you? Unlike the cold, desolate silence when Zhang Lingquan had emerged from the cave. This time, quite a few people crowded around him, clearly on good terms with this Ares fellow. Ah, of course. I, Ares, am the most loyal apostle of the gods. The man named Ares responded with a laugh. Simultaneously, he raised his staff and tapped it lightly against the ground. Instantly, a wave of energy rippled out from beneath his staff. Right on target. It was precisely the direction where Zhang Lingquan stood. Chapter 41, Advanced Pollutant. Gurgle. A dozen transparent, rotting tentacles resembling a fungal carpet rapidly surged across the ground toward Zhang Lingquan. Zhang Lingquan frowned and instinctively retreated beyond the tentacle fungus carpet's reach. Holy crap! Divine power? Ares, you've actually awakened divine power? Several villagers nearby gasped in shock. As if reading Zhang Lingxuan's reaction, Ares' face instantly twisted into a look of mocking contempt. Zhang Lingquan, of course, saw this expression and felt a bit speechless inside. Though he didn't understand why Mike, whom he represented, had also appeared in that cave. It certainly wasn't Mike's intention. He never imagined this would provoke Ares' jealousy. Seriously. What a petty little bastard. Hey! You outsider. You entered the awakening altar before me. Were you chosen by the gods? Ares approached Zhang Lingquan with a sneer on his face. The writhing black lines resembling maggots pulsing within the veins on his forehead. Still writhing like maggots. Zhang Lingquan couldn't help but take a step back, replying with a forced smile. Unfortunately, I haven't been chosen by the gods yet. Oomph. I knew it. An outsider will always remain an outsider. Hearing that Zhang Lingquan hadn't been chosen by the gods, the contempt on Ares' face deepened. As the two conversed, more people began emerging from the caves behind them. Zhang Lingquan glanced at their appearance and felt his heart sink. Indeed. Just like this Ares before us. Every man and woman who emerged from the cave. Black thread-like things wriggled across their bodies. Some had a single tentacle burrowing through their scalp, while others bore multiple tentacles tearing through their chests. Mildly contaminated body, slightly hostile toward host, danger level 10%. Mildly corrupted entity, slightly hostile toward host, danger level 20%. Infected by an unknown entity. Detected massive presence of minor contaminants in vicinity. Host must take countermeasures immediately. Perhaps the danger level consistently hovered around 20%. This time, the time AI did not automatically take control. Instead, it alerted Zhang Lingquan to take countermeasures. This scene instantly reminded Zhang Lingquan of the malevolent thoughts of the true immortal of unity he had encountered earlier in Immortal Town. When that being went berserk, its entire head seemed consumed by tentacles. It was utterly terrifying. Could it be that what these people call being chosen by the gods actually means? Being parasitized by these disgusting, ghostly things? Zhang Lingquan couldn't be certain, but a profound sense of danger gripped him. Just then, the time AI in his mind offered another analytical prompt. Analyzing host's current situation. Please wait. Result 1, this town has been completely contaminated by an unknown force. Probability, 100%. Result 2, host must escape this location by eliminating the source of contamination. Probability, 100%. Listening to the continuous stream of analysis results echoing in his mind. Zhang Lingxuan's heart trembled. Ever since being inexplicably dragged into this deadly dungeon, the time AI in his mind had been spewing prompts like there was no tomorrow. And this was merely the beginning of the instance. And judging by the time AI's 100% accurate analysis, this town had completely lost its mind. To complete the assessment task within the allotted time, and eliminate the source of the contamination. Damn it! This is driving me nuts. Realizing his current predicament, Zhang Lingquan's brow furrowed deeply. His gaze fixed on the motley crew of demons and monsters before him, his eyes brimming with wariness. He could already sense the thing inside his stomach stirring restlessly once more. That single imprisonment pill earlier seemed unable to suppress it for long. Zhang Lingquan felt a surge of urgency. Yet he was utterly helpless. He could only wait and see what happened next. Perhaps noticing him standing frozen in place, Ares had already let out a soft snort and departed. As far as his eyes could see, more people emerged from the cave. Their conditions were much the same as Ares. The moment they appeared, they drew gasps from the torch-bearing villagers. Analyzing based on host's observed situation. Please wait. Result 1. These contaminated entities appear to share some form of connection. Probability, 100%. Result 2. Higher-level contaminants can exert mental suppression over lower-level ones. Probability, 100%. At that moment, the Time AI's analysis prompt sounded once more. Zhang Lingquan's gaze sharpened upon hearing this, though it quickly returned to calm. At that very moment, an elderly man with a thick beard, dressed in black priestly robes, appeared holding a black leather-bound book. His face was deathly pale, his expression rigid, and something seemed to flicker in his eyes. With a soft cough, the crowd outside the cave, which had been noisy moments before, instantly fell silent. Seeing this, the old man surveyed the area, book in hand, and spoke softly. The Lord God is merciful, bestowing miracles upon us. All chosen by the divine shall become heroes of this town. Of course, the blood sacrifice ritual that follows will be perilous. If anyone feels cowardly and wishes to withdraw, now is your chance. Unlike Zhang Lingquan's pained expression, upon hearing the old man mention the blood sacrifice ritual, everyone present wore expressions of fervor, their eyes brimming with longing. Zhang Lingquan hesitated for a few seconds before finally raising his hand. I want to. Mike, are you still unable to let go of your family outside? Rest assured, once you pass the trial and become a divine follower of my blood cult, we will definitely bring your family here to reunite with you. The old man's eyes were vacant. Before Zhang Lingquan could finish speaking, he fixed his gaze firmly on him. High-level contaminant, hostile toward host, danger level 20%. Advanced contaminant, hostile toward host, danger level 50%. High-level contaminant. Chapter 42, Analyzer. Staring into the old man's dead, milky white eyes that fixed upon him, and the danger warning in his mind kept rising sharply. Zhang Lingquan wisely kept his mouth shut. The lunatic in this dungeon was even more insane than the last one and then some. Damn it! I'm truly impressed. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Noticing Zhang Lingquan's silence, the robed elder finally withdrew his gaze and turned to address the others. Since no one is backing out, prepare yourselves. Once you pass the blood sacrifice ritual, you will become members of my blood cult, entitled to select residences around the temple. The crowd erupted once more at these words. The temple. That was the place where the main god was enshrined. If one could reside in a dwelling near the temple, wouldn't that mean greater blessings from the gods? At this thought, the crowd immediately departed with eager anticipation, preparing for the upcoming blood sacrifice ritual. Zhang Lingquan, having nowhere to go, remained standing in place. The black-robed elder glanced at him and spoke. Aren't you going to prepare for the upcoming blood sacrifice? At the very least, go wash the filth off your body. Following the elder's gaze, Zhang Lingquan noticed his arms and face were covered in bloodstains, though he hadn't realized it before. All right. He nodded helplessly. He then made his way to the town well. He drew a bucket of water and began washing himself in plain view. Splash! The murky well water carried a hint of coolness. The water doused Zhang Lingquan, instantly sobering him up and washing away the strange sensation on his body. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the blood-stained water he had washed off onto the ground. Detecting unknown liquid. Conducting component analysis. Please wait. Time AI operated like an indefatigable donkey. Operating at maximum capacity. Constantly analyzing objects around Zhang Lingquan at every moment. Result 1. Blood contains excretions from an unknown entity. Probability, 100%. Result 2. Blood contains partial liver DNA from the host. Probability, 100%. Upon hearing the Time AI's analysis, Zhang Lingquan felt utterly filthy all over. What the hell was this result? Could it be that the damn thing inside his belly was gnawing away at his organs? If that was really the case, forget 15 days, he'd be done for in a matter of days. At this moment, Zhang Lingquan was truly panicking. Time AI, can you help me analyze ways to eliminate that thing inside me? Analyzing cleanup options for host. Please wait. Nuclear bomb visualization activation failed. Initiating plan 2. Microcosm fragment functionality failed. Initiating plan 3. Artifact spirit activation successful. Partially integrated AI computing power. Transitioning to analyzer form. Host may utilize analyzer to collect contaminant DNA for analysis. Upon reaching 100% analysis completion, the host may utilize alchemy to craft pollution removal potion. As the AI prompt concluded, a device resembling a thermometer instantly materialized in Zhang Lingxuan's hand. Special DNA analyzer. Item status, temporarily fused with Time AI. Item category, analysis. Effect, collects physical fragments of contaminated entities for comprehensive analysis. Note, this item results from the temporary fusion of the Time AI and the artifact spirit. Note, after dungeon completion, Time AI's computational power is partially restored, and the artifact spirit automatically terminates fusion. With the analyzer in hand, Zhang Lingquan finally felt a glimmer of reassurance. After drying the water stains on his clothes and dressing properly, he headed to the mayor's residence. According to Mike's diary, the mayor's residence was located just beyond the town entrance. Judging by his persistent attempts to persuade Mike and his companions, the mayor could be considered a decent person, at least by some standards. Zhang Lingquan felt visiting him was the right move. The town center consisted of a jumble of wooden houses, reminiscent of 1970s American Western architecture. Now, he stood before a slightly dilapidated porch, raising his hand to knock softly on the door. Soon, an aged voice came from inside. "Who's there?" "Mayor, it's Mike. Just dropping by to see you." Zhang Lingquan replied with a smile. Unexpectedly. After hearing his voice, there was no further movement inside. Finding this odd, he knocked on the door again. "Mayor? Mayor? Mayor? Come in." This time, the mayor finally spoke again, though his voice sounded much older. Zhang Lingquan paused, pushed open the door, and stepped inside, halting in the living room. The mayor stood at the window, his back to him. The air around him warped. Countless terrifying, twisted transparent tentacles. Similar to the malevolent thoughts of the Taoist monk Yi encountered in Immortal Town. This time, the tentacles were also covered in a dense, hair-raising array of eyes. Of course, all of this vanished the moment the mayor turned around. "You're not Mike, are you?" The mayor's opening words sent a chill down Zhang Lingxuan's spine, causing him to tense up instinctively. Now he could clearly see the mayor's features, curly white hair, a hook nose, and blue eyes. A quintessential foreigner's features. "Mayor, I don't understand what you mean." "Of course I'm Mike." "Heh, kid, you can't fool me." The mayor narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Zhang Lingquan as if he had already seen through everything about him. The atmosphere at the scene instantly fell into dead silence. After a long, heavy silence between them, the mayor finally spoke again. "Whoever you are, if you wish to join the blood cult, I won't stand in your way. But if you want to leave, you'd better do it now. After all, this little town hasn't been peaceful lately." "Leave? Of course I want to leave." Zhang Lingquan sighed. He too wanted to escape this cursed dungeon as soon as possible. But leaving here hinged on one precondition: eliminating the source of that corruption. With his stats currently being completely suppressed by the dungeon, going after it directly was practically suicide. Perhaps sensing the emotion on his face, the town mayor sighed slowly. "Ah, child. In any case, if you ever get the chance, leave this town. The farther, the better." "You?" The mayor trailed off, and Zhang Lingquan looked up at him in confusion. He noticed countless blue veins pulsing on the man's forehead. Like finger-thick little snakes. They pushed the mayor's eyeballs so far out they looked like they were about to pop. The sight was rather terrifying. Zhang Lingquan instinctively took a few steps back. The entire town was in utter chaos now, and he couldn't be sure if the mayor before him might snap. He stared at the mayor for over 10 seconds, until the man finally returned to normal. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the mayor's astonished words. "Mike? Kid? How did you just materialize in my room?" Chapter 43, This Old Man has schizophrenia. "Ha?" Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan was instantly dumbfounded. "Mayor, what do you mean? We were just talking a moment ago." "Just now?" The town mayor looked utterly perplexed, his graying eyebrows knitting together as if he were carefully pondering Zhang Lingxuan's words. But after only a moment, he shook his head flatly. "Young man, what nonsense are you spouting? I was clearly alone in the living room just now when you suddenly appeared before me out of thin air. Good heavens! You haven't awakened divine power, have you?" At this point, the old mayor could barely contain the joy on his face. "Ha ha ha! I knew you were chosen by the gods. It was worth sending you to the divine selection altar. Now all you need to do is complete the blood sacrifice ritual, listen to the teachings of the supreme god, join the blood cult, and then run for the position of divine son." Seeing the fanatical fervor in the old man's eyes, Zhang Lingquan felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He was now certain beyond doubt that this old man had, damn it, schizophrenia. He couldn't rely on anyone in this town after all. He could only rely on himself. At that moment, the town mayor gazed at Zhang Lingquan with admiration. "Young man, rest assured. You possess the innate talent to serve the gods. Becoming a divine son would be a breeze for you." "I don't want to be a divine son." Zhang Lingquan desperately wanted to shake his head in refusal and walk away.
But considering the other party might flip the table, he ultimately abandoned that decision. Seeing Zhang Lingxuan's silence, the mayor assumed he lacked confidence in becoming a divine son. After a moment's thought, he turned and retrieved a blood-stained cup from the cabinet. This is holy water bestowed by the supreme deity. Drink it, it will aid your awakening of divine power. The cup revealed a small mass of black, viscous liquid still writhing inside. Liquid imbued with unknown energy. Item type, consumable. Effect, imbued with the unknown. Upon use, there is a chance it will induce schizophrenia in the host, giving rise to a second personality. Note, this item may amplify the distorted consciousness entity within the host. Use is not recommended. Forget it. Zhang Lingquan nearly let out a blood-curdling scream, but managed to swallow it back at the last moment. This time, the town mayor's demeanor shifted abruptly. The fervor on his face turned icy cold. What? You don't want to become the divine son? Do you wish to be a heretic? The mayor's tone grew increasingly icy. The transparent tentacles behind him surged wildly toward Zhang Lingquan. It was clear he intended to kill him. Zhang Lingquan was utterly flabbergasted. All he did was refuse once, and the other party already harbored murderous intent toward him. How could someone be so hot-tempered? To avoid being attacked, he hastily offered a righteous explanation. Mayor, please put that thing away. The Supreme Being has shown mercy, bestowing a miracle upon us. I only wish to rely on my own strength, step by step, to serve the divine. You mean, you're serious? The mayor clearly hadn't expected Zhang Lingquan to utter such words. He stared at Zhang Lingquan hesitantly. His eyes brimmed with skepticism. Zhang Lingquan replied calmly. Of course it's true. My lord is the greatest. I must be sincere. Ha ha ha, good. Good. The Lord God is the greatest. As if stirred by the words Lord God, the mayor's face once again contorted with mania. Since this is your choice, I won't dissuade you. Go prepare for the upcoming blood sacrifice ritual. For some reason, upon hearing the words blood sacrifice ritual, Zhang Lingquan felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. Glancing once more at the transparent tentacles clinging to the man's body, he hurriedly strode out of the mayor's house. The site of the blood sacrifice was a spacious plaza. At that moment, a sacrificial altar 7 or 8 meters tall stood at the very center. Tied to the altar were a black goat and a rabbit. Standing nearby, the executioner wielded a sharp axe, severing the heads of both living creatures. Large basins were then brought forth to collect the blood. Before long, the basin was filled to the brim. Zhang Lingquan, watching the entire process from below the altar, frowned deeply. After all, the setting of this dungeon was the Western world, where Christianity held sway. In Christian doctrine, the black sheep symbolized ill omen, the very embodiment of Satan. And the rabbit appearing alongside the black sheep? That was Satan's lover, the witch. Now these people were actually performing a blood sacrifice with these creatures. Zhang Lingquan couldn't bear to imagine it. What kind of being was this entity the townspeople called their Lord God? As he trembled inwardly, someone, unable to contain their fervor, strode swiftly up the altar steps. As that person plunged both hands into the blood-filled basin, a strange crimson light abruptly descended from the patch of sky above their head. Very well. You possess the qualifications to become a divine servant. The executioner beside him spoke upon seeing the crimson glow, drawing gasps from the crowd below the platform. Zhang Lingquan noticed. There was something deeply wrong with that crimson light descending from the sky. Within the glow, slender tentacles, like fishing lines, burrowed into the man's skull. The slender tentacle did not vanish along with the red light. Instead, they remained hooked into the man's head. The scene was utterly bizarre. Of course, judging by the utterly fanatical expressions on the faces of those around him, these people clearly couldn't see this scene. Host appears to be participating in some form of group ritual. Analysis in progress. Please wait. Result 1. The red light possesses some form of verification mechanism. Probability, 90%. Result 2. This ritual selects hosts for certain entities, 90% probability. The analysis prompt from the time AI in his mind sounded again. Zhang Lingquan froze. According to this analysis, did that mean the brighter the red light above one's head, the more likely they were to become a host? Or perhaps more tentacles would descend from the heavens? His thoughts were in disarray. He shuddered involuntarily. Then he spotted another familiar face. Ares. As he stepped onto the altar, all eyes immediately turned to him. His body swelled outward, thick translucent tentacles bursting through his skin and writhing restlessly around him. Of course, this was from Zhang Lingquan's perspective. From the townspeople's perspective, Ares was now enveloped in a deep, swirling black thunder, radiating the imposing presence of an emperor. That astonishing and eerie aura caused the ghostly thing within Zhang Lingquan's body to stir. Oh no, this thing seems to be gnawing at my insides again. Clutching his stomach in agony, beads of sweat instantly formed on Zhang Lingquan's forehead. Though the time AI and his own elixirs helped suppress it, he still felt utterly helpless. Especially since he had just used the upgraded functions of the time AI.
to check the status of that ghostly thing inside his belly, which sent a cold sweat running down his back. Enemy type, unknown existence, split spirit. Status, fused. Potential weaknesses, none. Note, this entity has completely devoured the host's internal organs and is replacing the host's organs. Note, under these conditions, forcibly removing the entity would endanger the host's life. Chapter 44, My organs have been devoured? My insides have been eaten, clean? Zhang Lingxuan's face darkened. At that moment, Ares on the altar had plunged both hands into the blood-filled basin, with blinding crimson light descending from above his head. Excellent! Excellent! Ares, you truly possess the innate talent to become a divine son. Even the executioner beside him couldn't help but change expression, revealing a hint of fanatical fervor. Observing the expressions of envy and reverence among the crowd below the altar, Ares wore a look of pure satisfaction. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his gaze shifted toward Zhang Lingquan in the crowd. Hey, you outsider! Aren't you supposed to be so great? Come on up. Could I skip this? Zhang Lingquan sensed the danger in that red light and had no intention of stepping forward. But the moment the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted them. Because he saw that nearly everyone present had turned their gaze toward him. Ares atop the altar bulged his eyes, his transparent tentacles erupting like a boiling cauldron, flailing wildly. You bastard! How dare you refuse such a sacred ritual? You are asking for death. Intermediate level contaminated entity nearing critical instability, exhibiting 100% host hostility. Low level contaminated entity nearing critical instability, harboring extreme hostility toward host. Danger level 100%. Imminent. Detected agitation and unknown contaminants implanted within the host. Suppression protocol initiated. Restraint pills 2 successfully deployed. Almost simultaneously as these individuals were about to lose control, the AI upgrade notification in his mind began ringing incessantly like a madman. Zhang Lingquan was completely numb. Wait, I only said one sentence, why are you all freaking out? To prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, he hurriedly explained. What I meant was, could I hold off on going up? I need to pray to my lord. I must maintain the utmost reverence. Only then will the Supreme Being feel my respect. As the words left his mouth, he could distinctly feel the surrounding demons and monsters calm down. One villager even slapped him on the shoulder with a laugh. Hey, buddy, why didn't you finish your sentence? Made me think you were some kind of heretic. Ares on the altar regained his composure, though a trace of disdain still lingered on his face. Stranger, I didn't expect your faith to be so pure. Since that's the case, go ahead and pray. Zhang Lingquan desperately wanted to curse under his breath. What the hell did he know about praying? But with so many eyes fixed on him, he could only kneel on the ground. He began to sway his head back and forth, mumbling incoherently in Dragon Nation speech. Eat grapes without spitting out the seeds, eat grapeskins without spitting out the skins. Seeing him kneel so devoutly, muttering incantations they couldn't understand, the crowd grew increasingly fervent. Though they couldn't make out the words he was muttering, they somehow felt it was incredibly powerful. After finishing the chant, Zhang Lingquan stood up and steeled himself to walk onto the altar. His gaze fell upon the wooden basin brimming with blood. He gritted his teeth. He plunged both hands directly into it. Ice cold. Shuddering. Dead silence. Zhang Lingquan seemed to hear a low murmur of some unknown meaning in his ear. Immediately, his entire torso erupted in agony, as if something was trying to burrow its way out. As the physical abnormalities manifested, a blinding red light also appeared above his head. Compared to the others, who only had a small patch atop their heads, Zhang Lingquan's red light was far more intense. It twisted and swirled. Like red ribbons drifting through the air. Or like the angelic blessing depicted in the Bible at Jesus' birth. In any case, this eerie crimson light finally reached the top of Zhang Lingquan's head. Completely distorted consciousness, filled with hostility toward the host. Danger level, 100%. Completely twisted consciousness, filled with malice toward the host. Danger level, 100%. Completely distorted. Detecting a large amount of distorted consciousness in the vicinity. Host, please initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level escalating too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Utilizing microcosm fragment power to establish isolation. Fortunately, the time AI was assisting in blocking the threat. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan looked up. The sight of the dense, slender tentacles sent a chill down his spine. Unlike Zhang Lingquan's relief, the townspeople still watching nearby were all frozen in shock. The executioner tasked with maintaining order on the altar let out a startled cry. This must be divine favor. Holy crap, Wang Defu. It was no wonder these people were shocked. The commotion Zhang Lingquan had caused was simply too immense. Though in the end, the tentacle concealed within the crimson light was blocked by the small world fragment just outside his scalp. It couldn't dampen the fervor in the townspeople's eyes. Yet Zhang Lingquan paid them no mind at that moment.
The excruciating pain radiating from his lower abdomen threatened to send him reeling into unconsciousness.
Yes, that eerie, writhing sensation almost like faint chewing noises.
That thing inside his belly seemed to be gnawing at his flesh, crawling through his blood vessels, relentlessly burrowing toward his brain.
What was happening? Why couldn't even 2 ceiling pills suppress this thing?
Zhang Lingxuan's face drained of color. Ignoring the crowd, he turned and headed straight for the base of the altar. Fortunately, the townspeople were still reeling from the shock of what had just occurred.
No one stepped forward to stop him. Because he had nowhere to stay. Zhang Lingquan left the altar and rushed straight to the town well.
Bucket after bucket of cold water poured over his head, finally bringing a glimmer of clarity back to Zhang Lingquan amidst the pain.
Staring at his stomach, still writhing with movement,
he finally forced himself to calm down. Though the elixir temporarily suppressed this thing, it was no long-term solution. His only 2 paths to salvation now were to eliminate the source of the contamination and clear this cursed dungeon.
Was to analyze its biological information and then concoct a cleansing potion. Sigh. What a headache.
Leaning against the slightly foul-smelling well rim, Zhang Lingquan sighed helplessly. Hours later, the town sheriff found him here. Word of the divine favor had apparently spread. The sheriff's face was filled with fervor and envy. Stranger, it's time to attend worship at the town church.
Worship? Worship who? Cut the damn nonsense. Soaking wet, Zhang Lingquan immediately grew wary. Excuse me, are we supposed to worship the Lord God? Is there some kind of ceremony involved?
The sheriff shot him a strange look but proceeded to explain. The blood sacrifice ritual is over. We're just going to worship and proclaim the teachings of my blood sacrifice sect.
Nothing else?
The sheriff paused. He didn't understand the man's meaning. After a moment's thought, he lowered his voice and continued. I heard the mayor knows about your situation and plans to offer you a sacred sacrifice.
Zhang Lingquan nearly cursed out loud in shock.
He was already starting to miss the previous dungeon. Though it was dangerously terrifying, at least it wasn't this torturous.
What the hell is wrong with this town mayor? Why is he so hell-bent on giving me stuff? Is he sick or something?
He muttered the complaint under his breath. He then followed the sheriff to the town hall. By now, the wooden benches arranged in 2 rows were already packed with people. The residents wore expressions of madness, their heads crowned by transparent tentacles that formed a chaotic tableau of demons dancing.
Yet the moment Zhang Lingquan stepped inside, the scene vanished completely. The gazes fixed upon him held envy and jealousy.
One gaze, brimming with murderous intent,
was particularly clear. Zhang Lingquan followed the direction of that gaze.
Upon recognizing him as Ares, he immediately ducked his head, avoiding any further eye contact.
Are you kidding me? This Ares is clearly off his rocker. No way am I going to get into it with a lunatic.
Noticing that Zhang Lingquan had averted his gaze, Ares finally withdrew his gaze with a look of contempt. Now that all the townspeople are gathered, I shall lead us in today's worship service. From the pulpit at the front of the hall, a middle-aged man clad in a black robes adorned with symbols spoke. His voice was gentle, like a warm spring breeze.
Zhang Lingquan glanced at the man. However, the next second, his scalp tingled with dread. Chapter 45, I'll show you a real treasure. Following his gaze.
On the church pulpit, a priest clad in a black robe stood hunched over. And upon his back, a colossal eyeball was perched.
Transparent tentacles kept extending from within the eyeball.
They danced about as he spoke. The eyeball's gaze darted rapidly, scanning the congregation within the church before finally settling on Zhang Lingxuan's face. This sight sent a chill down his spine, but he forced himself to remain calm, pretending he hadn't seen anything.
The priest at the pulpit seemed to notice Zhang Lingxuan's reaction.
He merely gave him a fleeting glance. He promptly resumed reciting the so-called doctrines. In the beginning, the Lord God created the heavens and the earth. At that time, chaos had not yet unfolded, and everywhere was filled with light. The Spirit of the Lord God moved upon the face of the waters.
The Lord God said, "Let there be darkness," and so he bestowed endless darkness.
The Lord God said, "Let there be offerings," and so he created mankind to be sacrificed. The priest's words flowed softly like the wind, filling the entire church and sending waves of fervor through the congregation.
Only Zhang Lingquan frowned deeply.
The more he listened, the more off it felt. This so-called doctrine of the blood sacrifice cult, wasn't it just a rewritten version of the Bible? Worse still, the priest's words seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing the tentacles on everyone present to boil with life. They spread relentlessly forward until they touched the eyeball tentacles behind the pastor. Throughout this process, the walls of the entire church seemed to sprout mold. They were steadily covered in pink flesh.
In Zhang Lingxuan's field of vision,
it felt as though he were inside the intestines of some monstrous creature. Everywhere was saturated with a sickeningly viscous fluid. Suddenly, he felt a faint gnawing sensation within his body again.
The mass inside his stomach seemed to react under the influence of some doctrine.
Holy!
Zhang Lingquan quickly covered his ears, barely blocking out the external sounds.
Only when that horrifying gnawing sensation in his stomach finally subsided did he breathe a sigh of relief.
At this moment, even someone as dense as him understood what was happening. This damn town was full of traps everywhere. If he hadn't been quick on his feet, he might have been gutted by the creature inside his stomach just now. Just as Zhang Lingquan was silently celebrating his narrow escape. On the podium, the priest glanced up at him with a smile of ambiguous meaning. If you hit the east, that's it. If you hit the west, that's it too. That's it, big bus. Zhang Lingquan kept muttering the rhyme under his breath. It was his only means of resisting the pastor's teachings at the moment. At that moment, he noticed the tentacles emerging from the bodies of the townspeople above him. After making contact with the eyeball tentacles on the priest's back, they began to deliberately or inadvertently start absorbing something. Pulsing rhythmically. The townspeople still seated inside the church began to look increasingly vacant, their eyes unfocused. The color of their skin darkened visibly at a rapid pace. Then, dense white lines rapidly protruded from their skin. Zhang Lingquan felt a chill run down his spine. This was the umpteenth time his scalp had prickled. Though he knew this dungeon was strange and had prepared himself before entering the church. But witnessing this scene before him, he still found it hard to bear. He observed cautiously. He noticed that one of the tentacles sucking the most voraciously belonged to Ares. His tentacles were the largest and thickest. Meanwhile, after listening to the blood-offering cult's doctrine, Ares felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria wash over him. He slowly opened his eyes, a trace of disdain crossing his face, and turned his head toward Zhang Lingquan. What he hadn't expected was that the other was also watching him. This puzzled Ares. He rose abruptly and strode over to ask, "Hey, stranger, did you feel the divine call just now?" He felt a touch of smugness. Though the other had drawn divine favor during the blood sacrifice ritual, he wasn't far behind. Just moments ago, while the priest recited the doctrine, he had clearly seen the form of the chief deity. A deity of breathtaking beauty. More crucially, the main god had invited him to team up together. The feeling was indescribably wonderful. Of course, if Zhang Lingquan knew about this situation, he would surely exclaim in admiration. His bravery surpasses even Brother San's. Now, seeing Ares step forward to provoke him, Zhang Lingquan felt no desire to engage in conversation. After saying no, he immediately prepared to leave. This left Ares standing nearby with an awkward look on his face. But after a moment's thought, he reached out to stop him. "Hey, stranger, what are your plans for the upcoming divine offering?" The divine offering was considered the final trial of the entire blood offering sect. Success meant becoming a divine son of the sect. They would receive the sect's highest honors. In short, for Zhang Lingquan, it was absolutely detrimental with no benefits whatsoever. "I don't have any plans. If possible, I'd rather not go." Hearing Zhang Lingquan's words, Ares' eyes lit up instantly, prompting him to continue speaking. "Hey, outsider, how about we make a deal?" But before he could finish his sentence, the town mayor, seated in the front row, suddenly approached. "Kid, come with me. I'll show you something special." "Something for me?" Zhang Lingquan froze. He recalled what the town sheriff had told him earlier, and a wave of reluctance washed over him. The things this old man had casually given him before were already terrifying enough. If he were to give me a divine offering now. Seeing Zhang Lingquan staring blankly, the mayor paid no mind, simply pulling him up and leading him toward the church exit. From start to finish, he never once glanced at Ares beside him. This left Ares' face ashen. Tentacles surged wildly across his body. But soon, he regained his composure. Gazing at Zhang Lingquan's retreating figure, a flash of venomous hatred flickered in his eyes. It was still the same two-story wooden house belonging to the town mayor. To Zhang Lingquan's surprise, the pastor was also present. "Hello, Mike. My name is Jeffrey," Jeffrey said, smiling warmly as he fixed his gaze on him. Behind him, the eyeball wrapped in tentacles stared intently at Zhang Lingquan. "Hello, Reverend Jeffrey." Zhang Lingquan appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was panicking. The mayor ignored the two men, entering the house and heading straight for the second floor. When he descended the stairs again, he held a black candlestick in his hand. Zhang Lingquan raised an eyebrow, sensing something deeply unsettling about the object. Sure enough, the moment the town mayor placed the candlestick on the table, the time AI in his mind immediately issued a danger alert. Corrupted sacred offering. May inflict unknown effects upon the host. Danger level, 50%. A 50% danger level meant this thing wasn't lethal. But it could still inflict unknown consequences upon him. Zhang Lingquan frowned in deep thought. Soon, the mayor retrieved the candlestick and produced a box of matches from somewhere, striking one. He then carefully lit all 3 candles on the candlestick. The moment the candles on the candlestick ignited, a peculiar odor instantly filled the entire room. Unknown polluted aura possesses effects on the host, danger level 100%. Detected host consciousness undergoing distortion by unknown force. Host must initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level escalating too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Breath holding pill successfully deployed. listening to the alert sound echoing in his mind once more.
Zhang Lingquan felt an inexplicable surge of joy, accompanied by a sudden stir within his belly. This damn candle is poisonous. He forced himself to suppress the urge to inhale the candle's scent a few more times. He immediately turned his gaze toward the town mayor and the priest standing nearby. Well, child, this sacred offering cost me dearly to obtain from the Lord God. The mayor beamed at him. Since you've drawn the divine favor, I'll bestow it upon you today. May I? Zhang Lingquan tried to refuse. After all, this candlestick called a divine offering clearly wasn't something good. But before his words could escape his lips, he wisely shut his mouth. Indeed, the town mayor across from him was furious again. His eyes widened as he glared at Zhang Lingquan and demanded coldly, "What did you say? Do you want to become a heretic?" "I didn't say anything. Nothing at all." Zhang Lingquan waved his hands awkwardly with a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, a decision had already formed in his mind. He had to clear this damn dungeon as soon as possible. He didn't want to stay here another moment. If he had the strength to flip the table, he'd make sure this old man knew how to spell the words compatriot. He tucked the candlestick away. He bid farewell to the other two. Only then did he stride out of the town mayor's house without looking back. Once outside the gate, Zhang Lingquan felt a lingering sense of dread and couldn't help but glance back over his shoulder. This glance proved perilous. It nearly made his heart leap out of his chest. There stood the town mayor and the pastor, standing at the window, staring expressionlessly at him. Chapter 46, The Eerie Residential District. While Zhang Lingquan was still suffering within the dungeon, elsewhere, a full day had passed since the dungeon began. To everyone's surprise, dungeon notifications began ringing out one after another. Congratulations to examinee Kim Soo-yeon for completing the 4th assessment task of the college entrance exam instance. Rating, S grade. Congratulations to examinee Tian Wenqi for completing the 4th assessment task of the college entrance exam dungeon. Rating, A grade. Congratulations to examinee Fecal Liana for completing the 4th assessment task of the college entrance exam dungeon. Rating, S grade. Such instance notifications flashed up over 100 times in succession. Those still participating in the assessment were instantly stunned. Many were so affected by the announcements that they made operational errors, ultimately being eliminated from the dungeon. Among them was the unfortunate Liana. She never imagined that within just a single day, someone had already cleared the instance. The number of people checking the leaderboard had now reached an outrageously high figure. After all, the number of clearers this time felt distinctly off. Everyone was intensely curious. They wanted to know what had happened. But when they saw that the majority of those who had cleared the dungeon were from Dragon Nation, the entire chat channel erupted in chaos. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? How come there are so many people from the Dragon Kingdom? Look, besides the Dragon Nation folks, there are also people from Korea, all from the Kim family. There were 1,200 monsters in this assessment instance. How did they possibly clear it? Do you think they cheated? I mean, do they have some kind of secret weapon? I'm from the Free Nation. I protest. The Dragon Nation cheated. They need to come out and explain themselves. Are you out of your mind? How is this cheating? Exactly. Did we Dragon Country people sleep with your wife? Why are you so eager to smear Dragon Country? The entire chat channel erupted in a storm of insults. Clearly, the dungeon experience other candidates had gone through was not the same as the one Zhang Lingquan had experienced. Wasn't the same. Perhaps the instance space took pity. After experiencing one story-based instance, these players were switched back to a normal kill-type instance. Only Zhang Lingquan alone not only faced an increased dungeon difficulty, but also encountered a death instance that even high-tier professionals dare not tread lightly. At this moment, the verbal brawl in the chat channel intensified. What began as crude banter had devolved into a barrage of insults tracing each other's family trees back 18 generations. Candidates from Free Nation, A3 Nations, and Fog City Nation joined forces, launching a coordinated verbal assault against the Dragon Nation candidates. Many candidates from Korea and Bear Nation also sided with Dragon Nation. Engage in exciting language exchange with people from other countries. As this concerns the college entrance exams of dozens of countries worldwide, the impact of this incident continues to grow. Not only among the examinees, but even mid to high-level professionals still within the dungeon were investigating the matter. After all, Zhang Lingquan's previous achievements were undeniably formidable. Before him, no one had ever achieved a speedrun of the dungeon while earning an A grade or higher evaluation. Now, suddenly, there are over 100 examinees capable of speedrunning dungeons. It's hard for anyone to comprehend. What the hell is this if not cheating? Over 100 candidates clearing the dungeon in record time? It's utterly terrifying. Everyone following this story was stunned. Unlike the curses echoing through the world channel, many in the national channel were also puzzled by the sheer number of clearers. Did I see that wrong? Even though it's not a story dungeon, the number of clearers is way too high.
I'm curious too. Those 1,200 monsters aren't that strong individually, but they're still tough to handle when they swarm you. Big shots? Any big shots out there willing to speak up? Does our dragon nation really have some secret weapon? Yeah. Share a little with us. Worst case, I'll introduce my sister to you. Fellow countrymen. Stop showing off here. Get to the world channel. Guys, those foreigners are practically pointing guns at our family tree. We need backup. What? They dare bully us Dragon Nation people. Brothers, grab your gear. Count me in. Let's wipe out those foreigners. The densely packed crowd of examinees seethed with fury. They coalesced into a powerful, united crimson torrent. Charging straight toward the foreigner's family tree. No. Straight toward the world channel. To everything outside the instance. Zhang Lingquan, still enduring his ordeal, remained unaware. Ever since accepting the divine offering from the town mayor, his situation had only grown worse. After enduring the blood sacrifice ritual, the church service, and the eerie pull of that candlestick, the entity within his belly could no longer be restrained. The occasional faint sensation of gnawing was driving Zhang Lingquan to the brink of losing control. In short, the situation was growing increasingly dire. He remained at the well opening until nightfall, before Zhang Lingquan was approached again by the town sheriff. Mr. Mac? That's your name, right? As an outsider in town, the mayor just instructed me to take you to select a residence. The sheriff wore a fawning smile. A residence? Zhang Lingquan paused before replying. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. It was already late, and given the state of this town, the night was bound to be unsettling. For his own safety, it was best to find lodging first. Soon, following the sheriff's footsteps, the two arrived at the residential district in the town center. For some reason, the houses here gave off a blood-soaked, jarringly distorted vibe. The red bricks and tiles on the walls and roofs made Zhang Lingquan feel an almost religious urge to kneel and worship. Damn it, something's seriously wrong here. Zhang Lingquan cursed under his breath. He sensed the same aura as the lit candlestick at the mayor's house earlier. Compared to that candlestick, however, the aura here was much fainter. Yet it still stirred the restless presence lurking within his belly. Crunch crunch. Just like eating Cheetos. Detected agitation from unknown contamination implanted within host. Executing suppression protocol. Ceiling pills 10 successfully deployed. At that very moment, the time AI prompt echoed in his mind. Zhang Lingquan let out a faint sigh of relief upon hearing this. But glancing at the containment pills within the bloodfall bracelet, he saw that after a day's worth of consumption, only a few remained. It seemed he must deal with the thing inside his belly as soon as possible. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he and the sheriff had arrived at a wooden house. Beside this wooden structure stood a red brick building that looked indistinguishable from a church. It stood out starkly among the surrounding cluster of wooden structures. Seeming to notice Zhang Lingquan's puzzlement, the sheriff explained with a smile. This is the temple of my blood cult, Mr. Mac. Don't worry, when the time comes to worship the god, the cult will force you inside. Must I enter? Zhang Lingquan frowned. The latter nodded. Others may not know, but Mr. Mac, you are a candidate for the sect's divine son. You must enter. Then can I have a different room? I don't want to stay here. Ha? The sheriff clearly didn't understand why Zhang Lingquan wanted to switch rooms. This was the house closest to the temple. It was the place every small town resident dreamed of. If it weren't for the mayor's orders, he'd never willingly give this house up to an outsider. Mr. Mac, may I ask why? I simply dislike the style of this house. Zhang Lingquan replied casually. The sheriff was speechless at this, but still led him to a house a bit farther away. Mr. Mac, since you dislike that one, why not return to the house you were living in before? My original place? Zhang Lingquan paused, then nodded in realization. All right. Following the sheriff, the two arrived at a house a little farther away. After exchanging a few more casual words with the sheriff, Zhang Lingquan stepped out of the house. The interior was spartanly furnished. Wooden floors, a few tables, and several sofas stained with grime. He glanced around casually and noticed signs of human habitation in several rooms upstairs. Platters holding food scraps, sleeping bags carelessly tossed on the floor. Additionally, several backpacks were piled in the corner of the room. Zhang Lingquan deduced. These must belong to Mike and his team members. Naturally, he was highly interested in the personal belongings of these key NPCs in the dungeon. He reached directly into the backpacks and began rummaging through them. However, Zhang Lingquan was bound to be disappointed. For aside from some clothing and wilderness survival gear, the backpacks contained nothing else. Fortunately, he eventually found something suspicious in Mike's backpack. Mike's backpack contained little besides wilderness survival gear. Only a compass with a hinged lid remained. Zhang Lingquan opened the compass cover. Several narrow, folded pieces of paper immediately fell out. Upon recognizing the color and pattern of the paper, his pupils instantly contracted. This is Chapter 47, I want to make a deal with you. The color and pattern of the paper fragment. It was precisely the notebook Zhang Lingquan had first discovered in the cave. Zhang Lingquan carefully unfolded the paper fragment and smoothed it out, finally making out the writing. August 10, 2024. Today marks the final day before the ritual. For some reason, we can't shake the feeling that the townspeople are looking at us strangely nothing like the warmth they showed us earlier this week. This has my team and me feeling uneasy. August 11, 2024. Good heavens! The townspeople have gone mad. They've started hacking at each other with knives over a mere verbal dispute. One of our team members, Hans, was so terrified he suggested we evacuate the town, but I don't think that's necessary. August 12, 2024. We were roused early this morning by the townspeople. They gathered outside our room, and the mayor approached to announce the ritual could begin. He instructed us to follow him to the temple. Except for me, the rest of the team was reluctant. Yesterday's events still haunted them. Thankfully, after my persuasion, the unease within the group finally settled. August 12, 2024, noon, the mayor led us to the central building in town. All the villagers stopped advancing, only urging us to enter. I found this odd and asked why they weren't coming with us. Was the ritual fake? But they threatened me instead. Only then did I think to flee, but it was too late. August 12, 2024, afternoon, after a standoff with the villagers, our group was ultimately forced into the building. Hearing the door slam shut behind us, I felt a wave of regret. My reckless arrogance had doomed the entire team. August 12, 2024, evening, hidden within this house was a mine shaft. Our entire team descended over 10 meters before finally reaching a hollowed-out cave. August 12, 2024, evening, holy! There's an alien spacecraft hidden here. My teammates. The diary abruptly ended. It wasn't that Zhang Lingquan stopped reading. The papers simply ran out. Of course, judging by the tone at the end of the diary, there should be more to come. Is there an alien spacecraft hidden beneath that house in the center of town? Zhang Lingquan narrowed his eyes in thought. For the moment, he couldn't connect the alien spacecraft with the worship of the deity mentioned by the townspeople. As darkness fell. But just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The abrupt sound of knocking startled Zhang Lingquan. He didn't open the door rashly, but instead peered down from the second-floor window. He could only make out a dark silhouette, nothing else was visible. Forget it. This town is full of crazies. Better not open the door at night. To avoid any mishaps. Zhang Lingquan decided against opening the door for now. But just because he didn't open it didn't mean the person outside wouldn't knock. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. The persistent knocking began to irritate Zhang Lingquan. He was already lying in his sleeping bag. After a moment's hesitation, he finally decided to go to the door to check. Who is it? Zhang Lingquan called out. A young man's voice immediately answered from outside. It's me, Aries. I need to talk to you about something. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. Something to discuss with me? And at night? Damn it, he's not trying to screw me over, is he? I heard those foreigners from the Free Nation play pretty dirty, they don't even spare the men. Just thinking about those transparent tentacles on Aries made Zhang Lingquan shudder uncontrollably. It's already late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. No, it has to be now. Fine, I'll just say it, I want to make a deal with you. Aries' words carried a powerful resonance. But to Zhang Lingquan's ears, it made him suck in a sharp breath. Sure enough, this guy was here to screw him over. No way. He'd rather fight him to the death today than let him succeed. Get lost. I won't make any deals. Find someone else. Get out of here now, or we'll both go down together. Outside the door, Aries clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Enraged, veins bulged on his face as his thick, transparent tentacles lashed wildly. But then, remembering the purpose of his visit, he forced down the murderous intent that had nearly solidified within him. Stranger, were it not for the fact that you are favored by the gods, your insolence alone would warrant me slaying you on the spot. Even the town mayor couldn't say a word. Aries' tone and pitch shifted entirely. It sounded like the scraping of dead bark or perhaps an echo. Of course, my deal is simple. When we go to the temple tomorrow to honor the gods, I want you to relinquish your right to participate in the ritual. If you agree, you become my friend. But if you refuse, I will find every means possible to kill you. Hidden by the doorway, Zhang Lingquan heard Aries' terms. The tension in his massive frame instantly eased. Hey! Why didn't you say so sooner? What's a divine offering qualification? I'll give it up. Are you serious? Aries outside the door froze. Are you certain you want to give up the divine calling? That's the only path for a sect member to become a divine son. I'm certain. But then the sect will definitely send me to the temple. What should I do then? Don't worry. I have a defiled artifact. I'll give it to you then, and you won't be noticed by the gods. Alright, it's settled then. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Now, listening to the complete silence within the room, Aries felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He had originally planned to use divine power tonight to force the other party to agree to his terms. Of course, if the other party proved utterly unreasonable, he would tear off every limb of this stranger. But he never expected this outsider to be so sensible. Oomph, a foolish outsider indeed. Coming to his senses, Aries glanced at the door before him once more, his face flushing with pride. After a soft, mocking remark, he turned and walked away. Chapter 48, The Fire Seed Collector. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Zhang Lingquan was roused by a knock on his door. A young girl from the town arrived, clad in a coarse linen robe. Perhaps inheriting the peculiar racial traits of Westerners, the girl possessed a figure that was exaggeratedly voluptuous. Even through the layer of her robe, Zhang Lingquan could clearly see her towering bust. You could probably fit a whole bottle of milk up there. Zhang Lingquan mused silently. Unlike Aries' brash attitude toward him, the girl was extremely shy, shifting her voluptuous form awkwardly as if hesitating to speak. What do you need? Zhang Lingquan asked. She nodded. Mr. Mac, I'm a fire seed collector within the sect. You may call me Scarlet. Seed collector? Zhang Lingquan was completely baffled by this term related to the sect. So why have you come to see me? Mr. Mac, the journey to the temple to serve the deity is extremely perilous. One misstep could be fatal. Though you are favored by the deity, danger remains inevitable. That is why the sect has sent me to collect your spark. The last two words were almost uttered with a blush on Scarlet's face. Zhang Lingquan, standing at the doorway, felt his mind go blank. Worried I might be in danger? So they sent someone to collect my spark? Isn't this exactly how the Golden Hall and the Spirit Cage operates? Except this was a simplified version. Zhang Lingquan scrutinized the other person from head to toe. Deep-set eyes, a high-nose bridge, freckles scattered across her face, baby fat lingering, and fair skin. In terms of looks, she wasn't exactly stunning, but she was certainly easy on the eyes. Especially with that figure that was absolutely explosive. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Lingquan was even tempted. He was about to step aside and let her enter the house. But that wicked thought came and went just as quickly. Upon seeing the thick black tentacles emerging from Scarlet's lower abdomen, he immediately dismissed that foolish notion. Scarlet, thank you for your kindness and that of the sect. Rest assured, I won't get into trouble. There's no need to collect the fire seed either. Mr. Mac, this is my first time. Won't you reconsider? Scarlet felt a pang of frustration. Perhaps influenced by the transparent tentacles within her body. Her emotions began to surge, her once adorable face now twisted with venomous resentment. Zhang Lingquan stared in disbelief. I'm not sleeping with you, so why are you getting so worked up? He could only try to calm her down. Scarlet, I believe engaging in such acts before worshipping the deity is impure and would incur the Lord God's displeasure. So, it's not that I don't care about you, I simply wish to maintain the most humble posture before my God. Mr. Mac, you truly believe that? It seemed she had heard the words the Lord God. Scarlet, who had been on the verge of an outburst, instantly calmed down. A bashful expression returned to her lovely face. Then afterward, could we? Zhang Lingquan nodded. After much coaxing and persuasion, he finally managed to send the young girl away. Shortly after she left, several people immediately insisted he join their divine worship ceremony. Just like every other abnormal person in this town. These individuals were all hot-tempered. He merely uttered, "Can I not participate?" and nearly sent them all into a rage. With no other choice, Zhang Lingquan could only nod in agreement. Arriving at the temple gates, he was surprised to find Aries had already arrived early. You're here? Perhaps because Zhang Lingquan had already agreed yesterday to relinquish his divine status. Though Aries still harbored some disdain, his attitude had shifted considerably. Zhang Lingquan smiled and nodded. Yeah. Didn't you say you had a tainted artifact? When are you giving it to me? Wait until we're inside. The aura of the tainted artifact is too obvious. Taking it out now would get us spotted. Aries replied in a low voice. The two chatted for quite some time, their relationship gradually warming. By the end, Aries even slung his arm around Zhang Lingquan's shoulder and laughed heartily. Ha! Outsider, I never expected you to be this entertaining. I was rash before. From now on, you're my friend. Ha ha, Mr. Aries, then I'll be counting on you for matters concerning the sect. I wish you all the best in becoming the divine son. The two roared with laughter. This left the campaign members who arrived later looking utterly bewildered. Hadn't Aries been deeply displeased with this outsider just moments ago? How could their relationship have improved this much in just a single day? Of course, the others paid little heed to this shift because the temple doors slowly swung open. Our Lord is merciful. A divine miracle. Members of the sect who passed the blood sacrifice ritual may now enter. The town mayor stood at the temple entrance, kneeling in worship, his face radiating uncontrollable fervor. Seeing this, the other cult members present rejoiced wildly. They rushed toward the temple in droves. Zhang Lingquan was extremely reluctant to enter. But with an executioner wielding a steel pitchfork blocking his path, He had no choice but to steel himself and step into the temple. The moment he stepped inside, the surrounding light instantly dimmed. The danger warnings from the time AI in his mind kept popping up. Air contaminated by unknown consciousness may affect the host. Danger level 10%. Detected agitation in the unknown contamination implanted within the host. Suppression protocol initiated. Caging pill 6 successfully deployed. To temporarily suppress the agitation within that ghostly entity. The time AI had already exhausted the last few containment pills within his bloodfall bracelet. This couldn't help but stir a faint sense of urgency within Zhang Lingquan. Sure enough, this was the lair of those contaminants. Zhang Lingquan observed. As the group entered the temple, the transparent tentacles on the surrounding cultists seemed to grow more active. They surged upward, converging and swirling in a chaotic dance. It seemed like a dog about to greet its master. Having undergone the doctrinal baptism of the blood cult, the transparent tentacles had all grown significantly larger. Not only were they now covered in dense clusters of white eyes, but they also sprouted a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. The sight was utterly terrifying. Only the ghostly entity within him remained still and quiet in his lower abdomen. According to Mac's diary, there should be an alien spacecraft beneath this temple. Zhang Lingquan pondered. If it was an alien spacecraft, then the dungeon's information should be related to advanced technology. But why would the residents of this town worship the damnable demon god? Moreover, judging by current observations, the changes occurring within these residents' bodies were remarkably similar to the monsters he'd encountered in the Immortal Town instance. The only difference is that the Immortal Town instance was based on a polluted heavenly way, while this one involves an alien spacecraft. Unable to make sense of it either way, he could only feel the situation growing increasingly dire. The tunnel descended endlessly, branching in all directions. As he walked, Zhang Lingquan suddenly realized he was getting lost. The pitch-black environment felt chillingly cold. Only wisps of crimson mist drifted through the air, tangled with transparent tentacles. Wait! Aren't these the tentacles from that eyeball behind the priest earlier? Zhang Lingquan instantly recognized the origin of these thread-like tentacles before him. But strangely, the priest wasn't here at all. Where on earth were these things extending from? Mike, don't forget what you promised me. This is a tainted artifact. Just as he was puzzling over this, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Then came a towering figure. Of course, what caught Zhang Lingquan's attention most wasn't the figure itself. It was the golden glowing rod-like object clutched in that figure's hand. Primordial sacrificial artifact. Item type protection. Effect: this item contains a trace of the primordial essence of the sub-heavenly realm, capable of obscuring the perception of unknown entities. Note, this item is classified as a special artifact and cannot be removed from the instance. Chapter 49, you call this thing a tainted artifact? Indeed, that figure was none other than Ares. He stared at the reassuringly solid primordial ritual artifact in the other's hand. Zhang Lingquan froze for a moment before asking hesitantly. You call this thing a tainted artifact? You seem quite surprised? Ares looked equally puzzled. A ritual artifact already tainted by your malevolent influence, if that isn't a defiled artifact, what is? Zhang Lingquan was momentarily speechless. True. After all, the townspeople had already been corrupted by some unknown entity. A complete reversal of their understanding wasn't impossible. Alright, how do I use this defiled artifact? Just carry it on your person. Ares shoved the primordial sacrificial vessel directly into Zhang Lingquan's hands, his eyes brimming with undisguised disgust. It seemed as though he wasn't holding a sacrificial vessel at all, but rather something akin to a defense thesis. Unlike his disgust, enveloped in the radiance of the primordial sacrificial vessel, Zhang Lingquan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Thanks, buddy. Once I'm done with this thing, I'll give it back to you. No need. Keep it. Ares waved his hand, offering it to Zhang Lingquan without hesitation. Enveloped by the radiance of the primordial sacrificial artifact, the gloomy, eerie chill that had permeated the tunnel vanished instantly. Zhang Lingquan noticed several cult members who had come to participate in the divine ceremony standing behind him. They stood frozen in place, eyes closed, faces flushed with an indescribable ecstasy. They seemed to have all fallen into some kind of dream. Observing their state, Ares chuckled softly. And these are the ones who dare walk the sex path of divine worship. What a bunch of hopeless fools. After speaking, he glanced once more at Zhang Lingquan, who remained bathed in the ritual artifact's glow. Then he strode straight toward the depths of the tunnel. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan paused briefly before following suit. Ares frowned, observing Zhang Lingquan still trailing behind him, shrouded in that nauseating glow. Stranger, I've already given you the defiled artifact. Just find a corner and wait. Why are you following me? Don't worry, buddy. It's my first time in the temple. I just want to tag along and learn something. Zhang Lingquan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Ares nodded in understanding. Fine, then follow behind me. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. I'll be watching you the whole time. Don't worry, I won't do anything. With Zhang Lingquan's assurance secured, the two continued descending along the tunnel. They descended another dozen meters. They finally reached a hollowed-out underground cavern. At the very center of the cavern, Zhang Lingquan's gaze immediately fell upon the alien spacecraft. The craft was entirely silver, except for two short wings equipped with observation pods. The entire craft resembled a rectangular box. At that moment, the slanted hatch at the rear of the ship opened. Zhang Lingquan sniffed the air. He detected a faint, lingering scent of blood in the air. Unlike Zhang Lingquan's current perspective, what Aries saw was a black sun suspended high in the sky. It emanated a sacred yet mysterious aura. As if it were a deity. The divine energy of the cosmos must be revered. Almost instinctively, Aries began to worship in the direction of the spaceship. Muttering incantations Zhang Lingquan couldn't comprehend. As the incantation fell, the transparent tentacles covering his body seemed to respond to some stimulus, writhing with even greater frenzy. As for Aries himself, his entire body began to pulsate with energy. In just a matter of seconds, the bulging areas exploded into patches of flesh and blood. A closer look revealed countless black holes erupting across his body. Damn, he's terrifying, Zhang Lingquan thought, his scalp prickling. The strange changes happening to this creature made every hair on his body stand on end. But to clear the dungeon, he still pulled the analyzer from his bloodfall bracelet. The moment he pressed the device against the pile of flesh, Aries had blown apart. A stream of data began flashing rapidly across the analyzer's display. Analysis target, intermediate infected entity. Analysis result 1, this flesh contains an unknown energy capable of corrupting consciousness. Analysis result 2, this contamination allows the host to retain a sliver of consciousness and exhibits parasitic properties. Analysis result 3, this contamination can draw unknown energy from the void to enhance itself. Analysis progress, 30%. To continue analysis, it is recommended the host locate an advanced contaminated entity and obtain a small sample from it. A higher level contaminated entity? Zhang Lingquan sighed in resignation. With his current strength, nearly crushed by the instance's suppression. Forget high-level contaminated entities, he couldn't even defeat mid-level or low-level ones. Just as he was feeling down. On the other side, Aries' worship of the black sun overhead was drawing to a close. Zhang Lingquan suddenly noticed that, at the top of the cavern, a shadowy outline of a massive tree had materialized at some unknown point. Dense tendrils swarmed across its branches, while a single eye glared from its very center. The moment the overhead apparition materialized, Zhang Lingquan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Unknown terrifying entity, harboring hostility toward the host. Danger level, 100%. Host detected encountering unknown terror causing cognitive distortion. Host must initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level escalating too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Utilizing microcosm fragment power to establish a shield. Only when the time AI in his mind sounded the alert did Zhang Lingquan, who had nearly lost his consciousness, finally awaken from. Zhang Lingquan, who had nearly lost his consciousness, finally awoke from his previous daze. At that moment, he felt cold sweat break out on his back. What the hell is this thing? Amidst the terror gripping his heart, he soon saw again. The shadowy figure extend tentacles as thick as water barrels. As Aries remained in worship, the tentacle split open its massive jaws and sank its teeth in. Aries remained unmoved as the colossal tentacle slowly swallowed him whole. A continuous gurgling sound emanated from the scene. As if savoring some delicacy. Was this giant truly dead? Zhang Lingquan's brow furrowed as an odd sensation welled up inside him. On one hand, he felt horrified, yet on the other, a powerful urge surged within him. He wanted to be swallowed by those tentacles too. Chapter 50, T1 Energy Suppressant. The thick tentacle had barely swallowed Aries. Now, Aries' aura felt even more bizarre. His translucent tentacles seemed to be evolving in a peculiar direction. Zhang Lingquan studied them for a few seconds before suddenly staring wide-eyed as if he discovered something astonishing. Isn't it the same as those eyeball-like growths on the town priest's back? As the corruption within Aries evolved, the danger warning from the time AI also changed. Contaminated entity nearing advanced stage. Hosted by a being filled with malice. Danger level, 100%. Holy crap. Is this an upgrade? Zhang Lingquan's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not linger any longer. He entered the alien spacecraft directly through the rear hatch. Though he had the primordial sacrificial artifact and fragment of the small world to shield him from that damnable main god's attention. Nothing was certain. What if he stood there like a fool and got spotted? The interior of the spacecraft was vast, with fragments of walls scattered everywhere from the impact. Exposed wiring crisscrossed the floor and walls. Thanks to the light emitted by the primordial sacrificial artifact, Zhang Lingquan didn't worry about lighting. He explored several rooms along the ship's passageway. He discovered there was nothing here capable of bearing written text. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, his gaze suddenly caught several boxes tucked away in a corner. Each box stood nearly waist-high, finished in white lacquer, giving them a distinctly futuristic appearance. Zhang Lingquan noticed an area resembling a palm print on the box. He reached out and pressed his hand against it. Click. Hiss. A sound like mechanical opening and closing, mixed with the hiss of escaping oxygen, filled the air. A white mist quickly rose from the box before him, then it automatically opened from the center. When the mist finally cleared, revealing the contents inside, Zhang Lingquan froze in shock. Completely deactivated T2 energy suppressant. Item type: injection. Effect: suppresses parasitic entities within the host. Note: this injection has completely lost its efficacy. Its effects are currently unknown. Hosts are advised against administration. Indeed. Inside the box lay vials of green glowing suppressants. However, to Zhang Lingquan's disappointment, the injections here had essentially become completely ineffective. There are so many vials here, they can't all be useless, right? Zhang Lingquan refused to believe it. He began rummaging through several boxes. Sure enough, he found one vial that hadn't lost its potency in one of the smaller boxes. T1 energy suppressant. Item type: injection. Effect: slightly suppresses parasites within the host. Note: this injection has poor suppression effectiveness and carries a minimal risk of triggering parasite rampage. The moment he saw the syringe, Zhang Lingquan's brow furrowed. His face showed no sign of joy. Instead, his mood grew complicated. The good news: the suppressant injection had been found. The bad news: it's a generation behind and carries severe side effects. Zhang Lingquan now placed the T1 suppressant syringe with its needle against his arm. After a moment's hesitation, he finally plunged it into his arm. As the liquid from the syringe steadily flowed in, Zhang Lingquan instantly felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. He collapsed straight onto the starship's corridor floor. At the same time, in the mayor's living room, the priest stood by the window, gazing at the view outside as he asked with a smile. "You mean the Lord God has commanded you to take possession of that stranger's body?" "That's correct, Jeffrey. This was the wish I made to the Lord God, and he granted it." The mayor's voice was wooden, devoid of any discernible emotion. Hearing this, the pastor merely smiled. "That stranger isn't ordinary. You know he's not Mike, right?" "Of course he's not Mike." The mayor's face twisted into a savage grin. "Though his origins remain unclear, that body of his is utterly delicious." As if hitting the nail on the head, neither of the two men in the room spoke again. In the silent living room, only the sound of smacking lips echoed. As for the mayor and his accomplice's scheme, Zhang Lingquan, still within the temple, remained utterly unaware. He had no idea how long he had been asleep. When he finally opened his eyes again, the foul stench emanating from his body nearly knocked him unconscious. "What is this?" Zhang Lingquan murmured. His gaze fell upon his own body. At that moment, his skin was covered in a thick layer of foul-smelling substance. It resembled dried tar, or perhaps chunks of dried feces. In short, it was utterly revolting. Using the upgraded functions of the Time AI, he examined the mass inside his stomach. Unknown contamination temporarily suppressed. Semi-dormant. Danger level, 10%. Was this a success? Zhang Lingquan felt a surge of hope. Though the injection only provided temporary suppression for the thing inside his belly, he wasn't overly disappointed. At least, under the current circumstances without the imprisonment pill. Being able to prevent this damn thing from gnawing at him for a short while. That was already quite good. As for what came next, he'd cross that bridge when he came to it. Standing up, Zhang Lingquan began rummaging through the small box where he'd found the T1 inhibitor. This time, however, he was met with disappointment. The remaining T1 syringes in the box, just like the ones he'd found earlier, had all lost their potency. Zhang Lingquan didn't pay much attention to this situation. He had only intended to try his luck. Finding unexpired syringes would be ideal, but if not, there was no need to force the issue. After glancing at a few more boxes, Zhang Lingquan promptly resumed his exploration inside the spacecraft. When he reached a corner in the ship's belly, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. He saw several foreigners wearing down jackets, perhaps due to the prolonged duration since their deaths. The bodies of these foreigners had all begun to show signs of slight decomposition. Yet the terror etched on their faces remained vividly clear, as if they had witnessed some terrifying presence in their final moments. Zhang Lingquan noticed that one of the foreigners' hands was clenched, clearly gripping something. Gently prying open the hand, a folded piece of paper and an object resembling a USB drive fell out. The paper was clearly the tattered diary of the man previously known as Mike. As for the USB drive, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Lingquan's eyes. The Time AI in his mind had already analyzed its contents. Information transmitter. Item category: storage, transmission. Effect: R35 universe exclusive technology capable of storing and transmitting information. Current information storage status: encrypted. Note: this transmitter possesses the ability to permanently preserve data, making it highly favored by. Chapter 51: The boss got slaughtered? Judging by their attire, these individuals were undoubtedly members of Mike's squad. Zhang Lingquan merely glanced at the corpses. He quickly averted his gaze. He slowly unfolded the crumpled paper. It was still Mike's handwriting. Compared to before, however, it appeared hastily scrawled, as if scribbled in haste. This is hell. This is absolutely hell. We're all going to die. This diary entry bore no date. The entire entry was filled with Mike's rambling, seemingly deranged words. This caused Zhang Lingquan to pause, his brow furrowing slightly. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that something deeply unsettling permeated every aspect of this incident. If Mike and the others had truly witnessed something terrifying, then, how did Mike survive? And what about the mayor's earlier claim that he wasn't Mike? A storm of questions swirled in his mind, so he turned his gaze toward the USB-shaped data transmitter. Time AI, can you help me analyze the contents inside? He asked aloud. Soon, the Time AI's prompt sounded in his mind. Gathering computational power to analyze this item. Please wait. Analysis failed. Current computational power insufficient. Failed? Zhang Lingquan froze. Then, as if remembering something, he continued. Then could you brute force crack this thing for me? Gathering computational power to brute force crack this item. Please wait. Brute force successful. Host must view contents manually. Note, due to brute force cracking, some information within this item has been damaged. Damage level, 40%. Zhang Lingquan had already anticipated this outcome. Some information is damaged? So be it. Better than sitting helplessly with this data transmitter. Now, in his hands, the USB-shaped data transmitter began to unfold like building blocks. It began to continuously extend and fold, eventually forming a delicate, ethereal projection onto the base. The light aperture within the base flickered several times. Suddenly, a holographic projection materialized. Code 38 Nova spacecraft has arrived at the mysterious planet. Brief planetary information report follows. The planet meets basic conditions for biological survival. Recommendation: add to homeworld catalog. Preliminary observations indicate the planet is not occupied by. Within the projection, a bizarre-looking creature delivered the report. For now, let's call it an alien. Zhang Lingquan wasn't concerned about the language barrier, as the Time AI had automatically translated for him. But what exactly did they mean by that? Zhang Lingquan felt a twinge of confusion. He resumed listening to the audio message from the projection. On the second day after landing, the planet's creatures discovered us. These creatures were friendly and began kneeling to worship us. I suspect this is part of their ritual worship. These natives regard us as gods. This planet is highly habitable. I recommend relocating the uninfected residents here. Commander, is beyond our ability to oppose. It is a demon from the void. Persisting in resistance will lead to the annihilation of our entire species. Our only option is to flee. The projection's report ended abruptly at this point. After that, the projection flickered with light, emitting the static-filled crackle of electrical interference mixed with garbled code. Evidently, this was the aftermath of a brute force breach. Parts of the information were now unreadable and inaudible. Zhang Lingquan did not immediately shut off the data transmitter in his palm. Instead, he stared at the projection for a while longer. Sure enough, after flickering for several minutes, the projection suddenly became whole again. This time, however, the voice had grown urgent. Commander, this is my final transmission to you. Do not come to this planet. Do not come to this planet. There is something here more terrifying than the projection abruptly ended. All data has been presented. Things more terrifying than the? Zhang Lingquan fell deep in thought. The first thing that came to mind was the twisted, corrupted heavenly way within Immortal Town. Based on this alien's report, he had roughly pieced together the entire sequence of events. An irresistible catastrophe had struck their planet. The primary catalyst for this catastrophe was that this forced them to flee their homeworld aboard spaceships, seeking a suitable planet for their species' migration. Little did they expect this alien to be so unlucky as to crash land within the worldview instance of Immortal Town. Zhang Lingquan surmised that the entity described as more terrifying than the was likely the entity that had forcibly dragged him into the instance. Damn it! The very thought sends shivers down my spine. What kind of entity had he tangled with? Zhang Lingquan cursed silently to himself. Everything had been going smoothly, eating hot pot, singing songs, when suddenly he got snatched into a dungeon. Pushing those thoughts aside, he resumed exploring the ship. Might as well make the most of it now that he was here. Inside the ship's cockpit, Zhang Lingquan quickly discovered the corpse of an alien. The corpse bore the marks of a brutal death. Not only was it disemboweled, but also bore fist-sized black holes all over his body. It bore a striking resemblance to the scene when Ares' flesh had exploded earlier. Beside this corpse lay a quadrupedal creature resembling an alien. Enemy type is 03959X biological weapon. Status: deceased. Optional weak points: torso, brain, spine. Body possesses both soft and hard attributes, vulnerability level 10%. Brain possessing biological killing instincts, vulnerability level 20%. Powerful spine, vulnerability level 20%. Incorrect creature data detected. Integrating and analyzing host's current information. Please wait. Result 1, this creature is likely the final boss of this instance. Likelihood, 100%. Result 2, this instance has been tampered with, likely introducing a new boss. Probability, 100%. Holy. The moment Zhang Lingquan heard the Time AI's series of alerts, Zhang Lingquan was utterly dumbfounded. This thing is the dungeon's final boss? The instance was tampered with? The boss was killed? This ing. For a split second, Zhang Lingquan felt enveloped by an overwhelming, inexplicable malevolence. He never imagined the thing from Immortal Town would go this far to kill him. Could the newly spawned boss be the enemy's true form manifesting? The more Zhang Lingquan thought about it, the more terrified he became. He turned on his heel and exited the spacecraft, striding swiftly toward the temple entrance. At that moment, the divine consecration ceremony for Ares was drawing to a close. The phantom of that eyed tree had devoured every last bit of flesh and blood from his body. Only a skeleton remained, standing there alone, still maintaining a devout posture of worship. In a mere instant, the skeleton, deprived of its flesh, scattered to the ground. After devouring Ares' flesh and blood, the great tree's phantom seemed unsatisfied. The enormous eyeball on its trunk began to spin rapidly, hunting down other cult members who had entered this place. Just as Ares had experienced moments before, tentacles devoured them, leaving only skeletal remains. Zhang Lingquan watched, his scalp prickling with horror. He wanted to flee at once. But suddenly, his heart lurched violently. An unprecedented sense of danger instantly spread throughout his entire body. He whipped his head around to see that the eye on the tree trunk had, at some point, fixed its gaze firmly upon him. Unknown terrifying entity, harboring hostility toward the host. Danger level, 100%. Host detected encountering unknown terror distorting cognition. Host must initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level escalating too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Response plan ineffective. Host advised to evacuate immediately. Chapter 52, here's your chance to make an offering. Zhang Lingquan couldn't understand. He clearly possessed the primordial sacrificial artifact. Why had this damn thing still noticed him? But now was no time for confusion. He immediately sprinted toward the cave entrance with all his might. Seeing this, the giant tree's phantom form extended countless tentacles, attempting to block his path. Perhaps wary of the primordial sacrificial artifact, its tendrils maintained a distance from Zhang Lingquan throughout. Zhang Lingquan sprinted upward, encountering numerous frozen cultists along the way. Only when he reached the temple entrance, kicked the doors open, and flashed out did he finally turn his head to look back at the temple. Only then did he turn his head to glance back at the temple behind him. After confirming the tentacles hadn't pursued him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! No wonder the townspeople say the divine rites are deadly dangerous. Turns out you're just feeding yourself to that damn thing. How could it not be dangerous? Outside the door, the blood cult members waiting outside looked utterly bewildered. They couldn't fathom what had happened to Zhang Lingquan. Zhang Lingquan gasped for breath several times. He looked up at his surroundings and noticed the mayor and pastor weren't present. Just as he was about to leave. But suddenly, a small town resident beside him called out, "Mr. Mac, please don't leave just yet." Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan instantly tensed up, his gaze toward the man brimming with caution. "What do you want?" "When the mayor left earlier, he said to come see him after you stepped outside." Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan froze. The mayor wanted him to go see him? What could he possibly want at this hour? Could it be he wanted information about the temple? But that didn't make sense either. Given his standing within the blood cult, he should already be aware of the temple's affairs. Otherwise, why would he send a spark collector to gather his spark? This old lamp must have known something would happen to me inside the temple. The realization sent a chill through Zhang Lingquan's heart as a sense of impending danger washed over him. Alright, I'll head to the mayor's house right away. Bidding farewell to the townspeople, Zhang Lingquan headed straight for the mayor's residence. Unlike the calm of his previous two visits. Now, the place was already enveloped in a layer of purplish-red flesh and tendons. It stretched from the door crack all the way to the wooden porch outside. Walking on the ground felt sticky and slimy underfoot. Lifting a foot revealed patches of crimson blood and fragments of bone. But the eerie spectacle didn't end there. Above the house, countless phantom tentacles writhed and danced. It looked as though the house itself had become a spirit. Yet this scene, the townspeople couldn't see it at all. Even when they approached the house, they were drawn in by its eerie aura. They prostrated themselves on the ground, performing five-pointed worship. Their devotion was profound, utterly profound. They were practically identical to the cultists in the underground caverns beneath the temple. Advanced contaminated entity fused with an unknown consciousness, harboring hostility toward its host. Danger level, 50%. The Time AI in his mind sounded a danger alert.
Zhang Lingquan hesitated for a moment before finally raising his hand to knock on the door.
Knock knock knock. Come in, the door isn't locked. A withered, aged voice echoed. Strangely, the voice didn't seem to enter his ears. Instead, it seemed to emanate from all directions, penetrating directly into Zhang Lingquan's mind. He narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow, but after a moment's thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment the door opened, the stench hit him like a punch to the face. There, standing in the living room, was a figure, well, a human pillar, entwined in flesh and blood. Zhang Lingquan couldn't find words to describe the scene before him. Because the one wrapped in that flesh and blood was none other than the town mayor. The flesh connected the ground and the floor, forming a thick, fleshy rod. Around it, countless transparent tentacles fluttered wildly, swarming densely. Zhang Lingquan touched his arm, feeling its rough texture a layer of goosebumps. You seem quite afraid? The mayor, trapped within the human pillar, spoke again. His tone carried a hint of mockery, a touch of excitement, and an indecipherable undertone. In any case, he was clearly off his rocker. Mayor, you've mistaken my reaction. This is excitement. You've been granted a miracle by the gods? Zhang Lingquan struggled to describe the mayor's transformation. He could only awkwardly settle on the word miracle. That's right. This miracle was just bestowed upon me by the Lord. What do you think? The mayor seemed intrigued by Zhang Lingquan's reaction, continuing to ask in his raspy voice. What do I think? It feels like I'm seeing ghosts. Damn it. Of course, Zhang Lingquan dared only think this to himself. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the mayor's question. I think it's great. Just like a giant sausage. The mayor fell silent. Clearly, he couldn't grasp the meaning of those words at first. But after a few seconds, he continued. Tell me how you got out of the temple. I sense the aura of a tainted artifact on you. Well, I naturally passed the divine offering ceremony and gained the god's approval before leaving. Zhang Lingquan felt a twinge of guilt. He had no idea how much this old man actually knew. Though it was a gamble, he had no choice but to play it now. Mayor, this tainted artifact was given to me by Ares. You see, the supreme goddess has taken a particular liking to me. She? Zhang Lingquan spun his tale vividly, stopping just short of claiming the chief goddess had adopted him as her godson. Of course, he pinned the entire matter of the tainted artifact squarely on Ares. You mean, Ares betrayed the supreme goddess? He wanted to take you with him? That's why he gave you the tainted artifact? The town mayor narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression unreadable. Exactly. When I refused, he tried to kill me. Zhang Lingquan's expression was agitated. Seeing this, the mayor, bound within the flesh barrel, actually smiled. So you agreed? Absolutely not. Zhang Lingquan hurriedly explained. Of course I don't agree. The Lord God's authority cannot be challenged by anyone. So I killed him. You did well. The mayor nodded approvingly, seemingly unconcerned with Ares' fate. As the mayor fell silent, the atmosphere grew deathly quiet. Zhang Lingquan felt his heart race with anxiety. For some reason, with every additional glance from the mayor, the ghostly entity within him stirred more violently. This was an extremely dangerous sign. After all, he no longer possessed any pills or energy potions capable of suppressing this thing. Mayor? Seeing the other man remain silent, Zhang Lingquan called out softly. Did you summon me for a reason? Oh, nothing much. The mayor snapped back to reality, his peculiar smile returning. As you know, I've received the divine miracle from the supreme god. That's a blessing, but the downside is my body can't withstand the power of this miracle. I probably won't last much longer. Zhang Lingquan looked utterly shocked. Mayor, someone like you can't just die like that. Rest assured, I'll definitely help you. Holy! This is a huge opportunity. Suppressing the urge to laugh out loud, he continued. Though I'm an outsider, as a member of the blood cult, I'll dedicate everything to this town. The mayor's eyes lit up at these words. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely. At this moment, Zhang Lingquan still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. He continued to feign loyalty before this fleshy lump. I'm willing to sacrifice everything for this town and for the supreme being. Good. I wasn't mistaken about you after all. Since you say so, I can rest assured. The mayor's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Now you have an opportunity to make that sacrifice for the town. Chapter 53, A Single Sword Opens Heaven's Gate. Rest assured, Mayor, I. Ha! The mayor's words startled Zhang Lingquan, who had been preparing to pledge his loyalty. He stared at the meat club before him, noticing the gleam in its eyes. Moreover, those transparent tentacles were now blocking the doorway. It was clear they had him cornered. Damn it! I miscalculated. Only now did regret wash over him. As if oblivious to his expression, the mayor spoke up on his own. Mr. Mac, I have no other business with you today. I have a request to ask of you. As I mentioned earlier, my body cannot withstand the baptism of miracles. It is already on the verge of collapse. If you want me to survive, the only option is to find me a fresh new body. Wait, what does finding a fresh body have to do with me? Zhang Lingquan was utterly baffled. The flesh rod stared at him and continued in a hollow tone. I sought you out because you previously triggered divine favor, and now you've walked the path of divine devotion. This proves your body is profoundly favored by the supreme deity. It should be able to withstand the baptism of divine miracles. And you possess such awareness. You should understand what needs to be done, right? The mayor's words were concise and to the point. Clearly, he intended for Zhang Lingquan to offer himself up, only to then possess his body. It was a form of spiritual possession on another level. Yet these words sent shivers down Zhang Lingquan's spine. The mere thought of his body being invaded by those transparent tentacles. He felt utterly sickened. Mayor, Mr. Mack, I understand your concerns. Before Zhang Lingquan could finish, the mayor cut him off. Rest assured, I will erect a statue in your honor in the town square. All members of the blood cult will remember your contributions to this town. Zhang Lingquan held his breath for a moment. I'll be damned if I'll contribute a damn thing to your grandmother's mouth. And you want to put up a statue of me? So after all this fuss, you old lamppost just wanted to feast your eyes on my body. Mayor, I'm honored to serve as the vessel for divine intervention, but my body is frail. Forcing it in might leave you in the same state as now. No problem. I'll just find another fresh body when the time comes. The town mayor spoke as if discussing the most trivial matter. Mr. Mike, though you're an outsider, I won't discriminate against you. This opportunity to connect with the Supreme Being is something you earned yourself. After all, your talent is exceptional. Zhang Lingquan could no longer contain his frustration, taking a step back and shouting. Old Biden, you're just trying to kill me, aren't you? I've put up with you long enough. The moment the words left his mouth, the surrounding tentacles seemed to erupt in fury. An unprecedented chill began to manifest on the town mayor's face. He stared intently at Zhang Lingquan with both eyes, finally letting out a cold laugh after a long moment. You regret it? So you were lying when you said you'd dedicate everything to the gods in this town? You can sacrifice all you want. I'm not sacrificing a damn thing. Zhang Lingquan retorted in an equally cold tone. Trying to double-cross me? You're still too green for that. Is that so? Hearing this, the mayor continued to sneer coldly. From the moment you stepped into this room, did you ever have a choice? Who says I don't have a choice? If it comes down to it, we'll both go down together. Zhang Lingquan felt tense inside, but he wasn't afraid. For he still held one trump card up his sleeve. At that moment, he drew the primordial sacrificial artifact from his robe, silently chanting within his mind. Sword, cleave the heavens. Slash. As the incantation echoed in his mind, the staff in his hand instantly erupted with a piercing sword chi and icy glare. The skill sword opens heaven's gate required prolonged cultivation of sword energy. Originally one of Zhang Lingquan's trump cards, he had been reluctant to deploy it so early. After all, doing so would mean openly opposing every lunatic in the entire town. But now, he had no choice but to use it. This isn't the power of the Supreme Being. Perhaps sensing the terrifying chill of the sword energy, the mayor's voice suddenly rose, his expression frozen in shock. Reduced to a flesh club by divine retribution, he was already near death. Instinctively developed a heightened sensitivity to death. He dared to assert. If Zhang Lingquan were allowed to complete this technique, he would die for certain. To interrupt the opponent's spell, he could only command the tentacles within the room to continuously envelop him. Finally, the tentacles coiled around Zhang Lingquan, forming him into a flesh ball. Seeing this, the mayor finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now the enemy couldn't possibly harm him. But what kind of power had the opponent actually unleashed? How could it be more terrifying than the divine power bestowed by the Supreme Being? Just as he pondered this, a piercing sword-like hum filled the air. Then, the tentacle-covered flesh ball enveloping Zhang Lingquan split cleanly in two. A shocking surge of energy threatened to shatter the entire two-story building, leaving countless hairline cracks rippling across the walls. This can't be. Panic returned to the mayor's face as he tried to block the attack with his tentacles. Yet the sword light cut through as if encountering no resistance. Not only did it sever his tentacles, but it also cleaved his body clean in two. Even as his body was severed, the mayor's expression still betrayed utter disbelief. Buzz. After cleaving the mayor, the sword light did not halt, continuing toward the wall behind him. The astonishing shockwaves from the sword's energy slammed into the already fragile wooden beams and pillars. Soon, the entire wooden structure began to collapse. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan instantly flashed out the door. He waited until the second floor had completely collapsed. He finally stepped back inside. Of course, Zhang Lingquan's sole purpose for entering was to see if the town mayor had perished under that single strike. Enemy type, advanced contaminant fused with the consciousness of an unknown entity. Status, defeated. Optional weak points, torso, head. Torso bearing countless flesh fragments, vulnerability level 15%. This enemy type lacks a head, vulnerability level 0%. Upon seeing the prompt indicating the enemy lacked a head, Zhang Lingquan froze for a moment. No head? Then what organ had the town mayor used to communicate with him earlier? He looked down again at the mayor's head attached to the lower half of the meat stick. He suddenly understood. The mayor's tastes are truly unique. Of course, amidst his amazement, he also felt a pang of regret. Sword opens Heaven's Gate fragment was undeniably powerful, capable of severing flesh and even these tentacles. But the charging requirement was a real pain. Accumulating just one sword energy per day was ridiculously inefficient. To achieve greater power, one must accumulate more sword energy. With insufficient sword energy, the skill's power diminishes. At this moment, Zhang Lingquan even began to anticipate the changes embedded in the sword-cutting treasure orb. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He pulled his thoughts back. Zhang Lingquan scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Truth be told, he hadn't expected his sword strike to be so powerful to actually take down the town mayor. While this was certainly a good thing, it also meant he'd be hunted down by the entire town's crazies. Just as he had anticipated. Not long after the mayor's hut collapsed, the clamor of the townspeople erupted outside. Why did that house collapse? Wait, wasn't that the mayor's house? Quick, go save the mayor. Listening to the growing clamor of footsteps outside, Zhang Lingquan felt a surge of urgency. He wanted to escape, but the townspeople had already surrounded the house. Forcing his way through was clearly impossible. After all, he'd already used the sword opens Heaven's Gate skill. It was like being with a girlfriend once was enough, any more would just be too much. What to do? The townspeople were about to step through the crooked doorway. Ha! Zhang Lingquan suddenly noticed something unusual about the carpet. There seems to be something underneath? He reached out and lifted the carpet. Upon seeing what lay beneath, Zhang Lingquan's face lit up with delight. Indeed, concealed beneath the carpet was a cellar with a hinged wooden door. Since it was a cellar, it could definitely hide people. Without hesitation, Zhang Lingquan immediately opened the cellar door and crawled inside. Before closing the door, he made sure to replace the carpet over the wooden door. At that moment, as Zhang Lingquan disappeared into the cellar, the townspeople who had rushed over outside were already hurrying inside. The priest, clutching his sex doctrine, was the first to approach the dead mayor to assess the situation. Moments later, he lifted his head, his gaze cold and grim. The mayor is dead. What? Who could have done this? Good heavens, the mayor was a man who had received a miracle. The townspeople, upon hearing the news of the mayor's death, erupted into a clamor. Suddenly, an old man with eyes turned completely white stepped forward from the crowd. Without a word, he walked over to the carpet concealing the cellar and yanked it aside. A small cellar door appeared before everyone's eyes. He went inside. The moment those words were spoken, the earlier clamor in the square abruptly fell silent. The priest's expression remained unchanged as he stared at the wooden door in silence for a moment. Finally, he waved his hand to disperse the villagers. Disperse, everyone. We'll discuss this matter later. Seeing the priest had spoken, the townspeople all fell silent and obediently departed. Now, within the dilapidated room, only the priest and the elderly man with the completely white eye remained. Since he went in, he won't survive. The priest spoke abruptly. The man with the white eyes said nothing, merely nodding. After that, both fell silent. Chapter 54, Out of Control. Upon entering the basement, Zhang Lingquan was met with complete darkness. But soon, the darkness was dispelled by the light emanating from the primordial sacrificial artifact in his hand. Staring at the pitch-black tunnel stretching endlessly downward before him, Zhang Lingquan was at a loss for words. Why did the people of this town all seem to love digging underground? The temple before had been like this. And now this cellar was no different. Suppressing his confusion, he continued descending. Before long, he emerged into a vast subterranean cavern. The cavern walls were rugged and jagged, studded with dozens of chains. At the very center of the cavern stood a massive stone pillar, towering over 10 meters high. Hundreds of chains hung down, all converging toward the central pillar. Zhang Lingquan saw it clearly. Chained to the pillar was a foreigner. His face was deathly pale, his entire body withered beyond description, as if drained of all vitality. Around him, the faint outline of a massive tree trunk with tentacles could be discerned. It was the very monster he had encountered within the temple. Enemy type, top-tier corrupted entity possessed by an unknown entity. Status, near death. Optional weaknesses, none, brain tissue. Nauseating brain tissue saturated with foul corruption. Extractable via analyzer. Weakness rating, 50%. The moment he spotted the foreigner on the stone pillar, the time AI in his mind issued a danger alert. Zhang Lingquan froze. Seemed somewhat surprised. Because the other person looked exactly like him. Or rather, this foreigner before him was the real Mike, while he was merely an imposter. You're Mac? Don't you already know? Outsider. Bound to the stone pillar, Mike sounded weak, yet he stared at Zhang Lingquan's face for a moment before sighing. You look just like him. Who'd have thought it could conjure up a duplicate just to lure you in? Lure me in? It? Zhang Lingquan's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment, he continued. How am I supposed to get you out? Save me? Mike let out a bitter laugh. It has completely taken over me. You'd better think about how to save yourself. Could you explain that more clearly? I don't quite understand. Though it has taken over me, I've also absorbed its memories. Facing Zhang Lingquan's confusion, Mike continued his explanation weakly. You know what? It's a kind of madness and emptiness I've never seen before. Its target is you. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan remained surprisingly calm.
In truth, he'd known this news since the dungeon began.
Were it not for the interference of the time AI and the small world fragments, he would likely already be facing off against it. I'm aware of this matter. I just didn't expect to encounter you here. Meeting again is fate. With that, Zhang Lingquan slowly smiled. Could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? I have a way to eliminate it, but I need some of your brain tissue.
Max stared at him silently for a moment.
Stranger, are you certain you have a way to eliminate him? MHM. Zhang Lingquan nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Mike, bound to the stone pillar, didn't rush to agree.
Instead, he stated a fact. My consciousness is growing increasingly hazy.
If I give you any more brain tissue, I'll lose my mind completely.
Then the entire Kasuan will spiral out of control.
Rest assured, I can set you free.
Zhang Lingquan's face radiated confidence.
Meanwhile, at the cellar's exit,
the priest and the elder with piercing eyes remained standing in place, waiting. Though they were certain Zhang Lingquan would die, they remained put just to be safe. By now, the Lord God has likely devoured that outsider. The priest remarked. The elder with piercing white eyes smiled.
Likely so. It seems our concerns were unnecessary.
But no sooner had the words left his mouth than the sky outside suddenly darkened. A towering tree-like apparition rose from the ground.
Instantly, the entire town was plunged into darkness. In the darkness, countless tentacles writhed and danced, densely packed and utterly terrifying. It's a miracle. Good heavens! The deity has appeared.
The bustling residents surrounding the small town, upon noticing this immense spectral figure, all prostrated themselves in worship.
Yet what answered them was not divine generosity. Tentacles as thick as water barrels extended, ceaselessly devouring them. Perhaps because the colossal apparition had completely lost control, its mental corruption over the villagers weakened.
Many of the villagers who had previously worn the expressions of fanatics regained their senses.
Upon witnessing the scene before them,
they were instantly petrified with fear.
What on earth is happening? My God, what the hell is that thing?
Overwhelmed by terror, they lit torches, but it was useless. Everywhere lay dark red flesh and those utterly revolting transparent tentacles.
Just as chaos erupted in the town. At the cellar entrance, Zhang Lingquan suddenly poked his head out.
His gaze swept the surroundings as he prepared to emerge from the cellar. He noticed two pairs of eyes staring intently at him from nearby. Clearly, it was the priest and that elder with the piercing white eyes.
Well, what a coincidence. Hello again.
He greeted them with a smile. Then he prepared to crawl back into the cellar. However, the priest and the other man spoke up immediately.
Stranger, we won't harm you. Run for your life. Zhang Lingquan, who had been about to close the cellar door, froze.
Hidden within the cellar, he eyed the two men outside suspiciously.
Are you sure? Yes. It's gone out of control.
We've regained our senses briefly.
Use this chance, run. The priest's tone remained calm.
In truth, the moment his consciousness returned, he had already understood his physical condition. After all, as a clergyman, he was far more sensitive to the aura of evil spirits than the average person. He could distinctly sense that the entity parasitizing his body was more terrifying than any demon he had ever encountered.
It was a horror unlike anything he had ever encountered in his entire career in the clergy. Seeing the two men's friendly demeanor, and since the time AI hadn't issued any danger warnings,
Zhang Lingquan hesitated for a moment before slowly crawling out of the cellar.
You both know your situation?
At his question, the two men across from him remained silent, merely nodding with bitter smiles.
Faced with this situation, Zhang Lingquan didn't know what to say. He could only nod his thanks to them. Then he turned and walked out the front door.
His eyes narrowed slightly as he replayed Mac's words in his mind. My fusion with it has reached its final stage. Should anything happen to me, Kunsu's projection will suffer the same fate. Remember this, no matter what you see, do not act. They are all illusions. But if you make a move, everything becomes real.
Chapter 55 SSS Rank Evaluation. Shocking everyone.
In the end, Mike could no longer bear the torment and offered his brain tissue to Zhang Lingquan.
At this moment, as he analyzed over 80% of the data, Zhang Lingquan was overcome with excitement. Only 20% of the progress remained. He could finally complete the dungeon. Hurry up!
He glanced up at the massive spectral figure still rampaging below, preparing to find a place to hide. Not far away, several dark figures suddenly materialized out of thin air and began walking toward him. Leading them was none other than Ares. As the shadowy figures drew nearer,
He could even smell the putrid stench of decay piercing his skull. Aries' eyes were hollow, his entire face resembling soft mud scalded by boiling water, sagging in patches. A wheezing sound like bellows came from his throat, as if wind were blowing through his body. Only then did Zhang Lingquan confirm in his heart. The group before him. Things. Were corpses. Aries and the corpses behind him steadily drew nearer. Finally, they came to a halt before Zhang Lingquan, their rotting, foul-smelling heads leaning in close to his face. Almost the instant it drew near, that overwhelmingly intense stench of decay exploded directly into Zhang Lingquan's nostrils. And because it was so close, he could even see the maggot-infested, pitted, and scarred face. Yet, faced with this horrifying sight, Zhang Lingquan didn't even flinch. Aries and the corpses stared at him for a moment. Seeing no reaction from Zhang Lingquan, they simply walked away. Holy! It looks like a toilet exploded, he exclaimed. Before Zhang Lingquan could even breathe a sigh of relief, a disturbance behind him caught his attention. It was a phantom tree trunk, reminiscent of those found in temples. The moment the phantom appeared, that eye filled with resentment and complex emotions locked onto him with deadly intensity. Zhang Lingquan paid it no mind whatsoever, allowing the phantom's tendrils to extend and devour him, consuming him. This inexplicable situation persisted for a long while. His vision finally cleared once more. At that moment, as the analyzer's progress bar reached 100%, the time AI in his mind automatically popped up a prompt. Detected analyzer data values reaching threshold. Performing secondary analysis. Please wait. Alchemy skill activation in progress. Pollution removal potion successfully crafted. Host may inspect it at will. Zhang Lingquan held a cup of blood-red potion in his hand, examining it closely. This is the pollution cleansing potion? After a moment's hesitation, he downed the entire contents of the cup in one gulp. Indeed, the source of the town's infection was precisely that ghostly thing in his stomach. As the potion hit his throat, the demonic thing in his stomach began to stir violently. A searing, gut-wrenching pain began to radiate throughout Zhang Lingquan's entire body. Detected host ingesting contamination removal agent. Implanted unknown contamination is dissipating. Hearing the AI's prompt, Zhang Lingquan felt a sense of vengeance fulfilled. This damn thing inside him. Not only freeloading, it stubbornly refused to leave. A deadbeat to the core. Fortunately, the decontamination agent proved remarkably potent, and that vile substance could no longer run rampant. The pain gradually subsided, giving way to an indescribable hollow feeling. Gritting his teeth against the physical discomfort, Zhang Lingquan lifted his eyes to survey his surroundings. He discovered a light gate had appeared at the town's exit. This was clearly the only way out of the town. Though he felt somewhat dazed, he still hurried toward the light gate. The massive, rampaging spectral form seemed to have noticed him as well. Instantly, a deluge of tentacles and tendrils surged toward him. Yet the colossal phantom was ultimately a step too slow. Congratulations to test subject Zhang Lingquan for defeating the final boss and successfully clearing the death scenario dungeon Rust Town. Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan for completing the assessment task in 52 hours, earning an SSS grade evaluation. Almost the moment he exited the instance, the announcement echoed throughout the entire Gokao instance. Candidates still outside the instance froze in shock. Instantly, chaos erupted. The chat channel erupted with excitement. Holy crap! I thought we were all on the same starting line. Dude, did you just dive straight into a death dungeon? What the hell? Death dungeon? Aren't our dungeons supposed to be the same? Who knows? Maybe the college entrance exam dungeon saw how awesome you are and bumped up the difficulty just for you. Hey, I heard that even Kim Soo-yeon and the others only cleared it because they were dragging the boss along. Holy crap, does that mean the boss is unstoppable? The boss is insane? Amidst the heated chatter in the chat channel, Zhang Lingquan, fresh out of the dungeon, remained oblivious. He was staring blankly at the tentacle tattoo on his wrist. Kun Su's curse. Type, tracking, curse. Effect, Kansu may appear in every subsequent instance run by the host. I give up. What's the point of playing anymore? Zhang Lingquan felt utterly defeated. He couldn't fathom how he'd managed to attract the attention of such a terrifying entity. What truly sent shivers down his spine, however, was that this ghostly thing possessed the ability to forcibly drag him into instances. The only silver lining was that he still had the time AI by his side. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Zhang Lingquan decided to check the leaderboard. What he saw left him utterly bewildered. Kim Soo-yeon, Tian Wenqi, Zhao Lihan, Sun Changkai, Liana. Over 100 names listed in succession. Apart from a few names from Korea and the Free Nation, he recognized almost all the others. These were all individuals he had conducted elixir transactions with. As for the unfamiliar names from Goryeo, they all began with the surname Kim. No need to guess they were all members of Kim Soo-yeon's clan. The only thing puzzling Zhang Lingquan was the Free Nation candidates. How did they get their hands on his pills? Zhang Lingquan was utterly baffled. However, the dramatic shifts in the assessment rankings this time also caught him off guard. Simultaneously, a deep sense of crisis washed over him. The commotion he had caused this time was indeed rather large. It was bound to draw the attention of other factions. Perhaps some faction would see him as a cash cow and start targeting him. Zhang Lingquan urgently needed the ability to protect himself. His thoughts were in disarray. He quickly thought of Jin Xiuyan. After all, they shared a close bond. If he asked her family for protection, that little girl would surely agree. But within a minute, he abandoned the notion. Their personal bond was just that personal. If it involved their families, it would inevitably become a matter of interests, and then things would be complicated. After weighing the options, Zhang Lingquan finally settled on a candidate in his mind. Ji Lingxue. She had a transactional relationship with him. Moreover, she was a high-tier professional with power beyond measure. Most crucially, the forces backing Ji Lingxue were substantial enough to provide him with protection. Having made up his mind, Zhang Lingquan promptly sent Ji Lingxue a private message. She didn't reply immediately. Zhang Lingquan surmised that she might still be in the real world at that moment. While Zhang Lingquan was desperately seeking protection, the entire world chat channel erupted into chaos. More and more people had completed the dungeon assessment. Many players noticed that the top spots on the leaderboard were dominated by players from the Dragon Nation. And as a Dragon Nation citizen, Zhang Lingquan had consecutively cleared the Death Dungeon. This was unheard of in all of human history. And so, the entire instance space erupted in commotion. Chapter 56, Courting Allies. Of course, the impact of this event extended far beyond the confines of the instance. It also caused quite a stir across nations worldwide. For they uncovered a terrifying truth. That is, the majority of top-ranked players were candidates from the Dragon Nation. Most crucially, Zhang Lingquan the top performer in clearing 2S-rated dungeons. In this assessment, the dungeon's difficulty was actually different for him compared to other candidates. This was a death dungeon that even intermediate-level professionals shied away from. Yet he still cleared it. What does this signify? The entire world was stunned. Not only were they stunned by Zhang Lingxuan's own prowess, but also by the performance of the Dragon Nation's candidates. Especially those nations with strained relations with the Dragon Nation were left sweating bullets. If these Dragon Nation candidates truly possessed methods to dramatically boost their pass rates, once these candidates matured into mid-tier professionals, combined with the terrifying presence of Zhang Lingquan, the entire world's power dynamics would be shaken to its core. No one would be spared. At this very moment, countless organizations and factions had already dispatched their practitioners. Like madmen, they were rushing into the instance space. They're attempting to make contact with those Dragon Nation candidates who cleared the dungeon and earned its evaluation. Money, power, sex. Whatever means they possess, they spare no effort. In their quest to uncover the truth behind this assessment, these individuals have completely lost their minds. Of course, there were no fewer than several hundred Dragon Nation candidates who had previously traded pills with Zhang Lingquan. Most of them were Dragon Nation candidates. In their naivety, they likely remain unaware of just how crucial the information they've leaked truly is. He thought foreigners were dumb and loaded. Trading a measly piece of information for so many items and resources was a total steal. Zhang Lingquan certainly never imagined that the peculiar elixir he'd casually concocted could ignite such a frenzy worldwide. In short, the news spread like confetti, carried by an ever-growing crowd. The rumor that Zhang Lingquan possessed the means to create miraculous pills gradually spread among the examinees. Numerous merchant guilds, organizations, and factions all sought to obtain the pills refined by Zhang Lingquan. After all, the occupational rank restrictions within the Gaokao instance space prevented them from sending supplies inside. They can only use these supplies to pre-order pills from Zhang Lingquan first. Then have Zhang Lingquan inside the instance trade them to their designated examinees. Of course, during this period, the leaders of these factions weren't without their own schemes to recruit Zhang Lingquan. Some nations even bestowed upon him the title of king. Yet every single attempt ended in failure. Fortunately, through layers of transactions, the candidates cultivated by these factions obtained the pills refined by Zhang Lingquan. Perhaps because the incident had become too sensational, short videos, Weibo, and even TV screens on buses. Any news related to Zhang Lingquan was prominently featured on front pages and headlines. Especially on Douyin. A dedicated video section was created solely for Zhang Lingquan and the Wellness Master. This alone brought staggering traffic to the entire Douyin platform. Countless users posted videos there. Wujio Shelwei, who had previously created a video about the Wellness Master. That video alone earned him a massive following, propelling him into Douyin's top 10 creators. And today, he's released another video. Hello everyone. I'm Wuqiong Shohei. I'm sure you've seen my previous videos? Through various analyses, I previously concluded that Zhang Lingquan's success was largely due to luck, and that the career path of a wellness guru wouldn't last long. I'd like to apologize here, my analysis was incorrect. It turns out Zhang Lingquan's success isn't just about his profession, he's genuinely talented. I must admit, Zhang is highly innovative. He's the first to truly master the alchemy wellness skill. I've studied this skill before. It's unique to health masters. While I don't know how Zhang managed to craft those miraculous pills with it, it certainly highlights his exceptional talent. The unique effects these pills produced within the college entrance exam instance alone were enough to grant Zhang Lingquan massive amounts of enhancement resources, putting him far ahead of other candidates. Of course, setting that aside, it's already heartening that most of Zhang's trading partners are fellow Dragon Nation candidates. And I suspect as his alchemy skill level rises, his trading network will expand to include even more Dragon Nation candidates. By then, it won't just be Zhang creating miracles. The entire Dragon Nation candidate body could achieve extraordinary feats. As soon as Wuqiang Shohei's video was released, it instantly surpassed 1 million likes. The comments section erupted with countless excited discussions. Holy crap! Is this real? Doesn't that mean we could all become witnesses to history? This Zhang Lingquan is seriously impressive. He's just a high schooler, right? How terrifying is that? So what if he's a high schooler? He pulled off 2 flawless dungeon runs, 1 story dungeon clear and 1 death dungeon clear. Tell me, isn't that insane for a high schooler? I'm so jealous of his innate talent. Even switching to a trash class, he still plays like this. What good is envy? If you want to be a pro, first switch to the health guru class. Exactly. The guy above is spot on. We don't have Zhang Lingquan's guts, so let's just stick to being spectators. The incident's impact kept growing. More and more people joined the discussion. In short, after this elixir incident and the achievement of clearing the death dungeon, the names Zhang Lingquan and Wellness Guru have become legendary among the youth. Countless middle schoolers, high schoolers, and even elementary students now look up to Zhang Lingquan as a role model. They've begun diligently studying dungeon theory within their schools. Meanwhile, all sorts of information about Zhang Lingquan has been dug up. From Zhang Lingquan's penchant for reading during free time to his favorite ramen shop. In short, anything connected to Zhang Lingquan has become something students eagerly emulate. In an instant, Zhang Lingquan had become the benchmark for everyone's studies. Chapter 57, Rising Value. Comparable to strategic weapons. Jiangbei City. Inside a temporary armed base. Long Xiaojie followed the guard before her with a look of nervous tension on her face. Since arriving in Jiangbei City, she had been waiting at the hotel for Zhang Lingquan to finish his college entrance exams. Little did she expect this kid would pull off something big without a word. He'd cleared the death dungeon. Even she, when faced with the death dungeon, would avoid it at all costs. And now Zhang Lingquan had cleared it? With an SSS tier rating, no less. Just how many secrets does this guy have up his sleeve? Long Xiaojie couldn't help but let her thoughts drift. As if recalling the earlier entrustments from the squad leader in Zhang Wei, a faint blush spread across her pretty face. Soon, the guard leading the way brought Long Xiaojie to the door of a military green shipping container office. Pointing directly at the office door, he stated, "All right, Miss Long, this is as far as I can take you. You'll have to go in on your own." With that, he saluted Miss Long once more before turning to leave. This only made Long Xiaojie feel more nervous. After calming herself, she finally pushed open the door and stepped inside. Inside the makeshift office with its metal walls, a group of white-haired elders sat. Judging by their shoulder insignia, their ranks were clearly no small matter. And seated at the very end, none other than Long Xiaojie's immediate superior, Hao Tai. Hao Tai sat there with a long face, looking as dejected as a wronged wife. The moment he spotted Long Xiaojie entering, he looked at her like she was his savior. Without daring to speak, he waved her over urgently. This only made Long Xiaojie feel even more nervous. "Good morning, officers." Long Xiaojie reporting for duty. None of the old men present spoke, except for the imposing elders seated at the head, who gave a faint nod. He then began to scrutinize Long Xiaojie from head to toe with a piercing gaze. "Comrade Long Xiaojie, here is a document. You may open it and review it." "Understood." Long Xiaojie saluted and nodded. He took the file from the table and began flipping through it. The entire makeshift office quickly fell silent, filled only by the rustling sound of pages turning. Soon, Long Xiaojie finished reading the entire document and placed it back on the desk. His expression turned startled. For this was a document issued directly by the military district, bearing the commander's signature. Seeing her put down the documents, the elderly man spoke again with full vigor. "Have you reviewed the document?" "Yes, sir." "Good. I heard earlier that your regiment commander, Hao Tai, sent you to protect Zhang Lingquan. Why hasn't the report come in yet?" Long Xiaojie froze. He didn't know how to explain. Seeing this, Hao Tai, seated nearby, trembled and immediately stood up to answer. "Report. Zhang Lingquan is still inside the instance. Our battalion headquarters assess that the danger he faces right now isn't high. Plus, to minimize the risk of exposure, we've kept Long Xiaojie waiting outside. Did I give you permission to speak?" "Sit down." Clearly, the elderly man seated nearby was dissatisfied with Hao Tai's explanation. The other elders present, however, smiled to lighten the mood. "Ha, Long Xiaojie, Comrade Hao Tai, relax a bit. This isn't a public criticism session. Exactly. We old-timers came here not only to inquire about your recent defensive deployments but also to issue the latest directives. Old Lou, lighten up. Everyone's here, just give the orders. The old men chatted back and forth. This helped dispel much of the earlier tension. The elders seated at the head nodded and addressed Long Xiaojie and Hao Tai. The situation has changed. Zhang Lingquan's security level is now set to the highest. Comrade Long Xiaojie alone is insufficient, additional personnel must be assigned. At these words, Long Xiaojie and Hao Tai sprang to their feet with a sharp click, saluting in unison. Long Xiaojie pledges to complete the mission. Rest assured, officers. I, Hao Tai, guarantee mission completion. Of course, such developments weren't confined to Long Nation alone. Organizations and factions in other nations were also actively seeking channels to communicate directly with Zhang Lingquan. After all, Zhang Lingquan's current value far surpasses any strategic weapon. In fact, he is even more terrifying than strategic weapons. Long before Zhang Lingquan's fourth dungeon run, national think tanks had already analyzed the situation. The increased difficulty of this college entrance exam instance was highly likely due to Zhang Lingquan. Now, he has concocted a miraculous elixir capable of helping everyone pass the assessment. One can only imagine the candidates who used these miraculous pills. After clearing the dungeon and claiming the rewards, their own strength would surge at a terrifying rate. Such an existence, capable of benefiting the vast majority. It will impact the young generation of Zhang Lingquan's era. In a sense, if utilized properly, it could even shape the nation's destiny for years to come. Even ordinary people grasp this principle, let alone the elite leaders of various factions. With their vision and resources, the intelligence they gather far surpasses anything ordinary people could hope to match. This day will likely leave many lose sleep. Meanwhile, in a remote town in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, a man with a backpack slowly climbed a small hill about 10 miles from the town. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no one was nearby, he set down his backpack. He pulled out a peculiar-looking computer, along with a short satellite antenna. He plugged the satellite antenna into the computer, assembling a machine capable of connecting to satellite signals. The moment the satellite signal connected, an email popped up on the man's computer screen. The email's content was peculiar, composed of a series of strange symbols. It resembled some ancient script. The man raised his hand, and waves of cold air emanated from his palm. Quickly, the residual moisture in the surrounding air was absorbed by him. A circular ice block, sharp-edged and faceted like countless prisms, materialized in his hand. He held the ice crystal up to the email and began examining its contents closely. Soon, he deciphered the message. He murmured to himself. Zhu's class. Jiangbei. Zhang Lingquan. Find a way to make contact. Offer conditions highest possible. All means. This was an encrypted email. Only through specialized decryption methods could the information within be deciphered. It served as one of the primary communication channels between certain nations and their own spies. Of course, the most crucial element remains the email's content. Upon realizing Zhang Lingquan's value, those nations grew restless, urgently contacting their spies embedded within the Dragon Nation. Their primary objective was to establish contact with Zhang Lingquan and offer him the most favorable terms to recruit him. Of course, if he refused, that would be another matter entirely. After all, the email explicitly stated to use any means necessary. The man patiently scanned the entire email. Finally, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had heard of Zhang Lingquan's recent notoriety. Who would have thought after all these years of silence, the higher-ups would actually consider using me? Zhang Lingquan, he really is a formidable young man. Though the man bore the face of a Dragon Nation native, it was actually the result of plastic surgery. As a top-tier spy and an 8th-tier professional, he had been embedded in Longwood for over a decade. He had assumed this call from headquarters meant he'd be sent to assassinate the Dragon Nation's leader. But instead, he was sent to make contact with a child. And judging by the email's contents, this mission was extremely dangerous. If he could complete it, he could return to his homeland in glory. Failure meant certain death. Moreover, the man was certain that such orders had not been issued solely to him. Likely, many others in similar spy roles had already received this email. Moreover, this decision wasn't made by just one country. Other nations would likewise deploy countermeasures against Zhang Lingquan. The entire world was descending into chaos. And at the very center of this whirlwind was Zhang Lingquan. Chapter 58, Smear Campaign. As the miracle elixir scandal continued to ferment online, the rats lurking in the shadows also began to stir. Not just short videos, but even Weibo, forums, and any platform where text could be exchanged. All were swept up in a mysterious wave of public opinion. Zhang Lingquan is powerful and has benefited the candidates, I won't deny that. But none of this comes free. We're all Dragon Country people, and what he's doing is downright disgusting. Exactly. We're all fellow countrymen, yet he charges such exorbitant fees. It feels like he's using patriotism as a front bait and switch. I urge everyone once more, let's unite to boycott Zhang Lingquan's profiteering schemes. Initially, no one paid attention to such short videos or posts. After all, Zhang Lingquan's contributions are undeniable. His legacy wasn't something a few words could tarnish. But when these messages were bought and amplified by those with ulterior motives, some clueless fools were immediately swayed and started posting videos and comments. In my personal opinion, Zhang Lingquan actually possesses the method to create miraculous elixirs. He must contribute it to the nation. If it were me, I'd definitely do just that. Exactly. That guy is way too selfish. He must hand over the formula for making miracle pills. Right. Hand over the miracle potion. It's one thing for an individual to make such statements. What's truly frightening is when a mob blindly follows suit, fueled by unscrupulous media jumping on the bandwagon. Gradually, the incident exploded like a firecracker tossed into a toilet. Many playful netizens even created memes specifically for this incident. For example, a panda holding a pill declares, "Dalian, time for your medicine." Of course, many remain skeptical about Zhang Lingquan trading pills with other examinees. Currently, the top 100 trending topics on short video platforms and Weibo are all related to Zhang Lingquan. As these sarcastic comments proliferate, many Dragon Nation netizens began to sense something amiss. Isn't this just the usual traffic-grabbing tactic used by capitalists? Those who caught on began to wake up. They become keyboard warriors. They began flooding the comment sections of videos and Weibo posts smearing Zhang Lingquan, warmly greeting the creators' families. You bastard! So you're saying trading this treasure that helps you clear levels isn't generous enough? You want them to give it away for free? You're such a piece of... This guy is literally walking 500 grand. Report him. Online, regarding Zhang Lingquan's situation. Some maintain a critical stance. Others directly curse out those critics. After all, these people are truly despicable, doing nothing themselves, yet standing on their moral high ground day after day to condemn others. While young people educated in the new era aren't swayed by such morally corrupting rhetoric. But the opponent's rhetoric is so polished that many middle-aged and elderly people have been deceived. The forces orchestrating this public opinion campaign. This was clearly a deeply calculated and premeditated scheme. At this point, negative reports about Zhang Lingquan are proliferating, thrusting him into the spotlight. He was but a hair's breadth away from ruin and disgrace. It was precisely at this critical juncture. A video blogger with millions of followers, known as Dong Yue, also released a video. The moment it went live, it caused an immediate uproar. Hello everyone, I'm Dong Yue. I've seen what's been circulating online. I still hope everyone stays rational and doesn't get swept up in the hype. Some say Zhang Lingquan was selfish, but I disagree. As the saying goes, those blessed with extraordinary gifts must uphold justice. He could have kept the miraculous elixir for himself, avoiding all this trouble. Yet he chose not to. It was precisely because of his deal with the other Longwei candidates that they achieved even better results in clearing the dungeon. I think this is something everyone should reflect on. Personally, I admire Zhang Lingquan's actions. Without a doubt, he is the prodigy of our entire young generation in Dragon Nation. He is worthy of emulation by all of us. Now, back to the point. My purpose in sharing this video is to caution everyone here, do not be blind. Learn to analyze various factors amidst chaotic events. When something occurs, it must be viewed comprehensively. Partial truths are never reliable. This is the mark of a wise person. Thank you all for your support. As Dong Yue bowed in farewell, the video abruptly ended. Though brief, it sounded like a clarion call for a counteroffensive in public opinion. An increasing number of Dragon Nation bloggers with millions of followers began posting videos in support of Zhang Lingquan. One video, posted by a creator named Racing Lei, was particularly explosive. Negative reports about Zhang Lingquan have been piling up these past 2 days. My sharp instincts immediately sensed something was off. As you all know, being a video blogger, it's not unreasonable for me to know a thing or two about counter-espionage tactics, right? After hours of collecting and analyzing these posts and videos, we discovered this appears to be a premeditated, organized smear campaign. Although the accounts posting these videos and threads appear to be from different regions, our professional technical analysis suggests these locations may be fake. In other words, someone with ulterior motives used botnet technology to simultaneously disseminate this information. That's actually quite terrifying. We then traced the IP leads relentlessly and ultimately uncovered that the entity harnessing botnet technology to hijack other computers is a tech company. And the financial backer behind this tech company is a foreign financial institution. Now, I don't need to say more, you all understand, right? Finally, I urge everyone, never become accomplices to others. Public opinion belongs to us. Racing Lei's video also caused quite a stir. If Dong Yue's video sounded the clarion call for public opinion's counterattack, then Race Lei's video was a nuclear bomb aimed at public opinion, instantly igniting the entire internet. In less than 30 minutes, the comments and videos about Zhang Lingquan across major platforms were flooded with public outrage. Discussions about family lineages erupted everywhere. Many users frantically reported these manipulative videos and posts. Yet even so, they still underestimated the determination of certain individuals. To thoroughly discredit Zhang Lingquan this time, those individuals and the organization behind them spared no effort. Not only did they promise benefits like online dragon spies and immigration perks, but they also provided substantial activity funding. As the controversy continued to escalate, ultimately, it caught the attention of the Dragon Nation's High Command. Chapter 59, A Special Job Change. Amidst the online storm of controversy, Zhang Lingquan, still deep within the dungeon, remained oblivious. He was currently seated before a large table laden with delicacies, feasting heartily. Meanwhile, his mind was already mapping out his next moves. The table was laden with an abundance of food: fried chicken, vegetable salad, assorted fruits, rice wine, along with 2 small roasted lambs and a suckling pig. All of these were obtained by Zhang Lingquan using elixirs. And a candidate with a chef profession. He was thoroughly satisfied with the taste of these dishes. As if something occurred to him, Zhang Lingquan stuffed roasted meat into his mouth while he retrieved a pale yellow orb of light from his bloodfall bracelet. Primordial Thought Fragment. Item category: Fusion. Effect: temporarily boosts the host's luck, granting recognition from the Tao. Note: a fragmented fragment of the primordial thought. This was the reward granted by the instance for successfully completing the assessment. At first, upon seeing the words primordial thought, Zhang Lingquan rejoiced for quite some time. After all, he only needed one final ingredient to complete his mind-severing orb. But he never imagined the word fragmented would follow it. It was downright frustrating. Could it be because the dungeon collapsed? Did that cause the reward I received to change? Zhang Lingquan fell deep in thought. He stared blankly at the pale yellow orb before him. Of course, besides this item, he also received another one out of 4 additional items. A ballpoint pen that could boost computational power. He didn't hesitate. He immediately instructed the Time AI to fuse it. His total computational power now reached 5.3%. The conditions for secondary skill simulation were now met. Time AI, initiate secondary skill simulation immediately. Glancing at his 3 skills, Zhang Lingquan issued the command. Almost instantly, as his words faded, the Time AI's prompt sounded in his mind. Skill simulation sequence automatically planned for host. Sword opens Heaven's Gate fragment secondary skill simulation in progress. Current simulation progress, 1%, estimated completion time, 30 minutes. Although Time AI's total computing power has increased to 5.3%, it still does not support multi-threading at this stage. Zhang Lingquan could only savor his meal while patiently awaiting the secondary skill simulation's completion. Soon, the 30 minutes passed. Once again, the Time AI's detached prompt echoed in his mind. Secondary skill simulation successful. Host, please review the results. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan paused his eating. He immediately examined the skill: Sword opens Heaven's Gate. Sword opens Heaven's Gate fragment. Effect: generates 2 new sword intents daily. Can be cultivated the longer the duration, the greater the power. Description: Heaven's bell tolls in mournful lament, cleaving the celestial gate to slay the gods. Note: the incomplete version of this skill possesses weak power. Note: each generated sword intent exists as an independent entity. Besides the increased number of sword energies generated daily, there were essentially no other changes. Zhang Lingquan felt little disappointment about this. After all, compared to before, this already doubled the skill's power. He withdrew his gaze, no longer concerning himself with the skill's secondary recalculation. He shifted his gaze to his personal panel. Class: Wellness Master. Eligible for 1 special class change. Add class suffix. Transition requirements: possess at least 1 exclusive skill and have a skill orb equipped. Age: 18. Class exclusive skill. Indeed, beyond normal advancement, he can now undergo 1 class change within his current profession. Unlike standard rank progression, a single class advancement is like adding a suffix to your profession. For example, if your profession is swordsman but you prefer using blades, you accidentally trigger a job change. Then your personal panel's profession field will display as Swordsman Sword Chi. Not only do you gain a slight attribute boost, but you also unlock a unique passive skill, your very own blade aura. Now, staring at the requirements prompt for a single class change on his personal panel, Zhang Lingquan felt utterly overwhelmed. Should I socket skill orbs? He did possess the blueprint for this item. He'd even gathered the crucial source essence. But the problem was, this thing was incomplete, utterly useless for crafting skill orbs. What was he to do? Just as he pondered this, a private message suddenly popped up on the instance page. The Tividai family wants to trade? Why does that name sound so strange? With a frown, Zhang Lingquan accepted the video projection request. Soon, a man with charred cheeks and a red dot on his forehead appeared before him. Greetings, Mr. Zhang Lingquan. I am Aya Tividai, sent by the Tividai family to make contact with you. Aya spoke, hands pressed together in a gesture of respect, his head swaying slightly from side to side. Zhang Lingquan frowned. Why were people from the Asan kingdom seeking him out now? But considering the man's status as a representative of a prominent family, he quickly smoothed his brow. Mr. Aya, I presume you've come to discuss a transaction with me? Without hesitation, Zhang Lingquan cut straight to the chase. After all, he was still busy eating. Who had time for idle chatter with these people? Indeed, Mr. Zhang Lingquan. The Tivadai family wishes to trade for the miraculous elixir in your possession. All right. You should be aware of my terms, 60% of the copy rewards obtained. Of course, if it's a complete item, it's all mine. In return, I won't charge you for the next 2 transactions. Hearing Zhang Lingquan's words, Aya's expression visibly froze. After all, these terms were downright exploitative. But remembering his family's earlier entrustment, he regained his smile and said, Mr. Zhang Lingquan, from what we understand, your previous deal with the Kim family of Korea was only 30% of the dungeon rewards. Might you consider offering us? At this point, Aya paused, making a gesture of rubbing his hands together. The implication couldn't have been clearer, he wanted the same discount as the Kim family of Goryeo. In Aya's mind, having laid it out so plainly, the candidate across from him would surely feel embarrassed. They clearly intended to sneakily raise the price, only to have their scheme exposed by him. If this were someone from their own Atri kingdom, they would have offered an even lower discount. After all, this was a loss of precious face. Yet, contrary to Aya's expectations, Zhang Lingquan across from him remained silent. Instead, he began to scrutinize Ajia from head to toe with a peculiar gaze. This left Aya somewhat puzzled. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, why are you looking at me like that? I'm friends with Kim Soo-yeon from Korea, which is why I only demanded a 30% reward from the Kim family. Your family and mine have never crossed paths. On what grounds do you think you deserve the same treatment as the Kims? Are you out of your mind? Or am I? Aya was rendered speechless by Zhang Lingquan's retort, unable to formulate a rebuttal. The Tivadai family, after all, were the highest-ranking Brahmins in the 3 kingdoms of A, possessing unparalleled prestige. And as the representative of the Tivardi family, personally negotiating a partnership with them was already an immense honor. Yet even so, Zhang Lingquan refused to show any courtesy. He was merely an ordinary commoner. What gave him the audacity to challenge the family behind him? The more Ajia thought about it, the angrier he grew, ready to explode. But then he remembered the mission his family had entrusted him with. He forced a grim smile. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, you're quite right, I was too hasty. It seems you hold deep affection for your homeland. But I wonder how they repay you? Spit it out. Zhang Lingquan was growing weary of this back and forth with the Indian. Or else I'll hang up this video projection. No. Aya hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. Here's the thing, we've gotten some intel suggesting you're not exactly in good standing with those Dragon Nation folks right now. He paused mid-sentence. Then he pulled out a tablet. He navigated to a preloaded playback page. The video displayed online abuse directed at Zhang Lingquan, along with a bunch of other nonsense slandering Zhang Lingquan. Take a look at this. I want to make it clear that the Tivadai family has come here with genuine sincerity, Aya said, nodding his head emphatically. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan scanned the tablet's screen. After a long moment, he finally looked away, saying nothing, his gaze fixed on the other man with a peculiar expression. Aya clearly couldn't make sense of Zhang Lingquan's behavior. He continued manipulating the tablet as he spoke. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, it seems the people of Dragon Nation don't care for you. On the contrary, we people of the 3 nations hold you in the highest regard. As the words fell, Aya pulled up another video. Unlike the previous video, which was entirely filled with content disparaging Zhang Lingquan, this one was filled entirely with praise for Zhang Lingquan from the people of the 3 kingdoms. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, consider this, you've made such tremendous contributions to Dragon Nation, yet what has Dragon Nation done? They've ignored your achievements. On the contrary, their people slander you everywhere. But we in the 3 kingdoms are different. Our people respect you. With your abilities, if you were to change your nationality to ours, your future achievements would surely be immense. Aya pointed to the comments under the video, where users from the 3 nations used online aliases, relentlessly acting as a lobbyist. It was as if Zhang Lingquan not changing his nationality would be a tremendous loss for him. As for Zhang Lingquan, he was thoroughly amused by the other man's uniquely Indian mannerisms. So it seems Mr. Aya wants me to change my nationality? He asked flatly. Chapter 60, Don't be so unreceptive. Zhang Lingquan's words clearly stirred Ajay to great excitement. Exactly. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, if you were to come to our triple kingdom, I assure you, you would be the most honored Brahmin scion. You would have countless servants and vast lands. You would become a hero to the people of the A triple kingdom. As he spoke, he switched to other pages on his tablet. Soon, a dictionary-like index appeared on the screen. Though written in the language of the 3A kingdoms, through the translation function of the replica space, Zhang Lingquan could clearly understand its contents. This was essentially a list of benefits the TV family was willing to offer. 100 young and beautiful wives. 100,000 acres of the most fertile land. Plus over 1,000 servants to attend to every need. Beyond that, vast resources and exclusive items unique to the three kingdoms. Items like cow dung cookies. Even Zhang Lingquan was stunned by this list. He could understand the beautiful land goddess, but what the hell was this, cow dung cookies? Damn it! Zhang Lingquan pondered for a moment. Mr. Aya, I have no need to change my nationality. If there's nothing else, let's not waste each other's time. With that, Zhang Lingquan said no more and abruptly ended the video projection. Staring at the vanished projection, Aya's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Zhang Lingquan to refuse so bluntly. Damn it! Who the hell do you think you are? I'm a Brahmin. He cursed angrily, but eventually calmed his rage and sent a private message. That kid's got a screw loose. He turned down both money and women. Recommend changing our approach. Meanwhile, Aya was still discussing matters with members of the Tavardi family. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Zhang Lingquan began analyzing the other party's true intentions. His conversation with Aya had led him to deduce two crucial points. First, someone outside was deliberately smearing his reputation. Second, judging from the benefits list the other party had shown him, his market value must be extremely high. Combined with Aya's baffling move of using cow dung cookies to get him to immigrate to the A Triangle region, Zhang Lingquan could now conclude with certainty. Certain organizations or even nations were determined to acquire him and the alchemical methods for refining elixirs he possessed. That's why they're sparing no effort to smear him online in Dragon Nation. Their methods remain as despicable as ever. Even though Zhang Lingquan had seen plenty of underhanded tactics outside of Dragon Nation in his previous life, he couldn't help but vent his frustration. As for that list of benefits from the three nations, it was nothing but a worthless IOU. Zhang Lingquan knew full well that in his previous life, the Third Kingdom had been the graveyard for major global corporations. These caste-obsessed old men were most adept at luring companies into the country only to slaughter them. Just as he pondered this, another video request popped up on the instance interface. Zhang Lingquan perked up at the sight. Another business opportunity? He hurriedly checked the sender's name. Sun Yao? Zhang Lingquan scratched his head, taking a moment before finally recalling the person. He seemed to be from the class next door, and his family was quite wealthy. The video projection connected. Soon, a young figure appeared before Zhang Lingquan. Hey, what's up? You want to trade pills too? Facing his fellow alumnus, Zhang Lingquan smiled and spoke directly. Hearing this, Sun Yao was about to speak when he was stunned by the lavish spread of delicacies filling the entire table before him. Fresh fruits, crispy fried chicken, sweet rice wine, fresh vegetables, roasted lamb, and roasted suckling pig. The golden brown glaze on the roasted meats drizzled with rich, flavorful sauces. Sun Yao shamefully swallowed hard. What the hell is this? Everyone else is struggling through the assessment, yet you get to feast like this? His eyes locked onto the feast before him, momentarily speechless. But soon, he noticed something else was off about Zhang Lingquan's surroundings. By all logic, after clearing a dungeon, they'd be bored out of their minds in the instance waiting hall. The waiting hall's color scheme was simple and endless expanse of white. But where was Zhang Lingquan now? Why could he see stars through his ceiling? And what about the mist drifting around inside the room? Of course, all that alone would be bad enough. The worst part was, Sun Yao spotted something behind Zhang Lingquan. He saw a huge bed covered in wild animal fur. For some reason, the moment he saw that bed, Sun Yao desperately wanted to lie down on it. All these days of trials had left him utterly exhausted. That bed must be incredibly comfortable. Sun Yao silently wondered to himself. Seeing the other person remain silent, Zhang Lingquan grew a bit puzzled. As the owner of the spiritual energy cave dwelling, he naturally had no idea about Sun Yao's complex emotions at that moment. After all, Sun Yao had regarded him as a rival for years, yet had never once defeated him. Later, during the college entrance exam assessment, he had suffered repeated setbacks. Originally, according to Sun Yao's plan, he would never associate with his rival Zhang Lingquan for the rest of his life. Yet here he was, assigned such a crucial mission by Sun's father he felt like dying. Sun Yao might be prone to overestimating himself, but there was no doubt he was an exceptionally sharp individual. He understood perfectly well the Sun family's position in this transaction. After all, Zhang Lingquan's elixir was one of a kind. No one else possessed the power to influence this college entrance exam. Sun Yao was already feeling awkward enough, having finally mustered the courage to message Zhang Lingquan privately. But he never imagined the other party would be feasting on a lavish meal? And it seemed he even possessed housing-type items. This is a treasure coveted by many high-level practitioners. Who would have thought? For a moment, the jarring sense of disillusionment left him dazed. Only when he saw Zhang Lingquan frown did he snap back to reality, hurriedly speaking up. I thought you might recognize me? Zhang Lingquan shook his head with a smile. Classmate, if it weren't for the name displayed on the instance chat, I wouldn't have been able to recall your name. Seeing someone from his own school still made Zhang Lingquan quite happy. After all, too many strangers had approached him for trades these past 2 days, and facing unfamiliar faces daily had left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Finally, he'd encountered one of his own kind. Zhang Lingquan thought to himself he absolutely had to give this person a discount. After all, they were from the same school. But Sun Yao remained silent. What did that mean? If not for the exam system displaying candidates' names, this kid Zhang Lingquan didn't even know his own name? He was utterly baffled. It wasn't until now. Sun Yaokai suddenly realized a brutal truth. From the very beginning, whether it was the school or the college entrance exam, it had all been his own delusion. Zhang Lingquan had never even considered him a rival. As this realization dawned on him, he felt blood rushing to his head in waves. Hey, buddy, you okay? Still want to make the deal? Seeing Sun Yao's emotional state, Zhang Lingquan immediately called out to him several times. Hearing this, Sun Yao snapped out of his daze and composed himself before replying. The Sun family does business in Jiangbei City. We'd like to make a deal with you. Zhang Lingquan nodded and immediately displayed the properties and price list of his pills. The prices are all listed here. Take a look yourself. If you want anything, you can place an advance order. Of course, I'm also open to bartering. You can use 20% of your dungeon rewards as payment. Hearing these terms, Sun Yao was completely dumbfounded. He froze for a moment, then erupted in fury. 30% of the dungeon rewards? That's outrageous. He recalled how he'd worked himself to the bone in the Immortal Town story dungeon last time. He'd finally obtained 4 Buddhist beads items that, when cultivated over time, could enhance a painting soul master's exorcism abilities. Those were precious growth items. Even losing just one, Sun Yao would be heartbroken. So there was absolutely no way he could agree to Zhang Lingquan's current deal. 20%? Aren't you asking for too much? You're downright greedy. He snapped angrily. Zhang Lingquan, who had been smiling cheerfully, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He hadn't expected such a response. The Sun family was utterly pathetic, sending a fool to negotiate with him. If they weren't from the same school, he wouldn't have offered them a 20% cut. If those foreigners ever found out about this deal, they'd be green with envy. And yet, Sun Yao still wasn't satisfied? Since you think I'm greedy, there's nothing left to discuss. Goodbye. Zhang Lingquan replied coldly, making a move to end the video call. Feeling the contempt in the other's eyes, Sun Yao could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. Zhang Lingquan, think carefully. Given the Sun family's standing in Jiangbei City, doing business with you is us doing you a favor. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. His words were practically shouted out in a growl. The successive blows to his pride had already sown seeds of self-doubt. On top of that, he felt Zhang Lingquan's demands were exorbitant, clearly showing contempt for the Sun family. At that moment, the volcano of fury within him finally erupted. Chapter 61, Immigrant Harassment. From start to finish, Zhang Lingquan had been quietly observing Sun Yao's rage, his gaze oddly detached. To Sun Yao, it felt like the other man was watching a monkey perform. This only fueled his rage further. Don't think you're so great just because you concocted these pills. You're nothing but a lousy health master. As he spoke, he raised his hand to unleash his skill, unfurling a jet-black scroll. See? I'm a soul painter. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. You'll always be nothing but a lousy wellness master. Sun Yao raged with impotent fury. He relentlessly belittled Zhang Lingquan with his words. Facing Sun Yao's verbal taunts, the latter wore a look of constipation. He couldn't help but wonder if this guy had something wrong with his brain. Why was this guy suddenly losing his temper at him for no reason? Using the time AI, Zhang Lingquan glanced at Sun Yao's personal information. Occupation, painting soul master. Age, 19. Class specific skill. This profession requires extremely powerful soul energy amplification. Current soul energy is insufficient. Note, insufficient soul power may impair class talents, resulting in a 20% reduction in attribute gains compared to others. Upon seeing the other party's personal information and recalling Sun Yao's earlier words, Zhang Lingquan shook his head. The gap between them was truly like heaven and earth. His own potential ceiling would only keep rising. As for the other party, having come to this realization, Zhang Lingquan decided he couldn't be bothered with this lunatic anymore. He abruptly ended the video projection and resumed devouring the delicacies on the table. Once he'd nearly finished everything on the table, he resumed refining pills. For the entire afternoon, Zhang Lingquan was immersed in acquiring materials and refining pills. By evening, when he counted the pills, he had refined over 2,000. He was quite satisfied with this number. As dusk fell, just as he was about to retire for the night, a private message popped up on his instance panel. Zhang Lingquan hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the video projection. Soon, a figure appeared before him. Judging by his appearance, he was likely a citizen of the Free Nation. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, I apologize for disturbing you so late. I've come to discuss a transaction with you, but there's also something else I need to tell you. Zhang Lingquan didn't even bother to lift his head at the man's words. He silently noted the name of this free nation citizen in his mind. Then he responded quietly. Are you also going to tell me that while I'm being slandered online by the Dragon Nation, you Free Nation people are all praising me, hoping I'll immigrate to the Free Nation?
The Free Nation man froze, momentarily at a loss for words.
In that case, let's not chat anymore. Next time you want to trade, just use the instance interface directly. No need for video projection. The other party looked somewhat disappointed. He seemed puzzled as to why Zhang Lingquan had declined their country's immigration request. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, we'll meet again.
I truly hope next time we can hunt together in our country's beautiful forests, shotguns in hand. After shutting down the projection communication, Zhang Lingquan wore an extremely peculiar expression.
He glanced again at the private messages he'd blocked.
Most were praising their respective countries and promising him generous benefits to entice him to immigrate.
Some even resorted to threats.
They claimed that if he didn't emigrate to their country, they'd curse him to receive no Christmas presents. It must be said, the Western approach to education truly does more harm than good. It's laughable that such brilliant minds have come out of the woodwork.
I guess I've been too flashy.
I must strengthen my abilities quickly.
Zhang Lingquan made up his mind. He glanced again at the countdown timer displayed on the instance panel.
The 72 hours preceding the instance's start constitute the preparation period. Please manage your time accordingly.
Over the next 3 days, Zhang Lingquan continued his alchemy trade as usual.
Of course, the 72-hour preparation period still left many examinees flustered. After all, such a time frame was unheard of in the college entrance exam dungeon.
Not just the students.
Even the teachers and parents waiting outside felt uncertain. But this panic was only temporary. Compared to the nervous foreign candidates, the Dragon Nation examinees remained remarkably composed. Because they had the pills obtained through Zhang Lingquan's deal.
At this critical moment, no one haggled over the price.
Had Zhang Lingquan not improved his pill refining techniques, faced with such a massive market of examinees, he might not have had enough pills to trade. It could be said that Zhang Lingquan had, through his own abilities, influenced the exam results of the entire Dragon Nation. After working tirelessly for a long time, he finally traded away all the remaining pills he had. Of course, to be safe, he deliberately kept a small amount for himself.
By his conservative estimate,
this time, he had traded nearly 10,000 pills. Once the assessment concluded, he would reap a massive haul of dungeon rewards and items. Just then, another private message popped up on the dungeon interface.
Zhang Lingquan froze upon seeing it. Earlier, to avoid harassment, he had completely blocked video projection requests from strangers.
Therefore, the only people who could still send him video projections were those on his friends list. Glancing at the sender's name, he recognized it as Ji Lingxue. As the video projection connected, Ji Lingxue's graceful figure swiftly materialized before Zhang Lingquan. She still radiated that distant, aloof aura, and those long legs of hers were absolutely killer.
Thanks to the upgraded Time AI's effects,
Zhang Lingquan dared not look her directly in the eye. Even though he'd already seen everything,
he still found it hard to accept, fearing he might get a nosebleed. Ji Lingxue, though puzzled by Zhang Lingxuan's state, cut straight to the point.
The matter of me protecting you has been completely resolved. Now, not only am I here to guard you, but even the military has gotten involved.
What? Zhang Lingquan was taken aback.
He clearly didn't understand why the military would come to protect him.
Is it because of my alchemy work? Zhang Lingquan asked doubtfully. Ji Lingxue smiled. 2 dimples instantly appeared on her pretty face. That's only part of it. More importantly, you cleared the death dungeon.
This has prompted certain research institutes higher up to restart some projects.
What do you mean?
What projects did they restart?
Zhang Lingquan understood the first part, but the latter sentence still left him a bit confused. Let me give you an analogy, just an analogy, mind you. These dungeons are scattered and disjointed, making it hard to find any common thread. But your experiences are downright peculiar. Haven't you ever wondered about the connection?
Ji Lingxue smiled.
Of course. But there's no point dwelling on it, it's still just theoretical speculation at this level.
Oh, and the military assigned a female bodyguard to contact you.
Her name is Long Xiajie. Remember to get back to her.
Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan frowned.
A connection? For some reason, Ji Lingxue's words stirred an inexplicable sense of foreboding within him.
This feeling had originated in Immortal Town and intensified through Rust Town. But as he pondered, he suddenly realized he had overlooked something.
Wait. Ji Lingxue had just mentioned. The military assigned a beautiful female bodyguard to liaise with me? Chapter 62, Yellow Springs Town. Zhang Lingquan remained lost in his fantasy of a beautiful bodyguard.
It wasn't until Ji Lingxue greeted him and ended the video call that he snapped back to reality. Who knew the military would be so thoughtful? What a bunch of good souls.
He couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
He glanced again at the other 2 skills he'd unlocked after his second simulation run.
Nuclear bomb visualization technique. Effect: visualize mushroom clouds in your mind. Prolonged observation may slightly elevate your state of mind. Description: a nuclear cloud rises, obliterating all in its path. Alchemy. Effect: can refine any object into an elixir. Description: using the body as a cauldron, circulating the refinement of yin and yang. Note: elixir effects vary randomly based on the item's properties. Note: alchemy forged pills grant a 5% attribute boost.
The nuclear bomb visualization technique remains virtually unchanged.
The alchemy technique, however, gained a slight attribute bonus. He felt no disappointment about this. Regardless of which skill improved, it was a net gain for him. At this moment, only 1 minute remained until the 5th instance assessment. Zhang Lingquan waited in silence, his mind filled with constant prayers, please, no more unexpected complications. As time slowly ticked away, the instance announcement sounded once more. Instance assessment commencing. Dungeon difficulty, SSSS tier. Dungeon story complexity, unknown. Instance self-suppression level, all. Current instance self-suppression, 100,000%. Current dungeon item suppression, all items are unusable during this assessment. Current instance self-skill suppression, all skills are unavailable during this assessment. Instance entry type, death. Assessment content at %#%. Upon hearing this string of announcements from the instance, Zhang Lingquan was completely stunned. No way, not again? At the same time, inside the military instance's teleportation array,
Long Xiajie stood within the teleportation orb, feeling dizzy and disoriented.
With Zhang Lingxuan's value skyrocketing, the military could no longer sit idly by. Her mission to the instance space was to carry out military orders to protect Zhang Lingquan. Of course, to ensure Long Xiajie could be matched with Zhang Lingquan in the same instance.
The military had also deliberately employed an extremely precious item, the temporal anchor.
This was a one-way teleportation device. It could instantly transport the high-level practitioner Long Xiajie directly into the Gaokao instance where Zhang Lingquan was located. At that moment, Long Xiajie's expression turned grave.
He had detected something amiss with Zhang Lingxuan's instance data. Using the information relayed by the temporal anchor, Long Xiajie quickly reached a conclusion. There was definitely something wrong with the dungeon's difficulty level. He had to find a way to interfere with it. Otherwise, with his high-tier adventurer's strength, even if he managed to teleport to the dungeon where Zhang Lingquan was, all he could do was wait for death.
With that realization, Long Xiajie hesitated no longer.
He immediately retrieved another item the military had previously entrusted to him.
Type 2 Jammer. Item type, shielding. Effect, allows one modification to the current instance's parameters. Note, the difficulty of the modified instance will be significantly reduced. Note, this item belongs to the rule-blocking category.
Instances blocked by it may experience disruptions. This item functions similarly to Zhang Lingxuan's small world fragment. However, it lacks the additional functions of the small world fragment.
It can only be used to interfere with instance information. Long Xiajie activated it immediately.
Instantly, the instance information transmitted back via the temporal anchor began to shift.
Meanwhile,
faced with this strikingly familiar instance announcement, Zhang Lingquan was still in shock.
The time AI in his mind had already issued a danger warning. Unknown instance information. Extremely hostile towards the host. Danger level, 100%. Unknown instance information, filled with extreme hostility toward the host. Danger level, 200%. Unknown instance information. Detecting violent extraction of host by unknown instance. Host must initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level escalating too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures.
Detecting interference from unknown forces, danger level continuously decreasing.
However, the danger alert from the time AI didn't persist long before it changed its tone once more. Immediately afterward, a different instance notification sounded. Due to interference from unknown forces, current instance information is experiencing disruption. Instance assessment commence. Instance difficulty, grade A. Story depth, low. Is this a death instance? Yes. Instance suppression level, slightly high. Current dungeon attribute suppression, 80%. Current dungeon item suppression, Spirit Cavern Spirit Stones both unusable during this assessment. Current dungeon skill suppression, Alchemy Sword opens Heaven's Gate unusable for this assessment. Instance type, multiplayer co-op death. Assessment objective, survive until the 6th day in Yellow Springs Town. The moment the instance announcement faded, Zhang Lingxuan's vision went black. After an unknown span of time, he felt only a bone-chilling coldness wash over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a street. Beside him, a beautiful girl was crouched, staring intently at him. Seeing Zhang Lingquan regain consciousness, her lovely eyes curved into crescent moons with a smile. Zhang Lingquan, right? Hello, I'm here to protect you, sent by the Longhua military. My name is Long Xiajie. Zhang Lingquan froze upon hearing this. He recalled what Ji Lingxue had mentioned earlier and finally understood. Her gaze instinctively followed his. Just one glance. He nearly started bleeding from his nose. He scrambled awkwardly to his feet and introduced himself to Long Xiajie. Ji Lingxue mentioned this to me earlier. Hello, I'm Zhang Lingquan. Zhang Lingquan plastered on what he thought was a gentlemanly smile. But his body betrayed him. +1. +2. +3. Faced with the young boy's natural physiological reaction, Long Xiajie's pretty face flushed red. Though the situation was somewhat awkward, she didn't forget the task assigned to her by her superiors. She changed the subject. You should know about the previous dungeon information, right? What exactly happened? You mean that? Well, it's a long story. Zhang Lingquan sighed helplessly upon hearing this. He decided to explain everything, how he had cleared the Immortal Town dungeon, and how he'd subsequently been targeted by an unknown entity. He also made sure to reveal the tattoo on his wrist to the other person. You mean you got targeted by something inside the dungeon? Long Xiajie looked uncertain. His handsome brows instantly furrowed. That's impossible. Instances are completely separate entities. How could they affect reality? I don't know why either, but that thing is definitely after me. Zhang Lingquan shrugged helplessly. But then, as if something occurred to him, he countered with a question. By the way, that messed up instance data was that you're doing? It was equipment provided by the military. Long Xiajie nodded solemnly. This is a serious matter. Once the dungeon run is over, I'll be reporting this to higher-ups. Then I'll leave it to you. The two chatted for a while. Then they began to survey their surroundings. After all, this was a death dungeon, they had to be cautious. Not far from them, in an alleyway, several figures stood. Judging by their attire, they were undoubtedly professionals. The reason they weren't referred to as candidates was because these individuals did not appear young, most looked middle-aged. Upon seeing Zhang Lingquan awaken, a younger-looking woman among them immediately approached. Hey, you two are professionals too, right? We're discussing dungeon intel, come join us. With that, she turned and headed back down the alleyway they had come from. Let's go. We should hear what that group has to say. Long Xiajie glanced across the street. His expression remained blank. Then, in a voice only the two of them could hear, he instructed. Your identity is sensitive. From now on, you are Zhang Bao. Understand? Don't worry, I've got it covered. Zhang Lingquan nodded. The two quickly approached the group. I won't go into the dungeon details. Let's just talk about our identities. Did you notice the clothes? As soon as they drew near, Zhang Lingquan heard a man's voice. The man seemed to sense Zhang Lingquan's approach. He glanced at him but ignored him. He continued his analysis. We're all dressed as construction workers, that's our cover. That's obvious. After all that talk, all you can do is repeat yourself. It's useless. As soon as the man finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately rebuked him. Zhang Lingquan looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a bald, overweight man with a scruffy beard. Infuriated by the rebuke, the man pointed an accusing finger and snapped. Hancourt, what's your problem? You think you can go against me? Oomph. The bald, overweight man sneered coldly. This is the town entrance, and it's getting dark. Don't you know how dangerous the death dungeon is at night? Or are you just plain stupid? Een. She. You. As he uttered the final name, the bald, overweight man practically enunciated each syllable, taking his mockery to the extreme. Judging by their tone, it was clear they knew each other from before and they clearly didn't get along. At that moment, upon hearing the bald, fat man's warning, the others nearby glanced up at the sky. Sure enough, darkness was already settling in. Zhang Lingquan, having experienced Rust Town, had a deep-seated psychological aversion to the town's nights. Paying no heed to the others, he grabbed Long Xiajie's hand and headed toward the town center. At this hour, residents were already out strolling through the town. For some reason, Zhang Lingquan couldn't shake the feeling that the residents' gazes. A bit strange. Chapter 63, The Church Scorched by Fire. Seeing that Zhang Lingquan and the other had already entered the small town, the remaining few hesitated no longer and followed closely behind. Hancock shot In Siye a disdainful glance before turning and striding toward the town center. Only In Siye remained standing in place, his face twisted with venomous resentment. Soon, all the adventurers selected by the instance had now entered the town. With nowhere specific to go, they could only wander aimlessly through the streets. Before long, they were stopped by the town sheriff. Hey, aren't you the construction crew hired by the town? What are you doing here? Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiajie were positioned near the front, so the resident's question was actually directed at them. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan responded with a smile. Sorry, we're new here and don't know where the town's construction site is. Oh, I see? The sheriff seemed to understand. But he still eyed the group suspiciously. After a few seconds, he waved his hand at them. Follow me. I'll take you to the construction site. Following the guide, the group wound their way through twists and turns until they reached a dilapidated church. This church stood at the northernmost edge of the town, nestled near the mountains and forest, isolated from the other houses. At that moment, for reasons unknown, it lay charred and blackened. It looked as if a horrific fire had swept through. The group looked around. They discovered numerous gravestones scattered haphazardly throughout the area. Weeds as tall as a person had grown thick around the headstones, suggesting no one had visited in a very long time. You've all read the contract, right? You have 1 month to demolish this place. The town sheriff pointed at the church, repeating his instructions. Also, during your construction period, the town's 16-hour fast food restaurant will be open to you free of charge. But you'll have to arrange your own lodging. And since the townspeople need their rest at night, keep the noise down during construction. At this point, the town sheriff paused. He then pulled out his pipe, lit it, and took a puff. Zhang Lingquan had been observing the town sheriff's expression the entire time. He noticed that every time the sheriff glanced toward the church, his gaze would involuntarily shift away. As if something within the church filled him with profound dread. Gentlemen, ladies, is there anything else I can assist you with? He held his pipe between his teeth, no longer looking at the church, and addressed the few people present. Though the man was trying his best to hide it, the unnatural expression on his face revealed the sheriff's current state of mind. Tense, urgent. That's right. Beyond that, Zhang Lingquan simply couldn't find words to describe the other man's current state. It felt much like the fear of being caught while playing hide and seek as a child. After a moment's thought, Zhang Lingquan addressed the sheriff. May I ask what exactly happened in this church? Why did it end up like this? The sheriff's face stiffened. He seemed reluctant to answer this question. But seeing everyone present staring at him expectantly, he decided to make up a flimsy excuse. You saw it yourself. The church candles were knocked over by rats, causing a massive fire. Beyond that, I don't know the details. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingquan's eyes flickered slightly as he turned to glance at Long Xiaojie beside him, only to find the other man staring back at him. From Long Xiaojie's expression, he could tell the other man clearly didn't buy such perfunctory excuses either. The sheriff of this small town definitely knew something. But he seemed to have reservations. He clearly didn't want to say more to them. Though they hadn't gleaned any other useful information from the town sheriff, Zhang Lingquan still managed to glean a minor piece of information from the few words the man had uttered. That the church before them had once been engulfed in flames due to some incident. That incident might have caused widespread panic throughout the town. This was what ultimately forced the decision to demolish this abandoned church. Alright, I've got work to do. If you need anything, go see the receptionist at the town sheriff's office. The sheriff tapped his pipe once more before hurrying away. Watching his retreating figure, everyone present fell into deep thought. They were all seasoned dungeon runners. It was obvious the sheriff was hiding something. As for what exactly he was deliberately concealing, given the current information, it must be related to this church. Once the sheriff's figure vanished completely from sight, Hancock was the first to head toward the church. Folks, waiting here isn't going to get us anywhere. The whole point of a death run is to find clues. Hancock's right. We should go inside and take a look first. Seeing someone take the lead, the others in the crowd agreed instantly. One by one, they entered the charred church. At that moment, only Yin Siye and Zhang Lingquan remained standing outside. Zhang Bao, let's go inside too. I feel like there must be some clues hidden inside the church. Long Xiaojie glanced at the charred church and suggested to Zhang Lingquan. The latter nodded in agreement. But just as the two were about to step inside, Yin Siye suddenly called out from behind them. Hey, you two. Zhang Lingquan and the other turned back in confusion. Long Xiaojie immediately shot him a wary look. What do you want? You two must be from the Dragon Nation, right? Let me introduce myself, I'm from the Stick Nation. My name is Yin Siye. Yin Siye introduced himself with a warm smile. As fellow Asians, we should stand united and let others make the mistakes first. So you're suggesting we collaborate with you? Zhang Lingquan's eyes flickered slightly. Hearing this, Yin Siye's smile grew even broader. That's perfect. We can watch each other's backs. After all, this is a death dungeon. Sorry, no thanks. Sister Lon, let's go. Zhang Lingquan refused without a moment's hesitation. Are you kidding me? He wasn't a child. How could he possibly be swayed by this guy's empty words? He could hear the other guy's schemes from a mile away. Just trying to dupe some greenhorn into being his pawn against Hancourt, right? And based on Zhang Lingquan's previous observations, this guy was also incredibly resilient. Vengeful and patient, those traits alone would make anyone. They're all ruthless individuals. Zhang Lingquan was certain. If he were to ally with this man, and real danger arose, this guy wouldn't just fail to save him, he'd kick him while he was down. At that moment, Yin Siye stood rooted to the spot. He waited until the two figures vanished completely into the church. Only then did his face once again become consumed by venomous hatred. Damn it! You all deserve to die. Chapter 64, Whispers of Uncertain Meaning. The two walked deep into the church. Only then did Zhang Lingquan release Long Xiaojie's hand. By now, the other's face was already flushed crimson. That Korean guy seems tough to deal with. Are you sure what you did was wise? You mean about whether we should ally with him? Yeah. Long Xiaojie nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan spread his hands helplessly. Whatever. I've got you to protect me anyway. The remark left Long Xiaojie momentarily stunned, as if something else had suddenly occurred to him. Her pretty face flushed crimson once more. Zhang Lingquan paid little attention to Long Xiaojie's unusual reaction. Zhang Lingquan paid little attention. Ever since entering this church, his gaze began sweeping the surroundings. The interior was spacious, resembling the layout of a Western-style opera house. The central aisle stretched straight to the ceiling, flanked on either side by elevated platforms suspended in mid-air. Though ravaged by fire, faint traces of biblical murals could still be discerned on the walls. At the rear of the church, a modest estate connected, desolate and quiet. It resembled a religious school. At this moment, there was no one else inside the church. Presumably, everyone had gone to investigate the estate. Unlike the others who rushed straight to the manor upon entering the church. Instead, he began to examine the church carefully. As for Long Xiaojie, he silently followed behind Zhang Lingquan, his gaze darting warily around the surroundings from time to time. Perhaps because her attention wasn't focused on Zhang Lingquan, she found herself pressed tightly against Zhang Lingquan at one point. The overwhelming softness and the scent of a mature woman was driving Zhang Lingquan, who was exploring ahead, to the brink of ecstasy. As a young man who had just come of age, outside of school, he had never interacted with any girls beyond academics. Of course, except for Kim Soo-yeon in the dungeon. Her brash personality even made him a bit wary. He forced all those strange thoughts deep into his mind. After a thorough exploration, Zhang Lingquan finally discovered the peculiarity of the church. It was evening now, and though the light was dim, some sunlight should still be filtering in. Yet the interior remained gloomily dim. The reason was simple. The stained glass windows lining the walls. At some point, someone had boarded them up with wooden planks. After a brief pause, Zhang Lingquan prepared to ascend the stairs to the elevated platform on the left. But behind him, Long Xiaojie reached out and tugged at his sleeve. Something feels off about that place. Are you sure you want to go up? Can you elaborate? Zhang Lingquan turned to face him. Long Xiaojie didn't beat around the bush and explained directly. My profession is unique. I'm a nature spirit, capable of transforming into various beast forms. Each form grants me a passive skill. Among them is the leopard's danger sense. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan felt a sudden realization. So you sensed danger just now? Exactly, an exceptionally intense warning signal. Long Xiaojie said with a serious expression. I advise you not to go up there. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhang Lingquan smiled. This death instance hadn't disabled his nuclear bomb visualization and village guardian skills, based on how these two skills had performed in Immortal Town before. Unless he encountered those disgusting attacks again. Otherwise, ordinary anomalies wouldn't stand a chance against him. Sensing the resolve in Zhang Lingquan's tone, Long Xiaojie said no more. She was sent by the military to protect him in the instance. Since Zhang Lingquan was determined to proceed despite the danger, then she would certainly follow him. The two climbed the stairs to the elevated platform. Besides several rows of wooden benches, they discovered a small loft tucked away in the corner. The loft door had no handle. Zhang Lingquan pushed it with his hand. The cold, sharp feel of the door made him frown. With a firm push, the door swung open. Inside were some wooden benches and a statue of Jesus. Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiaojie stepped inside to look around. Finding nothing else, they were just about to turn and leave. But at that very moment, a faint whispering sound suddenly filled the room. What the Lord detests. Faced with this situation, both men felt a chill run down their spines. For the whispers were emanating from behind the broken statue of Jesus in the room. Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiaojie exchanged a glance, then cautiously approached the damaged statue step by step. They abruptly shoved the statue aside. Crash! The plaster statue crashed to the floor. When they finally saw what lay behind it, both men froze in shock. Because there was nothing there. Phew! Zhang Lingquan was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. But soon, that same series of whispers echoed throughout the room once more. What the Lord detests. This time, the voices came from behind them. Dark attic room, hostile towards the host, danger level 15%. Dark attic room, filled with hostility toward the host, danger level 30%. Dark attic room. Abnormal danger level detected in current environment. Host must initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level rising too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Nuclear bomb visualization technique automatically activated. The whisper behind them came too suddenly. Both of them froze in place, utterly flustered. Only Zhang Lingxuan's mind registered the danger alert from the time AI. Forewarned them of the impending danger within the room. Zhang Lingquan reacted instantly, lunging toward Long Xiajie. Only when the light of his visualization technique fully enveloped the other man. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the two were in an intimate position. Long Xiajie felt a warm current emanating from the other's body, dispelling the chill that had previously enveloped him. The pitch-black attic room harbors hostility toward the host. Danger level, 100%. The pitch-black attic room harbors hostility toward the host, danger level 70%. The pitch-black attic room. Zhang Lingquan kept monitoring the danger warnings issued by the time AI. Perhaps realizing it couldn't harm the two for now, the presence in the room began to depart. The danger level reading steadily declined. Until it reached 0. He finally released Long Xiajie, who had been pressed until her face was flushed crimson. Is that your skill? Long Xiajie pointed at the glowing light emanating from Zhang Lingquan, utterly dumbfounded. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan nodded, his gaze sweeping around the room. The series of whispers behind him moments ago seemed distant. Yet they also felt as though they were right beside his ears. This sense of unease was genuinely unsettling. Something's off about this room. Should we get out? Long Xiaojie also stared intently at the room's surroundings, her expression tinged with concern. Zhang Lingquan didn't respond to her question. Instead, he turned his head toward the spot behind the statue. There, a Bible lay. Beneath the Bible lay a strange painting smeared with oil paint. It depicted a figure lying on a stone platform, surrounded by 7 multicolored polygonal objects. Though the painting was hastily executed, Zhang Lingquan could still sense the terror etched upon the face of the figure lying on the stone slab. He stared at the painting for a long time. Both of them felt an eerie illusion that the person in the painting was themselves. This feeling was strange and deeply unsettling. Zhang Lingquan immediately returned the painting to its original place. Just as he was about to lead Long Xiajie out of the room, a low, indistinct whisper echoed from beyond the door. The Lord detests. Chapter 65. How old are you, exactly? There are 6 things the Lord hates. This time, the murmurs were no longer chaotic like before, but clear enough for both to hear. Beyond the series of whispers, the attic door was being pounded on by whatever was outside. The knocking was urgent, as if something desperately wanted to get inside. At that very moment, 2 figures emerged from the estate. The moment they heard the door creak, the 2 immediately quickened their pace and ran toward the church. But just as they were about to investigate where the knocking was coming from, the rapid knocking and the murmurs vanished. Inside, Zhang Lingquan realized someone had arrived. He decisively pushed open the door and stepped out. Just as he was about to ask if they had found anything, the woman standing at the center of the church suddenly widened her eyes, as if she had seen something. Pointing behind Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiajie, she let out a shriek. Ah! Behind you! The man beside the woman jumped at the sound. He instinctively looked up toward Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiajie. Instantly, his expression changed dramatically. Behind you! Quick, quick! Zhang Lingquan also noticed their situation. He whipped his head around to look behind him. There, on the wall behind them, a distinct blood-red silhouette had materialized. The figure clung to the wall as if nailed there. Wall blood shadow, danger level 15%. Wall blood shadow, danger level 30%. The figure on the wall. Abnormal danger level detected in current environment. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. The time AI in his mind flashed frantic alerts. Go! This time, before Zhang Lingquan could react, Long Xiajie grabbed him and dragged him toward the staircase. Seeing Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiajie flee, the remaining man and woman in the church panicked. They followed suit and fled outside. Even as they caught sight of the setting sun outside, the group was still trembling with fear. Damn it! This death dungeon is cursed. The woman accompanying them couldn't help but curse under her breath. Her name was Lin Iran, and the man beside her, Zhao Ku, was her boyfriend. They were regulars in dungeons, having experienced death dungeons several times before. But they had only ever tackled C rank or D rank difficulties. They'd never encountered an A-level death dungeon before. That sheriff is definitely hiding something from us. There's something wrong with this church. Lin Iran spoke while glancing back at the darkened church, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Zhao Ku beside him wore an equally worried expression. Wonder how those folks at the manor are holding up. We're barely handling this ourselves, why worry about them? Zhao Ku, have you lost your mind? Lin Iran snapped, grabbing Zhao Ku's ear and scolding him. What was I thinking, following you? I nearly scared myself to death just now, and you didn't even worry about me. Ow. 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 It hurts. Zhao Ku, his ear being tugged, grimaced and whimpered, begging for mercy. Seeing this, Long Xiajie felt a strange stir within her. Her beautiful eyes turned to Zhang Lingquan beside her. Clearly, the playful quarrel between Lin Iran and her boyfriend had stirred something within her.
Years of military life had left her yearning for genuine love. Especially after physical contact with a young man like Zhang Lingquan.
Made that longing within her grow even more urgent. Yet Zhang Lingquan, lost in his own thoughts, remained oblivious to the alluring gaze Long Xiajie was sending his way.
Zhang Lingquan, still deep in thought with his head bowed, remained oblivious.
Alright, now isn't the time to relax. We should figure out where to stay tonight.
Zhang Lingquan spoke up directly. Hearing this, Lin Yiran finally released her grip on her boyfriend's hand.
Can't we ask to stay at someone's house in the town tonight?
I don't think so. Based on my past Death Dungeon experiences, we'll have to stay here tonight. Facing Lin Yiran's question, Zhang Lingquan slowly voiced his conjecture.
His guess wasn't baseless. He had evidence.
During the previous Immortal Town instance,
he and Jin Xiuyan had been confined to their initial room overnight.
The same rule applied later in the Rust Town instance. They had to rest in the rooms provided by the dungeon NPCs. Only then could it be considered safe. The town sheriff had made it clear when bringing them here earlier.
The town did not provide overnight lodging, only 3 meals a day for them. This implies that their initial lodging should be the estate behind this church.
Of course, this was merely conjecture.
Whether it was actually the case, Zhang Lingquan still needed others to verify it.
And so, the 4 of them waited outside the church for quite some time, their expressions oddly unsettled. The group that had gone to explore the manor finally rushed out of the church in a hurry. Indeed, the terror etched on their faces made it clear they too had encountered something strange. Fortunately, they hadn't triggered the dungeon's ghostly mechanisms, and the entire group had escaped safely. Yet even so, they were forced to confront a harsh reality. Within this church,
an unknown force was present. I'm blown away. How come this Death Dungeon's difficulty has skyrocketed so much? Hancock stepped forward from the crowd, his face still etched with terror, clearly having encountered something extraordinary. Even as he rubbed his cheeks hard, the terror remained etched on his face.
Zhang Lingquan remained silent. Seeing his state, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from the crowd.
TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought you were something special? Is that all? Wet your pants? The speaker was none other than Yin Siye.
He seemed to relish seeing Hancourt humiliated, laughing heartily.
Damn it, who the hell are you talking about? You think I won't beat you up?
Hancock, stung by the remark, felt his pride wounded and lunged forward. Seeing this, Yin Siye showed no fear, his expression turning equally cold.
Come on then. If you don't make a move, you're my grandson.
It looked like the two were about to come to blows right there. A one-eyed man nearby suddenly chuckled coldly.
Fight.
Better yet, let us all beat them to death. That way, no one clears the dungeon, everyone dies here.
The rebuke from the one-eyed man finally brought some sense back to the two.
They both turned to glare at each other.
Their eyes burned with venom and resentment. After this brief altercation, the group fell into silence.
The one-eyed man scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Zhang Lingquan's face. Young man, you're the youngest here.
What do you think of this dungeon? Of course, his question wasn't random. From the moment they entered the instance until now,
the one-eyed man had been observing Zhang Lingquan and the boy beside him, Long Xiajie. Logically speaking, a high schooler like Zhang Lingquan shouldn't have been in a death dungeon. But judging by his behavior, he doesn't seem like a high school student at all. This is quite contradictory. Most crucially, the woman beside him seemed utterly devoted to him.
Moreover, the aura emanating from that woman was terrifying. Preliminary judgment suggests she's likely a high-tier professional.
For a high-level professional to act this way, the other party must either be a relative of hers, or someone of extraordinary stature, a hidden powerhouse.
Beyond that, the one-eyed man couldn't think of any other possibilities. Faced with the one-eyed man's question, Zhang Lingquan was taken aback.
He couldn't understand why, among all the people here, the one-eyed man had singled him out for questioning. After a moment's thought, he voiced his inner musings. Based on the information we have now, our situation isn't urgent. The dungeon has given us several days. Death instances are terrifying, but as long as you don't court death, everyone usually gets through the beginning safely. Additionally, the church is connected to the town.
Since it's still a while before nightfall, we can go investigate the townspeople. The group exchanged glances, each grasping the meaning behind Zhang Lingquan's words.
Though reluctant to admit it, hearing such a clear analysis of the situation from a high schooler left them feeling somewhat unsettled. Only Long Xiajie remained utterly unfazed. He seemed accustomed to Zhang Lingquan's behavior, which often defied expectations for someone his age.
At that moment,
Hancourt hesitated for a moment,
finally voiced the question on his mind.
Young man, how old are you exactly? Chapter 66, The Wretched Ghost of a Tragic Death. After finalizing their plan outside the church, the group split up to explore the small town. At this moment, there was still some time before nightfall.
Zhang Lingquan decided to take Long Xiajie to the street lined with town restaurants.
Along the way, they encountered several residents. Yet when these people heard mention of the church, they all turned pale with fear and hurried away.
This reaction was not uncommon. The two tried asking several people, but the response remained the same. It seemed as though something demonic or supernatural lurked within that church in this town, causing everyone to avoid it like the plague. After approaching over a dozen people without success, Zhang Lingquan realized this approach might be futile. He needed to change his approach to interacting with the townspeople. As the sun set, the last vestige of light enveloping the town vanished completely. Sitting on a street bench, Long Xiaojie scanned the surroundings before speaking softly. This town looks perfectly normal, but it feels off. Ever since interacting with the townspeople, had been deep in thought with his head bowed. Upon hearing Long Xiaojie's words, he lifted his head and replied. At first, I suspected the church was set ablaze by these townspeople. But then I thought about it since the town built the church in the first place. It's unlikely the townspeople would defy their faith to do such a thing. After a pause, Zhang Lingquan continued to voice his conclusion. Therefore, I believe the reason the townspeople fear the church the place of their former faith is because something else happened within its walls. Long Xiaojie nodded upon hearing this. She leaned closer and whispered. There's something I want to tell you. Zhang Lingquan's gaze shifted slightly. Perhaps due to their angle. From his angle, he could clearly see the fair skin of Long Xiaojie's neck. As she drew nearer, a distinct feminine allure surged directly into his consciousness. Just say what's on your mind. Standing this close, I'm afraid I might commit a crime. Faced with Zhang Lingquan's teasing remark, Long Xiaojie froze for a moment. Realizing she'd exposed herself, her pretty face flushed crimson. She reached up to cover her exposed chest and continued in a low voice. Let's get down to business. When we ran out of the church earlier, guess what I saw? What? I saw a woman's figure standing on the attic of the church we visited. Long Xiaojie recounted what she had seen earlier with a look of concern. Though she was a high-ranking professional and a military operative, she had survived countless death instances before. Yet the situation within this instance still felt daunting. Zhang Lingquan frowned upon hearing this, his mind filled with confusion. Because when they had escaped earlier, the time AI hadn't issued any danger warnings. Based on their earlier experience in the attic room, that thing should have attacked them the moment it revealed itself. But strangely, unable to make sense of it, Zhang Lingquan decided to offer comfort instead. It's okay. The instance gave us several days more than enough time to investigate. So what's your plan moving forward? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Don't worry, I'm confident we can clear this dungeon. Seeing Zhang Lingquan flash him a bright, beaming smile. For some reason, the strange unease that had been gnawing at Long Xiaojie's heart vanished completely. She nodded immediately. You can count on me too. If danger ever comes, I'll fight tooth and nail to protect you. They sat on the bench until 7 o'clock in the evening. Only then did the two head to the town's sole restaurant. After identifying themselves as construction workers, the waiter promptly served them 2 standard Western-style fast food meals. One plate featured a fried egg, a meat patty drenched in sauce, and a golden brown, crispy fried ham. Carrying their trays, they intended to find a window seat to observe the outside. But Zhang Lingquan caught a glimpse of a figure in the corner out of the corner of his eye. It was a male student with blonde hair, glasses, and a freckled face. The reason he assumed the figure was a student was because an old-looking schoolbag sat on the chair beside him. The moment Zhang Lingquan saw the boy, an idea struck him. He shot a meaningful glance at Long Xiaojie beside him. The latter looked puzzled, but upon seeing the child sitting in the corner, his expression instantly shifted to one of realization. The two then sat down beside the boy one after the other. The boy, who had been quietly enjoying his pork chop, paused in surprise. He glanced at the two men, about to tell them to go elsewhere. But upon recognizing Zhang Lingquan's figure, he wisely kept his mouth shut. He continued to bury his head, quickly devouring the food on his plate. He thought this would keep the peace. But as he ate, the young man soon realized that these two weren't enjoying their dinner as much as he was. From the moment they sat down, their eyes had been fixed on him, making him feel uneasy. What do you want? Dude. I don't have any money. Zhang Lingquan gave a slight smile. Relax, buddy. We're not here to rob you. We just want to ask you a question. Phew. Oh, is that it? Then ask quickly, I need to get home. The town at night isn't exactly. The young man exhaled deeply, as if relieved he hadn't been mugged. But he quickly realized he'd said too much and clamped his mouth shut. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan narrowed his eyes and leaned closer, asking in a low voice. Do you know anything about the town church? At the word church, the boy's face instantly turned pale. He shook his head frantically. No. I don't know anything. As he spoke, he tried to stand up and leave, but Zhang Lingquan grabbed him by the arm. Feeling the immense force gripping his arm, the boy tried desperately to break free. Unfortunately, he was no match for Zhang Lingquan. Tell me, Zhang Lingquan insisted. Otherwise, you won't be going home tonight. You're coming back to the church with me. Zhang Lingquan's words carried a heavy threat. The grip on his arm tightened further. The boy looked at him timidly, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. But remembering what the other had just said, he shuddered and gritted his teeth. I can tell you, but you can't say it was me who told you. That's more like it. Zhang Lingquan loosened his grip and pulled the other back to his seat. Don't worry, I know the rules. I don't even know your name, let alone recognize you. The boy nodded, hesitating to speak, his eyes darting around the restaurant to observe the crowd. After confirming no one else was paying attention to them, he finally lowered his voice and said, "That church was supposed to be the spiritual anchor of our little town. Every week, the residents of our town would go to church to worship. Sister Carrie there was beautiful and kind-hearted." At the mention of the nun, a smile involuntarily spread across the boy's face. Zhang Lingquan's eyes flickered as he pressed further. "Could you tell us more about this Sister Carrie?" "Sister Carrie is a good person and she's very beautiful. Every time I go to mass, she's always so kind." "Is that all?" Hearing the boy's answer, Zhang Lingquan's eyes filled with suspicion. Feeling a bit embarrassed under his gaze, the boy continued his explanation. "Sister Carrie is a nun. The only time I can interact with her is during worship services." "Alright then, continue telling me about the church." "Oh, okay." The boy nodded in relief at the response. He resumed his story about the church. The church was completely destroyed by a massive fire. It was one morning. I was fast asleep when I was suddenly woken by a piercing alarm. Later, I heard from others in town that the church had been burned down the night before. I heard that all 6 clergy members, including Sister Carrie, were burned to charcoal. Oh. It seems 2 cleaning ladies who worked at the church also perished. Ever since that day, strange things started happening in the town. First, a drunkard was found dead in an alley, his body charred beyond recognition. Then the town sheriff was found dead in his home, and a teacher from the elementary school was killed in her office. Even the prostitutes in the western district started dying one after another. All these deaths mirrored the drunkards exactly. The townspeople say it's the vengeful spirits of those who died tragically in that church, punishing the wicked. If you've done wrong, those wronged souls will come for you when the time is right. Chapter 67, The Overnight Stay. Unlike the smile that had appeared when Sister Carrie was mentioned earlier, when the rumors about the church were mentioned, a palpable dread settled over the boy's expression. Zhang Lingquan understood this had gone beyond ordinary rumors. Because according to what he just said, many people had died mysteriously in the small town. No wonder he was so terrified. "You all know the town is dangerous, so why don't you move?" Long Xiajie was clearly baffled by the townspeople's behavior. From the perspective of Longhua's citizens, if anyone encountered such eerie occurrences, they would surely leave immediately unless absolutely forced to stay. The town officials covering it up for their own interests might be understandable. But were these residents all fools? Or are these foreigners so brave they're not even afraid of the supernatural? "Ah, we'd love to leave home too, but..." The young man paused mid-sentence. He steadied his own rising panic. "But those things in the church are like a curse. Many families have already fled by car, but what happened to them? They all died. They perished on the road leading out of town. Can you imagine something spontaneously combusting? Just like that perfectly fine one moment, then suddenly, boom! They burst into flames." The boy seemed to lose control of his emotions at this point, abruptly standing up and trying to rush out. But Zhang Lingquan grabbed his arm and pulled him back down. "One last question, then I'll let you go." The boy's face twisted in anguish. "I've told you everything I know. Go ask someone else." "I don't know. I don't want to die." Facing the boy's desperate pleas, Zhang Lingquan remained unmoved, speaking slowly. "Where was Sister Carrie staying before the incident?" A flicker of apprehension crossed the boy's eyes. He clearly didn't want to discuss anything related to the church personnel. But now he was firmly held in Zhang Lingquan's grip, unable to move. With no other choice, he steeled himself and answered. "She always lived in the manor behind the church. I don't know which specific room. Though sometimes when I go to worship, I see her sleepily coming down from the church attic." "The estate? The church attic? Could it be that room we explored earlier?" The two froze for a moment upon hearing this. At that instant, the boy wrenched free from Zhang Lingquan's grasp. Grabbing his backpack, he hurriedly dashed out of the dining hall. Watching the boy's receding figure, Zhang Lingquan lowered his head, lost in thought. Sitting across the table, Long Xiajie reached out and tapped his arm. "What do you think about this? The kid doesn't seem to be lying." He really isn't lying." The latter nodded in agreement with her assessment. "But I feel like it's not as straightforward as he makes it sound. Otherwise, the whole town wouldn't be in such a panic. Still, for now, we've managed to uncover some of the dungeon storyline. The church fire was a plot point. If we keep investigating, we might just clear the dungeon." After enduring several death dungeons, Zhang Lingquan had come to understand some of the rules governing death instances. As long as one could uncover its logic and utilize it wisely, participants could successfully clear the instance. Of course, there's always the possibility of a situation like Rust Town, disrupted by location factors. The original dungeon storyline and bosses had completely collapsed. At this point, whether they could clear it smoothly depended entirely on luck. Of course, Zhang Lingquan's luck has always been pretty good. That said, who should we investigate first? That nun, Carrie? Long Xiajie posed the question, just as Zhang Lingquan was about to respond. But suddenly, the time AI in his mind began frantically popping up danger alerts. Noisy restaurant, danger level 15%. Bustling restaurant, danger level 30%. Noisy restaurant. Abnormal danger level detected in current environment. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level rising too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Nuclear bomb visualization technique automatically activated. Zhang Lingquan jolted awake, ignoring the burning sensation spreading through his body. He immediately stood up and plopped down beside Long Xiajie across from him. Long Xiajie was naturally puzzled by his sudden action. But upon sensing that familiar surge of warmth, her expression turned stunned. That thing, it's happening again? Zhang Lingquan didn't speak, merely nodding as his gaze began to sweep around the restaurant. After scanning the area for a while without noticing anything unusual, and seeing that the danger alert from the time AI remained active for an extended period, he immediately grabbed Long Xiajie's hand and headed toward the exit. Something's off about this place. We need to get out of here fast. Long Xiajie didn't hesitate. He followed Zhang Lingquan straight out of the restaurant. But neither of them saw that, in the very instant they pushed open the door and stepped out. On the chairs where they had just been sitting, 2 scorched marks had already appeared. At that moment, the restaurant's patrons gathered in small groups. Some quietly savored their dinners, while others chatted about the town's daily affairs. None of them noticed that outside the door near the kitchen, leading to the alley and the trash bins. What kind of horrifying presence? Is this your skill premonition? Why didn't I sense any danger? After leaving the restaurant, Long Xiajie finally turned to his companion with a questioning look. No wonder. After all, her class was nature spirit. And a panther woman at that, possessing the danger sense skill? If not for Zhang Lingquan's warning just now, she truly wouldn't have detected any danger. This made Long Xiajie, who was determined to protect her, doubt herself. Could it be that his own skills had failed him? Zhang Lingquan nodded. It was his response to her words. At that moment, the two stood in the shadows outside the restaurant, an indescribable sense of foreboding enveloping them. Glancing toward the restaurant, Zhang Lingquan's expression instantly turned grave. That thing must be specifically after us. Are you serious? Long Xiajie froze. His gaze toward the restaurant now held a hint of terror. If what Zhang Lingquan said was true, if it really was after them, that would be terrifying. As he listened to the time AI in his mind continuously lowering its danger level alert, Zhang Lingquan glanced at the restaurant once more before addressing her. Let's return to the estate to rest first. The town isn't very safe after dark. We'll continue investigating tomorrow. Hearing this, Long Xiajie nodded. She was, after all, a high-level adventurer who'd survived several death instances. She knew full well that story instances, especially death-themed ones, became extremely dangerous after dark. If you didn't spend the night in the initial safe house of the instance, even the strongest adventurers would bite the dust. As the sky gradually darkened, the streetlights surrounding the small town began to fade one by one. The two hurried along, thankfully encountering no further incidents along the way. Upon returning to the church entrance, they found several people already gathered there. But whether out of fear or wary of whatever lurked within the church, none of them had gone inside. Evidently, after what had happened earlier, the group's fear of the death-themed dungeon had reached a whole new level. Zhang Lingquan glanced around and noticed the crowd had thinned considerably. Why are you all waiting outside? Where are the others? Hearing this, the few present shook their heads, clearly unaware of the others' whereabouts. This caused Zhang Lingquan to frown. He glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock sharp. In 3 hours, the town would enter its midnight hour. Let's wait for them for 1 more hour. If they're not back by then, we'll go in. Upon hearing they would spend the night here, Hancock, the bald, overweight man who had been waiting here all along, immediately panicked. We're really going to sleep here tonight? I mean, aren't you guys scared of the weird stuff? As he spoke, his eyes darted around the pitch-black church. It had been bearable when the sun was out, but now, plunged into darkness, this fire-scarred church felt utterly creepy. Chapter 68, Controversy. I didn't want to either, but what choice did I have? This is the initial safe house of the dungeon, after all. Compared to Hancourt's panic, Zhang Lingquan remained remarkably calm. You know what? If you don't stay here tonight, I guarantee we'll be collecting your body tomorrow. Of course, the townspeople won't let you stay either unless you resort to force. But I don't think that's a wise move. Actually, when it comes to certain aspects of the Death Dungeon's mechanics, those seasoned professionals who've been through it all know exactly what they're dealing with. They just haven't quite adjusted to the difficulty of these death-themed scenarios yet. After all, they were all participating in a predetermined instance when they were inexplicably pulled into this. For any ordinary person, facing a situation where they might lose their lives, might find it hard to accept at first. After waiting outside the church for over 20 minutes, the remaining members gradually returned. After a headcount confirmed no one was missing, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now that everyone's back, let's discuss today's findings, Hancock promptly suggested. The group promptly gathered in a circle on the open ground outside the church. I'll go first. Zhang Lingquan spoke up first. The fire at this church broke out one night. By the time the townspeople arrived, all the clergy here had been reduced to charcoal. Moreover, the townspeople seemed to fear this church. As for what exactly they fear. At this point, Zhang Lingquan paused, and the others present craned their necks to listen intently. As for what they're afraid of, I don't know either. One sentence, and the entire room fell silent. Good grief. Could you please stop taking such deep breaths when you speak? Is that all you managed to find out? Nothing else? No sooner had Zhang Lingquan finished speaking than the short-haired woman sitting beside him couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan glanced at her. Her name was Takahashi Yuka. Despite her island nation name, she was a citizen of the free nation. Didn't I tell you? The townspeople are terrified of that church. We asked around, but got nothing. Upon hearing this, Takahashi Yuka did not press further. Her expression, however, darkened considerably. Our situation is much the same. The moment those townspeople hear the word church, they flee in terror. We intended to visit the town archives, but it's guarded by security. We couldn't gain access. The man across from her started to speak, but In Siya pulled him back. He spoke calmly. Our situation is similar to yours. Clearly, his words failed to convince everyone present. Hancourt immediately stepped forward to challenge him. Korean, what do you mean by that? You must know something, right? Don't you want to tell us? Oomph. At those words, In Siya suddenly let out a cold laugh. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Why should I tell you anything? Don't assume I have no information. Even if I did, what gives you the right to know? Hancock couldn't contain himself any longer at such blatant belittlement. He stood up abruptly, his gaze freezing over as he faced In Siya. So you're asking for a beating? The bald, overweight man was built like a tank. He possessed that uniquely Western large frame, standing with an imposing presence. Yet, facing this situation, In Siya remained unexpectedly calm, his face still twisted in a cold smile. What? You want to fight? I'm game. With that, he rose to his feet. Yet compared to Hancock's imposing frame, In Siya appeared thin and frail. Hancock, with his fiery temper, couldn't contain himself upon hearing this. He swung his fist, aiming straight for In Siya's eye socket. The golden light flickering on that fist indicated that Hancock had infused this punch with his professional skill. Seeing this, In Siya swiftly retrieved a teacup-like artifact from his storage bracelet, intending to intercept the blow. Just as the two were about to clash, the one-eyed man, who had remained largely silent until now, suddenly stepped forward. A swirling mass of smoke like shadows erupted behind him, instantly blocking the space between the two combatants. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. I won't hold back my punch. Hancock resented the one-eyed man's interference, so his punch carried nearly full force. It hurtled straight toward the one-eyed man. Meanwhile, In Siya showed no hesitation either, his device accelerating at full force. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The attacks both men unleashed upon the one-eyed man. Not only did they fail to harm him, but they suffered recoil damage themselves. The one-eyed man didn't bother to look at the two flying backward. His tone remained calm. We're all in the same dungeon. Why make things so tense? If you don't want to talk, fine. It's getting late. The town isn't safe at night. Let's head inside. Though everyone agreed with his words, not a single person moved. After all, everyone present had witnessed the strange events at the church. In the end, Zhang Lingquan was the first to rise, leading Long Xiajie into the church. After watching him enter, the others remained unmoved, their gazes fixed intently on the doorway. Clearly, they were using Zhang Lingquan as a test subject. If danger lurked within the church, they would know immediately. Seeing their expressions, the one-eyed man sneered inwardly before following them inside. At that moment, those still lingering outside exchanged nervous glances. After a moment's hesitation, they steeled themselves and followed inside. Meanwhile, upon entering, Zhang Lingquan didn't linger inside the church this time. Instead, he led Long Xiajie straight to the estate behind the church. Due to the darkness, Zhang Lingquan could only make out the estate's main structure. It resembled a European castle in style, though its construction materials were not red brick but wood. The entire estate had 3 levels. To be safe, he took Long Xiajie straight to the second floor. Among the many eerie-looking rooms, he selected one that seemed relatively less dangerous. After selecting the room, the others outside gradually entered as well. Zhang Lingquan could faintly hear an argument near the staircase. Damn it, try bumping into me again. He recognized the voice. It belonged to that bald, fat guy, Hancock. He couldn't tell who the argument was with. The night grew deeper. Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiaojie lay wide awake on the room's only large bed. The former was mulling over details of the dungeon run, while the latter was thinking about being alone together, shameless and shameless. Perhaps seeking a topic for idle chatter, Long Xiaojie suddenly asked, "Do you think that ghostly thing from the restaurant earlier might come back while we're sleeping?" "No idea." Zhang Lingquan stared blankly at the ceiling. "I doubt it'll come after just the two of us, but I'm worried about the others." He didn't finish his sentence. He had just checked using the danger alert feature of Time AI. Most rooms within the estate carry a 20% danger rating. Only the room they were in had a lower rating, 15% danger level. Under normal circumstances, if this group stayed put inside, they'd be perfectly safe. Yet for some reason, Zhang Lingquan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Seeing Zhang Lingquan fall silent, Long Xiaojie beside him also fell silent. The overwhelming male hormones around him were making it hard for him to sleep. The room was pitch black, quiet and eerie, with the occasional strange cry echoing from outside. As if remembering something, she suddenly spoke again. "None of them were telling the truth." "I know," Zhang Lingquan replied. "This is a death dungeon, after all. A little trickery is understandable. Besides, I didn't tell the truth either, did I?" "True enough." Long Xiaojie nodded silently. And so, the two drifted in and out of conversation, eventually falling asleep. But in the dead of night, half asleep, Long Xiaojie suddenly heard a series of strange sounds. The sound was rhythmic, like someone tapping on glass, clink, clink, clink. She instinctively opened her eyes. Her danger sense was sending her an intense warning signal. The moment she opened her eyes, the tapping sound vanished instantly, replaced by a series of whispers. The whispers seemed to approach from afar, as if drifting from a distant place, yet also as if someone were murmuring softly in her ear. Long Xiaojie sat bolt upright, feeling a chill run through her entire body. She tried to reach out and push Zhang Lingquan beside her. But she discovered she couldn't move at all. She could only watch helplessly as a pitch-black figure slowly materialized from the ceiling. The whispering by her ear grew clearer. "There are 6 things the Lord hates. And 7 are the things the Lord hates. A haughty look. A lying tongue. A hand that sheds innocent blood. A heart that devises wicked schemes. Feet that run swiftly to do evil. The false witness who utters lies. A tongue that sows discord among brothers." After the whispering ceased, the sound of a woman's heart-wrenching sobs filled the air. Long Xiaojie clearly remembered that these whispers were the very ones they had heard that day in the church attic. But there had been no woman's sobs. At that moment, she felt her scalp tingling. Chapter 69, A Bizarre Death. Long Xiaojie could no longer feel the warmth of her own body on the bed. She didn't even dare to turn her eyes to look at the ceiling above her. Because the whispers and sobs were right there in the room. She feared that if she shifted her gaze, she might see the thing on the ceiling. Perhaps a face utterly rotted away, or perhaps a monstrous creature of grotesque form. In short, the woman's silhouette she had seen in the church attic that day. Now, every detail was demonized in Long Xiaojie's mind. She kept her eyes shut, too afraid to look. Yet the sobbing within the room persisted unabated. The sound was laced with misery and desolation, piercing straight through the eardrums. Wah, wah. Thump, thump. In the silent room, 2 sounds intertwined endlessly. The sound of sobbing and the sound of Long Xiaojie's own heartbeat. Each moment felt like an eternity, as if you weren't dead yet, but your body was frozen in place. Helpless and despairing, you could only watch as the coroner dissected your own body. Wah! What the Lord detests. The sobs and murmurs within the room mingled incessantly. Eventually, they faded away. Nothing terrifying happened in the room. That thing didn't suddenly appear before Long Xiaojie and lock eyes with her. Nor did it directly attack Long Xiaojie lying on the bed. And just like that, all movement ceased. After the room fell silent, Long Xiaojie, still sitting stiffly, dared not open her eyes. Only when a pair of warm, large hands rested on her waist did Long Xiaojie finally breathe a sigh of relief. For she knew those hands belonged to Zhang Lingquan. In truth, the moment strange noises began echoing through the room, Zhang Lingquan had been abruptly alerted by the Time AI in his mind. Throughout this time, he had continuously practiced the nuclear bomb visualization method. He saw clearly. Not long after the whispers and sobs began inside the room, a dark, human-shaped stain swiftly materialized on the ceiling. As the sobs grew louder, the human-shaped stain rapidly coalesced into a pair of eyes. Bloodshot and red, they stared fixedly at the 2 figures on the bed. Zhang Lingquan lay in bed, meeting its gaze. Perhaps intimidated by the golden light emanating from Zhang Lingquan. After staring at the 2 for a few minutes, before slowly dissolving back into the ceiling, the strange noises in the room ceased. Phew, thank you. Long Xiaojie turned to thank Zhang Lingquan on the bed. The latter responded with a smile. Don't worry, I'll protect you too. Hearing this, Long Xiaojie's cheeks flushed as she lay back down beside him. Only this time, they lay even closer together. The night passed without incident. When they opened their eyes again, the sky outside the estate had already brightened. Those resting within the estate rose one after another, preparing to head to the dining hall for breakfast. But when they took roll call, they discovered two were missing. It was the bald, overweight Hancock who had nearly attacked yesterday, along with his temporary companion. I thought he was something special? Upon noticing Hancock's absence, Ian Siye, who had clashed with him yesterday, immediately began sneering. Is that it? Gone on the first night? What a total loser. We're at least dungeon companions, do you really have to talk like that? A bespectacled man in the crowd couldn't stand by and watch. He frowned and retorted. Maybe he's still resting? He's still resting? Ha! That's rich coming from you. Ian Siye continued to sneer disdainfully. I don't believe you didn't encounter anything strange in the room yesterday? At this remark, everyone present turned pale. Though Ian Siye's words were harsh, they were undeniably true. After all, the sounds in their room yesterday had been utterly eerie. For any normal person, after experiencing something like that, it would be tough to fall asleep. The room instantly fell into dead silence. Which room did Hancourt and the others stay in? Zhang Lingquan was the first to break the silence. Hearing this, Ian Siye glanced at him with a hint of meaning. What? You want to go check his room? Ha, you're practically asking for trouble. Then it's none of your concern. Just tell me which room Hancock is staying in. Zhang Lingquan ignored Ian Siye's sarcasm, his tone remaining calm and detached. Seeing his expression, Ian Siye couldn't help but laugh. Ha, you really are a fool. Didn't you want to go see for yourself? That guy's in the innermost room on the 3rd floor. Go ahead. Having obtained the precise location of Hancock's room, Zhang Lingquan paid no heed to the others and led Long Xiajie upstairs directly. Seeing this, the others hesitated briefly before quickly following suit. They soon arrived at the door of the innermost room on the 3rd floor. The moment they stopped, Zhang Lingquan frowned. He detected a strong, acrid smell of burning. And the source was the room behind that door. He reached out to push the door. The moment his hand touched it, a familiar chill shot up his palm and straight into his entire arm. This peculiar chill, he had felt it yesterday in the church attic too. In an instant, Zhang Lingquan felt a dark cloud descend over his heart. He immediately pushed open the door before him. But when the scene inside the room came into view, the crowd gathered behind him froze in shock. The bed, along with all the tables, chairs, and benches, had been completely dismantled. Two charred, human-shaped creatures. They were bound to wooden crosses that had also been reduced to charcoal. What puzzled everyone was that, aside from the two figures, there were no signs of fire damage anywhere else in the room. Holy! The crowd scattered in fright, keeping their distance from the room. Zhang Lingquan scanned the room carefully. After confirming that the time AI hadn't issued any danger alerts, he stepped inside. He didn't touch anything inside. After briefly observing the state of the two charred corpses, he stepped back out. Last night, besides the whispers and sobs, did you hear any other sounds? Zhang Lingquan asked the others. They all shook their heads. No, we only heard whispering and sobbing. Is that so? Upon hearing their explanation, Zhang Lingquan immediately lowered his head in deep thought. Logically speaking, a person burned alive should at least emit agonized screams. But why? Zhang Lingquan couldn't quite wrap his mind around it. He decided to set the question aside for now. Let's go eat first. There's no leads here for now. With that, he led Long Xiajie straight out of the church. Everyone frowned deeply along the way. After all, Hancourt was truly dead. And his death was so bizarre. The thought that the next victim could very well be themselves. Under these circumstances, no sane person could muster an appetite for food. Inside the small-town diner, the traditional Western breakfast of fried eggs and grilled sausages remained unchanged. Long Xiajie watched Zhang Lingquan devouring his meal across the table. Then he glanced at the blank expressions on the faces of the other diners. He couldn't help but speak up. Hey, how do you think that Hancourt guy ended up dying? Zhang Lingquan paused, looking at her with an expression that said, of course I know. Didn't you see? He was burned to death. Of course I know he was burned to death. What I mean is, why did he die? Long Xiajie rolled her eyes at him. Seeing this, Long Xiajie smiled. Then, feigning nonchalance, she glanced toward another table nearby. There, someone was leisurely enjoying their breakfast. It was none other than Yin Siye, who had a grudge against Hanko. As if sensing something amiss in Zhang Lingquan's gaze, Long Xiajie belatedly followed his gaze. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned and whispered. You mean, it's connected to that guy? Yeah. Zhang Lingquan nodded. I can't be 100% certain, but I'm 90% sure it was him. Remember the curses on the stairs when we entered the room yesterday? Long Xiajie nodded upon hearing this. Zhang Lingquan's reminder jogged his memory of the argument outside last night. Though they'd been inside the room at the time and couldn't see who was arguing. But that coarse voice. It had to be Hancock, no doubt about it. Are you certain it was Hancock arguing last night? Long Xiajie sounded uncertain. After all, he hadn't heard In Xie's voice.
After hearing this, the latter finished off the last piece of fried egg on his plate with his fork before replying. Among these people, only he had a grudge against Hancourt. I really can't think of any reason for anyone else to have done it. With that, Zhang Lingquan ignored the untouched sausage on his plate and placed his knife and fork on the table. You still have a sausage left. Why not finish it? I don't feel like it anymore. Alright. Where should we go next? The town archives? Zhang Lingquan paused for a moment. No, let's go find that sheriff. Chapter 70, The Plot Twist. The Truth About the Church. After leaving the restaurant, the two headed straight for the town sheriff's office. At this hour, the town sheriff hadn't arrived yet, leaving only a trainee officer on duty. Zhang Lingquan pushed open the door and walked in. Hearing the door open, the trainee officer looked up. His gaze toward the two men, however, was filled with confusion. You two aren't residents of this town, are you? What brings you here? The trainee asked. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan responded with a smile. Hello, officer. It's about the church demolition. We have some matters to discuss. No. I don't know anything. I know nothing. Before Zhang Lingquan could finish his sentence, the trainee officer in the lobby reception area had already buried his head in his hands in terror. Zhang Lingquan knew exactly why the other person was afraid. So he stopped talking. He began waiting in the lobby of the Public Security Bureau. The two waited until 9 o'clock in the morning before the Public Security Bureau's doors finally swung open again. It was the same security officer who had led them to the church earlier. Seeing the two men seated in the lobby, the sheriff who had just entered looked utterly bewildered. Gentlemen, why are you here instead of working at the church? Can we talk? What do you want to talk about? The sheriff's face was filled with wariness. He seemed surprised that the construction crew from the church had come looking for him. We'd like to ask what exactly is going on with that church? Zhang Lingquan cut straight to the point. Hearing this, the sheriff's expression changed instantly, though he quickly regained his composure. What do you mean, what's going on? That church burned down in a fire. The town plans to demolish it. Zhang Lingquan narrowed his eyes. Something must have happened in that church, and it wasn't trivial. The sheriff frowned at the implication. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Everyone in town is afraid of that church. Are you sure you don't get it? Zhang Lingquan pressed further. Hearing this, the sheriff visibly relaxed. The church is the faith of the townspeople. That fire was seen as divine punishment, of course they're afraid. Divine punishment? Is that really why? What else could it be? That's the truth. Believe it or not. Faced with Zhang Lingquan's persistent questioning, the sheriff shrugged helplessly. The latter nodded upon seeing this. In that case, could you punch me right now? Or at least yell at me? The sheriff's expression stiffened. Indeed. Ever since they arrived in the town last night, after being led to the church by the sheriff, the townspeople they passed along the way had all seemed strangely peculiar. Especially those near the restaurant, their faces stern and their steps hurried. In his understanding, people only wore such stern expressions when they were irritable. When irritable, one's temperament also undergoes subtle shifts. But what puzzled him was this. These people didn't cause any conflicts. On the contrary, when they encountered people they knew or didn't know, they were particularly humble. Zhang Lingquan was still puzzling over what exactly was going on. But after experiencing yesterday's series of bizarre events, it suddenly dawned on him. It turned out these people weren't devoid of emotion, they simply dared not express it. Noticing Zhang Lingquan's meaningful gaze, the sheriff's expression darkened further. You're just hired hands brought in to help demolish the church. Why are you meddling in so many things? Do you think we won't pay you? Alright, if there's nothing else, you can leave. I still have other districts to patrol. This time, the sheriff didn't say anything else, simply urging the two men to leave. But Zhang Lingquan didn't leave. Instead, he stood directly in the passageway leading from the reception hall into the sheriff's office. You're right, we shouldn't meddle in this. But do you know? One of our construction crew died last night. Zhang Lingquan's gaze remained calm as he described the gruesome details of Hancock's death, sending shivers down the sheriff's spine. Before the security chief could respond, he pressed on. That aside, our crew is here to work, not to die. Some are already voicing discontent. If another dies in the church, guess what? They might come looking for you to take you to the church too? As he spoke, Zhang Lingquan's gaze held a hint of coldness. That almost undisguised ferocity instantly startled the sheriff. The latter rubbed his stiff cheeks. Frowning, he barked sharply. You dare? I'm armed. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sheriff for several minutes. Until the sheriff's emotions were on the verge of snapping. He finally spoke slowly. We're not enemies. I hope you'll tell me the truth about what happened at the church. It's for your own good, for the town, and for our construction team. After all, the sooner this church is demolished, the sooner the hidden dangers and threats to the town will vanish. Perhaps moved by Zhang Lingquan's words, the sheriff stood silent for a few seconds.
Then he turned his gaze toward the trainee officer in the reception room beside him. Seeing that the trainee had already vanished from sight, he waved for Zhang Lingquan and the other to follow him out. The three walked all the way to the alley beside the sheriff's office before stopping. The sheriff took his pipe, placed it in his mouth, and drew 2 deep puffs. The smoke lingered thickly in the air. It was about 5 years ago, around this time of year, when a murder occurred inside the church. I was just a trainee officer back then, but that scene has stayed with me forever. He seemed to recall something terrifying. A flicker of terror crossed the sheriff's eyes. His entire body shook as he coughed violently, choked by the smoke from his pipe. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Lingquan reached out to pat his back. The sheriff shot him a grateful glance before regaining his composure and continuing. It was nighttime when the town mayor and I arrived at the church. By then, several people inside had already died. Each had died in a different manner. Some had their mouths and noses sewn shut with needles and thread. Others were bound to a wooden bench and had their feet hacked off. The pastor had his eyes gouged out, and the elder had his tongue cut out. The deacon inside the church suffered the worst fate. Not only was his body covered in bruises, but that thing had been shoved into his own mouth. Judging by the wounds, it must have been forcibly torn out. As he spoke, the sheriff casually glanced downward at Zhang Lingquan. The latter froze for a moment before his body tensed up. Damn it! Death was one thing. But to die so humiliatingly. Is this dungeon stuff just plain twisted? Zhang Lingquan inwardly cursed, but quickly seemed to remember something and continued questioning. What about the fire in the church? And how many people died in the church that day? The fire was set by the mayor afterward. He said it was to keep the townspeople calm. The sheriff took a few puffs from his pipe. When it went out, he tapped it against the wall. Only after the ashes had fallen did he pull a tobacco pouch from his pocket. But the hand pinching the tobacco trembled uncontrollably. 7 people perished in the church that day: Reverend Byrne, Elder Houston, Deacon Jack, Sister Carrie, a trainee preacher, and 2 town janitors. Because their deaths were so suspicious, the mayor ordered us to set fire to the entire church, burning it to the ground. We told everyone they perished in the blaze. Hearing this, both men were stunned. Zhang Lingquan couldn't help but ask again. Could you elaborate on Sister Carrie's situation? Sister Carrie? The sheriff was puzzled. He recounted everything he knew. From what I understand, Sister Carrie was well liked. Many people in town cared for her. But about a month before the incident at the church, for some reason, rumors suddenly started spreading. All of them were about Sister Carrie, saying she was an immoral woman who seduced many men. Of course, I didn't believe any of it, but the townspeople loved a good scandal. So during that period, Sister Carrie was practically pointed at wherever she went. Zhang Lingquan frowned upon hearing this. Besides these, is there anything else? Other things? The sheriff, pipe clenched between his teeth, fell deep in thought. After a moment, he suddenly spoke up. Oh, I remember now. A few days before the incident, I ran into her outside the town store and noticed she had a lot of bruises on her face. I asked her about it, and when she said she'd fallen on her own, I didn't think much of it. But as I was leaving, Sister Carrie said something to me. Hearing this, both Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiaojie were both jolted awake. What did she say? God's wrath, like molten lava, has already engulfed Mount Golgotha. It descends upon Yellow Springs town at an unprecedented speed. Only the righteous shall be spared. Chapter 71, Sister Carrie. What does this mean? Could it be that Sister Carrie killed all those people in the church? Long Xiaojie analyzed the sheriff's words. Something still felt off. Rumors could be spread. But if she really killed people based on those rumors, it seemed unrealistic to him. At the very least, the teachings of the Bible wouldn't permit such actions. Moreover, Sister Carrie had no motive for murder. Based on the information currently available, there had been no reports of conflicts between Sister Carrie and other clergy members. Perhaps Long Xiaojie's words had struck a chord of deep-seated fear within him. A look of gravity flashed across the sheriff's face. While there's no direct evidence Sister Carrie killed those people, by measuring the rigor mortis and blood coagulation levels of the victims, we determined they perished nearly simultaneously, with only Sister Carrie's death occurring later. Oh, and there was an old man who managed the cemetery inside the church at the time. After that incident, he also left the cemetery and moved to the town archives. That's all I can tell you. If you want to know more, go find that cemetery caretaker. Alright, I've got to get back to work. After hastily dropping those few words, the sheriff quickly departed. After he left, Long Xiaojie said, "This whole thing feels off. I have a hunch it's connected to that nun. What do you think?" Zhang Lingquan nodded in agreement. Let's head to the town archives first. As the place where the town stored all its important documents, the archives were housed within the town's public center. Besides the town's administrative staff, a few armed security guards were stationed in the guard booth at the entrance. However, in this Western-style setting, security personnel especially in small towns tend to be quite lax in their duties. When Zhang Lingquan and his companion arrived, they found only one guard on duty inside the booth. At that moment, the security guard was holding a large box of donuts. He was slowly munching away while sipping his coffee. Upon seeing the two enter, the security guard looked up, sizing them up from head to toe before furrowing his brow. "You two aren't residents of the town, are you? What brings you here?" "Hello, we're the construction crew from the church. May we come in to look up some information?" Through the reception room glass, Zhang Lingquan smiled and stepped forward to greet them. However, upon hearing they were from the church construction crew, the security guard, Pang Shua, visibly flinched. The coffee in his hand spilled onto his pants. After a flurry of frantic wiping, he frowned and began shooing them away. "Sorry, the archives are the most important asset in this entire town. Without permission, I can't let you in. Officer, could you make an exception? We really have urgent business." Zhang Lingquan tried to appeal further. After all, they'd come all this way, what if he could persuade him to let them in? But before he could finish his sentence, he stopped dead in his tracks. Because the man had already drawn his pistol. The black muzzle was pointed straight at the two of them. "Get out of here immediately. This isn't a place you should be. Or I'll shoot." The security guard's voice trembled with tension, as if he might actually pull the trigger at any moment. With no other choice, the two reluctantly backed out of the archive room door. Long Xiaojie glanced at Zhang Lingquan. The look in his eyes was unmistakable. Since normal means weren't working, they could resort to force. Zhang Lingquan understood. After a moment's thought, he shook his head helplessly. Both of them are quite capable, they could indeed charge in recklessly, but what then? After that, they might have to face the entire town's counterattack. For Zhang Lingquan, this wasn't worth the risk and could even cost him his life prematurely. By now, the sun was rising higher, and many busy residents were moving about in the vicinity. With no other choice, the two headed to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they spotted the familiar blonde-haired, freckled boy in their usual corner. When Zhang Lingquan's smile met his gaze, the truant boy shuddered. He grabbed his backpack, ready to flee. But Zhang Lingquan pushed him back into his seat. "Damn it! Why won't you leave me alone? There are so many people here." The boy was furious. Explaining what happened inside the church to those two had already left him sleepless with dread. He never expected these two to come looking for him today. Did they really think he was easy to push around? Seeing the boy on the verge of losing it, Zhang Lingquan tried to calm him down. "Relax, we mean no harm. So, what's your name, young man?" The boy's face darkened with anger. He didn't speak, trying to break free from Zhang Lingquan's hold. But after a few struggles, he realized the other guy was terrifyingly strong. And this guy didn't seem to be a resident of the town either. He was from the demolition crew. He hesitated. The young man finally relented. "My name is George David. You can call me George." After saying that, he glanced curiously at Long Xiaojie across from him. Though the dungeon world had blurred these NPCs' perceptions of adventurers, leading them to believe Zhang Lingquan was a white Westerner like themselves. But Long Xiaojie's unique Eastern beauty was impossible to fake. It still stirred something in the young Westerner's heart. "George, don't worry. I won't ask you about the church this time." Zhang Lingquan smiled as he looked at the other man. "Do you know how to get into the town archives?" Hearing this, George felt a wave of relief wash over him. What he feared most was being questioned about the church. Thankfully, the topic hadn't come up this time. "Phew, you should have said so earlier. I thought. Never mind. It's not impossible for you to access the town archives, but you certainly can't get in through normal channels. That's where the town's case files are stored. Not even I can get in, let alone you lot. Of course, if you go through unofficial channels, that's another story." At this point, George's expression turned mysterious as he glanced around cautiously. Seeing no one paying attention, he lowered his voice. "I've observed the security guards at the archives. They rotate shifts on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. During those shifts, the guard booth is unmanned, and there's a half-hour window where no one's around. If you want to get in, you can exploit that." George spoke with evident pride. He was, after all, the town's notorious troublemaker. Observing the archive room's shift changes was also a way for him to better plan his pranks. "What day is it today?" "Sunday. Don't you have a phone to check the time?" George shot back sarcastically, but his expression froze mid-sentence, shifting to one of helpless resignation. "Man, I really envy you guys. You get to go out into the world. This little town." He sighed. He didn't finish his sentence. Seeing that the two weren't asking any more questions, George felt no rush to leave. He rose and found a window seat, basking in the sunlight while playing with his phone. Zhang Lingquan didn't stop him, instead sitting across from Long Xiaojie, deep in thought. Just then, the restaurant door swung open. A familiar figure walked in. "It's that one-eyed man." Long Xiaojie glanced up at the man before quietly alerting Zhang Lingquan. The latter looked up to see In Siye and his partner walk straight to the restaurant's order counter. "2 breakfasts to go, please." He stated his order to the server. The one-eyed man then began scanning the surroundings.
Spotting Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiajie seated in the corner, he immediately walked over to greet them.
You two are here too? Any discoveries? Let's share what we've found. Nope, nothing at all. What about you guys? Zhang Lingquan replied with a sour expression.
Hearing this, the one-eyed man furrowed his brow slightly, trying to read something from his face. But he quickly gave up, replying with equal resignation.
Same here. Not a single clue. This dungeon is really tough.
Yeah, it really is. The two exchanged a few awkward words. Then the one-eyed man picked up his takeout order from the counter and left the restaurant. After watching him go, George suddenly leaned in mysteriously and nudged Zhang Lingquan's arm.
Was that guy your friend? He seemed so gloomy. Zhang Lingquan snapped out of his thoughts. He shook his head.
No, just met him. George narrowed his eyes and continued to ask in a low voice.
I see. Did you catch that burnt smell on him earlier? It's similar to that place.
He gestured toward the church, his meaning unmistakable.
Zhang Lingquan was utterly baffled by George's words. He's part of the construction crew. He's been working at the church. Isn't it normal for him to smell like burning? But aren't you part of the construction crew too? Why don't you smell like that? One sentence
caused Zhang Lingquan's expression to shift abruptly. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, making George feel uneasy all over.
You say he smells like something burnt. What exactly does that smell like? I can't quite describe it.
It's similar to the smell in a church, but somehow different.
Perhaps noticing the unease on Zhang Lingquan's face, George tentatively asked again. Is something wrong?
Zhang Lingquan withdrew his gaze. He shook his head slowly.
Nothing. I just remembered something else. I'll be going now. Thanks for the information.
At that moment, he no longer felt inclined to linger.
After thanking George, he led Long Xiajie out of the restaurant. Watching them depart, George felt a pang of envy.
Though all these construction workers who came to the town were a bit odd.
That woman was truly beautiful.
If only he could have a girlfriend like that. Of course, the scent on that one-eyed man earlier had also puzzled him. He felt like he'd smelled it somewhere before.
Chapter 72, The Vanished Bible. According to George's earlier account,
today was Sunday, and it wasn't yet time for the town constable's shift change. The archives might hold records about the church incident.
For now, the two still had no way to get inside. They hadn't considered sneaking in.
But neither of them knew what lay inside, nor where the archives were kept. If they rashly slipped in and failed to find the archives, that would be one thing. But if they were discovered by the caretakers here, they would surely be expelled from the town.
At that point, there would be only one outcome. Death. We can't get into the archives for now. What should we do next? Long Xiajie and Zhang Lingquan walked along the town streets. They felt a bit bored. Zhang Lingquan pondered for a moment before speaking.
I wonder if George's method will work.
Let's go take another look at the archives. Long Xiujie nodded. Soon, the two arrived at the archives entrance once more.
This time, however, the security guard in the booth came out from a distance. Though he didn't draw his gun directly at them, his face was etched with pure wariness.
Wasn't far off. Didn't I tell you to stay away from here? Why are you back?
The security guard asked them coldly.
Zhang Lingquan stepped forward to explain. Officer, we just wanted to ask a few questions. Do you know Sister Carrie?
Hearing that they were only inquiring about Sister Carrie and hadn't mentioned the church, the security guard was somewhat taken aback.
His previously tense expression eased considerably. What do you wish to know? Could you share what you know about Sister Carrie? I'm also a believer in the Lord.
Learning about Sister Carrie's situation fills me with sorrow, so I'd like to understand more about her. Zhang Lingquan's words were spoken with genuine sincerity, causing the security guard to pause in surprise. But he quickly regained his composure. His tone softened.
I see. Sister Carrie, it's such a pity.
As the security guard recounted the story,
the two gradually learned some information about Sister Carrie. Strictly speaking, Sister Carrie was actually an orphan. At the age of 2, she was brought to the town from the orphanage by a couple. Under normal circumstances, Sister Carrie would have grown up healthy and happy under their care. But tragically, one night after work, the couple was robbed and shot. Though the bullets didn't take their lives, it was nighttime and the streets were deserted. The couple lay there until morning before being discovered. By then, they had already passed away.
Thus, having lost her parents, Carrie became an orphan once more. Had Reverend Byrne not taken her in, Carrie might have been sent back to an orphanage outside the town. According to the sheriff's account, Sister Carrie was kind to everyone and never had any conflicts with the townspeople. Yet this clearly contradicted some of the previous sheriff's statements. At that moment, the two stood on the street not far from the archives.
Long Xiajie voiced his theory. Do you think Sister Carrie might have developed a twisted personality after her parents died? Suppressing her emotions all this time until one day she snapped and killed everyone in the church? Hearing her analysis, Zhang Lingquan nodded. That's certainly possible. But I suspect it's not that simple. Something within the church itself must have been oppressing her. And you heard that whispering voice too, it was passages from the Bible. As he spoke, he glanced once more at the archive room door nearby. Zhang Lingquan had a premonition. To clear this dungeon, the archives were of paramount importance. Not only because it held most of the church's archival records, but also because the old man who tended the church cemetery lived inside. As the sole surviving witness of the entire church, he was certain he could extract. After wandering around for a while longer, the two finally returned to the church, now reduced to ruins. Facing the charred, blackened building, Long Xiaojie flatly refused to let Zhang Lingquan enter. After all they'd been through yesterday, and now it was just the two of them, they were outnumbered and outmatched. She feared Zhang Lingquan might face danger inside. Zhang Lingquan was well aware of Long Xiaojie's concerns. Worries. She held her hand and comforted her for a long while before finally persuading her to agree. The two then entered the abandoned church, heading once more to the attic from yesterday. Standing at the staircase entrance of the attic, Zhang Lingquan scanned the area. He noticed the dark shadow by the doorframe had vanished. Step by step, they approached the attic door. Though it was daytime, the windows around the church had been boarded up, blocking out all light. The entire church remained dim and gloomy. Following closely behind Zhang Lingquan, Long Xiaojie felt a surge of nervousness. A faint green glow began to emanate from her body. This was her plant form's active skill. Photosynthesis. Applies a layer of wood element shield to herself and nearby allies, blocking one physical or magical attack. Compared to Long Xiaojie's nervousness, Zhang Lingquan seemed far more at ease. He chose to head straight for the attic not out of recklessness, but as a result of careful consideration. At this hour, most adventurers participating in the dungeon were still scattered around the town. And judging from last night's events, the dungeon's threats targeted everyone indiscriminately. Therefore, returning to the cathedral now meant, theoretically speaking, the probability of encountering that ghostly thing wasn't very high. The two moved slowly, pushing open the door to enter the attic room. Ever since learning of the gruesome deaths of several clergy members inside the church, both Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiaojie moved with extreme caution. Upon entering the room, Zhang Lingquan immediately began surveying the furnishings. The broken plaster statue of Jesus still lay on the ground. He hurried over. His gaze shifted toward the spot behind the statue. His expression darkened instantly. Because it was empty. The Bible and that eerie oil painting had vanished without a trace. Everything's gone. Someone definitely came here. Zhang Lingquan pondered briefly. In an instant, he understood why Hancourt had died yesterday. Behind him, Long Xiaojie also noticed the unusual state of the room, frowning as he analyzed the situation. The Bible and the painting are both gone. Could it be that Insiye took them? Did he use this as an excuse to kill Hancock? Yeah, you're right. Zhang Lingquan nodded. I suspect that Bible was the trigger for the copy boss's murder. Remember the argument we heard from Hancourt last night at the staircase corner? I suspect Insiye placed the Bible in his room beforehand during that very moment. As Zhang Lingquan continued his analysis, Long Xiaojie felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He never imagined Insiye could be so ruthless. If that was the case, then she and Zhang Lingquan would have to be extra cautious over the next few days. After thoroughly inspecting the room inside and out once more to confirm there were no other anomalies, the two finally exited the room. Zhang Lingquan remained deep in thought. In truth, there was one matter he hadn't discussed in detail with Long Xiaojie. Back when they had inspected Hancock's room earlier, he had accidentally discovered something. And that object was none other than the Bible hidden behind the plaster statue. However, he hadn't told anyone outside about this discovery at the time. There were two reasons for this. First, he did not want to cause panic among those present. Second, he believed this incident was deliberate. I still don't understand. Did Insiye really kill Hancourt with the Bible just to vent his anger? Long Xiaojie remained perplexed and voiced her lingering doubt. We're all adults here. It doesn't make sense to be so petty that a few insults would drive someone to murder. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan also felt perplexed. Although they now knew Insiye was the one who killed Hancourt, but based on the information available so far, it was difficult to determine Insiye's motive for the murder. He was probably exploiting the death condition of the Hancovertrial instance. At the very least, I now understand that Bible is akin to a death curse. At this point, Zhang Lingquan suddenly froze, a terrifying suspicion flashing through his mind. Without pausing to think further, he immediately rushed out of the room. Long Xiaojie saw this and hurried after him. The two ran all the way into the estate. They didn't stop until they reached the door of Hancourt's room. The charred corpse still lay inside. Zhang Lingquan walked straight in. He eagerly examined Hancock's abdomen, which had been burned through. But soon, he froze in place. For the Bible that should have been inside the abdominal cavity was now gone. Chapter 73, Trust Collapses. How could that Bible vanish? Did it vanish on its own? Or was it taken by something?
Zhang Lingquan stared intently at Hancock's charred, blackened body, lost in thought.
Yin Siye's gloomy face soon flashed through his mind, though he suspected the Bible had been deliberately left behind. But Zhang Lingquan still couldn't fathom the other's motive for murder.
Logically, within the same instance, unless it was a blood feud or a faction-based instance. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, adventurers wouldn't attack each other.
Could it be?
A sudden flash of insight struck his mind. He seemed to suddenly grasp something. As a candidate who had only participated in two-story-based death dungeons, Zhang Lingquan actually didn't understand the intricacies and mechanics of these dungeons.
But that didn't mean he hadn't read books and guides about story dungeons.
He'd heard that certain special story dungeons were peculiar, offering adventurers an unconventional path to victory.
Of course, this path was quite simple. Wait until most of the other adventurers were dead. At that point, the entire instance's difficulty would plummet. Could it be that he's thinking exactly that? At this thought, Zhang Lingquan's gaze instantly turned cold.
He'd mostly tackled solo dungeons before and had never encountered such treacherous human nature. Seriously, how come I always get stuck with the crappy stuff?
Zhang Lingquan was utterly speechless. Just as he was about to leave, a heart-wrenching sob suddenly echoed from the corridor outside.
Wah! The two men froze upon hearing the sound.
Long Xiaojie glanced warily toward the door.
Then he quickly grabbed Zhang Lingquan's arm and dashed out. Fortunately, they managed to exit without colliding with the weeping ghostly figure. They made their way to the stairwell. Behind them, the sobbing had not ceased. It was now mixed with chaotic, low murmurs. There are 6 things the Lord hates, and 7 are an abomination to the Lord. A haughty look, a lying tongue, a hand that sheds innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that run swiftly to do evil, the false witness who utters lies, a sower of discord among brothers. This series of whispers did not come from a single mouth. Judging by the mingled tones, they seemed to be both male and female. And among these voices, there was also one voice that was exceptionally loud and coarse. This voice was familiar not only to Zhang Lingquan, but even to Long Xiaojie beside him. It belonged to the man who had perished in the room fire last night. Han Court. He seemed to have joined the ranks of those ghostly creatures. Recalling the other's pitiful state, the two still frozen at the staircase entrance hesitated no longer. Without a second glance, they sprinted toward the estate's exit. But, just as they were about to step out of the estate, Zhang Lingquan deliberately glanced back swiftly. That single glance nearly made him stumble and fall to the ground. Fortunately, Long Xiaojie was there to steady him. At that moment, in the entrance corridor of the estate, he saw 7 corpses, each with a distinct appearance, corpses circling around Hancock and its partner. These corpses seemed to be performing some kind of ritual, their hands raised toward the sky in prayer while murmuring incantations. Hancock and its companion, encircled in the center, were charred black. Their cracked exteriors revealed numerous startling fissures. Within those fissures were streaked with magma-colored lines. To Zhang Lingquan, the creature resembled a magma being encased in black stone. As the creature ceased its incantation, the murmurs that had echoed through the corridor grew even more chaotic. Not only the recitation of scripture, but also screams, curses. Suddenly, all heads turned in unison, staring fiercely at Zhang Lingquan and his companion at the doorway. In an instant, a tidal wave of malevolent intent crashed over them like a mountain roaring and a sea raging. Sister Carrie, danger level 100%. Pastor Byrne, danger level 100%. Elder Houston, danger level 100%. Deacon Jack, abnormal danger level detected in current environment. Host must initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level escalating too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. This time, Zhang Lingquan didn't wait for the time AI in his mind to respond. He and Long Xiaojie immediately sprinted out of the estate. They kept running along the path until they were outside the church. Only then did they stop, panting heavily. Long Xiaojie glanced back at the church with lingering fear. But the next second, her expression turned peculiar as she tugged at Zhang Lingquan's sleeve. Remember that dark figure outside the church I mentioned before? She's back. Zhang Lingquan was startled too. He turned to look at the church, but found nothing. Only the shattered tiles on the roof and the wooden planks nailed over the windows remained. He saw nothing. Let's get out of here first. We'll talk about it when there are more people around tonight. Long Xiaojie nodded. After all, with something like this happening, she didn't want to stay here either. Soon after, the two of them departed. It wasn't until after dinner. The other adventurers in the instance gradually returned to the open area outside the church. They took a head count. Fortunately, no one was missing. However, Zhang Lingquan still sensed something amiss in the expressions on their faces. The two most affected were Lin Yiran and her boyfriend. Both looked grim and visibly tense, as if they were afraid of something. Besides them,
Zhang Lingquan also focused his attention on Yin Xie. Unlike the panic of the previous two, this guy remained calm. His eyes, filled with coldness, swept continuously over the assembled crowd, his thoughts unknown. Does anyone else have anything to say today? The one-eyed man in the crowd spoke up first. As the words fell, the entire crowd fell silent, not a single voice breaking the stillness. In this kind of story-driven scenario, they should have been cooperating to clear the mission together. But after the mysterious death of Han Court, everyone instinctively grew wary of one another. Naturally, none would share the information they had obtained with the others. The atmosphere froze into a deathly silence. Just then, Zhang Lingquan spoke up first once more. We've uncovered some truths about the church. Hearing this, the previously silent crowd instantly turned their gaze toward him. Beside him, Long Xiaojie furrowed his brow slightly. Though puzzled by Zhang Lingquan's decision to share information, he made no move to stop him. The whispers we heard earlier were likely a passage from the Bible. I suspect that anyone who defies its teachings will be targeted by whatever lurks within the church. I wonder, could that be why Hancock died after completing his task? Zhang Lingquan hesitated before finishing his sentence. Immediately, someone in the crowd stepped forward to agree. That's right, we've looked into this too. Word is the first ones to die in the town were the prostitutes, beggars, gangsters. Those involved in illegal activities were the easiest targets. A boy named Sun Kai spoke while staring intently at the church before him. Under normal circumstances, he might not have been afraid. But now, the pitch-black interior sent shivers down his spine. Sun Kai tore his gaze away, his whole body flushing with panic. He turned back to the others and asked again. Are we really staying inside tonight? People have already died here. I'm scared. If you know the situation in this town, why are you asking such a stupid question? Yin Xie sneered coldly at the remark. You know what? If we dare sleep outside tonight, we'll all be dead before long. Of course I know the town is dangerous at night, but that doesn't mean we can't go outside tonight. Sun Kai seemed unfazed by Yin Xie's sneer. He stood up and said earnestly. We can sleep together and take turns keeping watch, right? The moment these words left his mouth, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Then, silence fell. After a moment, Zhao Ku, Lin Yiran's boyfriend, broke the silence first. Sorry, while what you say makes sense, my girlfriend and I still have to decline. It was clear Zhao Ku had reservations, and everyone present understood why. After all, someone had already died. No one trusted anyone else. Once those things in the church came, the night watchman won't wake them and flee alone. Not a single soul sleeping outside would survive. They'll all die. Chapter 74, Freedom Nation Agent. Everyone present was an adult who had survived multiple story instances. Though their combat prowess was nothing special, their understanding of human nature and suspicion far surpassed that of a high schooler like Zhang Lingquan. Now that the foundation of trust had collapsed, getting them to act together again was clearly impossible. Moreover, compared to the uncertainty outside at night, the rooms within the estate offered a greater sense of security. Heh, if you want to sleep outside, go ahead. Just don't drag us along. Seeing someone step forward first to refuse Sun Kai, Yin Xie immediately sneered again. Go for it. Hope you live to see tomorrow. He still wore that same infuriating smug look. Yet Zhang Lingquan could faintly sense other emotions lurking beneath the surface of his face. It was as if he'd been in a foul mood to begin with, heading to a nearby restaurant for lunch, only to receive a termination notice from the company midway through his meal. He stepped outside to find his electric scooter still there. But the battery and both wheels were gone. Confusion, shock, anger, helplessness, disappointment. In short, his emotions ran high. After they finished speaking, they walked straight toward the depths of the church. Zhang Lingquan watched the receding figures of Lin Yiran and the others before suddenly calling out. Are you sure you still want to stay in your original rooms? What? Do we need to tell you where we're staying? Hearing Zhang Lingquan's question, Lin Yiran's boyfriend, Zhao Ku, turned back and retorted. Aren't you being a bit nosy? Zhang Lingquan remained unfazed by the sharp tone, replying with a slow smile. Where you choose to stay is your own business. I called you over because when we went to check the third-floor Hankout room this afternoon, we ran into those ghostly things in the hallway. You were with him. On the same floor? Hearing this, not only Lin Yiran and the others, but even Yin Xie beside them froze. Lin Yiran and Zhao Ku exchanged a glance. The silence lasted only a moment. Zhao Ku spoke up. Thanks. His demeanor was less cold than before. Still, he took his girlfriend's hand and walked into the church. Zhang Lingquan watched the three figures silently depart, as if he had come to some realization. Yet he chose not to voice his thoughts aloud. Damn it! Are these people crazy? They actually dare to stay inside? Sun Kai cursed under his breath. He simply walked over to a corner outside the church. He spread out the blanket he'd prepared earlier. He spread it out and flopped right onto it. Whoever wants to go inside, go ahead. I'm not stepping foot in there today. Seeing him like this, the others didn't try to persuade him further. After all, they were all adults. Who could really tell anyone else what to do? The remaining few briefly discussed their plans. Except for a few who wanted to stay out overnight, the rest all planned to return to their rooms. Zhang Lingquan followed the others back to the estate, to the same floor as before. Only the room was not the same one. At that moment, Long Xiajie glanced around the room and said solemnly, "Should we check the room? I'm worried about something like what happened with Yin Siye." "No need. I've been watching him the whole time. He hasn't made a move. It's just that I'm afraid." Zhang Lingquan waved his hand, his tone tinged with concern. Long Xiajie pressed further. "What exactly are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid more people will die tonight and not just one." Meanwhile, in another room not far from theirs, the door here was also left open. The one-eyed man stood in the doorway, his gaze fixed on the direction of the other room, his eyes cold and menacing. His identity was somewhat unique. He was an agent belonging to an organization within the Free Nation. Perhaps because he had previously seen internal organization documents. This made Zhang Lingquan's appearance very familiar to him. At first glance, he hadn't been certain. But just now, after forcibly contacting the outside world using his special device, he had already ascertained Zhang Lingquan's exact identity and received orders from his superior. That order was clear: kill the man at any cost. The one-eyed man pondered for a moment. He decided it was best not to tip his hand just yet. According to the intelligence provided by his superior, the woman accompanying Zhang Lingquan was a high-level professional bodyguard dispatched by the Dragon Nation military. Acting rashly now would likely get him killed by her. Time ticked away, second by second. Over at Zhang Lingquan's location, the two had already fallen into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man remained deep in thought, scheming how to eliminate his target. Perhaps because he had thought too deeply all at once, the one-eyed man found himself almost completely devoid of sleepiness. He sat up abruptly in bed, his gaze fixed on the window. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright. It illuminated the outside scenery with remarkable clarity. Unexpectedly, the room remained free of yesterday's disturbances. No whispers, no sobs. The one-eyed man kept staring out the window. Suddenly, curiosity arose. He wondered if those sleeping outside were dead. He got out of bed and strode to the window, looking out at the open space beyond the church. But his expression changed instantly, and panic seized him. What the hell is this?" The one-eyed man trembled violently. He stumbled backward several steps involuntarily, nearly falling flat on his ass. Though his profession had honed his mental resilience far beyond that of ordinary people, the scene unfolding outside still sent a wave of panic through him. He saw it clearly. Sun Kai, who should have been sleeping on the floor, had somehow been bound to a massive wooden cross. Even from 100 meters away, the one-eyed man could still make out the terror etched on Sun Kai's face. He seemed to be begging for mercy from the air before him. Soon, a raging inferno erupted from beneath Sun Kai's feet. The one-eyed man held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene. He watched Sun Kai struggle within the flames until he finally lay still. The flames continued to burn, sending wisps of white smoke drifting toward the church interior. Through the haze, the one-eyed man suddenly discerned several translucent figures standing before the church's open courtyard. Ghosts? Or something else? He wasn't quite sure. The transparent figures all raised their hands, performing some ritual as they gazed skyward. They waited until Sun Kai's body was completely charred. Did they cease their actions? Why did they stop? The one-eyed man felt a pang of unease and couldn't help but inch closer to the window. After all, this was information related to the dungeon. He desperately wanted to know what those figures were doing. Yet the very next moment, he regretted his decision. Moonlight flowed like water, illuminating the open space before the church. The figures that had been faintly visible through the smoke. Now, they had all turned around, gazing toward the window where he stood. Though their faces remained indistinct, the one-eyed man knew. They were absolutely staring intently at him. Chapter 75, The Substitute Straw Doll. The scene outside the window made the one-eyed man's breath catch. That fear-induced acceleration of his heartbeat. It transported him back to his last assassination mission abroad. Even amidst a hail of bullets, the dangers he faced were manageable with his composure. Yet now, as those figures locked onto him, the one-eyed man distinctly sensed the threat of death. Damn it! Have we been spotted? There are so many people in this estate. Why pick on me? Calm down. Hans. You must stay calm. You're a top-tier agent who's tasted freedom. You faced situations where death seemed certain before. You can do this. At that moment, the one-eyed man repeatedly gave himself mental affirmations, and his fear finally began to ease slightly. Without pausing to think, he swiftly retrieved an item from his spatial bracelet. Straw Doll Substitute. Item type, Defense. Effect, upon receiving fatal damage, generates a straw doll that absorbs 1 instance of damage. Note, after absorbing damage, the doll leaves a positive buff at its original location. Note, the doll can only block 1 lethal hit before disappearing. This item was a reward he obtained for clearing the Wheatfield Killer instance. The dungeon's circumstances at the time were also quite unusual. The one-eyed man employed only minor tricks, causing every other adventurer who entered the instance with him to perish. Subsequently, as the death toll reached the threshold, the dungeon's difficulty plummeted. He cleared the Wheatfield Killer dungeon with almost no effort. He also received far richer rewards than usual. With this scarecrow here, it should be fine. The one-eyed man kept reassuring himself mentally. He refused to look out the window. He turned around and flopped back onto the bed, pretending to sleep. But the scenes he'd witnessed earlier kept flashing through his mind like a slideshow. The fear he had been suppressing surged back into his mind. And as time passed, this fear only grew stronger. Hans, hang in there. You can do this. Overcome it. The one-eyed man silently encouraged himself. He had made up his mind. No matter what happened in the room, he would absolutely not open his eyes. Yet the unfolding events ultimately surpassed his expectations. The room was deathly quiet, broken only by his own slightly labored breathing. The one-eyed man waited for a long time, hearing neither sobs nor that spine-chilling whisper. By normal logic, this should have been a good thing. Yet the one-eyed man felt uneasy. His sixth sense as an operative told him. Something terrifying was definitely happening in the room right now. A powerful sense of unease compelled him to open his eyes and investigate. But the very next second, the sight before him sent a chill down his spine. In the shadowy corner near the door, 4 figures had materialized, standing densely packed together. Their faces were expressionless, entirely shrouded in swirling white mist. Among them, the one-eyed man even spotted the long-dead Hancock. Those eyes, glowing red as if consumed by molten lava, now fixed intently upon him. Snap! Snap! The crisp sound of potato chips crackling. Hancock was grinning silently. The shift of his lips caused small flakes of his already charred, blackened skin to flake off in patches. The one-eyed man felt a chill run down his spine as fear washed over him like a tidal wave, swallowing his last shred of sanity. All he could do now was clench the straw doll stand tightly in his hands. Dead silence, still dead silence. The one-eyed man had locked eyes with them for an eternity. The prolonged stare had left his eyes bloodshot and parched. He blinked instinctively. But in those few seconds, the several things that had been standing in the corner vanished without a trace. Seeing this, the one-eyed man startled, then peered intently toward the room's corners. Upon confirming that the things had indeed vanished, he finally exhaled a long breath. Phew! Safe now. The one-eyed man felt relieved. He had thought those things were about to attack him. But it turned out to be a false alarm. Of course, this outcome was the best possible. The straw doll stand-in prop, if you can avoid using it, you really should. Just as he lowered his head, reflecting on his narrow escape from disaster, he suddenly noticed the surrounding light had grown significantly dimmer. Click! At that moment, a dull thud sounded as if a book had fallen from the bedside. This sudden disturbance made the one-eyed man, still sitting on the bed lost in thought, jolt upright. He stiffened slightly and looked around. Once he took in the surroundings, his pupils instantly contracted. There, the vanished things now had all gathered at his bedside, densely packed together in a spine-chilling sight. Hancock, along with Sun Kai, who had been burned to death earlier, pressed themselves against the foot of the bed. Their bright red eyes fixed on him. Get out! All of you, get out! Under such immense psychological pressure, the one-eyed man could bear it no longer. He roared, lunging toward the figures by the bed. But he soon discovered with despair that his body was completely immobilized. Suddenly, his vision blurred. When he came to his senses, he found himself bound hand and foot to a cross, flames rising beneath his feet. After capturing the one-eyed man, the creatures in the room began circling him, raising their hands toward the sky in praise. Simultaneously, they murmured incomprehensible incantations. Make him rage, the sun is about to set, the devil is about to appear. Burn! Ha ha! Whoa! Unlike the murmurs heard the night before, this time, the murmurs were far more unsettling. As if someone were chanting the Great Compassion mantra with both laughter and tears. This whispering persisted for over 10 seconds before abruptly ceasing. Then, the cross at the center of the circle began to spontaneously combust. After watching the entire cross burn to ashes, the things inside the room vanished from their spots. Not long after, sobs and whispers suddenly echoed through the hallway. What the Lord detests. After leaving the one-eyed man's room, the group of things did not vanish immediately. Instead, they continued searching for targets they deemed suitable. Time passed slowly. Soon, the group endured until dawn. With the first rays of sunlight appearing outside the window, the palpable sense of dread that had permeated the estate began to dissipate. The one-eyed man lay on the bed, staring blankly out the window. It took him a long while to finally comprehend. I'm not dead? He instinctively reached out to touch the straw doll beside the bed, only to find nothing there. The one-eyed man felt utterly helpless. Such a substitute death prop was incredibly precious. Had he not faced certain death last night, he would never have used it. He sighed. He felt no joy at having survived. He knew full well that the substitute straw doll could only take the fall once. If he ever faced a situation like last night again, he would be burned alive. At this thought, the one-eyed man's entire face contorted into a grimace. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiajie had risen early. Seeing no one else in the hallway, they walked straight out of the church. At that moment, several people were already standing in the open space outside the church. Where they had gathered lay several charred crosses scattered haphazardly. And bound to the crosses, charred human-shaped remains. Without a second thought, both knew exactly who these people were. None of Sun Kai's men survived? Zhang Lingquan asked. Zhao Ku, who had arrived earlier, nodded solemnly. They were all burned to death. Only the 6 of us remain alive now. I'm afraid. Zhao Ku trailed off. His expression conveyed an indescribable despair. No wonder he felt this way. The objective of the dungeon trial was to survive in the town until the 6th day. Yet their group had only managed to hold out until the 2nd day. Their numbers had already been cut in half. At this rate, the deaths of those remaining would be nothing more than a matter of time. At that moment, facing the utterly despairing Zhao Ku, everyone fell into a momentary silence. But this silence didn't last long before Yin Siye, consumed by rage, cut through it with a sharp shout. Damn it, who the hell took that Bible? Do you really want us all to die together? Chapter 76, Showdown. The others hadn't expected Yin Siye to suddenly erupt like this. His outburst startled them all. Seeing that none of the others present spoke up, Yin Siye, already seething with rage, twisted his expression even further. You won't speak, huh? Fine. Fine. Yin Siye laughed bitterly in his rage. Hancock had a Bible stuffed inside his abdomen. The moment that thing appears, whoever it is will be burned alive. When I went to check yesterday evening, the Bible was gone. Which one of you took it? Hearing Yin Siye's words, the expressions of everyone present darkened. Zhang Lingquan spoke up directly. So, Hancock's death is connected to you? So what if I am? Yin Siye's expression twisted. Who told him to constantly undermine me? To oppose me? Zhao Ku chimed in with a sneer. You really are petty. A mere disagreement, and you wanted him dead. Not only do we not know where the Bible is, but even if we did, what right would we have to take it? Yin Siye's eyes flashed with malice as he glared at Zhao Ku, as if he might explode in rage any second. But he quickly suppressed the rage within. Instead, he turned to the others with a cold smile. If we can't find the one who took the Bible, we'll all die here. This is a special instance. In other words, there's another way to clear this instance. As long as the one who took the Bible kills us all, not only will they clear the dungeon, but they'll also receive a generous reward. Then everyone will be happy. At these words, everyone present fell into silence. Up to this point, Yin Siye had made a terrible impression on everyone. Not only was he petty, but they also suspected he had killed Hancock. No one would want to be partners with such a man. But now, they had no choice but to acknowledge the truth in his words. The matter of the Bible was indeed of utmost importance. If someone truly obtained it, with such immense stakes at play, it's impossible to guarantee that person wouldn't turn on others. After all, this method not only allows for speed-running dungeons but also incurs no penalties whatsoever. Seeing the suspicion spreading among the gathered crowd, Yin Siye, however, sneered inwardly. For him, this outcome was undoubtedly the best possible. Sowing seeds of doubt in everyone's minds would leave the thief who stole the Bible with no way to act. Alright, we'll discuss this matter later. Everyone, be cautious. Zhang Lingquan spoke slowly at that moment. The most urgent task now is to uncover the truth behind this dungeon and clear it. Given this dungeon's difficulty level, I suspect it will only grow harder as we progress. We must prepare ourselves mentally in advance. The group fell silent upon hearing this. They understood exactly what Zhang Lingquan meant. After all, barely 2 days had passed, and nearly half the adventurers who entered the dungeon had already perished. It was hard to imagine what the 4th or 5th night would bring. After lingering before the church for over 10 minutes, they dispersed. Zhang Lingquan and his companion headed straight for the town restaurant. The moment he pushed open the door, he spotted a familiar figure in a familiar corner. It was that same blonde-haired George they'd encountered before. Hey, skipping class again? School's too boring. Upon recognizing the two, George responded with a smile. Compared to the fear and trepidation he'd shown when first meeting Zhang Lingquan, he now fully revealed his true nature as a troubled youth. Waiter, 2 breakfasts please. 1 with extra mashed potatoes. Zhang Lingquan called out to the order counter before sitting down beside George. Behind them, Long Xiajie followed suit, taking a seat across from their table. George glanced up at her. His face flushed slightly. But he quickly composed himself. Soon breakfast was served, and Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiajie began eating leisurely. But midway through, Zhang Lingquan suddenly looked up and asked a question that caught George completely off guard. The people who died in the town earlier, do you know anything about them? George stiffened. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Not too well, just what I've heard from others. The dead included blacklisted criminals, prostitutes, beggars, all sorts of people. Of course, the town's former sheriff and mayor were exceptions. With that, he lowered his head and devoured the fried eggs and bacon on his plate in a few bites. Then he stood up, muttered, "I've got business to attend to the two of them," and hurried out of the restaurant. Only after watching George disappear did Long Xiajia finally speak up. "All these deaths are strange. Could they be connected to something in the Bible?" Zhang Lingquan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "I suspect it might be connected to those whispers we heard earlier." The two continued their quiet conversation. Unbeknownst to them, at a nearby table not far behind, the one-eyed man from earlier had taken a seat there at some point. Unaware of the one-eyed man eavesdropping, Zhang Lingquan and his companion finished breakfast and headed to the town archives. It was just past 9 in the morning. When they reached the archives entrance, they happened upon the security guard changing shifts at the booth. Seeing the empty guard booth, they exchanged a glance and walked straight inside. The security guard shift change left only a little over half an hour of window time. They had to accomplish what they needed to do within that window. Perhaps because it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. The hallway leading to the archives was extremely dilapidated. The floor along the staircase was covered in dark, crusty patches of unknown origin. The two climbed the stairs to the second floor. Immediately, they saw locked doors on both sides, with only the innermost room open. They pushed the door open. Inside sat only a disheveled, unkempt old man. Upon seeing them, he paused in surprise before asking calmly, "Who are you?" "Hello, we're workers from the town construction crew." Zhang Lingquan stepped forward with a smile to greet him. "We've come to ask you about Sister Carrie and the church." Had anyone else in the town heard this, they would have chased Zhang Lingquan and his companion out without a second thought. But to their surprise, the old man before them showed no sign of emotional disturbance at all. The old man looked at them, then raised his gaze to the ceiling as if deep in thought. After a long moment, he sighed. "This is all my fault. It's all my fault." Chapter 77, The 7 Deadly Sins. That child grew up under my watch. The reason things turned out that way is because of my own cowardice. The old man seemed to have finally found someone to confide in. Guilt and regret overflowed from his words. "You know Carrie was an orphan, right?" The two nodded. "Yes, we know about that. I was there the day her adoptive parents died. It was a terrible sight. The little girl was right there beside them, but she didn't cry or make a fuss." The old man sighed as he spoke. After that, Pastor Byrne took her in and made her a nun at the town church. Perhaps because she lost her parents, the children in town often bullied her. But no matter what, Carrie never got angry. As she herself said, everyone in the town was a child of the Lord, her brothers and sisters. She would never unleash her meaningless anger upon her brothers and sisters. This child is just too kind. At this point, a hint of malice clearly flashed in the old man's eyes. As a nun at the town church, Carrie's faith in God was more devout and more pure than even Pastor Byrne's. Yet this very good child had endured suffering beyond what others could bear. Carrie believed in God so deeply, she practically treated the Bible as her personal creed. Had that incident not occurred, she might never have. Mentioning that incident caused the old man's expression to darken. Seeing the old man fall silent, cautiously pressed for more. "The incident you mentioned, are you referring to?" The old man looked up blankly, as if the question had struck a nerve, his eyes filled with anguish. "Since you're investigating Carrie, you must have heard about the rumors circulating about her days before the incident?" "Yes." Zhang Lingquan nodded. Seeing this, the old man closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Those rumors were all spread by Elder Houston. Upon hearing this news, both Zhang Lingquan and the other person looked somewhat surprised. Why would he spread rumors about Sister Carrie? He's nothing but a despicable scoundrel. The old man spat out the curse with venom. That bastard tried to make a move on Carrie, but she rejected him. As he listened to the old man's account, Zhang Lingquan suddenly voiced a question that had been on his mind. "This isn't a minor matter. Doesn't Pastor Bowen know about it?" At this, the old man's expression stiffened. "Yes. I was afraid of offending the elders, so I didn't tell Pastor Bowen about it. And that girl, Carrie, never mentioned it either." Zhang Lingquan sensed something amiss. He knew well the gruesome state of those who perished in the church. Given Carrie's kind nature and her unconditional devotion to the Bible, a mere rumor wouldn't have driven her to murder. Something else must have happened here. Thinking this, he pressed on with his questioning. "Besides this incident, did anything else occur?" The question caught the old man off guard, plunging him into silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "The 2 female cleaners at the church have been deliberately excluding her. Not only did they help the elders spread rumors, but they also stole food meant for Carrie. The preacher, addicted to gambling, repeatedly stole church vessels to pawn for cash. When Carrie discovered him, he began beating and kicking her. The deacon, coveting the pastor's wealth, poisoned his food. When Carrie caught him, he unleashed his fury and lust upon her. As for Pastor Byrne. At this point, the old man paused, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply before continuing. He was the most hypocritical of all. Everything revolved around his reputation and wealth. He cared nothing for Carrie's life or death. This church harbors far too much evil. The old man's words left both Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiaojie present utterly speechless. They never imagined that this church clergyman, who appeared so pious and upright, had committed so many despicable deeds in private. No wonder he met such a miserable end. He truly deserved it. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan furrowed his brow slightly. A question lingered in his mind. How did the old man know all this? How did you know about these things? The old man paused, his mouth opening slightly as if to speak, then closing again. He seemed torn, wanting to speak yet afraid to do so. After a silence lasting over 10 seconds, he finally spoke with a bitter smile. I'm just an observer of all these events. If only I'd been braver. If I hadn't been so afraid of this and that, so timid, none of this would have happened. I had the power to stop them. It's my fault. I'm the one who ruined Carrie. It's all me. The old man clutched his head with both hands, tears streaming down his face, utterly consumed by overwhelming guilt. Watching the old man's anguished expression, Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiaojie exchanged a glance. Combining the information the old man had provided earlier, they had already pieced together a rough picture of what had happened. Perhaps the old man hadn't personally harmed Carrie, but his cowardice proved far more terrifying than direct harm. Had the old man intervened in time to stop those men from assaulting Carrie, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. I believe I now understand the trigger for those things to kill. Countless details pieced together in his mind. Zhang Lingquan finally grasped the dungeon's killing mechanism. Most of the whispers they'd heard in the rooms and corridors were passages from the Bible. The proud eye, the lying tongue, the hand that sheds innocent blood, the heart that devises evil schemes, the feet that run swiftly to do wrong. False witnesses who speak lies, those who sow discord among brothers. The former referred to sins committed through the various organs of the body. The latter referred to sins of action. If we were to map these descriptions onto the people in the church, the two female cleaners represent false witnesses who speak lies and those who sow discord among brothers. The pastor is the one with the proud eyes. The elders are those with lying tongues. The deacon is the one with a heart plotting evil schemes. The evangelist is the one with feet that run swiftly to do evil. This may not be the 7 deadly sins described in the Bible, but the sins these people commit are more or less related to the 7 deadly sins: pride, lust, greed, wrath, envy, gluttony. Except for sloth. Zhang Lingquan pondered. He glanced again at the old man before him. Then he posed another question. After the incident at the church, did you encounter anything else? At this mention, the old man's movements visibly paused. What do you mean by that? What I mean is, did Carrie come looking for you afterward? Chapter 78, The Proactive Approach. The old man froze upon hearing this. Then he fell into a long silence. Once. When? About 3 years ago, I suppose. Did she say anything to you? The old man shook his head blankly, then pointed toward the doorway. The two peered through the doorway in the direction he indicated. They saw it was near the window on the 2nd floor. Due to long neglect, the window looked rusty and very old. It was nighttime then. She just appeared outside that window. After spotting her, I tried to communicate but got no response. It wasn't until several minutes later that her figure vanished into thin air, and she never returned after that. Zhang Lingquan nodded thoughtfully, then took his leave of the old man and departed. As they walked away, the old man jogged out to catch up. This town isn't peaceful. You should leave quickly. Zhang Lingquan gave a wry smile at the warning. He too wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. There's nothing we can do. Who can blame them? The instance doesn't allow it. He nodded and was about to turn away. But his gaze inadvertently swept over the window the old man had pointed to earlier. He froze in place. For he saw, outside that narrow window, a slender, dark figure was drifting. The figure's face was obscured by white mist, making its features indistinguishable. Yet Zhang Lingquan could sense the bone-chilling, venomous glare lurking beneath that white haze. Beside him, Long Xiaojie naturally noticed the situation outside the window too, his expression turning peculiar. The two quickly departed the room. As Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiaojie stepped out of the archives room door, they happened to encounter the one-eyed man who had come to investigate. The man seemed quite enthusiastic. He immediately greeted them. Hey, guys, how's it going? Any luck? Nothing yet. Zhang Lingquan gave a perfunctory reply. After that, he exchanged another greeting and led Long Xiaojie away from the area. From start to finish, Zhang Lingquan deliberately kept his distance from the man before him. The one-eyed man stood rooted to the spot, watching their figures gradually disappear. His expression suddenly turned eerie. After leaving the one-eyed man behind, Zhang Lingquan and the other walked a considerable distance, until they turned their heads and could no longer see each other's figures. Long Xiaojie finally asked with a puzzled look. Is there something wrong with that man? She wasn't stupid. She could clearly see Zhang Lingquan's attitude toward the man, which was clearly one of wanting to avoid further contact. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan nodded, his eyes also fixed on the distance behind them. This man gives me a profound sense of danger. Does he know your identity? Long Xiaojie was startled. After all, Zhang Lingquan's current status was akin to a strategic weapon. If the professionals participating in the dungeon discovered his true identity, the consequences were all too clear. I'm not sure either. But my gut tells me this guy means trouble. Zhang Lingquan shook his head in response. His words left Long Xiaojie silent. After a few seconds, she suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Your safety is paramount. Since he harbors ill will toward you, perhaps I should. Hold on. Let's wait and see. Besides, you can't act now. Zhang Lingquan waved his hand, signaling her not to act impulsively. The enemy situation remains unclear. Plus, there was that peculiar instance kill mechanism to contend with. If they actually started fighting, even without the enemy, the instance's mechanics alone could kill them both. Don't forget the dungeon has a mechanism called hands stained with innocent blood. Moreover, inflicting violence upon others counts as a form of anger. That would trigger the fatal condition. Long Xiaojie froze. Once he grasped the meaning behind Zhang Lingquan's words, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. How could I forget the dungeon mechanics? What should we do next? Do you remember the dungeon assessment requirements? At Zhang Lingquan's question, Long Xiaojie paused to recall. Survive until the 6th day in Yellow Springs town? Exactly. How do you think we can make it to the 6th day in the town? Zhang Lingquan pressed her further. The latter replied uncertainly. Isn't it about uncovering the truth about the church and then evading those things' pursuit? To her surprise, Zhang Lingquan shook his head immediately upon hearing this. Wrong. Long Xiaojie was completely baffled. Ha? Why is that wrong? Isn't that how it is? Zhang Lingquan pointed toward the only road stretching out of the town. That's how story quests work. We can't leave the town for the next few days, or we'll die. You've seen those ghostly things in the church, they're basically beyond our ability to fight. Anyone targeted by them dies without exception. Long Xiaojie's expression grew grave. Though she had anticipated the great story instance would be difficult. Hearing Zhang Lingquan's words still sent a chill through her heart. She immediately asked. Then what should we do? Take a gamble. Zhang Lingquan replied with a smile. Bet that the ghostly things in the church won't attack us. As long as we're cautious these next couple of days, nothing major should happen. Of course, there's also the option of taking the offensive. Hearing this, Long Xiaojie perked up immediately. What kind of proactive approach? Kill everyone else in the dungeon, except yourself. Upon hearing this method, Long Xiaojie, who had just perked up, suddenly froze. He didn't pursue the topic further with Zhang Lingquan. Let's go. We should scout the area around the town again. Zhang Lingquan suggested. The two then began strolling through the town. Based on their experiences over the past few days, the town seemed relatively safe during daylight hours. At this hour, the eerie group from the church would still appear. They wouldn't directly expose themselves to sunlight. Compared to daytime, what truly struck fear into everyone's hearts was the town at night. Zhang Lingquan and his companion walked along, stopping and starting, completely unaware that a tail was following them. Yes. It was that one-eyed man. Their earlier conversation had been overheard in full detail by the one-eyed man using his eavesdropping bees. Have I been discovered? Heh, interesting. Looks like tonight's the night. The one-eyed man let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed on the distant figures of the two. A flash of venomous hatred flickered across his face. Zhang Lingquan and his companion remained unaware of the tail following them. They remained in the small town until evening. Then they headed to the restaurant for dinner. Afterward, they returned to the open space in front of the church. They didn't wait long before the others returned. But each wore a different expression. Have you uncovered any new information? I can trade what I know for yours. One of the men, wearing glasses, sounded a bit nervous. Last night, his temporary partner insisted on sleeping outside and got roasted. Recalling the gruesome deaths of those who came before, he felt nothing but a thick, suffocating unease enveloping his heart. After all, the survival days in the dungeon were steadily decreasing. And there was now another entity among them exploiting the dungeon's rules, the Bible to kill. If the guy with glasses said he wasn't panicking, he'd be lying. Did you check the archives? Zhang Lingquan asked the group. Hearing this, Zhao Ku, his girlfriend, and the bespectacled man nodded in unison. Only Insiya and the one-eyed man remained silent, their eyes darting about as if lost in thought. Zhang Lingquan glanced at them but ignored their expressions, continuing his questioning. Since you've been to the archives, did you find any clues? Zhao Ku shook his head. No. The security guard at the entrance wouldn't let us in. If we tried to force our way in, he'd draw his gun. Zhang Lingquan was momentarily speechless. He'd only learned about the archive room's shift change through his conversation with George. Though the others lacked this information channel, they chatted with other residents of the small town. The result was the same. He couldn't tell if these people were genuinely clueless or just playing dumb. Just as he was puzzling over this, the bespectacled man beside him suddenly spoke up. I slipped in during the security guard's shift change at the entrance and chatted with the old man inside. I learned quite a bit about the church, but none of it seems useful for clearing the dungeon. Exactly. Our top priority now is clearing this dungeon as fast as possible. Zhao Ku chimed in agreement. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan fell silent for a few seconds. I have a theory, though it won't help us clear the dungeon. But in an emergency, it might just save your lives. Hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up, instantly perking up. What theory? It's related to Sister Carrie in the church. Zhang Lingquan began to explain. I've looked into it. The people who died in this town before all committed some wrongdoing, to varying degrees. Those ghostly things in the church are Sister Carrie's lingering obsession. She killed those people in accordance with biblical doctrine. Perhaps that's our breakthrough. Next time you encounter those things, try praying to God. Chapter 79, The Black Stain. Hearing his words, Zhao Ku and the bespectacled man beside him immediately wore puzzled expressions. Will that work? It should work. You heard those whispers earlier, they were passages from the Bible. Sister Carrie is a devout believer. This method might actually work. The two exchanged words, offering reasonable assessments. It somewhat eased the oppressive gloom that had weighed on everyone's hearts. The atmosphere instantly relaxed considerably. Everyone, I have one more question about that Bible. Seeing the group's mood ease, Zhang Lingquan spoke up again. Sister Carrie once used the Bible as her guiding doctrine, yet now she uses it to kill. Such a situation is extremely rare for a devout believer. Therefore, I speculate that this Bible served as the catalyst for Sister Carrie's descent into madness. This thing is like a death warrant. Everyone, be careful tonight. As Zhang Lingquan spoke, his gaze swept across the assembled crowd. His gaze finally settled on Yin Siye and the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man remained non-committal. He paid it no mind. Yin Siye, however, his face darkening, gritted his teeth and demanded. What the hell are you staring at me for? Got something on my face? You think I'd hurt someone? Heh, who knows? You've already harmed one person. Lin Yiran sneered coldly. His displeasure toward Yin Siye was evident. The remaining few had all reached their peak. Had it not been for the sudden spike in dungeon difficulty and the imperative to prevent further casualties. Otherwise, based solely on Yin Siye's role in Hancock's death, the others would have disposed of him long ago. Hearing Lin Yiran's mockery, Yin Siye sneered back. Ha, you're truly foolish. I was the one who suggested this. Without me, you'd all have been killed by that Bible-wielding man long ago. The group fell silent upon hearing this. They knew well that as long as they failed to find that Bible, the shadow of death hanging over them would never lift. If the person who took the Bible wanted to, he could easily slip it away unnoticed. Sneak the Bible into some corner of the room, leaving people dead without knowing how they died. While there's still daylight, why don't we search the room thoroughly? Surprisingly, it was the one-eyed man who spoke these words. His expression remained calm. Clearly, the Bible hadn't fazed him. In contrast to his calmness, Yin Siye beside him appeared agitated. You want to search room by room? Ha, that'll just give them a chance to plant something? Having used the Bible himself, Yin Siye knew its terrifying power. Moreover, the one-eyed man beside him gave him an unsettling feeling. The one-eyed man chuckled at the remark. The Bible is unlikely to be carried around like that. And since it's a special artifact, it can't be stored in a storage bracelet either. So I'm certain someone must have hidden it in the room. Let's search, we might just find it. Hearing this, everyone present furrowed their brows slightly. But they quickly agreed. They knew this method was utterly foolish. But it was the only option left after all. Suspicion had already taken root in each of their hearts. Before nightfall, they divided the tasks among themselves. 2 would keep watch while 4 carried out the operation. They began searching the entire church estate. Their very lives depended on it. They searched with meticulous care. The rooms were sparsely furnished, just beds, tables, chairs, and benches. By lying flat, one could peer through the space beneath the bed and survey every corner of the room. Therefore, finding a book within the rooms wasn't particularly difficult. They searched continuously for over an hour. Having failed to locate the Bible, they retraced their steps back to the open area outside the church. Zhang Lingquan deliberately slowed his pace, trailing behind the others. By the last sliver of setting sun, he suddenly noticed something on the one-eyed man's arm. Black and sooty, it looked like. The black soot from a pot bottom. Beside him, Long Xiaojie noticed his distraction and followed his gaze. A look of gravity instantly flashed in her beautiful eyes. That's Zhang Lingquan remained silent. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Earlier, when they searched the room, they had all moved together. He was certain he hadn't seen that streak of black on the other person's arm earlier. Which meant the other person had gotten that stuff after the search was over. What's going on with you two? Noticing Zhang Lingquan and the others slowing their pace, Yin Siya, already tense, immediately turned around. Why are you walking so slowly? At those words, Zhang Lingquan remained expressionless. He pointed at the one-eyed man's arm and said, something's rubbed off onto his arm. I suspect. Hearing this, Yin Siya's expression changed abruptly. He whipped his head around to look at the one-eyed man in front. Sure enough, there were indeed traces of black substance on his arm. Damn it! That one-eyed bastard, you've been targeted by something in the church. Yin Siya clearly remembered the shadows seeping through the walls on the first night. He shouted directly at the one-eyed man ahead. At those words, the others still walking ahead immediately halted in their tracks. The one-eyed man frowned and turned his gaze toward Zhang Lingquan and the others. Yin Siya, if you can't control your own mouth, you better believe I'll tear him apart. I'm doing you a damn favor. Look at your own arm first. Facing the one-eyed man's threat, Yin Siya showed no anger. Instead, he smiled. He wore an expression of pure amusement. If that thing's got its sights on you, I doubt you'll make it through tonight. Bastard, you're asking for it. The one-eyed man instinctively flared with rage. But he quickly suppressed his rage. He looked down at his arm. Sure enough, on the outer side of his arm, some black substance had somehow rubbed against it. What is this? Why won't it wipe off? Damn it, what the hell is this stuff? Watching the one-eyed man vigorously rubbing the black stains on his arm, Zhaoku silently handed him a scrap of bedsheet, hoping he could wipe the substance clean. But soon, everyone realized something terrifying. The black stain on the one-eyed man's arm, no matter how hard he scrubbed, couldn't be wiped away. It was as if a scab had fused into his flesh, the two having long since become one. Looks like you're really marked. Good luck tonight. Yin Siya relished the spectacle, the more the merrier. At his words, rage instantly flashed across the one-eyed man's face. You bastard. If you say another word, I'll come find you tonight. We'll both die together. The words had barely left his mouth. Yin Siya, who had been gloating over the misfortune, froze in shock. He promptly shut his mouth, not uttering another word. But soon, as if he'd noticed something, his gaze locked onto Zhang Lingquan. You seem to have that thing on you too. Me too? Zhang Lingquan's brow instantly furrowed. Long Xiajie hurried over to inspect him. Sure enough, he found some black marks on the back of Zhang Lingquan's neck. However, unlike the monocular man's black scabs fused with flesh, the black stains on his neck looked more like accidental soot from a pot. What on earth was going on? Could it be related to searching the room earlier? The thought crossed his mind, and Zhang Lingquan immediately dismissed it. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Long Xiajie, asking him to help wipe it off. Fortunately, after a few swipes, the black smudge on his neck vanished completely. Phew, finally clean. Long Xiajie breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the stain on Zhang Lingquan's neck wiped away, the one-eyed man clearly looked displeased, pointing his finger at him and saying, You think wiping it off makes you safe? This is clearly the trigger for the church killings too. Just like in the Bible, anyone stained with this mark will die by nightfall. Zhang Lingquan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Seems like you're pretty familiar with the dungeon's killing mechanics, huh? Oomph. Isn't it obvious? The one-eyed man snorted coldly. He avoided answering the question directly. He hurried toward the church exit. At that moment, the last sliver of sunset beyond the town had already vanished, plunging the sky into complete darkness. As night descended, the town that had been bustling with life just hours before fell into a sudden, eerie stillness. The group gathered in the open space outside the church, waiting in silence. This was not a time for sleep. Moreover, the church itself was fraught with danger. Therefore, the group decided to stay outside a little longer. Compared to the anxiety of returning alone to their rooms, at least being in a group offered some peace of mind. After learning about the black stains appearing on the one-eyed man and Zhang Lingquan, the others visibly kept a certain distance from them. Except for Long Xiajie, who remained close to Zhang Lingquan. The one-eyed man was practically left all alone. What do you two say tonight? Any last words? Yin Siya still wore that disgusting look. Unlike his schadenfreude, Zhaoku, his girlfriend, and the bespectacled man instead tried to console the trio. Don't worry too much. This isn't the Bible, it might just be some stains. Exactly. Don't lose hope, you could still try praying to God. Exactly. As long as you guys survive, we'll survive too. The three chattered on, their words filled with reassurance. Clearly, they didn't want anything to happen to Zhang Lingquan and this one-eyed man either. After all, it wasn't the final night yet. If too many people died, they'd be finished for good. Rest assured, I have ways to counter the supernatural. Zhang Lingquan replied. Also, be careful yourselves. Even though we haven't found that Bible, it doesn't mean he doesn't exist. As he spoke, Zhang Lingquan's expression held a hint of mystery. The others even sensed something. That Zhang Lingquan knew something they did not. Chapter 80, They came to find me. As time passed, night completely enveloped the small town. People gradually returned to the estate to rest. Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiajie walked upstairs together, intending to choose a room for the night. Little did they notice, lurking in the shadows at the end of the corridor, a figure had appeared at some unknown moment, glaring at the two with venomous hatred. Tonight, Zhang Lingquan did not stay in the same room he had occupied yesterday. After all, the situation was unclear now. If he followed the same pattern, he might well slip up where he least expected it. After watching the two enter the room, the figure that had been hiding in the shadows stepped out. It was the one-eyed man who had been waiting here all along. He glanced at the blackened scab on his arm. Then he glanced at the room number where Zhang Lingquan and the other had entered. Gritting his teeth, he resumed waiting by the door. Last night's experience still sent shivers down his spine. The one-eyed man understood. He had been targeted by whatever lurked within the church. Tonight, there was a high chance he would die. If that was the case, he might as well accomplish something before his death. He had made up his mind. No matter what, tonight he would find a way to kill Zhang Lingquan. Whether for his family or for the nation behind him. He waited outside the door for half an hour, his heart pounding with anxiety. He pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. Only when steady breathing sounds came from within. He finally retrieved his lockpicking tools from his storage bracelet. As a former freelance operative, lockpicking was an essential skill alongside basic combat techniques. Using a lockpick and a bent piece of wire, he repeatedly probed the door lock's latch. Click! Click! Accompanied by several faint clicks from the lock. The one-eyed man tiptoed inside. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiajie remained with their eyes closed, breathing evenly. Seeing Long Xiajie sprawled across Zhang Lingquan like an octopus, his legs straddling him, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, I'm jealous. That kid really has his head in the clouds. It was now past 11 o'clock at night. Based on the events of the past 2 days, the things in the church usually appeared after midnight. That meant he still had nearly 40 minutes to prepare. The one-eyed man reached into his robe and pulled out a blood-stained Bible. Head, don't blame me, blame your own special status. He murmured softly. The clarity in his eyes gradually gave way to a cold, sinister glint. Rest assured, I'll make sure this woman dies with you. I promise you won't be alone. The one-eyed man seemed possessed, emitting a constant, silent, maniacal chuckle. After confirming Zhang Lingquan and the other remained in deep slumber, he placed the Bible beneath their bed. He then approached the door, gently pulled it open, and slipped back into the hallway. By now, most of the estate's inhabitants had fallen asleep. The pitch-black corridor was deathly quiet. The one-eyed man strode toward a nearby room. For some reason, after leaving Zhang Lingquan and the other person's room, he felt his steps grow heavy, as if something were dragging him down. He instinctively glanced behind him, but seeing nothing, the one-eyed man couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Why does this feel so off? Though puzzled, the current situation left him no time for further thought. He immediately darted into the nearby room. That kid really is stupid. Never expected it to go so smoothly. Looks like I won't have to die after all. Ha ha. The moment he closed the door, the one-eyed man let out a relieved laugh. He had originally planned to make it a one-for-one trade with Zhang Lingquan. After all, the other's value was incalculable. If he truly perished within the dungeon, it would undoubtedly be a massive blow to the Dragon Nation. Ha! What a load of crap about being a wellness guru. Looks like he's just average after all. Ha! Die! The one-eyed man laughed heartily. Then he looked down at the black scab on his arm. Whether it was an illusion or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed to have grown slightly larger since earlier. Without giving it much thought, he climbed into bed to rest. Just as the one-eyed man closed the door to rest. Meanwhile, before his door, two figures stood in silence. Had the one-eyed man opened the door at that moment, he would have recognized them as none other than Zhang Lingquan and Long Xiajie, who had been sound asleep moments before. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan held the blood-stained Bible, now torn into single pages. He handed half of it to Long Xiajie. The two exchanged a glance. Then, page by page, they slipped the Bible through the crack beneath the door in front of them. In truth, they had both woken up the moment the one-eyed man entered the room. But to avoid alerting him, they had pretended to be asleep the entire time. Only after the one-eyed man pushed open the door and left. Only then did Zhang Lingquan retrieve the blood-stained Bible from beneath the bed, tearing it page by page, all for this very moment. After completing this task, the two crept back to their own room. Afterward, the corridor fell silent once more. The night deepened. Lying in bed, the one-eyed man tossed and turned, his eyes wide open, unable to sleep. He pondered what would happen next. Once Zhang Lingquan and the other were dead, what would become of the remaining survivors? As a veteran professional who had experienced numerous story instances, this was his first encounter with a special A-level difficulty scenario dungeon. If he hadn't known this Yellow Springs town was a special instance, he wouldn't have a clue how to clear it. As for now, it was simple. The one-eyed man had made up his mind. He'd wait until tomorrow to find an opportunity to take out the remaining few.
Then not only would he clear the stage, but he'd also get more dungeon rewards than usual.
Of course, all this is just a drop in the bucket for the one-eyed man.
In his mind, once he cleared the dungeon,
he would be rewarded by the free nation. Then he'd rise in rank and wealth, and his family would reap the benefits too. Ah, Hans, you'll be the pride of everyone. You're the hero of the free nation. Perhaps overcome by excitement, the one-eyed man couldn't help but burst into laughter. In his eyes, Zhang Lingquan was already as good as dead. Kid, you're nothing special. What makes you think you can capture everyone's attention? Kill you tonight, and my name will reverberate across the entire world. The one-eyed man muttered to himself incessantly. He seemed utterly disgusted by Zhang Lingquan's recent prominence. He couldn't wait to see the day the dungeon was cleared and he returned to the free nation. Woo woo woo. At that moment, the sound of a woman's sobs suddenly echoed down the corridor. Mixed with the sobs came a series of low murmurs, like a wailing chant of the great compassion mantra. There are 6 things the Lord hates. And 7 are the things the Lord hates. A haughty look. A lying tongue. A hand that sheds innocent blood. A heart that devises wicked schemes. Feet that run swiftly to do evil. The false witness who utters lies. Those who sow discord among brothers. Hearing this cacophony of voices, the one-eyed man not only felt no fear. Instead, his face lit up with excitement. Clearly, he couldn't wait to witness Zhang Lingquan's miserable demise. Ha ha! Quick! Quick! Kill him! That brat is my golden ticket to success. But soon, the smile froze on his face. Chaotic sounds. They were slowly spreading down the corridor toward him. Amidst them were several familiar, faint, and weak cries of agony. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Come with me, come with me. The sounds grew louder. Finally, they stopped at the one-eyed man's door. Hearing the chaotic clamor outside the door cease to move, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. They're here for me? Chapter 81, Death. The various noises outside lingered, refusing to depart, like steel spikes piercing the one-eyed man's skull. At that moment, the excitement vanished completely from his face. In its place came terror and bewilderment. What on earth was going on? According to his previous plans, he had placed the Bible in Zhang Lingquan's room. Those ghostly things couldn't possibly come for him. He had clearly placed that Bible in their room. Where exactly did things go wrong? The one-eyed man racked his brain, yet he never imagined that the Bible he had placed under Zhang Lingquan's bed had been torn into individual pages and stuffed into his own room. There are 6 things the Lord hates. And 7 things are an abomination to the Lord. Why? Come be with me. The sounds outside the door grew increasingly chaotic. If at first it had been just a few isolated voices. But now, after so long, they had merged into one. The tones sounded like a dozen people gnashing their teeth in fury. Damn it! My God! This can't be. How could this happen? Something must have gone wrong. Yes. It's your fault. Those things should have gone to Zhang Lingquan. The one-eyed man lying on the bed had long since drained of color. Yet the things outside the door did not cease because of his panic. Instead, as the voices faded, a faint click echoed through the darkness, the sound of a door lock turning. Through the faint moonlight filtering down the hallway, the one-eyed man suddenly saw several elongated shadows on the floor. He looked up again, only to find the doorway empty. Because those shadows had now densely encircled his small bed. The scalp of the one-eyed man felt like it was about to explode, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists so tightly. Woo woo. At that moment, in the pitch-black room, only a pitiful sob remained. Seeing that the creatures had surrounded the crib without attacking, the one-eyed man's inner unease finally began to subside slightly. He dared not let his guard down. He retrieved every usable item from his storage bracelet. After all, last night's encounter was still vivid in his mind. These things would never leave so easily. But after a brief standoff, the one-eyed man soon sensed something amiss. He felt his body growing heavier and heavier. And it was accompanied by an indescribable chill. Come join us. Wash away your sins. Suddenly, a pained shriek erupted from the wall pressed against his back. The one-eyed man's mind froze instantly. He suddenly recalled what the others had mentioned earlier. The black, humanoid stains on the walls. The black, human-shaped stains on the wall. Could it be? You have committed an unforgivable sin. Surrender your life. The agonized cries, almost like pleas, grew clearer and clearer. As if someone were murmuring in his ear, accompanied by a faint chill brushing against his skin. Finally, the one-eyed man could hold back no longer. He let out a growl. Then he abruptly pulled away from the wall behind him. Get the hell out of my way. Get out of my way. Sure enough, in the faint light streaming through the window, he suddenly saw several black, human-shaped stains coalescing on the wall behind him. Though these human-shaped stains stood motionless against the wall, their eerily luminous eyes were fixed intently on the one-eyed man in bed. Sent a cold sweat running down his back. The room fell into deathly silence.
The black human-shaped stains on the wall, seeing his expression, all grinned.
Almost the next second, the one-eyed man felt the room grow noticeably brighter.
He turned his head toward the source of light. He nearly jumped out of his skin. There, in his room, a bonfire had appeared out of nowhere. And atop the fire sat a wooden cross. He didn't need to guess who it was for.
No. No. You've got the wrong person. The one you're looking for is next door. It's not me. It's not.
The one-eyed man's frantic pleas trailed off as his vision blurred. When he finally came to his senses, he found himself bound to a cross. The creatures in the room formed a circle around the fire and the cross.
Muttering incantations, they bowed their heads in reverence. The flames writhed like serpents.
They spread relentlessly around the one-eyed man. Before long, they completely engulfed him, crackling and sizzling. The one-eyed man felt excruciating pain tearing through his entire body.
Even so, he never relinquished his hope or survival. Perhaps the agony brought a momentary clarity to his thoughts.
He finally recalled the method Zhang Lingquan had mentioned earlier. He immediately began praying to God.
Lord, let your mercy descend upon me. Grant me truth in my mind.
I will keep your statutes, I will observe your precepts, I will remember your judgments. I will learn your boundless love for all creation.
I beseech you, grant me strength.
Yet as he recited these words, the one-eyed man soon realized. The shadowy figures surrounding him still gazed upward in reverence. The flames of the bonfire beneath his feet showed no sign of ceasing.
Soon, he lost all sensation in his lower body.
The only sensation left was the searing pain of flames above his waist.
The one-eyed man finally realized that Zhang Lingquan's guess had been wrong. This was no solution to the church's eerie phenomena at all. Praying to God in the face of these things was clearly useless. That relentless cycle of hope flickering into existence only to shatter instantly pounded relentlessly at the one-eyed man's psyche. He soon broke down. The one-eyed man began cursing wildly, struggling frantically.
But as the flames rose higher, his screams gradually faded. Finally, his entire body was reduced to a charred husk, and the room fell silent once more. At that moment, the figures gathered around the cross began to slowly vanish. The acrid, burnt smell wafted out the door. The corridor echoed once more with the sound of rustling.
Woo woo woo. There are 6 things the Lord hates. And 7 things are an abomination to the Lord. Come be with me. The next day, when Zhang Lingquan awoke, he found Long Xiaojie's long leg draped across his body.
Just as he reached out to move it aside, he accidentally woke the other person.
Perhaps sensing their awkward position, Long Xiaojie flushed crimson and scrambled off the bed.
You, awake already?
Oh. Just woke up. Zhang Lingquan replied awkwardly.
Meanwhile, the soft sensation of her legs lingered in his mind.
It had to be said, Long Xiaojie truly possessed a feminine charm.
A few seconds of silence passed between them.
Long Xiaojie spoke first.
So, do you think that guy's dead?
Probably.
After all, we were safe yesterday.
Zhang Lingquan replied. He reached up and touched the back of his neck. The black stain that had appeared on the back of his neck yesterday seemed to had grown larger. It felt like a scab forming.
Caused Zhang Lingquan's expression to immediately grow grave. Across from him, Long Xiaojie noticed the change and hurriedly asked.
What's wrong? Take a look for yourself. Zhang Lingquan wasted no words, turning around to expose the back of his neck. At a glance, Long Xiaojie's expression changed dramatically. This thing, it's gotten bigger?
Yeah.
Zhang Lingquan nodded.
I suspect this thing has the same effect as that Bible.
I reckon those church folks will be coming for us tonight. Hearing this, the two fell silent once more. After a long while, Zhang Lingquan spoke first. Let's go outside first. See if that guy is really dead. It'll help verify some of my theories.
Long
Xiaojie nodded.
The two pushed open the door and stepped out. They arrived at the door of the room where the one-eyed man lay. The door stood wide open, and a pungent, acrid smell hit them immediately. In the center of the room stood a charred human figure, bound to a cross. No need to guess it was the one-eyed man who had tried to kill them.
Chapter 82, The Truth Gradually Unraveling.
It seems my deductions were wrong after all.
Zhang Lingquan glanced at it.
He bent down and picked up the torn page of the Bible lying before the door. The seemingly safe method he mentioned yesterday was actually something he deliberately revealed. He didn't know if it would work, so he needed someone to test it for him. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan was certain the Bible was on the one-eyed man. The man had been tailing him all day. He was certain the man would make his move against him and Long Xiaojie that night.
Sure enough, the man couldn't hold back any longer that night.
Had he not been constantly on guard? It might very well have been him and Long Xiaojie who ended up dead today. After inspecting the room and finding nothing amiss, he returned to Zhang Lingquan's side.
Apart from the body, everything else in this room is perfectly normal. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan nodded. He turned and headed for the door. Let's go.
We should head outside first. I suspect he wasn't the only one who died last night.
What do you mean? Could there be others who died? Long Xiajie froze, then hurried to catch up with him. The two walked and talked as they went. Yeah. Someone else must have died last night too. Zhang Lingxuan's expression turned serious. I just don't know if it was Yin Xie or Zhao Ku and his girlfriend. How did you know that? Long Xiajie naturally had no reason to doubt Zhang Lingxuan's words, yet she remained puzzled. Zhang Lingquan pressed his lips together and said nothing more. In truth, yesterday when the two had slipped out to slip Bible pages into the one-eyed man's room, the time AI in his mind had already bombarded him with frantic danger alerts. Chard Hancock, danger level 100%. Chard Hancock, danger level 70%. Chard Hancock, detecting gradual decrease in environmental danger level. Host now in safe status. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan deliberately glanced toward the direction where the danger alert had sounded in the corridor. Just then, he caught sight of a figure encased in what appeared to be molten lava wrapped in stone, slowly ascending the staircase toward the third floor. The entire third floor was occupied only by Yin Xie and the Jiaoku couple. Judging by the rules of those ghostly things in the church, someone must have died on the third floor yesterday too. The question was, who was this deceased person? Leaving the room, the two headed straight for Zone 2 of the open area outside the church. Besides him and Long Xiajie, only two others remained here. They were Zhao Ku and his girlfriend, Lin Iran. The moment he saw them, Zhang Lingquan knew immediately that the person who had died last night was Yin Xie. Only a few of us are left now. It's over. We probably won't clear this instance. At that moment, Zhao Ku's girlfriend looked terrified, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Ku held her close, trying to comfort her. It's okay. We'll definitely clear this dungeon. Don't worry. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and turned to ask Zhang Lingquan and the others. I remember that one-eyed guy was on the same floor as you guys. Could he have? That's right. Zhang Lingquan nodded. He died too, turned into a charred corpse. The words charred corpse seemed to strike a nerve. Already on the verge of a mental breakdown, Lin Iran immediately broke free from Zhao Ku's embrace and confronted the two men. That guy was on the same floor as you. Why did he die while you two are fine? What about you? Weren't you and Yin Xie on the same floor too? Zhang Lingquan countered, his expression unreadable. This left Lin Iran speechless. Seeing she had nothing more to say, Zhang Lingquan retrieved the stack of Bibles from his person and tossed them before the pair. We found this when we went to that guy's room earlier. At first glance, Zhao Ku and Lin Iran were puzzled by the stack of papers. But upon recognizing the Bible's content printed on the pages, their expressions changed dramatically. Their gazes toward Zhang Lingquan and the other man now carried a hint of wariness and suspicion. Don't look at us like that. This happened at the one-eyed man's place. Oh, right, do you have any fire-starting tools? Zhang Lingquan briefly recounted what the one-eyed man had done to them yesterday. Zhao Ku's brow immediately furrowed. Even though he rarely got angry, the one-eyed man's actions still disgusted him. What the hell is that guy thinking? Does he have a brain the size of a pig's? Attacking his own people at a time like this? No wonder I haven't seen him around these past few days. So this was his plan all along. Zhao Ku cursed angrily. He then retrieved a lavishly decorated candle lamp from his storage bracelet. This is an item I obtained from a story dungeon, the healing lamp. Its flame carries a holy effect. He explained to the others as he picked up the scattered pages of the Bible from the ground. He held them close to the lamp's burning white flame. But soon, he realized these Bibles simply wouldn't ignite no matter what. What's going on? Witnessing this bizarre scene, a chill ran through the hearts of everyone present. If these Bibles couldn't be burned, then the two groups would certainly be unable to trust each other. Hand these over to the town sheriff. Have him store them in the evidence room for now. At this critical moment, Zhang Lingquan remembered the town sheriff. The four then headed to the town sheriff's office. Only after witnessing the sheriff lock it away in the evidence room did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had no other way to handle this thing now. After all, whoever touched it would die. Though the sheriff's evidence room still felt somewhat unsafe. But at least retrieving the Bible from there would require a tremendous cost. This incident caused the two groups, already on shaky ground with each other, regain trust in each other. Now the question is how to clear the dungeon. Returning to the open space in front of the church, the group sat together, discussing how to clear the dungeon. Tonight is our fourth night since arriving in the town, and we have one more night tomorrow. By the early hours of the day after tomorrow, we should have cleared it. Therefore, I deduce that today and tomorrow will be the most perilous days of our stay. The deaths of the one-eyed man and Yin Xie yesterday indirectly prove my assumption was wrong. When facing those things inside the church, praying to God might not help. As Zhang Lingquan finished speaking, Zhao Ku and Lin Iran's expressions darkened considerably. Unlike their panic, Long Xiajie remained remarkably composed. She was sent by the military to protect Zhang Lingxuan's safety, so naturally she carried quite a few valuable items. If push came to shove, she could simply use her gear to lead Zhang Lingquan out of the dungeon. As for that little couple, Zhao Ku and his girlfriend,
She felt a twinge of jealousy. But considering they were fellow Dragon Nation citizens, she would offer them appropriate assistance.
of course, Zhao Ku and Lin Yiran remained unaware of the thoughts swirling within Long Xiaojie's mind.
At that moment, Lin Yiran was scratching her hair.
Her expression was utterly distressed. What the hell is going on with this dungeon? Why is it so damn hard? Are we going to die? Wasn't your earlier theory about the obsessions of those things in the church? If that's not it, then what are we supposed to do? Wait. I remember someone mentioning there might be clues in the archives.
After all, their very lives were at stake.
Lin Yiran refused to overlook any potential clue.
Beside him, Zhang Lingquan also lowered his head in deep thought. He had already visited the archives to speak with that elderly man. Beyond what he'd learned about Sister Carrie, there was nothing else. He carefully replayed their conversation in his mind.
Zhang Lingquan suddenly froze. As if he'd caught something. No! He shouted.
The others nearby were all startled by his outburst.
What did you think of? What's wrong? Zhang Lingquan sighed. It's my earlier deduction.
That old man in the archives clearly gave us a clue, but I didn't notice it. Prompted by his reminder, Long Xiaojie was the first to recall Zhang Lingxuan's earlier conversation with the old man. Zhao Ku and Lin Yiran, having never been to the archives, were clueless about what Zhang Lingquan meant. They could only watch helplessly as the other two grew anxious.
Seconds later, a flash of realization crossed Long Xiaojie's eyes.
She looked at Zhang Lingquan and asked uncertainly,
You mean, that old man? Exactly. Zhang Lingquan nodded.
He proceeded to explain to Zhao Ku and the others.
I won't go into the basic details of the dungeon.
Let's just talk about Sister Carrie. He then recounted everything Sister Carrie had endured within the church.
He recounted everything that had transpired.
Based on the earlier whispers, it's clearly related to the 7 deadly sins. Judging by the whispers earlier, this is clearly connected to the 7 deadly sins. I suspect the final boss of this instance isn't Sister Carrie, but
that old man. The forgotten sloth. After all, standing idly by while evil unfolds is also a form of sloth. Chapter 83, The Brave One. Hearing Zhang Lingxuan's deduction,
Lin Yiran, already on the verge of emotional collapse, immediately retorted.
These are all just your speculations. How could they possibly be true?
I might believe you about other things, but don't even try to deceive us about Sister Carrie. If what you say is true, Sister Carrie suffered such profound humiliation in life. Then she would inevitably become the final boss of the dungeon after her death.
Everyone fell silent.
Though Lin Yiran's words were somewhat extreme, they were undeniably logical. After all, based on standard dungeon mechanics, the NPC who endured the most suffering in life, the greater the suffering an NPC endured in life. This point was considered common knowledge among all mid to high-level adventurers.
Armed with this understanding, Lin Yiran naturally countered Zhang Lingxuan's earlier remarks. Zhang Lingquan paid it no mind.
After a moment's silence, he continued.
I know you don't believe my hypothesis. But based on the information we have, this is the only truth. This entire town is the old man's mental projection. We must persuade him to be brave.
Even if it's just in a dream, if he steps forward to help Sister Carrie once, we still have a chance. Otherwise, once those things in the church come for the old man, he'll fully become one of the 7 deadly sins sloth.
We'll be doomed.
This time, it was Lin Yiran and the others who fell silent. After a long pause, Zhao Ku was the first to break the silence.
Let's say what you say is true, but we can't get into the archives either. We don't need to go inside. Zhang Lingquan replied.
The archives have a dedicated phone line. We just need to call him from outside, explain the situation, and have him come out.
I doubt he'll refuse.
Unlike those small towns in Manhwa where tens of thousands live in one place, these western towns were sparsely populated, and for the sake of convenience, they almost always had a public phone directory.
It listed every phone number in town.
The group casually selected a shop. After asking the owner for the town's phone book and locating the number for the town archives, they used the shop owner's phone to call the number directly.
The call connected. Zhang Lingquan didn't mention Sister Carrie.
He simply stated that he had important news to share. The elderly man on the other end fell silent at first, as if he had guessed something. He promptly arranged for them to meet at the town restaurant. The 4 then headed to the restaurant to wait. About half an hour later, the elderly man strode in briskly. After glancing at the private individual seated there, he sighed and said,
Follow me to the archives.
No one spoke further. They followed him to the door of the town archives. The old man exchanged greetings with the security guard in the booth before leading them upstairs. After gesturing for them to take seats, he finally asked,
Is it just the 4 of you?
There were more before, but they're all dead.
How many? Zhang Lingquan didn't hide anything. 7.
The old man's expression darkened upon hearing this. He glanced at Zhang Lingquan sitting across from him, then beckoned him over.
You've got something on the back of your neck, right? Come here, let me take a look. Zhang Lingquan nodded without hesitation and immediately approached the old man. Everything else was secondary now. The most crucial task was to change the old man's cowardly heart. This was the only way for the central guard to pass through besides killing everyone else. The old man reached out and rubbed the black scab at the back of Zhang Lingquan's neck. To everyone's surprise, the black scab seemed to have no foundation. It fell directly to the ground, dissolving into a cloud of black mist before completely merging with the earth. Watching the bizarre scene unfold before him, the old man fell silent, his eyes turning slightly red. Is it Callie, still unable to let go? It's all my fault. If only I hadn't been so cowardly back then, if only I'd been braver, she might not have. This is all my fault. All my fault. The old man clutched at his hair, his emotions teetering on the edge of collapse. As the old man continued to mutter to himself, the entire archive room began to grow dim. It was broad daylight outside, the sun shining brightly, yet its light never seemed to penetrate the narrow window at the end of the corridor. Lin Yiran, seated in her chair, suddenly let out a startled cry. As if she had seen something. She immediately pointed toward the corridor. It's those things from the church. They're here. Everyone gasped at her words, following the direction of Lin Yiran's finger. Sure enough, in the shadows of the staircase midway down the corridor, several figures, their faces shrouded in white mist, stood silently there. And the direction they faced was unmistakably toward the group seated inside the archives room. Zhang Lingquan knew the situation was critical. He couldn't let the old man break down mentally now, otherwise they'd all die. He hurriedly spoke up. It's not too late. You must be brave. You must step forward and stop those people. If you stand up, Sister Carrie won't be persecuted by them. Everything will turn out for the best. After hearing Zhang Lingquan's words, the old man's emotions remained agitated, but he gradually calmed down. Yes. It's not too late. If I stand up and stop them, those people won't be able to harm Carrie. I will stand up. Yes. I must be brave. I have to be brave. The old man muttered to himself. His eyes, once filled with fear, now gleamed with resolve. As the old man's words shifted, the scene before everyone's eyes changed. No longer was it the dim, old archive room, but a spacious, bright church. There, a young girl knelt before the statue of Jesus. She listened to Pastor Burns' rebuke. Oomph. You are nothing but a disgrace to this church, daring to seduce men? I should have adopted a dog instead of you. At least a dog knows how to wag its tail. Today's punishment, no food. Pastor Burns' face contorted with fury. Kneeling below, Sister Carrie silently wept. Witnessing this scene, no one spoke. Only the elderly man beside Zhang Lingquan clenched his fists tightly. Go. You can help her. No matter what it takes, she needs you. Zhang Lingquan spoke comfortingly. Yet no matter how he pleaded, the old man remained unmoved. His trembling legs betrayed his fear. He still dared not. Chapter 84, The Disgusting Beginning. Witnessing this scene, even the dumbest among them finally grasped what was happening. Zhang Lingquan's earlier conjecture had been correct. The old man truly was this dungeon's final boss. Of course, calling the old man the final boss was an understatement. The entire dungeon might be nothing more than the old man's obsession. Or perhaps his inner demon. Much like a certain Dragon Nation novel, What Duel Emperor Xiaoyan? It was merely the fantasy of a worthless young master from a fallen family in a small county town after his marriage was annulled. As for these adventurers, their task is simply to help the old man within this last vestige of illusion. Conquer his inner demons. Old man, are you even a man? Go help her. She's so pitiful. Lin Yiran spoke directly to the old man, urging him on. Zhao Ku, seated beside him, echoed loudly. That's right. You can help her. All you have to do is stand up. Go on. Old man, you can do it. Punish those who bullied Sister Carrie. Long Xiajie chimed in as well. Amidst the group's words, some goading, some encouraging. The old man finally lifted his head, his eyes blazing as he glared at Pastor Bowen. Stop. Pastor Bowen on the high platform froze. Noticing the old man stepping out from the corner, he sneered coldly. Dons. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you truly wish to guard the graveyard? The old man ignored his retort, instead speaking for himself. Ever since I came to this church, I've been nothing but a yes man, afraid to offend anyone. I feared others' reproach. I feared getting entangled in troublesome affairs. But it was precisely because of my constant cowardice. When you persecuted Carrie, I didn't stand up for her the very first moment. Carrie, I feel so guilty inside. At this point, the old man was already weeping uncontrollably. Like a child, he wailed loudly to Carrie behind him. Carrie knelt below the high platform, her fair features also blurred with tears. She rose to her feet, gently caressing the old man's cheek as she smiled at him. I never blamed you. The Lord says we must forgive everyone. Seeing the angelic smile on Carrie's face, the old man felt his heart being torn apart. Child, stay here and watch. I will avenge you. With that, the old man turned his head. Under Pastor Byrne's horrified gaze, he kicked him hard to the ground. Ignoring his struggles, he reached out and gouged out his eyes, then snapped his throat with a bite. Ah, gurgle gurgle. Pastor Byrne didn't even have time to scream before he died in agony where he fell. With Pastor Byrne's gruesome death, the scene before everyone's eyes shifted once more. This time, they found themselves in the corridor of the church estate. Pastor Byrne stood before a door in his pajamas, a wicked grin on his face. It was the first night after Pastor Byrne had taken Carrie in. Carrie, open the door. You can't resist me. Just spend the night with me tonight, and I'll let you become a nun at the church. Otherwise, when the welfare office comes tomorrow, they'll only be collecting your body. Pastor Byrne's mind was entirely on Carrie in the room. He hadn't noticed the figure approaching down the hallway. By the time he reacted, about to shout a rebuke, he was met with a blow to the face. The old man, who had somehow produced a hammer from nowhere, struck it viciously against Pastor Byrne's face. Clang! Crack! Clang! Crack! In the silent corridor. Only the sharp, crisp sound of the hammer striking bone remained. The old man seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly pounding the hammer into Pastor Byrne's skull. Only when he had reduced the man's skull to a pulp did he finally stop. Though Jean Linquan and the others nearby remained silent. Witnessing such a bloody scene caused Lin Iran to feel violently ill, bending over to vomit uncontrollably. Soon, the scene shifted once more. This time, it was within the attic on one side of the church's second floor. A man pinned Sister Carrie beneath him. He tore at her clothes while cursing under his breath. You! What are you pretending to be pure for? Don't think I don't know about you and Pastor Byrne. Once I've finished off those two old fools, I'll be the new pastor. Then you'll have no choice but to let me have my way with you. The man speaking was none other than Deacon Jack. His face contorted into a hideous grimace. He lashed out, slapping Sister Carrie hard across the face. Just as he was about to go further, the door behind him suddenly swung open. Damn it, it's... Jack the butler turned his head just in time. But what met him was another hammer blow smashing into his face. The old man hammered away frantically, just as he had done to Pastor Byrne earlier. Only after reducing the man's skull to a pulp. He finally stopped. Immediately afterward, the scene before everyone's eyes changed once more. This time, Elder Houston met the same brutal fate at the hands of the old man. The scene shifted again, showing the preacher and two female cleaners, their deaths equally gruesome. Only after the old man had killed everyone in the church except Sister Carrie did the rapidly shifting scenes before their eyes finally freeze once more upon the dimly lit archive room. The rapidly shifting scenes before the crowd's eyes finally froze once more in the dim archive room. The corridor, already devoid of sunlight, now seemed even darker. The shadowy figures near the staircase had shifted closer to the archive room's entrance. A cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted from outside. Woo woo woo. There are 6 things the Lord hates. And 7 things are an abomination to the Lord. Come be with me. At that moment, the 4 people still seated in the archives room, upon hearing these sounds, immediately felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the tops of their heads. What on earth is going on? Didn't we just help that old man resolve his unfinished business? Zhao Ku trembled all over. Lin Iran beside him was too terrified to speak. Long Xiajie remained relatively composed, though she pressed herself closer to Jean Linquan. At the same time, she didn't forget to retrieve several items the military had given her earlier. Bloodstained copper coin Archangel's Feather Devil's Clapperboard. The bloodstained copper coin granted immunity to psychic attacks. The Archangel's Feather grants the user a brief invincibility period lasting 2.5 seconds. The Devil's Clapperboard allows the user to exit the instance immediately though merely leaving, not completing it. These items had been prepared for Long Xiajie by the military long before. They were prepared in case the two encountered dangers they couldn't resist. Now was the perfect time to use them. Chapter 85, The Real World of the Small Town. Looking at Long Xiajie, who was practically pressed against him, and then at the few items he held in his hands, Zhang Linquan patted the others back in consolation. Then he turned to the old man and said, "You've already stepped forward to help Sister Carrie. There's no need to continue living in pain. If Sister Carrie were watching from above, she wouldn't want to see you like this. You are not weak, you are a brave person." With that, the previously noisy clamor outside suddenly fell silent. The old man finally lifted his dazed head, staring blankly at Zhang Linquan. After a long moment, he finally uttered 3 words. "Thank you. You're welcome." Zhang Linquan smiled in response, as if he too had understood something. Beside them, Long Xiajie looked puzzled, just about to ask what was going on. Suddenly, darkness engulfed her vision. She immediately passed out. An unknown amount of time passed. When the group finally regained consciousness, night had fallen. The sky was dotted with stars and a faint, wan moonlight. "Are we out in the wilderness?" Zhao Ku, who sat up first, looked utterly bewildered. He was certain he had been in the town's archives room just moments before. How had they ended up here? He wasn't the only one. Lin Iran and Long Xiajie were equally bewildered.
Only Zhang Lingquan remained composed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he fell deep in thought.
What should we do next?
Long Xiajie leaned close to Zhang Lingquan and asked.
The latter snapped back to attention.
He smiled and waved his hand dismissively.
It's fine. This should be the town's real world. The real world? What do you mean?
Zhao Ku grew even more puzzled.
Hadn't the old man in the archives already dispelled his inner demons? It's simple. We're safe now.
We just need to do a few more things to clear the stage.
Zhang Lingquan murmured. This left everyone even more perplexed.
Seeing this, he didn't waste words. He stood up and began searching the immediate area. Soon, in a ravine within the mountain forest, he discovered 2 sets of skeletal remains long since reduced to white bones. Beside these 2 skeletons lay 7 more bodies, rotting and strewn haphazardly. Long Xiajie stepped forward to take a look and discovered that these 7 bodies were indeed the members of their group who had perished earlier.
Weren't they burned to death? How?
That's correct. They were indeed burned to death, but that happened within the old man's dream.
Zhang Lingquan nodded and began explaining the circumstances to the others.
Judging by how badly these bodies have decomposed, we must have been lying here for quite some time.
This is probably another one of the dungeon's time-freezing mechanisms.
Whenever someone dies within a dream, the time-freezing mechanism that held them in place ceases to function. Overall, it's similar to the concept in Dragon Country mythology, 1 day in heaven equals 1 year on earth. The others all nodded in sudden understanding.
But new questions quickly arose. If those 7 decayed corpses were their teammates, then who were the other 2 skeletal remains? No need to guess.
It's highly likely they belonged to Sister Carrie and that elderly man named Dance. Zhang Lingxuan's eyes burned like torches as he stared at the 2 skeletons covered in moss in the ravine, his voice hollow.
Perhaps everything we experienced in the dream was only a fragment. The truth. Far more than this. Hearing this, the trio fell silent.
Their gazes turned toward the 2 corpses in the ravine.
Let's go. We've got important business to attend to.
We're almost done clearing this area. Zhang Lingquan waved at the others and turned directly toward the path leading down the mountain.
The path down the mountain seemed untrodden for ages. Tree branches and shrubs lay strewn across the path, blocking their way. After struggling down the slope, they were immediately stunned by the sight at the foot of the mountain. Is this the church we saw earlier?
Zhao Ku pointed at the snow-white church before them, its slightly European-style architecture raising his question.
Wasn't this place burned down in the fire? Look, something's off about the town too. It seems unusually lively.
Lin Yiran beside him also noticed something, pointing in astonishment at the town lit up like a beacon in the distance. Witnessing all these oddities, the 3 of them furrowed their brows.
Unlike their confusion, Zhang Lingquan seemed to have already grasped the situation, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Without explaining to the others, he immediately strode toward the church ahead. Seeing this, the 3 behind him hurriedly followed.
Entering the church, the interior remained unchanged from before.
Only here, there were no traces of fire damage. On the contrary, the gilded ceiling and walls illuminated by the lamps. The entire interior radiated a dazzling splendor.
At that moment, Deacon Jack was kneeling in prayer before the statue of Jesus.
Spotting the group entering, he froze momentarily before rising abruptly, his brow furrowed as he demanded.
Who are you?
The church does not admit outsiders at night.
Are you Deacon Jack? Zhang Lingquan wore a broad smile. Seeing this, Jack instinctively nodded, about to say more.
But before he could speak, the other person pulled a multicolored object from their storage bracelet. The shimmering mass shifted and transformed, eventually coalescing into the shape of a hammer.
He gave the hammer a little flick with his finger. Zhang Lingquan looked at him with a smile and asked. You recognize Sister Carrie and Dance, right? Who are you?
Guards. Jack's eyes widened at the mention of those 2 names, and he immediately tried to call for help.
But Zhang Lingquan struck him down with a single hammer blow. Blood spattered everywhere. After that, Zhang Lingquan mimicked the old man's mannerisms. He began pounding Jack with hammer blow after hammer blow.
Only when the man's entire head was reduced to a bloody pulp did he stop. Long Xiajie was fine, but Zhao Ku and Lin Yiran were clearly stunned by the scene before them.
Why did you kill him? Lin Yiran asked, trembling. Nothing. Zhang Lingquan replied with a smile. I just didn't like the look of them, and I wanted to clear the level faster.
Perhaps it was the blood splattered across his cheeks that made Zhang Lingxuan's smile look slightly unsettling.
Zhao Ku instinctively pulled Lin Yiran closer and took 2 steps back. Long Xiajie pondered for a moment. He stepped closer to voice his lingering doubt. Do all these people in the church have to die? Yes. Zhang Lingquan nodded. If before it was just conjecture, then since we woke up, I've been pretty much certain of one thing.
The 3 looked puzzled.
What is it?
Everything that happened before was all part of Dawn's final obsession before she died.
That's also why we couldn't clear the stage directly. Zhang Lingquan explained.
If we want to clear this dungeon, then the people inside the church must die.
I still don't quite get it. Long Xiaojie remained perplexed. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan sighed. I know what you're wondering. Of course, this is just my guess, but perhaps. After he first exposed Pastor Byrne's scandal, he was already killed by someone. Chapter 86, Designated Special Skill Book. After escaping the old man's dying dream, the group witnessed the town's true nature. There was no eeriness here, nor any danger whatsoever. Outside the church at that moment, Lin Yiran watched Zhang Lingquan and the others enter the church, then turned to Zhao Ku beside him with a hint of concern. Is this really okay? Shouldn't we consider other options? No need. I think I understand what this kid is thinking. Zhao Ku glanced toward the church as well, his gaze deepening. After that, the two waited quietly outside. The small town basked in peaceful tranquility. Inside the church, wails of grief filled the air. In just over 10 minutes, the instance space echoed with successive clearance notifications. Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan for successfully clearing the story instance Twilight Town. Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan for completing the assessment task in 105 hours, earning an SSS grade evaluation. Congratulations to examinee Long Xiujie for successfully clearing the story dungeon Twilight Town. Congratulations to examinee. Outside the instance. Upon seeing this series of instance announcements, nearly all the professionals and examinees were stunned. The professionals were stunned that Zhang Lingquan had cleared yet another story dungeon. The examinees were stunned that even in a death-themed story dungeon, Zhang Lingquan could still emerge victorious. Like most others, Sun Yao, still inside the instance, felt the same shock. He sat on the ground, restoring his stamina, preparing to face the next wave of monsters. But unexpectedly, Zhang Lingquan had cleared it outright. And it was a death-themed scenario dungeon that even ordinary adventurers dared not touch. How is that possible? Zhang Lingquan. How could this be? Sun Yao, who had been completely dumbfounded, immediately stood up with a vicious glare. Zhang Lingquan. How dare you? How dare you clear a story dungeon? While I'm still struggling in combat-type dungeons? How dare you, a useless health-obsessed master, be stronger than me, a soul painter? I refuse to accept this. Sun Yao's resentment. Zhang Lingquan, who had already cleared the dungeon, naturally knew nothing of this. After dealing with the few remaining enemies in the church, he was teleported back to the previous instance space. This instance's completion rewards remained the same, a choice of 5 items plus 1 fixed reward. Of course, there were also 4,500 advancement experience points. As he gazed at the 5 glowing orbs representing the rewards, the time AI in Zhang Lingquan's mind immediately provided an analysis prompt. Option 1, Designated Special Skill Book, Unknown Properties, Recommended Probability 50%. Option 2, AK-47 with Infinite Ammo, Medium Damage. Recommended Probability, 25%. Option 3, Cremated Ashes Cigarette 1, Confuses Supernatural Entities Upon Use, Recommended Probability 15%. Option 4, General's Portrait, Imbued with a Trace of Killing Intent. Recommended Probability, 40%. Option 5, Miniature Bomb Candy, Low Potency, Recommended Probability 5%. The items before him. Any one of them would be of considerable help to Zhang Lingquan. It was this option 1, the Designated Special Skill Book, that left him uncertain. This item resembled the skill stones he had obtained before, but it carried the additional prefix designated. This one has the highest probability. Should I choose it or not? Zhang Lingquan hesitated. But soon, he made up his mind. Though it seemed highly unpredictable, Time AI's hints had never led him astray all this time. He ultimately chose the first reward. As the other reward orbs before him shattered, a white-bound book radiating golden light landed in his hands. The book felt warm to the touch, and though the golden light radiating from it was intense, it was not blinding. Zhang Lingquan found himself mesmerized by it. Designated Special Skill Book. Item Type, Skill Learning. Effect, upon use, allows the host to learn one designated skill. Note, the host may only select one skill from a randomly generated list. Reading the final day's annotation, Zhang Lingquan frowned. He had originally thought that with this item, he could choose any skill to learn. But it turned out he could only choose one from a few randomly generated skills. Essentially, it was no different from the previous skill stones. The only difference was that the skill book offered a tiny bit more possibility and choice. For example, skill stones are like the lazy cook in the school cafeteria who only prepares one dish each day. Since they never post the menu on the blackboard outside, you have no idea what it is. Only when the chef's ladle lands on your tray do you finally discover what you're about to eat. But designated skill books are different. Not only is the chef not lazy, but they prepared several dishes. But he also writes the names of all the dishes on the small blackboard outside. Though these dishes are also prepared based on the chef's preferences, filled with uncertainty. But you could choose what you actually wanted to eat. Zhang Lingquan studied the skill book for a while. Then he activated it directly. As the skill book dissolved into flickering sparks of light, a unique golden light screen appeared before him. Displayed upon the light screen were entirely random skills available for selection. Millennium Kill. Effect: inflicts physical damage on a designated target while temporarily incapacitating them. Description: no matter how formidable your challenge, I shall shatter it with a single technique. Note: this skill carries a risk of failure, with a high probability of fracturing the caster's fingers. Note: failure of this skill will cause the target to enter a state of rage. Third time's the charm. Effect: when undertaking any task, the first and second attempts will inevitably fail, the third attempt will inevitably succeed. Description: those with perseverance always persevere. Note: this skill can only be used on certain items. Long-range bombardment. Effect: select a phone number and subject it to relentless harassment. Description: the ancient god of bombardment. Note: the target must possess a mobile phone. Note: the dialer is the host's phone, and call charges are doubled during use. Side effect. Effect: when using crafting skills, additional items beyond the skill's intended output will be produced. Description: commonly found within the community, yet lacking core community functionality. Note: this is a passive skill and cannot be deduced at this time. Master Chef's culinary skills. Effect: possesses all techniques of a master chef. Description: the tradition of Yangchuan restaurant, a tradition that defies all traditions. Note: this skill requires the use of an item master chef armband. A total of 5 skills were obtained from the designated skill book. Upon seeing the analysis prompts from Time AI regarding these skills, Zhang Lingquan couldn't help but twitch his lips a few times. This is ing. It was practically a joke. Skills like Millennium Kill and long-range bombardment. He felt like he could pull these off without even using skills. What the hell was this third time's the charm nonsense? And this master chef's culinary skills. These skills were like something out of a nightmare, sloppy and downright silly. After a few seconds of thought, Zhang Lingquan finally selected the somewhat usable skill, Companion. He didn't bother checking the remaining designated rewards. Zhang Lingquan suddenly remembered something. Those foreign candidates who had threatened him earlier seemed to still be slaying monsters within the dungeon. Moreover, after discovering the function of the small world fragment to connect to other instance spaces, he hadn't conducted any experiments yet. How about giving it a try? Zhang Lingquan murmured to himself. He then retrieved the small world fragment. Using its ability to connect to other dungeon spaces, he scanned one candidate after another. Finally, within the dungeons of numerous national candidates, one figure caught his attention. Aya Tividai. Chapter 87, The Immortal Spirit Sanctuary. Aya Tividai. He had once come on behalf of the Tividai family to persuade him. Though he had offered benefits beyond what ordinary people could imagine, Zhang Lingquan knew full well that the man merely sought to lure him to the 3 kingdoms of A and enslave him. Since the other party was so keen on him, wouldn't it be unthinkable not to return the favor? With this thought, Zhang Lingquan wore a mischievous grin as he looked directly at Aya Tividai. Through the analysis prompts of the Time AI, he learned that this fellow's profession was that of a corpse-eating monk. His primary skills and methods revolved entirely around ashes and corpses. It was a unique profession that combined martial arts and magic. Zhang Lingquan lowered his head in brief contemplation. Then he glanced at Aya, who was still caught in the monster wave, shrouded in white powdery mist. An idea immediately formed in his mind. He pulled out a wall-breaking pill and tossed it into the spatial passageway. Meanwhile, unaware of Zhang Lingquan's actions, Aya, still recovering within the ash domain, remained unaware. He was now calculating his next move. He had heard Zhang Lingquan's announcement about clearing the dungeon clearly. Who would have thought a low-caste individual without family connections could possess such terrifying talent? Without a doubt, Zhang Lingquan's speed in clearing the story dungeon had stunned Aya. He had made up his mind. Once he completed this instance himself, he would persuade his clan to take action against Zhang Lingquan. Whether for the future glory of the clan or the rise of the A Triangle Kingdom, Dragon Nation no longer needed Zhang Lingquan to exist. Yet as he was deep in thought, a crimson object suddenly flashed past his eyes, crashing directly onto the ground. Before Ajia could react, the object erupted in a blinding flash of intense flame. Boom! The wall-breaking pill possessed considerable power on its own. Combined with Aya's bone ash domain, which functioned like a powder explosion, a mushroom cloud shot skyward, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Zhang Lingquan's expression turned grim. To avoid being caught in the blast, he hastily closed the spatial passage of the small world fragment. Holy crap! That power is terrifying! Zhang Lingquan exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Nothing was more thrilling than sneaking around. He never imagined this function of the small world fragment would prove so incredibly useful. After calming down, Zhang Lingquan didn't look at Aya's pitiful state again. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the others. Even before entering Yellow Springs town, he'd encountered plenty of foreigners who'd privately messaged him with insults. Naturally, Zhang Lingquan wouldn't let these people off the hook either. He grabbed a handful of wall-breaking pills. He was about to toss them into these individuals' instance spaces. But upon second thought, he quickly stopped and withdrew all the wall-breaking pills. Bombarding them directly from afar would be far too simple. He intended to thoroughly torment those who had wronged him. What about the barrier pills, sentiment pills, poison mist pills? All sorts of pills concocted by Zhang Lingquan using various tools and materials. All of them were now being hurled through the spatial passageway into the dungeons of these foreigners. Though some of them even Zhang Lingquan himself didn't know the effects of. But that didn't stop him from enjoying their use. Of course. If Zhang Lingquan was having the time of his life, then the foreign candidates who received his pills were suffering immensely. Since the effects were random, each person experienced something different. The luckier ones, whose pills landed within their dungeons, received only things like the barrier pill or ironwood pill. These merely conjured obstacles to block their path, causing them to crash into them if they weren't careful. Those with worse luck had to deal with pills like the hormone pill. Upon detonation, these pills released vast clouds of pink, unidentified mist. This causes all monsters within the entire dungeon space to become aroused. This naturally included all the male examinees. The scene was as cringe-worthy as it gets. TSK, I'd heard these foreigners like to get wild, but I never imagined it'd be this wild. TSK. Zhang Lingquan watched in astonishment, marveling at how wild these foreigners could be. While he was still marveling at how twisted these foreigners were. Meanwhile, the chat channel had completely exploded. Holy! I was running along, and suddenly a wall just materialized right in front of me. Almost killed me. Damn it, this cursed dungeon has me beat. My innocence. I actually kissed a pig demon, Bro above, step aside for a chat. Ha! Bull. If you're trying to troll us, at least come up with a better excuse. Most people remain skeptical about such implausible claims. But as more players flooded the chat channels with inquiries, something began to feel off. Especially those foreigners who'd received Zhang Lingquan's special attention. They immediately reported the matter to their respective families. And so, the incident's influence gradually expanded. After all, any disturbance within the instance could potentially have massive repercussions in the real world. No nation or power would dare to underestimate this situation. Free Nation Professional Association. Fog City Dungeon Management Center. Shai Nation 9th Supernatural Research Bureau. Dragon Nation Dungeon Research Bureau. Nearly every major dungeon research institution worldwide. All began monitoring the anomalies within the dungeons. As the instigator of this entire affair, Zhang Lingquan remained utterly unfazed. After haphazardly tossing a string of pills at those people, he promptly sealed the spatial portal to the fragment of the small world. Since most candidates had yet to complete the dungeon, the candidate rankings had not yet been displayed. He paid no further attention to such trivial matters. Zhang Lingquan retrieved the fixed reward he had obtained earlier. Immortal Spirit Dojo Seed. Item type, Fusion. Effect, fusing this item with other building type items will create a Xianling Daochang. Note, the Immortal Spirit Sanctuary was once the dwelling of a great being. Further exploration requires the host's own efforts. Gazing at the mist-like object in his hand, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The former residence of a great immortal? Could it truly be one of those beings capable of moving mountains and seas? Since even something as inexplicable as a dungeon had appeared, the existence of immortals didn't seem so far-fetched after all. He casually found an open space within the dungeon's realm. Zhang Lingquan summoned the Spirit Chi Cave. He then fused it with the Immortal Spirit Sanctuary Seed. Soon, the cave dwelling, which had previously appeared primitive, began to collapse bit by bit and rebuild itself. Boom, boom. Zhang Lingquan felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. Looking up, the scene before him left him frozen in place. A vast, majestic, and ancient palace complex was expanding outward at a visible pace. The white jade capital in the heavens, with 12 towers and 5 cities. Immortals touch my crown, binding my hair to receive eternal life. This was Zhang Lingquan's first thought upon witnessing the scene before him. As time passed, the palace complex steadily took shape, steps, towers, and lofty structures soaring into the sky. In the distance, mist swirled amidst the clouds, and flocks of white cranes flew by from time to time. Finally, the last colossal heavenly gate rose from the ground before him. The entire palace complex finally came to a standstill. Zhang Lingquan stood at the entrance. He gazed upward at the gate plaque, which was equivalent to hundreds of his own size, utterly speechless. Immortal Spirit Sanctuary. Holy. This is a celestial palace. Chapter 88, Heaven and Earth Bank Card. Zhang Lingquan couldn't contain his excitement and was about to climb the 10,000 steps. Clouds materialized beneath his feet, instantly carrying him into the Dao field. Compared to the imposing grandeur outside, the sanctuary felt profoundly solemn. Beyond hundreds of rooms that appeared brand new, the towering structure at its very center radiated waves of Taoist aura, exuding an air of supreme grandeur and sophistication. To Zhang Lingquan, it felt like an upgraded imperial palace, and he was the emperor. He wandered the Taoist retreat for several hours straight. Yet he still hadn't managed to explore the entire compound. Zhang Lingquan could only head to the central tower. The interior was decorated in an antique style, fully furnished with every conceivable piece of furniture, and the entire floor was laid with blue-green tiles. A quick glance revealed that every piece of furniture was crafted from rosewood. Not only that, but over 100 gemstones were inlaid into the 4 pillars supporting the ceiling. Hanging from the ceiling was a night pearl with a diameter of 30 centimeters. It emitted a constant, soft glow, illuminating everything on the first floor. After surveying the items on the first floor, Zhang Lingquan then ascended the staircase to the second floor. The layout remained identical, though the furnishings displayed were of considerably higher quality. He continued upward. The third floor was the same, and so was the fourth. He climbed onward until he reached over 100 floors. The tower finally reached its peak. Compared to the previous floors, the environment here was markedly superior. The living room featured furniture crafted from various spirit stones, with ethereal spiritual energy permeating the air. The bathroom even contained a wondrous formation capable of condensing both hot and cold water. Though there was no kitchen, the table was laden with immortal fruits and melons that seemed inexhaustible. Zhang Lingquan tried it out. No matter how much he took, the fruits and melons on the table would instantly replenish themselves the next second. It was nothing short of divine magic. This scene left Zhang Lingquan both amused and exasperated. He came here to take the college entrance exam, didn't he? How did he conjure up such a lavish celestial palace out of thin air? If others found out, wouldn't they gnash their teeth in envy and hurl curses like "you bastard"? Scratching his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he flopped onto the enormous bed made of ice silk. So comfortable. Meanwhile, Long Xiaojie, who had also exited the instance, was reporting the dungeon situation to his guild leader, Hao Tai. "You mean something? Forcibly dragged Zhang Lingquan into the story instance?" Hao Tai's voice was thick with astonishment. After all, this was utterly beyond belief. He'd never heard of anyone being targeted by a dungeon before. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaojie nodded in response. "Captain, that's exactly what happened." As if afraid Hao Tai wouldn't believe her, she continued. "When I used the temporal anchor to locate Zhang Lingquan, do you know what I saw? What? A 1,000-fold attribute suppression, a difficulty level of 4S rank, and no use of any items or skills allowed." Hearing this, even Hao Tai, as composed as he was, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. A 1,000-fold attribute suppression. And a 4S tier dungeon difficulty. Forget that greenhorn Zhang Lingquan who just graduated. Even those veterans in the military whose strength had long reached the pinnacle. Entering such a dungeon would guarantee certain death. It's utterly terrifying. I will report this matter to higher-ups. Hao Tai's expression grew grave as he spoke thoughtfully. Also, you used some kind of device to interfere with the dungeon's information, didn't you? Yes, Captain. The Type 2 jammer, it was issued to me by the military earlier. Long Xiaojie nodded. Seeing this, Hao Tai said no more. After instructing her to keep monitoring Zhang Lingquan's mission movements, he turned and left the area. After leaving the military teleportation plaza, Hao Tai immediately had his subordinate company commander retrieve a satellite phone. After adjusting the internal channel, he shouted into the receiver. "Hello? Military headquarters? I have urgent intelligence to report." Meanwhile, as more and more people cleared the dungeon, the assessment finally concluded. The ranking list appeared, and without a doubt, Zhang Lingquan remained in first place. The chat channel's regulars seemed numb to this dominance. "I knew it. Big shot Zhang Lingquan would take first place. See? I was right. Dude, you're way too calm about this, aren't you? I suddenly have a bold idea." "Don't be bold. Years of evidence prove that wellness gurus are a trash profession." "Exactly. Other health gurus and Zhang Lingquan's health guru are practically two different professions." Gradually, this sentiment gained widespread acceptance. After all, it was an unprecedented first. Many examinees began treating health guru and Zhang Lingquan's health guru as two entirely separate professions. For convenience, some jokers even shortened it to Quan Yang. For a time, news about Zhang Lingquan once again became a hot topic of discussion. Of course, Zhang Lingquan, still deep within the dungeon, remained unaware of his renewed fame. Since rankings had been determined for this assessment, the instance granted him a ranking reward. Unlike the generous clear rewards, the ranking reward offered only one choice from 5 options. Option 1, Magical Eraser. Its utility to the host surpasses that of the item itself. Recommended probability, 100%. Option 2, Stamina Gum, slowly restores stamina. Recommended probability, 5%. Option 3, Cigar. Provides temporary immunity to bizarre attacks when smoked. Recommended probability, 35%. Option 4, Invisibility Balm. Applying it to the entire body grants invisibility to the host. Recommended probability, 20%. Option 5, Heaven Earth Bank Card, adds 1 yuan daily to the account. Recommended probability, 100%. Note, the 1 yuan in the card can be used as currency to purchase most items. Staring at the reward options before him, Zhang Lingxuan's spirit soared. Holy crap, how come both of these have a 100% recommended chance? He'd never encountered such a situation before. To be safe, Zhang Lingquan decided to examine them more closely. As he focused his attention on the magic eraser and Heaven Earth Bank card, the time AI in his mind promptly provided more detailed information about the two items. Magic eraser. Item category, erasure. Effect, capable of erasing all stains. Note, this item possesses extremely potent cleansing capabilities. Host is advised to use with caution. Tian D Bank card. Item category, purchase. Effect, the card gains 1 yuan daily, usable to purchase items designated by the host. Note, the card contains exactly 1 yuan. This amount will be replenished daily regardless of whether the host uses it or not. Undoubtedly, in terms of practicality, the Heaven and Earth Bank card proves more useful. Though not strictly a rule-based item, it functions similarly. It refreshes 1 yuan daily. Moreover, this 1 yuan can be used to purchase items designated by Zhang Lingquan. Don't underestimate the small amount with this item. When Zhang Lingquan enters certain specific dungeons later on, will become significantly easier. Take this example. It's like accidentally stumbling into a cannibal tribe. Without anything to express your goodwill. A little bit of the tribe's hard currency could easily buy you a few extra weeks of life. And this hard currency is equivalent to $1 in that card. Now, staring at that gold embossed bank card bearing the image of the Jade Emperor, Zhang Lingquan hesitated repeatedly, feeling as though he had overlooked something. What could it be? He muttered. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He hurriedly pulled his sleeve back to reveal his arm. A strange black tattoo stood out starkly on his skin. Kunsu's curse. Type, tracking, curse. Effect, Kunsu may appear in every instance dungeon the host enters thereafter. Chapter 89 is this. What they call a big shot. I almost forgot about this damn thing. Zhang Lingquan felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, who would even think about the Heaven and Earth Bank card? By comparison, the effects of the magic eraser were clearly more suited to him. This thing could erase any stain and just as easily wipe away the tattoo on his arm. That dread of being forcibly dragged into confrontations with unknown entities time and again. He never wanted to experience that again. The magic eraser was in hand. Zhang Lingquan began vigorously rubbing the tattoo on his arm. As the tattoo gradually faded, a faint black mist began to drift around him. Soon, the mist dissipated and the tattoo on his arm was nearly erased. The analysis prompt from the time AI in his mind also changed. Kunsu's curse nearly incomplete. Type, tracking, curse. Effect, Kunsu may appear during the host's next instance run. Note, this curse will vanish after the host completes one instance. He gazed at the faint outline of the tattoo on his arm. Though faint traces remained, compared to before, it had improved immeasurably. At the very least, its effect had shifted from recurring with every attempt to only after the next one. As long as he persevered through the next instance run, he, Zhang Lingquan, would be just like any other normal candidate. The thought alone filled Zhang Lingquan with uncontrollable excitement. Just then, a private message popped up in his chat channel. Zhang Lingquan opened the message interface to find it was from Tian Wenqi, the alchemist who had first purchased elixirs from him. The moment the video projection connected, Tian Wenqi's delighted voice came through from the other end. Big shot, thanks a ton. Those pills of yours are seriously awesome. Combined with the high explosive potions I brewed, I absolutely crushed this dungeon run. Ha ha. I got 2 items this time, one bound to me and the other for you, boss. As he spoke these words, Tian Wenqi's projection was jumping for joy. It was clear he'd gotten some great rewards this time. Otherwise, he would have mailed the agreed-upon share to Zhang Lingquan immediately after clearing the dungeon. He wouldn't have gone out of his way to make a video projection just to share his joy with Zhang Lingquan. Seeing him so delighted, Zhang Lingquan smiled too. He received the item sent by the other party. Monster Obsession. Item category, Obsession. Effect, an intense obsession born from being slaughtered. Note, this item can fuse with the source's lingering remnants to repair them. Upon seeing the item analysis prompt from the time AI, he froze instantly. Across from him, Tian Wenqi froze as well. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. In the end, it was Zhang Lingquan who spoke first. This item you gave me, is it your reward for clearing the stage? It is the reward for clearing the stage, boss. Where are you? Tian Wenqi nodded blankly, glancing at the room behind Zhang Lingquan and asking the same question. This room doesn't seem to be in the dungeon, huh? Looks seriously awesome. Oh, you mean this? It's sort of my home base in the dungeon. Zhang Lingquan shrugged it off. He guided the other's projection around the room. Upon seeing the mist-shrouded landscape outside the window, flocks of cranes soaring through the clouds, and the majestic, ancient palace complex, Tian Wenqi, already stunned, was left completely speechless. Holy crap! Boss, your place. Ha, it's nothing special. Zhang Lingquan chuckled. He didn't linger on the topic. Having obtained the monster's obsession, he couldn't wait to fuse it. He wondered what changes the incomplete primordial thought fragment would undergo after merging with this artifact. I've got things to attend to. If you're free, we can chat later. Oh, no problem. Go ahead and take care of your business, boss. Tian Wenqi waved his hands hurriedly. Then the two ended the video projection. Now, staring at the vanished projection, Tian Wenqi remained frozen in place. His eyes were filled with indescribable shock. This was the legendary boss of Nubiji class? Meanwhile, Zhang Lingquan, having ended the video call, immediately extracted the primordial thought to begin the fusion. The two spheres of light merged, blazing with a blinding radiance before settling into stillness. Meanwhile, the attribute description of primordial thought fragment underwent a slight change. Primordial thought fragment. Item type, fusion. Effect, temporarily boosts the host's luck and grants recognition from the way of heaven. Note, a partially restored fragment of the primordial thought. Though its name still bears the character fragment, it still offered Zhang Lingquan a glimmer of hope. He toyed with the glowing orb in his hand once more. He then directly returned the fragmented primordial thought to the bloodfall bracelet. Just as he was about to lie back down on the bed, another video request popped up in the chat channel. He glanced at the sender. It was that girl, Kim Soo-yeon. Come to think of it, ever since that dungeon run in Immortal Town 2 instances ago, he hadn't run a dungeon with this girl again. He did miss her quirky, mischievous nature. As the video projection connected, Kim Soo-yeon's graceful figure appeared directly before Zhang Lingquan. Appa, I heard you got selected for another story dungeon again. I was worried sick about you. Why didn't you contact me after you got out? Love really does fade, huh? Oomph. The moment she saw Zhang Lingquan, Kim Soo-yeon launched into her usual mix of pouting and reproach. Ever since they'd gone through that story dungeon together, she'd given her heart entirely to Zhang Lingquan. Half the reason was Zhang Lingquan's passive status as a banished immortal, and the other half was the undeniable masculine charm radiating from Zhang Lingquan. Seeing Kim Soo-yeon pouting like a little girl, her eyes fixed on him with longing, Zhang Lingquan felt a pang of unease. Alright. I've just been busy, okay? Don't be mad at me. Wha, you just don't care about me. Kim Soo-yeon wouldn't let it go. Her pouting expression was heartbreaking to behold. Now Zhang Lingquan was truly flustered. He'd never been good at soothing women. Perhaps sensing his anxiety, Kim Soo-yeon stopped pretending to be upset. Her large, watery eyes fixed on the house set behind him. She voiced the exact same question as Wenqi. Appa, where exactly are we? Of course I'm at my own place. Just as before, Zhang Lingquan guided Kim Soo-yeon's projection around the room. Upon seeing the room's elegant, antique decor and the fairy tale-like scenery outside the window, the young lady's eyes widened in awe, and she made her decision on the spot. Appa, I've made up my mind. What have you decided? Zhang Lingquan was a bit puzzled. Kim Soo-yeon smiled brightly, her beautiful eyes crinkling into crescent moons. I've decided to live with you from now on, and the two of us have a bunch of little babies. Chapter 90, the so-called Palace of the Big Shot. Kim Soo-yeon's enthusiasm nearly overwhelmed Zhang Lingquan. After chatting for quite a while longer, the young lady finally ended the video call with a heavy heart. Over the next few days, Zhang Lingquan remained in a state of constant busyness. Every morning upon waking, he had to conduct video calls with the candidates who had previously signed contracts. Just like Tian Wenqi and Jin Xiuyan, nearly every candidate who appeared on screen expressed astonishment at the spiritual cultivation center where Zhang Lingquan resided. After all, this thing looks anything but ordinary. Ordinary examinees simply couldn't possess it. This sparked a flurry of discussion in the chat channel. Something seriously off about Zhang Lingquan's room. Did you guys notice? I was just about to mention this too. The boss's palace, could it be a prop too? Probably. I saw the scenery outside the palace. It's like a fairyland. We're all candidates, so why does the big shot get to live in a palace while I'm still roughing it out in the open? Well, he's a big shot, and you're just little Karami? Big shots are way out of our league. Clearly, Zhang Lingquan's palace complex had sparked envy among countless citizens. To better recreate the original appearance of the palace where Zhang Lingquan resided, some examinees who had video chatted with him even sketched rough impressions of the palace corners they'd glimpsed. Though the sketches were rather rough, they were at least passable thanks to online art experts who helped refine them. For this very purpose, outsiders even created a dedicated website named the Palace of the Master. The site's purpose was straightforward: to collect palace-related materials. The founders then used these materials to create illustrations. As more and more people contributed information, the full panorama of Zhang Lingquan's palace complex was finally revealed in its entirety. When they saw that vast expanse of mist-shrouded structures resembling a celestial palace, all the examinees were stunned. Not for any other reason, but because the contrast was simply too stark.
Clearly, everyone was taking the college entrance exam for the first time, sleeping under the open sky and on the bare ground.
How could you possibly have such extravagant luxury? This incident didn't linger long within the domestic channel. It soon spread like wildfire across the global channels. Just like the domestic candidates, upon seeing the grandeur of the palace, they all shouted in unison, "Holy crap," and "Holy moly." After all, a building prop of this scale, from any perspective, shouldn't be in the hands of someone who just entered the dungeon. After all, even the smallest house props are fiercely sought after commodities. Let alone Zhang Lingquan, this colossal palace complex spanning millions of square meters. While the boys remained composed, the girls were utterly captivated by the palace's scenery. Misty clouds swirled, white cranes soared in unison. It was nothing short of their dream home. Zhang Lingquan hadn't anticipated his immortal sanctuary would attract so much attention. Though he'd been deeply impressed by the transformations after his cave dwelling's upgrade, he still couldn't adjust to the girls' almost obsessive harassment. Things like, "Master Lingquan, my name is Mieko. I'm heading to the Dragon Kingdom now. Could I?" Or, "Mr. Zhang, I'm from Yogwo. Could I borrow your superior genes? I'll pay." Or, "Master, please command Jin and I as you wish." In short, these foreigners' demands were all over the place, leaving Zhang Lingquan speechless. Although he had previously enabled the feature to block private messages from strangers. But these crafty folks exploited the message function in the copy trading system. They sent him all sorts of bizarre items. Looking at the mountain of personal clothing that had piled up over the past 2 days, Zhang Lingquan felt a headache coming on. He had nowhere to dispose of them. He could only find a room for now. He shoved everything into it all at once, out of sight, out of mind. Over the next few days, Zhang Lingquan spent his time video chatting with other candidates. They signed contracts for the next dungeon run, with some curiously inquiring about the Immortal Spirit Dojo. They were all partners, and besides, after clearing the instance together this time, Zhang Lingquan had gained quite a lot. In his high spirits, he didn't conceal the conditions for obtaining the Immortal Spirit Sanctuary. Soon, nearly all the candidates knew. The Immortal Spirit Sanctuary was Zhang Lingquan's reward for flawlessly clearing the A-rank story dungeon. In the world chat, he inevitably became the focal point of everyone's discussions. They give out such insane house items just for clearing a story dungeon? What am I gonna do? I'm so jealous. Hey, don't get jealous so fast. Did you even check what level the boss was when he cleared it? Exactly. My dad told me about story dungeons. Back then, 100 people went in and only 10 came out. A 90% elimination rate. And that was just a D-rank dungeon. I can't even imagine what kind of a rank dungeon that pro cleared. Holy crap, that sounds terrifying. How did the pros even clear it? I'm kinda curious. Me too. That's an A-tier story dungeon. The rewards after clearing it must be insane. Regarding the story dungeon, most people in the chat channel were sharing their thoughts. After all, a newbie who just joined the dungeon run managed to clear several B-rank story dungeons in a row. That difficulty was like trying to blast open a steel-plated tank with a pocket knife. It was utterly unbelievable. Though the story was far-fetched. But everyone understood one undeniable truth. That is, what Zhang Lingquan has demonstrated so far is not his true strength. Compared to the astonished foreigners, the Dragon Nation candidates seemed far more delighted. After all, judging by the rankings on this year's candidate list, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the overall top spot would undoubtedly belong to the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, more and more people began reaching out to Zhang Lingquan, seeking to strike deals with him. With Longwei candidates setting such a brilliant example, how could they not grasp the value of those miraculous pills? Young people are driven by ambition. No one wants to be left behind. This holds true for all candidates worldwide. Meanwhile, after a day of video calls, transactions, and contract signings, Zhang Lingquan finally found time to rest. Lying on his large bed, he inventoried the supplies within the Bloodfall bracelet. Besides a dozen or so useless items, there were also large quantities of ore, potions, oils. Just like last time, these were all materials for refining pills. As for the contracts he'd signed with other examinees to trade for pills, he'd signed over 1,000. There was no helping it once people learned of the potion's power, those seeking to trade naturally increased. After a quick glance at the items, he withdrew his gaze. He began planning his next move. As for alchemy ingredients, he currently had no shortage. But aside from the time-consuming and labor-intensive task of alchemy itself, he still needed to resolve the synthesis of the mind-severing pearl and the matter of his class advancement. Of course, these two issues could be considered one and the same. After all, once the primordial thought is fully restored, he could immediately synthesize the mind-severing orb. Once the orb was embedded into his skill, the issue of a single class change would be effortlessly resolved. Man, I wonder if that monster obsession Tian when she got before is still around? Zhang Lingquan murmured under his breath, wanting to immediately ask the other person via private chat. But just as he opened the chat channel, he hesitated. One of his items is bound, and the other he traded with me. Asking him now would probably be pointless. The dungeon world is full of surprises. Why am I getting so hung up on this? Zhang Lingxuan's face lit up with eagerness as if he'd just thought of something. As a top student at Zhanbei First High School, he had learned about the various classes within dungeons from his teachers back in his freshman year. Beyond the standard combat classes that faced enemies head-on and support classes that buffed allies, there were also some professions that seemed downright grim, the dead professions. Of course, ghostly here wasn't meant as an insult. It was because these professions frequently dealt with corpses and spirits, hence the description. The powerful figures behind Ayativadai, who had previously recruited him, all belonged to such professions. Zhang Lingxuan's eyes flickered as he pondered deeply. If the monster obsession could repair the primordial thought, could the unique artifacts produced by these professions also aid in repairing the primordial will? With this thought, he hesitated no longer and immediately posted a message in the chat channel. I urgently need fusion type items similar to monster obsession. If anyone wishes to trade, come find me directly. Chapter 91, Change of Heart. After Zhang Lingquan sent this message, the already bustling channel grew even livelier. What's the big shot implying? And what the heck is this monster obsession? Who knows? Probably some alchemy ingredient the boss desperately needs. Ha, this is my chance to strike it rich. Dude, did you drink fake booze? He wants monster obsession, got any? Stop laughing like an idiot. What a coincidence. My profession is actually a shoe cultist. I have a skill that lets me inscribe magical arrays and summon minor demon gods. During that process, I can obtain all sorts of random junk, exactly what the boss needs. Holy crap. You actually do. Damn. I'm so jealous. No doubt about it. The moment the bounty was posted, it sent the candidates who had chosen conventional professions into an uproar. Meanwhile, those who had chosen unorthodox professions were practically grinning from ear to ear. Within mere seconds of the announcement, trade requests with Zhang Lingquan flooded his interface non-stop. While some were merely joining the commotion after careful screening, he still managed to gather quite a few useful items. Soul of the Innocent. Item type, Soul. Effect, a soul tormented by suffering after an unjust and tragic death. Note, this item can fuse with the remnant of its origin to repair it. Red-white duo. Item category, Obsession. Effect, the obsession of a newlywed couple who met a tragic end on their wedding day. Note, this artifact can fuse with the primordial remnant to repair it. Fear of death. Item category, Emotion. Effect, the overwhelming terror experienced when facing death. Note, this item can fuse with the primordial remnant to repair it. These items were all over the place. Zhang Lingquan attempted to fuse the red-white twin blades with the primordial essence. Unexpectedly, a progress bar appeared beneath the primordial remnant. Primordial remnant fragmented. Item category, Fusion. Effect, temporarily boosts the host's luck, gaining recognition from the Tao. Note, a fragmented remnant of the primordial thought. Current repair progress, 1%. Afterward, he used other artifacts to fuse and repair it. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. Obsession-type items had the highest repair efficiency, with one item equaling 0.05%. Soul-type items had moderate repair efficiency, with one item equaling 0.02%. Emotion-type items had the lowest repair rate, with one item equaling 0.01%. After several rounds of tinkering, the repair progress of the primordial thought finally reached 27.6%. It wasn't all for nothing. Now, gazing at the repair bar that had already reached nearly half its capacity, Zhang Lingquan felt confident. He promptly posted another bounty notice in the chat channel. And the reward, naturally, was extremely generous. In an instant, the once unpopular underworld professions, such as spirit tamer, shadow eater, corpse retriever, suddenly became the hottest commodities among the candidates. Leveraging his immense influence, Zhang Lingquan once again sent all the candidates into a frenzy. Even those who hadn't struck a deal with Zhang Lingquan remained on high alert, constantly lurking in the chat channel. After all, this time the big shot needed something akin to monster obsession. Who knows what he might need next time? Paying attention early. That way, they could be the first to get a taste of the spoils. Of course, unlike those who sat waiting for opportunities to come to them, another group, unwilling to wait, has already begun taking proactive action. Since posting the bounty, Zhang Lingquan has not only received the required items, he's also received numerous other trade requests from candidates. Big shot Zhang Lingquan, hello. My profession is a master chef of 1,000 faces. I can create dishes where the aroma and texture are preserved absolutely delicious. Big shot, are you interested? I can provide them long term. Boss, I video chatted with you before and noticed your mattress seems a bit firm. As a magician, I can provide you with a magic flying carpet comfort guaranteed. Big shot, big shot. My name is Alahuba, and I'm a mechanic. Would you like an intelligent drone to patrol your palace? I'd like to trade, just give me a few of those red pills. Faced with their enthusiasm, Zhang Lingquan felt somewhat helpless. He vaguely recalled coming here originally to take the college entrance exam. How come the current situation was so slightly different from what he had originally imagined? After much deliberation, he agreed to the previous few individuals' trade requests. After all, these were dishes where both aroma and texture were preserved. And there was a magic flying carpet too. Who wouldn't be curious? Soon, after paying the price of dozens of pills, Zhang Lingquan finally got his wish: a table laden with delicacies and a magic carpet that could float in midair. The dishes lived up to their name, truly delicious enough to make your tongue fall out. The magic carpet was incredibly comfortable. It felt almost like sleeping in a hammock. While Zhang Lingquan was still enjoying himself inside the room. Meanwhile, news about him began to spread beyond the dungeon. The first to be stunned by this news were the major online platforms. Especially the unscrupulous self-media outlets both domestically and abroad. They came up with all sorts of sensational headlines for Zhang Lingquan. My sow in the pigsty started crying. When I asked why, she told me Zhang Lingquan actually. Shocking. The comeback story of a wellness guru he told me personally. Want to be the next Zhang Lingquan? Exclusive interview. These unscrupulous self-media outlets. Desperate to ride this wave of explosive traffic. They're pulling out all the stops. Fearing neglect, they embellish their content. Some claim Zhang Lingquan is a deity incarnate, while others insist he's actually a woman. In short, as time passed, more and more video bloggers began posting content about Zhang Lingquan. Compared to the public, who reveled in the spectacle, the official stance of various countries remained notably reserved. Through secret channels, that the Dragon Nation military had dispatched high-level professionals to protect Zhang Lingquan. The value of a newcomer who cleared the dungeon entirely on their own versus one who relied on external assistance. The value of these two achievements cannot be compared. It's possible that Zhang Lingquan's previous story dungeon runs were also cleared with the support of the Dragon Nation military. In the eyes of these factions, Zhang Lingquan might still be exceptionally talented. But his importance has diminished considerably compared to before. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lingquan, who was still deep within the dungeon, he merely noticed a sharp drop in the number of private messages attempting to recruit him over the past 2 days. At least that spared him the trouble of blocking them one by one. Meanwhile, in a conference room of a luxurious estate on the outskirts of Luoshanji, Free Nation, a group of men in sharp suits sat around a round table, deep in discussion. Gentlemen, the family has received intelligence that Zhang Lingquan used external assistance to clear the level. A distinguished middle-aged man seated at the head of the table tapped the surface and addressed the assembled group. What are your thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the bespectacled, scholarly-looking man seated to his right immediately responded. Sir, I believe the Tevardi family should continue engaging with him, but at a reduced level of attention. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Have we verified the accuracy of the source? Another man seated at the end of the table also voiced his opinion. I suspect this is a deliberate diversion tactic spread by the Dragon Nation. At this remark, the entire room fell silent. As a family conglomerate controlling the economic lifeline of the Free Nation, they had dealt extensively with the Dragon Nation before and were well aware of their tactics. They could make warships look like fishing boats, and bombers appear as little chubby planes. What's even more infuriating is, this nation even dispatched military experts to appear on television interviews, spreading despicable false information. As a result, an aircraft production line their family had already negotiated with the Free Nation government was completely cancelled and abandoned. It's utterly despicable. The group fell silent for a moment. Finally, the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table spoke first. Mr. Court's concerns are valid. The family must indeed consider this point. Since none of you have any constructive suggestions regarding Zhang Lingquan, then I shall. But before the middle-aged man could make a final decision, a Chinese-American woman seated at the very end abruptly interrupted him. Sir, I believe this matter warrants further discussion. Zhang Lingquan is not worthy of our investment. Chapter 92, Framing. Oh, Miss Chen, you say that could it be you have some perspective on this? The middle-aged man showed no sign of irritation at being interrupted. Instead, he smiled at the Chinese-American woman. You are our Morgan Group's China expert. Surely you understand the Chinese mindset better than we do. Hearing this, the woman nodded, her gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd with pride. Unlike these executives who had inherited their positions, she had climbed her way up step by step through sheer ability. Of course, this journey wasn't without its share of power and sex deals, but it also indirectly proved her extraordinary skills. After gathering her thoughts, the woman voiced her opinion directly. Sir, as a former citizen of the Dragon Nation, I understand its ways better than any of you here. The people of Longguo love chess. They can place their lives, wars, even nations, upon the chessboard. Just as you gentlemen enjoy navigating the stock market, the Dragon Nation people delight in navigating the chessboard. This is their wisdom and their strategy. As she spoke, the woman produced a USB drive.
She handed it to the secretary beside her. Soon, the contents of the USB drive appeared on the conference room's large screen.
This is the data I compiled on the Dragon Nation candidates. Doesn't it strike you as peculiar?
Hearing her question, everyone present perked up with interest, their eyes turning toward the screen. The screen was filled with the exam results of candidates from Dragon Country. The time span even extended back 100 years.
Ms. Chen, what exactly are you trying to show us with this?
The middle-aged man in the front seat glanced at the screen before turning his gaze back to the woman. Her expression remained composed as she pointed to the data on the screen.
Gentlemen, my point is quite simple.
Through these data, we can gain a general understanding of the actual situation of candidates in the Dragon Nation over the years.
They've mostly participated in kill-based dungeons, so why did Zhang Lingquan emerge this year alone?
No one sitting in this conference room was a fool.
After hearing the woman's explanation,
they all frowned as if something had suddenly clicked into place. The middle-aged man at the head of the table fell deep in thought.
After a long moment, he finally gave the woman a meaningful look. Ms. Chen, your perspective is truly unique. Though we can't rule out that possibility.
In that case, we should reduce the level of contact with Zhang Lingquan.
Exactly. Following the woman's guidance, everyone present began to interpret the Zhang Lingquan incident as an attempt by the Dragon Nation to forcibly establish a youth role model.
The goal was to boost the nation's confidence and attract foreign geniuses and scientists to immigrate. As for Zhang Lingquan himself, he wasn't nearly as impressive as the newspapers made him out to be.
It's just a facade for show. Similar incidents. This isn't confined to internal meetings of the Morgan family. Family factions in other nations have also made similar decisions. However, there were a few exceptions. The Kim family, thanks to Kim Soo-yeon's mediation. Not only did they not reduce their engagement level with Zhang Lingquan, but they even slightly elevated it from before. After all, Kim Soo-yeon had witnessed Zhang Lingquan's true capabilities firsthand and held a deep admiration for him.
Both in terms of sentiment and reason, she would ensure her family maintained contact with Zhang Lingquan.
The Ji family made the same choice. The Ji family of Longhua. Due to Ji Lingshue's presence,
the Ji family maintained a friendly stance toward Zhang Lingquan, still willing to supply him with resources. Of course, since the Morgan family had already made their judgment, most factions outside the Dragon Nation family began deliberately or inadvertently spreading rumors that Zhang Lingquan was merely a figurehead within the military. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger.
As numerous foreign media outlets shifted their narrative, domestic and scrupulous media outlets like sharks sensing blood, they began blindly following suit and reporting on this story.
In an instant, chat platforms across the nation were abuzz.
Holy crap! Is this real? Did Zhang Lingquan's previous dungeon runs all just put on for show? The biggest international media outlets have exposed it. How could it be fake?
They've always had freedom of speech.
Oomph, I knew it. How could a high schooler be that good? Turns out it was all fake. TSK, you folks living at the bottom of Longhua are truly pitiful, getting spun around like tops.
Whether intentional or coincidental, comments like these sprouted like mushrooms after rain.
They relentlessly flooded the comment sections beneath every viral video. Some unsuspecting Dragon Country citizens were swayed by the misinformation.
They joined the chorus condemning Zhang Lingquan.
We demand the truth.
The Dragon Nation must give its people the truth.
Exactly. This kid must be some high-ranking official's offspring, right? Damn, this is so corrupt. Is this the tragedy of our nation's underprivileged? Forever fodder for the elite.
As this vicious trend grew increasingly rampant,
finally, the Dragon Nation government stepped in. First, they issued an announcement debunking the rumors. Then, through official channels, they gave Zhang Lingquan tremendous recognition, joining the Long Kingdom government in this move. The Dragon Nation's military also joined the fray. Their approach was straightforward and forceful. They directly released footage of their forces encircling and eliminating small mercenary groups along the border. In the footage, several mercenaries hung their heads dejectedly, each carrying a military signal receiver strapped to their backs. Inside their notebooks, specialized software capable of encrypting information was also found. It was obvious. Most of the messages inciting Dragon Nation netizens originated from here. At that moment, on Douyin, with the 2 major Dragon Nation institutions leading the way,
Infinitesimal Black, who had previously analyzed the health guru, also released a video. Everyone, I've heard about that earlier news as well, so I'd like to discuss this matter.
First off, regarding the accuracy of the news, I don't believe it's true. The unique nature of the Goko exam site is something everyone is aware of.
Even top-tier professionals cannot enter casually, unless they use specific items. Of course, using specific items raises another question: is it worth it? Items capable of bypassing Gaokao restrictions are exceedingly rare not just in Dragon Nation, but anywhere in the world.
Such items represent a nation's deepest reserves used only when absolutely necessary. No nation would ever gamble with its strategic reserves. This holds true for both the government and the military. So let's all approach this issue rationally. Don't let certain individuals with ulterior motives sway your judgment. As a science popularization broadcaster, Infinite Black's analyses are always well-reasoned and evidence-based. So as soon as his video was released, it drew a large crowd. While trying to keep their emotions in check, many began searching online for Zhang Lingquan's personal information. Soon, Zhang Lingquan's various experiences in Jiangbei City were unearthed by netizens. Terms like top student, orphan, and Jiangbei's most popular guy once again dominated the top spots on major news apps. As understanding deepened, more and more people began to develop a fondness for Zhang Lingquan. Girls were mostly drawn to his looks, while boys admired his abilities. He ranked first in school academics, and even after choosing the useless health master class in the dungeon, he still outshone everyone with his dazzling performance. What the hell, if he's not a legend, then what is he? Unbeknownst to Zhang Lingquan, still deep within the dungeon lay the world's shifting currents. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care in the slightest. Because right now, had something far more important on his mind. Chapter 93, Rumors Resurface. Perhaps it was because he had cleared the A-rank death dungeon. Or perhaps due to bearing the curse of Kunsu. In any case, Zhang Lingquan's dungeon preparation period this time had reached 15 days. The 15 days preceding the instance serve as a preparation period. Please manage your time accordingly. Staring at the time displayed on the instance panel, then glancing at the tattoo on his arm that had faded to mere outlines, Zhang Lingquan's brow furrowed instantly, recalling the previous instances he had experienced. It seemed that ever since he took the college entrance exam, this preparation period had been steadily increasing. Most terrifyingly, the difficulty of the dungeons he tackled had been skyrocketing exponentially. He had thought the 3-day preparation period for the previous dungeon, Yellow Springs Town, had been challenging enough. But damn it! This time it's 15 days straight. Zhang Lingquan couldn't believe it. What on earth would the final boss in the next dungeon be? Could it really be that thing that tried to drag him to Immortal Town by force? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He immediately sent a video call request to Long Xiaojie. Before long, the call connected. Long Xiaojie's graceful figure appeared before him. I have a bad feeling about the next dungeon. Zhang Lingquan cut straight to the chase the moment they connected. Could you talk to the military? Get me some gear to keep me alive? There was no way around it. That constant feeling of being watched by certain entities was unbearably uncomfortable. Especially after nearly being dragged off to Immortal Town earlier. Facing unknown horrors head-on. It left him restless day and night. Long Xiaojie froze upon hearing this. But he quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow as he asked. Is that thing still watching you? Yeah. Zhang Lingquan nodded. He revealed the fading tattoo on his arm. I used the reward item from clearing the stage to erase this thing, but it came with some side effects. What kind of side effects? There's a high chance we'll encounter the thing in the next dungeon. At this, both fell silent. After a long pause, Long Xiaojie spoke first. I understand. I'll report this matter to higher-ups. Rest assured, the military will protect you. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Zhang Lingquan exhaled in relief. He had genuinely feared the military might abandon him. But since they'd sent Long Xiaojie as his bodyguard, it meant they recognized his value. His earlier worries had been entirely unfounded. The two chatted idly for a while longer, suppressing the urge to burst a blood vessel. He finally ended the video call with Long Xiaojie. Phew, looks like I'll need to find a pair of glasses to wear during video calls with girls from now on. Indeed, the upgraded features of the Time AI continue to plague him. The worst part? This damn feature was picky. When he encountered unattractive girls. Or when it was a guy. It just stops working altogether. Zhang Lingquan reckoned that after a few more incidents like this, Long Xiaojie might not even know her own measurements. Just then, glancing at the lengthy preparation time displayed on the instance panel, he was about to close it. His peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of another option behind it. Abandoned dungeon prep time? The instant he saw the option, the Time AI in his mind immediately provided an analytical prompt. A highly abrupt abandonment option. Reason, the instance is excessively difficult. Abandoning prep time will reduce difficulty. Probability, 100%. Reason, someone urgently wants to pull you into the instance, 100% likelihood. I'm in. Upon hearing these two analysis prompts, Zhang Lingquan almost instinctively let out a curse. The first reason was tolerable, considered good news, but what the hell was the second one? Recalling the events before the Rust Town instance began. If it weren't for the microcosm fragment shielding him, he'd be dead as a doornail by now. That damn thing really had it out for him. For a moment, Zhang Lingquan froze, his expression shifting rapidly. The situation was now crystal clear: stick your neck out and get stabbed, or keep it tucked in and get stabbed anyway. Given that, it was better to activate the instance early. At least that would slightly reduce its difficulty. With that thought, Zhang Lingquan clicked the yes option. Examinee Zhang Lingquan has forfeited the dungeon preparation time. The next instance will open in 12 hours. Please plan your time accordingly. Soon, the instance announcement sounded once more. What he didn't know, however, was that these two announcements weren't just directed at him, they echoed above the instances of all other examinees as well. The crowd erupted in commotion. The chat channel exploded with excitement. Holy crap, is this guy going to fly to the moon? Just cleared one instance and he's diving straight into the next one? Wait. Aren't you curious how the boss skipped prep time? Why didn't I get that option? Same here, how did the boss pull that off?
As the news spread like wildfire, the news quickly spread beyond the dungeon.
At that moment, Goryeo Kingdom.
Within the complex nestled among the hills on the outskirts of the capital, the Kim family's customary meeting was underway, just like last time, with discussions about Zhang Lingquan taking place here. Kim Jae-young sat at the conference table, frowning as she asked,
"How much longer until the head of the family arrives?" Upon hearing her inquiry, a family secretary seated to her right responded, "Ms. Jaron, the head of the family has stated that he will no longer attend meetings of this level." "What?"
Jean Zyron looked utterly astonished. Then, as if something occurred to her, she pressed the secretary further.
Could it be that the head of the family has already decided to downgrade the attention level for Zhang Lingquan? Since you've already guessed, Madame Jaron, why waste time here?
The secretary adjusted her glasses. Her tone remained calm. The primary reason the family has been monitoring him is Ji Lingxue. Now, Zhang Lingquan has proven through his own actions that he is not worthy of our investment. He's become too self-important, thinking that clearing a few dungeons makes him superior. He's rushing headlong into certain death. Moreover, whether he truly possesses the strength to clear those dungeons remains debatable. The family head has decided to reduce our focus on Zhang Lingquan going forward. With that, the conversation concluded. The secretary stood up, bowed to him, then turned and walked toward the door. Seeing this, Jean Zyrong wanted to speak up for Zhang Lingquan. She felt he wasn't quite as the secretary described. But even as she watched him depart, her lips still moved slightly, unsure what to say. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Nation's Copy Research Bureau, Ji Lingxue, clad in a white lab coat, was conversing with an elderly man. "Young man, I've looked into this Zhang Lingquan you mentioned. He's quite talented, but far too impulsive." The old man's implied meaning was clear, he no longer wished to cultivate Zhang Lingquan. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingxue, standing nearby, remained resolute. "Master, I know Zhang Lingquan. He's not an impulsive person. Then why do you think he is?" The old man fiddled with the prop in his hand while asking without turning his head. "Could it be that kid's having a psychotic episode? Hey, kid, you got a thing for that boy, don't you?" "Huh?" Ji Lingxue froze, then flushed slightly. "Teacher, what nonsense are you talking about? I just wanted him to help me out. You know how the Ji family is. Youngster, I'd like to help you, but this isn't solely up to me. The higher-ups have already made their decision." The old man paused his work and looked up, his gaze fixed on Ji Lingxue. Lowered Zhang Lingxuan's surveillance level from S-class to B-class. Hearing this, Ji Lingxue felt a sudden tremor run through her body. Chapter 94, he doesn't have that kind of power. The elderly man before her was not only her mentor but also one of the founding members of the Dungeon Research Bureau. He had spearheaded numerous research projects on dungeon professions and equipment. He was a true authority in the field of dungeon research. Now even her own mentor didn't hold much hope for Zhang Lingquan. This stirred a faint sense of crisis within Ji Lingxue's heart. After all, Zhang Lingquan was now their Ji family's sole hope for restoring the White Jade infant. Unless absolutely necessary, Ji Lingxue naturally didn't want to give up on him. "Teacher, isn't the higher-ups' decision a bit too hasty? I'm not accusing anyone. I heard military personnel contacted him. Shouldn't we communicate with the military first before making a decision?" Ji Lingxue continued to plead. However, the old man shook his head. "Military intelligence is highly classified. We won't be able to get our hands on it. Besides, you've heard the negative reports about Zhang Lingquan, haven't you? While we don't know what the military is up to, one thing is certain. That kid is definitely not as formidable as the outside world makes him out to be." He also knew that Ji Lingxue held Zhang Lingquan in high regard because of the White Jade infant. And held Zhang Lingquan in high regard. But based on the information gathered so far, Zhang Lingquan truly wasn't worth investing in. "Are you sure you want to hand over the Heavenly Dao Fragment artifact to that kid? That was something you acquired at great cost, exchanged from the Research Bureau's internal shelves. Isn't that a bit of a waste?" Hearing the elder's question, Ji Lingxue felt a twinge of conflict within. Earlier, when she heard that Zhang Lingquan had traded specialized category items with other examinees within the dungeon, she had negotiated with the Research Bureau, paying a hefty price to exchange for that item from their internal shelves. She had originally intended to hand it over to Zhang Lingquan. But now, the other party's behavior made Ji Lingxue hesitate.
Could I have misjudged him? Is he truly someone prone to impulsive actions? Ji Lingshue's thoughts were complex. Regardless, she must find Zhang Lingquan and ask him what he thinks. I understand, teacher. I'll consider this matter. Good. You understand, child. The old man nodded. She took her leave of the old man. Ji Lingshue then headed toward the teleportation array at the research bureau. Her obsession with repairing the jade infant burned within her, driving her to urgently seek out Zhang Lingquan. The decision made by the Jin family and the Dragon Nation Research Bureau was echoed by countless other factions worldwide, both large and small. These factions had initially held high hopes for Zhang Lingquan, striving to win his allegiance. But after learning of his eagerness to enter the next instance dungeon, coupled with the rumors spread by the Morgan family, their attitudes shifted dramatically. The reason was simple. A young man who barely cleared the dungeon only by relying on the protection of the Dragon Nation's military forces. It would be one thing if he didn't behave properly. But to delude himself into believing this external aid was his own strength? His fate was predictable. Not a single soul held any hope for him. Zhang Lingquan remained oblivious to the commotion outside. At that moment, he lay sound asleep on his magic flying carpet. But soon, the alert tone of a video call jolted him awake. He glanced blankly at the contact information on the instance panel. Upon seeing it was from Ji Lingshue, he sat up abruptly. The video connected, and her projection appeared. Ji Lingshue sat in her bamboo grove courtyard, as cool and distant as ever. But upon seeing the scene on Zhang Lingshuen's end, she paused for a moment. A flying carpet. A palace complex shrouded in swirling clouds. That kid was actually resting outside, soaking up the sun, looking perfectly content. He really knows how to enjoy himself. Originally, upon hearing that Zhang Lingquan owned a luxurious palace, Ji Lingshue had dismissed it as mere rumor, paying it little mind. But now it seemed all of it was true. Zhang Lingquan really did have a palace. She glanced at her humble bamboo courtyard, then cast her eyes toward the sprawling palace complex stretching endlessly behind Zhang Lingquan. For a moment, she was utterly speechless. Who would have thought that her residence belonging to a top-tier professional couldn't even compare to that of a high school student? Who would believe this if she told anyone? This palace, does it have any other special functions? Caught off guard by Ji Lingshue's sudden question, Zhang Lingquan froze for a moment before blurting out. Not sure. I haven't explored it all yet. Sister Ji, is this what you wanted to ask me about? Hearing his answer, Ji Lingshue finally let out a sigh of relief. So it was just all show. Even just judging by its sheer scale, it was already considered top tier among house props. But at least her bamboo cottage had some other bonus effects. When compared side by side, her bamboo cottage still held the edge. I came to see you this time to ask what you think about it. Her expression was serious. I even found a heavenly Dao fragment for you, intending to help boost your strength. As she spoke, Ji Lingshue retrieved a golden, translucent fragment from her storage bracelet. She waved it in front of Zhang Lingshuan's eyes. His eyes widened in astonishment. Because the time AI's analysis had already indicated. This thing was a treasure capable of directly restoring the primordial thought to 100%. Of course, he understood exactly what Ji Lingshue wanted to ask. But he didn't explain. Seeing this, Ji Lingshue's expression turned serious. After pondering for a long while, she looked at Zhang Lingquan with a hint of expectation. Though I'm unaware of your situation with the military, I still urge you to proceed with caution. Just because you cleared the previous instances doesn't mean you can clear them all. So, take my advice, turn back while the situation is still under control. I'll provide you with an item that grants you one free instance entry. Listening to her words tinged with concern, Zhang Lingquan felt a wave of warmth wash over him. But asking him to skip this dungeon run? That was out of the question. After all, as long as the tattoo remained, he would never find peace. For the sake of a better life ahead, both in reason and in heart, he must confront this dungeon head-on no matter what the final boss might be. Sister Ji, there's no need to persuade me. My mind is made up. I have my own reasons that are hard to explain. Zhang Lingquan hesitated before speaking. Hearing this, the hopeful expression on Ji Lingshue's face froze, her eyes filling with disappointment. She had still held some hope for Zhang Lingquan. But now, blindness, arrogance, and refusal to heed sound advice. All these character flaws seemed to pour out of Zhang Lingquan at once. Perhaps she had completely given up on repairing the jade infant. Ji Lingshue closed her eyes in resignation and let out a long sigh. Ah. Good luck to you. With that, she ended the video call. Staring at the now disconnected video projection, Zhang Lingquan lowered his head in deep thought. He understood perfectly why Ji Lingshue had sighed so deeply just now. But was he really as despicable as the rumors outside claimed? Sister Ji, just wait. I'll give you a huge surprise. Chapter 95, Blood Moon. Time flew by. Before they knew it, the next morning arrived. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Lingquan checked the start time for the next instance.
At this point, only 30 minutes remained until the next instance opening. To be on the safe side, he specifically contacted Long Xiaojie. He learned that the military was fully prepared and instructed her to bring a large supply of survival gear into the instance. Zhang Lingquan's previously racing heart finally settled into calm. The 10 seconds before instance start is the preparation period. Please manage your time accordingly. Soon, as time passed, the instance prompt sounded once more. Zhang Lingquan was ready on her end. At the same time, on the other side, Long Xiaojie, equipped with a large quantity of military-issued gear, entered the Dragon Nation military's internal teleportation array. However, this time, the temporal anchor failed to detect any information regarding Zhang Lingquan. This puzzled Long Xiaojie and also left the military personnel waiting outside perplexed. Long girl, what's going on? Why didn't you follow Zhang Lingquan into the instance? As the impatient battalion commander, Hao Tai, he stepped forward to question her directly. She was just as baffled. Glancing again at the unresponsive temporal anchor beside the teleportation array, a flicker of worry crossed her mind. Raid leader, he mentioned earlier that there was a high chance we'd encounter that thing in the next dungeon. You're the one with the tattoo? That thing is actually real? Hao Tai's brow furrowed. He was the first to report when Long Xiaojie cleared the instance earlier. He naturally knew some details about Zhang Lingquan himself. As far as we can tell right now, it seems so. Long Xiaojie nodded in response. Both men fell silent. This is urgent. I'll report this matter to higher-ups immediately. After a few seconds of contemplation, Hao Tai finally spoke first, his expression grave. Comrade Long Xiaojie, the organization now orders you to remain on standby at the teleportation array for 24 hours. Until the spatial anchor captures the duplicate information of Zhang Lingquan. As he spoke, he didn't forget to salute Long Xiaojie. Seeing this, Long Xiaojie snapped to attention and returned the salute. I will complete the mission. Regarding the developments on the military side, Zhang Lingquan, who was currently entering the instance, remained unaware. At that moment, he was studying the specific details of this instance. Instance assessment commences. Dungeon difficulty, A+. Dungeon story depth, low. Is this a death instance? Yes. Instance suppression level, slightly low. Current dungeon self-attributes suppression, 10%. Current dungeon item suppression, none. Current dungeon skill suppression, none. Instance type, solo progression, escape. Assessment objective, survive within Divine Light's blessing. Challenge description, whenever a sage appears, a crimson moon will rise in the heavens. The crimson moon's appearance showers divine light upon all, granting blessings and extraordinary abilities. The blessed area becomes sacred ground. Seize the opportunity, and you may even encounter the sage in person. Countless mortals flock to it like bees to honey. Unlike previous instances, which only featured a dungeon description outlining the assessment content, this time, an additional assessment introduction had been added. Zhang Lingquan's brow furrowed deeper with each word. Before he could even survey his surroundings, the time AI in his mind immediately flashed a series of danger alerts. Gradually solidifying red moon, danger level 10%. The crimson moon gradually solidifying, danger level 11%. Gradually solidifying. Abnormal danger level detected in current environment. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. Zhang Lingquan looked up. Sure enough, a blood moon hung high in the sky, shrouded in thick, dark clouds. Whether it was an illusion or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that after looking up, the crimson moon in the heavens seemed to draw ever closer to him, as if it could crush him in the very next second. That inexplicable sense of oppression made him feel suffocated without realizing it. Blood moon glow filled with spiritual pollution. Cause, an ancient sage resides here. Probability, 100%. Reason, this place has become the domain of the ancient sage's divine light is about to descend. Probability 100%. At that moment, the time AI delivered another analytical prompt. No wonder it felt suffocating. It's spiritual pollution. But what the hell is this divine blessing anyway? Zhang Lingquan pondered for a moment, unable to make sense of it. He looked up again. He noticed that beyond the eerie red light, the entire sky was gradually warping. It resembled a black muddy swamp, with writhing loaches churning back and forth. This sight intensified the sense of urgency within him. After all, the scenes from Rust Town were still vivid in his mind. Now, the crimson moonlight and the black sky stood starkly apart, like two separate worlds. Within the churning clouds, flashes of lightning flickered intermittently. With each flash, a massive object could be faintly discerned moving within the clouds, casting shadows beneath them. Like a swarm of snakes, or perhaps insects, it appeared densely packed. Zhang Lingquan squinted to look more closely. The next second, a massive eye flashed through the clouds. His scalp prickled, and he instantly recognized what lurked within the clouds. Holy! Isn't that the giant tree with eyes from Rust Town? His voice carried a hint of terror. Clearly, he was still shaken by the events in the previous dungeon.
Damn it, tentacle monsters everywhere, poking and prodding at the drop of a hat. Who could stand that? Despite his panic, the moment he saw that an inexplicable, intense longing surged within Zhang Lingxuan's heart. He wanted to crawl before it, to be devoured by it, too. Accompanying these bizarre thoughts was that familiar, writhing sensation in his lower abdomen. Detected host infected by unknown contaminant, exhibiting agitation. Suppression protocol initiated. Detecting host under mental contamination assault. Executing defense protocol. Imprisonment pill successfully deployed. Nuclear bomb visualization technique skill activation successful. Soon, a golden glow began to emanate from Zhang Lingxuan's body. Enveloped by the golden light, he regained his senses, the very man who moments before had been about to bow in reverence. Holy! I almost blew it. That thing is still inside me? Zhang Lingxuan's face twisted in horror as he rubbed his lower abdomen. Logically, after clearing the previous dungeon, all negative status effects should have been cleared. But why? Feeling the strange sensation in his lower abdomen, his brow furrowed deeply. Glancing around, he saw muddy streets caked with filth, vintage street lamps lining both sides of the road. Men and women with faded makeup passed by. Everywhere exuded an old-fashioned British vibe. It was clear. The timeline of this dungeon was likely set in 17th to 18th century Europe. Zhang Lingquan scanned the area but found no sign of Long Xiaojie. Strange? We clearly agreed on this. Why didn't he follow? Though puzzled, now was not the time for him to linger in confusion. The blood moon overhead grew increasingly crimson, while the dark clouds above formed a colossal vortex. Like an inky sea inverted over the sky, it churned with thunderclaps and lightning flashes. Merely gazing upward was enough to strike fear into the heart. Hum. At that moment, as the crimson glow of the blood moon reached its peak, a piercing, siren-like wail suddenly echoed across the entire sky. Vaguely, the entire world seemed unfamiliar and terrifying under the blood moon's glow. Houses seemed heaped with flesh and blood, roads strewn with rotting scraps of meat. The piercing siren wailed on for over 10 seconds. It finally ceased abruptly. Then, the blood moon began to descend, like a meteor hurtling toward Earth. In Zhang Lingxuan's view, the blood moon grew larger and larger until it finally hovered over the city. Damn it! Zhang Lingquan blurted out a curse. The oppressive presence of the eerie, colossal blood moon was overwhelming. It instinctively reminded him of a symphony from his past life called Above the Moon. Unlike Zhang Lingxuan's panic, when the blood moon descended, nearly the entire city descended into frenzy. In the square, in the fields, beneath the eaves, countless citizens stopped in their tracks. They gazed upward at the blood moon, their faces and eyes ablaze with fervor and excitement. A blessing! Ha. This is actually a blessing. I think I saw the ancient sages. Ha. If I'm lucky, I'll be the next sage. Regardless of age or gender, everyone was captivated by the crimson moon overhead. That eerie blood moon seemed to stir the deepest desires within people. The entire city descended into madness. Chapter 96, The Blessing of the Sage. Zhang Lingquan gazed at the blood moon. Its crimson glow grew ever more intense, sending shivers down the spine. Against the pitch-black sky behind the blood moon, countless massive silhouettes flickered in and out of view. As he watched, that inexplicable stirring within his heart gradually resurfaced. It stirred within Zhang Lingquan a desire to offer himself to the blood moon. I too can become a sage. Ha. Zhang Lingquan suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Then he reached out, his hand poised to gouge out his own eyeballs. At that very moment, the Time AI's alerts sounded in his mind. Polluted blood moon, danger level 20%. Corrupted blood moon, danger level 30%. Contaminated. Abnormal increase in environmental hazard detected. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level rising too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Nuclear bomb visualization technique automatically activated. Golden light appeared, and Zhang Lingquan quickly regained his senses, feeling nothing but utter dread. In the instant he was bewitched by the blood moon. A strange thought had taken root in his mind. The blood moon transformed into a warm sun, the massive shadow in the clouds became a kindly old man. Even the heavens and earth radiated warmth and brilliance, everywhere filled with peaceful tranquility. Zhang Lingquan sighed. He was utterly clueless about this dungeon now. With this blood moon hanging in the sky, nowhere within the city limits would be safe. As time passed, more and more people began to awaken. It was as if they had all coordinated. The moment these citizens emerged from the moon-gazing frenzy, they immediately grabbed kitchen knives, hammers, forming groups of 3 or 5. Then they began patrolling the nearby streets with frenzied intensity. Of course, the term patrol was hardly accurate. Because Zhang Lingquan couldn't shake the feeling that these people were searching for something. To test his hunch, he casually selected one group, and quietly followed behind them. Soon, after traversing several muddy streets, the group finally stopped before a withered apple tree. At that moment, on the other side of the apple tree, several men dressed as city security officers had already stopped. The city security officers had been gazing at the apple tree with rapt attention. Upon noticing the newcomers, they all grew alert. "Hey! Country bumpkins! We found this blessing first. Get lost. That's right. We advise you to leave immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Get lost, you lowlifes." Hearing the security guard's blatant mockery, the later arriving citizens remained motionless, cold smiles fixed on their faces. "Sir, blessings are gifts from our ancestors meant for all. You think you can monopolize them? That's right. Get out of here. If you don't leave, we won't hesitate to kill you." The citizens spoke, raising their various farming tools in their hands. Zhang Lingquan had been watching from a distance. He couldn't understand why these people were fighting to the death over a single tree. Earlier, he'd been too preoccupied with the clash between the two groups. Now, driven by curiosity, his gaze drifted toward the apple tree. At the very top of the apple tree, he saw a black, ball-like mass of threads. Its dense, black tentacles swayed back and forth, resembling seaweed growing in the depths of the ocean. While Zhang Lingquan was still examining it, while on the other side, two groups of people had already begun to stir. Suddenly, the security guard closest to the apple tree lunged forward and leaped up. He swiftly plucked the black flesh-like mass from the tree. "Ha ha, the blessing is mine." The security guard's face twisted into a maniacal grin. Without a word, he shoved the black mass into his mouth. Perhaps because the black mass was too large, or perhaps because it was too hard. In any case, the security guard's expression twisted into a hideous grimace as he swallowed the black mass. "Ha ha ha ha. I see it. I see it. Ha ha ha." Despite the pain etched on his face, he continued to laugh wildly. But the laughter didn't last long. Cracks began to form all over his body as he stood rooted to the spot. Blood mixed with flesh, organs, and bone fragments gushed wildly from the cracks. Finally, with a loud boom, his entire body exploded into pieces. From his flesh emerged a dense cluster of transparent tentacles. Unlike what Zhang Lingquan had witnessed earlier in Rust Town, these tentacles extending from the flesh were extremely thin, resembling fishing lines. Moreover, these tentacles emitted an eerie glow, giving off a deeply unsettling aura. Enemy type, relic. Status, dead, mentally corrupted. Optional weaknesses, none. Enemy description, waste left behind after consuming the blessing bestowed by an unknown entity. Damn it! How could this bastard? Witnessing him explode like firecrackers, the crowd showed no fear, only seething envy and resentment. How dare he? How dare he stand before the ancients? Soul transcendence? Though they felt resentful, only a single black mass had ripened on this apple tree. The few men resembling security officers murmured among themselves for a while. In the end, they were the first to leave. At that moment, only the few individuals Zhang Lingquan had been following remained at the scene, filled with regret. Out of nowhere, they'd squandered such a golden opportunity to confront the ancient sage face to face. Had they acted faster just now, perhaps the one whose soul transcended could have been one of them. The group was filled with regret. Suddenly, a man with a gap-toothed grin glanced over his shoulder and spoke coldly. "You've been tailing us this long, what the hell do you want? Think I won't kill you?" Hearing this, the gazes of everyone present turned toward Zhang Lingquan lurking in the shadows. Realizing he'd been spotted, Zhang Lingquan had no choice but to step forward. "Gentlemen, I was just curious." "Curious?" The gap-toothed burly man sneered coldly. "You want to fight us for the blessings of the sages? I'll kill you." "No. No. No. Please calm down, sir. You're scaring me." Seeing the man's eyes roll back and black lines begin spreading across his face and neck, Zhang Lingquan frantically waved his hands. "I swear, I have absolutely no interest in the blessings of the sages. I'm just genuinely curious. Don't read too much into it." "Oomph. You think we're fools? Something as valuable as the blessings of the sages, you wouldn't be tempted?" The burly man sneered, turning to shout at the others behind him. "This kid's no good. Kill him." "No. Big brother. Zhang Lingquan cursed inwardly. But his face remained cheerful as he said, "Truth be told, I've been watching you all and am truly impressed by your wisdom and prowess. I'd like to join your group. You want to join us?" The gap-toothed burly man eyed him suspiciously, scrutinizing Zhang Lingquan over and over. After a long moment, his attitude softened. "It's not impossible, but let's be clear. If we find the blessing of the ancient sages later, we get first dibs." "Ancient blessing?" Zhang Lingquan instinctively glanced at the mass of flesh on the ground. And the grave grass, no, tentacles growing from it, already taller than a man. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "No, no. I said I don't want it. It all belongs to the brothers." "Ha ha ha, kid, you're really getting the hang of it." The gap-toothed burly man chuckled. "Since you put it that way, rest assured I won't let you work for nothing." Zhang Lingquan's lips moved silently. But in his mind, he'd already cursed out loud. After that, the group began exploring the nearby streets one after another. The team chat remained remarkably harmonious throughout, everyone brimming with enthusiasm. Even though someone had snatched away their chance at soul transcendence. On this path leading to the underworld, there were plenty more blessings to be had. Everyone has a bright tomorrow. Chapter 97, What the hell are you staring at? The group walked for over 10 minutes. Beyond the sky's oppressive, dark clouds, the entire world seemed drenched in the crimson glow of the blood moon overhead. Reflected on everyone's faces, it looked as if they were stained with blood. Though the scene was eerie, the citizens paid it little mind. Especially among the few hidden talents following Jean Linquan, their atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Carrying pitchforks and sledgehammers, they chatted and laughed. Occasionally, they would engage in lively discussions. After receiving divine blessings and ascending, should they use gold or silver farming tools for forging and plowing? Zhang Linquan remained close by, observing silently. It was beyond his expectations. Though tensions had flared earlier beneath the apple tree, when dealing with other citizens who were 3 or 5 times as capable, they didn't come to blows over other issues. Wasn't it supposed to be spiritual contamination? Why was this different from the situation in Rustown? If not for the blood moon shining brightly overhead, and the earlier witnessing of a living person exploding. Based solely on how restrained these people were with each other, he might have even thought this dungeon was harmless. Of course, they did encounter a few blessed items along the way, but each time they were just a step too late. All they could do was watch others explode. Afterward, the group sighed in frustration. That guy's incredibly lucky he actually achieved soul transcendence. Facing the sages directly. Hearing their words, Jean Linquan beside them was utterly speechless, yet he still voiced his confusion. Guys, didn't we say you could only see the sages when receiving divine light blessings? Why did those people just eat some kind of blessing item and met the great ancestor? Jean Linquan chose his words carefully. Hearing this, the gap-toothed burly man from earlier retorted. What great-grandmother? Those were the sages. Those people achieved spiritual transcendence. As he spoke, a complex expression flickered in his eyes, as if he envied those who had exploded. Bathing in divine light to receive blessings, that's a privilege reserved for nobles. That's what it means to truly face the sages. People like us have no right to do that. We can only transcend our souls. And those blessed objects are the mediums for transcendence. Mediums for transcendence? Jean Linquan furrowed his brow slightly. But soon, he pressed on with his questions. So, fat brother, are these blessed items common? Where can one typically encounter them? For the sake of his own life, he decided it was best to ask carefully. After all, these things could appear anywhere. Best to stay far away if possible. Ah, you've asked the right guy. Don't worry, there's plenty of that stuff around. The gap-toothed burly man exclaimed excitedly. This is the very heart of the ancestral grounds. Any object here can be blessed. Those blessings sprout from objects on their own, just like resin from a tree. I've also heard that anyone who catches the attention of the sages will surely achieve spiritual transcendence. Those blessings will grow wildly around such individuals. They're practically chosen by the gods. As he spoke these words, the gap-toothed burly man's expression brimmed with longing. He didn't notice Zhang Lingquan's face had gone pale. I'm speechless. This leaves no room for survival at all. Anyone who catches the attention of the ancestral sages is destined for soul transcendence. So basically, death is guaranteed? Zhang Linquan hadn't forgotten the tattoo on his arm. If the ghostly entities in the dungeon had a ranking system, then without a doubt, he was undoubtedly the absolute top tier. The memory of that sky-obscuring scene in Rustown sent a chill down Zhang Lingquan's spine. Suddenly, the buck-toothed burly man seemed to spot something and blurted out in shock. Holy crap, Wang Defu! A miracle has appeared here? The others in the group followed the direction of his finger and looked over. They were all stunned. Not far before them, a square covered in gray smoke. The smoke seemed frozen in place, hovering over the buildings for an eternity. It obscured the light from the blood moon overhead, leaving only a small patch of pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their own fingers. The gap-toothed burly man glanced around. Finding no one nearby, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He then signaled for several men to fashion torches on the spot. He led the group inside. With the faint glow of the torches, Zhang Linquan could finally make out the scene beneath the smoke. Long, slender tentacles dangled down from the smoke above. At the tips of these tentacles hung one or more colorful, fleshy globes. Mucus dripped intermittently from these spheres, coating the entire plaza in a sticky slime. Enemy type, low-level corruption source. Status, dead, mentally corrupted. Optional weakness, flesh. Flesh-like spheres filled with unknown contamination capable of parasitically infecting hosts. Vulnerability rating, 100%. Note, their fragile bodies appear highly vulnerable to fire. Upon discerning the tentacles and flesh balls, Time AI had already provided a weakness analysis. Yet it did not act rashly, instead following the crowd deeper into the darkness. Soon, the group reached the central area shrouded in smoke. Several massive trees now dominated the space.
These trees were exceptionally thick and entirely pitch black, covered in writhing flesh-like growths.
They're blessings.
Ha! There are so many blessings here.
Mom! I can transcend my soul too. I can go see you and Grandma now. Seeing the scene before them, everyone grew excited. Only Zhang Lingquan sensed something was off.
He stared intently for a moment. As if responding to him, the fleshy growths on the tree trunk began to slowly wriggle. Then, shedding their outer layers of flesh, they revealed their true forms. They were nothing but blood-red eyeballs.
Damn it! These damn things are definitely not right.
Zhang Lingquan was startled by the sight before him, blurting out instinctively.
What the hell are you staring at?
Yet despite his demand, those eyes remained fixed on him, utterly motionless.
Zhang Lingquan hesitated, then grabbed the burly man with the gap-toothed grin beside him and hid behind him. Bro, cover me for a sec. I need to run a test.
Though the gap-toothed burly man was puzzled, he obediently remained where he stood.
Zhang Lingquan used the man's body as cover.
Then he stepped out from the other side. What surprised him was, no matter how he shifted his position, the eyes on the tree trunk remained fixed on him. The longing in those eyes was deep and intense, as if they desperately wanted to burrow into his mouth.
Damn! They really are after me? Kid, you've actually caught the attention of the ancestors. The gap-toothed burly man was utterly astonished.
Though his brain wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, he could tell these things were all connected to Zhang Lingquan. After all, they'd been slogging away for ages, only to stumble upon a single blessed item and get beaten to it by someone else. Now this guy shows up, and blessings are practically spilling out like they're free for the taking.
Young man. Could you be the one chosen by the ancient sages? The gap-toothed burly man had intended to address Zhang Lingquan as before, but the thought that he might be the chosen one of the ancients.
He immediately changed his tone. Seeing this, the others in the group,
and their gazes toward Zhang Lingquan now held traces of envy and jealousy.
Noticing this, Zhang Lingquan paused for a moment. Pointing at the eyeballs embedded in the tree trunk, he asked them,
"Do you want those blessings?"
The others froze. "We want them, but they were bestowed upon you by the sages." Seeing Zhang Lingquan's utterly bewildered expression, the buck-toothed burly man sighed helplessly. If these blessings hadn't been specifically bestowed upon him by the sages, he would have been the first to scramble for them. But now, he could only inwardly marvel at how the fool had luck on his side. The majesty of the sages must not be defied. Since these things were bestowed upon you, they are entirely yours. If we were to go up and take them, it would be an offense against the sages, and we would be punished. Young man, don't worry about us. Hurry up and transcend your soul.
We're in no rush. We'll search for them later. Chapter 98, Mental Corruption. Unspeakable. Listening to his explanation, Zhang Lingquan remained silent. He merely glanced at the other's information. Professional name, Kurt Madsen. Occupation, lumberjack. Current status, low-level contaminated entity.
Note, level suppression may be active in this instance.
Note, current contaminant level is too low to approach intermediate contamination sources.
Glancing at the analysis prompt from the Time AI regarding this individual, he gained a rough understanding of the situation. He had previously wondered why this group didn't immediately rush to fight over the blessing item upon seeing it. Now it seemed clear level suppression existed within these contaminated bodies. What a clear-cut class system.
Since you want it, I'll get it for you. How about that?
The moment these words left his mouth,
everyone present froze in place. Their gazes fixed on Zhang Lingquan, filled with utter disbelief.
That was a blessed artifact bestowed by the ancient sages. Consuming just one could transcend the soul.
This guy was actually offering to hand over such a precious thing to them? Could it be that they themselves hadn't woken up yet? Dreaming in broad daylight?
There was no time for further thought.
Everyone, including the gap-toothed burly man, nodded in unison.
Great. Rest assured, once we transcend, we'll come back for you. These words left Zhang Lingquan somewhat silent. Nevertheless, he took a pitchfork from someone nearby. He used the sharp tip to pry several eyeballs from the tree trunk, then brought them over. Pierced eyes oozed viscous fluid, dripping and spreading a trail behind them. Behind him, several men stared at the blood-red eyeballs impaled on the pitchfork, each of them gulping back saliva.
The gap-toothed burly man at the front gleamed with excitement in his eyes. He was utterly thrilled. Had this kid actually given him the blessed item? He glanced up at Zhang Lingquan, as if afraid he might change his mind. He snatched the eyeball from the pitchfork and shoved it into his mouth. As the eyeball entered his mouth, it cracked and burst with a crunch. The gap-toothed man's face instantly lit up with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, I see. I see the sages beckoning to me. Ha ha ha. He roared with laughter, veins bulging on his face and neck. The laughter lasted over 10 seconds.
Finally, like an overinflated balloon, he exploded violently, blood and entrails spraying everywhere. From the gap-toothed brute's flesh, a dense forest of tiny tentacles sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain.
As the tentacles multiplied across his flesh, the once vivid red mass quickly began to rot and turn pitch black. Enemy type remnant of Kornsa's avatar. Status absorption. Optional weaknesses none. Note, remnants imbued with a fragment of Kun Su's will, capable of absorbing nutrients to strengthen themselves. Can these monstrosities absorb flesh and blood as nourishment? Zhang Lingquan pondered for a moment. This giant tree and eyeball, they certainly weren't harmless. Court transcended. What incredible luck!
The remaining few stared at Zhang Lingquan, their eyes filled with greed and longing. As for the gap-toothed burly man who had already exploded into a large mass,
they didn't even glance at him. After all, in their eyes, the gap-toothed brute who had swallowed the blessed object must have transcended his mortal soul, becoming beings that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. How enviable! How jealous! How I long for it! If only Zhang Lingquan hadn't been chosen by the sages. They would have already gone mad trying to snatch it away. Young man, that blessed item, could I have one? A bald, pockmarked fat man spoke up then. His gaze remained fixed on the blood-red eyeball skewered by the grass fork. Seeing his desperate expression, then glancing at the identical looks on the others' faces, Zhang Lingquan hesitated, then raised the pitchfork. Not yet. Let's keep exploring for now. Now that he knew these eyeballs would make people pop instantly, using these people as test subjects held no further value. He wasn't the type to go holy, that's brutal. Damn bastards. Several burly men from ancient Europe, enraged and humiliated, instinctively lunged toward Zhang Lingquan. But the moment they remembered he was favored by the sages, their barely simmering anger, they softened again. One balding, skinny man muttered resentfully. Hey, kid, don't be so stingy. Look at all these blessings here. Besides, the spiritual essence in those blessings on your fork is nearly drained. Rather than letting them go to waste, why not give them to us? Once our souls transcend, rest assured, we'll definitely come back for you. Though their intentions were good. For some reason, Zhang Lingquan felt a strange unease every time he heard those words. No need to take me away. Let's be practical. If you want this thing, trade me something for it. You want us to trade something for it? Are you sure? The balding, skinny man looked utterly skeptical. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan nodded. That's right. Preferably props or something. I'm not picky. Before he could finish, the balding skinny guy across from him had already stripped off his clothes. Young man, this outfit is the most expensive thing I own. Since I don't have any underwear, you'll have to make do with this for now. Of course, if you want underwear, I'll go find some for you right now. As he spoke, the balding, skinny man actually turned around to go find some underwear. No. Bro. The scene was truly painful to watch. Zhang Lingquan could only call him back. This is giving off bad vibes. Hurry up and put your clothes back on. Aren't you the one who wanted me to trade something? The balding, skinny man looked puzzled. Zhang Lingquan shook his head at the sight. No need. Let's go explore somewhere else. Ha! Now it was the balding skinny guy's turn to panic. Don't tell me you're not switching. I've already taken off my clothes. Just put it back on then. Zhang Lingquan ignored him and walked forward on his own. Seeing this, the others who had been waiting to swap with him silently pulled their pants back up. Hey, what do you think the sages look like? Have any of you seen them? As if suddenly remembering something, Zhang Lingquan turned back to ask after taking a few steps. The bald, skinny guy was still fuming, preoccupied with dressing himself and ignoring Zhang. Instead, the chubby, bare-faced fellow spoke up to explain. Of course we've seen them. The sages are. The chubby man tried to describe them with words. But he suddenly realized he couldn't recall the sage's appearance at all. He was certain he'd glimpsed the figure in his mind's eye when the warm sun descended upon the world. Why couldn't he recall it now? Professional title, Adolf McCann. Occupation, coachman. Current status, low-level corrupted entity. Note, following mental contamination, this subject's cognition has become distorted. Note, this individual subconsciously perceives soul transcendence as an innate instinct. Watching the other person scratch their head in frustration, Zhang Lingquan narrowed his eyes slightly. The implication was clear. This group had suffered mental contamination, having internalized soul transcendence as instinct. Moreover, in their eyes, death itself no longer existed. As long as they could transcend. That meant soaring into the heavens, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Thinking this, he glanced up at the blood moon through the gaps in the canopy. His gaze did not linger there, ultimately settling upon the densely overcast sky above. Which one is truly the source of this spiritual corruption? Is it Kunsu, or? After a few seconds of contemplation, he shouldered his pitchfork and walked away. The others behind him reluctantly gave chase. Hey, buddy, let's talk this over. Don't go. I have underwear, I'll trade you mine if I have to. Chapter 99, The So-Called Miracle. As long as one didn't actively swallow those ghostly things, there wouldn't be any danger. This eased Zhang Lingquan's mind a little. He genuinely feared this cursed thing might spread like a virus. But for now, he still harbored reservations. What exactly was that so-called divine blessing mentioned in the dungeon's warning message? Without understanding the specifics, there could be life-threatening dangers at any moment. Hey, buddy! Wait for us. Seeing him leave, the others behind him hurriedly followed. They could tell this fellow possessed divine essence and extraordinary talent. Having been chosen by the ancient sages, he surely had no interest in ordinary methods of soul transcendence. Clearly, he was preparing to journey to the blessed land to bathe in divine light. To stand before the great sage. At this thought, all of them grew flushed with excitement, their necks straining with fervor. After all, following such a genius, even if you can't get the meat, you can still get a taste of the broth. Zhang Lingquan glanced at the others, about to speak, when suddenly the rustling of leaves reached his ears. Something seemed to be stirring within the cloud of smoke gathered overhead. The group looked in the direction of the sound. Instantly, they saw a massive centipede emerge from the mist. Dense, slender, and shark-transparent tentacles drifted along its segmented back. Faced with such a monstrous creature, Zhang Lingquan felt his scalp tingle. Just like those giant trees. Besides the dense cluster of tentacles, its back was also covered with numerous black fleshy spheres. Enemy type, preacher enlightened by the ancients. Status, severe mental corruption. Optional weakness, abdomen. All nutrients drained by unknown entity, abdominal carapace softened, vulnerability level 100%. Note, this species is a potent source of contamination. Do not touch. Mental contamination again? Zhang Lingquan frowned. Just look at those flesh-like growths on this damn thing, no need to guess it's after me. This is actually an envoy sent by the ancients. Holy crap! Unlike Zhang Lingquan's solemn expression, the burly men behind him were beside themselves with excitement. Their gazes fixed on him now brimmed with awe and envy. Who would have thought the ancestral sages held this youngster in such high regard, even sending an envoy personally to deliver a blessed gift? Hiss hiss. The giant centipede hung upside down in the smoke above, revealing only half its body. After a few seconds of stillness, the carapace on its back suddenly began to writhe violently. Like waves churned by a raging storm. The sight was utterly terrifying. Zhang Lingquan kept his eyes fixed on the sky above, tense. Though he couldn't fathom what this creature intended, it couldn't be anything good. Sure enough, the writhing didn't last long before something burst through the shell from within. It was a slender, black tentacle. Attached to the tentacle were several multicolored, unusual-looking flesh-like spheres. The moment it appeared, it began slithering toward Zhang Lingquan. Highly contaminated source, danger level 20%. Highly contaminated source, danger level 30%. Intense. Abnormal environmental hazard detected. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. As the tentacles drew nearer, the danger alerts from the time AI in his mind intensified. Zhang Lingquan stared at the iridescent flesh-colored spheres forming on the tentacles. For some reason, a peculiar thought stirred within him. This thing looks so delicious. I want to eat it. I want to merge with it. Detected agitation from unknown parasitic contamination within host. Executing suppression protocol. Detecting host under mental contamination assault. Executing defense protocol. Imprisonment pill successfully deployed. Nuclear bomb visualization technique skill activation successful. Just as his gaze grew unfocused and he was about to lose control, a burst of golden light suddenly surged forth from his body, forcibly restoring Zhang Lingquan's senses. At that moment, the tentacles and the flesh ball were already very close to him. Seeing his right hand extended, about to touch the multicolored flesh ball, Zhang Lingquan shuddered violently and hastily withdrew his hand. Damn it! I almost fell for it. This thing was practically as terrifying as the blood moon overhead. Just one glance could cloud the mind and cause spiritual corruption. Young man, this is a blessing bestowed upon you by our ancestors. Why, aren't you eating it? Several burly men, who had initially envied Zhang Lingquan, now stood quietly by watching. They wanted to see how the blessing brought by the sage's messenger differed from ordinary blessings. But when they saw Zhang Lingquan pull his hand back, they were utterly bewildered. The benefit was clearly within his grasp. Why did this kid stop? Oh my! This is driving us crazy. Feverish excitement flared in everyone's eyes. No way! I can't hold back anymore. I'm going for soul transcendence. Finally, overcome by the immense temptation, the balding, skinny man could resist no longer. He lunged straight toward the tentacles and flesh balls approaching this side. But unexpectedly, before he could take a few steps, a tentacle shot out from the smoke above his head. Lightning fast, the tentacle pierced through the top of his skull with a wet thud the moment it appeared. This caused the bald, skinny man's movements to freeze. Then, the tentacle began to suck violently. At first, the balding man might have felt pain. But as time passed, the pain gradually gave way to a feverish ecstasy. He himself resembled a boxed drink with a straw inserted. Occasional slurping sounds emanated from within his body. His body rapidly withered away. as if absorbing vast amounts of nutrients. Even the tentacle before Zhang Lingquan grew vividly vibrant.
Contaminated parasite exhibiting extreme host craving, danger level 70%. The danger warning from the Time AI sent a chill down Zhang Lingxuan's spine.
Damn it, danger lurks everywhere.
He suddenly turned around.
Hey, you guys, wanna transcend your souls? Ha! Thanks, but.
The burly men remained relatively polite. After all, they had the example of the buck-toothed brute and the balding skinny guy to follow. Their respect and gratitude toward Zhang Lingquan had reached its peak.
Since those two had managed to ride on Zhang Lingxuan's coattails and achieve soul transcendence, why couldn't they do the same? This is a blessing from the sages. You're truly willing to give it to us? Of course I'm giving it to you. What, am I supposed to keep it all for myself? Zhang Lingquan was speechless.
His words left the others equally bewildered.
A blessing from the sages. You won't eat it? Don't you want your soul to transcend?
Though puzzled, they had no time to dwell on it now. Since Zhang Lingquan agreed to give them these blessings,
they certainly weren't going to be polite about it.
All of them lunged toward the tentacle covered in flesh like nodules before Zhang Lingquan. Similarly, several more tentacles shot out from the smoke above,
piercing through their spirit-sensing caps. Squish, squish. Gurgle, gurgle. Sizzle. The sucking was downright delicious. After draining every last bit of nourishment from their bodies,
the centipede overhead, its back covered in slender tentacles, seemed sated. It retracted its limbs, no longer paying attention to Zhang Lingquan, and began crawling into the mist. Only the rustling sound of leaves remained.
Damn it, why wasn't it my turn again?
At that moment, among the accompanying group, only the chubby fellow with a tiger-like face remained. Gazing at the familiar faces around him, now reduced to dried husks on the ground, the chubby fellow was nearly beside himself with frustration.
Why? The ancestors see them but not me? I want my soul to transcend too. Seeing the fat man's impatient expression, Zhang Lingquan hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue.
At the same time, a question arose in his mind. This manner of death, being consumed as sustenance by an unknown entity,
could it truly be considered soul liberation? Chapter 100, The Enraged Blessing. As the giant centipede departed,
the smoke that had obscured this small patch of sky quickly dissipated. Now, of the original group of 8 or 9, only Zhang Lingquan and the fat man remained. The two continued exploring and soon followed the crowd to the outskirts.
Compared to the winding, muddy streets within the city, this area felt remarkably open. Yet the number of people searching for blessings was several times greater than in the city. These people hadn't come blindly. Zhang Lingquan saw that the area near the city outskirts was filled with blackened tree trunks.
Indeed, these trees were identical to those he had encountered in the mist. Their trunks were covered in colorful flesh-like growths. In the scramble for these flesh masses, those who had rushed here had long since lost all restraint. They wildly swung hoes and hammers at each other. Blood spattered the ground.
Screams, curses. The sound of blades slicing through skin, hammers striking bone. For a moment, the entire outskirts of the city seemed transformed into a battlefield of blood and carnage.
Even Zhang Lingquan, who had prepared himself mentally, felt a jolt of shock upon witnessing this scene. Especially when he saw slender tentacles still emerging from the bodies of the dead.
This intensified the sense of urgency within Zhang Lingquan.
It seemed he had to clear this dungeon as quickly as possible.
Damn it! This is way too hellish. This is just too much to handle.
Just then, the fat man beside him suddenly became excited. He stared up at the blood moon overhead, his eyes vacant, his expression filled with an indescribable fervor.
Ha 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 ha! I've finally seen the sages. Ha! My turn has finally come. I can transcend. Zhang Lingquan frowned.
Though he had his suspicions about these so-called sages,
but without having seen them personally, he couldn't confirm his suspicions.
After a moment's thought, he reached out and gave the fat man a shake.
Hey! Snap out of it. Wake up!
He gave the other a few shoves. Seeing that he still wore that lecherous expression as if he were about to take on 10 opponents, Zhang Lingquan had no choice but to slap him hard across the face twice.
Smack! Smack! The slaps were hard and forceful. They stung so hard Zhang Lingxuan's hands went numb.
The fat guy snapped out of it immediately, then looked at him with a completely bewildered expression.
Ha! What just happened to me? Where's the sage? I clearly saw the sage just now.
As he spoke, he seemed to notice something else. Rubbing his half-swollen cheek, he asked in confusion.
Why does my face hurt so much? Little brother, did you see someone hit me? No, I think you probably just hit yourself. Zhang Lingquan blurted out a lie.
Hearing this, the fat man didn't think twice, his face lighting up with renewed excitement.
Young man, I can transcend my soul now. Thank you for helping me. Let's meet in heaven.
The moment he finished speaking,
a dense network of blue veins suddenly surfaced on his face.
Like writhing parasites, they began to slowly spread beneath his skin.
This process continued for over 10 seconds. Finally, with a loud boom, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Zhang Lingquan stood nearby.
Witnessing the slender tentacles burrowing out of the corpse after the fat man's death, he fell deep into thought.
After all, they had only been here for a few minutes. They hadn't gone to eat the meatballs on the tree. Nor had they encountered any giant centipedes like the one before. So how exactly did this guy die? Surely it couldn't be. Did he just run himself to death? Lost in thought, Zhang Lingquan couldn't figure it out. Something felt off.
Just then, he suddenly heard a strange sound behind him.
Splash, splash, splash. He instinctively turned around.
There, the slender tentacles that should have been attached to the corpse. Somehow, they had all gathered behind him. As if they had all grown legs.
Dense and tangled. The sight made one's scalp crawl. Swoosh, swoosh.
Several tentacles swiftly lunged toward him.
Zhang Lingquan frowned.
He swiftly drew the artifact spirit from the bloodfall bracelet, transforming it into the shape of a long sword. Then, he swung the sword at the tentacles before him. Sword opens heaven's gate.
In an instant, a blinding sword light erupted.
The sword hummed with a resonant buzz. With a single stroke of his sword, he severed over a dozen tentacles that had closed in on him.
Undoubtedly, this move was incredibly stylish and equally satisfying to execute. Unfortunately, the skill Sword Opens Heaven's Gate was not suited for prolonged use. After all, it was a consumable skill. From his first dungeon quest until now, he had only accumulated a few dozen sword energies. If he were to exhaust them all in one go just to slay these tentacles, then when encountering other monsters afterward, he'd be left utterly strapped for resources. Sensing the slaughter of their kin, the slender tentacles sprouting from the corpses seemed to grow enraged. They began flailing wildly. Swish, swish, swish. More tentacles swiftly attacked, seeking to pierce his skull and suck out his brain matter. Though Zhang Lingquan dodged all these attacks thanks to his solid base stats, faced with assaults from all directions, he found no respite to defend himself. Even he began to feel the strain. In that case, he reached into the bloodfall bracelet and began rummaging through it. Soon, he grasped a handful of multicolored pills. Alongside them lay several oddly shaped stones. The pills were naturally his own concoctions. As for the stones, they were byproducts accidentally created during his pill refinement process. Unstable wall-breaking pill. Item category, Dan Poison. Effect, contains vast amounts of unstable energy, usable for defense. Note, this item has an extremely wide area of effect and does not distinguish between friend and foe. Hosts should exercise extreme caution when using it. Compared to a normal wall-breaking pill, this thing looks anything but normal. However, having witnessed the power of the wall-breaking pill firsthand, Zhang Lingquan was filled with anticipation for this massive, unstable wall-breaking pill. At this moment, a dense swarm of tentacles had completely surrounded him. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately hurled the object in his hand toward the densest cluster of tentacles. Boom! The earth shook violently. A small crimson mushroom cloud rose from the point of impact. It obliterated all nearby tentacles, along with the mangled corpses. Holy crap, this thing packs such insane power? Zhang Lingquan was taken aback. Just as he prepared to use this method to clear more monsters, he was horrified to discover that the fleshy orbs growing on the surrounding trees were now all falling down. Outside the city walls, were still fighting to the death for the chance to transcend their souls. Soon, someone noticed that the blessings that should have been covering the trees had all fallen from the trees and were flying in one direction. What exactly is happening? The citizens were perplexed. Then they saw a dark mass in the distance, chasing after someone. And it was nothing but the floating blessings themselves. Good heavens! Who on earth is this person? The crowd was shaken to their core. They'd heard rumors before. Those with exceptional talent would receive special attention from the sages. Even without lifting a finger, one could achieve soul transcendence out of nowhere. Some even bathed in divine light and faced the sages directly. Now, they witnessed it with their own eyes. Though it seemed a bit odd, it was pretty much spot on. Remember, blessed objects lack sentience and generally don't move on their own. For so many blessed objects to actively rush toward him and offer themselves up, one can only imagine how terrifying this person's innate talent must be. Why doesn't that kid stop? There are so many blessings. Doesn't he want to transcend his soul? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, baffled by Zhang Lingquan's actions. After all, these were treasures capable of granting soul transcendence. For this thing, they'd nearly beaten their brains out. Yet despite its preciousness, these treasures had all transformed into lapdogs, frantically chasing after the other. Sometimes, people just can't compare. Wait, haven't you noticed? More and more blessings are being drawn to that kid. Someone suddenly voiced their observation. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Could he be trying to monopolize all the blessings? How greedy! Zhang Lingquan remained oblivious to the group's speculation. He was nearly driven mad with anxiety. That explosion earlier seemed to have enraged these flesh-like spheres.
Gazing at the overwhelming spectacle behind him, Zhang Lingquan felt a chill run down his spine. He had to figure something out fast.
Chapter 101, Members of the Wilma's Foundation. Pursued by a dense swarm of flesh-like spheres and slender, translucent tentacles. The time AI in Zhang Lingquan's mind frantically flashed danger warnings.
Mutated pollution parasite, danger level 20%.
Mutated contaminated parasite, danger level 40%. Already mutated. Abnormal danger levels detected in current environment. Host must initiate countermeasures immediately.
Watching the horde of ghostly things closing in behind him, he had no choice but to run toward the nearest few people.
Bro, wanna transcend your soul?
The others froze at the question.
What do you mean? Nothing much, just asking.
Zhang Lingquan cut straight to the chase, gesturing toward the overwhelming mass of flesh behind him. You saw it yourselves, all those blessings.
I don't want any of them.
They're all yours.
What do you say? All for us?
Kid, are you sure? The others' faces lit up instantly at his words.
But they quickly composed themselves, their expressions turning serious as they asked.
These are blessings, entities that can help souls transcend.
Are you certain you want to give them to us?
That's right. If you agree, all those blessings are yours.
Zhang Lingquan pushed his way into the group.
Before the other could respond, he had already drawn the meatball and tentacles behind him closer.
Gentlemen, enjoy your transcendent feast.
Soon, the flesh-colored spheres and translucent tentacles trailing behind him completely engulfed the group. They were all stunned. They had never experienced this sensation before being enveloped by a blessed entity. It was like a farmer tilling the fields all his life suddenly owning every inch of land under the heavens. That overwhelming sense of sudden wealth nearly drove them mad with ecstasy.
Ha ha ha. Transcendence. At last, their souls could transcend. Just as they reveled in this glorious future. The very next moment. What happened next left them all dumbfounded. The blessings were indeed densely packed, yet none of them lingered on the group.
Each time they collided with the group, the blessings swiftly evaded contact. Their sole target remained Zhang Lingquan.
They didn't even bother acknowledging the others. Witnessing this scene,
the group, who had been planning to show off, instantly fell silent, nearly cursing under their breath.
So you came here just to show off, huh? This ing.
It's like a donkey rolling in mud, nothing sticks.
The heavy silence didn't last long before one of them broke it.
Ah, so it was the blessing bestowed upon that kid by the sages.
There was no way we could have intercepted it. Damn it, that brat deserves to die. What gives him the right to flaunt it in our faces? Yeah, that little brat has no manners.
The group gritted their teeth in fury, hurling accusations.
Zhang Lingquan was stunned. He thought to himself, I didn't even have any cough syrup? Why the hell did these ghostly things only have eyes for him? Can't you guys just pick someone else to absorb nutrients from? At that moment,
a dense swarm of flesh-colored spheres and tentacles obscured the sky behind him.
Wherever Zhang Lingquan went, that shadow obscuring the blood moon followed.
True, in this situation, relying on sword opens heaven's gate, he could still fight his way in and out 7 times.
But what about afterward? After that, Zhang Lingquan would face the tentacles' frenzied suction.
Like going all out on KFC's Crazy Thursday.
The very thought was terrifying.
Just then, his brow suddenly furrowed. An inexplicable shiver rose from his very soul. It then spread throughout his entire heart. Unknown contamination from unknown ability, danger level 30%. Unknown contamination from unknown ability, danger level 50%.
Unknown abilities. Abnormal danger level detected in current environment. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. The constant pop-up danger alerts from Time AI.
This indirectly confirmed the accuracy of Zhang Lingquan's intuition.
Enemy type, Wilmar Foundation member. Status, rationality or a bonus. Potential weaknesses, none identified.
Note, this entity's faction harbors profound hatred toward all.
Host is advised to evacuate immediately. Wilma's Foundation member? Zhang Lingquan halted in his tracks.
He glanced left and right, scanning his surroundings, but detected no unusual figures. This was the first time he had encountered a native entity capable of opposing the dungeon's inherent strangeness. As Zhang Lingquan halted his pace, what stopped alongside him? Along with the meatballs and tentacles that had been chasing him for several blocks.
For some reason, these creatures didn't rush to attack Zhang Lingquan after halting. Instead, they surrounded him in layers upon layers. Like an upside-down soccer ball.
Only a gap remained on the southern side. Zhang Lingquan felt puzzled. But then it seemed to occur to him.
He hurriedly looked toward the opening. At a glance, he saw the stream flowing beyond the opening, and then
a figure crouched beside the stream, reaching out to drink. The figure wore a hooded cloak, looking mysterious.
But judging by the figure's build alone, it must be a man. Should he go over? Zhang Lingquan fell deep in thought.
He still harbored a tainted entity within his lower abdomen.
Given his hatred for if he approached him, might he be killed outright? Forget it.
As long as he can help me get rid of these damn things.
He sprinted over. Big shot. Help me.
Hearing Zhang Lingxuan's cry for help, the figure turned to look, its face concealed by a mask.
You're asking me for help?
Surprisingly, the voice was soft and gentle, leaving Zhang Lingquan momentarily stunned.
He looked like a burly brute, yet his voice was so pleasant. Like a woman. That's right. Boss. Save me. Zhang Lingquan nodded frantically.
Seeing this, the big sister in the robe nodded directly.
All right. You agreed? Zhang Lingquan's face lit up with joy.
He hurriedly ran behind the black-robed figure and shouted at the meatball and tentacles in the sky.
Damn it, come down and kill me if you dare. I'll run like a little dog.
Swish, swish, swish. The swarm of flesh balls and tentacles in the sky rustled like leaves brushing against each other.
Zhang Lingquan alone was already tempting enough for them. But now another one had appeared. In an instant, both the meatballs and the tentacles went berserk, charging toward the two of them. Chapter 102, You're the Old God's Lackey.
Seeing the situation was dire, Zhang Lingquan instantly made his escape. Only after putting some distance between himself and the shadowy figure clad in black robes.
He finally glanced back over his shoulder. Where he had stood moments before
was now completely swamped by a dense sea of flesh-like spheres. Even the black-robed figure had vanished without a trace, though a few scattered flesh balls and tentacles still lunged at him.
Zhang Lingquan could still effortlessly slice them down with the sword energy in his hand. Hey, buddy, you've transcended your soul now. No need to thank me.
He sighed with emotion.
He was just about to flee again.
The flesh-like spheres and tentacles behind him began to emit a faint blue glow. The blue glow gradually intensified. The tentacles and flesh-like masses touched by the light began to corrode violently. Their surfaces began to corrode violently, billowing clouds of white smoke. They struggled relentlessly, yet no effort could slow the corrosion of their bodies. In the end, only pools of viscous, foul-smelling liquid remained on the ground. All the pursuing flesh balls and tentacles were dead. What astonished Zhang Lingquan even more was the black-robed figure he had originally targeted now stood unharmed in the same spot, his clothes torn but his body unscathed. The only thing different was the oil lamp he held, still emitting a faint blue glow. Zhang Lingquan's expression shifted slightly. Could this blasted foundation guy be that formidable? Was that oil lamp in his hand a device to counteract mental contamination? Hesitating, he abandoned his escape plan and cautiously approached. The black-robed figure's face mask had fallen away during the attacks from the meatball and tentacles. In the crimson light spilling from the sky, he quickly made out the man's face. In that instant, he froze. This thing is actually so damn beautiful. Though timeless beauty may be rare, she was a vision to behold, a face that could topple kingdoms, stunning all who saw her. Indeed, the figure in black robes was a woman. And a stunningly beautiful woman at that. At this moment, for some unknown reason, she had closed her eyes. Whether asleep or dead. In any case, she showed no reaction whatsoever. Nice figure. She could give Kim Su-yun a run for her money. Zhang Lingquan murmured his appraisal, tinged with both regret and a hint of apology. Just as he was sizing her up, the woman before him suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Simultaneously, the lamp in her hand flared to full brightness. Zhang Lingquan hurriedly stepped back, afraid of being touched by even a speck of that light. She scanned her surroundings, confirming all threats had been neutralized. She bent down to pick up the face mask that had fallen to the ground. She reapplied it to her face. Rational oil lamp. Item type: immunity. Effect: grants host immunity to mental corruption while posing a deterrent threat to malevolent entities. Note: when ignited, this item corrodes surrounding malevolent entities. Note: this item may cause temporary mental weakness in the user. At this moment, due to proximity, the Time AI in his mind also provided an item analysis prompt for the lantern. Using this lamp will cause temporary mental weakness? No wonder that woman closed her eyes. Zhang Lingquan silently pondered. The scene from moments ago still echoed in his mind. You're one of those old god's lackeys, aren't you? The woman stared at him, her voice cold as ice. What? Zhang Lingquan froze for a moment. He quickly waved his hands, forcing a smile. You've got the wrong guy. I don't know anything about those so-called old gods. You can't fool me. The aura of those old gods lingers within you, it's sickening. The woman sneered coldly, dismissing the lamp with a wave before drawing a serpentine dagger. The dagger was encrusted with jewels, appearing quite ornate. But Zhang Lingquan's heart lurched in alarm. For from this dagger, he sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Wealth dagger. Item type: slaughter. Effect: small chance to instantly kill unknown contaminated entities. Holy crap! Upon seeing this item's slaying effect, Zhang Lingquan nearly jumped out of his skin. Who could have imagined this woman would uncover the secret within his own body? Could she be like him? Possessing X-ray vision? But why did her expression show no surprise? His cartoon belt, with SpongeBob SquarePants printed on it. Wasn't she even curious?
After a moment of silence, he asked with concern. Can you move now? No. Zhang Lingquan was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's great. I just remembered my grandmother is about to give birth. I won't be able to keep you company. I'm off then. Leaving? I doubt it'll be that easy. The voice behind him was icy cold. Zhang Lingquan reluctantly turned around, returning the coldness with a sneer of his own. Heh, I admit you're formidable, but I'm no pushover either. When I run, 3 dogs couldn't catch me. With that, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Damn it! I'm impressed. I thought I'd finally met someone with a brain in their head, but this is what I get? And he dares call himself an old god's lackey? Damn, he's so damn handsome. How could he possibly be an old god's lackey? A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhang Lingquan's mind, as if he'd suddenly grasped the other's tactics. His footsteps quickened. Suddenly, a transparent wall materialized before him, blocking his path. The dagger behind him seemed to have left its sheath. An aura of extreme danger. It stirred the restless entity within Zhang Lingquan's lower abdomen. What is this? He reached out to touch the glass-like transparent wall before him, his brow furrowing deeply. Had he been trapped by some kind of device? It seemed he had no choice but to fight for his life. He paused for a moment, then abruptly spun around. Without a word, he unleashed his most devastating attack. Sword opens Heaven's Gate. Moreover, this time he unleashed over a dozen consecutive sword chi strikes to amplify its power. Hum, hum, hum. A snow-white, razor-sharp blade of light sliced through the air. A hum filled the entire world. Yet faced with such a deadly attack, the woman remained utterly unmoved, her gaze serene. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a book from who knows where and opened it. The moment the pages turned, the sword light that had seemed so formidable vanished into thin air. What the hell? Zhang Lingquan couldn't believe it. That was his most powerful killing move. Though the number of sword energies added wasn't particularly large, it shouldn't have been countered in a single turn. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. The woman across from him stared at him for a few seconds before speaking with a smile. I was just trying to tease you earlier. Don't be so tense, I won't kill you. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan fell silent, unsure of her true intentions. To deal with someone this unpredictable, he had no choice but to resort to that method. How could I not be nervous? I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you before. The woman froze for a moment. She had anticipated Zhang Lingquan's resistance. But she hadn't anticipated this outcome. For a moment, she was almost speechless. Chapter 103, Can you help us achieve spiritual liberation too? Never mind that question. Tell me, are you heading to the land of blessings? Pretty much. Zhang Lingquan nodded. He still didn't know where he was headed. After all, the initial assessment information provided at the start of the instance was sparse. I'm heading there too, the woman said with a smile. You're an old god's lackey, you know this place well. Lead the way. I'm not the old god's lackey, Zhang Lingquan retorted. But soon he relented, quietly asking the other. Are you from out of town? I suppose so. Then may I ask, what brings you here? Though he had vaguely guessed the other's intentions the moment he saw their title. But for the sake of his own safety, he decided to ask more carefully. What if the other person was mentally unstable? And drag him to the spring to drown him? The woman replied. I'm here to purge the followers of the old gods. Listen to that. Oomph. Zhang Lingquan felt utterly speechless inside. Just as he suspected, this woman was clearly out of her mind. Just then, a group of people came running from the distance, at least a dozen of them. Hey, buddy. Brother, what happened to those blessings following you earlier? The group rushed over to ask, surrounding Zhang Lingquan and his companion in layers, their eyes brimming with envy. Zhang Lingquan pointed silently at the flesh balls and tentacles on the ground, now reduced to pus-filled masses. Seeing this, the others followed his gaze and stared in utter shock. Holy crap, Wang Defu. What happened to those blessings? Didn't their souls transcend? Zhang Lingquan was utterly baffled. What transcendence? What nonsense are you spouting? The others exchanged peculiar glances, but soon broke into fawning smiles. Young man, word of your glorious deeds has already spread throughout the neighborhood. Might we also? As they spoke, they scratched their heads awkwardly. Could you help us transcend our souls too? What? This was the first time Zhang Lingquan had ever seen someone practically begging to die. But who could refuse a kind soul? He immediately agreed to their request. All right. But you must follow my instructions. I guarantee you'll all transcend. Really? Thank you, young man. The group rejoiced at the news. After that, the group continued exploring the city's outskirts. As time passed, the blood moon in the sky drew ever closer to the city, its crimson glow illuminating the surroundings. Gradually, a crimson mist began to rise, enveloping the surroundings. The blood mist grew thick and dense. It came swiftly, and it departed just as quickly. When the thick fog finally dissipated, Zhang Lingquan realized the surroundings had changed. The city was gone. In its place
were vast stretches of rubble and ruins. At the very front, towering trees had sprouted, their branches laden with countless bodies hanging from the southeast limbs. As the wind blew, those figures swayed and began to drift, creating an eerily unsettling scene.
Witnessing this scene, all those following Zhang Lingquan wore expressions of delight. Ha ha, I knew it. I knew it. Young man, you truly are extraordinary. That's right. Young man, rest assured if I can transcend through this, I'll definitely come back for you. Right. We'll never forget your kindness. You bastards. Zhang Lingquan was itching to curse them out. He turned to the woman beside him and asked, "Can you handle this situation?" "Not sure. Let's see first." The woman replied after a brief pause. "I sense a powerful aura of the old gods here." The aura of a powerful ancient god? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingquan fell silent once more. This dungeon was no ordinary place. After that, the group followed the path into the dark forest hung with corpses. The forest was eerily quiet. Aside from the corpses hanging from the trees, not a single living soul was in sight. The blood moon's glow mingled with the forest's darkness, gave Zhang Lingquan the illusion that blood was spilled everywhere. Soon, they came to a massive tree that took two people to encircle with their arms. Compared to the corpses hanging from other trees, the branches of this particular tree remained utterly clean. This is the divine light of blessing. One of them seemed to have spotted something and darted toward the base of the tree like a flash. In the dim light, Zhang Lingquan saw that the base of the tree was covered in glowing tentacles. They were writhing incessantly at that moment. Enemy type, mutated mental corruption entity. Status, severe mental corruption. Optional weaknesses, none. Hold on. Zhang Lingquan unleashed several sword chi strikes, instantly severing the glowing tentacles. Only one remained. With lightning speed, he seized it in his hand and examined it closely. Witnessing this, the burly men following him immediately shouted in fury. "Are you out of your mind? That's the divine light of blessing. Why would you destroy it? Do you have any idea how precious this thing is? It's 10,000 times more powerful than ordinary blessings." "Yeah. We're not enemies. Why not share some with us?" Facing their accusations, Zhang Lingquan remained silent. A single glance from him silenced them all. After all, they needed his help. They feared that if Zhang Lingquan grew angry, he might simply drive them away. "Rest assured, I'll help you all transcend," Zhang Lingquan said with a smile. These people were all his guinea pigs. If they died so easily, wouldn't that be a waste? He considered handing the object in his hand to the woman beside him. But he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, she was from that foundation or whatever, not like those citizens who had already lost their minds. If he accidentally angered her, he genuinely feared she might kill him. After that, the group continued exploring the woods. Slowly, as they ventured deeper into the woods, they began to see numerous corpses lying on the ground. Compared to the corpses hanging from the trees, stiff and shriveled from the wind, the corpses on the ground were in a far more gruesome state, flesh rotting, mangled remains scattered everywhere. This was clearly a sign of transcendence. "Look over there. Are those houses?" Someone seemed to have spotted something. One man in the crowd pointed directly ahead and shouted. Following his pointing finger, the others looked ahead and indeed spotted a small courtyard. They all quickened their pace. After walking for several more minutes, they finally arrived at the gate of the small courtyard. At that moment, gazing upon the statue seated at the entrance, Zhang Lingquan's brow furrowed slightly. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Chapter 104. This kid is downright wicked. The group didn't linger at the entrance for long before swarming into the courtyard. It was a small courtyard reminiscent of a European countryside. The houses nestled within small earthen mounds, resembling the homes of rabbits and gophers from fairy tales. The roofs were covered in lush green lawns, featuring heavy wooden doors and chimneys for ventilation. The overall environment here was incredibly beautiful. Yet it felt utterly out of place with the scene outside, appearing strange no matter how one looked at it. Crackle, crackle. A peculiar, crisp sound emanated from within the mound house, like someone tapping bones together. Everyone heard it clearly. Could there be something else inside this house? Zhang Lingquan cautiously approached the door and pushed it open. The heavy wooden door creaked and groaned as it turned. Unlike the outside, which was illuminated by the bloodlight, the interior was much darker. The fire in the hearth had died down, leaving only a faint scent of pine smoke lingering. It seemed as though someone had been living in this room not long ago. Only the bone clattering sound heard earlier, as the door swung open, seemed to grow even more distinct. I never thought even these country folk would transcend. It's so frustrating. Bathed in the glow of blood, several burly men strained to make out the corpse lying on the floor, their eyes brimming with envy. But upon seeing Zhang Lingquan, that envy swiftly transformed into anticipation. After all, he was someone deemed worthy by the ancient sages. If they followed in his footsteps, they too could surely achieve spiritual transcendence. Unlike the anticipation on their faces, Zhang Lingquan's brow furrowed even deeper. Ever since stepping through the door, the sound of bones clattering together had grown increasingly distinct. Zhang Lingquan searched the room cautiously, eventually spotting a black statue placed within. The bone clattering sound he'd heard earlier was coming from inside this statue. This looks exactly like the statue by the door. The woman beside him remarked with a serious expression. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan nodded in agreement. He dared not touch the statue's surface, standing only at its side and examining it closely by the bloodlight filtering through the doorway. After careful observation, Zhang Lingquan realized this was no ordinary statue. Its surface was covered in a black, wax-like substance that had solidified. The facial features were indistinguishable. It resembled the gilded Buddha statues of old. Now, as everyone stepped into the room, the sound of bone tapping within the statue grew louder. I think I see the ancient sage. Ha ha ha. I see the sage. A burly man behind them suddenly exclaimed in delight. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan whipped his head around, his entire body tense with alertness. He saw the man standing in place, his face contorted in fervor for only a moment before his skull split cleanly in two. Blood mixed with transparent tentacles gushed wildly from his neck. It splattered everywhere inside the room. Seeing his grotesque state, the other burly men accompanying him were instantly stunned. My God! My God! This guy actually confronted the sage. Look over there, it looks just like that statue. It looks so familiar. The group chattered excitedly. One of them suddenly remembered something and pointed at the statue. I remember now. That statue, it seems to be an offering left by one of the sages 100 years ago. Hearing it was an offering left by a sage, the previously envious group instantly grew greedy. They made a move to rush forward and fight over it. Zhang Lingquan overheard their conversation, narrowing his eyes slightly. This statue was indeed problematic. Without hesitation, he unleashed a sword chi strike. The statue instantly split in two. The sound of bone striking bone echoed sharply. This scene infuriated the burly men behind him who had been eyeing the statue greedily. How could you do this? This is an offering to our ancestors. You can't be so selfish. No wonder they were furious. First it was the divine blessing, now the physical remains of the sages. How many treasures had they encountered along the way? All ruined by this brat. He was utterly rotten to the core. Zhang Lingquan glanced at the group. These things are mine to find. Whether I share them with you depends entirely on my mood. You brat, you. The others grew even angrier at his words. Don't push us to our knees begging you. Zhang Lingquan was at a loss for words. He glanced at the woman. He noticed she too was bent over, examining the statue's interior space. But after a moment, she lost interest and turned away. This statue isn't anything special. Let's go. We'll look elsewhere. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan frowned slightly. Given her strength, there was no reason for her to accompany him. Could it be that there was something unsavory going on here? Or was the other person coveting his male beauty? The thought made him instinctively step back a few paces, creating distance between himself and the woman. He'd already made up his mind, if this woman tried to force herself on him, he would put up a token resistance. Then he would give in to her. The group stepped out of the house. At that moment, the sound of bones clattering ceased and the surroundings fell back into deathly silence. The moment they stepped out of the courtyard, a wet thud echoed as the head of one of the burly men accompanying them split open. Accompanying this scene were spurting blood and flailing transparent tentacles. In the end, he couldn't resist the statue's eerie power. He was gone. Lawrence transcended. The other burly men, witnessing this, spoke with envy in their voices. They then huddled together, whispering among themselves. It seemed they had made some kind of decision. Finally, they all turned to look at Zhang Lingquan. We've made up our minds we won't be joining you two anymore. That's right. We're going to find our own way to transcendence. Don't waste your breath on this kid. Let's go. The group stormed off in anger. This left Zhang Lingquan somewhat taken aback. Don't go. The experimental consumables. Hey! He sighed, watching them walk away without a second glance. He could only continue exploring deeper into the forest with the woman. As they advanced, the number of corpses hanging from the surrounding trees steadily decreased. Until finally, the trees stood bare, no more corpses in sight. Not far ahead. A small castle. The castle was dilapidated, appearing ancient. The outer brick walls had turned completely black, overgrown with various dead vines. Beyond that, the ground was covered in a thick layer of withered leaves, giving the place a desolate feel. What a foul stench! Just as she had when seeing the statue courtyard earlier, the woman kept frowning after spotting the castle. Zhang Lingquan said nothing, merely approaching the castle gate cautiously. At that moment, a figure stood before the castle gate, a headless corpse. Unlike the corpses they had seen before, this corpse showed no signs whatsoever of having been parasitized by transparent tentacles. Only the clean, precise cut at the base of the neck and the surprisingly unblemished ground around it seemed odd. Logically, decapitation should have caused a torrent of blood to spurt from the neck. Zhang Lingquan had witnessed this very effect on the burly men earlier. Yet the ground beside this corpse showed not a single trace of congealed blood. Chapter 105, Two Ancient Divine Energies. I sense two old god auras here. The woman looked up at the castle before her, frowning as she voiced her perception. Two? Holy! Zhang Lingquan was instantly startled. Though he wasn't entirely sure what the woman meant by ancient gods. But he suspected they were similar to entities like Kunsa, those who sought to forcibly drag him into the dungeon. Either way, none of them were good news. How about we? He was about to suggest taking a detour. But before he could finish, the woman beside him yanked him straight inside. Hey! I didn't agree to go in with you. This is coercion. Zhang Lingquan tried to resist, but it was already too late. The two of them walked straight through the castle gates. Creak, creak. The castle gates swung open and closed behind them. Once inside, the two could clearly see the castle's interior. Just like the black brick walls outside, the interior was equally dilapidated and covered in dust. In the hall, on the staircase, and in the dining room, more than a dozen decapitated corpses lay scattered haphazardly. The scene looked utterly bizarre. The woman scanned the room's surroundings and murmured. I knew it. When the blood moon rises, the old gods can't contain themselves. You knew it was a blood moon? Zhang Lingquan was taken aback, but quickly understood. She was from that foundation, after all, unaffected by the mental corruption. How could she possibly ignore the blood moon? But what exactly was going on inside this castle? Just as he pondered this, footsteps approached from outside the door, the same burly men who had left earlier. They looked somewhat disappointed, all of them neatly dressed. Likely, they hadn't found the blessed object. Or the transcendence method. TSK, why did you turn back already? Zhang Lingquan stood at the doorway, speaking in a motherly tone. Didn't you say you were going to find your own way to transcendence? That you wouldn't be with us anymore? Oomph. We just had bad luck. Several burly men stared at him, their faces turning from green to purple. Those who squander the chance for soul transcendence will surely regret it later. Zhang Lingquan wore a look of utter contempt as he turned and strode directly into the castle, paying them no further mind. As if provoked by his expression, one of the burly men immediately followed him. He peered into the villa with a hint of reluctance. What treasures lie within that castle? Let me see. The next second. Gurgle. The sound of a head rolling across the ground echoed. The burly man who had peered inside suddenly revealed a gash on his neck. Then his head rolled straight onto the floor. Strangely, the head didn't roll more than a few times before vanishing right before everyone's eyes. This bizarre scene left the several burly men who had followed him outside utterly dumbfounded. They stared at Zhang Lingquan, their expressions growing increasingly agitated. Young man, no. Big brother. We admit we were a bit loud earlier. Could you please continue guiding us? Are you kidding me? That was transcendence right there. No need to even consume a blessing item. Sure, the guy could be a bit rude sometimes. Staying by his side meant achieving soul transcendence was practically a matter of time. Zhang Lingquan fell silent upon hearing this. The woman beside him, however, examined the surrounding corpses with keen interest. Soon, the two resumed their exploration deep into the castle. As for the others trailing behind, all cheerfully followed along. Perhaps it was because the windows blocked out the light. Combined with the blood moon hanging overhead, the entire interior of the castle was shrouded in a deep crimson hue. Occasionally, the creak of floorboards echoed beneath someone's footsteps. In the silent castle, it sounded slightly jarring. Zhang Lingquan and the woman searched the entire area. They found no trace of the flesh-like spheres or tentacles they had encountered before. No dense clusters of blessings, nor any trace of the so-called divine light. How exactly did these people die? And where had their heads gone? Zhang Lingquan stared at the castle's interior decorations, his expression grave, feeling an increasing sense of unease. For some reason, he had a strong premonition. If they couldn't uncover the mystery here, and continue searching room by room like this, they would all meet their end. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to consult the woman and shift their search focus toward clues on the corpses. Most of the corpses in the castle shared the same manner of death, all had their heads severed. Of course, there were a few exceptions. Their heads hadn't been removed. Instead, each bore a fresh, bloody hole between the eyebrows, appearing to be suicides. These bodies were found in a room on the second floor of the castle. The room was compact yet fully equipped with all necessary furnishings, exuding an air of opulence. On the central table lay several dinner plates and piles of severed heads arranged in a triangular formation. Good heavens! There are so many blessed items here. A voice of astonished delight suddenly rang out from behind them. The burly men following the two men had bloodshot eyes. They sprinted toward the table, ready to scramble for the spoils. But before they could reach out, Zhang Lingquan unleashed a sword chi strike. The entire dining table, along with the severed head displayed upon it, was cleaved to pieces. Seeing their coveted treasure vanish, the burly men who had been about to advance nearly choked on their rage. They could only turn and glare viciously at Zhang Lingquan. You! What? Got a problem with that? Zhang Lingxuan's expression remained impassive. Seeing this, the men roared angrily. Oomph. Don't think this will stop us from achieving soul transcendence. That's right. For soul transcendence, we're willing to give up everything together. We won't be deterred. Their voices chattered in a cacophony. Zhang Lingquan couldn't help but chuckle. It felt like a scene from I'll Be Back. However, he paid no mind to their emotions. Pointing at the half-head crushed into dust on the ground, he asked, "Do you even know what this is? Just going up and gnawing on it? Aren't you afraid of getting diarrhea? We don't care. As long as it helps us transcend, we'd eat if we had to." The burly men looked indignant. Seeing this, the woman beside Zhang Lingquan quietly interjected. Their minds have been corrupted. They won't see the truth. This is a different kind of blessing. Another type of blessing? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Zhang Lingquan scanned the room but found nothing unusual. There are 2 old gods' auras within this castle. This is clearly the work of one of them. The woman explained, nodding toward the scattered flesh in the room. According to Foundation records, these old gods have clearly defined territories. The one inside the city earlier and the one outside now are entirely different old gods. The old gods are shrouded in mystery, and the Foundation knows very little about them. But one thing is certain. No matter which old god it is, they couldn't care less about the lives of their followers. Old gods? Zhang Lingquan fell silent upon hearing this. But soon, he sensed something amiss. Wait, you said the old gods have territorial instincts, but why are there 2 distinct old god auras within this castle? I don't know either. It strikes me as odd too. The woman shrugged her shoulders, indicating her own ignorance. Now, Zhang Lingquan felt a bit bewildered too. He had a vague feeling that the dungeon world he'd entered wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Chapter 106, The Cellar. Seeing neither of them speak, one of the burly men couldn't help but speak up. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Did you find some treasure? Take us along. Zhang Lingquan was speechless. What an outrageous request. But since these guys were so eager, he wouldn't refuse them. It's not impossible, but do you even know what kind of place this is? You mean this castle? The man visibly hesitated. Yes. Zhang Lingquan nodded. Upon hearing this, the man immediately replied. I don't know about anything else, but I know this is the castle of the Earl of Wilson. Is there anything peculiar about this Wilson family? Strange things? Does having treasures count? Hearing the man's slightly hesitant reply, Zhang Lingquan immediately frowned. What's strange about having treasures? The next answer will cost you. The man held up one finger. I'm not greedy. One answer in exchange for a blessing. He realized that if he wanted to meet the sages, he'd have to rely on this man before him. Compared to his scheming. Across from him, Zhang Lingquan remained silent. This fellow truly was a talent. Rest assured, as long as you answer my questions, you may have as many blessings as you desire. At these words, the man visibly swelled with pride, his face lighting up with delight. The Wilson family has an oil painting passed down through generations. I hear it's cursed. It's killed quite a few people. Oil painting? There isn't one in this castle either. Are you pulling my leg? Yet faced with Zhang Lingxuan's skepticism, the man merely curled his lips. He held up another finger, his meaning unmistakable. His dazzlingly bright smile. It reminded him of a movie he'd seen in his past life. The scene where the small shop owner's wife reached out to the falcon seller asking for one part. Alright, I'll agree. Go on, what's really going on? Seeing this, the man finally smiled and explained. Because that oil painting is cursed, the Wilson family sealed it away in the cellar. Cellar? Zhang Lingquan didn't press further, instead walking straight out the castle gates. After circling the vicinity for a short while, he finally spotted the cellar entrance hidden among the withered grass and decaying leaves. Creak, creak. He yanked open the wooden cellar door. A pungent, foul stench assaulted his senses from the darkness within. Zhang Lingquan carried an oil lamp, using its faint light to illuminate the scene within the cellar. Directly opposite the cellar entrance stood a neatly stacked altar of human heads. Judging by their state of decay, they must have been here for quite some time. And every single one of them seemed to be smiling. The scene was utterly bizarre. The burly men following behind Zhang Lingquan sucked in their breath in horror upon witnessing this sight. Holy! This many blessings? We can transcend our souls now. Ha ha ha. Unable to resist the temptation, the men rushed inside, their faces burning with fervor. But soon, they froze in their tracks. Clunk, clunk. A series of heavy thuds echoed as objects crashed to the floor. The heads of several people who had been smiling moments before all fell off, rolling deeper into the darkness. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Lingquan felt a chill run through his body. If he had been uncertain before about the cause of death for these people within the castle, then upon witnessing the gruesome state of these burly men after entering the cellar, he now understood the castle's deadly rules. It was undoubtedly connected to that oil painting passed down by the Wilson family. With that realization, he immediately hurled the oil lamp in his hand toward the cellar below. Clatter! The oil lamp crashed onto the floor, instantly engulfing the entire cellar in a sea of flames. Zhang Lingquan summoned the spirit of the artifact, transforming it into a shape resembling a concave mirror bound by a long wooden pole. He then extended it into the cellar. By the light of your bright flames, he could see the interior clearly. The cellar was spacious. Besides a few wooden barrels used for storing wine. At the farthest corner, a massive oil painting was propped against the wall. Originally, this painting should have been covered with cloth. But for some reason, the white cloth used to cover the painting had fallen away, revealing the painting's twisted, eerie, and gloomy lines beneath. Zhang Lingquan could tell the subject of the painting was neither a figure nor a landscape. Its dark and eerie style, however, resembled the World of Death series of oil paintings. Crucially, the painting's subject matter was extremely crude. Upon closer inspection, it actually gave him the absurd urge to step into the world of the painting. Perhaps, living inside might not be so bad after all, ha ha ha. A smile began to form at the corners of Zhang Lingquan's mouth. Just as he was about to enter the cellar, the woman beside him sensed something was amiss and snapped him back to reality. Hey! What are you doing? Jolted awake, Zhang Lingquan shuddered violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Damn it! I almost fell for it. So the source of this castle's eeriness is this painting. What did you see just now? You were smiling strangely, so I called out to you. The woman asked. There's something wrong with the painting in the cellar. Zhang Lingquan replied. Hearing this, the woman showed no particular emotion, merely nodding instinctively. It seems the lingering essence in that painting belongs to another ancient deity. After uttering these words, she immediately retrieved the blue lamp she had used earlier. Under Zhang Lingquan's astonished gaze, she descended the cellar stairs step by step. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Lingquan repeated the same words the other person had spoken earlier. But the woman offered no reply. At that moment, unable to follow her down, he could only stand outside the cellar and watch. Perhaps protected by the blue lamp, the woman didn't meet the same fate as the others before her. As soon as she entered, the crowd began to move. Instead, she walked right up to the oil painting. As if responding to her actions, the entire painting began to transform. The murky lines of color churned like flowing water, spreading relentlessly across the cellar floor. A thick yellow mist suddenly rose, accompanied by howling gales. In an instant, the cellar had transformed into a hellish scene. Seeing this, the woman remained composed. She gently placed the lamp on the ground. She began tracing patterns on the floor with both hands. In mere seconds, a magic circle shimmering with golden light was complete. Chapter 107, Lilith. The array activated, bursting into a blinding golden light that illuminated the entire cellar. The terrifying phenomena that had been rampaging within the cellar vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, a series of sharp, tearing sounds echoed through the air. Zhang Lingquan observed closely and noticed that the moment the array's light flared, the oil painting displayed in the cellar cracked. At that moment, the woman seemed to collapse from exhaustion, her entire body slumping lifelessly to the floor. He shifted the concave mirror slightly to observe the scene within. He waited a few more minutes. After confirming there was no further danger, Zhang Lingquan finally stepped into the cellar and rushed toward the woman. Perhaps the struggle against that eerie oil painting had taken a heavy toll. The woman now exhaled more than she inhaled, lying motionless on the floor with her eyes tightly shut. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. Are you okay? Zhang Lingquan knelt down and nudged her gently. There was no response. He hesitated, then reached out to check her pulse. Only after sensing faint, labored breaths did his tension begin to ease. But his relief was short-lived. He immediately spotted the dark mass within the person's lower abdomen. Parasitized by contaminants too? Zhang Lingquan was startled. His instinct was to use a sharp tool to carve out the contaminant from the other person's lower abdomen. But hesitation quickly set in. After all, the other was affiliated with that foundation. They held many secrets. Who knows if they possessed some sort of regeneration mechanism? If he started cutting and the person woke up midway, it would be incredibly hard to explain. He couldn't very well claim he was performing an appendectomy on her, could he? After deep contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Forget it. Let nature take its course. Since she was part of that damn foundation, she must have ways to prevent contamination. Pulling his thoughts back, Zhang Lingquan's gaze shifted to the oil painting displayed at the farthest end of the cellar. After the series of recent events, the painting had completely split apart down the middle. Though damaged, the eerie sensation it emitted one that could draw one and still left him feeling uneasy. After a moment's thought, Zhang Lingquan stepped forward, rolled up the split canvas. He stowed it inside the bloodfall bracelet. Once the painting was fully secured, no further eerie occurrences followed. Such a valuable item was truly deadly in the most subtle way, even more potent than those flesh-like orbs growing on the trees. And it was so easy to carry, why pass it up? After stowing the entire painting away, he finally returned to the woman's side.
She lay on the ground, her eyes still tightly shut, her chest rising and falling slightly.
As long as she's not dead, everything can be worked out.
Zhang Lingquan crouched beside her, waiting quietly for her to wake. Of course, his gaze drifted downward now and then, deliberately or otherwise, as he admired and appraised her.
This size probably needs 2 hands to hold? What a massive pollutant.
She lay there in perfect repose, while he observed her with meticulous attention.
Just then, Zhang Lingquan suddenly noticed. The massive contamination parasitizing her lower abdomen began to stir. Her entire lower abdomen began to surge violently.
Judging by the situation, it seemed intent on burrowing its way out of her belly.
Holy! What the hell is going on? Zhang Lingquan froze in shock.
Mid-level position contaminant about to emerge, danger level 15%. Imminent emergence of an intermediate level positional contaminant, danger level 30%.
Imminent emergence of abnormal increase in current environmental hazard detected. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately.
Current danger level rising too rapidly.
AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Nuclear bomb visualization technique automatically activated.
Almost the instant the woman's body showed signs of abnormality, the time AI's alert sounded in her mind. The warm glow emanating from her body instantly calmed Zhang Lingquan's nerves. He stared at the woman lying on the ground. As the parasitic entity within her body prepared to burst forth, he hesitated no longer, clenching both hands into a massive fist. He aimed it squarely at the woman's churning abdomen and struck with all his might.
Zhang Lingquan declared. With this punch,
the contaminant inside the woman's body would surely develop a large bump on its head.
He was saving her, doing a good deed.
But before his fist could connect, a white hand reached out and blocked his flying fist.
Zhang Lingquan looked at the woman lying on the ground in surprise.
She had opened her eyes, though her voice was weak. I know you mean well, but there's no need for violence.
That punch could cause internal injuries.
The woman seemed well aware of her own condition. She spoke up immediately to stop Zhang Lingquan. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan felt a slight relief wash over him, though his expression remained grave.
So you're okay? Then what about this? You mean the thing inside me? Don't worry, it can't get out.
The woman replied with a smile. But soon, as if something occurred to him, he continued. When I first encountered you, I sensed something peculiar about your aura.
It seems you're in the same situation as me now, parasitized by those things, right?
Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan remained silent, merely nodding with a hint of resignation. He had no idea what was going on inside his own body. He had clearly used a potion to purge it after clearing the dungeon 2 runs ago. And during the last dungeon run with Long Xiajie, he hadn't felt anything like this inside him. Why did it appear specifically in this instance? Perhaps noticing Zhang Ling's prolonged silence. Or perhaps it was a shared sense of suffering. The woman finally sighed and continued speaking. While I was unconscious earlier, I had a strange dream. I dreamt that this world had no old gods, no corruption, everything seemed so bright and sunny. I truly wish I could stay in that place forever. Her eyes sparkled with a smile. Her words and expressions seemed to be reminiscing about something beautiful.
Zhang Lingquan fell silent.
During the blood moon's descent, he too had witnessed such a beautiful scene. He supposed it was the world her mind had conjured after being contaminated by spiritual pollution. I'm curious, she said. What brings you here, a stranger from afar? The woman paused briefly before finally voicing the question on her mind.
Truthfully, she had sensed something off about Zhang Lingquan's identity the moment they met.
He wasn't from this city, nor was he a member of the Wellness Foundation. Of course, she had also suspected he might be part of some Shu cult organization. But after spending time with him, she quickly dismissed that notion. After all, the Shu cultists she'd encountered were generally not as easygoing as Zhang Lingquan.
Of course I want to figure out this
Zhang Lingquan instinctively started to say instance, but caught himself and immediately corrected. Of course I want to uncover the truth about this world.
Is that so?
The woman looked at him skeptically.
But she didn't press further, instead pointing at the cellar ceiling. Did you see that blood moon up there? I want to make it disappear. In other words, I want to kill that ancient god who draws power from the blood moon. And your goal is to uncover the truth of this world.
Why don't we work together?
Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan paused, then nodded.
All right. What should I call you?
Lilith, member of the Wellness Foundation. Chapter 108, Unpleasant Speculation.
After a fairly thorough exchange of thoughts, their bond had clearly grown stronger. Zhang Lingquan and Lilith then emerged from the cellar piled high with skulls.
At that moment,
the castle's surroundings remained deathly quiet.
Save for the crunch of withered grass and decaying leaves beneath their feet.
Only the howling of cold wind through the tree branches remained.
Following the pattern he had previously discovered, Zhang Lingquan had come to grasp a certain law.
That is, whenever anything related to those so-called old gods occurred,
Extremely bizarre events would occur. Death, however, was a common occurrence. He glanced at the tattoo on his arm. Not only had it not faded, but it had grown increasingly vivid. The previous dungeon trial required surviving within the divine light blessing. But what exactly would this so-called divine light blessing look like? With that thought, he wasted no more time. He followed Lilith out of the castle, and the two retraced their steps. As they advanced, the corpses hanging from the trees grew more numerous, eventually becoming densely packed. A blood mist rose, obscuring their path ahead. He had no idea how long they walked. When they looked back, the castle and the forest hung with corpses had vanished from sight. The familiar crimson glow once again spilled across the land, its intensity momentarily overwhelming their senses. They realized they hadn't appeared on the outskirts of the city, but on a street within the city walls. Noise and commotion still echoed ahead on the street, suggesting a crowd of people. These people are queuing up. Lilith scanned the scene with her gaze. That's the city hall up ahead. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan also glanced ahead. He saw that the end of the line indeed led to City Hall. Only now, the town hall was enveloped by blood-red vines resembling tumors. Glaring streaks of crimson light slanted down from the sky, enveloping the entire building and its vines. Solidified blood moon glow, danger level 30%. Solidified blood moon radiance, danger level 50%. Solidified. Abnormal increase in current environmental danger detected. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level rising too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Nuclear bomb visualization technique automatically activated. It seems even more dangerous over there. Zhang Lingquan activated his skill and drew closer to Lilith. She seemed to sense the warmth emanating from him. She glanced at him with a hint of surprise. But she didn't say much. In Lilith's view, those who could survive in this bizarre world possessed their own unique methods to some degree. These glimmers of warmth must be Zhang Lingxuan's special skill. Zhang Lingquan, of course, was unaware of Lilith's thoughts. He was currently studying the shapes of the people queuing. In the long lines stretching down the street. Some were missing chunks here and there. Clearly pieced together later, they appeared incomplete. Others were covered in holes, with dense clusters of tentacles sprouting from them. Others were headless, their voices muffled whimpers emerging from their necks. Though these creatures varied greatly in form, one thing remains constant. Their yearning for soul liberation. Living beings resembling blessed objects retain their yearning for soul liberation. Reason, these individuals are unique compared to those who perished after consuming the blessed object. Probability, 100%. Reason, soul liberation serves as a means to screen targets, probability 100%. At that moment, the time AI in his mind suddenly popped up with an analysis prompt. Zhang Lingquan frowned slightly. The time AI's analysis prompt. It had clearly provided him with two crucial hints. First, those who consumed the blessed object did not necessarily explode with a boom. Second, some entities seemed to be screening those who hadn't died. Let's go. Check out the front. Zhang Lingquan suggested. The two then pushed through the crowd, heading toward the front of the line. Seeing this, those at the rear immediately shot hostile glances their way. One man even roared angrily. You bastards! Do you want to die? Get back to the end of the line. Zhang Lingquan ignored him, continuing to cut in line with Lilith. You're all practically becoming freaks already. And you still act so civilized. Making me look like the rude one here. Damn it, you're cutting in line again. Ing. The man could no longer contain his rage. Tentacles whipped around his body as he lunged forward, intent on killing the pair. But before he could move, Lilith drew her blue lantern, and Zhang Lingquan radiated golden light from head to toe. Under the dual pressure of these terrifying auras, the man froze instantly. His rigid tentacles all went limp at once. Just like the man's reaction, this overwhelming aura caused the surrounding crowd to retreat in a wave. A hollow zone formed directly around the two. Zhang Lingquan and his companion thus successfully made their way to the front of City Hall. Outside the town hall stood 7 or 8 men, none of whom looked ordinary. Unlike the minor injuries sustained by ordinary citizens, these men bore severe abnormalities. Not only were their bodies riddled with holes, but every single one of them was missing their head. Only a thick tentacle protruded from each neck. It was densely packed with eyes. It seemed to have replaced their heads entirely. Of course, the reason these individuals were here was clearly to spread their doctrine. Sir, the sages have bestowed their blessings. Why have you not achieved spiritual transcendence? Elder, I have consumed many blessed offerings and slain countless souls, yet I still cannot transcend. The two exchanged questions and answers at the door. The latter's words were clearly filled with remorse. It seemed that failing to transcend was a profound disservice to the sages. Your inability to transcend is not your fault. It simply means your time has not yet come. The church elder spoke. Of course, this doesn't mean you can never transcend. You still have a chance. Please tell me the method for transcendence, elder. The inquirer's expression was solemn. The church elder nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Very well, I shall tell you the way to transcendence. Listen carefully. Though it was a conversation, Jean Linquan, watching from behind, saw clearly. After the church elder finished speaking, a slender thread descended from the crimson-tinged horizon. It resembled fishing, yet also resembled drinking juice. In any case, the thread pierced the man's skull, accompanied by a series of slurping sounds. The man quickly shriveled up. Until finally, he was nothing but a thin sheet of skin. Holy crap! That's transcendence! Seeing the man's state, those behind him immediately wore expressions of fascination and envy. Ah, it'll be my turn next. I'll transcend too. I'll stand before the sages myself. Gazing at the thread descending from the heavens, Lilith's brows furrowed deeply. Beside her, Zhang Lingquan's face was utterly horrified. Recalling the dungeon intel he'd gathered earlier, along with the Time AI's analytical prompts, a chilling thought suddenly flashed through his mind. A chilling suspicion. Chapter 109, Elder, let me show you my big treasure. This dungeon was littered with those blessed artifacts. Swallowing them allows one to transcend the soul. Yet the people queuing here didn't die after consuming the blessings. It's not that they weren't parasitized by these contaminants. Rather, they were more suitable than those who perished. It's accurate to say they've successfully transformed. Church elders maintained order in both lines. Compared to those Zhang Linquan had seen before, the extent of these elders' mutations was markedly more severe. Whenever someone approached to inquire, the church elders would engage them in conversation. Then, fine threads would descend from the sky. Then, with a swoosh swoosh, they would suck the person dry. Zhang Linquan fell deep in thought. If this city were a giant sieve, then the so-called blessed items were the first sieve. As for interacting with these elders now, engaging in conversation, that was the second. From beginning to end, the people of this city were being ruthlessly reaped by some force. Perhaps the old gods, or perhaps something else. The thought struck him, and he looked up. He noticed that with every soul sucked dry, the complexions of these church elders before him grew more ruddy, their auras growing stronger. Zhang Lingquan's brow furrowed deeply. As his footsteps carried him forward, he distinctly felt the inexplicable agitation of the contaminants within his body. This sensation was strange, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Could it be that the so-called transcendence of the soul was merely a pretense? The truth was that some entity, perhaps an ancient god, was gathering all the successfully transformed resources, then consumes them all at once to bolster its own power? In that moment, as if grasping a crucial clue, he turned to Lilith beside him. Does your foundation have any records describing old gods consuming other beings to enhance their power? Why do you ask? Lilith was puzzled. Nevertheless, she reached out and produced a book from somewhere. She flipped through several pages before finally stopping and presenting it to Zhang Linquan. The writing was messy and crammed with dense English text most people wouldn't be able to make sense of it at a glance. Thanks to the Time AI's automatic translation, Zhang Linquan found it relatively easy to read. The content was extensive, but the crucial points were few. The old gods fiercely compete for followers, often inflicting severe mental corruption. The old gods revel in fear, terror, and other such emotions, while simultaneously feasting upon human devotion. The old gods parasitize their followers, devouring the strongest among them to absorb energy and enhance their own power. Summarizing this information, it means the old gods enjoy mass-producing energy bars. And the ingredients for these energy bars? Are the humans who survive after consuming the blessed objects? He lifted his gaze from the book and glanced at the crowd of citizens behind him. He noticed they all wore blank expressions and moved with wooden sluggishness. A sigh escaped his lips. Truly treating all living things as straw dogs. His gaze then settled upon a man before him. Sir, the sages have bestowed their blessings. Why have you not transcended your soul? It was the exact same opening question as before. But this time, the situation was different. Elder, I did not consume those blessings. My subconscious warned me they were dangerous. The man seemed troubled, weeping as he pleaded before the church elder. But my family members all consumed those blessings and ascended. What should I do? Oomph. You're no devout believer at all. The church elder's expression turned stern. No sooner had he spoken these words. That long, thin thread descended from the heavens once more. Perhaps provoked by the elder's words, the man briefly glimpsed the true nature of this world. This is hell. My God. What on earth has happened to this world? There was no doubt about it. In the instant he uncovered the truth. The blood moon's psychic assault drove the man utterly mad. He frantically tried to dodge the thin threads hanging down from the sky. Seeing this, the church elder's face twisted into a savage grimace. He actually pulled out a painting. Though Zhang Linquan dared not look at the painting's contents due to the mental contamination. But merely from its aura, he could determine that the oil painting in his hands belonged to the same category as the oil painting discovered earlier in the cellar. The moment the oil painting appeared, the madman's body froze rigid. After pausing for several seconds, his head rolled onto the floor with a gurgling sound. Then, before everyone's eyes, he vanished without a trace. Ha ha ha, another one transcended. A gasp rippled through the crowd. It was like a flock of sheep celebrating the fact that they wouldn't be slaughtered by the butcher until tomorrow. Every face in the crowd was etched with envy, jealousy, and bewilderment. Zhang Lingquan paused briefly before turning to Lilith beside him. What do you think? We must act swiftly. Otherwise, if this situation continues, the enemy will only grow more terrifying. Lilith's expression grew grave. Even now, she still didn't know what kind of being the enemy was. Despite being a member of the Wilmar Foundation, she had no experience dealing with old gods. This was her first time. Zhang Lingquan nodded in agreement with her suggestion. Exactly, we must act swiftly. The two then pushed their way toward the front of the group. The once orderly formation stirred into commotion because of their actions. But it soon settled back into order. At that moment, before the city hall, the church elder retrieved the oil painting and placed it beside him. Detected unknown parasitic contamination within host exhibiting agitation. Executing suppression protocol. Detecting host under mental contamination assault. Executing defense protocol. Imprisonment pill successfully deployed. Nuclear visualization technique skill activation successful. As he approached, analytical prompts flashed through his mind. Beside him, Lilith had somehow managed to immunize herself against the painting's mental corruption. Staring at the grotesque church elder before him, Zhang Lingquan couldn't shake the feeling that he was in a place straight out of the underworld. The feeling hovered between disgust and bewilderment. It was utterly bizarre. Sir, the sages have bestowed their blessings. Why have you not transcended your soul? The church elder repeated the same line as before, his smile eerily unsettling. Compared to the responses of others, Zhang Lingquan was downright sly. He simply tossed the question right back at the church elder before him. Elder, the sages have bestowed their blessings. Why have you not achieved spiritual transcendence? The church elder was momentarily taken aback by the question. After lowering his head in deep thought for a while, he finally answered earnestly. As an elder of the revered Church of Cologne, it is my duty to assist all believers in achieving spiritual transcendence. It's fine, we can manage on our own. Please transcend, elder. Zhang Lingquan was direct. Hearing this, the church elder fell silent for a moment before reaching out to pick up the oil painting on the table. Having witnessed the painting's power firsthand, Zhang Lingquan knew exactly what he intended to do. So, before the elder could reach out, Zhang Lingquan produced the two halves of the oil painting he had kept. Elder, I have something precious to show you. The church elder had barely turned his head when half a painting was already flung into his face. His entire body froze in place. Then, fine threads descended from the sky. The church elder was flattened. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in gasps once more. Good heavens! The church elder transcended too. How enviable! Watching the elder's pitiful state, Zhang Lingquan narrowed his eyes. It seemed the rules depicted in that oil painting. It seems effective against these, things too. It makes no distinction between friend and foe. At that moment, several citizens standing further back had bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing the oil painting Zhang Lingquan had produced, they nearly lost their minds with excitement. Earlier, when the church elder had produced the painting, they had been envious beyond words. They dared not make a move due to the suppression of the pollution entity's rank. But now, what the hell is that thing in your hands? Let me see it. One of them strained forward, desperate to see what was depicted in the painting. But Zhang Lingquan refused. No way. Let me see. Quick, let me see. Brother Bin, channel surfing. Zhang Lingquan deftly dodged, leaving the others who lunged at him grabbing at thin air. Ignoring the crowd, he took the oil painting and approached several other elders standing before City Hall to seek their guidance. Elder, let me show you my big treasure. Chapter 110, I demand to see your leader. Look at my big treasure. Zhang Lingquan held up the two halves of the oil painting, passing it around for each church elder present to examine. In an instant, the heads of over a dozen church elders dropped cleanly to the ground as their souls departed with startling precision. Nodding with satisfaction, Zhang Lingquan surveyed their headless corpses. Take care on your way, elders. After his little stunt, the citizens waiting in line behind him were far from pleased. What's going on? Why did all the church elders transcend? What the hell are we supposed to do now? Many noticed the oil painting in Zhang Lingquan's hands. Earlier, it seemed the elders had ascended like rockets after viewing the painting clearly a treasure. Hey! Kid, what's that thing in your hands? Hand it over here so we can take a look. Someone yelled at the top of their lungs. Zhang Lingquan nodded, about to speak, when a buzzing sound erupted behind him. A chill ran down his spine. It felt like being stalked by a beast in the jungle. It was just plain uncomfortable. He turned to find a blood-red tentacle as thick as a bucket hanging down from the sky behind him.
Covered in slime, the tentacle writhed before spewing a humanoid creature onto the ground. After completing this act, the tentacle swiftly retracted back into the sky. The humanoid creature on the ground slowly began to rise. It was none other than one of the dozen church elders who had been present earlier at the town hall. Just like the elders he had seen in the oil painting, this newly emerged creature also lacked a head. Only a thick tentacle covered in eyes extended from its neck. "Sir, the sages have bestowed their blessings. Why have you not transcended your soul?" The familiar phrasing of his inquiry still resonated. Zhang Lingquan glanced at him but said nothing. He looked up at the sky again. A wave of curses surged through his mind. This dungeon is hell. More thick tentacles dangled down from the horizon, spewing out the forms of elders. Without hesitation, he raised the 2 pieces of oil painting in his hands and stepped forward. "Elder, look at my treasure." Influenced by the eerie power emanating from the oil painting, the church elder before him, recently resurrected, instantly stiffened. Before he could utter a word, his head rolled to the ground with a gurgle, just like before. "I refuse to believe you can keep this up forever." Following this method, he began shoving the oil painting into each opponent's face one by one, forcibly extracting their souls. Only when the tentacles ceased dangling and the church elder stopped respawning. Only then did Zhang Lingquan reveal a satisfied smile. Witnessing the elders no longer appearing, the citizens queuing behind him immediately erupted in fury. "You bastard! How dare you kill the church elders? You're a heretic. Kill this bastard. He's defiling the church's sanctity. Yes. Kill him." The crowd erupted in an uproar, charging forward in fury. Seeing this, Lillian felt a headache coming on, but she still stepped in front of Zhang Lingquan. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a black angular gemstone, raising it high above her head. Instantly, a torrent of black light poured forth. Like an invisible, intangible wall, it separated the enraged citizens. Simultaneously, it instilled a deep-seated fear within their hearts. Citizens severely mentally corrupted. Cause, all life within the land of the ancients is subject to red moon mental corruption, probability 100%. Cause, mental corruption implants soul detachment into all consciousnesses, 100% probability. Cause, mental contamination intensifies over time. Probability, 100%. Cause, those who endure soul detachment become sustenance for a contamination source. Probability, 100%. At that moment, the Time AI's analytical prompt echoed in his mind. Is this what they call confronting the sages? Zhang Lingquan pondered. Everyone he had encountered along the way had been drawn to confronting the sages and soul transcendence. Like moths drawn to a light bulb at night, unaware of their fate, unaware of their future. Their sole desire was to desperately crash into the bulb before them. Even death held no fear. "Hey! Can you help me out?" Lilith's voice carried out, tinged with urgency. "These people seem to have gone strange. I can barely hold on." As she said, without the church elders leading the way, and with the enraged citizens in line, the entire rule set of the ancestral grounds seemed to have shifted. The citizens looked increasingly abnormal. Bloodshot eyes, maniacal expressions as if seized by madness. Even knowing they couldn't breach the black light's defense, they still charged forward relentlessly. Detected anomaly in current rules of the ancestral grounds. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. Hearing this alert in his mind, Zhang Lingquan frowned. Watching the citizens with bloodshot eyes relentlessly assaulting the black light barrier, he exclaimed in utter bewilderment. "I haven't done anything truly heinous, so why do these people seem so intent on killing me?" "You're kidding? You ruined their chance at transcendence. Of course they want to kill you." Lilith hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan shrugged indifferently. "No big deal. They can't really kill me anyway. I've got you here, don't I? I can't hold them off much longer." "Then forget it. We should hurry inside," he immediately suggested. Then, the two moved to the front of City Hall, pushed open the door, and ran inside. For some reason, despite being just a door away from the chaos erupting outside, the interior remained eerily quiet. The entire town hall was drenched in crimson, with vine-like red flesh balls sprawling everywhere. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Before the two could catch their breath, a cultist clad in a crimson robe emerged from a room near the staircase. "This is no place for you. Get out, soul transcendence." The cloak concealed his features, making him appear somewhat normal. No decapitations, no explosions, no being sucked dry. Only a few transparent tentacles dangled about. It was indeed a familiar scent to Zhang Lingquan. He spoke directly. "We want to see the person in charge here. Like the bishop or something. Rather than aimlessly searching for clues like headless flies in a dungeon. It's better to approach the church NPCs directly for information. If they're willing to communicate and provide intelligence support, that's a win-win. But if they refuse to cooperate, then they're Lilith's so-called lackeys of the old gods. They must be purged." Chapter 111, The Screening Method for Soul Liberation. "You wish to see the bishop? Ha! What are you, exactly?"
The believer's words were cold and direct. Zhang Lingquan paused, then spoke in what he considered a threatening tone. Haven't you noticed that all the elders outside have vanished? All gone. The believer was startled by the words. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, pulling a note from his pocket and glancing at it. He pondered for a moment, then glanced at Zhang Lingquan and the other person across from him. Only then did he turn and dash out of City Hall. You two wait here for me. I'll just go take a look and be right back. A few minutes later. The believer returned, but his brow was furrowed. I asked the believers outside. They said you killed all the elders. That's right, I killed them. So, can you agree to my demands now? Zhang Lingquan wore a look of utter satisfaction. He had expected the other party to be afraid. But unexpectedly, the cultist seemed completely oblivious to his meaning, pointing at the gate and urging him onward. No way. You're not worthy. Get out of here now. Or don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Lingquan was speechless. Lilith leaned in close with a mysterious look and whispered. Do you think these people might be, a little off? She even pointed to her own head as she spoke. Probably. Zhang Lingquan nodded thoughtfully. After a moment's thought, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he reached out to ask for something. Could I see that note you were looking at earlier? He was curious about what was written on it. The believer's face was filled with wariness. What do you want? If you have no business here, leave immediately. Seeing that the other party was completely unyielding, Zhang Lingquan could only turn to Lilith helplessly. You handle this. Just get him to hand over the note. The latter nodded. She reached into her pocket and pulled out her prismatic gem. Hand over the note now, or don't make me slap you. You. Hearing this, the cultist grew furious, about to exchange blows with Lilith. But then he saw the gem in her hand begin to glow with a brilliant black light. In an instant, the cultist felt cold sweat pouring down his entire body. Don't do it. I'll show you. Overwhelming terror spread through his heart, compelling him to hand over the note. Zhang Lingquan took the note and glanced at it once before understanding immediately. For the note's contents were simple. Just one sentence. When encountering believers who have not achieved soul transcendence, bring them to the confessional. If they still cannot transcend within the confessional, bring them before the bishop. Confessional? Another way to be used as fuel? He pondered for a moment, then asked Lilith for a pen and began scribbling on the paper. Hey! What are you doing? This is the doctrine of the Holy Church of Cologne. The devotee flew into a rage at the sight. The transparent tentacles drifting around his body began to flail wildly. He immediately turned and shouted into the hall behind him. Someone is desecrating the church. Someone, come quickly. With that piercing cry, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The entire town hall erupted into commotion. It seemed as though every cardinal present had emerged. They swarmed around Zhang Lingquan and his companions, forming a tight circle. Zhang Lingquan was startled by the sudden commotion. He wondered if he'd inadvertently violated some taboo. He immediately turned to Lilith beside him and asked, We're outnumbered. Does your gem still work? I'm afraid not. Lilith shook her head slightly at his words, feeling the mental corruption emanating from the depths of City Hall and falling into deep thought. Just as the two were momentarily at a loss, the red-robed cultists surrounding them suddenly parted to make way. An old man leaning on a cane approached, also clad in crimson robes, his body covered in tentacles and slime. He stopped before them and spoke slowly. Why are you causing trouble here? We're not causing trouble. We came here seeking a way to liberate souls. Zhang Lingquan replied with a cheerful smile. The old man paused, taken aback. Seeking a way for your souls to transcend? Did you fail to transcend after consuming the blessed object earlier? Yes. So you're a devout believer. I've misunderstood you. Upon hearing Zhang Lingquan admit his failure to transcend, the old man grinned widely. He then pointed toward a room. Go inside. It will surely grant you liberation. Following the direction of his finger, Zhang Lingquan immediately saw a pitch-black room. Confessional chamber infused with severe spiritual contamination, danger level 100%. Detected excessively high environmental danger level. Host must initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level escalating too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Nuclear bomb visualization technique automatically activated. In the blink of an eye. The danger alerts from the time AI in his mind began popping up like mad. Though the room's contents remained unknown, a danger level of 100% meant this was no ordinary situation. Lilith beside him seemed to sense the room's peculiarity too. She leaned close to him and whispered a warning. Something's off about that room. We can't go in. Should we fight our way out? No way. There are too many people here. We can't handle them unless the gem in your hand still works. Zhang Lingquan shook his head, rejecting her suggestion. Are you kidding me? Back outside City Hall. He'd nearly been torn apart by those enraged citizens just for altering the rules of the ancestral grounds. If he tried something reckless now, surrounded by so many believers, he dared not imagine what might happen. All he could do now was grit his teeth and enter that so-called confessional. Watching the two walk inside, the elder nodded with satisfaction, a smile playing on his lips. Gentlemen, portraits of our sages hang within the confessional. You may confess your sins to them. As for whether your souls can transcend, that depends entirely on the sincerity of your repentance. After standing at the doorway and giving these instructions to the two inside, the old man finally closed the door. With the click of the lock, the pitch-black interior transformed. It felt as though they had entered the void. A massive, eye-like creature radiating golden light hung silently overhead. Its immense eye fixed upon them. For some reason, the moment he saw it, Zhang Lingquan felt an inexplicable urge surge within him. He was guilty. He wanted to atone for his sins of the past 18 years. Only then could his soul find liberation. Detecting host under mental contamination assault. Executing defense protocol. Nuclear bomb visualization technique skill activation successful. The time AI's alert tone shattered the strange thoughts swirling in his mind. In an instant, he snapped back to clarity. The room was now pitch black, with no trace of the scene he had just witnessed. Repent to the sages. Zhang Lingquan pondered for a moment. These so-called ancestors and soul transcendence were indeed problematic. According to what he had seen on that piece of paper earlier, there were 3 ways for a person to achieve soul transcendence. Consuming the blessed object. Guidance from the church elders. Entering the confessional booth. It was like a step-by-step screening process. Most citizens transcend after consuming the blessed items. A small number who did not transcend would line up outside City Hall to receive guidance from the church elders. Those whom even the church elders cannot help are brought into the confessional. In short, no citizen who has not transcended is spared. At this moment, Lilith beside him kept her eyes tightly shut, her face etched with sorrow. It seemed as though she was recalling some unpleasant memory, though she might just as well have been confessing her sins. Zhang Lingquan nudged her gently. Seeing no response, he shook her more forcefully. Soon, Lilith stirred awake. After a moment of dazed confusion, her face contorted with sheer terror. I just saw a... Lilith tried to describe what she had witnessed. But strangely, the words caught in her throat. She simply couldn't recall what had just happened. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan narrowed his eyes slightly. Lilith's condition was peculiar. He felt he'd seen it before in someone else. If you can't remember, don't force it. The mental pollution here is severe. Do you have any tools? Zhang Lingquan inquired. The nuclear bomb visualization technique could indeed ward off some anomalies. It also carried a severe side effect: it couldn't be activated for extended periods. Otherwise, his body temperature would skyrocket. Just like boiling water. Lilith beside him nodded. Upon hearing this, raised her hand. Closing and then opening her palm, a pendant appeared in her hand. This seemingly magical way of producing an object left Zhang Lingquan utterly dumbfounded. Truthfully, he'd been curious about this very thing since their first meeting. After all, she didn't have a storage bracelet, yet she could conjure items with a wave of her hand. That was downright unbelievable. After pondering for a moment, he finally voiced his question. Where do you conjure these things from? Chapter 112. This confessional booth seems kind of useless. You mean this? Lilith gave the pendant in her hand a little shake, clearly understanding what he was asking about. I retrieved it from the void. It's one of the Foundation's little tricks. Can you teach me? No. It's Foundation intellectual property. I'm not authorized to teach it to others. Lilith refused his request without hesitation. However, he did offer Zhang Lingquan an alternative. If you want to learn, join the Foundation. Forget it then. Zhang Lingquan pursed his lips. He'd only asked casually and had no intention of joining whatever foundation that was. Seeing his reaction, Lilith said nothing more. She held the pendant in her hand and began to sway it. As the pendant swayed gently, ripples seemed to spread out through the void. Time flew by. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The confessional door was pushed open with a loud thud. The elderly man from before entered and was startled to see the two standing there. You haven't transcended. At this, Zhang Lingquan was momentarily speechless, resorting to feigning distress. This confessional booth seems kinda ineffective. What did you say? The old man's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly fell into deep thought. If even the confessional can't handle you, then I'll have no choice but to take you to see the bishop. Without waiting for their consent, he waved his hand, signaling the followers behind him to step forward. The two were thus escorted by a dozen or so churchgoers toward the second floor of City Hall. They came to the door of the largest room on the second floor. Only then did the procession halt. At that moment, the elder opened the door and gestured for them to enter. Zhang Lingquan glanced inside and noticed that the time AI had not issued any danger warnings. I breathed a sigh of relief. Then the two stepped into the pitch-black room.
The blood moon's glow was intense, faintly illuminating the entire room through the window. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man stood at the window, gazing out at the citizens queuing below.
You're here? Seeking soul liberation? We'll discuss that later. Zhang Lingquan paused briefly before asking. You should be able to see the true nature of this world, right? He asked this because he detected nothing unusual about the man. For the Church of Cologne, where spiritual pollution was rampant everywhere. A rare occurrence indeed.
The middle-aged man visibly startled at the question, then narrowed his eyes into a smile.
You're sharp. I do indeed see the world as it truly is, and I happen to be the mayor of this city. May I ask why?
Zhang Lingquan cut straight to the chase.
The latter sighed upon hearing this, pointing his finger toward the sky. That voice told me. He said only this way could I save my citizens. That voice?
Hearing this answer, Zhang Lingquan frowned slightly.
Could it be the one in the clouds? Or perhaps another?
I don't know where he is, only that his name is Yog Sothoth. The middle-aged man shook his head, then turned and sat back down on the sofa inside the room, continuing to address the two. It told me the world is about to be destroyed, and only through transcending the soul can everyone be saved.
Upon hearing that name, Zhang Lingquan's brow instantly furrowed. Yog Sothoth? Wasn't it Kunsu? The one who left the arm tattoo on him?
He had clearly seen him among the clouds before. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sudden realization struck him, causing his eyes to widen in shock.
Damn it! Could it be one of those damn situations from Rust Town again?
The thought stopped him from dwelling on it further.
He had a feeling it might trigger some kind of taboo. Mayor, have you ever witnessed this so-called soul transcendence?
Unlike Zhang Lingquan, Lilith beside him held no such reservations, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. All we've seen along the way are citizens dying in agony. Where's the salvation you speak of?
That's something you wouldn't know.
The middle-aged man smiled. Those people haven't died, they've gone to meet the sages.
Face the sages?
Zhang Lingquan's heart stirred.
Mayor, could you elaborate?
Everything that had happened before felt eerily strange. Nearly all of them claimed to have seen the sages before dying. Seeing this, the middle-aged man pondered. This world is filled with filth. Those who can face the sages directly are truly blessed. What the hell kind of blessed?
They all blew themselves to bits. Obviously.
Zhang Lingquan inwardly disagreed with the middle-aged man's words. After a moment's thought, he asked. Bishop, if this world is so full of filth, why are there still people unwilling to transcend?
Who? Who refuses to transcend?
The middle-aged man abruptly stood up. His expression was as if someone had stolen his wife. Zhang Lingquan hadn't expected such a strong reaction and swallowed the words he'd been about to say. Joking aside, given the current situation, if he said he didn't want to transcend, the other party would definitely lose his temper. He quickly changed the subject.
Mayor, I have one more question. Why is this world going to end?
Why?
The middle-aged man looked utterly bewildered.
The question nearly fried his brain. He raised his hand slightly toward Zhang Lingquan and the others, then pulled a stack of notes from his pocket. The notes were jumbled with scribbles like reasons for world destruction, soul liberation, and so on. He glanced at the two of them, pulled out the note labeled reasons for the world's destruction, and began muttering to himself under his breath.
Zhang Lingquan was utterly dumbfounded.
Bishop, what are you?
There's quite a lot of information, and I'm afraid I might forget it. Please forgive me. The middle-aged man chuckled in response before returning to his notes. After a long while, he finally lifted his head with a solemn expression. This world is filled with filth, everywhere there is trouble, sorrow, and suffering. Many things you deem just will ultimately fail to bring the desired outcome. In a world like this, shouldn't it be destroyed? That's a pretty weak excuse.
Zhang Lingquan sneered inwardly. Just as he was about to speak, his thoughts drifted back to his past life at the sound of those words. Yes, this world holds too much suffering. Why shouldn't it be destroyed? As this thought formed, his eyes grew numb, and his consciousness began to drift away. In a daze, the entire room along with the middle-aged man before him faded into black and white lines. The surrounding sounds grew fainter and slower. Something murmured softly in his ear. As if submerged in deep water. Everything was deathly still. It seemed as though the man across from him had sensed that Zhang Lingquan had entered the state. The middle-aged man across from him looked thoroughly satisfied.
Do you acknowledge what I've said now?
I
do. Then tell me, should this world be destroyed?
It should be destroyed.
Hearing this, the middle-aged man finally sighed.
So you see, this world is filthy and disgusting.
What are you clinging to? Just transcend it already.
Zhang Lingquan, hearing these words, saw the bewilderment vanish from his eyes, replaced by fervor.
Bishop, I want to transcend.
Smack! Lilith beside him delivered a sharp slap across his face. Simultaneously, the time AI in his mind popped up a notification. Spiritual contamination from the bishop, danger level 100%.
Abnormal danger level detected in current environment.
Host must initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level escalating too rapidly.
AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Nuclear bomb visualization technique automatically activated. Zhang Lingquan snapped awake instantly. However, he remained conscious for only a few seconds. That inexplicable mental contamination persisted. Host detected under mental contamination assault. Execute countermeasures immediately. Chapter 113, Sacrificial Ritual? Summoning Ritual? Memories from the past kept being erased. He couldn't recall what he was supposed to do. Zhang Lingquan felt his mood growing heavier by the moment. This disgusting world must be destroyed. And he himself must achieve spiritual transcendence. Transcendence. Almost instinctively, he threw his arms wide toward the sky. But before long, a figure embraced him from the side. Though his consciousness remained hazy, that profoundly mysterious, soft impact brought Zhang Lingquan a flicker of clarity. So soft. Gradually, his memory sharpened and his voice returned. The entire world seemed to return to him. Zhang Lingquan looked at Lilith, who held a blue lantern in one hand and embraced him with the other. Then he glanced at the intimate item pressed out of shape by her embrace. His body shuddered. It was as if he'd found a reason to refuse the soul's transcendence. I'm fine. Soul transcendence? Ha! What utter nonsense! No one can stop me from happily studying. The middle-aged man looked utterly speechless. He hadn't expected Zhang Lingquan to be so stubborn. He'd practically worn his lips raw, but this guy just wouldn't transcend his soul. Left with no choice, he continued speaking. This world is filthy, and women especially. No. Bishop, please stop. I beg you. Zhang Lingquan hurriedly interrupted. By now, he was covered in goosebumps. He had thought the bishop was a normal person before, but now, damn it, there's no one more bizarre than him. Even with the time AI assisting him, he still wasn't a match for this man. If not for Lilith's self-sacrifice, he would have gone to meet those so-called sages long ago. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan paused, glancing at the middle-aged man before him and tentatively asked, Bishop, may I make a request? What is it? The middle-aged man looked puzzled at first. But his gaze quickly shifted to Lilith, who was holding him. As if something clicked into place, he smiled and said, I see. You wish to transcend with this girl, don't you? No. Zhang Lingquan shook his head vigorously. What I mean is, could we not transcend our souls? What? The remark visibly startled the middle-aged man, his eyes widening once more. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan showed no sign of timidity. He repeated his earlier words earnestly. I said, could we avoid soul transcendence? Or perhaps remove that blood moon in the sky? Sword energy surged through his body, poised to unleash a strike at any moment. The skill, Sword Opens Heaven's Gate, had accumulated dozens of sword energies. Releasing them all at once would undoubtedly pose a threat to the bishop before him. The middle-aged man seemed taken aback by Zhang Lingquan's words. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, a low whisper suddenly reached his ears. The whisper was inexplicably strange. The two beside him, Zhang Lingquan and the other, heard it too. It seemed to come from within their minds, yet also from behind them. When the two tried to quiet themselves to listen more closely, the whispers became utterly indistinct. Detecting mental contamination affecting the host. Initiating defense protocol. Nuclear bomb visualization technique skill activation successful. This mental contamination came out of nowhere. Despite the golden light of the nuclear bomb visualization technique shielding them, he and Lilith still found it difficult to resist. Before them, the church bishop lay on the bed with a fanatical expression, closing his eyes tightly. Bishop? Zhang Lingquan called out to him upon seeing this, but received no response. Only the sounds of gurgling and thudding echoed from outside the room. Several passing red-robed clergymen either had their heads rolled across the floor or exploded, splattering blood and flesh across the entire corridor. This seems to be the prelude to the divine light's blessing. Lilith pressed close to Zhang Lingquan, clutching a blue lantern as she struggled to resist the mental corruption. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan's expression abruptly changed as if he'd recalled something. Damn it! He immediately grabbed Lilith's hand and rushed out of the town hall. As the doors swung open, the sight outside sent a chill down both their spines. The crimson moonlight outside the city hall was even more intense. Whether it was the citizens waiting in line or the church elders, were now frozen in place. Their faces were filled with fanatical devotion as they stared up at the blood moon overhead. Gurgle gurgle. Thud thud. The sound of severed heads dropping mingled with the explosions of flesh and blood. Occasionally, tentacles would descend from the horizon, sucking citizens dry like human rags. Were these old gods harvesting their followers as sustenance? At that moment, Zhang Lingquan was overcome with horror. An endless chill seemed to crawl up from his feet to the top of his head. He couldn't help but look up at the blood moon overhead and realized. The blood moon seemed to have drawn closer to the city. Beneath the ink-black clouds seemed to be gathering more and more grayish-white vapors. These wisps gathered and coalesced, eventually forming a small river that stretched deep into the clouds. Zhang Lingquan stared at the grayish-white vapors for a moment before realizing with horror. The grayish-white vapors were all human souls. Clearly, the blood moon had undergone a transformation. This time, its devouring of provisions was far more ferocious than before. It devoured not only flesh and bones, but sought to consume everything, leaving nothing behind. At that moment, the grayish-white mist in the sky grew increasingly dense, having absorbed an unknown number of human souls. Zhang Lingquan glanced at it only briefly before withdrawing his gaze, his expression grave. Lilith beside him also frowned. After a moment's thought, she took Zhang Lingquan's hand and retreated back into the town hall. Zhang Lingquan was thoroughly puzzled by Lilith's actions. "Where are you taking me?" I sense the presence of the old god several kinds, jumbled together right inside City Hall. Lilith's expression turned grave. The two then returned to the bishop's room from earlier. To their surprise, the room was now overrun by tumor-like black and red vines. The roof had vanished long ago. Looking up, they saw the enormous blood moon in clouds as black as ink. Like a rotating mechanical axis, the grey mist sank deeper into the clouds with each passing moment, causing the blood moon to descend further. Only when it nearly crushed the town hall's roof did the blood moon finally halt. It revealed its venomous expression. It stared intently at the two people inside the room. Zhang Lingquan never imagined the blood moon could manifest a human face. For a moment, a chill ran down his spine. Beside him, Lilith's brows furrowed deeply. This is actually real. What's real? I saw it in a tome from the Foundation too. Facing the scene before them, Lilith was frightened, yet she still began explaining to Zhang Lingquan. When the blood moon descends, it will shower the land with divine light, what is known as the blessing of divine light. Following this, ancient sages will manifest in the world, and the places they appear will become sacred grounds of the sages. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan froze for a moment before gasping in shock. How ironic is that? When he first entered the instance, the assessment prompt had contained precisely this information. Combined with everything he'd witnessed and heard during this time. Plus Lilith sensing multiple old god auras here just now. He had every reason to suspect that this so-called soul transcendence was actually some kind of sacrificial ritual. Or more accurately, it seemed more like some kind of summoning ritual. Once the ritual concludes, those ancient gods would descend one by one. Chapter 114, Summoning Ritual Interrupted. I knew it. This dungeon isn't going to be a walk in the park after all. Zhang Lingquan muttered softly. He was completely numb right now. What the hell was this? The dungeon had already forced itself to increase the difficulty twice before. Now it actually wanted to get involved personally? Wasn't that just plain unfair? Lilith, of course, had no idea what was going through his mind. She merely produced another mirror from who knows where. The blood moon is about to crash down completely. I'll distract it for you shortly. With that, he flipped his hand again, producing a sapphire blue gemstone sword, and handed it to Zhang Lingquan before him. Take this. Find an opening to strike the blood moon. This sword carries the light of truth, capable of purifying it. Hearing his instructions, Zhang Lingquan took the gem-encrusted sword and gestured toward the blood moon in the sky. Isn't this sword a bit too small? I'm afraid it might break. Could you swap it for another one? Even an iron sword. I'm moving in. Lilith cut him off abruptly. Drawing strength from an unknown source, she soared directly into the sky. The mirror in her hand began to radiate a brilliant light, instantly enveloping the blood moon. Soon, the blood moon, which had been plummeting, began to halt its descent. As the blood moon came to a halt atop the City Hall building, the grey mist slowly drifting beneath the clouds faltered. Waves of furious howls erupted from the depths of the clouds, their sheer intensity shaking the entire city to its foundations. Lilith, suspended mid-air, seemed affected as well. Her fair face paled slightly. What are you standing there for? Quickly figure out how to attack it with that sword in your hand. Holding the mirror with both hands, Lilith screamed at Zhang Lingquan below. Startled by the sudden shout, he snapped out of his daze. He weighed the gem-encrusted sword in his hands, heavy and icy cold, like gripping a block of ice. He looked up at the blood moon nearly touching the ceiling. Sword energy gathered in his hand. Since this blood moon was one of the sources of the dungeon's eeriness, ordinary methods would likely be useless against it. His skill, Sword Opens Heaven's Gate, had accumulated dozens of sword energies. It was time to put it to use. Cut it down. Zhang Lingquan roared. Swinging his gem-encrusted sword, he struck at the blood moon. The strike, amplified by dozens of sword energies, seemed poised to tear the very void before him apart. It erupted into a terrifying white sword energy that rampaged through the air. Bzzzzzzz. A piercing clang of clashing blades echoed through the room. Everything touched by the sword energy furniture, walls instantly turned to dust. In the blink of an eye, the sword light struck the blood moon, cleaving a massive gash through it. At that moment, perhaps because the blood moon had been wounded, the crimson glow enveloping the city began to dim. A dense, drizzling rain of blood fell from the sky, mingled with severed limbs and broken arms. The entire scene resembled a crimson hell descending upon the world. Zhang Lingquan struggled to swing his sword.
Before he could assess Lilith's situation in the sky, he heard heavy footsteps approaching outside.
Chaotic and relentless. Bang! The door was kicked open from the outside.
Looking up, he saw over a dozen red-robed cultists bursting in. Their eyes were vacant, glowing with a blood-red light, and they wielded various sharp tools, hoes, sickles, and other weapons.
After entering, they slowly encircled Zhang Lingquan. To be precise, their target was Lilith, who stood holding a mirror, counterbalancing the blood moon in the sky.
Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan stepped forward to block them.
Get the hell out of here! Or don't blame me for being rude.
Faced with his obstruction, the group grew visibly angrier, their throats emitting beast-like growls.
Still advancing toward Zhang Lingquan, they held their weapons high. Their appearance. They resembled demons risen from hell.
Zhang Lingquan had no choice but to activate the nuclear bomb visualization technique to counter. The golden light grew increasingly blinding, swiftly engulfing the nearest cultist.
As if plunged into boiling oil, the transparent tentacles surrounding the devotee instantly began to boil. Within mere seconds, they vanished without a trace. The devotee convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, a group of people halted in their tracks.
They stared at the lifeless body lying on the ground. They turned, looked back, and departed with low growls.
Zhang Lingquan frowned.
He sensed a more terrifying force gathering within the clouds on the horizon. Just as he lifted his head to survey the clouds and perhaps check on Lilith above, a sudden tremor shook the entire world. The crimson moon suspended overhead seemed to slowly fade,
as if it were about to vanish. Looking closely,
Lilith had already turned the mirror in her hand, pointing it toward the higher clouds. Blood rain continued to fall, yet it seemed to deliberately avoid her entirely. Within the mirror she held, a powerful and terrifying light began to surge forth.
Whoosh! Roar, roar, roar! The light pierced through the clouds, its destination unknown, drawing waves of roars from within the clouds.
The blood moon faded, the clouds roared.
In the blink of an eye,
the pitch-black clouds enveloping this realm completely dissipated, revealing the originally bright sky. The divine light poised to descend, the ritual summoning the old gods.
Interrupted. Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan for successfully completing the story instance Land of the Ancients.
Congratulations to examinee Zhang Lingquan for completing the assessment task in 23 hours, earning an SSS grade evaluation.
The instance announcement sounded.
It echoed throughout the entire instance space. Countless examinees and professionals heard the prompt one after another.
In previous instances, announcements had also echoed repeatedly after Zhang Lingquan's clearances.
This time, it felt like the familiar routine.
Only this time,
Zhang Lingquan's achievements this time were even more astonishing, and the rewards he received were even more generous.
Now, standing in his luxurious room, Zhang Lingquan looked utterly bewildered.
Just moments ago, he was battling Lilith against the blood moon.
How had he cleared the stage in the blink of an eye? He pondered for a moment.
He concluded it must have been because the two of them had interrupted that so-called old god summoning ritual.
Ah, I didn't even get to say goodbye to Lilith. Zhang Lingquan sighed.
He felt it was rather rude to leave without saying goodbye. After all, he'd been teleported back immediately after clearing the dungeon, leaving him no time to say goodbye to Lilith.
Who knew if they'd ever meet again?
Pulling his thoughts back, he immediately opened the dungeon interface.
Almost the instant the interface appeared, he was startled by the beep 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 of popping trade messages. The incessant beep 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 continued until he finally silenced all trade messages. Did the room finally settle into silence? Zhang Lingquan was utterly speechless. Damn it! Can't even send private messages, and now this nonsense. He skimmed through the messages. Most were simple congratulations. Of course, these transaction messages didn't appear out of thin air, they came bundled with all sorts of random junk. He didn't think twice about it, accepting everything outright. After all, it didn't cost him anything. With the alchemy skill at his disposal, even if it was junk or even bitter tea seeds, he could refine them into pills. The effects might be a bit disappointing, though.
As he browsed through the items traded by others, he suddenly noticed over a dozen private messages from Long Xiajie.
Zhang Lingquan, I can't get into the instance. I think I'm being rejected.
Zhang Lingquan, I've informed the military about this.
Don't worry, I'll be able to reach you soon. Zhang Lingquan, things are looking bad.
The temporal anchor has failed.
The military is working on a solution. Zhang Lingquan.
Judging by these messages,
Long Xiajie and the military were clearly panicking. But this finally made Zhang Lingquan realize.
No wonder he hadn't seen Long Xiajie at the start of the instance.
Turns out he didn't enter the instance with me at all.
But that was puzzling. That was the temporal anchor.
Zhang Lingquan had researched this item before.
Not only could it anchor the location of a player within a dungeon, but also teleport people from outside to the designated individual's location. Under normal circumstances, the military's temporal anchor would function without issue. So why did it fail this time? Could it be because, as if something occurred to him,
Zhang Lingquan immediately rolled up his sleeve.
The tattoo belonging to Kunsu had vanished.
For a moment, he fell silent. Chapter 115, Gift of Fate. The recent dungeon experiences had completely overturned Zhang Lingquan's understanding of the world.
After all, high school lessons had taught him that instances were independent entities, never intertwined. But if that were truly the case, his previous experiences simply wouldn't add up.
Cross-instance pursuits.
Failing once, they persisted a second time, then a third. Zhang Lingquan furrowed his brow, feeling like he was onto something, yet his thoughts were too jumbled to make sense of it. He decided to open the chat channel and check others' reactions.
Holy crap! The boss actually cleared it again?
And here I was doubting the boss's skills.
Turns out I was the clown all along?
Yeah, when the dungeon announcement came out, I thought I must have misheard it.
Is this the gap between us mortals and the gods? Countless messages flooded the chat channel.
Due to the sheer volume of participants, messages flooded the chat channel like a torrent, scrolling by at breakneck speed.
Zhang Lingquan glanced at it briefly before closing the chat channel.
At that moment, 2 glowing reward orbs shimmered brightly beside his hands.
This is his reward for clearing the dungeon this time.
Both were designated items. In addition, he gained 5,000 advancement experience points.
Combined with his previously accumulated experience, he now met the requirements for advancement.
He summoned the dungeon interface.
He clicked the rank option within it.
Zhang Lingquan Wellness Master Tier 1 100 00 1000.
Requires 10,000 experience points to advance to the next tier.
Each tier advancement grants the candidate one class-specific skill.
Current experience is maxed out.
Ready for class advancement.
Scanning the information displayed on the panel, Zhang Lingquan hesitated not a moment.
He selected advancement directly.
Congratulations! Candidate Zhang Lingquan has successfully advanced in their profession. Current profession tier, Tier 2. Acquired profession advancement skill, forging and refining. Listening to the instant spaces prompt, Zhang Lingquan felt a surge of anticipation.
The alchemy skill he gained during his previous level up had been simulated by the time AI into a divine technique capable of refining anything into elixirs.
But what form would this blacksmithing and artifact forging skill take in the simulation? He immediately turned his attention to this newly acquired skill. Blacksmithing and artifact forging.
Effect: gains basic knowledge of blacksmithing and forging equipment, along with foundational understanding of smelting machinery.
Description: as a wellness master, crafting your own kitchenware makes perfect sense, right?
Note: this skill increases success rate by 10% when crafting spatulas and iron pans. Pretty much the same as the previous skills.
This profession skill is utterly useless. Zhang Lingquan wasted no time, immediately instructing the time AI to begin simulation. Skill simulation in progress. Current progress, 1%. Estimated completion time, 144 hours. The time AI's notification chime sounded. After that, a long period of leveling ensued. Of course, Zhang Lingquan wasn't idle during this period.
He began examining the 2 rewards he had previously acquired.
Tactical nuclear graphics card. Item type, energy. Effect: when inserted into the interface, it provides a small amount of energy supply. Note: requires pairing with the tactical nuclear motherboard for use. Note: this item can be used for time AI computational power upgrades. The tactical nuclear graphics card boasts a remarkably novel appearance.
Mysterious symbols of various shapes are engraved onto the card's surface, crafted from an unknown material.
Densely packed, it resembles an exquisite piece of craftsmanship. Only dungeons could yield such an item. Without hesitation, since this item could help upgrade his computing power, Zhang Lingquan immediately used it for the upgrade. Detected high compatibility between host's item and AI. Fusion upgrade initiated. Fusion progress, 1%, 2%. 100%. Fusion successful. AI functions upgraded. After integrating the tactical nuclear graphics card, the time AI's total computational power reached 7%. Glancing at his personal attribute panel, aside from those special skills acquired later that couldn't be simulated, all 3 core class skills now displayed the suffix. Subsequent simulations require 10% computational power. This meant that once computational power reached 10%, he would be able to perform 3 simulations. By then, his strength would be further enhanced. At this thought, Zhang Lingquan's heart brimmed with joy. He then retrieved another reward item. Unlike the tactical nuclear graphics card, this item was a gold coin. Its name was equally elegant, Gift of Fate. Unlike any previous item, this item was actually a summoning type item. Gift of Fate. Item type, summoning. Effect: summons a known figure from the host's subconscious. Note: this item possesses extreme randomness. The host must subjectively discern its purpose. Note: summon characters persist indefinitely unless killed. Death resets the summoning timer. Note: character tiers from lowest to highest: common, elite, heroic, legendary, epic. A summoning type item. Zhang Lingquan was somewhat surprised. He scrutinized the gold coin in his hand once more. Then he couldn't resist tossing it into the air. The coin spun until it reached its peak, then fell back into his palm. At the same time, several ethereal, three-dimensional figures materialized before his eyes. A woman dressed as a pirate, a yellow square, a big-headed boy, and a bald man. Upon seeing these four figures, Zhang Lingquan felt his forehead covered in black lines. What the hell were these things? So this is the so-called summoning a figure from the host's subconscious. This is how it works. Gunslinger girl? SpongeBob? Big head kid? Bald strong man? Give me a break. What good are these people? Oh, wait, the female gun might be somewhat useful. But the other three? They're practically useless. Forcing back the urge to curse, Zhang Lingquan summoned three of them anyway. I have two guns, one called shoot and the other called. Ah. I'm ready. Bald Strong is chopping trees again. Wait, no, it's that damn bear big. I'll show you. Three distinct voices rang out. But the forms of these three figures were somewhat different from what Zhang Lingquan remembered. The female gunner had lost her graceful figure, her entire body encased in armor, appearing cold and metallic. SpongeBob's muscles bulged like a mountain, standing there alone enough to make one's heart race. As for Stronghead, he was covered in grime, wielding a blood-stained chainsaw, his expression mad and terrifying. Zhang Lingquan was at a loss for words. My big gun's been itching to get going. Crab boss, I'm ready. When do I get on the stage? Boss, rest assured I'll definitely chop down that tree. The moment these three appeared, they began scanning the area for enemy signs. Finding nothing suitable to use as a weapon. Only then did they all turn their gaze toward Zhang Lingquan. What could Zhang Lingquan say? This was like encountering a ghost. He even felt a bit relieved that he hadn't summoned Big Head Sun. After a few seconds of hesitation, Zhang Lingquan addressed the group directly. That's all for now. We'll be in touch later. With that, without waiting for their response, he immediately revoked the summoning. Due to the item's restrictions, Zhang Lingquan couldn't actively dismiss these summons, or rather, these entities. Unless these summoned entities perished, he could not refresh the summoning duration. Then he could consciously summon them again. But considering the state of those three, Zhang Lingquan didn't hold out much hope. After all, this cursed thing silenced men and made women weep. Just as Zhang Lingquan was still agonizing over the item, Gift of Fate, a series of communication requests interrupted his reverie. He glanced at the sender's name. Upon seeing it was Long Xiajie, he immediately accepted the call. Soon, an elegant silhouette materialized before him. Zhang Lingquan, are you okay? What happened earlier nearly gave me a heart attack. The moment he connected with Zhang Lingquan, Long Xiajie on the other end urgently inquired. The latter smiled reassuringly. Relax, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? As he spoke, his gaze kept lingering on Long Xiajie. It seems to have gotten bigger again. What are you looking at? Long Xiajie looked puzzled. Nothing. Zhang Lingquan felt a bit awkward, cleared his throat lightly, then continued. Did you find out why this happened? Why did the military spacetime anchor fail? We investigated, but found no cause. Mentioning this issue, Long Xiajie across from him wore a serious expression. The military has already reported your situation up the chain. A new research project will be launched within the next few days. What kind of project? The possibility of interconnected and mutually influencing parallel worlds. Chapter 116, Probability Enhancement Potion. The conversation fell silent at this point. Both fell silent. After all, it was universally acknowledged that instances existed as independent entities, unconnected to one another. The military had now reported this matter upward and proposed a new research project. It was like claiming a planet that had been inhabited by humans for billions of years. Suddenly claiming it was alive felt utterly unrealistic. Will you still go into instances with me afterward? Zhang Lingquan suddenly asked. For Long Xiajie, this multi-talented female bodyguard who could both warm his bed and offer strategic counsel. He felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of suddenly distancing himself from her. Hearing this, Long Xiajie paused, then realized and smiled. The military gave me a mission with no room for failure. I have to stick close to you. Oh, and about your last dungeon run? Don't even mention it. It was incredibly dangerous, a bunch of ancient gods. Zhang Lingquan then recounted everything he had experienced in the instance. Long Xiajie listened silently across from him, his brow furrowing deeper by the moment. This information is critical. I need to report it to the military. We'll have to talk later. Got it. Zhang Lingquan nodded. The two then disconnected the holographic communication. Meanwhile, at the military teleportation array on the other side, Long Xiajie rushed out of the teleportation array in a panic. As he ran, he shouted loudly to the sentry outside. Quickly take me to the regiment commander. I have extremely important matters to report. Of course, Zhang Lingquan remained unaware of the events unfolding on Long Xiajie's side.
After finishing his conversation with the other party, he was just about to lie down on his large bed to rest.
A new request popped up on his instance panel. Zhang Lingquan glanced at the sender's name. It was Tian Wenqi, someone he had previously conducted transactions with. He immediately accepted the video projection request. Big shot. You rock. I checked out that dungeon you cleared, it's absolutely insane. The moment the connection was established, Tian Wenqi unleashed his enthusiasm. His attitude was even more eager than before. Ha, it was nothing special. What brings you here? Big shot, here's the deal. A high-tier practitioner approached me at Castle Witch who crafts potions boosting synthesis rates. She wants to make a deal with you. Tian Wenqi began explaining. Boss, ever since you bought magic potions from me, I knew you were planning to synthesize items. Though I don't know what you're synthesizing, most syntheses have a success rate and a failure rate. The lower the item's tier, the closer the success rate gets to 100%. The higher the tier, the lower the success rate. Zhang Lingquan was somewhat surprised to hear this. He had indeed purchased the magic potion to synthesize the thought orb. But he hadn't considered the matter of synthesis success rates. Still, it made sense. As a wellness master, his profession rarely involved item synthesis or crafting. Of course, the pills refined through alchemy didn't count. Compared to him, Tian Wenqi, the alchemist, clearly understood the intricacies far better. The mind-severing orb was his chance for a special class advancement. Failure was not an option. With that thought, Zhang Lingquan spoke up directly. I do need that thing you mentioned that boosts synthesis rates. How much is he asking for it? Tian Wenqi's expression brightened. Big shot, these potions that boost success rates involve the rules system. The ingredients themselves are incredibly precious. So that high-tier professional said 1 vial of potion for 10,000 divine pills. Additionally, since you two are different tiers, the instance will charge a processing fee. So you'll need to pay 12,000 pills, boss. Zhang Lingquan remained impassive, but inwardly he was relieved. Thank goodness for Tian Wenqi's timely reminder. Otherwise, he would have foolishly taken the materials to synthesize the mind-severing orb directly. There was a high chance it would fail. Then he'd have nowhere to cry about it. But now, with the probability-boosting potion, things were different. Alright, when should we make the trade? Zhang Lingquan nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Tian Wenqi's expression brightened even more. Alright then, boss. I'll give you his name later, and you two can handle the transaction yourselves. The other party's impatient expression left Zhang Lingquan speechless. Given his excitement, it was obvious this deal had brought the young man considerable benefits. Still, Zhang Lingquan didn't hold it against him. After all, the guy had run around like crazy for him. What was wrong with giving him a little something? His sole focus now was to get his hands on that probability-boosting potion as quickly as possible. The negotiations concluded. Zhang Lingquan shut off the video projection, a wave of emotion washing over him. He never imagined he'd come across a potion capable of boosting synthesis success rates. It was an unexpected delight. The conditions for synthesizing the soul-severing orb were now largely fulfilled. The only remaining task was to gather the repair materials for the primordial thought. And he had successfully passed the assessment. Thinking of Ji Lingxue and the heavenly Tao fragments she had prepared for me earlier, Zhang Lingquan couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn upward. He wondered how Ji Lingxue would react upon learning he'd successfully cleared the dungeon. After all, during their last video call, the look in her eyes had seemed filled with disappointment toward him. Learning he'd cleared the dungeon would absolutely shock her. Just as Zhang Lingquan had imagined. Upon learning from the dungeon announcement that Zhang Lingquan had cleared the story dungeon, not only was Ji Lingxue stunned, even the powerful clans that had downgraded their attention ratings toward him were now utterly dumbfounded. Without a doubt, the name Zhang Lingquan once again captured everyone's attention and sparked heated discussions. Countless people sought to contact him. But since Zhang Lingquan had already blocked private messages from strangers, in order to reach him, these individuals had all become resourceful, beginning to leave transaction comments for Zhang Lingquan. Faced with tens of thousands of transaction messages flooding in every single moment, he simply pocketed the items traded to him. He didn't respond to a single one. During this time, Kim Soo-yeon and Miss Long also sent him video projections. The others showed absolutely no reaction. For the vast majority of them, they hadn't processed it. They hadn't yet recovered from the shocking news. Ji Lingxue was in this state. Chapter 117, Sunshine, Sand, and Bikinis? Ji Lingxue sat upright in her bamboo grove courtyard. Her pretty lips parted slightly, her face filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? As one of the few top-tier professionals in Dragon Nation, she understood better than anyone the difficulty of this death-themed scenario dungeon. Not only would a mere high schooler like Zhang Lingquan never dare attempt it, but even top-tier professionals would hesitate to take on such a challenge. Compared to standard kill-type instances, this type was clearly far more difficult to clear. That was precisely why Ji Lingxue hadn't held much hope for him earlier. Could it be the lowest tier story dungeon?
Ji Lingxue sat in the courtyard, unable to suppress her speculation. Of course, if Zhang Lingquan were here, he would have told her.
The story dungeon she was experiencing wasn't the lowest tier, on the contrary, its difficulty was escalating exponentially.
She'd been forced to confront ancient sages head-on and go toe-to-toe with those old gods who'd suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
But Ji Lingxue remained unaware of all this. She was still reeling from the shock. Sigh. She sighed. She opened the instance panel.
She began reading the contents of the chat channel. Perhaps it was the sheer impact of consecutively clearing the story dungeons.
The chat channel was still buzzing with discussions about Zhang Lingquan. Does anyone know how Zhang Lingquan pulled it off? A story dungeon. How did he clear it? You're not the only one wondering, everyone wants to know. But is that even realistic? Exactly. Instead of dwelling on the impossible, why not go all in? What do you mean? Just pick the wellness masterclass when you graduate. You're already so awesome anyway.
The onlookers buzzed with discussion. Watching their conversation, Ji Lingxue silently closed her eyes.
For some reason,
a faint glimmer of hope stirred within her heart. At the same time, she felt a pang of shame, unsure how to face Zhang Lingquan.
That complex mix of emotions was something no one could possibly understand.
After keeping her eyes closed for a long while,
Ji Lingxue sighed heavily once more. It seems I underestimated him.
Having sorted through her thoughts, she immediately initiated a video projection call to Zhang Lingquan. Soon, the video projection connected. Zhang Lingquan's projection appeared before her, a hint of a smile on his face.
Sis Ji, you wanted me? Yes, I. Ji Lingxue took a deep breath, about to speak.
But she was instantly stunned by the surroundings in which Zhang Lingquan appeared. Sunlight, sandy beaches, crashing waves, bikinis.
Was this really his room?
Ji Lingxue shifted her gaze slightly backward. Behind Zhang Lingquan, she discovered an entire table laden with a lavish seafood feast. Scattered across the table and floor were numerous broken crab shells and lobster shells.
At the very center, a ceramic basin half a meter in diameter. Basin stood a basketball-sized abalone. There were at least 7 or 8 of them.
Earlier, when she saw Zhang Lingquan enjoying himself, Ji Lingxue had merely been astonished, but now she was filled with envy.
This kid. A high school student. Living it up in the dungeon better than she does. She was a top-tier professional, after all. And he's better than Zhang Lingquan, who just took the college entrance exam. Ji Lingxue felt that.
Ever since Zhang Lingquan had consecutively cleared the story dungeons,
the things happening to him became increasingly baffling to her.
Seeing Ji Lingxue silently project the video onto him,
Zhang Lingquan, lounging on the beach chair, was equally puzzled.
He pushed his sunglasses up and asked,
Sis Ji, what did you want to talk to me about? Right, I came to apologize. I underestimated you before. Ji Lingxue finally broke her silence.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingquan smiled, clearly not taking the matter to heart.
Such magnanimity only made Ji Lingxue feel even more embarrassed. After all, he was her business partner.
And she had been the one pursuing the partnership. Yet at the crucial moment, she hadn't shown him the slightest bit of trust.
I'd like to continue our previous collaboration.
Consider the Heavenly Path fragment my apology. You've essentially passed the college entrance exam now, though there are still some restrictions.
Once you can freely enter and exit instances, I'll trade this item to you. Hearing this,
Zhang Lingquan's heart leapt with joy, and he smiled and nodded in agreement. With this Heavenly Tao fragment as the repair material for the primordial thought, he could craft the mind-severing orb and undergo a special class change. His strength would surely surge dramatically once more.
Observing his calm and confident demeanor, Ji Lingxue on the other end of the projection could no longer contain her curiosity. I'm curious about your assessment content. Could you tell me? What kind of story instance is it? It's roughly a rank, I believe. It shouldn't be too difficult.
Zhang Lingquan replied thoughtfully. This time, Ji Lingxue fell silent once more.
An A-rank story-based death dungeon? And not that difficult?
If any other high-tier adventurer heard that, they'd definitely slap him twice. This was a dungeon even top-tier professionals dared not venture into.
And this kid actually cleared it? Could it be that the health preservation masterclass truly held some secret? Or is Zhang Lingquan just incredibly powerful? Ji Lingxue's mind was in turmoil. After a long moment, she spoke again. Can you tell me what happened inside the dungeon? I'd like to hear.
What's there to tell? Just a bunch of Shu cultists summoning an old god, and me and an NPC shut them down. As he spoke, Zhang Lingquan took a hearty swig from the coconut juice beside him before continuing.
Then we cleared it. I was kind of baffled myself. He wasn't lying about that part. When the dungeon cleared, Zhang Lingquan really was a bit bewildered. It felt like you, as a newbie, going fishing at a pond. You bring nothing but a plastic bag. You stand by the shore for a while. A big fish just jumps into the plastic bag all by itself. half surprise, half bewilderment.
The remaining 9 parts were simply swallowed up by that plastic bag. He was enjoying his own catharsis, completely oblivious to Jiling Shui on the other end of the video call.
Yep, she was silent again. I give up. This jerk is doing this on purpose, right? What do you mean just cleared it? And out of the blue? Out of the blue my ass. When I first saw this kid, I thought he looked pretty decent. Who knew he'd put on such an act in front of me? Damn it. I've got things to do. I'll call you back later. That's all for now.
Jiling Shui huffed like a little piglet, and before Zhang Lingquan could react, she hung up the phone. He stared at the projection screen, now completely silent.
Zhang Lingquan let out a soft chuckle. Women really are heartless creatures. But fair's fair, that explosive figure?
Could never get tired of looking at it, no matter how many times.
What on earth did Jiling Shui eat growing up? How did she end up with such an unreal figure? Meanwhile,
having ended the video call, Jiling Shui naturally had no idea what Zhang Lingquan was thinking. In all her years, she'd never once gotten this angry over a man. But what could she do? She'd already jumped to the conclusion that he was deliberately trying to provoke her.
You little brat.
Jiling Shui exhaled a long breath. As if envisioning the scenes and delicacies on his end, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. Sunshine, sandy beaches, those kinds of scene-changing props. She knew about those. She could simply commission a mechanic to build a specialized environment generator. As for those delicacies, given her circumstances, she was certainly entitled to indulge. Perhaps.
Lost in pleasant daydreams. A video projection call came through.
She tapped to answer, and her brother Ji Shualin's face instantly appeared before her.
Hey sis, I heard that kid cleared the story dungeon. And it was an A rank. Holy crap.
Jiling Shui remained unfazed.
I know. I also know that kid's got the beach, sun, and bikini thing down.
Seeing her almost expressionless face, Ji Shualin's previously jubilant smile instantly froze.
Sis, you upset? Did someone upset you? No one did. By the way, bro, is this what you wanted to talk to me about? Actually, there's something else I need to discuss.
Seeing his sister's expression, Ji Shualin's smile faded too, his face turning serious.
The news about Zhang Lingquan clearing the gate has reached the family. They want to collaborate with that kid. Chapter 118, Redefining. SS rating. Collaborate?
Jiling Shui scoffed coldly.
Weren't they the ones who opposed any contact with Zhang Lingquan before? Now that they see his potential, they're scrambling to partner up? Where in the world does such a good deal come from?
Jiling Shui was already seething with anger. Now she seized the opportunity of this family alliance to vent her anger at her brother. Hearing his sister's sharp tone, Ji Shualin felt cold sweat beating on his forehead. He couldn't shake the feeling that his sister's mood was off today, both openly and subtly. He had indeed opposed reaching out to Zhang Lingquan before. After all, at that time, Zhang Lingquan was weak and insignificant, hardly worthy of the Ji family's attention. Had Jiling Shui not pushed through against all objections, he likely wouldn't even know who Zhang Lingquan was.
So there was little point in explaining himself now.
After all, his sister's strength.
Stronger than his own? Sis, that's where you come in. With your keen eye, the family needs your help now. Enough already. I've already contacted him.
But our cooperation is strictly limited to rescuing that jade infant for the family.
Don't bother me with any other nonsense.
Jiling Shui waved her hand impatiently.
Ji Shualin, however, had no objections whatsoever.
Zhang Lingquan's achievements were destined to make his future accomplishments extraordinary. For such unpolished geniuses, these major clans were the most eager to invest. And engaging with him, saving the family's jade white infant was the beginning.
Ji Shualin didn't believe Zhang Lingquan would refrain from further collaborations with the Ji family afterward. Understood, sister. Go ahead and make contact with Zhang Lingquan with peace of mind. Ji Shualin couldn't help but shake his head in admiration as he spoke. TSK, truly worthy of being the family's sole top-tier professional. His vision is impeccable.
After disconnecting the video projection with her brother, Jiling Shui's mood lifted considerably. But before she could continue pondering the renovation plans for the bamboo courtyard, another communication request popped up. She glanced at the sender's name. She discovered it was none other than her teacher.
Hey kid, busy? When are you coming back to the research institute?
Teacher, I still have some matters to attend to.
I should be back next week.
Well then, kid, I admit I misjudged you before.
Contact Zhang Lingquan as soon as possible and collaborate with him on behalf of the Dragon Nation Research Institute.
I've already elevated his priority level to SS. Seeing the awkward smile on the old man's face, Jiling Shui's expression was filled with surprise.
She never imagined Zhang Lingquan's recent success in clearing the story dungeon had actually caught her teacher's attention.
After all, her teacher was the head honcho of the Dragon Nation's Dungeon Research Bureau.
In terms of insight and everything else,
he was a visionary ahead of his time. This time, he must have seen something special in Zhang Lingquan.
Master, I understand. Rest assured, I'll represent the Dragon Nation Research Bureau in seeking his cooperation.
Good. Kid, with that promise, all my previous efforts in nurturing you haven't been in vain. I'll leave that matter in your hands.
The elder was thoroughly satisfied.
With a smile, he closed the projection.
Gazing at the vanished figure, Ji Lingxue smiled too.
She felt more and more certain that her decision to collaborate with Zhang Lingquan had been absolutely the right choice. This also bolstered her confidence in rescuing the Jade Infant within their clan.
Of course, this was true only for those like Ji Lingxue who genuinely had Zhang Lingxuan's best interests at heart.
The other family factions that had already reduced their contact level with Zhang Lingquan, upon learning of Zhang Lingxuan's achievements in clearing the story dungeon, began to regret their decisions one after another. They convened family meetings.
At that moment, inside the Gao Ligua family residence,
Kim Soo-yeon watched the elders pacing restlessly in the meeting room, speechless. Unlike their anxiety, she wasn't worried about her relationship with Zhang Lingquan. She merely despised the family's hypocritical facade, harboring a hint of contempt within. Our Jin family has maintained a decent relationship with that Zhang Lingquan.
Perhaps we could consider recruiting him into the family? Forget about that. Anything we can think of, the Dragon Nation government has surely considered already. Exactly. The Dragon Nation government is undoubtedly prepared to counter foreign poaching attempts at any moment. Then what about using some tactics? Bribes? Threats? No, absolutely not.
The room buzzed with heated debate. After hours of debate, they still hadn't come up with a concrete plan to recruit talent. Jin Jianxi, seated at the head of the table, grew increasingly impatient. Originally, the Kim family and Zhang Lingquan had maintained excellent relations, even establishing a solid cooperative partnership.
But due to his misjudgment, the family had severed all contact with Zhang Lingquan.
Had the family been able to offer some assistance before Zhang Lingquan cleared the dungeon, and offered him some assistance, he wouldn't be so troubled now. The thought alone made Jin Jianxi feel a tightness in his chest. The terrifying aura of the Great Wasteland Priest spread throughout the entire conference room. This scene silenced every senior member of the Jin family present. None of them dared to provoke the family head at this moment. Just then, Kim Jae-yong suddenly spoke up. Head of the family, I believe there is still room for reconciliation in this matter. After all, with that girl Xiao Yan around, the two of them still get along quite well. If we play matchmaker, they might just end up together. Having such a marriage alliance within the family would be an absolute blessing. As she spoke, Kim Jae-yong couldn't resist glancing back at Kim Soo-yeon. This left Kim Soo-yeon, who had been quietly observing the scene, utterly bewildered. What the heck? Are they just going to ship me off like this? While she did genuinely like Appa, wasn't this?
Regarding Aunt Jaeong's suggestion, it was clear from Kim Soo-yeon's flushed face that she wasn't refusing.
The head of the family, Kim Koen-hee, had intended to ask her what she thought. But upon seeing her expression, he instantly understood. Then so be it. For the sake of the family's interests, a small sacrifice is nothing. Besides, Soo-yeon is willing. Also, issue the order, elevate Zhang Lingxuan's priority level. Double S class. Make sure to interact with the kid as much as possible. The moment that monitoring level was announced, the senior executives in the conference room collectively sucked in their breath. That's SS level. Forget ordinary people, it's enough for the president of a small country. Naturally, the Jin family's approach unwilling to part with their daughter yet unable to secure a suitable son-in-law.
Other family factions were naturally envious.
Among them, the Morgan family of Liberty Nation was the most desperate.
The scene shifted back to a luxurious estate conference room in the outskirts of Luoshanji.
But unlike the atmosphere at the Kim residence, the tension here was palpable.
Chapter 119, Back in the Spotlight.
The atmosphere in the Morgan family conference room was heavy.
Chen Guixiang, what exactly happened with Zhang Lingquan? We expect an explanation.
A white man spoke up first. He was originally the Morgan family member responsible for liaising with Zhang Lingquan. After heeding Chen Guixiang's advice, he not only downgraded the level of contact with Zhang Lingquan, but also spread numerous negative rumors about Zhang Lingquan. They had assumed Zhang Lingquan was merely a flash in the pan. But unexpectedly, the other party's talent was actually so terrifying? Indeed, their family had an inside man within the Dragon Nation as well. Just as Long Xiaojie was reporting the news up the chain, the Morgan family's high command learned the entire story.
A great death plot dungeon.
Solo. This spirit spring is nothing short of a demonic entity. Naturally, the supervisor in charge of the operation took his frustration out on Chen Guixiang. Facing the white man's interrogation, Chen Guixiang's face was flushed with anger.
Let me set the record straight, my name isn't Chen Guixiang. My name is now Guixiang Chen Morgan. I joined the Morgan family long ago. Furthermore, I did state earlier that I refused to admit Zhang Lingquan into the family. But it was all of you sitting here who agreed to lower the access level. What does that have to do with me? Hearing Chen Guixiang's words, the white man visibly grew angrier, his rage flaring up. You! It's all because of you. And now you won't even admit it. Stop slandering me. The exchange of accusations and rebuttals echoed intermittently. The spacious, high-end conference room echoed with noise like a bustling market. Enough. Finally.
Johnny Morgan, seated at the head of the table, barked the command.
As his words fell, the entire conference room was instantly filled with pale blue spectral entities.
These spirits were massive in stature, their features twisted with hatred.
Like malevolent specters.
The sight sent a chill through every person present.
The entire conference room fell deathly silent. As a top-tier practitioner of the Morgan family, Johnny Morgan's profession was the rare art of spirit summoning. Not only could he command powerful malevolent spirits to serve his will, but also inflict mental assaults upon his foes. His power was absurdly formidable. After subduing everyone in the conference room,
he swept his gaze around the room. No one dared meet his eyes. Lauren, continue coordinating contact between the Tivadai family of the Three Kingdoms and Zhang Lingquan. Additionally, elevate his contact level to SS grade.
At any cost, recruit this man into the family.
If he refuses.
Johnny Morgan didn't finish his sentence.
His voice was icy.
Everyone understood what he meant.
Zhang Lingquan's value now surpassed every genius they had ever known. Whoever secured such a talent would witness an explosive surge in their strength within a short time.
Of course, those who failed to secure him would be consumed by anxiety. To prevent this outcome,
they had long since devised a series of assassination plans targeting Zhang Lingquan.
Should any attempt fail, these plans would be executed against Zhang Lingquan one by one.
At this moment, it wasn't just the Morgan family of the Free Nation,
but all major families, financial conglomerates, and powerful factions worldwide were convening meetings.
As for the subject of their discussions, there was only one.
That is Zhang Lingquan. Unlike the precise, internal meetings of those family factions.
When news of Zhang Lingquan clearing the story dungeon yet again spread beyond its walls, the parents and teachers who had been busy with their own affairs were all stunned. And once this news spread beyond the dungeon, it spread across the internet at breakneck speed.
The name Zhang Lingquan once again became the focal point of everyone's attention.
Prominent ad spaces across major websites were flooded with bizarre headlines. Editor's exclusive: The Untold Secrets of Genius Zhang Lingquan and His Left Hand.
Want to become as strong as Zhang Lingquan? My formula offers long-lasting effects and endurance. No wonder Zhang Lingquan keeps clearing story dungeons. Turns out he's using
all sorts of chaotic messages. Whether or not they actually relate to Zhang Lingquan, they're all just trying to ride his wave of popularity. Of course, these flashy pop-up ads all come from unregulated websites. Legitimate sites were much more restrained. But the gist remained much the same. A discerning reader need only glance at the headline and immediately know they're about how Zhang Lingquan cleared the story dungeon. Even though most people know these articles are fabricated, many still click through to read them.
After all, the things Zhang Lingquan had done were truly shocking. Meanwhile, on a certain chat platform,
netizens were buzzing with lively discussion.
Man, I regret it now. Why didn't I think of switching to health guru earlier? You switched to wellness guru? Don't be ridiculous.
You'd switch today and die in a dungeon tomorrow, believe me.
Come on, it can't be that bad. Look at Zhang Lingquan, he seems to be doing just fine.
Maybe you're still half asleep.
You actually dare to consider switching to wellness master? What's wrong with that? I'm just a slacker anyway. What if I turn my life around? The group chatted animatedly. Similar comments flooded the internet.
Many harbored regrets. If only they'd chosen the wellness guru profession back when they changed jobs.
Things might have turned out differently.
It would be far better than being a deadbeat decades after high school graduation.
Online discussions about Zhang Lingquan continue to swirl. In the real world, many had already begun anticipating Zhang Lingquan's return.
The military felt this way, the research bureau felt this way, and the high-ranking officials of Jiangbei City felt this way too. Especially the Jiangbei City leadership.
They particularly hope Zhang Lingquan will return for a visit to help promote education in Jiangbei City. Based on Zhang Lingquan's current performance, he now possesses the capability to complete his college entrance exams early. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam would undoubtedly be Zhang Lingquan. Who could have imagined that this year's top scorer would emerge so early? And especially in a third-tier city like Jiangbei City. And so, outside the teleportation array in Jiangbei City, numerous venues for celebrations were being set up. At that moment, several workers bustled about outside, gazing at the enormous red flower that could nearly cover half a person. One of the workers seemed to have an epiphany. He exclaimed with deep emotion, "Wow, our Jiangbei City really is a land of outstanding people and natural beauty. To have produced a top scorer in the college entrance exam. Yeah, that kid Zhang Lingquan really brought honor to us Jiangbei folks. What's the name of the high school he attended? Hang on, let me think. I believe it's called Jiangbei City First High School. Jiangbei City First High School? Then once my son finishes the semester, I'm transferring him there too. The group was chatting idly. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them, the foreman. You lot slacking off again? Watch out, I'll dock your pay. No, boss. We were just talking about that kid Zhang Lingquan. Exactly. Zhang Lingquan is truly the pride of Jiangbei City. If only my son could be half as good as him. Cut it out, old Wang. Just be thankful your son doesn't cause you any trouble. Several workers were smiling cheerfully. Looks like they're on good terms with the foreman. The contractor sighed with emotion. Hey, it's not just you guys words getting around that every son should be like Zhang Lingquan. Alright, enough of this nonsense. Get back to work. Once we're done, I'll treat you all to drinks. At this, the workers' eyes lit up with delight. They turned and got back to work. The events unfolding within the teleportation array spoke volumes about the current state of affairs in Jiangbei City. Not only did the city's higher-ups want to spread Zhang Lingquan's name far and wide, but now, even other departments below them were doing the same thing. Chapter 120, Is he finally coming out? Jiangbei City First High School. Although it was still vacation time, many teachers had already returned to work because of Zhang Lingquan. Among them, naturally, was Principal Jiao Dihai. At that moment, inside the principal's office. Principal, we've hit the jackpot this time. Not just a city-level key school, we're qualified for provincial-level status. Zhang Yinshan, the academic director, held the documents in his hands, his face brimming with excitement. His joy stemmed from a simple reason. Not only had their school produced a top-scoring student in the college entrance exam, but also because his salary would double once the school became a provincial key school. Principal Jiao Dihai was equally thrilled inside, though he was better at hiding his emotions than Zhang Yinshan. Hey, watch your demeanor, be more composed. You are the Dean of Academic Affairs at Jiangbei First High School, after all. Yes, Principal, you're absolutely right. Zhang Yinshan nodded in agreement. Inside, he couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the principal was exceptional. How could he remain so composed at a time like this? As if struck by an idea, he continued questioning Jiao Dihai. Principal, once Zhang Lingquan emerges from the dungeon, should we have him give a speech? That's a great idea. It would also serve as publicity for our school. Jiao Dihai nodded in agreement. Then he grew haughty once more. I'll see how those old farts keep bragging in front of me after this. What's this about Jiangbei No. 2 Middle School? What's this about Jiangbei Experimental Middle School? They're all nothing compared to us. Jiao Dihai spoke with such fervor that Zhang Yinshan, listening beside him, felt thoroughly embarrassed. Only the principal dared utter such words. After all, they'd produced a top-scoring student in the college entrance exam. After all, Jiangbei No. 2 High School and Jiangbei Experimental High School were both city-level key schools. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan was still deep within the dungeon. He was unaware that a large crowd had already gathered outside to welcome him. Moreover, it was clear he'd be attending numerous events, interviews, speeches. If the city officials and school administrators were promoting him to boost their own reputations, then the other faction in Jiangbei City promoting Zhang Lingquan was purely for their own gain. Yes, we're talking about the Sun family. As a long-established family entrenched in Jiangbei City, the Sun's business interests were vast. The current patriarch, Sun Chenghua, is on the verge of advancing to a high-tier professional. Should he succeed in his advancement, the Sun family would finally have a high-tier professional of their own. At that point, the family's business would run even more smoothly. At this moment, Sun Chenghua was making personnel arrangements within the family. The shops within the city can leverage Zhang Lingquan's reputation to offer consumers a reasonable discount. Additionally, add a new store policy: any student who shops here will receive a discount. As for the discount rate, let's make it 10%. A 10% discount was already quite substantial. The key issue was that the Sun family's business was vast and far-reaching. Once discounts are offered, the Sun family will inevitably incur substantial losses. A member of the Sun family finally couldn't hold back and asked, Chenghua, isn't this discount too steep? Our Sun family will lose money. Sun Chenghua seemed to have been waiting for his brothers to ask. He responded calmly. Rest assured, Zhang Lingquan is the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Leveraging his reputation, we may lose money on this deal, but it's only temporary. Don't forget, Zhang Lingquan can concoct miraculous elixirs. If we can secure the distribution rights, then we'll make a killing, right? And, at this point, Sun Chenghua deliberately paused. And my son happens to be classmates with that Zhang Lingquan. With their connection, I'm confident Sun Yao will bring good news to the family. All we need to do is wait patiently within the family for the good news. Hearing this, the Sun family members' expressions brightened. They hadn't realized Sun Yao shared such a connection with Zhang Lingquan. If that was the case, perhaps their shared school ties could truly propel the Sun family to new heights. Of course, Zhang Lingquan probably never imagined that Sun Yao hadn't been entirely truthful with his family. This had led Sun Chenghua to mistakenly believe his son was on good terms with him. Meanwhile, Numerous factions were making preparations for Zhang Lingxuan's return. Whether domestic or foreign, any faction that hadn't communicated with Zhang Lingquan within the dungeon space were now converging on Zhangbei City in droves. In an instant, a massive influx of outsiders transformed this once ordinary third-tier city, began to rival the grandeur of world-class metropolises. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingquan was also hoping to exit the dungeon as soon as possible. There was no way around it. The sheer volume of daily trade messages was overwhelming. The moment he cleared one message, the next moment, tens of thousands more would pop up. Though this behavior of freeloading off others for no reason gave Zhang Lingquan a rush of satisfaction. But satisfaction doesn't put food on the table. These people were as shrewd as ghosts. Knowing private messages were useless, they simply stopped sending them altogether. Millions of transaction messages impossible to close or clear. It was pure torture. Of course, the Zhang Lingquan in the copy didn't know this, for because of him, the entire GDP of Zhangbei City had been boosted significantly. While this was a boon for local residents, the massive influx of people has caused immense disruption to the local infrastructure. So much so that they had no choice but to seek assistance from the Dragon Nation military garrisoned in the outskirts. At this moment, in a temporary military camp on the outskirts of Zhangbei City, Long Xiaojie stood in a makeshift office, waiting for a response. The office window stood half open, casting dappled sunlight onto the face of the figure seated deep within. After a long silence, the figure finally spoke slowly. Based on the information we've gathered so far, this Zhang Lingquan might be the key to understanding the truth about our world. The military has already relayed this information to the Research Bureau and established a special task force. Additionally, research on that other subject has commenced. Xiaojie, you must protect him at all costs. The voice was hoarse. Hidden in the shadows of the office, where patches of sunlight filtered through, he appeared utterly ordinary. Yet Long Xiaojie dared not relax her vigilance for a moment, all because of the seemingly ordinary man before her. He was none other than one of the 8 marshals of Longhua, Fan Kaiji. Just like Ji Lingxue, he too was a top-tier professional. Because his profession was psionicist, the outside world had bestowed upon him the title of Dragon Nation's Superman. Long Xiaojie couldn't fathom why higher-ups would assign such an entity to liaise with him directly. Though puzzled, he could only stand at attention and salute. Yes, sir. Xiaojie, relax. Can you tell me about Zhang Lingquan? Seeing this, Fan Kaiji smiled and waved his hand, gesturing for her to relax in his presence. Sir, I only came into contact with him later. This guy, he. Long Xiaojie's expression remained tense. Just as she was about to recount her interactions with Zhang Lingquan, the office door suddenly rattled with a knock. Immediately afterward, a clerk dressed in a military green suit trotted in, holding a stack of documents. Reporting, General Fan. The Research Bureau has sent word that Zhang Lingquan is about to return. Hearing this, Long Xiaojie's expression immediately stiffened. That kid is finally emerge? Chapter 121, The Mind-Severing Jewel. Just like Long Xiaojie's reaction upon hearing news about Zhang Lingquan, Fan Kaiji, who had been seated at his desk, narrowed his eyes. He had only heard rumors about Zhang Lingquan before, never having met the man himself. Now that they were about to meet, he found himself quite intrigued by this young man who had repeatedly achieved the impossible. As for the military intelligence regarding Zhang Lingquan, it came from the Copy Research Bureau. Zhang Lingquan was on the verge of successfully repairing the primordial thought. Therefore, Ji Lingxue had been notified in advance to bring the Heavenly Dao fragment to Zhangbei City. Although the disparity in their ranks prevented them from initiating a direct transaction. However, as long as they were within the same teleportation array, they could bypass this rule by paying a portion of the transaction fee. Once Ji Lingxue entered the Zhangbei City instance teleportation array, the transaction could proceed smoothly. At that point, he would also be able to successfully fuse the mind-severing orb, enabling him to undergo a special class change. Of course, Zhang Lingquan hadn't explicitly explained this to Ji Lingxue. After all, they were merely partners. He couldn't possibly reveal his secrets to outsiders. He merely vaguely mentioned needing Ji Lingxue's assistance for an experiment. Perhaps it stemmed from her earlier guilt, or perhaps she simply wanted him to grow faster. In any case, when faced with Zhang Lingxuan's request, she hesitated not a moment. She immediately brought the fragment of Heavenly Dao and rushed over. Since her own mentor was also monitoring Zhang Lingxuan's movements. Before departing for Zhangbei City, Ji Lingxue relayed this information to the Research Bureau. Subsequently, this information reached the military. Thus, more and more factions began making preparations. Of course, Zhang Lingquan, still deep within the dungeon, remained unaware of the external developments. Thanks to the fragment of Heavenly Dao Ji Lingxue had just traded him, he effortlessly completed the restoration of the primordial thought. At this moment, the description of the primordial thought by the time AI had also changed. Primordial thought. Item type, unique aura. Effect: enhances the host's luck, grants access to the will of heaven, and bears the heavenly path aura. Note: an intact primordial thought contains unimaginably terrifying energy. Clearly, the repaired primordial thought had undergone changes in both its effects and item category. Yet the more formidable it appeared, the more Zhang Lingquan anticipated what lay ahead. If the raw material, the primordial thought, was already this formidable, then the soul-severing orb synthesized from it, the skills embedded with the mind-severing orb, what would they be like? The thought struck him. Zhang Lingquan hesitated no longer. He directly initiated the final synthesis ritual. The synthesis method for the mind-severing orb was not difficult. With the synthesis diagram in hand, one only needed to arrange all materials correctly. Then the dungeon interface would pop up with the option, Synthesize? He selected yes without hesitation. Soon, the stacked materials fused together, erupting in a dazzling golden light. The light was so intense that Zhang Lingquan had to close his eyes. After several minutes, the light faded, and his vision returned to normal. Zhang Lingquan looked down at the spot where the materials had been piled. The once disorganized materials had vanished. In their place, a peculiar treasure sphere radiating golden light from every surface. If he looked closely, he could faintly discern countless scenes within the orb, scenes he couldn't quite make out. This sight astonished Zhang Lingquan. He reached out to touch the orb. But the moment his hand extended, an invisible edge sliced through it, blood flowing freely. The aura emanating from the orb itself was suffocating. Merely approaching it caused a faint, cutting sensation on his skin. Mind-severing orb. Item type, skill-embedding orb. Effect: significantly enhances the host's sword-type skills and grants the primordial burn status. Primordial Scorch. Effect: attacks inflict a slow burning effect, dealing damage to the soul. Description: seems to hurt more when hitting people. Note: this skill is a skill status and cannot currently be simulated by the Time AI. At this moment, observing the Time AI's attribute description for the soul-severing orb, Zhang Lingquan hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. For some reason, he always felt the strength of this treasure pearl hovered somewhere between terrifying and ordinary. He had thought that after expending such an extraordinary material as the primordial thought, the skill-embedded gem he synthesized, it should have been significantly more powerful. But this? Of course, to say it was weak would be inaccurate. Not only does it significantly amplify the power of sword-based skills, but it also inflicts special status effects. This ability to lash out at other souls is something no ordinary class could ever possess. This is unbearable. Zhang Lingquan sighed. He decided to stow the orb away. He then opened the instance panel and selected to return to the real world. The reason he hadn't embedded the skill orb within the dungeon world was simply a lack of time. After all, Jilin Xue was still waiting for him outside. A wave of dizziness washed over him. When Zhang Lingquan opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the teleportation hall. But the scene before him left him stunned. Unlike the previous grim atmosphere, now, banners adorned the exterior of the teleportation hall, radiating festive cheer. Heartfelt congratulations to student Zhang Lingquan for bringing glory to the education sector of Jiangbei City. Congratulations to our city's senior high school student Zhang Lingquan on achieving the title of top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Congratulations to Zhang Lingquan for becoming the fastest student ever to pass the Gaokao. Zhang Lingquan glanced at the banners lining both sides. Every word on them was about him. He smiled, paying it little mind, and walked straight toward the exit. Little did he know that after all the prior build-up, the crowd outside had already made him the center of attention. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation hall, countless factions that had been lying in wait outside simultaneously received the news. More and more people began rushing toward this location. Zhang Lingquan hadn't gone far from the teleportation hall. A group of men in military uniforms surrounded him. At their head stood none other than Long Xiajie. "So you're out?" "MHM. Their exchange was brief. Zhang Lingquan could see concern for him in the other man's eyes. After a few seconds of mutual gaze, Long Xiajie seemed to recall something. He stepped aside to introduce the person behind him. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is Marshal Fan Kaiji. You can just call him Commander Fan." Hearing the introduction, Fan Kaiji stepped forward, smiling as he looked at Zhang Lingquan. "You're a fine young man. What you did before brought honor to our nation." "Commander Fan, you flatter me. I was just doing my duty as a high school student." Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan scratched his head with a smile. He really wasn't used to such praise. Fan Kaiji nodded with a smile before continuing. "Don't blame this old man for interrupting your romantic evening. The military has business to discuss with you. Let's go." "Ha? Young couple?" Zhang Lingquan was momentarily bewildered. Beside him, Long Xiajie's pretty face flushed slightly. Unlike Zhang Lingquan's bewilderment, she knew quite a bit about the situation. Earlier, both the regiment commander and even the commander-in-chief had instructed her to get close to Zhang Lingquan at all costs. So now, the entire military subconsciously regarded the two as a couple. Commander Fan, let's leave this place first. Someone's coming. To ease the awkwardness, Long Xiajie promptly spoke up. Hearing this, Fan Kaiji nodded in agreement. The group then escorted Zhang Lingquan into the military vehicle.
Not far away, a swarm of reporters with microphones rushed toward them.
Upon seeing Zhang Lingquan depart in the vehicle, they were visibly furious. They're so fast. Damn it, we missed the big story. We didn't even see the person. How are we supposed to do the interview now?
As the group banged their heads and stamped their feet,
and lamenting their failure to interview Zhang Lingquan. Amidst the crowd, a reporter clutching a notebook was furiously scribbling notes in his notebook.
Someone nearby looked puzzled and asked,
"Hey, the guy's gone. What are you writing down?"
Hearing this, the reporter didn't respond. Instead, he gradually moved away from the crowd, still clutching his notebook.
This is the level of reporting you get?
Zhang Lingquan being taken away by the military is big news in itself. The reporter muttered disdainfully to himself. On his notebook, a few lines of writing were faintly visible. Though the content was illegible, the headline stood out starkly, grabbing attention.
Men speechless, women in tears. Why was prodigy Zhang Lingquan taken by the military immediately after completing the mission? Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral dilemma? At the same time, the moment Zhang Lingquan stepped into the military vehicle,
Fan Kaiji, who had followed closely behind, immediately broached the subject of collaboration. Young man, the military wishes to collaborate with you on several projects.
Are you interested? Go ahead, Commander Fan. Zhang Lingquan responded with a smile.
His composed demeanor earned Fan Kaiji's repeated nods of approval. Truly, this was a young man capable of creating miracles and securing the top spot in the college entrance exams.
If we're not mistaken, your profession as a wellness master has been enhanced, correct? Chapter 122, Generous Compensation.
Fan Kaiji's words sent a jolt through Zhang Lingquan's heart.
Could it be? Has the military discovered the secret of the time AI within me? But that couldn't be right. He had never shared this secret with anyone.
Zhang Lingquan's mind was in turmoil for a moment, and he could only nod tentatively.
I knew it. How could someone achieve such remarkable results just by being a wellness master? Fan Kaiji had only been speculating.
Now that the man himself had admitted it, he burst into laughter. The military had also suspected that your health master wasn't the original one.
It's possible it underwent enhancement, or perhaps you accidentally switched to a subclass of wellness master. In any case, your current profession must be a rare one, right? Zhang Lingquan had been feeling a bit uneasy.
But upon hearing Fan Kaiji's words, it all clicked into place.
So that's what he meant? Speculating that his class was a rare one? If that was the case, why not take advantage of his words to make a smooth exit? Zhang Lingquan nodded.
You're quite right, Director Fan. I do cherish my profession. It's just that while the title remains Health Preservation Master, all the professional skills have changed. Hearing this, Fan Kaiji beside him paused in surprise before suddenly understanding.
So that's how it is. Such peculiarities exist? He wasn't the only one.
Even Long Xiajie was somewhat astonished.
Though astonished, she placed complete trust in Zhang Lingquan's explanation. At that moment, Fan Kaiji spoke again.
According to military projections, as long as you keep advancing, your strength will skyrocket. In fact, you could become the strongest top-tier professional in the entire instance space. Young man, your value is immeasurable.
Upon hearing this,
Zhang Lingquan remained utterly unfazed. He had long been aware of his own high value. He simply couldn't fathom why Fan Kaiji was bringing this up now.
Commissioner Fan, I'm a straightforward person myself.
If you have something to say, just say it plainly. I'll give it serious consideration. That's right, Director Fan.
Zhang Lingquan isn't impulsive.
You should trust him. Long Xiajie, seated in the front row, also spoke up in his defense.
Seeing this, Fan Kaiji burst into laughter. Alright, then I'll get straight to the point.
Young man, we've tested the effects of your miraculous elixir. It's quite impressive.
So the military wants to partner with you.
Any elixirs you refine in the future can be supplied exclusively to the military.
As for materials and such, whatever you need, the military will provide. What do you think?
After hearing Fan Kaiji's words, Zhang Lingquan fell deep in thought. Truth be told, the military, as an official department of the Dragon Nation, offered remarkably generous terms.
Yet one point still left Zhang Lingquan hesitant. If the elixirs were to be exclusively supplied to the military going forward, what about the contracts he had signed with other candidates within the dungeon space? Moreover, the Dragon Nation Research Bureau also seemed to have intentions of collaborating with him. After all, it was the agency where Ji Lingxue worked. He had received considerable assistance from them. If he were to renege now, wouldn't that be a bit?
While he was still pondering and hadn't spoken, Fan Kaiji had already misunderstood.
Had he offered too low a price? Fan Kaiji frowned in thought. It did seem a bit low.
At that moment, Long Xiajie, seated in the front row, turned his head and gave him a wink. Though no words were spoken, Fan Kaji could read the message in his silent gesture. Sir, our offer really isn't great. I heard the Free Nation is offering a much higher price.
This. Fan Kaiji felt a moment of unease. He glanced at Long Xiajie in the front row, then at Zhang Lingquan beside him. Alright then, young man, you've already finished your college entrance exams, right?
You're about to start university.
What do you think about the War Academy?
The moment the words left his mouth,
before Zhang Lingquan could respond, Long Xiajie in the front row was already taken aback. The War Academy?
That's one of the top military universities in the entire Dragon Nation. Anyone who could study there was destined to become a pillar of the military. Young man, if you study there, you'll graduate as a battalion commander.
What do you say? At that moment, Fan Kaiji spoke again. Hearing this offer, Long Xiajie, already astonished, was stunned once more. Graduating as a regiment commander? This was like riding a rocket.
He recalled how he had begun serving in the military at 18.
Now he was 23. 5 full years. And all he'd managed to achieve was the rank of lieutenant. Who would have thought the military would go this far to recruit Zhang Lingquan, promoting him straight to colonel? Of course, Zhang Lingquan had no idea what was going through Long Xiajie's mind. His mind was occupied with another matter entirely. Namely, whether he should enroll in the Dragon Nation War Academy.
If he enrolled in this academy, he would join the military upon graduation.
His time wouldn't be as plentiful as it was now. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, Fan Kaiji immediately spoke up. Young man, if you don't want to be this regiment commander, I can personally arrange to remove you from the position. Hearing this, Long Xiajie grew anxious, frantically signaling Zhang Lingquan with his eyes.
That's a regiment commander position.
Just agree already. Then I'll be one of your men. Zhang Lingquan clearly saw Long Xiajie's signals, yet he remained silent. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with the terms. It was simply that he hadn't even considered
that the other party would offer him such generous terms.
Zhang Lingquan's silence made Fan Kaiji's mouth twitch.
He had clearly misread the situation.
He'd assumed those foreign devils had already offered Zhang Lingquan an astronomical sum. No.
The Dragon Nation military absolutely couldn't let those foreign devils outdo them. Fan Kaiji silently weighed his options.
He proposed even more generous terms once more.
Here's the deal, if you enroll in the War Academy, the previous terms remain unchanged. Additionally, the military will provide you with several high-level dungeon items.
And we can also arrange your wedding with Long Yadiao.
At this point, Fan Kaiji glanced at Zhang Lingquan again.
The latter was dumbfounded.
The more he heard, the more off this sounded.
When did he plan to marry Long Xiajie?
This.
Zhang Lingquan's gaze shifted to Long Xiajie in the front row.
At that moment, he was also looking at her, his pretty face flushed with embarrassment.
Why the heck are you blushing like a bubble teapot? Zhang Lingquan was speechless. Despite Long Xiajie's curvaceous figure and undeniable allure, he had no intention of marrying right now.
Besides, this kind of political marriage always made him feel uneasy.
Perhaps it had something to do with his free-spirited, rebellious nature that cherished freedom? Seeing Zhang Lingquan remain silent,
Fan Kaiji, who had been smiling cheerfully, suddenly dropped his expression. A hint of authority befitting a superior figure shone through his calm expression.
His gaze toward Zhang Lingquan shifted slightly. This young man. Could he have actually sided with the foreigners? Chapter 123, The Trade Fair. Fan Kaiji's concern was not without reason.
After all, this was practically the best offer he could make.
No sane Dragon Nation citizen would turn it down. At that moment,
his brow furrowed deeply.
His gaze fixed on Zhang Lingquan was filled with scrutiny.
After pondering for a long while, he finally spoke again. Young man, I urge you to think this through carefully.
I'm only looking out for your best interests.
After all, sometimes those sweet-coated bullets from abroad aren't as tasty as they seem. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan paused, studying the other man's expression. Only then did he realize the other man had misunderstood him. He smiled and clarified.
Well, Director Fan, I never said I disagreed.
Actually, I was already planning to agree when you first started speaking. I was just hesitating because I have agreements with Jiling Xue and the Longwar Research Bureau.
You see, since we're all sister departments, could you coordinate with them? Could we collaborate on the research?
As he spoke, Zhang Lingquan sheepishly rubbed his forehead. But his words left Fan Kaiji utterly dumbfounded.
Good grief. He pulled off a basic attack. And he pulled off a big move. What the hell kind of game is this? He was speechless. He wanted to take back some of the rewards. Young man, since.
But before he could finish, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, as if struck by a thought.
Wait, what did that kid just say? Did he mention Jiling Xue? And the Dragon Nation Research Bureau? This kid actually has agreements with both Jiling Xue and the Dragon Nation Research Bureau? For a moment, Fan Kaiji's gaze toward Zhang Lingquan shifted noticeably.
Long Xiajie, seated in the front row, had been listening passively.
But when Fan Kaiji abruptly stopped mid-sentence, tension immediately gripped her heart. She thought Zhang Lingxuan's words had angered the military marshal. Just as she was about to apologize on his behalf, his next words left her stunned. All right, then proceed as previously agreed. You will enroll at the War Academy. Upon entering the War Academy, your status will be changed to military personnel. Fan Guang said thoughtfully. After learning of Zhang Lingquan and Ji Lingshue's relationship, the conditions that had once made him wince now seemed generous. After all, this was Ji Lingxue, with the backing of the Dragon Nation Research Bureau. If she could establish a partnership with Zhang Lingquan, it meant Zhang Lingquan had also caught the attention of the Research Bureau's higher-ups. Don't be fooled by the fact they're sister departments. When it came to recruiting talent, they kept their distance. If we skimp on this pittance and let the Research Bureau snatch Zhang Lingquan away, the military would have nowhere to turn when the chips are down. Unlike Fan Kaiji's hidden agenda, Zhang Lingquan was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. He cared nothing for the battalion commander position, only for the high-grade equipment the military would provide. He believed that with those items, clearing the dungeon would be much smoother in the future. Soon, after traveling for some time, the convoy finally came to a slow halt. Young man, what I offered you earlier was only a verbal agreement. So next, you'll need to come with me to the military camp office to sign a formal contract. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan nodded, indicating his understanding. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered. He hadn't gone to find Ji Lingxue yet. Ever since she'd used the Jiangbei City teleportation array to trade him the Heavenly Dao fragment, he hadn't seen her again and had no idea where she'd gone. Now that he was at the military camp, could she even get in here? At that thought, Zhang Lingquan turned to ask Fan Kaiji directly. Officer Fan, how long will I need to stay here? If a friend comes looking for me, could she come in? A friend? Though Fan Kaiji frowned at Zhang Lingquan's inquiry, he still answered. This is a military base. Without proper credentials, civilians are not permitted entry. Of course, unless they're military personnel. Zhang Lingquan sighed helplessly. Officer Fan, you probably know this friend of mine Ji Lingxue. She helped me out earlier and I wanted to thank her personally. Hearing this, Fan Kaiji's footsteps halted. Ji Lingxue. Your friend? He stared at Zhang Lingquan, his entire demeanor falling silent. Zhang Lingquan felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze. He gave a nervous chuckle. Heh, Commander Fan, what's up? Why are you staring at me like that? If Ji Lingxue really comes looking for you, the military won't stop him. Fan Kaiji replied in silence. After that, the group entered the military camp. Due to the need to report to higher-ups, they hadn't signed any specific contracts. Perhaps it was the absence of that intense life or death pressure they'd felt inside the dungeon. Zhang Lingquan slept soundly that night. Of course. As for the other factions gathered in Jiangbei City, the opposite was true. Their primary purpose in rushing to Jiangbei City was to make contact with Zhang Lingquan. Now that Zhang Lingquan had been taken away directly by the military, these individuals had completely lost their chance. Many journalists, lacking subjects to interview, found themselves unable to write anything. Of course, except for a few exceptionally talented reporters. Despite failing to interview Zhang Lingquan, they still produced several highly sensational reports. Scoop! Prodigy returns. Taken away by the military. What a twist of human nature. Breaking! Military mobilizes massive forces, only to take away one person. For a moment. Headlines like this, seemingly shocking at first glance, popped up like mushrooms after rain, landing squarely on the front pages of major websites. Though most people knew these stories had absolutely nothing to do with Zhang Lingquan himself, many still couldn't resist clicking to read them, drawn by Zhang Lingxuan's fame. Of course. What these people hoped to see most was still Zhang Lingxuan's miraculous elixirs. Time flew by, and soon the next day arrived. Zhang Lingquan lay in his room, deep in thought. For him now, the most crucial task was to embed the skill orbs into his abilities and undergo a special class change. Of course, he could also negotiate with the family factions gathered in Jiangbei City. After all, the elixirs he had refined proved remarkably effective. Previously, he had been unable to find other clients, leaving him no choice but to trade with those examinees. Now that he'd completed the dungeon, it was time to re-evaluate the pricing of his pills. With that thought, Zhang Lingquan walked straight out of the room. Fan Kaiji was absent at that moment. After sharing his thoughts with Captain Hao Tai, the latter expressed approval for his desire to enhance his combat prowess. However, for Zhang Lingxuan's own safety, the military would need to take the lead on this matter. Ultimately, after a series of communications, the military secured a nearby hotel as the temporary negotiation site. Originally, the hotel's location in Jiangbei City was unremarkable, but its proximity to the military base. When the staff learned the military intended to book the entire hotel, all the hotel staff were left dumbfounded. The hotel owner was utterly shocked, especially after news of the military's booking spread. Representatives from major families across the nation began arriving to book rooms. He was utterly speechless. These were all high-ranking professionals. What on earth was going on today? Why were they pouring in like dumplings being dropped into boiling water? Wave after wave? Finally, after receiving over 100 waves of family representatives, Zhang Lingquan entered the hotel under the protection of a group of military professionals. The moment he appeared, the journalists who had been waiting there swarmed around him. Microphones raised, they bombarded him with questions. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, what are your thoughts on becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Mr. Zhang, how did you manage to clear the story dungeon? This seems rather inconsistent with your status as a high school student. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, admissions officers from major universities have already contacted you. Which school do you plan to apply to? Although military personnel were present to block the way, the sheer number of reporters swarming around him was overwhelming. They were all frantically trying to get a word from Zhang Lingquan. Zhang Lingquan was startled by the spectacle. He hadn't expected such a large crowd to gather here. He shook his head silently and continued walking toward the hotel. After all, these reporters were like sharks smelling blood. The moment he opened his mouth, they'd surely spin all sorts of sensational stories. Better to stay silent than be the target of rumors. The group headed straight for the hotel's large conference room. At that moment, inside the conference room, representatives sent by numerous factions were already waiting respectfully. As soon as Zhang Lingquan pushed open the door and stepped inside, a middle-aged man in a suit smiled and came forward to greet him. Lingquan, you're finally here. You've kept your uncle waiting quite a while. Chapter 124, our family is willing to make a deal with you. The man's smile was warm, his tone tinged with the playful scolding of an elder. Zhang Lingquan frowned at the sound of it. Excuse me, but who might you be? The man's smile stiffened at the question, but he still explained with a smile. Look at my memory, uncle. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the head of the Sun family, Sun Chenghua. The Sun family? Sun Chenghua? Zhang Lingquan grew even more puzzled. He couldn't recall ever interacting with anyone from the Sun family. Seeing Zhang Lingquan still frowning, Sun Chenghua spoke again to explain. Sun Yao? Your classmate. His father is Sun Yao's uncle. You should remember him, right? He even represented the Sun family in business talks with you back when you were taking the college entrance exams. Sun Chenghua's words caused several people nearby who had been trying to join the conversation to look flustered. This whole endeavor was already like snatching meat from between the military and the research bureau's teeth. Now a familiar face had suddenly appeared? No way. They had to sabotage this guy's deal. Just as the crowd prepared to speak up and stop Sun Chenghua's underhanded backdoor maneuvering, little did they know Zhang Lingquan's next move brought a flicker of hope to the onlookers. Meanwhile, Sun Chenghua's expression darkened further. Sun Yao? Seems like there was someone like that. Zhang Lingquan feigned deep thought. Truth be told, if not for Sun Chenghua's reminder, he wouldn't have recalled Sun Yao at all. After all, he didn't bother to remember people who offered him no benefit whatsoever. What's more, it seemed like they had even argued before. He had no fondness for such people. You must be Sun Yao's father? We can do business, but please spare me the uncle title. After all, Sun Yao and I aren't that close, and neither is your Sun family. Sun Chenghua's expression froze. He never imagined Zhang Lingquan would respond like this. This doesn't add up. That brat had clearly said earlier. Though astonished, he was a seasoned businessman whose reflexes were sharp. His face immediately broke into a smile once more. Lingquan, have you gotten into a fight with that brat Sun Yao? Don't worry, just tell uncle everything. I'll definitely stand up for you. You'll be completely satisfied. Watching Sun Chenghua, who was getting more comfortable calling himself uncle, Zhang Lingquan felt no gratitude, only aversion. He waved his hand impatiently. I told you, I'm not close with Sun Yao, and I'm not close with your Sun family either. If you want to discuss a deal, fine. We'll handle it strictly business. But if you're trying to play the family card, take a right turn out the door, there's no family here for you. Also. At this point, Zhang Lingquan paused. Are you sure Sun Yao and I are on good terms? I suggest you go back and ask him yourself. Considering everything he's done before, the fact that I'm not targeting the Sun family is already giving you plenty of face. His words were blunt and direct. Being scolded like this by a junior in front of so many people. Sun Yao's smile vanished instantly. Pointing a finger at Zhang Lingquan, he said coldly, Young man, you and Sun Yao are classmates after all, and I'm your senior. You? This is going too far, isn't it? In his view, his son Sun Yao might not have Zhang Lingquan's astonishing achievements. But when it came to innate talent, he far surpassed most young people taking the college entrance exam. After all, he was a rare professional soul painter. Even across the entire Jiangbei province, such professionals were few and far between. Given time, his son would surely blossom into a high-ranking professional. Now, hearing Zhang Lingquan speak so disparagingly of his son, How could Sun Chunhua possibly tolerate it? He immediately wanted to argue with Zhang Lingquan. But Zhang Lingquan couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. He laid out everything Sun Yao had done to him earlier, spilling it all at once. Excessive? Ha! I did care about our friendship before and intended to give him a discount. But him? Not only did he show no gratitude, he hurled insults at me. He had no intention of cooperating. Besides, it seems like your Sun family doesn't need to cooperate with me anyway. After all, you're a prominent family, while I'm just a high schooler with no connections. Recalling Sun Yao's enraged, rabid expression earlier, Zhang Lingquan felt utterly speechless. This kid had already alienated himself from me, yet he didn't even tell his own family. Was he waiting to see his father humiliated? Still, he didn't really care about Sun Chunhua. After dropping that remark, he simply walked past him and headed inside. At that moment, Sun Chunhua was completely dumbfounded. He never would have dreamed his son had such a conflict with Zhang Lingquan. This was screwing him over. Handing his old man's face over to be slapped around. No, even if my son has issues with him, for the sake of the family's interests, I must maintain good relations with him. Sun Chunhua gritted his teeth inwardly. He tried to reach out and stop Zhang Lingquan. But he found the man already surrounded by representatives from other factions, layered in a tight circle. Seeing this, the anger Sun Chunhua had suppressed flared up again. As the head of the venerable Sun family, he had dominated Jiangbei City for decades. He had never endured such indignity. And the bastard was just some greenhorn nobody. Who the hell do you think you are, kid? Damn it! When I was already making my name, you were still in diapers. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Sun Chunhua shot another glance in Zhang Lingquan's direction. Only then did he lead the Sun family out of the hotel. Zhang Lingquan, who had already taken his seat, paid no attention to Sun Chunghua's departure. As the others took their seats, someone immediately spoke up. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, I represent the Shangguan family of An City. Here are some materials we've compiled regarding these pills. I've come here representing my family, hoping to purchase these pills from you. Hearing someone speak first, the others seated around the table scrambled to present their own materials. Mr. Zhang Lingquan, I represent the Zhang family of Haishur City. We wish to trade with you for these. Mr. Zhang, this is the letter of intent from the Zhao family of Jinshur City. We kindly request your review. Zhang. The representatives of these factions were clearly highly professional. The transaction proposals they presented were mostly well detailed. With just a glance, Zhang Lingquan could discern each faction's standing and their proposed terms. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Everyone, forget about money and ordinary materials. I'm only interested in dungeon items and special materials. If any of you possess either of these, then you may present your terms for negotiation. With that, Zhang Lingquan fell silent, waiting for the representatives of the surrounding factions to speak. His boldness in stating terms so openly stemmed from, besides his confidence in his own strength, but also because of the military's protection. With the military present, even if certain factions were cornered and desperate, they couldn't stir up much trouble. At that moment, upon hearing Zhang Lingquan's words, the representatives of the smaller clans who had been anxious moments before all fell silent. Dungeon items? Special materials? The former might be somewhat understandable. But the scope of these special materials was vast. After all, these were items that flowed out from high-tier dungeons. For smaller clans, any single one of these would be an absolute treasure trove. No one dared step forward first to trade with Zhang Lingquan. Seeing this situation, Zhang Lingquan frowned. It seemed he had underestimated these clans after all. Since they were unwilling to part with them, he wouldn't force the issue. But there was nothing left to discuss between him and these people. Ah, well. Since you're unwilling. But before he could utter the words to leave, at that moment, a foreigner standing outside the crowd, phone in hand, suddenly raised his arm and shouted, Mr. Zhang, our family is willing to make a deal with you. Chapter 125, The Living Devil of Asangua. Everyone turned toward the voice. They saw a man with curly hair and dark skin, looking every bit the part of an old farmer. Mr. Zhang, I'm from the Tivadai family of the Three Kingdoms, but I'm not authorized to negotiate with you. The foreigner was quick-witted. Seeing Zhang Lingquan's gaze turn to him, he immediately shook his head and explained. However, our family's representative will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment. Tivardi? Zhang Lingquan was momentarily confused, then remembered. Wasn't this the very foreign family that had tried to recruit him with cow dung cookies? Before he could respond, several onlookers from the Dragon Nation factions were already taken aback. The Tivadai family. The living devil of the three nations. Dragon Nation factions with business ties to the third country trembled. They knew better than anyone the weight this family carried in the three nations. Whenever Dragon Nation businesses showed signs of growth, they were inevitably targeted by this family's retaliatory strikes. Of course, the term retaliation might be a bit off the mark. It's outright robbery. What's worse, this family has no shame whatsoever. After seizing Longhua Company's assets through underhanded means, they even fabricate baseless illegal evidence,
leaving Longhua's family businesses in country A trembling in fear. This naturally gave rise to a pair of couplets.
The upper couplet reads, "In the three A countries, the Japanese lizard, ravenous and insatiable, spares no man." The lower couplet reads, "Beyond New Germany, plundering wealth, seizing souls, truly embodying the bandit's calling." Horizontal inscription, "I don't care if you're man or woman, anything with a hole is a woman." The crowd hadn't expected the Oxhorse clan to send representatives as well?
And judging by this clan member, they seem to have come to reserve seats in the meeting room.
Representatives from other clans would soon arrive to negotiate in person. That kid Zhang Lingquan. He's actually drawn the covetous gaze of Tividai. It's just a long story. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingquan was somewhat surprised by the Tividai family's arrival.
He had dealt with members of this family before. Moreover, through subsequent investigations,
Zhang Lingquan had also uncovered the power behind them, the Morgan family of the Free Nation.
Unlike the Tavardi family, the Morgan family behind them seemed more inclined to recruit various geniuses. Even before he knew about the Morgans, he had already refused the Tavardi family's recruitment offer. Now that he was aware of this fact, it was even less likely he would comply with their wishes. Of course, if these two families wished to collaborate, he would be quite willing. After all, these were two of the most powerful families in the nation. Their accumulated wealth and influence were far beyond what these minor families could ever hope to match. With this realization, Zhang Lingquan remained remarkably composed. However, the representatives of the other family factions present were thrown into a panic. They had originally intended to take advantage of the major clan's inattention to strike a deal with Zhang Lingquan. Little did they expect that this Tividai seemed to hold Zhang Lingquan in such high regard. In an instant, murmurs of discussion filled the entire conference hall. Zhang Lingquan paid no heed to their murmurs. He remained seated, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Tividai family representative. He was curious. Was this representative the same Aya? And would they once again attempt to persuade surrender with cow dung cookies? To be honest, he'd never heard of anyone using cow dung cookies to persuade someone to surrender. Only the Three Kingdoms would come up with something like that. Just as Zhang Lingquan was deep in thought, a loud shout suddenly pierced the crowd. "Mr. Zhang, hello. I'm from the Zhao family of Jing City.
Our representative will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment." Zhang Lingquan froze, looking in the direction of the voice. He saw a young man dressed in a crisp suit, holding a phone in his hand, smiling warmly at him. It was clear he had just received instructions over the phone. A murmur of discussion erupted among the surrounding crowd. The Zhao family? Which Zhao family? Didn't you hear him add Beijing at the beginning? No way. Perhaps thinking the speaker couldn't hear them, the representatives of lesser clans chatting among themselves raised their voices slightly. That old man is the leading expert in spatial storage device research, and he actually favors Zhang Lingquan? Snap. A faint sound echoed. He's a big shot with disciples and former subordinates everywhere, don't go calling him old man. This seemed to be a family representative bringing their junior relative here to see the world. The younger one used the wrong title. The elder gently tapped his forehead in admonishment. Zhang Lingquan himself was somewhat puzzled. Though he hadn't been in this world long, he'd researched the Zhao family of Jing City online. Especially that veteran expert, Zhao, who spearheaded so much of the nation's prop research. He never imagined he would be held in such high regard by the other party. He felt both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. At the same time, he also felt a sense of anticipation regarding the nature of the transaction or collaborative project the Zhao family sought. The gazes of the family representatives present had already shifted toward Zhang Lingquan. If the appearance of the Tividai family earlier had made them realize they had underestimated Zhang Lingquan, then the Zhao family's arrival made these representatives realize something else. That was, they were no longer worthy of conducting business with Zhang Lingquan. Indeed, with colossal entities like the Tividai family and the Zhao family of Jing City present. For smaller families still hesitating on the sidelines, any bargaining chips they might have held were now utterly gone. If only they had known this earlier, they should have finalized the deal with Zhang Lingquan the moment he entered the conference room. And sealed the deal with him. Regret. Such thoughts surged almost simultaneously from the hearts of those minor clan representatives. Were it not for curiosity about what would follow, many among them would likely have left long ago. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. At that very moment, a series of high-heeled footsteps echoed from the doorway. A woman dressed in a tight, torn dress entered, leading a group of people. Zhang Lingquan, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kim Jaryong, Kim Suyan's aunt. Kim Jae-yong said, smiling as she extended her hand toward Zhang Lingquan. Su-yan has told me about you. You seem like a fine young man. Thank you for the compliment. I'm Zhang Lingquan. Zhang Lingquan promptly extended his hand in greeting. He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the Kim family of Korea to send someone to Dragon Country. But then again, the Asan Kingdom had sent people too, and they were even farther from the Dragon Kingdom. I wonder what that cow dung biscuit actually tastes like. Of course, Zhang Lingquan was merely curious. After greeting Zhang Lingquan and learning he was waiting for someone, Kim Jerong said no more. She led her entourage toward the front row seats. But soon, she halted in her tracks. As if something had occurred to her. She turned back to Zhang Lingquan. Lingquan, I forgot to mention the Jin family has been trying to arrange a match between you and Xiuyan. She didn't come along this time, otherwise I could have let the two of you give dating a try. Chapter 126, Treasure Offering. Jin Zirong finished speaking and sat down with a smile, leaving Zhang Lingquan standing there completely dumbfounded. This. Of course, Jin Zirong's words didn't just shock Zhang Lingquan, they stunned the representatives of the surrounding factions as well. They all pulled out their phones, rushing to notify their clans of the events unfolding here. Especially those families possessing one or two dungeon artifacts. Whether it was the Zhao family of Jing City, the Gao family of Ligua, or the Tivadai family. All were among the most prominent and influential families. The attitude these major clans displayed toward Zhang Lingquan made one thing crystal clear to the representatives of the smaller clans. That Zhang Lingquan might not be as straightforward as he appeared on the surface. Otherwise, he wouldn't have drawn the attention of the major clans. Time passed swiftly. Soon, footsteps echoed from the doorway. Zhang Lingquan looked up to see Aya leading several people toward him. Upon seeing Zhang Lingquan, they were visibly enthusiastic. Mr. Zhang, hello. We meet again. He opened his arms, intending to give Zhang Lingquan a hug. But Zhang Lingquan frowned and raised his hand to stop him. Let's skip the hug for now. Please take a seat first. We can discuss the cooperation later. He gestured toward the empty seat ahead. Seeing Zhang Lingquan decline his gesture, Aya remained unfazed, smiling as he led his men to take their seats. Mr. Zhang, there's really no need to wait. Our Tavardi family is offering substantial sincerity this time. Aya was confident. In truth, he hadn't even come to discuss a partnership. Instead, he sought to have Zhang Lingquan directly acquire citizenship of the Aya kingdom. Of course. With the backing of the Morgan family, the terms they offered were far more substantial than just a few replica artifacts. As for Zhang Lingquan rejecting his invitation, Aya hadn't even considered that possibility. In his view, this kid was human too. When faced with money, status, and beautiful women, how could he possibly refuse? Moreover, the Tavardi family was a Brahmin clan in the A Triangle, backed by the Morgan family. Joining the Tavardi family itself was an immense honor. At that moment, Aya strode forward with confidence radiating from his face. Everyone present frowned. What was Aya playing at? Openly poaching talent in front of the other families? The Kim family of Korea was still waiting here. How could he be so certain Zhang Lingquan would agree to his terms? After all, besides the Kim family, another super powerful clan hadn't arrived yet. That family was a formidable presence, rivaling even the Morgans of the Free Nation. Time ticked by, second by second. Before long, the final person arrived at the venue. Zhao Tianling, the most formidable young leader of the Zhao family. He appeared in a crisp suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and scholarly. After briefly greeting Zhang Lingquan, he took his seat. Looking down at the chaotic crowd below. Most were minor clans and small factions here merely for the spectacle. Those genuinely seeking to transact with him were, without exception, the major clans and factions that had arrived later. Zhang Lingquan pondered for a moment before addressing the individuals in the front row. Gentlemen, shall we find a quieter place? Sounds good. You take the lead. Jin Zirong nodded in agreement with a smile. Zhao Tianling didn't say much either. Only Aya frowned and voiced his objection. Why go through all that trouble switching locations? Let's just talk here, it's fine. As a true Blue Agia native, the curry scent clinging to Aya's body had never faded. He imagined the stunned expressions on those faces when he revealed his clan's terms. Aya felt a subtle sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. After all, so many people would witness it. When he invited Zhang Lingquan to join the Tivadai family, more people would know about it. Compared to Aya's internal deliberations, the minor family factions still present in the hall expressed no objection. They were quite eager to broaden their horizons. Seeing that no one objected, Zhang Lingquan decided it was pointless to insist on changing venues. Very well. Since you've all made up your minds, the trading session shall commence now. Any dungeon items or special materials can be traded with me upon presenting your pill inventory reports. With that announcement, the smaller family factions present all fell silent. At least under the current circumstances, the bargaining chips they held were insufficient to negotiate with Zhang Lingquan. Jin Zirong spoke first. Our Jin family seeks to trade for a batch of pills that can enhance our clan members' physical constitution. As for the trade item, it is the Yu Ginseng treasure, though we only have one. The surrounding crowd, who had been preparing to watch the spectacle, erupted into a buzz of astonishment upon hearing the item mentioned. Holy crap, it's the ginseng treasure? The Jin family is really willing to part with it. I never imagined the Jin family would be so generous. Beside them, Aya of the Tivadai family's expression turned grave. Has the Jin family lost their minds? To offer such an outrageous dungeon item right off the bat? Could it be they, like us, are trying to recruit Zhang Lingquan into their family? But then, he recalled the final words spoken by the other party, but there's only one. Aya's heart, which had just begun to race, settled back down. For now. The stakes offered by these Koreans were simply insufficient. At the very least, they fell slightly short of the terms offered by the Tivadai family and even the Morgan family backing them. Zhang Lingquan stood between two high-ranking military professionals. He listened to the murmurs below. His expression was blank. He had no idea what this so-called sanba was. However, if he could see the thing, the time AI would surely provide specific information. Jin Zirong seemed to notice the confusion on Zhang Lingquan's face. So she smiled and explained to him. The ginseng treasure is a dungeon drop unique to our Goryeo kingdom. Consuming it enhances your chi and blood, strengthens your constitution, and allows your body to withstand greater impacts. Of course, wounds inflicted by sharp blades will also heal more readily. In short, it's an extremely valuable dungeon item. Saying this, she pulled out a wooden box and opened it with a flick of her wrist. Almost the instant the wooden box opened, a refreshingly pleasant fragrance instantly filled the entire conference hall. Zhang Lingquan glanced at the humanoid vine lying inside the wooden box. Soon, the time AI provided an analysis prompt. Ginseng treasure. Item category, medicinal herb. Effects, enhances host's physical constitution and slightly boosts recovery functions. Note, this item can only be consumed once. Note, can be used with ginseng treasure, dragon's blood, earth spirit, diamond chalcedony to refine blood spirit ginseng pill. Note, continuous consumption of blood spirit ginseng pill for 1 year grants the host the passive status ginseng. Ginseng. Status, attribute enhancement. Effect, greatly enhances the host's defensive capabilities and recovery abilities. Hidden effect, you are a treasure trove. Note, host's attractiveness to demon beast enemies increases by 50%. Note, encounters with the host cause demon beast enemies' appetite to increase by 100%. Staring at this string of analysis prompts, Zhang Lingquan was utterly dumbfounded. Eating too much of this stuff would turn you into Tang Sanzang? But this ginseng's passive effects were undeniably powerful. It significantly boosts the host's defense and recovery. If I ever enter a dungeon with this, he'd be an unkillable cockroach. Though his excitement grew with every thought, his expression remained calm. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Jin Zirong. "And Jerong, is it okay if I call you that? Well, here's what I was thinking. Ginseng treasure is an excellent alchemy ingredient. It can be used to refine even more potent pills. I'll provide the other ingredients for the alchemy, and you supply the ginseng treasure. We split the finished pills 50-50. What do you think?" As he spoke, Zhang Lingquan fetched paper and ink. He clearly wrote down the properties of the blood spirit ginseng pill and its effects with long-term use. He then handed it to Jin Zirong across from him. His actions piqued the curiosity of everyone present, Jin Zirong included. However, the moment she took the paper and glanced at its contents, she froze in place. She seemed almost unable to believe it. She couldn't help but glance up at Zhang Lingquan again. Clearly, the effects of the blood spirit ginseng pill, described on the note, had stunned her. A miraculous pill capable of rapidly healing injuries and granting the user a permanent passive status. Not only was it unheard of in the Kim family of Goryeo, but it would be nearly impossible to find a second one anywhere in the world. Could Zhang Lingquan really have created such a terrifying artifact? Could this be the secret behind the health master profession? Kim Jerong stared at Zhang Lingquan in utter shock. Her jaw remained agape for a long moment. The crowd in the venue was equally perplexed. But some sharp minds had already picked up on something from their earlier exchange. Aya was among them. At that moment, watching the two still engaged in conversation, his brow furrowed deeply. After all, the Morgan family, this major financial backer, had tasked their clan with recruiting Zhang Lingquan. He certainly didn't want Zhang Lingquan getting too close to the Jin family at this critical juncture. What he didn't know, however, what unfolded next, would leave him utterly horrified. Chapter 127, How Dare You Refuse? Jin Zirong had no idea what was going through Aya's mind. Clutching the note in her hand, she stared intently at Zhang Lingquan before her. After a long while, seeing no other expression on his face, she sighed helplessly. "Are you sure you want to make this deal?" "Yes." Zhang Lingquan nodded, his smile unchanged. This left the onlookers feeling rather anxious. What exactly did this representative sent by the Jin family mean by that? And what exactly was written on that note? Seeing Zhang Lingquan nod in agreement, Jin Zirong nodded in turn. "Very well. Since you've made up your mind, I'll discuss this with the family upon my return." With that, he retreated to his seat and said no more. Without a doubt, whether it was the ginseng treasure or the blood spirit ginseng pill, either of these items could keep many people awake all night. Especially the blood spirit ginseng pill, its item effect was truly terrifying. It grants a permanent status effect. Though it required continuous consumption for over a year, it was an incredibly worthwhile investment. Not just the Jin family, but even other major clans. Faced with such a pill, they would spare no expense to secure it. The only uncertainty now is whether Zhang Lingquan can truly refine this elixir. This is precisely why Jin Zirong did not agree immediately, choosing instead to return to the family for deliberation. Very well, I'll await your family's response. Seeing that the other party hadn't agreed immediately. After all, the blood spirit ginseng pill was so effective that he couldn't believe the Jin family. After all, with the blood spirit ginseng pill being so effective, he couldn't believe the Jin family wouldn't be tempted. As for the others present, they found the situation even more perplexing. At that moment, with the Jin family temporarily withdrawing, the only families left on the field capable of trading with Zhang Lingquan were the Zhao family from Jing City and the Tibidai family from the Three Kingdoms. The conversation between Jin Zirong and Zhang Lingquan had already put Aya on high alert. The Kim family clearly placed great importance on Zhang Lingquan. If they were determined to compete with the Tavardi family for talent. Unless the Morgan family, the financial backer behind the Tavardi family, stepped in. Otherwise, Ajia and the Tibidai family behind him truly had no way to counter it. Now that Kim Jae-yong had temporarily abandoned the deal with Zhang Lingquan, Aya naturally didn't want to remain passive any longer. He strode forward decisively. Mr. Zhang. Let's talk now. Negotiating with others is a complete waste of time. Hearing his words, Zhao Tianling, the Zhao family representative seated in the front row, frowned. Has this guy lost his mind? Why is he spouting such nonsense? What did he mean by talking to others is a complete waste of time? Though inwardly displeased. But Zhao Tianling did not speak up to rebuke him. After all, he too was curious what kind of cooperation could this nation, which had risen from the ashes, possibly discuss with Zhang Lingquan? Only Zhang Lingquan felt a pang of unease. He could still vaguely recall the shock the cow dung cookies had brought him last time. Mr. Aya, what kind of cooperation do you wish to discuss with me? Are we trading cow dung cookies again? Cow dung cookies? Aya froze for a second. But his uniquely twisted logic quickly led him to another conclusion. The other party was clearly hinting that he wanted to trade cow dung cookies with him. Who knew Zhang Lingquan was also a follower of the Indian faith. This was fantastic. A fellow believer. Aya's heart surged with excitement. With this shared connection, recruiting him for the clan would be a breeze. With his new direction, he spoke in a tone brimming with almost exaggerated confidence. Mr. Zhang, the Tibidai family would like to invite you to become a citizen of the Asan nation. I know you're also a devout follower of the A3 faith. Rest assured, once you become an A triple citizen, we'll make sure you're surrounded by cow dung every single day. Forget a cow dung cookie, we'll give you a cow dung swimming pool, a cow dung villa, anything you desire. All you need to do is supply the family with your alchemically refined pills for free and lead our members through the dungeon. Naturally, any dungeon loot you acquire must be surrendered to the family. After all, gathering all that cow dung for you requires significant manpower and resources. Zhao rattled off a long speech, nodding his head emphatically. Then he turned his head to look at Zhang Lingquan. So? Think it over carefully. With the clan backing you like this, you should count yourself lucky. As a common trait among Ajia nationals, Aya seemed supremely confident in everything related to his country. His expression toward Zhang Lingquan radiated an air of superiority. After all, he was a Brahmin. Everything in his country was undoubtedly superior to that of the Dragon Nation. What he didn't know was that the moment those words left his mouth, the entire conference hall erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, these third country people are truly amusing. They crack me up. Damn, the Tavardi family truly lives up to their reputation as the living devil of the third country. Are these third world people mentally ill? Is this how you negotiate terms? The third kingdom is a sleeping maggot. When it wakes, the world will recoil in disgust. The crowd inside murmured among themselves. Some laughed, some sneered, some looked down on them. In short, no sane person would consider this a negotiation. In stark contrast to the expressions on these faces, Jia stood before Zhang Lingquan with his chest puffed out and head held high. As he looked down on Zhang Lingquan with a haughty gaze, across from him, Zhang Lingquan watched him with keen interest. This thing? Where did it get such confidence? The reason he didn't refer to the other as a person was because it was simply too abstract. When Aya first suggested joining the Tibidai family, Zhang Lingquan had intended to refuse. But he hesitated just a moment too long. Holy crap! A cow dung pool. A cow dung villa. They'd prepared it all for him. This ing. Sorry, Mr. Aya, I've got zero interest in joining your Tri-Kingdom citizenship. Zhang Lingquan paused, then chose a more diplomatic tone. Besides, I'm not a Hindu. Cow dung doesn't interest me. Please don't disgust me anymore. You refuse? Aya froze upon hearing his refusal. He clearly hadn't processed it yet. We are the Tavardi family. We are Brahmins. And you dare refuse? Zhang Lingquan nearly burst out laughing. What kind of Brahmin bull is this? Just how arrogant could this guy be? I said it, I have absolutely no interest in joining your triple nationality. Zhang Lingquan's gaze swept around the room as his voice echoed throughout the conference hall, reiterating his stance to everyone present. Let me make one thing clear, I will not join any foreign family. To those representatives harboring the same ambitions as the Tavardi family, I advise you to give up that notion. Upon hearing Zhang Lingquan's words, Aya, who had been inwardly delighted moments before, instantly frowned. He did not look at Zhang Lingquan, instead fixing his gaze on Kim Jerong and Zhao Tianling seated not far away. After a long pause, he spoke again. Mr. Zhang, are you dissatisfied with the terms I've offered? I know other families may have offered you a series of terms, but I wish to remind you. No matter how favorable their offers may be, they certainly cannot match those of our Tuwadi family. Of course, if you remain unsatisfied, then there's nothing more I can do. After all, there are plenty of geniuses eager to join the Tivadai family, we don't need you. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the Tiwadi family's glorious achievements, his nostrils flaring with pride. Zhang Lingquan was left speechless by his words. This guy. He really is bursting with confidence. Faced with such inexplicable arrogance, he simply couldn't be bothered to engage. Turning to Zhao Tianling, he said, Mr. Zhao, this isn't the place for conversation. Could we move somewhere quieter to talk? Zhao Lingling was a bit surprised. Admittedly, Aya's terms were rather peculiar. The Tavardi family was, after all, one of the world's most prominent clans. To reject the other party's face so bluntly, and without batting an eyelid, that alone was enough to earn Zhang Lingquan a newfound respect from Zhao Tianling. Ha, excellent. Mr. Zhang, let's find a quieter place to talk. Zhao Tianling rose with a smile, preparing to follow Zhang Lingquan and the military bodyguards out of the room. But before they could take a few steps, Aya, who had been ignored by Zhang Lingquan earlier, flew into a rage. Hold on. Zhang Lingquan. The Tivadai family are Brahmins. How dare you refuse? Chapter 128, What exactly have you provoked? Aja shouted, stomping his feet in fury. Perhaps in his eyes, being ignored by Zhang Lingquan was an utterly humiliating affair. Whether or not he recruited the talent was irrelevant, losing face was a matter of real consequence. He had to redeem himself. This guy kept popping up to annoy him. Zhang Lingquan was tempted to curse him out. How could this guy act like a ing moron? Zhao Tianling beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. What the hell are you laughing at? Aya's face darkened with rage as he pointed at Zhao Tianling and demanded loudly. However, his broken Chinese, paired with his furious expression, made the whole scene rather comical. Oh, nothing. Zhao Tianling waved his hands repeatedly. Then he turned to Zhang Lingquan beside him. Let's get out of here fast. Some folks look like they're about to bite someone. We don't want any rabies trouble. Right. Zhang Lingquan nodded in agreement. Without another glance back, the two turned and strode toward the conference hall exit. They paid no heed to Aya's feelings whatsoever, leaving him alone to mutter curses under his breath. Even his anger smelled like curry. Just as the two were about to exit the conference hall, the conference room doors were pushed open from the outside. A graceful figure stepped inside. Zhang Lingquan, since you're here, I have something to tell you. Zhang Lingquan looked up and recognized Ji Lingxue. Her face still bore a trace of aloofness and solemnity. Sister Ji, thank you for the heavenly Tao fragment earlier. Seeing her, Zhang Lingquan was overjoyed and immediately expressed his gratitude. Before he could continue, however, Ji Lingxue raised her hand to silence him. We'll discuss that later. I have an urgent matter to tell you. Urgent matter? Zhang Lingquan was puzzled. He was about to ask, but saw her already walking out the conference room door. He hurried after her. As for Zhao Tianling of the Zhao family, he sensibly returned to his seat after Ji Lingxue had appeared. At that moment, the moment Zhang Lingquan and Ji Lingxue stepped outside, the already noisy conference hall erupted into a frenzy once more. Holy crap! It's Ji Lingxue. What did Zhang Lingquan just call her? Sister Ji. Their relationship is that close? Could it be that Zhang Lingxuan's background isn't ordinary either? Representatives from major and minor clans buzzed with speculation. Zhang Lingquan had delivered one shock after another. Jean Zirong fixed her gaze toward the entrance, pondered for a moment, then finally rose and led her entourage out of the hotel. Whether it was Zhang Lingxuan's ability to refine the blood spirit ginseng pill or his relationship with Ji Lingxue, both matters must be reported to the family immediately. Of course, she was far from alone in this thought. Many had already begun contacting their respective clans via satellite phone. Aya's face turned ashen as he stared coldly toward the entrance. After a long moment, he too departed with his clan members. In the blink of an eye, of the major families who had come to trade with Zhang Lingquan, only Zhao Tianling's faction remained. Compared to the others' urgency, Zhao Tianling remained remarkably composed. He remained seated, cup in hand, quietly sipping his tea.
No one could discern his true thoughts, and naturally, no one dared to disturb him.
Meanwhile, Zhang Lingquan followed Ji Lingxue into an empty room. As soon as the door closed, Ji Lingshue's expression grew even more solemn. Zhang Lingquan, brace yourself. What I'm about to tell you is serious.
Seeing her expression, Zhang Lingshuan's heart skipped a beat. This was clearly no small matter.
Could it be related to the dungeon? Or perhaps those ancient gods?
He racked his brain, but for now, only these two possibilities came to mind. After all, the previous events had been utterly bizarre. Ever since the Research Bureau learned of your situation from the military and established a joint research department, we've been conducting experiments related to the dungeon, trying all sorts of equipment and methods. However, most of these experiments yielded no progress except for. At this point, Ji Lingxue deliberately paused.
Her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Lingquan.
Only after making him feel uneasy did she continue. Except for the military-grade barrier-free long-range spatial wave.
Military-grade unimpeded long-range spatial waves? Zhang Lingquan looked utterly bewildered.
What the heck is that? Simply put, it's the military's latest advanced means of outer space communication. Ji Lingxue began to explain. You see, the universe is composed of countless independent spaces that exist separately without interfering with one another. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to detect the existence of another space from within a single one. And even if it could be observed, the inherent nature of spatial waves being unobservable makes recording data impossible. But the military's barrier-free, long-range spatial waves have perfectly solved this problem. Thus, it captured a fleeting glimpse of another space.
Hearing this, Zhang Lingxuan's face betrayed utter astonishment.
A technological method capable of observing another space. Who knew the military in this world was so damn impressive? While inwardly marveling, he also felt puzzled.
Such matters should be classified military secrets, shouldn't they? Why would Ji Lingxue tell him? And why did she say to prepare himself mentally? What was the real reason? Could it really be connected to those ancient gods who never appeared in the dungeons?
The thought sent a chill down his spine, soaking his back in cold sweat.
Sis Ji, did the military detect something?
She nodded in response.
It was only a fragment, but it was definitely detected. What exactly is it, Sister Ji? Zhang Lingquan grew anxious. However, Ji Lingshue's expression grew even more grave.
It was a mass of darkness, impossible to discern its contents. Only a series of indistinct, meaningless whispers could be faintly heard.
The staff monitoring that frequency went insane on the spot after hearing the murmurs. The entire research department descended into chaos. If not for the presence of Elder Pang, another top-tier practitioner, that entire region would have been obliterated by this hellish force.
Whispers?
Zhang Lingquan froze.
Having experienced several previous instances, he was highly sensitive to such information. After all, it had been like this in Immortal Town, like this in Rust Town, and like this in the Land of the Ancients. He had heard the whispers of the old gods within every dungeon. Were it not for the protection of the Time AI, he would have met his maker long ago.
Sister Ji, did you hear that whisper? What exactly was it? Zhang Lingquan now desperately wanted to know the content of those whispers. But when he asked, Ji Lingxue merely gave him a meaningful look. You really want to know? Yes. Well, later on, several top-tier practitioners analyzed it. That whisper seemed to carry mental contamination.
Ji Lingxue said thoughtfully. As for the content of the whispers, professional equipment has analyzed it and made it clear.
It was. Zhang Lingquan, food, must die.
The moment these words were spoken,
the room instantly fell into dead silence. Zhang Lingquan was completely stunned. Damn it! I'm speechless. Why does this keep happening to me?
Across from him, Ji Lingxue wore an equally helpless expression.
After hesitating for a long moment, she finally asked. So, what exactly did you provoke? Something powerful enough to affect another dimension? Zhang Lingquan felt equally helpless. He thought removing the tattoo from his arm would solve everything.
But it turned out the other party still had him in their sights.
His mind raced. The current situation was bizarre.
He wasn't sure if his next dungeon would bring him face to face with those damn things again.
Judging by the last instance's pattern, there'd be no plot buffer. The enemy had taken control of an entire city's population to perform a summoning ritual.
Once they were summoned, he'd be dead meat. Clearly, they were dead set on killing him.
But why? Did I desecrate their ancestral graves or something? Why is this damn thing singling me out to pull my hair?
Zhang Lingquan felt waves of despair wash over him. After a long while, he lifted his head once more.
Sister Ji, what should I do?
There's nothing we can do for now, but don't worry too much.
Ji Lingxue offered reassurance. They're not even in the same time and space as us. They can't affect you.
That was all she could say. After all, beyond offering solace, she had no real solution at the moment.
Zhang Lingquan felt no relief from Ji Lingshue's words. Instead, a vague sense of crisis began to take root within him.
He must strengthen his abilities as soon as possible. He thought to himself.
Then he looked up at Ji Lingxue once more. Sister Ji, could I trouble you with something? What is it? Ji Lingxue looked puzzled. Zhang Lingxuan's eyes held unwavering resolve as he replied. Could you help me set up a barrier here? I need to undergo a special class change. Chapter 129, Skill Embedding. Sword opens heaven's gate. Upon hearing Zhang Lingxuan's words, Ji Lingxue paused in surprise, but quickly regained her composure and nodded in agreement. She then raised her hand and pointed toward the room. A crimson-black light spread from her fingertip. It continued until the entire room was completely enveloped, only then ceasing. Now, the walls of the entire room began to twist and contort, as if obscured by jelly. It looked quite bizarre. Alright, I've cast a barrier over this room. You can go about your business without worry. With that, she pushed open the door and stepped out. With everything said and done, she had no reason to linger. Though she was curious about some of Zhang Lingxuan's secrets, she had no intention of prying. After all, everyone has secrets they can't share with outsiders. Zhang Lingquan sat alone in the room. After watching Ji Lingxue's figure disappear completely, he finally retrieved the mind-severing orb from the bloodfall bracelet. As the orb materialized, its golden radiance instantly overpowered the crimson-black barrier light within the room. Mind-severing orb. Item type, Skill Embedding Orb. Effect, significantly enhances the host's sword-type skills and grants the Primordial Scorch status. Primordial Scorch. Effect, attacks inflict slow burning damage, causing soul damage. Description, seems to hurt more when hitting people. Note, this skill is a skill status effect and cannot currently be simulated by the Time AI. Zhang Lingxuan's expression remained unchanged as he silently recited in his mind. Skill Embedding. Sword opens heaven's gate. As he issued this command, the golden glowing sword-cutting thought orb in his hand vanished without a trace. A searing burning sensation erupted within his body. Even the skin on his body began to crack in waves, as if enveloped by intense light within rock. Strands of golden light seeped through the cracks. Zhang Lingquan felt his body temperature rising relentlessly. Finally, as the light intensified, thick white smoke began billowing from his skin. A heart-stopping shockwave of energy erupted from his body, violently shaking the surrounding crimson barrier. Soon, the golden light faded, and the cracks on Zhang Lingxuan's body closed as if they had never been there. He felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan knew the skill orb had been successfully embedded. He couldn't wait to use the Time AI to check his attribute panel. Sure enough, changes had occurred in the personal information section. Class, Wellness Master Pure Young Sword Chi. Age, 18. Class Exclusive Skill. Sword opens heaven's gate fragment. Further calculations require AI computational power reaching 10%. Skill orb, mind-severing orb. Effect, generates 2 new sword intents daily. Can be cultivated the longer stored, the greater the power. Description, heaven's bell tolls in mournful lament, cleaving the celestial gate to slay the divine. Note, incomplete version possesses weak power. Note, each generated sword intent exists as an independent entity. Note, sword energy transforms into fire attribute, inflicting slow burning effects that damage souls. Note, subsequent effects of the skill orb require the host to explore with confidence. Nuclear bomb visualization method. Subsequent simulations require AI computational power reaching 10%. Effect, visualizing mushroom clouds in the mind through prolonged contemplation may slightly elevate one's state of mind. Description, a nuclear cloud is born, annihilating all in its path. Alchemy. Further development requires AI computational power reaching 10%. Effect, capable of refining any object into an elixir. Description, using the body as a cauldron, circulating the refinement of yin and yang. Note, elixir effects vary based on item properties, with overall outcomes randomized. Note, enhances the attributes of all alchemically refined pills by 5%. Village Guardian. Effect, slightly increases luck. Under specific conditions, unlocks special functions. Description, perhaps an ancient legend, or perhaps people's blessings. Whatever the case, you are truly blessed. Note, this skill is a special status and cannot be deduced at this time. Byproduct. Effect, when using crafting skills, additional items beyond the intended crafting output will be produced. Description, often found within communities, yet lacking the primary functions of the community. Note, this is a passive skill and cannot be simulated at this time. Blacksmithing. Forging skill deduction in progress, estimated time remaining, 84 hours 34 minutes 21 seconds. Effect, gains minor knowledge of blacksmithing and forging equipment, along with basic understanding of smelting apparatus. Description, as a wellness master, crafting your own kitchenware makes perfect sense, right? Note, this skill increases success rate by 10% when crafting spatulas and iron pans. Zhang Lingquan felt a surge of delight. The boost in strength finally dispelled some of the gloom from earlier. He now urgently wanted to test the Sword Opens Heaven's Gate skill, now embedded with a precious gem. He stepped outside and instructed one of the military bodyguards waiting nearby. After instructing him to notify the other families in the conference hall that the transaction was cancelled, he then headed straight for the military camp. His status was now unique. With the military's protection, using Jiangbei City's ordinary teleportation arrays was no longer an option. Therefore, his destination was the military's internal teleportation array. Upon returning to the military camp, he exchanged greetings with Battalion Commander Hao Tai. Zhang Lingquan then re-entered the instance space. He selected a kill-type instance to enter. Having already cleared the Gaokao instance, he gained the privilege to select dungeons like other adventurers. Of course, if he encountered a mandatory instance like the previous Yellow Springs Town, this privilege of choosing instances would be rendered meaningless. Instance begins. Dungeon level, lowest. Dungeon story complexity, none. Instance suppression level, none. Dungeon type, solo stealth, random encounters, slaughter. Dungeon content, 3 waves of zombies, 1000 per wave. As the dungeon's cold prompt faded away, Zhang Lingquan materialized amidst the ruins of a city. Intermittent growls echoed from the surroundings, the rages of the undead. He glanced at the sword energy he'd accumulated over the past 2 days, exactly 4 bars, no more, no less. He wondered if it would be enough to handle the situation at hand. Soon, the scattered zombies began to form a horde, surging toward Zhang Lingquan from all directions. Zhang Lingquan remained composed, gripping the sword materialized by his weapon spirit a little tighter. As the horde closed in, he roared at the top of his lungs. Sword opens heaven's gate. Slash. Almost the instant his words fell, a sword beam infused with the essence of the blazing sun erupted from the blade in his hand. The sword beam surged, forming a circular arc of flame around Zhang Lingquan in the blink of an eye. Moreover, as time passed, this arc of flame continued to grow larger, racing outward in all directions. The zombies charging toward him hadn't even grasped what was happening. They were cleaved in two at the waist. White flames suddenly erupted from their bodies. Only after everything was completely consumed did the white flames finally die down. Such devastating power nearly left Zhang Lingquan speechless. Is this what they call a scorching effect? Damn impressive. He marveled inwardly. At the same time, he noticed that the sword energy he had unleashed, not only had it annihilated those zombies, but it had also caused severe damage to the surrounding buildings and floors. It was utterly terrifying. Had heaven not given birth to me, Zhang Lingquan, the sword path would have remained shrouded in eternal darkness. That single strike had nearly wiped out the entire first wave of zombies. The remaining handful were no match for Zhang Lingquan either. They were dispatched with ease. 3 waves of zombies surged forth in succession. Zhang Lingquan unleashed 3 consecutive strikes. Congratulations to professional adventurer Zhang Lingquan for successfully eliminating 3,000 zombies in 7 minutes. Rating, SSS grade. Only when the instance announcement sounded did Zhang Lingquan realize he had cleared the dungeon. However, since this instance was self-selected, no full instance-wide announcement was made. This actually spared Zhang Lingquan a lot of trouble. Now, he stared at the several reward orbs before him. Option 1, Pillow, grants the host sound sleep. Recommended chance, 20%. Option 2, Standard Grenade, low attack power, recommended chance 15%. Option 3, Light Staff, emits light to illuminate a 1-meter radius, recommended chance 15%. Clearly, the reduced difficulty of the dungeon meant that the quality of rewards obtained after clearing it would also decrease accordingly. Zhang Lingquan merely glanced at them. He selected the pillow option. After exiting the dungeon, the gloom that had been weighing on his heart finally lifted considerably. Though those ghostly things in those locations still had their sights set on him. With the assistance of the time AI, he was confident he would ultimately prevail. He just needed to boost his strength as quickly as possible. With that thought, Zhang Lingquan stepped out of the teleportation array. He intended to consult Ji Lingxue. As a top-tier practitioner, she might know some ways to rapidly enhance his strength. Chapter 130, Special Role-Playing Instance. After finalizing the next steps, Zhang Lingquan immediately initiated a video call with Ji Lingxue. The phone rang a few times. Then, dressed in casual attire, the stunningly beautiful Ji Lingxue appeared on the screen. Upon seeing Zhang Lingquan, her expression remained composed, showing no sign of surprise. This piqued Zhang Lingxuan's curiosity. Sister Ji, did you know I was going to call you? Ji Lingxue nodded. I'm not sure if telling you about that matter was a good idea or not. Anyway, what do you need my help with? I'd like to ask about methods for enhancing one's strength. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingxue wore an expression that said, I knew it. I do have methods for rapid power growth, but I can't share them with you just yet. Ji Lingxue's blunt refusal caught Zhang Lingquan off guard. Throughout their time working together, this was the first time she had explicitly refused him. Zhang Lingquan asked in confusion. Sister Ji, I'd like to know why? Because those methods are far too aggressive, far too dangerous for you. Ji Lingxue's expression was stern, her words carrying an air of finality. Zhang Lingquan fell silent. It was clear the other party had no intention of letting him take such risks. After all, she was crucial both to Ji Lingxue and to the entire Dragon Nation. Seeing no answers forthcoming from Ji Lingxue, Zhang Lingquan abandoned his attempts to probe her thoughts. The urgency in his heart now drove him to desperately seek ways to enhance his strength. As for danger, he was a man with cheat codes. Unless some ancient deity or other such monstrosity descended personally. Otherwise, he truly feared no ordinary dungeon. It's just a shame Ji Lingxue won't help him. Ah! The thought lingered. Zhang Lingquan sighed helplessly. It seemed he'd have to find other ways to uncover the information he sought. Perhaps it was due to the existence of the banished immortal passive status, or perhaps it stemmed from previous events. In any case, Zhang Lingxuan's sorrowful expression, as seen by Ji Lingxue, instantly stirred an inexplicable pang of sympathy within her. She immediately offered him comfort. Zhang Lingquan, don't dwell on it. Your talent is the finest I've ever seen. Just focus on steadily improving your strength and your future achievements will surely match mine. As Ji Lingxue spoke, she stared intently into Zhang Lingxuan's eyes through the phone screen. In her view, Zhang Lingquan possessed remarkable talent, though he was still in his novice phase. If he could be allowed to develop safely, Dragon Fruit would soon have another formidable top-tier professional. Of course, the reason he'd inquired about rapid power-ups was undoubtedly tied to the previous incident. Though the entire affair of observing another dimension reeked of strangeness. But based on that alone, to place oneself in such peril. In Ji Lingxue's eyes, this was highly unwise. Hearing Ji Lingxue's advice, Zhang Lingquan nodded silently. I understand, Sister Ji. Thank you. Ji Lingxue breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Don't be so impatient, you've got plenty of time. Oh, and I've already picked out teammates for your next dungeon run. Since the military assigned you a bodyguard, our research bureau can't be outdone. I'll have her contact you shortly. Zhang Lingquan felt a warm glow in his heart. Regardless of Ji Lingxue's motives for reaching out to him. For now, this woman was nothing short of incredible toward him. She provided resources when needed, supplied tools when required. She was practically like his own sister. However, when it came to methods for enhancing his strength, Zhang Lingquan still had his own ideas. Although Ji Lingxue hadn't shared any specific paths or information with him, he was still aware of certain things. Namely, the special role-playing dungeons. Compared to regular story dungeons, these special role-playing dungeons carried a higher mortality rate, yet offered truly generous rewards. Armed with his pre-calculated skills and the series of items he had acquired earlier, Zhang Lingquan believed he could solo these instances without issue. Of course, this was a last resort. After all, Ji Lingxue feared he might face danger. She stubbornly refused to reveal any methods for rapidly boosting his strength. He had no choice but to proceed this way. Sister Ji, thank you. I understand. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Lingquan seemed to recall something, reaching into the Bloodfall bracelet to retrieve a spirit stone. Sister Ji, I know you want to save that nascent soul cultivator from your clan. This is a spirit stone. It can replenish that nascent soul's energy. You can give it a try. I'll leave it at the barracks. You can come pick it up later. On the other end of the line, Ji Lingxue trembled slightly as she gazed at the glowing spirit stone in Zhang Lingxuan's hand. Though separated by the phone screen, as a top-tier professional, could easily sense the immense energy contained within this spirit stone. It seemed similar to the energy of the jade infant statue in her family. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Zhang Lingquan, momentarily speechless. It felt like suddenly winning 5 million. Delight, bewilderment, disbelief. But these emotions only flickered across Ji Lingxue's face for an instant before she quickly composed herself. She hurriedly said, I'll head to the barracks right away. Wait for me. All right. Zhang Lingquan nodded in agreement. After that, the two ended the call. Staring at the crystal-clear spirit stone in his hand, Zhang Lingquan fell into a daze. Ji Lingxue didn't keep him waiting long before arriving at the barracks. She strode into his room. Zhang Lingquan, where's that spirit stone? Let me see it right now. The moment she entered, she demanded impatiently. Zhang Lingquan handed her the spirit stone. Taking it in her hand, Ji Lingxue sensed its energy briefly. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Earlier, perhaps because she'd been on the phone, she hadn't been able to sense the spirit stone's energy up close. Now, holding it in her hand and sensing its surging energy, even Ji Lingxue was somewhat stunned. While the energy within this spirit stone wasn't enough to revive the jade infant in her family, it could easily sustain it for another year or two. Where on earth did Zhang Lingquan find such a thing? Zhang Lingquan, thank you. Ji Lingxue felt deeply grateful. Zhang Lingquan, however, shrugged it off with a smile and a wave of his hand. After exchanging a few more casual words, Ji Lingxue rose to take her leave. Before leaving, she mentioned one last thing, to contact the teammate assigned to him by the research bureau as soon as possible. Watching Ji Lingxue's figure disappear at the doorway, Zhang Lingquan, however, remained composed. He didn't have the time to contact his teammates just yet. This time, he intended to attempt clearing the special role-playing instance solo. Chapter 131, Did I Just Become the Boss? Once Ji Lingxue had completely left the military camp, Zhang Lingquan rose and stepped into the military teleportation array. He opened the control panel and proceeded directly to dungeon selection. Proceed with special role-playing instance? Host's current strength detected as insufficient. Proceed with caution. Without hesitation, Zhang Lingquan selected the option to begin the instance. Soon, the instance prompt sounded once more. Instance commencing. Dungeon difficulty, a rank. Story complexity, medium. Is this a death dungeon? Butcher yes, survivor no. Instance suppression level, none. Current instance self-suppression, 0%. Current dungeon item suppression, only gift of fate gold coins may be used. Current dungeon skill suppression, all skills unusable in role-playing dungeons. Instance type, multiplayer PvP, elimination. Instance objective, eliminate other survivors. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Lingquan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Once all sound faded away, he slowly surveyed his surroundings. This place resembled a slaughterhouse, with hooks lining the ceiling from which hung numerous half-pigs. Through the fixed electric saw gleaming coldly on the slaughtering platform, Zhang Lingquan finally got a clear look at his own glorious appearance. He wore a pig mask over his head. Judging by his build, he appeared to be in his prime. A blood-stained, grease-spattered apron hung across his chest. He looked every bit the villain from a chainsaw horror movie. So I'd become the boss now? Seeing his reflection in the mirrored surface of the table saw, Zhang Lingquan actually let out a smile. Unlike ordinary story-based instances, the essence of these special role-playing instances was professional confrontation. Therefore, the dungeon contained players acting as survivors and players acting as bosses. Of course, the victory condition for such dungeons was straightforward. Survivors needed to find the clues to escape. The boss, however, must eliminate every normal person within the instance. After a moment's thought, Zhang Lingquan's gaze swept the surroundings as he searched for his weapon. After a brief search, he finally spotted something in the corner beside the slaughtering platform. A blood-stained hammer. And a portable chainsaw covered in black grime. The moment he acquired both items, the time AI in his mind provided an item analysis. Butcher Bard's Hammer. Item category, Weapon. Effect, inflicts stun on enemies when attacking. Note, after being struck by Bard, the target's aura solidifies, leaving a trail on the ground. Butcher Bard's Chainsaw. Item category, Weapon. Effect, using this item allows the wielder to perform a brief dash. Note, this item possesses a special state execution condition tear. Note, survivors meeting the execution condition will be sent to the slaughter platform for chainsaw execution. Note, execution conditions progress in stages. After eliminating 2 survivors, the second stage will unlock. Examining the item analysis for these 2 tools in his hands, Zhang Lingquan remained remarkably calm. Because he was playing the role of the boss. In his mind, a flood of information about this scenario began to surface. In the 1990s, on a farm in Texas, USA, the Chainsaw Killer. This boss had entered an hour early to set up the entire dungeon. As for the survivors, they would arrive 1 hour later. Only after he had successfully set all the traps. Only then would they enter the dungeon. That was when the dungeon truly began. This type of dungeon is quite novel. Zhang Lingquan ran his fingers over the pig head he wore, a faint smile curling his lips. I wonder if those survivors will curse like madmen later. As a high school student who had worked hard for 3 years at school, he had some understanding of role-playing dungeons. In role-playing dungeons, the butcher-type bosses you could play were usually random. Unless you're exceptionally lucky and get assigned one of those super-powerful butcher bosses. Otherwise, they're no match for survivors who can use various items and skills. Of course, Zhang Lingquan couldn't care less about that. After all, he was a man with a cheat code. He pondered this as he walked deeper into the slaughterhouse. Compared to the slaughterhouse, the innermost room was slightly dilapidated and dimly lit. The floor was covered in a sticky substance mixed with strange odors. His rubber boots made a constant sticky squelch sound with each step. Zhang Lingquan scanned his surroundings, constantly using the time AI to identify objects. He'd heard online that in these role-playing scenarios, props were hidden in nooks and crannies. These items were specifically provided by the instance for survivors. Their purpose was to counter the professional players acting as the boss. Room filled with excrement and human remains. Danger level, 0%. Room filled with excrement and human remains, danger level 0%. Room filled with excrement. However, after a series of searches, Zhang Lingquan still hadn't found what he was looking for. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a severed hand clutching a phone in the corner. He bent down to pick it up, and soon, the time AI provided an item analysis. Zhang Fenyi's mobile phone. Item category, communication. Effect, use this item to call 911. A sheriff will arrive within 5 minutes. Note, contains the potent resentment of a call Genfrey never made. Note, using this item carries a 50% chance of being haunted by Ji and Fanny's vengeful spirit. The moment Zhang Lingquan saw this item, a smirk spread across his lips as he crushed it with force. Crunch! Ah! As the phone shattered into pieces. A wretched, twisted scream echoed through the room at the same moment. After completing all this, Zhang Lingquan finally stepped toward the exit. He hadn't forgotten the chainsaw's execution condition. Now, his task was to amplify that condition as much as possible. Outside, the setting sun bled crimson across the sky, while golden wheat fields stretched out in the distance, painting a picturesque scene. Of course, that was only true without Zhang Lingquan present. It truly would have been. After all, the blood-stained pig head mask and that blood-soaked apron were truly terrifying. Due to the vast land and sparse population, the nearest farm was still several miles away. Paired with the endless highway stretching beside the wheat fields, he remained remarkably calm. It took Zhang Lingquan a full 7 or 8 minutes to finally reach the nearest farm. Several farmers were bent over repairing farm equipment when they spotted him, all pausing in surprise. They immediately grabbed pitchforks from the barn and pointed them at Zhang Lingquan, shouting, "Get lost! Or don't blame us for being rude." It was no wonder these farmers were so alarmed. His current appearance was truly terrifying. A pig head mask, a blood-stained apron, and in each hand, a hammer and a chainsaw. Anyone in their right mind would have yelled "Get lost" at him. Facing their attempts to shoo him away, Zhang Lingquan showed no intention of leaving, instead firing up the chainsaw in his hands. "Don't worry, I'll be quick. You won't feel a thing." Buzz. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the entire farm echoed with the farmers' wretched screams. Of course, Zhang Lingquan didn't kill these NPCs in the instance, he merely severed their limbs. After all, the chainsaw's execution conditions only apply to survivors. NPCs were immune. In Zhang Lingquan's eyes, these farmers were nothing more than fish on a cutting board. After eliminating everyone on the farm, Zhang Lingquan looked up and scanned the distance. He spotted 2 more farms not far from here. Further out lay endless fields of wheat. Looks like there's still plenty to do. Zhang Lingquan sighed to himself, glancing at the start time of the instance. 15 minutes had already passed. In another 45 minutes, the survivors would enter the instance. But judging by the distance between the 2 farms, 45 minutes probably wouldn't even be enough for a round trip. Unless someone could lend a hand. Wait a minute. The thought struck him. A sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. Chapter 132, Countdown ends, Dungeon begins. Zhang Lingquan immediately pulled out the Gift of Fate gold coin. Ha! Survivors, it's time to crank up the difficulty. Strong brother, step out. With that, he tossed the coin in a high arc through the air. The moment it landed back in his hand, a towering figure materialized before Zhang Lingquan. Bald head, blue shirt and pants, yellow fuzzy vest. Who else could it be but Chang? Compared to the usual Changzi, however, the one before them seemed somewhat bloodthirsty. If he were to don a pig mask, he'd be the spitting image of Zhang Lingquan. "Chang, head over to that farm building." Spotting Changzi, Zhang Lingquan immediately pointed him in the right direction. Xiangzi's face lit up with eagerness. He gave his chainsaw a tug and dashed off with a grin. "Ha ha ha ha. This time I'll cut to my heart's content. Ha ha ha." Before long, his figure vanished into the wheat field. Only the distant, continuous hum of the chainsaw could be heard. At the same time, in the Ji family's ancestral hall, tucked away deep within the mountains, Ji Lingxue, dressed in everyday attire, stood before the ancestral tablets with a delighted expression. Earlier, she had returned to the family estate and placed the spirit stone given by Zhang Lingquan beside the jade infant. In the blink of an eye, the jade infant began to emit a crackling sound. Ji Lingxue looked closely and saw cracks spreading across the surface of the jade infant. Small fragments began to fall off in pieces. As the fragments fell away, the smooth, rounded interior of the jade infant was revealed, as if it had undergone a complete transformation. Though Ji Lingxue still sensed its aura remained feeble, it was significantly stronger than before. Ji Lingxue was greatly relieved. After observing the jade infant's condition for a while longer and confirming there were no abnormalities, she finally stepped out of the shrine with satisfaction. Now she was absolutely certain Zhang Lingquan was the hope for saving the jade infant. Given this, helping him strengthen his abilities as quickly as possible was now the utmost priority. She immediately pulled out her phone and called the family. Although the research bureau had previously agreed to help Zhang Lingquan find teammates, but in Ji Lingxue's view, that still wasn't reliable enough. Zhang Lingquan's importance was paramount. Besides the military and the research bureau sending personnel, the Ji family must also dispatch someone. Soon after her call went through, the family complied with her request and dispatched a young powerhouse. The person the Ji family sent to team up with Zhang Lingquan for the dungeon run was a girl. Her name was Ji Yaya. Her profession was Green Deer Mage, a support role, and she was only 1 year older than Zhang Lingquan. At that moment, Ji Yaya followed her clan elders to bow respectfully before Ji Lingxue. Then, she looked at her with eyes full of admiration. Aunt Lingxue, what task did you summon me for? You've heard of that wellness master who keeps breaking college entrance exam records, right?
Ji Lingxue maintained a warm and approachable demeanor toward the younger generation of her clan. You will be assigned to work with him permanently from now on.
Ji Yeye's face immediately flashed with surprise. Why would someone like Aunt Shui bother with such a minor figure? Even though he had achieved impressive results in the college entrance exam dungeon, he was still just a recent high school graduate. What value could he possibly have? It was no wonder Ji Yeye thought that way. After all, she was still just a college student with limited access to information. Besides the basic theoretical exams, there were also practical assessments to complete. Where would she find the time to pay attention to Zhang Lingquan? A wellness guru? Though the reasons behind it remain unclear. But since it was an assignment from Aunt Shui, she'd do her best to fulfill it. With that thought, Ji Yeye immediately promised. Aunt Shui, rest assured. I'll team up with him shortly. Ji Lingxue nodded. Alright, let me call him first and introduce you too. With that, she pulled out her phone and dialed Zhang Lingxuan's number. Seeing this, a flicker of disbelief crossed Ji Yeye's eyes. Aunt Shui actually exchanged numbers with that Zhang Lingquan? That was Aunt Shui, a top-tier professional. Nicknamed Iron-Blooded Pagoda. Forget other top-tier practitioners even within the family, those who knew Aunt Shui's number could be counted on one hand. This kid Zhang Lingquan, he's no ordinary guy. Clearly, the fact that Ji Lingxue specifically noted down Zhang Lingxuan's number had shifted Ji Yeye's mindset at this moment. She had made up her mind. This time, no matter what, she would cultivate a good relationship with that Zhang Lingquan. Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service. On the other end, Ji Lingxue, hearing the automated message, was momentarily taken aback. After a long moment, she finally furrowed her brow. The call wasn't going through? Could it be that the kid had gone into the instance space? The thought made her turn to her junior. Zhang Lingquan seems to have gone to the dungeon space. Come with me inside, and we'll video project to him. With that, she strode directly toward the car parked outside the ancestral hall. Ji Yeye followed closely behind her. However, for the time being, Ji Lingxue was bound to be unable to contact Zhang Lingquan. He was currently busy setting traps inside the dungeon. At that moment, inside the dungeon world, after eliminating all the NPCs at the surrounding farms, Zhang Lingquan wiped the meat scraps off his apron, his entire body now drenched in blood. Unlike his fastidiousness, Xianzi wasn't so particular, utterly unconcerned with how filthy he was. The two sat on lounge chairs in front of the house, quietly awaiting the survivor's arrival. During this time, Zhang Lingquan took a moment to check his stats panel. Unlike the standard attribute panels for regular professionals, since he was playing the role of the butcher boss, the interface before him displayed the unique boss panel for role-playing instances. Name, Zhang Lingquan. Age, 18. Butcher role type, Chainsaw Maniac Bad. Current dungeon map, Crimson Wheat Field. Overall physical fitness, B. This overall physical fitness rating speaks volumes. This butcher named Chainsaw Maniac Bad, aside from slightly better physical fitness, he stands no chance against mid-tier, let alone high-tier, players. This is naturally influenced by equipment and class skills. Of course, even without these factors, when facing a seasoned professional, the butcher would still be no match. In fact, survivors might even turn the tables and kill him using dungeon items. That's why most players avoid playing as the butcher in these instances. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan narrowed his eyes as he watched the countdown on the instance panel ticking down to 0. Beside him, Xiangzi, his face smeared with blood, seemed to sense something too. His expression grew increasingly twisted with excitement. Soon, as the countdown on the instance panel ended, Zhang Lingquan heard the dungeon prompt sound in his ears. Current instance preparation time has ended. Survivors are entering the instance. Liberty Nation survivor Hancourt has entered the current instance. Free Nation survivor Lawrence entering current instance. Tri-Kingdoms survivor Tata has entered the current instance. Fogland survivor Bismarck has entered the current instance. Amidst a series of instance notification chimes, both individuals seated by the doorway gazed toward the end of the highway beside the wheat field. Chapter 133, The Chainsaw Maniac, Bad. 35 years ago, a boy was born in a public hospital in Texas. The boy never knew who his father was. From childhood, he lived with his mother on a Texas farm. As time passed, the boy, with no other female figures in his life, gradually developed an unusual affection for his mother. But due to his timid and cowardly nature, he kept these feelings buried deep inside. Years later, his mother passed away, and the pent-up emotions finally erupted. On the very night of his mother's burial, the boy dug up his mother's grave with his own hands, peeled off her skin, and fashioned it into a pig-headed mask. He developed a new hobby. Welcome to the blood-stained wheat field. Current dungeon boss, Chainsaw Maniac Bad, played by Zhang Lingquan. Dungeon mission, evade Bad's pursuit for 5 hours, locate a phone, and call 911. As the instance prompt faded, the 4 participants slowly opened their eyes. They surveyed their surroundings, their expressions surprisingly calm. The first to speak was the Asian man named Tada. "Gentlemen, you heard the briefing, right? This time, the boss is played by Zhang Lingquan." "Ha! I thought I misheard that. Never expected to run into that kid here." Another player, Bismarck from the Fog City, flashed a cruel grin. "I'm going to kill that brat. What do you say, everyone?" he said. His gaze swept across the faces of the other three. Ever since Zhang Lingquan had refused the invitation from Bismarck's family, his clan had issued a command to all its members. Kill Zhang Lingquan at any cost. Bismarck understood. The families behind the other three had surely issued similar orders. Questioning them was merely a test to confirm their shared objective. True to his expectations, the moment his words fell, the Free Stater named Lawrence spoke up immediately. "Hell yeah, bro, isn't that exactly why we're diving into this dungeon to slaughter the butcher?" As he spoke, Lawrence turned to glance at another Free Nation member. "Hancock, what's wrong?" The man called Hancock shook his head. Gazing at the distant sky turning crimson, his brow furrowed slightly. "Ever since we entered the dungeon, my passive skill has been going off like crazy." Hancock's profession was that of a psychic detective. Not only could he create file rolls tailored for any situation, but also possessed formidable psychic power, granting him the passive skill, intuition, unique to mind detectives. It's a relatively rare class, though not particularly powerful. Hancock spoke as he kept glancing at the instance panel for information. However, when he saw the information displayed on the instance panel about the butcher, he couldn't help but freeze in place. Name, Zhang Lingquan. Age, 18. Butcher type, chainsaw maniac bad. Current map, blood-stained wheatfield. Overall physical fitness, B. Difficulty analysis, S. S-tier butcher difficulty? Is this for real? His startled exclamation drew the attention of the other three, who all glanced at their respective instance panels. Upon seeing the butcher's attribute information, they too let out incredulous gasps, mirroring Hancock's reaction. The previous boss actors never exceeded difficulty level B. This doesn't make sense. Must be a dungeon glitch, right? How else could this butcher be this tough? It must be. After calming down, Bismarck sneered coldly. The dungeon wouldn't suddenly ramp up its difficulty just because of Zhang Lingquan. It must be a glitch. Tada pondered for a moment before reaching into her storage bracelet and pulling out a Shiva statue. Placing it on the ground, he began gesturing wildly. The other three watched silently, not attempting to stop her. After a long while, Tada finally stopped and addressed the trio. "My profession is dancer. I just prayed to Shiva, and he told me there's no danger here." Though curious about Tada's earlier actions, upon hearing his profession was dancer, and her assurance that there was no danger here, their hearts finally settled. As dusk deepened, the four decided to head to the nearby farm first. This wasn't their first time clearing the Crimson Wheat Field dungeon. Each time, they'd crushed the butcher. They were well versed in the entire dungeon's progression. First, they would greet the NPCs at several nearby farms. Then, they'd lead the farmhands straight to the farm where the butcher lurked, using their numbers to reduce him to ashes. Finally, they would head to the innermost room of the slaughterhouse to find the phone, have an NPC call 911, and that would be it. Yep, that's the fastest way to clear the bloody Wheatfield dungeon. Way simpler than those story-driven dungeons. They walked for over 10 minutes straight. The four soon caught sight of the rough outline of one of the farms. But the moment they pushed open the wooden fence and stepped into the farm barn, the relaxed and contented expressions on their faces vanished in an instant. The farm remained the same farm. But now, the barn was drenched in crimson. Limb fragments lay scattered haphazardly across the floor, while several NPCs had their limbs sawed off. Upon seeing the group enter, the NPCs who had been lying on the ground grew even more terrified. Don't come any closer. Demons! Demons! The NPCs screamed frantically like madmen. Clearly, they were utterly terrified by whoever had sawed off their limbs. Tada stared at the horrific scene inside, her face frozen in shock. What happened to them? Lawrence's face darkened as well. Could it be because of a dungeon glitch? Hancock fell into deep thought upon hearing this, but soon shook his head. No, look closely at the severed ends of their limbs. At his words, the other three examined them even more closely. But soon, their expressions darkened. The edges of the severed limbs were jagged and uneven, clearly cut by something like a chainsaw. And within this dungeon, there was only one being who possessed a chainsaw. The Butcher. Chapter 134, I'm going live to take him down. Zhang Lingquan was here? Bismarck's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with apprehension. After all, the man was a prodigy who had cleared the story dungeon multiple times in a row. Though he desperately wanted to complete the mission entrusted by his clan, the current situation was highly unusual, and he no longer felt confident. MHM. Hancock nodded. For the first time, the four fell silent. The dungeon's completion requirements have changed. Be careful, everyone. Here, take these items. Seeing that none of them spoke, Hancock was the first to break the silence. As he spoke, he retrieved 4 scrolls from his storage bracelet. Nightingale Archive Scroll. Item type, Blessing. Effect, upon reading this item, the user gains 1 execution exemption for 30 minutes. Note, this item possesses unique properties and cannot be used consecutively. The 4 tore open the scrolls in their hands. Instantly, a white light seeped into their bodies. With 1 execution exemption secured, Bismarck grew considerably bolder. He produced a phone and a machete over a meter long from his storage bracelet at some point. The phone was for live streaming, while the machete served as his weapon. As a professional who frequently roamed role-playing dungeons, Bismarck's greatest hobby was using his phone to broadcast the gruesome scenes of butchers slaughtered within dungeons. What's so impressive about tormenting NPCs that can't fight back? Just wait and see how I'm gonna slaughter him, he said, spinning the cleaver in his hand with practiced ease. Though the special role-playing dungeon's butcher boss possessed formidable stats, they still lagged behind regular players. Especially when facing seasoned players, they often ended up as mere targets for attacks. This was precisely why Bismarck felt so confident. Without waiting for a response, he strode toward the barn exit. Yet before he took more than a few steps, the outside erupted with the deafening buzz of a chainsaw. A bald man clad in blue pants and a yellow leather jacket stood at the doorway, chainsaw in hand. He stared at the people inside the barn with a look of utter madness. Seeing the blood-soaked figure before them, all 4 sucked in a sharp breath. Could this really be Zhang Lingquan? But that couldn't be right. Isn't Zhang Lingquan a high school student? What's with the shaved head? At that moment, Jiangzi at the doorway tugged the starter cord of the chainsaw. The chainsaw immediately emitted an even more piercing humming sound. A sinking feeling gripped the group. Each of them drew their weapons from their storage bracelets, just as they expected Jiangzi to charge at them wielding the chainsaw. The next second, the scene unfolding before them froze the 4 men in their tracks. That's right, Jiangzi didn't charge at them. Instead, he set his sights on the NPCs lying on the ground. Xiong Da. Your Jiangzi is back at chopping trees, he bellowed in his bearish voice, as he swung the chainsaw relentlessly at the NPCs. His frenzied state made Hancourt and the others frown deeply. What the hell is that thing? Lawrence looked utterly horrified. Clearly, he was terrified by Jiangzi's joyful demeanor. Damn it! Screw it, he's not defending himself. I'll just chop him to pieces. Bismarck suppressed his panic, gripped his machete, and swung it directly at Jiangzi. Splash! The sound of the blade slicing through skin echoed. Jiangzi paid no heed to Bismarck's blow, continuing his maniacal laughter. The chainsaw in his hand swung wildly at the NPCs. Buzz buzz buzz. Witnessing this scene, Bismarck, who had been slightly alarmed earlier, now laughed. This Zhang Lingquan isn't much to speak of, is he? Seems like a fool. Die. With his mind now firmly set, Bismarck swung his blade again, aiming for Jiangzi's head. Unfortunately for him, before he could land the blow on Jiangzi's head, his arm was grazed by the chainsaw. Jiangzi swung back and forth. Blood gushed instantly. Damn it! What rotten luck! Bismarck cursed under his breath, just as he was about to swing again. Ding! The white light that had previously merged into Bismarck's body immediately gathered above his head. It coalesced into the shape of a lamp, shattering into pieces. Immediately afterward, Bismarck stood frozen in place, as if possessed, not moving a muscle. The 3 behind him witnessed this scene, and a deep sense of caution immediately arose in their hearts. That white lamp that had coalesced above Bismarck's head was undoubtedly the immunity execution effect of the Nightingale Archive volume. But the question was, where exactly did this execution effect come from? The first few minutes after survivors entered the instance were an absolute safety period. Dungeon rules restrict the killer during this period. They should still be holed up indoors and unable to act. So why did Bismarck manage to trigger an execution effect? With a skeptical attitude, Hancock slowly approached the NPCs being torn apart by the particle accelerator. Upon confirming that the opponent seemed deliberately tearing apart these NPCs, and the arm on his body that had been slashed by Bismarck, only then did he belatedly realize. Tear apart. That's the execution condition for the chainsaw maniac. His expression immediately darkened as he roared at Bismarck, who stood frozen in place. Bismarck! Quick! Get away from that thing. He slaughtered those NPCs just to create the execution conditions for the butcher. This guy might just be the butcher's bait. He wants you to get hurt. But the warning came too late. Clang! A series of clanking chains echoed from above, their ends bearing a coldly gleaming iron hook. As it descended, the iron hook tore straight into Bismarck's back. He was hoisted up instantly. Clang! Dragged by an unseen force, the chain swiftly vanished into the pitch-black night sky, Bismarck hanging suspended by the hook. Only a gaping hole remained in the roof, large enough to see the stars through. Almost the instant Bismarck was hauled away, the 3 still inside the barn heard a cold, metallic alert tone. Bismarck of Fog City has triggered execution conditions. Remaining survivors may proceed to the butcher's cabin for rescue. Failure to rescue within the allotted time will result in the survivor's death. At that moment, the dungeon's notification left the remaining three with expressions of utter dread. In that instant, they finally understood why Zhang Lingquan from the Dragon Nation had managed to clear story instances one after another. What should we do now? Should we go rescue him? Tada scanned the surroundings nervously. Ever since witnessing Bismarck being dragged away by the iron chains, he had been filled with dread, terrified that he might be next. Of course, in special role-playing instances, they had advantages as survivors. They wouldn't truly die, only lose their equipment. Even so, it was unbearably painful. Let's go! Hancock lowered his head and thought for a moment before finally making his decision. Lawrence gritted his teeth beside him. Damn it, this spirit spring is a real pain in the ass. This is infuriating. No way. I'm going live to destroy him. Every single person in Dragon Nation needs to see this. I'll make him wish he were dead. Chapter 135, Shiva's Omen. The Madness of Tada. Faced with Bismarck's disappearance, Hancourt and the others dared not linger in the barn any longer. After all, there was still a near-insane powerhouse lurking inside. They couldn't be sure if they'd become his next target. Given that the so-called execution method was dismemberment and the man wielded a chainsaw, he was undoubtedly a lethal threat. Remember, this was the survivor's preparation period. The butcher was confined to the cabin. Yet even under these conditions, he had still sent one of them to the execution platform. This Zhang Lingquan is utterly terrifying. Where should we go next? Tada glanced back at the barn behind them, her voice still trembling with lingering fear. Upon hearing this, Lawrence was straightforward, responding with a vicious retort. That bastard Zhang Lingquan is trying to intimidate us. We can't just let this slide. I've already started the livestream. Let's be careful from here on out. We'll make sure those Dragon Nation bastards see how we play this kid to death. As he spoke, he took a moment to adjust the action camera strapped to his head. This had practically become the norm for special role-playing dungeons. For professionals who frequently frequented these instances, whenever they encounter opponents weaker than themselves or those who provoke their anger, they'd turn on their livestream and find every possible way to brutally slaughter their target, driving their family to the brink of collapse. After being humiliated by Zhang Lingquan earlier, Lawrence was clearly seething with rage, wanting nothing more than to kill the man on the spot. Hancock, however, remained composed. He glanced at the two players, then at the barn, and spoke up. This Zhang Lingquan is no ordinary man. We should be careful. Meanwhile, inside a dilapidated house standing deep within a wheat field, Bismarck's eyes snapped open. He found himself bound and gagged, strapped to a platform. A chill ran down his spine. The room reeked of raw meat and other indescribable, nauseating odors. Damn it, where am I? He struggled a few times. He discovered his limbs were firmly secured with iron chains. He stretched his neck and bellowed curses into the room. Hell. Let me out now. Sneaking around like a rat. But before he could finish, a buzzing sound cut him off. Bismarck's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly looked down toward his legs through his chest. There, between his legs, at some unknown moment, a circular saw blade had emerged, spinning at high speed. Moreover, he realized that the instant the blade appeared, his body, which had been secured to the platform, slowly moving toward the blade. If left unchecked, in a matter of minutes, he'd be finished. Hey! I advise you to let me go immediately. The moment he saw the spinning saw blade, Bismarck seemed to grasp his impending fate. His desperate cries grew even more frantic. But soon, his gaze was drawn to a figure lurking in the shadows of the room. The figure, with a pig's head and a human body, was covered in bloodstains. It was Zhang Lingquan. You're Zhang Lingquan? Even with Bismarck's extensive dungeon experience, he still jumped at the sight of that blood-soaked pig mask on his face. Zhang Lingquan remained silent, his eyes beneath the mask fixed intently on his opponent, the atmosphere growing oppressively tense. Hey! You, speak up. Release me now, or you'll die in this dungeon. Bismarck's helpless rage made his voice tremble. His fear stemmed from the realization was because he knew the butcher before him wasn't a dungeon boss, but a human just like them. Since the butcher boss was played by a human, he must be bound by the dungeon's restrictions. At the very least, the butcher couldn't move for a short time when survivors appeared. But what about that guy in the barn? What's going on with this instance? Didn't you play as the butcher? Bismarck grew increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. Where was the former confidence now? Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan's gaze grew even more meaningful as he spoke with a cold laugh. You're scared? As if provoked by those words, Bismarck glared at the pig mask covering his face, holding his breath for a long moment. Just as he was about to speak again, the rapidly spinning saw blade between his legs sliced directly into his flesh. Bzzzzzzz. In an instant, blood spattered everywhere. The screech of the chainsaw and the wails filled the entire room.
Zhang Lingquan turned his head away from him, staring instead at the gloomy sky outside.
1 minute. One more minute and the dungeon's restrictions on him would be completely lifted. Then he could do whatever he wanted. As for the situation inside Zhang Lingquan's cabin, the three on the other side, Hancock and the others, were naturally unaware. At that moment, Lawrence retrieved several tender green beans from his storage bracelet. These were items that could temporarily enhance one's attributes. He had obtained them earlier in the sky-piercing vine instance, after defeating the main NPC Jack. These were the treasures he had obtained. Of course, besides enhancing attributes, it possesses another crucial effect: enhancing the accuracy of prayer-type skills. Tada, eat this bean and then pray to Shiva? Lawrence placed the green bean into Tada's hand and urged. Seeing this, Hancock also spoke up. Hurry up. That Dragon Country guy is cunning. I have a feeling something's not right. Tada nodded in response, grabbing the green bean and popping it into his mouth to chew. After thoroughly chewing the bean and swallowing it, he retrieved the Shiva statue once more. He began dancing before the divine statue. Being from the A3 kingdom, his dance was quite peculiar. After bouncing around for several minutes, he finally stopped, his face deathly pale. At that moment, Tada's eyes were filled with terror. That? Zhang Lingquan. Something's wrong. Shiva told me his energy exists between two voids, like. His voice trailed off as his expression grew increasingly panicked, as if he'd witnessed something horrifying. This left Hancock and the others nearby somewhat bewildered. They couldn't fathom what Tada had seen. Why such a strong reaction? Calm down, calm down. Hancock spoke up to help him regain his composure. Only after the other man had settled down did he ask again. You mentioned earlier that Zhang Lingquan's energy exists between two voids. What exactly does that mean? Don't ask me. I don't know. Don't ask me. It seemed as though this remark had provoked him. Tada suddenly roared. Quick! Get out of here! Don't get involved with Zhang Lingquan. With that, he abruptly turned and vanished into the roadside wheat field. In moments, he vanished from sight. Seeing this, the two who remained stood staring at each other. Worry crept onto Lawrence's face. That guy seems mentally unstable. Hancock shook his head at the remark. No, he must have seen something from Shiva. Something maddening. In a few short exchanges, their conversation circled back to where it had begun. What omen had Tada seen from Shiva? They would soon find out. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The rustling sound of wheat stalks brushing against each other came from behind them. It came from the direction of several nearby farms. Hancock turned around, scanning the surroundings by starlight. The next moment, he witnessed a horrifying sight. There they were, those NPCs whose arms had been sawed off. Were now crawling out of the wheat field. Trailing long streaks of blood behind them. Stranger, save me. Please, save me. Save us, we don't want to die. These farmers, missing limbs, crawled painfully toward Hancock and his companion after emerging from the wheat field. The first few crawling forward were an old man and two young men, all local farmers. In any other time, they would have been the most beloved NPCs among all survivors. But now, with limbs severed, they appeared to Hancock as nothing but dead weight. Stranger, call emergency services for us. We're dying. Save us, please. Hearing the pitiful cries all around him, Hancock's expression darkened to the extreme. According to the original storyline, these farmers and a few farm owners were supposed to be allies to the survivors. But now, having lost limbs, they had become a burden to the survivors. Naturally, Hancock dared not let them come near. After all, the butcher's execution condition was tear apart. If he were scratched by these people, he'd be dead meat for sure. Move! Move! Don't let them get near us. Hancock barked at Lawrence beside him, then sprinted straight toward the butcher's hut. Upon hearing the warning, Lawrence shuddered. As the surrounding figures closed in on him, his mind went blank, and he too began chasing after Hancock's fleeing figure. Now, the desolate highway was left with only a group of NPCs, limbs severed. All that remained were the same words echoing from their lips. Don't go. We know. Bard's Secret. Chapter 136, The True Butcher. Outside the instance, at the Ji family compound, Ji Lingxue had already led Ji Yeye into the family teleportation array. The moment they entered the instance space, she couldn't wait to send Zhang Lingquan a private chat request. But it went unanswered. This puzzled Ji Lingxue. She could only temporarily connect with Ji Yeye via video projection. Soon, Ji Yeye's lovely face appeared before Ji Lingxue. Auntie Xue, I'm here. The moment she saw Ji Lingxue, she greeted her. The latter merely nodded. Her attention remained fixed on the instance panel before her. Projection requests had been sent for several days now, yet Zhang Lingquan still hadn't accepted any. This caused Ji Lingxue's expression to darken slightly, a vague sense of unease stirring within her. Calls to Zhang Lingxuan's phone earlier had indicated out of service area. This confirmed to her that the other party had already entered the instance space. She had assumed she could contact him once he entered. But unexpectedly, there was still no sign of him. Now there was only one possibility left. That Zhang Lingquan had already started a new instance. This is utter nonsense. What a troublemaker. She was visibly annoyed. Across from her, Ji Yeye was startled by the intensity and cautiously asked, Aunt Shui, did Zhang Lingquan enter another instance? Or is it a story instance? Of course, this was merely Ji Yeye's speculation. After all, Ji Lingxue held a prominent position within the Ji family. The only thing likely to make her this angry probably involved Zhang Lingquan. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingxue nodded. She had actually planned to introduce the two to each other today. But now it seemed unlikely. Let's go. We'll talk after we clear the dungeon. Since she couldn't get through, Ji Lingxue saw no point in lingering in the instance space any longer. She immediately led Ji Yeye out of the area. However, before they could step out of the clan's teleportation array, a clan member rushed in breathlessly. Spotting Ji Lingxue, the member immediately thrust a tablet into her hands. Aunt Shui, it's terrible. Look at this. The person was panting heavily, as if they'd just finished a sprint, struggling to get their words out. Ji Lingxue took the tablet with a puzzled look. Her gaze swept over the contents. The next second, she froze. Zhang Lingquan entered a special role-playing instance. Indeed, the tablet displayed nothing else but Lawrence's livestream. Role-playing dungeon encounter. The Dragon Nation butcher Zhang Lingquan, watch me tear this kid apart. The bolded livestream title hung on the screen, looking quite enticing. Ji Lingxue's frown deepened the longer she watched. She never imagined Zhang Lingquan would be this bold. He'd actually entered a special role-playing instance, and as the butcher, no less. This was even more challenging than a story-based instance. How dare he? Clearly, this was an extremely dangerous endeavor. Compared to the narrative focus of story-based instances, special role-playing instances emphasize player versus player combat. Moreover, the death mechanics for survivors and butchers differ significantly. Survivors are at a disadvantage under the rules. When killed by the butcher, survivors do not truly die, they only drop their equipped items. Conversely, as the rule-based strong party, the butcher will truly die upon being killed by survivors. Of course, there's a trade-off. Survivors' immunity to death comes at the cost of having their completion rewards. For the killer, the reward increases by half. Moreover, this reward amount increases with the number of survivors. It's like investing. Higher risk means higher returns, while lower risk yields smaller gains. It's also a form of compensation for the butcher dying upon mission failure. Ji Lingxue stood rooted to the spot. After a long moment, she let out a soft sigh. Well, all we can do now is pray he doesn't get eliminated from the instance. Her gaze drifted to Ji Yeye beside her as she continued her instructions. That Zhang Lingquan has entered the dungeon. I'll introduce you to once he comes out. Okay, Auntie Shui. Ji Yeye nodded in agreement. After that, the two of them left the place. Thanks to Lawrence's livestream, news of Zhang Lingquan entering the special role-playing instance to play the butcher spread like wildfire. Within mere minutes, news about Zhang Lingquan flooded major online platforms. Especially on the foreign streaming platform where Lawrence was based. A wave of verbal attacks against Zhang Lingquan erupted. Ha! Stupid. Chinese people really are dumb pigs. Who can argue with that? This kid cleared a few dungeons and thinks he's all-powerful. Lawrence, take down this dragon country trash for me, I'll shower you with gifts. In no time, many foreigners who had long disliked Zhang Lingquan and the Dragon Nation began egging each other on in Lawrence's livestream channel. Even the major foreign clans had quietly started watching the stream. After all, Zhang Lingquan represented the interests of the Dragon Nation. If he were to die, everyone could finally rest easy. Lawrence, still fleeing at full speed, remained oblivious to the developments unfolding in the livestream. During his escape with Hancock, time ticked away relentlessly, second by second. At that moment, inside the dilapidated shack hidden deep within the wheat fields, Bismarck remained pinned to the cold slaughtering table. Between his legs, blood foam was already beginning to spatter, causing him excruciating agony. As for Zhang Lingquan, his gaze drifted toward the window as he silently assessed the dungeon's constraints on him. I think I can get out. He grinned. The dungeon's constraints vanished. Not only did this mean he could leave the dilapidated hut, but it also signaled Bismarck's death sentence. Zhang Lingquan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze cold as he addressed Bismarck. Looks like your comrades didn't choose to save you? Damn it. Next time I'll kill you for sure. You bastard. Seeing his end approaching, Bismarck threw caution to the wind. He began screaming insults at Zhang Lingquan at the top of his lungs. However, before he could finish his tirade, the searing pain of the saw blade tearing through his flesh grew sharper. The electric saw spinning at breakneck speed on the slaughtering platform seemed to have already cut him in two. The blade began moving along its fixed track. Bismarck's furious roar echoed throughout the slaughterhouse. But because the saw blade moved so slowly, the roar didn't last long before turning into pleas for mercy. Zhang Lingquan, I beg you, put me out of my misery. Let me die. Apart from the buzzing of the saw blade, no one answered him. Finally, the saw blade had only reached his lower abdomen. Bismarck's convulsing body fell utterly still. It hurt like hell. Survivor Bismarck has been slaughtered by the butcher. Survivors remaining, 3. The butcher has successfully killed one survivor. Kill one more to activate Phase 2 execution conditions. Ignoring the dungeon notification beeping in his ear. For the instant Bismarck died, several items on his body had spilled out like a fountain, landing directly before Zhang Lingquan. At first, Zhang Lingquan felt a flicker of excitement, thinking he might gain 1 or 2 items. But after carefully sorting through them, he fell silent once more. This Bismarck was practically penniless. Apart from a storage bracelet, most of the rest were everyday household items. Among them, Zhang Lingquan also found a mobile phone and a head-mounted sports camera. After a quick glance through the contents, he discovered they were all live-stream videos of Bismarck. The content was straightforward, using various methods to brutally slaughter professional actors portraying butchers. Among them, the butcher role-players from the Dragon Nation suffered the most gruesome fates. Looks like this Bismarck has killed quite a few Dragon Nation professionals. Zhang Lingquan narrowed his eyes slightly as his fingers continued swiping through the screen. Soon, he noticed a solitary live streaming app on the phone's home screen. Seeing this, an idea immediately formed in his mind. You like streaming your slaughter of butchers, don't you? Heh, then I'll show you what a real butcher looks like. Chapter 137, 3. Butchers? Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the cold slaughter room, the sound of chainsaws cutting through meat echoed continuously. After completely dismembering Bismarck, the slaughter table was covered in blood and shredded flesh. After finishing the task, Zhang Lingquan merely glanced at the scene before slowly walking toward the exit. Due to his physical limitations, even with the chainsaw's dash acceleration, the butcher bard couldn't move very fast. Therefore, Zhang Lingquan had no intention of racing the survivor. The only advantage he held over the survivors now was his sheer strength and the gift of fate gold. Heh, ready to die? I'm starting now. Zhang Lingquan murmured with a cold chuckle before vanishing into the wheat field. Thanks to his familiarity with the map, it didn't take him long to locate the isolated Tata. By now, Tata had climbed onto the farmhouse roof, with several NPCs' missing limbs still circling below. Stranger, that man is a butcher. He's a devil. Save us. The NPCs wailed pitifully. Tata on the rooftop felt a wave of panic wash over him. Leave immediately. I can't save you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. No wonder he was so ruthless. The execution conditions in this dungeon were truly brutal. Anyone with even a single laceration, they'd be dragged away by chains that appeared from nowhere. Moreover, according to Shiva's earlier warning, this Zhang Lingquan also seemed to. As if recalling some terrifying memory, Tata's face instantly paled and twisted into a grim expression. That bastard is an apostle of the abyssal demon. He's the devil. He muttered to himself. His gaze instinctively scanned the area below with heightened vigilance. What he saw nearly scared the life out of him. Near the farm's edge by the wheat field, he spotted a figure. Wearing a pig mask, with bloodstains splattered all over their apron. Judging by the freshness of the bloodstains, it was clear. It had just been splattered there. Are you Zhang Lingquan? Tata on the rooftop blurted out the question instinctively, but received no response. Zhang Lingquan stood motionless by the edge of the wheat field, hoe and chainsaw in hand, his gaze fixed intently on him. Tata felt his scalp tingle under Zhang Lingquan's stare. His hands tightened around the crossbow as he spoke, one word at a time. Zhang Lingquan, let's make a deal, okay? You want to clear the level, right? Let me go. Killing those 3 will get you through the gate just the same. As he spoke, he edged himself as high up on the roof as possible. Whether from sheer nerves or not, his feet slipped. He tumbled straight off the roof. Thud. The sound suggested he'd taken quite a hard fall. Tata scrambled to his feet, looking rather disheveled. His first instinct was to search for his hand crossbow. Once he found it and clutched it in his palm, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked toward Zhang Lingquan standing by the nearby wheat field, filled with regret. If only he'd known Zhang Lingquan would be such a tough opponent. He would have left most of his gear behind in the real world. At least then, if he died, his losses wouldn't be so great, and he wouldn't be in such a passive position as he was now. Of course, these were merely thoughts swirling in Tata's mind. What he needed most now was to secure a partnership with Zhang Lingquan at all costs. As a veteran who had experienced over a dozen special role-playing instances, he understood the butcher's requirement for clearing such instances, executing all survivors. His suggestion to Zhang Lingquan that eliminating the other 3 survivors would also secure victory was merely a temporary expedient. He planned to let the others wear down Zhang Lingquan first. Once they were all eliminated, he'd seize his chance to strike. Tata, you're a genius. If not for the dire situation at hand, Tada would have been itching to give himself a hearty pat on the back. Of course, he was also gambling betting that Zhang Lingquan, being a newbie, was unaware of the butcher's clearance requirements. The two fell silent. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Tada stared at the butcher in the distance, wielding his hammer and chainsaw. An indescribable terror welled up within him. It was like the vision Shiva had shown him when he prayed to the god earlier. Those two desolate, eerie realms, worlds saturated with spiritual corruption. Zhang Lingquan's body seemed to have been marked with a central axis. Two worlds, one on the left, one on the right. Not only that, but within these two realms, he glimpsed something unspeakable. Tada couldn't fathom why this high school student from the Dragon Nation possessed such a mysterious condition. But he was certain. The other party was undoubtedly hiding a colossal secret. With this thought, Tada lost all desire to fight, wanting only to quickly persuade the other to find the remaining two. But soon, he sensed something amiss. His current location was one of the farms far from the butcher's cabin. This location, close to the highway, was a carefully chosen escape route Tada had selected. Following the butcher's typical logic. Once the instance restrictions lifted, he would inevitably return to guard his own butcher's hut. After all, that's where the survivors' escape tools were located. But why? Did he head straight for this spot instead? Could it be because they're new to this type of instance? Unaware of the hidden tools in the butcher's hut? At this thought, Tada's expression eased slightly. Since he was a newbie, no matter how talented he might be, he'd definitely be easy to manipulate. Zhang Lingquan, rest assured. Our partnership will definitely. Tada was about to say more. But he was quickly interrupted by the buzzing hum of a chainsaw. Over there, Zhang Lingquan had already pulled the starter cord on his chainsaw. A plume of blue-gray smoke immediately billowed from the chainsaw in his hands. Damn it! Tada's face turned pale at the sight. It was clear the other party wasn't going to waste any more words. He immediately raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt tore through the air. With unstoppable momentum, it hurtled straight toward Zhang Lingquan's face. Yet, that bolt imbued with Tada's vision failed to harm him in the slightest. It didn't even shatter the pig head mask covering Zhang Lingquan's face. At this, Tada's expression grew even paler. Escape! He had to get out of here fast. Just as Tada prepared to flee, his legs buckled again, sending him tumbling to the ground. As he hit the ground this time, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a yellow shadow not far away. He instinctively turned his gaze toward that shadow. The next second, he froze in place. Indeed, just beyond the farm fence behind him stood a figure entirely clad in yellow. The figure was massive and menacing, its face twisted into a hideous grimace, and its entire body was covered in a dense network of holes. It looked utterly terrifying. Tada felt as though he might be seeing things. He glanced at the big yellow man with his vicious grin. He turned his head again to see Zhang Lingquan, chainsaw in hand, steadily closing in on him. He froze in shock. Three butchers. Chapter 138, He's not a monster. He has a name. Clearly, Zhang Lingquan, counted the strongman he'd seen in the barn earlier as well. The buzzing of chainsaws grew louder and closer. Zhang Lingquan's voice echoed from behind. Originally, I planned to use the NPCs from the surrounding farms to fulfill your execution requirements. But who knew one of you four would turn out to be so clever? No choice but to find some helpers. Zhang Lingquan's words confirmed Tada's suspicions. Though the butcher was usually the one getting slaughtered by survivors. But that depends on the person. As for Zhang Lingquan right now, Tada couldn't fathom any reason why he would fail. Was he really going to leave all his items behind? The thought of his items dropping after death only to benefit Zhang Lingquan filled him with resentment. Little did he know that without the survivors' rules protecting him, he would have truly perished. Even knowing his fate, Tada remained baffled. How did you manage that? Ha! Zhang Lingquan sneered coldly at the question. That's none of your concern. Now, it's time for you to go. As he spoke, he waved toward the spongy-looking burly man across from them. Without hesitation, the latter approached immediately. He lifted Tada up as easily as carrying a little chick. Soon, several thick chains plummeted from the sky. They hooked around Tada's back and shoulder blades. He was hoisted up into the air. In truth, the moment the opponent fell from the roof, the conditions for execution had already been met. The reason Zhang Lingquan hadn't acted immediately was to foster a false sense of security in the opponent. After all, the fact that the gift of fate gold coin could only summon one person at a time. The others were unaware of this. Zhang Lingquan intended to use Tada's words to confuse the others. Damn it, that bastard Zhang Lingquan. I'll kill you. Tada seemed to have realized his fate. He stopped begging for mercy. He began struggling desperately. He even retrieved two disposable items from his spatial bracelet. He hurled them at the spongy-muscled man and Zhang Lingquan before him. Encyclopedia page of war weapons. Item type, consumable. Effect, upon use, materializes the weapon depicted on the page to inflict damage on enemies. Note, this item is a single-use consumable. Plastic toy soldier. Item type, combat. Effect, upon use, summons a plastic toy soldier to inflict damage on enemies. Note, plastic toy soldiers possess unit attributes. Specific details require exploration by the user. Note, this item is a single-use consumable. Both items were rewards obtained by Tada after clearing the Toy Story dungeon. The moment Tada tossed them out, a tank materialized instantly, along with a soldier piloting it. Rumble. The tank roared like a steel beast. The moment it appeared, it charged straight toward Zhang Lingquan and the sponge like Hulk. Yes. Crush them. Kill them. Kill them. Tada, suspended by chains, wore a hideous expression, wishing he could personally take the tank's place and crush them. After all, these props were his secret weapons tools he'd been reluctant to use. But now, forced by Zhang Lingquan, he had no choice but to deploy them. After all, his props would end up in the enemy's hands eventually. He might as well wear them down as much as possible now. However, what he hadn't anticipated was this. Facing the tank bearing down on him, Zhang Lingquan remained utterly unfazed. He merely waved to the spongy burly man beside him before fixing his gaze back on Tada. I'm ready. The spongy burly man grinned widely, exposing 2 rows of menacing, jagged teeth. He charged straight at the tank across from him and flipped it over with one mighty kick. Then came a furious stomping, clattering, and crashing. The entire tank was crushed into a mangled heap. Finally, it dissolved into flakes of paper dust. This scene left Tada utterly dumbfounded, instinctively abandoning any struggle. That was a tank. Even if it was materialized, it was still a steel-plated tank. Why did it crumble like paper before that that monster? Tada's gaze fell upon the muscular yellow figure. His emotions were complex. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally voiced the question burning in his mind. What exactly is that yellow monster? He's not a monster. He has his own name. Zhang Lingquan shot him a glance, enunciating each word clearly. His name is SpongeBob. As Zhang Lingquan finished speaking, the chains clanked loudly as they dragged Tada into the air. At the same time, the instance prompt echoed in everyone's ears. Tada of the 3 Kingdoms has triggered execution conditions. Remaining survivors may proceed to the butcher's cabin to rescue. If the survivor is not rescued within the allotted time, they will be deemed deceased. News of Tada's capture also reached the ears of Hancock, who was fleeing for his life. They had now reached the butcher's cabin where Zhang Lingquan had been. The exterior of the butcher's hut appeared dilapidated, surrounded by a fence made of various oddly shaped bars. The pair intended to enter first and search for the dungeon-clearing item. But they discovered all the windows had been boarded up. The only entrance and exit, the main door, was securely locked with a large padlock. These unexpected changes clearly exceeded their understanding of what this dungeon should be like. They had cleared the blood-stained wheat field dungeon multiple times before. They had never encountered a butcher who locked the door upon leaving. Just as they were pondering how to get inside, just then, news of Tada's execution also arrived. Hancock's face darkened. He had anticipated that Zhang Lingquan from the Dragon Nation would be a tough nut to crack. But he never imagined the man would be this troublesome. Had he known this fellow would be so troublesome? He should have left the items in the spatial bracelet behind in reality. But it was too late to dwell on regrets now. Bismarck had been eliminated, Tada executed, and elimination was only a matter of time. Now the entire survivor team was down to just himself and Lawrence. If the 2 of them couldn't find the items needed to clear the dungeon soon, they'd both be eliminated. Crucially, after Tada's death, the butcher would activate the second stage execution conditions. At that point, the survivor's chances of victory would be even slimmer. It wasn't that he feared death, but the items he carried made dying a costly mistake. Hancock took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down while his mind raced. In the blood-stained wheat field scenario, survivors must fulfill 3 conditions to escape. First, they must enter the butcher's cabin and locate an item called Janfreni's cell phone. Second, they must temporarily unite with NPCs from nearby farms to resist the killer, ultimately prompting the NPCs to dial 911. Third, after the call connects, the butcher gains a 5-minute power-up. Survivors must survive during this period. Given the current situation, rallying those NPCs to fight the butcher was already impossible. This Dragon Country native is clever. Other butchers might hesitate, held back by fear of these NPCs. But not him. Upon entering the instance, he immediately incapacitated the NPCs across several nearby farms. This condition allied NPCs fighting the butcher has now become the survivor's weakness. Though they've lost their allies, there was still a glimmer of hope. At least there were still 4 hours left before the dungeon mission ended. He refused to believe he couldn't find a way to clear it. Just as Hancock was pondering his next move, Lawrence's excited voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Hancock, come quick. The window on the 2nd floor is open. Chapter 139, Zhang Lingquan he must die. Hancock froze at the words. He followed the direction of his finger. Sure enough, he saw a window on the 2nd floor of the butcher's cottage slightly ajar. Moreover, faint sounds could be heard coming from within. The sounds were strange, like the whistling of wind, yet also like wails of sorrow. Unlike Lawrence's excitement, Hancourt's face showed little sign of joy.
He merely stared at the open window on the second floor, his footsteps faltering as he fell into deep thought. All the windows in this room were boarded up. It was impossible for just one window to remain open.
Could it be that Zhang Lingquan had deliberately set a trap for them?
After all, every door and window in the butcher's cottage was sealed shut, leaving only this one window open.
If Zhang Lingquan had deliberately left it open, the two of them walking right in, wouldn't that be like walking into a trap? Just as Hancourt looked up, distracted, mad laughter erupted behind him once more. Ha ha, Xiang Day, your Xiangzi is back to chop wood. Ah ha 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 ha. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanying it was the slightly chaotic hum of chainsaws, sending a chill down Hancourt's spine.
By now, after running for so long, both men were completely spent. Even if they wanted to keep running for their lives, they couldn't get much further. Their only chance now was to hide in the butcher's hut and figure out their next move later. With that thought, Hancourt gritted his teeth and shouted to Lawrence beside him.
Get inside. Quick, get inside. Got it.
Without hesitation, the two scrambled up the exterior porch roof to the second floor entrance.
Almost the instant they left the porch roof and slipped through the second floor window,
the entire porch collapsed with the buzzing roar of a chainsaw.
Ha 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 ha. Xiongdi, Xianzi finally cut down the tree. Xianzi's maniacal laughter rang in their ears.
The two hiding on the second floor exchanged stunned glances.
Lawrence's face darkened. Hancock, they have a chainsaw.
I fear this house won't last much longer.
Hancock nodded, scanning the room.
But when he saw the interior, he froze. The walls, the cupboards, the hallway, everywhere was piled high with reflective, leather-like objects.
Several farmers, stripped of their clothes, hanging in a side room, bound and gagged.
As for downstairs,
several living NPCs still lay there, seemingly sensing the presence of the two Hancocks upstairs. All these NPCs went mad, desperately trying to climb upward. Save me! Save me! I don't want to die here. Help me!
The pungent stench of blood filled the room,
mixed with the pitiful cries for help from the NPCs below.
Instantly, Lawrence's face twisted with panic.
Could it be another trap set by Zhang Lingquan? Hancock shook his head, dismissing the thought.
He glanced at the scene below before beginning to search the second floor.
After a long while, he found a skinning knife and a rusted axe. Everything here seems normal. Unless Zhang Lingquan returns, that thing outside can't get in. Normal?
Lawrence was puzzled. His gaze fell upon the NPCs below who had been unable to climb up.
But if it's normal, then what about these people?
Hancock gave a wry smile, his eyes betraying a hint of resignation. Bard the chainsaw maniac, the butcher, was designed to thrive in darkness within the dungeon. Moreover, he had cleared the blood-stained wheatfield dungeon numerous times before.
Apart from the butcher's cabin door, Hancock had never seen a single window that could be opened. They were all boarded up. Now that the second floor window was open,
the only plausible explanation was that someone had deliberately done it.
This is that Dragon Country man's warning shot. Hancock sighed. After all, Gianfanni's cell phone, the crucial piece of evidence, was found deep inside the slaughterhouse on the first floor. Upon hearing this, both Hancourt and Lawrence,
both of them fell silent.
For some reason,
when he saw Hancourt holding the axe, his face cold as ice,
Lawrence felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He swallowed hard and tentatively asked, Hancock, I understand what you just said, but why the axe? Seeing Hancock didn't respond, Lawrence pressed further. We're survivors. Killing NPCs will get us punished. Punishment? That only kicks in after we clear the dungeon. Hancock retorted. Those NPCs downstairs are missing limbs and blocking the stairwell.
If they get us stuck, the best outcome is a few scrapes.
And you know what the execution conditions for this dungeon's butcher are, right? No need for me to spell it out.
Plus, we haven't transferred any items out of the spatial bracelet before entering the dungeon.
If we really get executed by the butcher, we'll lose everything. As the two conversed, many viewers in the livestream chat were left utterly baffled.
Indeed, since starting the stream earlier, Lawrence's head-mounted camera had remained on. Now, in his livestream, a crowd of onlookers buzzed with speculation.
What the hell is going on with Lawrence? Didn't he say he was going to slaughter that Dragon Country butcher?
Yeah, he absolutely has to take out that kid from Dragon Nation.
Kill him?
But Bismarck and Tata, who were with him, have already been eliminated.
They've started streaming too. Seriously? That Zhang Longquan is that strong? He took out 2 people in just a little while? Why would I lie? Not only did they lose their props, but Zhang Longquan even used Bismarck's phone to go live. Then I need to go check it out. Perhaps because survivors don't die after elimination. The international viewers still chatting in the livestream didn't harbor much negative sentiment toward Zhang Lingquan. Instead, there was admiration and astonishment.
After all, as professionals, they'd all encountered special role-playing scenarios to some extent.
While certain killers in these instances could be overwhelmingly powerful, most scenarios ended with survivors still cleared the maps and the hunters died. No one could have anticipated. In just over 10 minutes since the start, Zhang Lingxuan's butcher, playing as Bard, had already eliminated 2 survivors. Is this what they call the overwhelming dominance of a genius? Truly worthy of a veteran who consistently clears story missions. At that moment, unlike the casual chatter in the livestream chat, Ji Lingxue was filled with delight. Ever since learning that Zhang Lingquan had entered a special role-playing instance, she had started following Lawrence's livestream. Even after learning he'd entered this type of instance, yet still managed to progress smoothly, Ji Lingxue couldn't help but be astonished. After all, these multi-faction, class versus class dungeons were something even she wouldn't dare attempt lightly. Who knew Zhang Lingquan could be so formidable? After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Teacher. Compared to Ji Lingxue's delight, the other families were far less pleased. The Morgan family, in particular, had convened a family meeting over this matter. Everyone, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's hear your respective plans. The meeting room in the estate outside Luoshanji remained the venue. A middle-aged man with a steady demeanor seated at the head of the table addressed the assembly. At his words, the attendees in the conference room exchanged glances. After a long pause, an elderly man finally broke the silence. Sir, I'm afraid this won't work. If it were any other type of instance, we might be able to intervene. But this is a special role-playing instance. With our current capabilities, intervention is simply impossible. Upon hearing this, the others present all chimed in agreement. That's right, sir. We truly can't help with this matter. Perhaps we should wait until Zhang Lingquan emerges from the instance before devising a plan. The middle-aged man sat in the seat of authority. He listened as those around him spoke one after another. Once everyone had fallen silent, he finally spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. I understand your concerns, but what if we use that artifact? At those words, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. The elderly man who had spoken first stepped forward to protest. Sir, that artifact might work, but it would cause us immense harm. Enough. My decision is made. We will use that artifact. Before the old man could continue, the middle-aged man cut him off decisively. For the sake of the family's interests, this Zhang Lingquan must die. Chapter 140, Unlocking Execution Phase 2. Within the dungeon world. Inside the slaughterhouse where Zhang Lingquan had once been, Bismarck's 2 severed halves lay discarded on the floor, already beginning to stiffen. On the slaughter table he had previously traversed, Tata was now secured in place once more. A rapidly spinning saw blade hummed between her legs. As the saw blade drew ever closer, Tata's expression grew increasingly desperate. He hadn't been oblivious to the ways one could be eliminated. But upon seeing Bismarck already split in 2 on the ground, and the saw blade between his legs, his heart sank deeper. Is anyone there? Anyone? At that moment, Tata's face was deathly pale. He craned his neck, shouting at the top of his lungs. He hoped to summon Hancourt and the others to rescue him. Even if he couldn't summon them, summoning an NPC would be a blessing. Alas, the slaughterhouse remained eerily silent, save for the relentless hum of chainsaws. Survivor Tata has been slaughtered by the butcher. Survivors remaining, 2. The butcher has successfully killed 2 survivors, triggering Phase 2 execution conditions. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingquan, still wandering through the wheat field, heard the instance prompt. Instinctively glanced at the hammer and chainsaw in his hands. Butcher Bard's hammer. Item type, weapon. Effect, inflicts stun on enemies when attacking. Note, this item possesses a special state execution condition breath. Note, after being struck by Bard, the opponent's aura solidifies into a tangible form, leaving a trail on the ground. Note, breath is an energy visible only to the butcher, which can be absorbed by Bard. Note, survivors satisfy execution conditions 20 seconds after their aura is absorbed. Bard the butcher's chainsaw. Item category, weapon. Effect, using this item allows the wielder to perform a brief dash. Note, this item possesses a special status effect execution condition tier. Note, survivors meeting execution conditions will be sent to the slaughter platform for chainsaw execution. Note, after successfully killing 2 survivors, the second stage execution effect is unlocked sent. From this, it's clear that the execution conditions for these 2 stages differ significantly. The first stage requires the survivor to be torn apart. This introduces a high degree of randomness. If the butcher lacks a concrete plan and encounters seasoned survivors, they might not even get a glimpse of their opponent's clothing. This is precisely why so many players dislike playing the butcher. It's frustrating and often ends in death. Compared to the first stage execution requirements, the second stage is different. The butcher only needs to be within range to voraciously absorb the life force emanating from these survivors. Once 20 seconds are absorbed, the execution condition triggers instantly. Whether it's kill efficiency or suppression power, it's off the charts. Even the foreign viewers watching his livestream sucked in a sharp breath. Exactly. Just like Lawrence. After acquiring Bismarck's streaming equipment, Zhang Lingquan also went live on his own. At that moment, the live stream room erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Is Zhang Lingquan this strong? He actually activated the butcher's second phase? I've been through this blood-stained wheat field before. The butcher shouldn't have a second phase, right? Dude, that's just your narrow-mindedness talking. This is Zhang Lingquan. Forgot about the previous story dungeon?
Seeing this comment, many fell silent.
Indeed, based on his previous achievements, Zhang Lingquan had consecutively cleared story dungeons. He was undeniably formidable.
In other words, the execution conditions of Phase 2 were merely the butcher's limit, not Zhang Lingquan's. It seemed they were recalling the fate of the two remaining players in the dungeon. Soon, netizens from other countries began sighing in dismay. Looks like Hancock and Lawrence are screwed. At that moment, second floor of the butcher's cabin. Help us. Please save us. The NPC's cries of distress echoed up from the first floor. At the top of the stairs, Hancock tapped the axe in his hand. Then he tossed the skinning knife to Lawrence. The latter fumbled to catch the blade. Glancing once more at the pitifully wailing NPCs below, a look of reluctance flashed across his face. Are we really going to do this? Can't we just bypass them? Explain the pros and cons to them. But before he could finish, Hancock cut him off. Don't hesitate when the time comes. Hancock, can we? Lawrence. Understand the situation. Tada is dying. Do you realize what this means? Seeing Lawrence still trying to persuade him, Hancock could only speak up to silence him. It means the butcher has unlocked the second stage of execution conditions. It means the butcher is already heading this way. It means if we don't act fast, we'll all be eliminated for real. Hancock rattled off 3 unfavorable conditions in one breath. This time, even Lawrence fell silent. Seeing him fall silent,
Hancock paused to think.
He retrieved 2 more files from his spatial bracelet and handed one to the other man.
Use this file first. We might be in for a fierce battle later. Verdun campaign file. Item type, combat.
Effect, after reading this item, the user gains a significant boost to all attributes for 20 minutes.
Note, upon expiration, the reader will acquire the War Trauma debuff.
Note, the War Trauma status reduces the reader's attributes by 100%.
Note, this item possesses unique properties and cannot be used consecutively. Merely glancing at the title of this scroll, one could sense a palpable madness emanating from it.
If they fail to eliminate the NPCs blocking their path downstairs within 20 minutes, and fail to reach the depths of the slaughterhouse to find Zanfeniai's mobile phone, then the 2 of them would truly be eliminated. After all, with a terrifying 100% attribute reduction penalty, they wouldn't even be able to lift a foot. Lawrence appeared hesitant, but upon seeing Hancock also using the same archive artifact, he no longer hesitated, directly reading the Verdun campaign archive volume in his hand. Only after completing all this did he speak again. Let's go. Hancock nodded. He then hoisted his axe and charged downstairs first, with Lawrence close behind.
The NPCs downstairs, their limbs severed, saw the 2 charging down with fierce momentum. Far from being frightened. Instead, they desperately reached out to grab at the 2 men. Don't let them touch you. Don't get scratched. Hancock warned. He immediately raised the axe in his hand. He swung it at the NPC blocking his path. Thud. With a single blow, blood spattered mixed with bone fragments. The farmer-like NPC instantly ceased breathing. Chapter 141, Betrayal by a Teammate. Current dungeon plot deviation.
Warning, all your actions may lead to failure in your subsequent path.
The moment the first NPC downstairs was struck dead, the dungeon prompt reached both of their ears.
Naturally, Hancock hesitated not a moment. His axe swung with a fierce whistling wind. He swung again at the other farmer lunging toward him. Thud. In an instant, the crawling farmer NPC's skull was crushed by the axe. As the man died, the urgent dungeon alert sounded once more. Survivor Hancock has successfully killed Farmer Phil. Due to your actions, no farmer will be willing to make a distress call for you anymore. Key character deceased. Current storyline altered. Immediately seek other survival clues. In the original, blood-stained wheat field scenario, survivors wishing to clear the instance, they must not only locate key items but also secure assistance from NPCs at several surrounding farms. But now that one farmer has perished, one of the survivors' original conditions for clearing the map has been severed. Still, Hancock hasn't endured this torment in vain. Using the limited information available, he has deduced a new clue in his mind, one connected to the butcher's mother, Bard. Though he's identified the general direction, the immediate priority remains clearing these NPCs blocking their path. Only then could the 2 of them proceed to the first-floor slaughterhouse and locate Jantny's cell phone. The axe whistled through the air, the boning knife flashed coldly. Those NPC farmers with severed limbs had little combat capability to begin with. Facing the 2 who had activated the Verdun war files,
It was nothing short of suicide. Within mere minutes, the staircase leading from the first to the second floor was drenched in crimson blood, while fragments of flesh and bone carpeted the stairwell floor like a gruesome rug. Throughout it all, Hancourt remained impassive, even as the rusted axe in his hand cracked open. He continued advancing step by step. Compared to Hancock, Lawrence beside him appeared in far worse shape. Despite his earlier bravado, he lacked Hancourt's formidable mental fortitude. The relentless slaughter was slowly pushing Lawrence to the brink of mental collapse. Those were people. Living, breathing people. He was just hacking them down like this. Get away! Get away! You lot! Don't push me! Lawrence wildly swung his boning knife, seemingly unwilling to harm the NPCs surrounding him. But things didn't go as planned. The NPCs lying on the ground clung directly to his legs. To avoid being scratched by these people, he had no choice but to swing his boning knife wildly at them. In an instant, several farmers clinging to his legs had flesh and blood sliced from their faces. Ah! Help! Help me! The screams echoing around him. Lawrence seemed to be provoked. His eyes snapped open in fury as he stabbed the man beneath him repeatedly. Damn it, didn't you hear me? Get the hell out of here! I said get out of my way! It was no wonder he was so agitated. These guys were just too persistent, and they didn't understand a word he said. He had clearly warned them that if they came any closer, he would have to take action. Yet these NPCs kept closing in on him. He had no choice. To avoid getting injured by these people and triggering the butcher's execution condition, he had no choice but to save himself at all costs. At that moment, of the dozen or so farmer NPCs who had originally blocked the staircase below, most had already been cut down by the two. Only a few who had regained their senses scrambled desperately toward the distance. Hancock lowered his rusty axe, panting heavily. After a long moment of recovery, his gaze finally shifted to Lawrence beside him. Seeing that the other man had dropped his boning knife and stood frozen in place, Hancock's brow furrowed involuntarily. The ongoing effect of the Verdun Campaign Archives volume hadn't worn off yet. This guy was practically wasting his own item. Hancock was about to speak up to warn him. His expression froze instantly. Because just then, he heard the instance's notification sound. Your aura has been locked onto by Butcher Bard and is being gradually absorbed. Warning! If you fail to completely conceal your aura within 20 seconds, execution conditions will be triggered. 20, 19, 18. The dungeon alert echoed in his ears. Hancourt's gaze darted frantically around the room. Soon, he spotted a figure standing at the staircase entrance on the second floor. The figure wore a pig mask, a hammer in its left hand and a chainsaw in its right, none other than Zhang Lingquan. Hancock exchanged just a single glance with him before a cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He hadn't expected the butcher to return so quickly. What on earth was he to do now? The thought of death, and all his props exploding. Hancock couldn't help but frown. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingquan stood at the top of the second floor staircase. Looking down at the two below with a sense of superiority, his mind remained as still as a deep well. His sole focus now was to finish the mission quickly, claim the rewards, and enhance his own strength. Eliminating 25% of the 4 survivors meant achieving a 100% success rate. In other words, as long as he cleared this special role-playing dungeon, he would receive double the dungeon rewards. At this thought, Zhang Lingquan grinned widely at the pair. You two really have some guts. Killing so many NPCs? Oomph, don't get too cocky. We'll definitely clear this instance. Lawrence gritted his teeth. He had already transferred his hatred for killing those NPCs onto Zhang Lingquan. Given the chance, he would definitely kill this dragon countryman. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan smiled. He reached out and pulled the starter cord on the chainsaw. The chainsaw in his hands instantly roared to life with a shrill, deafening roar. Hancock, run now! Seeing this, Lawrence cried out in alarm. Yet as the words left his mouth, his body froze in place. He had already spent considerable time cutting down those NPCs earlier. Now, 20 minutes had passed and the temporary boost to his attributes had vanished. Both he and Hancourt now bore the negative status effect, battle trauma. In other words, both he and Hancock had lost the ability to flee. Next, I could only watch helplessly as the butcher slaughtered me. It seemed as though he had recalled the items stored within his storage bracelet. Lawrence's face twisted with anguish. Compared to him, Hancock beside him appeared far more composed. Though he too had acquired the negative status effect, war trauma, he wasn't completely immobilized. At some point, he'd pulled out a scroll of documents and was secretly reading them. Soon, after finishing the document, his legs, which had felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, stirred slightly. This scene left Lawrence utterly dumbfounded. Hancock, you. Hancock glanced back at him, his expression heavy with guilt. Sorry, Lawrence. I need you to draw the butcher's fire for me now. Lawrence might be reckless, but he wasn't stupid. He instantly grasped the meaning behind those words. To clear the dungeon, to prevent his gear from being looted. Clearly, Hancock never considered him a teammate from the start. And here he was, foolishly running around with the guy. What a fool he'd been. As this thought struck him, the shock on Lawrence's face turned to fury. Damn it! You have a way to remove the war trauma status, don't you? You bastard! Did you really think you could clear this alone? Ha, I'll see about that. Hancock, how did you get eliminated? Now that he knew he'd be eliminated, Lawrence felt no other emotion.
He merely stared at his opponent with a cold sneer, his eyes nearly boiling over with rage. Seeing this, Hancock chuckled, darting past Lawrence with a light jog while whispering softly into his ear.
Instead of cursing me here, you'd be better off thinking about how this Dragon Nation man managed to strip you of all your tools. With that, Hancock immediately sprinted toward the slaughterhouse on the first floor. Lawrence was left behind, glaring viciously at his retreating figure. Your aura has been locked onto by Butcher Bard and is being gradually absorbed. Warning! If you fail to completely conceal your aura within 20 seconds, execution conditions will be triggered. 20, 19, 18. The dungeon's warning chime sounded. Lawrence remained composed. He understood he was done for this time. With that, he ceased all resistance, turning to flash Zhang Lingquan a wry smile. Could you give me a quick death? Being cut up by a chainsaw, well, you know.
Zhang Lingquan nodded with a smile, reaching out to take the boning knife from his hand. He swiftly severed the man's throat. Blood gushed forth. After finishing all this, he pulled the chainsaw's starter cord once more. In the deathly silent butcher's hut, only the buzz 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 of the chainsaw's roar remained. Chapter 142, Mother's Face. After abandoning Lawrence alone before the butcher to face the blade, Hancock swiftly activated 2 archive scroll items on himself. Instantly, his physical attributes surged dramatically, and he vanished from the first floor in a flash. His target was the basement door on the first floor. That was the entrance to the slaughterhouse. It was also the hiding spot for the item, Gianfanni's cell phone. All he needed to do was find the phone, dial 911, and hold out for 5 minutes. Once those Asher guys arrived, he could clear the stage directly. Conversely, Zhang Lingquan, playing the role of the butcher. If he fails to eliminate all survivors within the instance, not only will the instance deem his mission a failure, but he'll also be eliminated within the instance. Ha ha, you damned Dragon Nation bastard, just wait for your death. I'll make sure to humiliate you properly when the time comes. Hancock's excitement grew with every thought. As for fearing the butcher storming into the slaughterhouse, he wasn't worried about that, for he possessed an item perfectly suited to the current situation. Universal Lock. Item type, Confinement. Effect, when used on any object classified as a door, it temporarily seals off the surrounding space for 10 minutes. Note, this is a one-time use item that disappears after activation. He had obtained this item during a previous special role-playing dungeon. He had initially dismissed it as somewhat useless, but now it proved unexpectedly useful. Survivor Lawrence has been slaughtered by the butcher. Survivors remaining, 1. Suddenly, the instance's notification chime rang in his ears. Hancock paid it no mind. He kept searching the room, trying to find the door leading to the basement. Soon, a slightly yellowed and worn wooden door came into view. Perhaps due to frequent use, the door handle was covered in thick, black grime. Hancock didn't hesitate. Glancing behind him, he saw Zhang Lingquan was almost upon him. He immediately pushed open the door and slipped inside, then retrieved the universal lock from his spatial bracelet to secure the door. Only after completing all these actions did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Regarding Hancock's actions, foreign netizens watching Zhang Lingquan's livestream were utterly baffled. What the hell is Hancock doing? Betraying his teammates? Running into the basement? Does he want to die slowly? No clue, but the fact he betrayed his teammates just makes me feel sick. Who knows what that guy was trying to do down there? Who knows? Maybe he's already given up? The crowd buzzed with speculation. All were speculating about Hancock's escape into the basement. But since Hancock wasn't streaming, there was no camera on his end, so everyone could only speculate for now. Just as everyone was looking puzzled, a comment suddenly popped up in the livestream chat. Guys, I know what this guy's up to. He's heading to the basement to find the final item. Ha? The final item's in the basement? Don't be ridiculous, that's a dead end. Exactly. That item is called Zanfeniai's mobile phone. Unbeknownst to Hancock, who was already in the basement, Hancock, who had already entered the basement, remained unaware. After confirming Zhang Lingquan was locked outside, he turned and began walking deeper into the slaughterhouse behind him. As a veteran of special role-playing dungeons, Hancock had cleared blood-stained Wheatfield several times before. He was naturally well acquainted with the layout here and the locations of the props. He passed the slaughtering table. Tata, lying on top of it, had long since stiffened into a corpse. Beside it, on the floor, lay the 2 halves of Bismarck's body. Hancock paid them no mind, continuing deeper into the inner chambers. Soon, he arrived at the rear area resembling pig pens. He bent down and began rummaging through one of the corners. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing. This can't be right. That phone should be here. How come?
Hancock grew anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just as he was about to continue searching, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a pile of debris in the corner. The debris looked familiar, like a crushed phone? He hurried over and picked up the phone. He pressed a few buttons, only to discover it was completely dead. This made Hancock's face go pale. A broken phone. Which meant his plan to call 911 and wait for rescue was completely shattered. Zhang Lingquan was standing right at the basement door, waiting. Once the restraining effect of the universal lock faded, he would be eliminated. What do we do? Hancock paced frantically. He never imagined Zhang Lingquan would be so thorough. He had actually destroyed this survivor's item in advance. Just as he was at a loss, a sharp ripping sound from the void caught his attention. Hancock looked up. A vast expanse of void before him split cleanly in two, as if a zipper had been pulled apart. Immediately afterward, an object was tossed out from the rift in the void. It rolled with a clatter to Hancock's feet. Teleportation Hearthstone. Item category: safe teleportation. Effect: upon use, marks surrounding hazards and safely teleports the user away. Note: safe teleportation removes the user from immediate danger but involves a degree of randomness. Hancock picked up the item. Though he lacked the time AI to analyze it, a note was attached to the teleportation stone. It clearly outlined the effects and usage instructions for the teleportation Hearthstone. This filled Hancock with both delight, yet also puzzled. The delight stemmed from the realization that this artifact could help him escape the basement. The puzzlement stemmed from the fact that this object looked incredibly valuable, yet he had no idea who had given it to him. Moreover, the fact that the sender could wield spatial artifacts suggested they belonged to a formidable faction. Was this meant to help him clear the dungeon? To kill Zhang Lingquan? He stared at the intricately patterned teleportation Hearthstone in his hand. Hancock fell deep in thought. However, he didn't hesitate. Upon receiving the artifact, he activated it immediately. As magical formations coalesced beneath his feet, the entire underground slaughterhouse erupted in blinding light. The next second, he vanished from this place. Hancock felt nothing but dizziness before his eyes. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself standing on the second floor of the butcher's cottage. Out. Ha! That Dragon Country guy must still think I'm in the basement. He felt a surge of joy. But he dared not make a sound. After all, there were still a few minutes left before the universal lock's effect wore off. He had to use this window to find a way to escape. With that thought, his gaze immediately shifted to the innermost room on the second floor, the place where the butcher bard slept. Simultaneously, his mind drifted back to the prompt he'd seen upon entering the dungeon. 35 years ago, a boy was born in a Texas public hospital. The boy never knew who his father was. He grew up with his mother on a farm in Texas. Over time, with no other women in his life, the boy developed unusual feelings toward his mother. But due to his timid and cowardly nature, he suppressed these feelings deep within his heart. Years later, after his mother passed away, the pent-up emotions finally erupted. On the very night of his mother's burial, the boy dug up his mother's grave with his own hands, peeled off her skin, and fashioned it into a pig-headed mask. He developed a new obsession. Clearly, this bard possessed an almost perverse Oedipus complex. To win his mother's affection, he even went so far as to skin her and craft props from her flesh. At this thought, a flicker of excitement crossed Hancock's face. He might be able to exploit this weakness to clear this dungeon. If he could find something related to the butcher bard's mother, he could uncover the second path to clearing the dungeon. He immediately tiptoed toward the room. The butcher bard's room was filthy, filled with a pungent stench of decay. Hanging on the walls were various types of leather goods. Each one bore a name written beneath it. Using the light filtering in from the hallway, Hancock began searching cautiously. He soon found a blood-stained wooden box. Like most of the furniture in the room, it was covered in grime and looked black and dingy. For some reason, the moment he saw the box, he felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed to hold something terrifying inside, something that would haunt him the moment he opened it. Hancock's hands trembled slightly as he cradled the wooden box. He didn't have much time. Without clues to clear the checkpoint, no matter how well he hid, it was only a matter of time before Zhang Lingquan, playing the role of the Butcher of Bad, found him. In other words, regardless of whether the box held any supernatural power, he had no choice but to take the gamble. Click. The wooden box opened. Inside lay a slightly wrinkled, aged human skin. Almost simultaneously with opening the box, the dungeon's notification chime sounded in his ears. Survivor Hancourt has obtained the key item Mother's Face. While holding the Mother's Face item, survivors are immune to all execution attempts by the killer. While the survivor possesses the Mother's Face item, the killer's attack methods will be restricted. Mother's Face is unique and may be carried out of the copy by the survivor. After seeing the series of prompts from the copy, Hancock froze for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. Yes! He had made the right bet. With this item in hand, he's not just clearing dungeons anymore. He could also Hunt down the butcher. Chapter 143, Someone is deliberately blocking us. Due to the unique nature of role-playing instances, the instance doesn't relentlessly corner survivors into dead ends. On the contrary, if survivors pay close attention, they'll discover 2 or even multiple escape routes. This was the case with Jan Fanny's cell phone deep within the underground slaughterhouse. Now, in the room of the butcher bard, Mother's face was no different. Hancock's face was filled with excitement. With this item in hand, Zhang Lingquan would be bound by his own limitations everywhere, making it a breeze for him to clear the stage. As this thought crossed his mind, he turned to leave through the second-floor window only to suddenly notice the light behind him dim. A pitch-black figure now stood at the doorway. Against the dim corridor light, the shadow appeared even more eerie. Didn't wake up before you escaped? Got a lot of gear on you? The shadow let out a cold chuckle before revving the chainsaw in its hand. The room was instantly filled with the shrill whine of the saw blade spinning. Bzzzzzzzzz. As Zhang Lingquan approached step by step, Hancock flinched at first, but regained his composure the moment he realized what was happening. He pulled the human face from the box, his expression brimming with confidence and composure. Zhang Lingquan, you planned everything down to the last detail, but you never expected me to find the key item for the dungeon, did you? Ha 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 ha. With this in my possession, you can't touch me. You call yourself a genius? Poof. Today, I'll slaughter you, the so-called genius of the Dragon Nation. As he spoke these final words, a sickly grin spread across Hancock's face. He had been utterly crushed by Zhang Lingquan's butcher role earlier. As a seasoned professional specializing in special role-playing dungeons, Hancock possessed his own aura of strength, yet he never expected to suffer repeated defeats at Zhang Lingquan's hands. Now that he had his chance, he wouldn't have to swallow his pride like before. On the other side, Zhang Lingquan stood opposite him, watching silently the entire time. Even upon learning that Hancock had obtained the Mother's Face item, his expression remained as calm as ever. This peculiar behavior made Hancock frown deeply. He didn't believe Zhang Lingquan had any other means to turn the tables. Having faced him before, he found this Dragon Nation man utterly unpredictable. The man was nothing short of a monster, and cunning to the extreme. He didn't seem like a novice who had just started playing special role-playing instances. He stared at him with a frown for a long moment. Hancock finally spoke again. Hey, kid, why aren't you talking? Leave your last words. From the moment I acquired this item, this dungeon run was already a foregone conclusion. You're not seriously thinking about a comeback, are you? He sneered with utter contempt. Truth be told, he genuinely wasn't afraid of Zhang Lingquan turning the tables. After all, the item, Mother's Face, imposed terrifying restrictions on the butcher. No matter what, the opponent couldn't possibly kill him while he held the item. He just needed to hold out until noon the next day, when people from nearby farms would discover the carnage there and call 911. Then he would have successfully cleared the game. As for Zhang Lingquan, he would be eliminated outright. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, in Zhang Lingquan's live stream, most Dragon Nation netizens, seeing Zhang Lingquan hadn't acted immediately, grew increasingly anxious. What the hell is big shot Zhang Lingquan doing? Why isn't he moving? Just watching him like that is dangerous. Dude, didn't you see that prop in Hancock's hand? It's super effective against the butcher. Seriously, is the boss really just going to leave it at that? The crowd was gloomy and despondent. After all, even though they weren't regulars in special role-playing scenarios, they understood the rules of such games. Survivors never die, win, or lose. But the butcher is different. They can actually die. Meanwhile, seeing that Zhang Lingquan hadn't immediately attacked him, Hancock's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed for a moment. He boldly raised the human face, stepped past Zhang Lingquan, and headed toward the second-floor window. With the prop Mother's Face in hand, the butcher would not attack him next. Hancock only needed to wait by the highway for tomorrow's 911 Arthur. Zhang Lingquan stood rooted to the spot. Watching Hancock climb out the second-floor window, he suddenly smiled. Take your time leaving. Hope we meet again someday. Ha! Hancock's movements halted at the words. He looked up at him strangely. He clearly didn't understand. After all, any normal person would break down emotionally or even fly into a rage upon learning they were about to die. But Zhang Lingquan was far too composed. And it wasn't just him. Even the viewers watching in the live stream room were all taken aback by Zhang Lingquan's unflappable demeanor. They couldn't understand how he could still smile at such a critical moment. Wait, Zhang Lingquan, aren't you going to fight back? Just take him out already. Oomph. Dragon Nation citizen, watch your language. Hancock is a hero of our free nation. He's your free nation's piece of utterly despicable behavior. Still better than your dying Dragon Nation scum. The crowd erupted in heated arguments. The Dragon Nation netizens seemed to have been hit where it hurt, suddenly falling silent. This only fueled the excitement among viewers from other nations in the livestream. The barrage of profanity grew increasingly vile. Dragon Nation, face reality, your Zhang Lingquan is about to die. Ah, Dragon Country people, eat my ass. Bunch of trash. Useless scum. Faced with these insults and mockery, the Dragon Nation fans in the livestream who had been ready to cheer Zhang Lingquan on suddenly felt heavy-hearted. Indeed, now that Hancock had obtained an item capable of countering the butcher, clearing the dungeon was only a matter of time. Once Hancock cleared the dungeon, then Zhang Lingquan would also. In contrast to the helplessness of these netizens, the Dragon Nation Military and Research Agency had already prepared for a rescue operation. Inside the special teleportation array of the Dragon Nation Research Bureau, Ji Lingxue was instructing Ji Yeye beside her. Remember, once the military personnel arrive, you must go in and rescue Zhang Lingquan. Don't worry, Auntie Xue. I will. Ji Yeye nodded vigorously. She never imagined that one Zhang Lingquan could command such attention from both the military and the Research Bureau. Just as the two were talking, two more people entered through the doorway. It was Long Xiajie and her regiment commander, Hao Tai. Due to her close relationship with Zhang Lingquan, Long Xiajie had been assigned by the military to lead this rescue mission. As for Hao Tai behind her, he was carrying an object resembling a television set. The moment they entered, they greeted Ji Lingxue. Manager Ji, I've brought the person and the equipment. They can proceed now. Alright, let's begin. We can't afford delays with Zhang Lingquan. Ji Lingxue nodded in response. After that, Long Xiajie also exchanged greetings with Ji Lingxue. He then began tinkering with the television device he had brought, working alongside Hao Tai. Special role-playing instances weren't much harder than story instances, but the restrictions imposed were terrifying. Unless it was a special item, ordinary spatial artifacts were practically useless. The item Long Xiajie and the others had brought was precisely that. Lefebvre's television. Item type, spatial. Effect, after use, can scientifically mark instance change nodes. Note, after successfully marking a copy change node, one may freely traverse it for a short period. Note, replicas have no type restrictions. Note, this item possesses a unique property, it vanishes immediately after use. After Hao Tai finished setting up the TV, he gestured for Long Xiajie and Ji Yeye to come over. Once they were in position, he pressed the TV's power button lightly. Fizzle. Soon, the screen filled with large patches of black and white static. Long Xiajie and Ji Yeye, standing before the screen, vanished from view in an instant. Ah, I hope those two make it safely. Ji Lingxue stood rooted to the spot, watching them vanish, and couldn't help but sigh heavily. Hao Tai nodded beside her, though he remained silent, his eyes equally filled with concern. As the two stood silently lost in thought, staring at the television like prop. The television screen, previously filled with static, suddenly distorted and began flickering. Immediately after, Long Xiajie and Ji Yeye, who had been sucked in earlier, were transported back out. Seeing them appear, Ji Lingxue's heart skipped a beat. How did you two get out? Aunt Xue, the device didn't work. It didn't work? What exactly happened? Ji Yeye's response left Ji Lingxue utterly confused. At the same time, a vague sense of foreboding began to take root in her mind. Seeing this, Long Xiajie spoke up. Manager Ji, it's not the prop's fault, someone is deliberately sabotaging us. Chapter 144, Dungeon Clear. Long Xiajie's words instantly plunged the group into silence. Zhang Lingxuan's value to the Dragon Nation was beyond measure. Every nation in the world that had fallen out with the Dragon Nation wished Zhang Lingquan dead. In other words, many lurked in the shadows. Their sole objective? To prevent the Dragon Nation's government from intervening to rescue Zhang Lingquan at any cost. Could this be the will of heaven? Ji Lingxue felt a sense of helplessness. When Zhang Lingquan had given her the Spirit Stone earlier, she had been thrilled for quite some time. She had believed the jade infant statue in her family's possession would finally be revived. But now, at this thought, Ji Lingxue turned abruptly and addressed Hao Tai. This is serious. You report to the military. I'm going to find the Research Bureau's higher-ups. Zhang Lingquan is far too important to the Dragon Nation. He absolutely cannot die, no matter what. The open and covert struggles outside the dungeon. Those still trapped within the dungeon remained utterly unaware. At that moment, Hancock gripped the collapsed second-floor eaves, carefully sliding down step by step. Ha 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 ha. If I can just hold out until noon tomorrow, I'll clear this dungeon. Zhang Lingquan, you're as good as dead. Damn you, Dragon Nation scum, you all deserve to die. Hancock shouted excitedly as he fled toward the highway, unable to contain his thrill. He could already envision his triumphant completion of the dungeon run and Zhang Lingxuan's gruesome demise. Then came the promotions and honors. All the major clans would welcome him as their honored guest. I, Hancourt, am the strongest. Wah! He cried out in fervor. But soon, upon seeing the scene before him, Hancock's smile froze. Who are you? There, blocking his path to the highway, stood a figure who had appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't Zhang Lingquan playing the butcher, bad. It was a bald man wielding a chainsaw. Who else could it be but Xiangzi? To Hancourt's questioning, Xianzi said nothing, merely pulling the chainsaw's trigger. Instantly, the whirring sound of the saw blade filled the entire wheat field. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingquan, who had watched Hancock flee, did not pursue him. Instead, he examined the interior of the butcher's hut with keen interest. It must be said, the original owner's taste was rather questionable, nothing but cheap imitations. Zhang Lingquan strolled through the space, taking it all in with a certain leisurely grace. Meanwhile, the Chinese viewers in his livestream room were nearly driven mad with anxiety. "Boss, stop looking. This is freaking me out more and more. Go chase that guy already." "Yeah, boss. Don't you dare die. You're our idol." "Ah, you guys from Longwei up there, you really are pitiful. Get out. This is a Chinese livestream, you're not welcome here." "You tell me to get lost? I won't. I'm coming in. I'm out. I'm back in. What are you Dragon Country people gonna do about it?" Before the mockery in the livestream could even build up, another unexpected turn of events unfolded on the other side of the instance. Survivor Hancourt has been slaughtered by the butcher. Survivors remaining, 0. Congratulations to professional hunter Zhang Lingquan for eliminating all survivors and successfully clearing the special instance blood-stained wheat field. Congratulations to professional hunter Zhang Lingquan for completing the instance mission in 4 hours, earning an SSS tier rating. The successive instance notifications stunned the netizens still arguing inside the instance. The foreign netizens who reacted first immediately started shouting, "No way! Zhang Lingquan hasn't even moved, and wasn't he restricted by the props? It must be a glitch. A dungeon glitch. Zhang Lingquan must be severely punished." "Exactly. Punish him. That scumbag exploited a glitch." Seeing their comments, more Chinese netizens were re-energized. "Haha, see? Our big shot Zhang Lingquan is just that strong. You lose a raid battle and blame heaven and earth? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Have you no shame?" "Exactly. 4 of you against 1, and you still got counter-killed? Do you even know how to play?" In an instant, the livestream chat was flooded with counterattacks from Chinese netizens. As for the situation in the chat room, Zhang Lingquan remained oblivious. Upon hearing the dungeon clear announcement, a smile instantly spread across his face. Hancock had been right earlier. As long as the enemy kept holding that mother's face item, he simply couldn't lay a finger on Hancock. But Zhang Lingquan's inability to act, that didn't mean others, or summoned creatures, couldn't. So, "Xianzi, I'm ing coming at you." After clearing the instance, Zhang Lingquan was teleported back to the instance space. Almost the instant he returned, his instance panel began beeping incessantly. He glanced at it and saw it was all video requests from Jiling Xue. Without hesitation, he immediately called her back. Soon, the video projection request was accepted by the other party. She remained the same, a stunningly beautiful ice queen with a graceful figure. Only now, a hint of anxiety lingered between her brows, easing only upon seeing Zhang Lingquan. "Zhang Lingquan, why didn't you discuss this with me beforehand before heading into the special instance on your own? Do you have any idea how worried I was? How worried everyone else was? So many people want you dead. Have you considered the consequences of this failure? How could you be so disobedient? Admit you were wrong." Perhaps to vent her pent-up frustration, Jiling Xue's barrage of childish accusations left Zhang Lingquan completely dumbfounded. The latter opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He understood. She was genuinely worried about him. Seeing his silence, Jiling Xue continued. "Honestly, I never expected you to clear this special role-playing dungeon. Your talent has surpassed all of our expectations. A lot of people are keeping an eye on you now. Can you promise me you won't do this again?" Compared to her initial questioning, Jiling Xue's tone had softened considerably, which caught Zhang Lingquan off guard. To put it bluntly, with Jiling Xue's looks, if she could stay this gentle forever, marrying her as a wife would be quite nice. Zhang Lingquan nodded. "Alright, Sister Ji, I promise you I won't act rashly anymore. MHM. Seeing how obedient he was, Jiling Xue nodded in satisfaction, her earlier anger finally subsiding considerably. "You just came out of the dungeon. Take some time to recover first. We'll talk about it when you're ready." "Alright, Sister Ji, you." Zhang Lingquan tried to say more, but Jiling Xue cut the video projection off abruptly. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. She sure is decisive, isn't she? On the other end, Jiling Xue, having ended the video call, was seated upright in her luxurious bamboo grove courtyard. Ever since seeing Zhang Lingquan's palace, she had begun transforming her bamboo grove courtyard, and the results were quite impressive. At that moment, she stared at the direction where Zhang Lingquan's projection had vanished, and remained lost in thought for a long while. That kid. He really knows how to surprise you. Chapter 145, Cartoon Stickers. At the very moment Zhang Lingquan cleared the dungeon, all the candidates and professionals still inside the instance space were utterly stunned. Holy crap! That's a special role-playing dungeon. The big shot actually cleared it? That pro is insane. I actually thought he'd die earlier. My bad. What's so special about taking down some minions? That's just the big shot's true strength. Don't get too cocky. Zhang Lingquan might not die this time, but he'll bite the dust next time. Ha, what are you barking about? Scum, like you wouldn't last half an episode against the boss. The chat channel was flooding with messages. Whether it was the local channel, national channel, or the global channel, everyone was discussing this incident. Apart from a few sarcastic remarks, almost everyone was left with just one emotion. That is, shock. Without exaggeration, Zhang Lingquan set a new record for role-playing instances. Or rather, he had set the record for eliminating 4 survivors while playing as the butcher. Of course, regardless of the outside commotion, Zhang Lingquan remained oblivious. He was currently counting his rewards. While the penalty system for special role-playing instances is terrifying for the butcher, but the reward system is equally generous. At this moment, several reward orbs had already appeared before him. Option 1, Elixir of Immortality, grants 50 years of additional lifespan. Recommended chance, 50%. Option 2, Cartoon Sticker, permanently increases SAN value. Recommended probability, 100%. Option 3, Magic Shield, capable of withstanding nuclear blast damage, recommended probability 40%. Option 4, Empty Bowl, has a chance to spawn various items, recommended probability 40%. The rewards remained the same 4-choice selection as in previous instances. Additionally, there was a fixed reward item and 10,000 points of advancement experience. Zhang Lingquan didn't hesitate, immediately beginning to inspect each reward one by one. No doubt about it. Perhaps because the rewards were doubled. This time, the rewards were exceptional in both quality and other aspects. Option 1 needed no further explanation. Using it would grant an additional 50 years of life out of thin air. Such an item capable of extending human lifespan out of thin air. Across the entire Dragon Nation, or even the entire world. Few such items exist. Even if it's a one-time use item, the potential to add 50 years to one's life is enough to drive many mad. Yet despite its incredible power, Time AI still only gave it a 50% recommendation rating. Zhang Lingquan furrowed his brow slightly as his gaze shifted to examine option 2. The description for this item was peculiar. If one were to insist on discussing cost-effectiveness, adding 50 years to one's lifespan was naturally far superior to permanently increasing SAN points. Yet the Time AI had given it a full 100% recommendation rate. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Lingquan even began to suspect whether the Time AI had malfunctioned. How could it possibly analyze such a seemingly useless item and give it a 100% chance? After glancing at option 2, his gaze shifted downward to examine the remaining 2 rewards. The Magic Shield was undeniable. An item capable of withstanding nuclear blast damage boasted terrifying defense. As for that final empty bowl, Zhang Lingquan stared at it intently. Soon, the Time AI provided its item analysis. Empty bowl. Item category, creation. Effect, make a wish upon this bowl to obtain an item. Note, this item requires use with Buddha statue. Note, if the Buddha statue item is missing, the host must possess strong faith and pray daily. Note, item refresh rates are random. Anything is possible. Compared to the other 3 rewards, the final empty bowl item is clearly superior. Especially with its note stating anything is possible. This note grants the item limitless potential for growth. Apart from requiring exclusive matching items, Zhang Lingquan couldn't immediately find any flaws with this item. Yet, despite its formidable power, in the eyes of Time AI, still carried a 40% recommendation probability. This, Zhang Lingquan hesitated for a moment. Forget it. Since it's recommended by Time AI, I'll just go ahead and pick it. After making up his mind, he selected the second reward, the cartoon sticker. The sticker featured a pink piglet that looked incredibly cute. Zhang Lingquan gave it a quick glance and stuck it onto his arm. The sticker vanished the moment it touched his skin, leaving only a cute little pink pig. Damn it, wasn't that supposed to be a sticker? How did it turn into a tattoo? Watching the pink pig on his arm gradually spread like ink in water, Zhang Lingquan frowned deeply. There was nothing he could do. He now had a psychological aversion to tattoos. He rubbed his arm, realizing it wouldn't come off. He simply gave up on trying. While he fiddled with the pink pig tattoo, outside the instance, many were utterly stunned by Zhang Lingquan's achievements. At the temporary military camp on the outskirts of Zhongbei City, Long Xiejie and Ji Yaya had been staring at each other for quite some time. Earlier, they'd been running around like crazy handling Zhang Lingquan's affairs, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. They had expected him to face grave danger this time. But who could have imagined? He had managed to clear the mission under seemingly impossible odds? It was utterly unbelievable. Most importantly, that bastard Zhang Lingquan had broken the butcher's record in the special role-playing dungeon? Damn it, he's even more ruthless than the butcher himself? compared to Long Xiaojia's slightly more composed state of mind. Ji Yeye was utterly dumbfounded, growing increasingly curious about Zhang Lingquan. Sis Long, I heard you cleared a dungeon with Zhang Lingquan before. Can you tell me about him? Zhang Lingquan? How to put it? First off, he's a man. Second, he's incredibly reassuring. For some reason, Long Xiaojie felt less than enthusiastic when Ji Yeye asked her about him. It felt like someone asking about your crush on a girl. Ji Yeye didn't pick up on the reluctance in Long Xiaojie's tone. Ji Yeye didn't pick up on it, still grinning foolishly. Sis Long, is Zhang Lingquan really manly? Is he super strong? He definitely has that masculine charm. Long Xiaojie nodded. And his strength and talent are the strongest I've ever seen in anyone. Wow, this Zhang Lingquan is really something else. I can't wait to meet him. Ji Yeye's face lit up with excitement. Seeing this, Long Xiaojie frowned. To be honest, if possible, she didn't want Ji Yeye to interact with Zhang Lingquan. But the military's orders compelled her to take Ji Yeye to protect Zhang Lingquan. On one hand, she was reluctant, on the other, it was a superior's order. The two conflicting emotions tangled together. This left Long Xiaojie feeling deeply conflicted, much like a child whose toy had been snatched away. In the end, all her helplessness could only be transformed into a sigh deep within her heart. Ah! Zhang Lingquan, why must you be so exceptional? Chapter 146, The Jin Family's Decision. Compared to the concerns of the people within the Dragon Nation regarding Zhang Lingquan's safety, the factions outside the Dragon Nation were far more concerned with Zhang Lingquan's performance. At this moment, at the Kim family residence in Korea, family head Kim Koen he sat upright in his office chair. Before him sat several other members of the Kim family. Perhaps because no one spoke, the atmosphere in the office felt oppressive. Indeed, they were once again discussing matters concerning Zhang Lingquan. After Kim Jae-yong heard about the blood spirit ginseng pill, she immediately rushed back to the family estate and informed Kim Jianxi of the matter. Originally, Kim Koen he hadn't paid much attention to it, assuming it was just a joke. After all, a pill capable of permanently enhancing one's condition. There were scarcely a handful in all of Goryeo. Jin Jianxi simply didn't believe Zhang Lingquan could refine such a pill. But before this matter could settle, another shocking piece of news broke. Zhang Lingquan, as a butcher, had actually cleared a special role-playing dungeon? It was utterly absurdly powerful. Jin Jianxi could still vividly recall the shock he felt upon hearing the news yesterday. At the same time, he couldn't help but admit one thing. Perhaps, with Zhang Lingquan's innate talent, it was indeed possible for him to refine that blood spirit ginseng pill. Thinking this, Jin Jianxi glanced around at the others and spoke first. You've all heard about Zhang Lingquan. How should we proceed to further strengthen our relationship? At his words, Kim Jae-yong fell silent. She too was at a loss on how to strengthen the bond between their families. After all, Zhang Lingquan's status was now extraordinary, and he had been placed under the complete protection of the Dragon Nation. Seeing the others hesitating, Kim Minjong, another Kim family member seated beside her, stood up and spoke. Head of the family, Zhang Lingquan's talent is terrifying. I believe we should make him disappear. What? Kim Minjong, have you lost your mind? Kim Soo-yeon looked utterly shocked. Beside her, Kim Jae-yong stood up abruptly. Do you have any idea what calamity doing something like that would bring upon our Jin family? If he can't be used for my purposes, what's wrong with eliminating him? Kim Minjong retorted with a cold laugh. The three instantly split into opposing camps, arguing fiercely over the issue. Listening to their quarrel, Kim Kwon-hyun, seated at the head of the table, frowned slightly and raised his hand to rebuke them. This racket! What a disgrace! All of you, shut up! The voices fell instantly. Seeing this, Kim Kwon-hee paid no attention to Kim Jae-yong. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Kim Min-jong, the one who had raised the idea. Speak. Why do you wish to eliminate Zhang Lingquan? Master, his being an outsider is one matter, but his ability to refine the blue blood spirit ginseng pill is another entirely. Kim Min-jong, seeing the family head questioning him, immediately voiced his thoughts. A pill capable of granting permanent passive status must never be allowed to circulate. Therefore, before we make him disappear, we must extract the secret of its alchemy. Kim Jianxi nodded. Then his fingers began tapping rhythmically on the desk as he seemed lost in thought. As Jin Jianxi fell silent, the entire office once again descended into quiet. Listening to the earlier discussions, Kim Soo-yeon now felt a complex mix of emotions. It was clear she had feelings for Zhang Lingquan. Yet the family was willing to resort to violence over some so-called elixir, and was prepared to take action against Zhang Lingquan. This weighed heavily on Kim Soo-yeon's heart. Though Zhang Lingquan and the Kim family hadn't formed a deep partnership, there was still room for reconciliation. It didn't warrant hostilities. She had to do something. Finally, after a moment of internal hesitation, she couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Head of the family, we could actually collaborate with Zhang Lingquan. Only he can refine that elixir. If we turn against him, we'll suffer heavy losses. I believe cooperation is the path to mutual benefit.
The moment these words left her lips, all eyes in the office instantly turned to her. Jin Jianxi's eyes narrowed as if recalling something, then he slowly inquired.
I recall that girl, Xiaoyan, hasn't had much contact with Zhang Lingquan yet, has she? Are you referring to the previous plan, head of the family?
Kim Jae-yeon looked puzzled.
Realizing the implication, she immediately responded with a smile.
Indeed, the plan to have Su-yeon interact with Zhang Lingquan was delayed due to certain matters.
Oh. Kim Kuan, he nodded.
In that case, proceed with the original plan. Additionally, send more young women from the family over.
Make sure they understand they must make contact with Zhang Lingquan no matter what.
It would be best if they could establish a relationship with him that would make negotiating terms much easier. As long as we can forge a blood bond between that boy and the Kim family, our clan will rise to new heights. Hearing Kim Gun-hee's words, Kim Soo-yeon stared at him in utter shock. She never imagined the patriarch would make such a decision.
Wasn't this essentially using a beauty trap to snatch her beloved Lingquan Appa?
Compared to Kim Soo-yeon's fury, Kim Min-jong and Kim Jae-yeon beside her showed little emotion.
They bowed respectfully, indicating their acceptance of the order. The three then departed the family head's office.
They boarded a flight bound for the Dragon Nation.
At that moment,
similar to the decision made by the Kim family, all major and minor international powers made corresponding adjustments due to Zhang Lingquan.
The profession of wellness master once again became the focal point of everyone's attention. Though no one dared to choose this profession. But that didn't stop people from imagining what it might be like. Many even flocked to short video platforms,
eagerly awaiting videos from specialized dungeon exploration content creators.
Finally, after a period of anticipation, Zhang Lingquan plays the butcher.
Zhang Lingquan successfully completes special role-playing dungeon.
Headlines like these began dominating the homepages of major chat platforms.
Simultaneously, the news spread rapidly across the internet. A large number of video bloggers who specialize in researching and narrating instance content.
Due to the lack of information about Zhang Lingquan, few produced commentary videos.
However, Infinitesimal Black, who had previously posted videos supporting Zhang Lingquan, seemed to have found some leads. After leaving everyone with a video full of questions, he vanished once again.
Hello everyone, I'm sure you've all heard about the Zhang Lingquan incident. Rest assured, once I've investigated some things, I'll release a dedicated video. Please be patient. Below his video, discussions erupted, the buzz reaching unprecedented levels.
It was no surprise what Zhang Lingquan had done this time was truly shocking.
That was a special role-playing dungeon.
And he was playing the butcher. One misstep, and the survivors could kill him. In this kind of professional versus player scenario, teaming up clearly held an advantage over going solo. For an ordinary player taking on the butcher role, killing just one survivor is already incredibly difficult.
To execute all 4 survivors?
Unless those 4 just stand still waiting to be slaughtered, it's as hard as climbing to the heavens.
Zhang Lingquan's feat of eliminating 4 survivors in rapid succession is truly unprecedented. And so, Zhang Lingquan's dungeon run caused an immediate uproar online. What's wrong with a health guru like me knowing a few chainsaw tricks? Don't worry, I'm genuinely a support class. Chainsaw Maniac Zhang Lingquan. Headlines like these have now become trending keywords online. On Douyin and Kuaishou, nearly 7 of the top 10 trending topics are related to Zhang Lingquan. Netizens are flooding live streams and video comments with reactions like, "How is this guy so good? Isn't being a wellness guru just a support role? Support class? That's other people's health master, this pro plays it as a main class. Damn, I'm so jealous. How did Zhang Lingquan get this strong? Is this what a genius looks like? Man, what I'm most curious about is how the pro cleared the game as a butcher. Didn't you watch the live stream? Of course he just charged through it. Damn impressive." As more people joined the discussion, netizens gradually began noticing oddities in the dungeon. Soon, several news stories rivaling Zhang Lingquan's popularity began trending again across major short video platforms. Why did other butchers appear in the solo butcher dungeon besides Zhang Lingquan? Shocking bug. Zhang Lingquan exploited a dungeon glitch. Chapter 147, Ancient Ruins Guardian Mecha. Online discourse grew increasingly heated. Amidst this intense public scrutiny, Infinity Black finally went live. Almost instantly, every major video platform exploded with activity. Those who had been speculating earlier now found an outlet for their pent-up emotions. They began flocking to Infinity Black's livestream to post comments. Finally here. It's been hours. Do you have any idea how I spent these hours? Hurry up and analyze it for us, Brother Shohei. We can't wait any longer. Shoo. Quiet, everyone. Brother Hei's about to start showing off. Under the guidance of several moderators, the once bustling livestream instantly fell silent. Seeing this, Infinity Black grinned and cut straight to the chase without further ado. Hello everyone, I'm Infinite Little Black. I was just looking up some information earlier. Sorry for keeping you waiting. As he spoke, he made a gesture of apology toward the live stream, clasping his hands together. Then he continued. Before diving into the details, let me take you through Zhang Lingquan's achievements. First, he was the first to clear a story dungeon during the college entrance exam period. Moreover, during this process, Zhang achieved consecutive SS rank and SSS rank clear evaluations for the dungeons. Undoubtedly, such accomplishments are unprecedented in history. He is the first. Second, as everyone knows, in the special role-playing dungeon, Zhang played the butcher. While most students haven't encountered this type of dungeon yet. For professionals, however, special role-playing instances are more challenging than story instances. Why? It's due to the inherent adversarial nature of these instances, pitting two factions against each other. On the surface, the butcher seems to hold the advantage. But in reality, when you factor in the skills and items of the players, the butcher is actually at a disadvantage. Aside from slightly better clear rewards, everything else can be described as terrible. Not only do they face death, but they can't use any of their own skills unless they're exceptionally clever. Otherwise, playing the butcher in this type of instance is tantamount to suicide for a professional player. But Zhang Lingquan pulled it off. Not only did he clear the dungeon, he also eliminated 4 survivors. This achievement shines brightly, whether viewed in the past or the future. Of course, my reason for mentioning these 2 points is to pose a question to everyone. Namely, do professions truly have inherent strengths and weaknesses? At this point, Infinity Black paused. After rattling off 2 facts about Zhang Lingquan in one breath, he found himself parched. Nevertheless, he posed a question to the audience beyond the livestream. Is there truly such a thing as stronger or weaker professions? Seeing this, those still in the livestream fell into deep thought. Following Infinity Black's logic, their previous perspectives did seem rather narrow. Perhaps some professions were inherently weak, while others were inherently strong. Previously, most had attributed this disparity solely to class differences. But after the incident with Zhang Lingquan, the perceived strength or weakness of classes no longer seemed fixed as before, but instead became abstract. After all, the Health Preservation Master class had been chosen by countless players over the years, proving it to be a useless class. Yet this supposedly useless profession became unstoppably powerful in Zhang Lingquan's hands. This inevitably led people to contemplate other possibilities. Is strength truly determined by the profession? Or the individual? Inside the livestream, Infinite Little Black spoke like a teacher. After giving everyone ample time to ponder, he resumed his explanation. Of course, don't be too hard on yourselves. Zhang Lingquan's situation is different from yours. These past days, I've combed through extensive records on health preservation masters. Based on existing records, no health preservation master in history has ever reached the advanced tier. Of course, aside from that, there are quite a few variant professions that have emerged through the cultivation masters. Qi cultivators, earth immortal, Qi masters, judo masters, longevity practitioner. These professions have all achieved dazzling accomplishments in history. Moreover, based on my investigation, I discovered that the Ji family has recently been on good terms with Zhang. A reporter once spotted Ji Lingxue at the Zhongbei City military camp likely to visit Zhang. Moreover, the Ji family possesses a Yuan infant left behind by their ancient ancestor. I believe this is the reason behind Zhang's formidable strength. Of course, these are merely my personal speculations. I have no knowledge of the actual circumstances. What I mean to say is, Zhang Lingquan shows us the diverse potential within the same profession truly remarkable. If the health preservation master profession can cultivate someone like Zhang Lingquan, what about other niche professions? Professions like artist or home appliance repair technician, do they hold similar potential? Let's wait and see. With that said, the livestream was officially over. Infinite Little Black began chatting with viewers about other topics. Of course, the buzz surrounding Zhang Lingquan showed no signs of fading. Especially the segment analyzing the prospects of other niche professions. It truly opened the eyes of many who had already switched to that profession. Yeah. Since even that health-conscious master Zhang Lingquan is unstoppably strong, why can't those who switch to other useless professions make a comeback? For a moment, everyone's heart surged with excitement regarding the various changes unfolding in the outside world. Still inside the dungeon, Zhang Lingquan, thanks to the chat channel, had also caught glimpses of Infinity Black's livestream content. Though he hadn't watched the stream himself, he gained considerable inspiration from the accounts shared in the channel. He was confident that before long, the military and the research bureau would deliver large quantities of special materials to him. Then, he would be able to refine pills with even greater efficacy than before. Zhang Lingquan pondered these thoughts while examining the gleaming silver armor before him. Besides that, he had 7 or 8 dungeon items and 4 storage bracelets. The gleaming silver armor was a fixed reward he had obtained from clearing the dungeon. As for the other items and storage bracelets, dropped by Hancock and his group, he gave the items a quick glance. Most were single-use effects. Fate coin. Item category, luck. Effect, upon use, a 50% chance to activate either a positive or negative status effect. Note, positive status boosts the host's attributes by 100% all stats. Note, negative effects reduce the host's own attribute values by 100% all. Silver goblet. Item type, status effect. Effect, upon use, grants the drunk status. Note, while intoxicated, the host's strength attribute increases by 50%. Note, while intoxicated, the host's intelligence attribute is reduced by 50%. Note, the potion lasts only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the host will experience significant attribute decay. Items like these. All dropped by those foreigners. While the effects are quite impressive, they come with severe side effects. Damn it, these foreigners really are a bunch of gambling dogs. Zhang Lingquan cursed under his breath. His gaze then shifted to the fixed reward granted by the dungeon. Ancient Ruins Guardian Mech. Item type, protection. Effect, upon activation, this item forms a protective mech suit around the wearer. Note, the armor can briefly fly off the ground, consuming internal energy. Note, the armor can defend against a certain degree of magical and physical attacks. The host must explore its capabilities independently. Note, this armor is in its initial state and can be upgraded later. The host must explore this on their own. Listening to Time AI's analysis of the Ancient Ruins Guardian armor item, Zhang Lingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, just looking at this mech's attributes alone, it felt incredibly high-end, sophisticated, and premium. He tried it on and discovered it enveloped his entire body. Its surface gleamed with a smooth, polished finish, and upon closer inspection, faint, deep blue light occasionally flickered across it. It wasn't just good looking, it was stunning. Moreover, its defensive capabilities seemed quite formidable. Zhang Lingquan tested it by channeling a sword energy through his artifact spirit. He discovered it couldn't even breach the armor's defenses. This was an upgraded sword energy, after all, not only sharper but also imbued with scorching properties. Even that couldn't scratch this mech suit, showing just how terrifying its defenses are. If they were to enter a special role-playing instance later, if he pulled out this mech armor, the opponents would probably curse like sailors, wouldn't they? At this thought, Zhang Lingxuan's lips curled upward, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Of course, beyond its formidable defense, the ability to upgrade it later was also something Zhang Lingquan valued highly. However, the upgrade requirements for this mech remained the same as those for the previous Zhan Yen treasure bead. The Time AI hadn't provided any specific hints. Last time, he had obtained the synthesis diagram for the orb himself. Could it be that this mecha upgrade also required a similar synthesis diagram, or perhaps an upgrade scroll? The more Zhang Lingquan pondered it, the more he found himself rubbing his temples in frustration. It seemed that to upgrade this mech, he'd have to venture into the dungeon for some exploration. Though it was a hassle, Zhang Lingquan didn't lose heart. Instead, a sense of urgency began to stir within him. He hadn't forgotten Ji Lingshue's earlier warning. Some terrifying entity had already set its sights on him. Clutching his fists, Zhang Lingquan murmured to himself, his eyes filled with solemn determination. I must strengthen myself faster. Chapter 148, Mobilizing Forces. Zhang Lingquan busied himself until he had finished tallying all the rewards from this instance. Only then did he teleport back to the real world with satisfaction. Unlike his leisurely pace, at that moment, at the G family compound near a certain spatial fissure, large groups of G family members were being systematically organized in an open area. Such scenes were typically reserved for when the rift became chaotic, prompting the clan to gather everyone. Thus, everyone naturally assumed that an incident had occurred at the nearby instance rift guarded by the clan. Hey, I wonder the clan summoned us all so urgently. Could it be that rift has torn open again? No clue. Judging by the sheer number of people here, it must be pretty serious, right? Wait, look over there. Isn't that Ji Yaya? Isn't he still in school? Several G family members whispered among themselves. They seemed to have spotted something astonishing. Holy crap, it really is her. If I remember correctly, her profession is a green deer mage. She's one of the family's key young talents. Who'd have thought even she'd show up this time? One of them looked utterly stunned. Seeing this, another added in confusion. What do you think the clan wants with us all here? No clue. Every young powerhouse under 20 who's worth mentioning is here. Looks like it's no small matter. The group whispered among themselves once more. Their eyes darted around the room. After all, the G clan was a colossal family. Its descendants numbered at least 100, if not 200. On ordinary days, witnessing so many of the G family's prodigies gathered together in one place was no easy feat. Though they would unconditionally obey the clan's commands, they were all on the same page. What could possibly be the occasion? What could possibly gather so many of them here? Amidst the clamor filling the venue, at the front podium, dozens of elders from the G family had already stepped forward. Upon seeing them, the crowd, who had been chatting moments before, immediately turned their attention. The entire G family grounds fell silent in an instant. 4. The elders ascending the podium held extraordinary status. At the very front stood the head of the G family, Ji Wuhue. He strode onto the stage with purpose. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he addressed the G family members below. My fellow G family members, I have summoned you here today for a matter of great importance. The main purpose is to select a few of you to protect someone. Upon hearing this, the others showed little reaction. But Ji Yaya, standing at the very front, seemed to grasp something. Her gaze toward the family head was filled with peculiar meaning. Protect someone? It was obvious the person the head of the family was referring to was Zhang Lingquan. But given that person's relentless drive to conquer any challenge, who knows who would end up protecting whom? As Ji Yaya's mind wandered with wild thoughts, the crowd behind her began murmuring. Protect someone? Who could it be? Someone important enough for the head of the family to personally select? Could it be the Zhao family? Or perhaps the Qian family? Both are pillar families of the Research Bureau. If only it were one of those two families. I heard they've been conducting some mysterious research lately. What kind of secret research? Stop making things up. Maybe it's a collaboration with the Research Bureau. Exactly. Haven't you noticed Aunt Shui is still on stage? If it's the Research Bureau, then why did Uncle Shuelin return? He's military personnel. Ji Wuhui stood there on the podium. He listened as the crowd below voiced their opinions, making no move to interrupt. Only when all eyes had turned back to him did he wave to the person beside him. He finally gestured to someone beside him. Go ahead. Explain the rules to everyone. Seeing this, the Ji family member who had been standing beside Ji Wuhui immediately nodded. He stepped forward and addressed the crowd below the stage. Everyone, the person you are tasked with protecting is none other than Zhang Lingquan, who has been making waves lately. The family will soon assess your abilities. Those who pass will be assigned to external missions. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Damn, so we're protecting that Zhang Lingquan? Sure, his achievements are impressive, but is all this fuss from the family really worth it? Exactly. He's just some wellness guru, why should we be the ones protecting him? The disdain for Zhang Lingquan was palpable in their remarks. After all, they were all scions of prominent families. They naturally harbored a certain distaste and contempt for those from respectable families. In their eyes, Zhang Lingquan might have scored well on the college entrance exam. But that couldn't change his ordinary background. He simply wasn't worthy of their protection. Listening to the younger generation's murmurs below, the elder members of the Ji family on the stage remained expressionless. Ji Wuhui shot another glance at the person beside him. The latter understood. He spoke up again in a loud voice. Everyone, Zhang Lingquan is now of great value to the family. You must do everything in your power. The crowd had already been dissatisfied with the family's elaborate efforts. Now, upon hearing the clan intended to issue a forced command, it sparked an uproar. Everyone was stunned. The previously hushed murmurs erupted into open, unrestrained discussion. Fifth Elder. You can't be serious. We're all prodigies of the Ji family. Exactly. Fifth Elder, you want us to protect some health guru? I just don't get it. Can we skip this clan mission? I still need to tackle that dungeon. Ji Wuhui listened quietly to the questions below the stage. He made no move to silence them. He wanted to use this to gauge Ji Lingshue's stance. In truth, his views mirrored those of most young members of the Ji clan. He didn't believe Zhang Lingquan was worth the family's investment. Although the other party had achieved quite impressive results, he was still just a high school graduate. Moreover, his profession was that of a wellness master, the weakest of all professions. At such a young age. With such limited abilities. For the entire Ji family, he was simply too insignificant. If we're solely talking about investment potential, the Ji family would be willing to provide Zhang Lingquan with resources. But it would only be giving, not a partnership. The same principle applied. No matter how formidable Zhang Lingshuan's personal strength might be, it still pales in comparison when facing the Ji family. The relationship between the two sides could only be one of dependency, and being dependent there was no third option. The current elaborate effort to select bodyguards for Zhang Lingquan. It's all because of Ji Lingshue's influence. At that moment, as Ji Wuhui turned his gaze toward Ji Lingshue, everyone present fixed their gaze upon Ji Lingshue. Seeing this, she instantly frowned and spoke coldly. Zhang Lingquan is no ordinary man. Assigning you to protect him is merely to establish a reference point. That way, if anything happens, the military and the Research Bureau can pinpoint his location for rescue. Ji Lingshue's words were ruthless. The entire room fell silent at once. What exactly did Aunt Shui mean by that? What did she mean by serving as a reference point? Could it be that Zhang Lingquan, a mere wellness guru, possessed strength that utterly surpassed everyone present? Why would Auntie Shui hold such high regard for an outsider? Perhaps it was because they couldn't process it all at once. Everyone wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Feeling the emotions of anger or confusion radiating from the crowd below the stage. Ji Lingshue, however, let a faint smile curve her lips. Her cold, elegant face betrayed a look of contempt impossible to ignore. Did you really believe the family would send you to be Zhang Lingshuan's bodyguard? Ha! Which one of you has the ability to clear 3A-level difficulty story instances consecutively? And who among you possesses the skill to clear a special role-playing dungeon as a butcher? Whoever believes they can do it, step up to the stage. Her expression was as cold as ice. Her gaze swept coldly over the younger generation of the G family below the stage. Though the young G family elites below had harbored resentment moments ago, but faced with Ji Lingshue's icy interrogation, they all fell silent. They wouldn't dare cross Ji Lingxue at this moment. Moreover, as for the two questions Ji Lingxue had just asked, they simply couldn't answer them. Just as the tension reached its peak, below the podium, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out. "Anxue, I volunteer to be assigned outside the family and follow Zhang Lingquan into the dungeon." Everyone turned toward the voice. There, at the very front of the crowd, she was walking step by step toward the stage. Who else could it be but Ji Yaya? Ji Yaya now wore a charcoal milk-colored gauze dress. As she moved, the skirt clung to her form, perfectly accentuating her figure. Seeing this, many in the audience wore expressions of astonishment. Ji Lingxue, however, wore a look of deep satisfaction. "Yeah, are you sure? This selection isn't mandatory for anyone. You could have refused." "Anxue, the moment you approached me, I made up my mind I must protect Zhang Lingquan." Ji Yaya replied with a smile. This exchange between the two of them effectively set the stage for the moment. Ji Yaya had made up her mind long before Ji Lingxue approached her. Especially after meeting Long Xiajie from the military. Her resolve only grew stronger. She must enter the dungeon and make contact with Zhang Lingquan. He held the secret to her comeback. She had to uncover it. Chapter 149, Storm Clouds Gather. Back in the spotlight. Zhang Lingquan, still deep within the instance, remained unaware of the Ji family's actions. He now stood in the open space before the Immortal Spirit Sanctuary. Before him lay a massive pile of houses. These were the special materials the military had delivered earlier. At first, Zhang Lingquan had assumed the military would only provide basic supplies. But unexpectedly, the military proved far more generous than he had imagined, supplying him exclusively with special materials. Of course, this time the military didn't just bring him materials, they also delivered an item. War Badge. Item type, Protection. Effect, upon use, grants the host a temporary shield and applies the Bloodlust status effect. Note, while under the Bloodlust status, the host's combat prowess will be significantly enhanced, and they will become immune to pain. Note, while in Bloodlust state, the host's attacks will gain a blood-sucking effect. Zhang Lingquan stared at the axe-shaped badge in his hand. A momentary daze settled over his mind. This item alone showed how much the military valued him. Fearing he might perish in the dungeon, they had specifically provided him with a defensive-type item. Just as Zhang Lingquan scrutinized the badge from all angles. Outside the dungeon, in the Free Nation. Within a luxurious estate atop a small hill outside Luoshanji. The Morgan family's high-ranking members were also holding a meeting concerning Zhang Lingquan. Family head Morgan Johnny sat in the main seat. Seeing everyone present, he immediately stood up. "Ladies and gentlemen, our previous operation failed. We were unable to intercept and eliminate Zhang Lingquan within the dungeon. Now he's achieved such results, his potential is extraordinary." Johnny seemed to deliberately leave his sentence hanging. The assembled members all frowned upon hearing this. In truth, they understood the gravity of the situation without the patriarch needing to spell it out. As a prodigy, Zhang Lingquan had rejected the Morgan family's recruitment offer. By convention, the family would never let him live. But the problem now was that the Dragon Nation authorities were protecting him too well. This made it impossible for the Morgan family's assassins to even get close. Unless the Morgans were willing to spare no expense and dispatch over a dozen top-tier operatives for the assassination. But the consequence of such an act would be that the Morgan family, and indeed the entire Free Nation, would face Longhua's retaliation. Don't be fooled by Dragon Nation's usual self-proclaimed peacefulness. Only those in high positions truly understood the terrifying power of a Dragon Nation enraged. "Head of the family, I believe there's still room to maneuver. We can still approach Zhang Lingquan." "I don't think that's wise. Zhang Lingquan is hostile toward our Morgan family, it's not advisable to approach him." "Exactly. I truly agree. I've never seen a young man like him before." Whispers filled the conference room. Several individuals who seemed to be the family's strategists immediately voiced their opinions. This left Patriarch Johnny frowning repeatedly. Just then, the conference room door swung open. An elderly man dressed in a suit and leaning on a cane entered. The previously murmuring room fell silent as everyone rose to their feet. "Chairman Morgan." The crowd bowed respectfully. For the man who had entered was none other than the former chairman of the Morgan family conglomerate, Morgan Sivian. Sylvain smiled at the assembled group before raising his hand to signal them to sit. "Gentlemen, I have received internal intelligence indicating that the situation concerning Zhang Lingquan is extremely serious." "Chairman, what exactly is this intelligence?" Someone voiced their confusion.
Hearing this, Savane's previously cheerful expression turned solemn as he slowly began to explain.
I only learned of this matter myself just now. The Dragon Nation military has kept it tightly under wraps. That Zhang Lingquan possesses a secret connecting two worlds. The Dragon Nation military has already used barrier-free long-range spatial waves to observe fragments of the other dimension. Additionally, among the opponents he faced in his last instance, there was a man from the three nations named Tada. That individual's profession is dancer, a unique prophet class exclusive to the A-Triple Kingdom. Based on his testimony, we can now confirm this information is 100% accurate.
As she spoke, Savine's expression grew solemn. The depth in his eyes revealed the turmoil within. Perhaps it was due to Zhang Lingxuan's talent, or perhaps it was because of the Dragon Nation military affairs. In any case, the entire conference room fell silent. As high-ranking members of the Morgan family,
those seated here were no fools.
They understood the unspoken meaning behind Sivan's words. If Zhang Lingquan truly held the secret to connecting two spatial realms, then his personal value would already surpass that of a certain small oil-rich nation in the Middle East. For this kind of resource, let's call it a resource, the Morgan family would never let go. If possible, they were even willing to launch a minor war for Zhang Lingquan. Send people to continue engaging Zhang Lingquan. Use as gentle means as possible to bring him in. Of course, if he still refuses, use any means necessary. Just make sure he's still alive. Note I said any means. At that moment, Johnny, the family head, hesitated no longer. He directly ordered the attendees in the conference room. Of course, the Morgan family of the Free Nation wasn't the only one to receive this intelligence. Every renowned, established family across the globe possessed its own intelligence network. In an instant, their gazes converged on Zhangbei City. Large numbers of family representatives began arriving. Of course, Zhang Lingquan paid no heed to the commotion unfolding outside. He sat poised upon his magical flying carpet. While admiring the scenery of the training grounds, he used the materials provided by the military to refine elixirs. Among the special materials provided by the military this time were several rare items imbued with life essence, perfect for crafting pills that could restore both health and mana. After all, previously, due to material constraints, he could only concoct pills like the stone pill and black mud pill. While his formidable alchemy skills allowed these pills to serve some purpose, but compared to the side effects of these concoctions, their benefits were negligible. As he continued his alchemy, soon, the elixir took shape and rolled into his palm. Simultaneously, the passive skill, byproduct, activated. Besides the pill, Zhang Lingquan also obtained a peculiar-looking substance. Spirit Light Pill. Item type, powerful recovery. Effect, upon using this item, the host can perform a powerful recovery. Note, in a state of amputation, it can only rapidly stop bleeding. Spirit Light Energy. Item category, Energy Essence. Effect, contains terrifying energy reserves for replenishment. Note, this item is a single-use consumable and vanishes immediately after activation. Zhang Lingquan felt thoroughly satisfied as he reviewed the item analysis from Time AI. This Spirit Light Pill goes without saying. It was incredibly useful to him. As long as it wasn't a severed limb injury, it could restore health rapidly in a short time, truly a miracle cure. As for the accompanying item that came with the pill, he examined it for quite some time. He discovered it had the same effect as the previous Spirit Stone. It would be perfect to give to Jiling Xue. Just as he was deep in thought, a private chat request popped up on the instance interface. Glancing at the sender's name, he recognized it as Jiling Xue and immediately accepted the call. It was still that captivating figure, but this time, two additional projections appeared alongside her. Both were girls, roughly his age. The moment the video projection connected, both girls fixed their piercing gazes on him. This puzzled Zhang Lingquan. Before he could ask, Jiling Xue spoke up first. Zhang Lingquan, let me introduce you. These two are the young prodigies of my Ji family. Consider them your dungeon teammates selected by the Research Bureau for this mission. Get acquainted. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan felt a bit helpless. He didn't really need any teammates. But seeing the hopeful looks in the two girls' eyes across from him, he could only exchange contact information with them. After completing all this, Zhang Lingquan finally turned his gaze back to Jiling Xue. Sis Ji, I've added them. I've got stuff to do, so I'll sign off now. Bye. It wasn't that he didn't want to spend more time with Jiling Xue, it was simply that the upgraded features of the Time AI were too powerful. Especially with three stunning beauties sitting right in front of him. Zhang Lingquan feared he might get a nosebleed if he kept looking. Jiling Xue on the other end seemed poised to say something more. But when she saw Zhang Lingquan's stunned expression after ending the call, she couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. After all, she had invested considerable effort to select two young powerhouses from the Ji family. All for Zhang Lingquan's safety. And now this guy wasn't even grateful? What a brat! Compared to Jiling Xue's inner rant, Ji Ye and Ji Ziwei, who had been selected later, were utterly dumbfounded.
Anshua's call was actually hung up by Zhang Lingquan? This guy. Before the two could recover from their shock, Ji Lingxue received another communication request. Glancing at the caller ID, she recognized Zhang Lingxuan's name and froze. Why is he calling me again? Without hesitation, she answered it directly. Soon, Zhang Lingxuan's projection appeared before the three of them. Sis Ji, while I was refining pills earlier, I tinkered with a little gadget. It might be useful to you, so I'm trading it to you. Zhang Lingquan kept it brief. With that, he disconnected the video projection once more, leaving Ji Lingxue and the other two staring blankly in place, unable to recover for quite some time. Ji Yaya and the others naturally had no idea what little trinket Zhang Lingquan was referring to. But the very next day, Ji Lingxue eagerly took the two of them to Jiangbei City. At that moment, Jiangbei City was teeming with spies sent by major factions and clans, their presence everywhere. The city was bustling with activity. Chapter 150, T0 Support. A storm was brewing in Jiangbei City. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan also teleported out of the instant space. Given his location within the military compound, he immediately sought out Battalion Commander Hao Tai to report for duty. However, he discovered the commander was not in his office. From the guard, he learned. It seemed the commander was in discussions with some important figures. Meanwhile, the logistics officer in charge rushed over and politely informed Zhang Lingquan. The military urgently requires a batch of elixirs capable of rapidly enhancing one's attributes. He was asked to prepare some as soon as possible and deliver them to the quartermaster's office. Zhang Lingquan didn't say much about this. He nodded and prepared to turn away, intending to continue refining the pills within the dungeon space. Only after watching Zhang Lingquan depart did the quartermaster officer finally exhale in relief. His gaze drifted toward the makeshift container office nearby. Inside at that moment, Regimental Commander Hao Tai was meeting with two young nobles from families under Ji Lingxue's command. Supervisor Ji, Zhang Lingquan is one of our military personnel. You needn't concern yourself with him, Hao Tai said cheerfully to Ji Lingxue. Additionally, our military has already assigned personnel to assist Zhang Lingquan. Ji Yaya's profession is perfectly suited for Zhang Lingquan. Ji Lingxue replied coldly. Unlike the amiable demeanor she'd displayed earlier during the joint military rescue operation for Zhang Lingquan. At this moment, Ji Lingxue had fully reclaimed the imposing authority befitting a top-tier professional. Hao Tai felt a chill run down his spine under her piercing gaze, yet he dared not back down. The military high command had explicitly ordered that Zhang Lingxuan's absolute loyalty to the organization be guaranteed. He must remain, and could only remain, a member of the Dragon Nation military. This was precisely why Hao Tai refused Ji Lingxue's offer to send reinforcements to assist Zhang Lingquan. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate when suddenly, Ji Lingxue's brow furrowed. She sensed Zhang Lingxuan's presence. Colonel Hao, didn't you say Zhang Lingquan wasn't here? How is his aura present in the barracks? Hearing this, Hao Tai's heart jolted. He wasn't stupid. He instantly grasped the implication of Ji Lingxue's words. It seemed Zhang Lingquan had teleported out of the instant space. That kid had been stuck in there for so long, why did he have to show up now? Before he could speak, Ji Lingxue strode out of the makeshift meeting room first. Ji Yaya and the others, still frozen in place, hurriedly followed. Not far ahead, Zhang Lingxuan's figure was already visible. He seemed poised to use the military teleportation array to teleport back to the instant space. A faint smile curved Ji Lingxue's lips. Recalling their earlier video projection encounter, she quickened her pace. At that moment, Battalion Commander Hao Tai emerged as well. Seeing the two parties about to meet, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If the military high command found out about this, he'd be in for a serious scolding. Quickly get him into the instant space, he shouted. His intention was to alert the adjutant following Zhang Lingquan, urging him to quickly escort Zhang Lingquan into the teleportation array. Unexpectedly, it startled Ji Lingxue, who mimicked his tone and shouted at Zhang Lingquan. Zhang Lingquan, wait. I need to discuss something with you. Hearing his name called out, Zhang Lingquan immediately turned his head. Upon recognizing Ji Lingxue, he felt a pang of headache. Sister Ji specifically came here, she wouldn't be assigning me a teammate, would she? By then, Hao Tai and Ji Lingxue had already arrived before him, accompanied by two younger members of the Ji family. Spotting Zhang Lingquan, Hao Tai immediately approached with enthusiasm, slapping him on the shoulder. Hey, kid, good work. By the way, Manager Ji brought two young powerhouses from the Ji family this time. She wanted them to be your teammates, but I refused. After all, the military has already assigned Long Xiaojie. Having her assist you should be sufficient. Zhang Lingquan couldn't have been happier that the military was shielding him from such troublesome matters. He nodded immediately. One teammate is enough. I don't need more. Zhang Lingquan, that's not right. More people mean more strength. Ji Lingxue quickly countered. Her reason for wanting to select teammates for Zhang Lingquan. On one hand, she genuinely hoped to assist Zhang Lingquan in the dungeon.
On the other hand, she wanted to gauge his true strength within the dungeon.
Seeing Zhang Lingquan still hadn't agreed, she spoke again. I understand the military sent you someone quite capable, but Ji Yaya isn't bad either. Sis Ji, I understand your point, but I genuinely don't need teammates. Zhang Lingquan continued to decline politely. This left Ji Lingxue feeling utterly helpless. Just hear me out. Ji Yaya's class is a green deer mage. One of her class skills is to possess your body, granting you massive stat boosts. If you two team up, you'll breeze through every dungeon from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Lingquan shot a surprised glance at Ji Yaya beside him. Noticing that she was returning the same look, both nodded in unison. If one were to say, he had felt some resistance to his earlier arrangements for Ji Lingxue. Now, his mind was filled only with astonishment and delight. He never imagined her professional skills would be this insane. This was practically a T0 support. The ability to possess others, and significantly boost the possessed target's stats. While having an extra person on his team felt like a hassle to Zhang Lingquan. But the other party's class and skills were clearly beneficial to him. With that in mind, Zhang Lingquan nodded in agreement. In that case, fine. Ji Lingxue had feared Zhang Lingxuan's repeated refusals would upset him. Upon hearing his nod of agreement, she instantly brightened. Even the anxious Ji Yaya beside her breathed a sigh of relief. Only Hao Tai felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to report this to the military high command? At that moment, Ji Lingxue smiled and said, since you've agreed, it's settled. Next time we run a dungeon, have Yaya go with you. Oh, and that thing you gave me last time worked wonders. Here, take this. As she spoke, Ji Lingxue extended her hand, offering a piece of white jade. This is the life-nurturing jade. It has health-preserving properties and complements your profession perfectly. If you need anything in the future, just go straight to Yaya. She'll fulfill all your requests. Zhang Lingquan didn't refuse. But something about Ji Lingxue's tone fell off. Sis Ji, does this mean I can't contact you anymore? No, I need to enter the Zodiac Dungeon to help Dragon Nation secure the Dragon Essence. Ji Lingxue shook her head in explanation, her gaze fixed on the distant sky, tinged with a faint chill. This only made Zhang Lingquan even more curious. Sis Ji, what exactly is a Zodiac Dungeon? And what is the Dragon Essence of Chen? The latter smiled upon hearing this and made no attempt to conceal the truth, continuing to explain the matter. The Zodiac Dungeon is a high-tier instance where all NPCs are monsters. Not only are they more challenging than other instances, but you also have to compete with other players. It's like... At this point, Ji Lingxue lowered her head in thought, seemingly searching for the right words to describe this instance. Hao Tai interjected from the side. It's like those special role-playing instances you've done before. Only this is like an upgraded version of that. Exactly. Ji Lingxue nodded in agreement. Hearing their explanation, Zhang Lingquan found his knowledge broadened considerably. Dungeons weren't just categorized by type, their difficulty also followed a strict hierarchy from low to high. High-tier instances not only surpassed mid to low tiers in difficulty but also featured player versus player combat scenarios. The competition was fierce, one misstep could cost you your life. Judging by Ji Lingxue's tone, she was going to help. Sigh. My strength is still too low. Otherwise, I could have joined the fun too. Zhang Lingquan felt a wave of emotion wash over him, silently vowing to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. Alright, let's drop this topic. Yeah, we'll stay here. You two should get acquainted first. Ji Lingxue waved her hand, signaling for the two to spend more time together. I'll be going now. Wait. Before Ji Lingxue could leave, Zhang Lingquan called out to her from behind. Hearing this, Ji Lingxue froze, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. What else is there? Sis Ji, here, these are pills I refined earlier. They'll be helpful to you. Zhang Lingquan didn't beat around the bush. He pulled out over a dozen spirit light pills and pressed them into Ji Lingxue's hands. She sensed the energy contained within the pills. Her mind, still a bit dazed, suddenly went wide-eyed. This, the life energy within, is incredibly potent. What on earth is this? Let me see. Hao Tai grew impatient. He craned his neck, ready to peer at Ji Lingxue's hand. But Ji Lingxue sidestepped him and casually retrieved a bottle from her spatial bracelet. She carefully transferred each pill from her hand into the bottle, one by one. The others nearby were completely baffled. They didn't possess Zhang Lingxuan's time AI. Nor did they possess Ji Lingxue's formidable strength. Naturally, they couldn't perceive the terrifying energy contained within the pills. Once all the pills were safely stored in the bottle, Ji Lingxue turned her piercing gaze toward Zhang Lingquan. Did you refine these pills? Is this your professional skill? Yes. Zhang Lingquan did not deny it. Everyone present wished him well, so there was no need for secrecy. Seeing him nod in acknowledgement, Ji Lingxue posed another question. Can you refine this type of pill again? What are its limitations? Yes. As long as the materials are sufficient, I can continue refining it. Zhang Lingquan nodded. As for its limitations, besides being unable to repair severed limbs. As long as you still have a breath left, taking it can rapidly heal your injuries. Not even top-tier practitioners are exempt. At these words, the few present all sucked in a sharp breath. Chapter 151, A Premeditated Operation. Is this pill's efficacy truly as formidable as you claim? How Tai was the first to recover, his face etched with skepticism and disbelief. After all, items capable of such powerful recovery, as Zhang Lingquan described, were scarce even within the military. Compared to How Tai's reaction, Ji Lingxue remained far more composed. She was more concerned about something else. Namely, could the pills Zhang Lingquan had given her be mass-produced? Zhang Lingquan, can you continue refining this pill? I mean, on a large scale? Hearing her words, How Tai beside her snapped to attention. Right. These potent recovery pills were nothing short of miraculous. If they could truly be mass-produced, that would be incredible. Seeing the two men staring at him intently, Zhang Lingquan sighed. Mass production is out of the question. He was actually feeling rather frustrated. Despite the military providing ample special materials, most were all over the place. Very few could be used to refine a single type of pill. Hearing Zhang Lingxuan's words, both men felt a pang of disappointment, though they said nothing. After all, life-saving pills like this were rare and hard to come by. The fact that Zhang Lingquan shared this information with them was proof enough that the young man didn't treat them as outsiders. They could figure out a way later. After receiving the pill, Ji Lingxue departed immediately. Time flew by. Before long, night had fallen. Zhang Lingquan sat alone on the drill ground beside the military camp. He pondered how he should interact with Long Xiajie and Ji Yeye inside the dungeon. Just as he was deep in thought, a series of strange sounds suddenly reached his ears. Glancing in the direction of the sounds, several analysis prompts instantly appeared in his mind. Professional name, Amsterdam George. Class, Shadow Assassin. Age, 35. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Current status, hostile, premeditated murder. Professional title, Andrew James. Occupation, stealth mage. Age, 28. Height, 5 feet 8 inches. Weight, 51 kilograms. Current status, hostile, premeditated murder. Professional title, Barton Lewis. Occupation, Viking berserker. Age, 21. Height, 1.80 meters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Current status, hostility, premeditated murder. 3 character information prompts suddenly popped up in his mind. Zhang Lingquan froze for a moment, then scrutinized the location where the prompts had appeared. The area was pitch black, with no sign of anyone. This made him frown. What did this mean? Could it be that enemies had arrived? This was military territory of the Dragon Nation. Clearly, someone daring enough to sneak into the military camp caught him off guard. And judging by their current state, they were likely targeting him specifically. Without the assistance of the Time AI, given their stealth tactics, Zhang Lingquan might never have detected them. At this moment, his expression remained calm. Having discerned their purpose, he not only remained put but sat quietly in place, awaiting their approach. Meanwhile, the 3 assassins who had sneaked in noticed Zhang Lingquan looking their way and feared they had been spotted. But when they saw him turn his head away again, looking as though nothing had happened, they all breathed a sigh of relief. James, George, move now. Let's avoid any further complications. The earlier scene had already exhausted the patience of the 3 lurking in the shadows. After all, Zhang Lingquan was alone here, now the perfect opportunity for an assassination. If they delayed any longer and were discovered by the Dragon Nation military, they would all pay with their lives. Hearing this, the 2 foreign assassins known as James and George hesitated no longer. They charged directly toward Zhang Lingxuan's location. James, whose profession was stealth mage, revealed his form. A black staff gripped his hand, his entire body shrouded in dark smoke. Under the cloak of the black mist, James's already swift speed doubled. When he was just over 10 meters away from Zhang Lingquan, he raised his staff high. Prepare to die. In an instant, a ball of black energy gathered at the tip of the staff. Like a rocket launched into the sky, it hurtled straight toward Zhang Lingxuan's position. As for George, who had been acting alongside him, he had already circled around to Zhang Lingxuan's rear, cutting off his escape route. Seeing Zhang Lingquan about to die, the 3 assassins burst into laughter. Zhang Lingquan? A genius professional? Ha! Even if this kid is a genius, he's nothing more than a health guru. Under their meticulously planned ambush, this guy was as good as dead. They seemed to envision the scenes of being promoted and honored by their respective nations afterward. The 3 grew even more excited. Thud! The black energy beam struck Zhang Lingquan with a thunderous impact. It kicked up a cloud of dust that stung their eyes. George, go check if that kid's dead. Remember, be careful. The smoke and dust obscured his vision. Patton couldn't see clearly inside. So he radioed George, the shadow assassin, to take charge. Without hesitation, George nodded and vanished like a shadow. Only after plunging into the thick dust did he cry out in alarm. Damn it, he's not there. Hurry! But his cry of alarm was cut short. A searing sword beam sliced through the dust. Simultaneously, George's radio feed went dead. As the leader of the assassination squad, Barton instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. He immediately shouted at James beside him. Quick! Keep up the spell bombardment. Got it. James nodded. He raised his staff once more. But this time, his spellcasting didn't go smoothly. A lead bullet, seemingly out of nowhere, struck his shoulder. Blood spattered instantly. Ah! The wound in his shoulder made James cry out in pain. His eyes darted frantically toward the figure behind him, hoping for rescue. The latter's face darkened, and without hesitation, he immediately moved closer. By now, the dust cloud that had obscured their vision had dissipated. Before them stood. Besides a figure clad in gleaming silver armor wielding a long sword, there was also a mechanical being holding 2 guns in its hands. Damn it, what is that thing? Isn't that kid supposed to be a wellness guru? Almost instantly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through Bard's mind. The already wounded Zams was overcome with terror. He instinctively raised his staff high. He began firing energy orbs at Zhang Lingquan once more. But, crackle crackle crackle. The black energy spheres collided with Zhang Lingquan's mecha. Like lightning striking a lightning rod, they shattered instantly. They then dissolved into wisps of black energy before finally dissipating. This scene actually brought a flicker of delight to Zhang Lingquan's heart. He hadn't expected the ancient ruins guardian mech's defenses to be this formidable. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about getting injured. With that thought, Zhang Lingquan swung his long sword. Once more, a searing sword beam sliced through the air. The blade's edge was sharp and ruthless, carrying an unstoppable force as it hurtled straight toward the 2 figures. The 2 who witnessed this scene were utterly shocked. This strike was utterly terrifying. Wasn't he supposed to be a master of health preservation? Though utterly bewildered, the slash of the sword left them little time to ponder. Barton, whose profession was Viking Berserker, immediately drew his equipment to defend. As for James, his reaction was half a beat too slow. He was cleaved clean in 2 by that single strike. Watching his assassination squad lose 2 members in the blink of an eye, Barton lost all desire to continue fighting. He turned to flee. But the moment he turned around, he discovered a towering, yellow-clad figure had materialized behind him. Damn it! If you don't want me to live, then none of you will either. Under the shadow of death's threat, Bad let loose his fury. He activated his class skill. He swung his axes wildly, charging like a madman toward the yellow sponge giant blocking his path. I'm ready. I'm ready. Seeing this, the yellow, burly sponge let out a sinister chuckle. Then, like a balloon being inflated, his body began to rapidly expand. Until he became a 3-meter-tall little giant. He suddenly lunged forward, grabbing at Bard with both hands. The 2 collided. Bard had almost no chance to resist, being grabbed by the yellow sponge form. Though he had struck the figure twice with his axe, the blows had inflicted no significant damage. The axe struck the opponent's arm like it was cutting through cotton. There was simply no point of contact. What are you doing? Let me go. Watching himself being lifted inch by inch, Bard was terrified. He didn't want to die. But the only response was the yellow sponge-like brute tightening his grip. Ha, I'm ready. The yellow sponge-covered brute let out a sinister chuckle. Then, amidst Bard's agonized screams, he slowly tore the man apart, splitting him clean in 2. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere in a torrent. Even the yellow sponge-covered brute was drenched in large patches of blood, making his entire being appear even more terrifying. After disposing of the 3, Zhang Lingquan shook his head and walked deeper into the barracks. Of course, to avoid prematurely revealing his strength, he also withdrew the 2 summoned figures. The commotion here lasted only a few minutes. Soon, patrolling soldiers gathered around. Upon seeing a figure clad entirely in gleaming silver armor, everyone present was utterly astonished. After all, the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the armor was simply too intense for the soldiers to ignore. Halt! This is a military restricted zone. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching. Raise your hands above your head, or I'll open fire. Zhang Lingquan understood these people had clearly defiled him. He stood his ground, scanning his surroundings. After detecting no further strange personnel alerts, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He promptly shed his exoskeleton armor. Those warriors, who had been poised and ready to fire at any moment, froze in their tracks. Were all stunned. Zhang Lingquan. Chapter 152, The Sealed One. The astonishment on this side didn't last long. Haodai soon arrived with a squad of soldiers armed to the teeth. What's going on? What caused such a huge commotion? Is anyone hurt? Haodai fired off a series of questions the moment he arrived. Zhang Lingquan didn't wait for the nearby soldiers to answer. 3 men did indeed attempt to attack me just now. 3 individuals did indeed attempt to attack me just now. But their attacks were all blocked by my mech. I'm not certain if there are others lurking in the shadows. Hao Tai's expression turned stern. He immediately turned and gave orders to the guards following him. Within moments, a shrill alarm pierced the camp. Squad after squad of soldiers, fully armed and ready, began searching the entire camp in groups of 3 or 5. While the soldiers were searching the camp, Hao Tai brought Zhang Lingquan back to their quarters. Only now did he finally have a moment to ask Zhang Lingquan about the specifics. What is this mech suit you're wearing? Zhang Lingquan had expected him to ask about the attack that had just occurred. Little did he expect Hao Tai's focus would be entirely on the mecha suit he was wearing. It seemed mechs held a stronger appeal for men after all. Commander Hao, you mean this? It's a reward I earned from clearing a dungeon earlier. Can you take it off so I can have a look? Hao Tai asked eagerly. Seeing Zhang Lingquan looking a bit dazed, he continued with a hopeful smile. Hey, don't be so stingy, kid. We're gonna be comrades in the same system from now on. Faced with Hao Tai's intense competitive spirit, Zhang Lingquan could only shake his head and smile wryly. With no other choice, he reluctantly removed his mecha suit and placed it on the table. Hao Tai's eyes lit up as he circled the gleaming silver suit, running his hands over it repeatedly. Commander Hao, it's getting late. I should retire for the night. Seeing that the others showed no sign of stopping, Zhang Lingquan could only speak up to urge him. Hearing this, Hao Tai reluctantly stopped, waving his hand dismissively. Go on, go rest. Remember to cooperate with the investigation tomorrow. Zhang Lingquan nodded and headed back to bed. Watching him leave the room, Hao Tai finally withdrew his gaze, which had been filled with envy. Replacing it was astonishment at the mecha's formidable defensive capabilities. After all, he was the commander of an entire military regiment. While not exactly a jack of all trades, he had seen his fair share of high-level dungeon items. The impression that armor had just left on him was one of exceptionally formidable defense. Even he himself might not be able to overcome it. This mech suit, it's probably not as simple as it seems. Hao Tai inwardly gasped, his mind churning. Just then, the door was knocked from the outside. Hao Tai quickly composed himself before calling out toward the door. Come in. The door opened. His guard entered. The guard's expression was peculiar. As soon as he entered, he saluted and reported. Report. We discovered 3 bodies on the side of the playground, but... Only what? Spit it out. Hao Tai glanced at him. The guard hesitated, then handed over a document. Taking the document, Hao Tai immediately began reading it with curiosity. Case analysis report. Number of deaths, 3. Preliminary investigation using technical means indicates all 3 were members of the Vulture mercenary group. Victim 1, located 200 meters from the northern wall of the military camp, body showing signs of being severed in 2. Wounds indicate a sharp blade was used. Victim number 2, located 210 meters from the northern wall of the military camp, with a death scene similar to victim number 1. Victim 3, located 213 meters from the northern wall of the military camp. Body shows signs of being split in 2. Wounds are lacerations. Comprehensive assessment, victims 1 and 2 were cleaved in 2 by a sharp blade, while victim 3 was torn apart by immense force. After all, this was a military camp with strict discipline, and the investigation and case analysis were extremely thorough. Upon reading this, Hao Tai abruptly looked up. What's going on with this report? Could one of those 3 have been torn in half? Well, Colonel, according to our subordinate's investigation, that is indeed the case. The guard had also found it hard to believe when he first received the report. But the investigation report stated it plainly, there was no room for doubt. For a moment, both men fell silent. Hao Tai frowned in deep thought. He began pacing back and forth in the room. This kid sure has given me quite a few surprises, hasn't he? He recalled how he had been the first to recognize the boy's potential, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Once this kid matures, our Dragon Nation's chances of success in the dungeon will surely improve. Though no one had seen Zhang Lingquan act just now, Hao Tai had already credited the feat to him. Damn, to take down 3 high-tier professionals single-handedly. Forget just Dragon Nation. Even throughout all of human history, there's no precedent. Zhang Lingquan is the first. He paused briefly, then narrowed his eyes and gave orders to the guard. Go notify the regiment's soldiers to reinforce camp patrols. Also, sound the regiment's level 2 combat readiness alert. Open fire without authorization on any person or force approaching the barracks without permission. Unaware of the developments within the barracks. Zhang Lingquan, who had already returned to his quarters, remained unaware. The next day, after briefly handling the base's investigation, he entered the teleportation array directly. Of course, due to his prior promise to Ji Lingshui and Hao Tai. As he entered the instance, he did not forget to notify Ji Yeye and Long Xiajie. The 3 embarked on the dungeon trial together. Instance assessment commences. Dungeon difficulty, a rank. Dungeon story depth, high. Is this a death instance? Yes. Dungeon suppression level, slightly high. Current dungeon self-attribute suppression, 100%. Current dungeon item suppression, none. Current dungeon skill suppression, sword opens heaven's gate banished immortal unusable during this assessment. Note, professional skill iron forging artifact crafting is abnormal. Remaining abnormal recovery time, 56 hours 36 minutes. Instance type, multiplayer elimination, puzzle solving. Assessment objective, prevent it from breaking the seal, or survive for 5 days after it breaks the seal. Sealed attributes, greed, impatience, enlightenment, curiosity. After greed is unsealed, it may steal one item from the practitioner every day. Upon releasing impatience, it can perform a brief movement within 100 meters, once per hour. Upon unlocking insight, it can track anyone's location once per hour. After curiosity is released, it can mimic anyone's voice, with a 1-hour interval. Zhang Lingquan glanced at the instance hints displayed on the interface before him. Zhang Lingquan was somewhat surprised. Those series of hints for the instance seemed to have appeared only after he had experienced Rust Town. He just couldn't figure out what that here actually represented. Moreover, the words greed, urgency, enlightenment, and curiosity were also highly problematic. Judging by the descriptions after the seal was broken, the impression they gave Zhang Lingquan, they all seem personified. But what exactly do these words mean? He couldn't quite grasp it at the moment. Zhang Lingquan, is this the difficulty level of the instance you experienced? At that moment, Ji Ye, who had entered the teleportation array with him, was also utterly bewildered. She had actually prepared herself for a difficult instance. But she never imagined that the dungeon Zhang Lingquan randomly selected was this incredibly high. Compared to her astonishment, Long Xiajie beside her remained utterly unfazed. Perhaps because he had already experienced a story dungeon with Zhang Lingquan before. She remained largely unfazed. Alright, we're about to enter the instance. Zhang Lingquan offered no further explanation, merely reminding the two to prepare themselves. Soon, a flash of light appeared before their eyes, followed by a dizzying sensation of spinning. When they finally regained their bearings, they found themselves in an unfamiliar city. Fortunately, the instant's teleportation hadn't separated them. Surrounded by the bustling crowd before them, Zhang Lingquan, Ji Ye, and Long Xiajie were all utterly bewildered. Is this a dungeon? I don't recall our last one being like this. Long Xiajie spoke first, turning to ask Zhang Lingquan. The latter kept frowning. His gaze remained vigilant as he scanned the surroundings, offering no response. Only Ji Ye looked genuinely curious. This was her first time entering such a high difficulty instance, and she was peering around intently. At that moment, the trio realized they were inside a fast food restaurant beside a bustling street. Inside the fast food restaurant, there were exactly 19 customers. Judging by their attire and demeanor, they clearly stood out like sore thumbs in this environment. It was obvious even to a fool that these people were professionals, just like them, who had been teleported into the dungeon. Zhang Lingquan counted the people in the restaurant one by one, then sighed. 19 people. This time, it's probably not going to be easy to clear. Chapter 153, The Dungeon's Bizarre Rules. Ha? What does that mean? Since it was Ji Ye's first time entering this kind of story-based instance. So she asked curiously. What else could it mean? Seeing Ji Ye's puzzled expression, Long Xiajie explained beside her. It means that in this dungeon, besides me and Zhang Lingquan, you shouldn't trust anyone else. Most of the people here are likely to be our enemies. Upon hearing this, Ji Ye finally understood. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan scanned the room, studying each person present and committing their appearances to memory. Compared to names, which required memorizing written characters, faces were easier to recall because of their distinct contours. So they were easier to remember. Doesn't the information provided by the instance feel odd to you? After observing for a moment, Zhang Lingquan spoke first, addressing the two people before him. Ji Ye remained utterly bewildered upon hearing this, but Long Xiajie, having previously encountered Zhang Lingquan in a story instance, she instantly grasped the meaning behind his words. You mean it from that instance? Yes. Zhang Lingquan nodded, withdrew his gaze, and addressed the two again. Tell me, is there any possibility that the it in that instance's information actually has a physical form? A physical form? Then is it a person or a ghost? Ji Ye gasped softly. After all the dungeons she'd encountered before were kill-type ones. This was her first time encountering a story-driven dungeon like this, so it was only natural for her to feel apprehensive about the unknown. You could think of it as a ghost, right? Zhang Lingquan turned his gaze toward her. Because I don't know what it really is either. Everything I said earlier was just speculation. Zhang Lingquan, could that it already be lurking among us? Long Xiaojie whispered. Zhang Lingquan replied. It's not impossible, but the probability is low. He paused, glancing at Ji Ye beside him. Clearly, he was unsure how to handle this newcomer who had just entered the story instance. I've cleared a few story instances before and picked up some experience along the way. At the very beginning of the instance, there shouldn't be any major dangers. We can use this time to explore and gather information as much as possible. Hearing Zhang Lingquan's explanation, The two women, who had been frowning with worry, finally relaxed a little. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a plump woman suddenly stood up from the surrounding crowd, raising her hands high and clapping to capture everyone's attention. Everyone, you're all professionals here for this story instance, right? Let's start with introductions. My name is Lizzie, and I'm a high-tier adventurer. Though Liz was introducing herself, she never actually revealed her profession. Seeing this, the others followed her lead and began introducing themselves. This included Zhang Lingquan and his two companions. Alright. After everyone finished their introductions, Lizzie smiled again and continued. Now that we've all gotten acquainted, I suggest we find a quiet place first. Then we can discuss the specifics of this dungeon run and assign roles in detail. Hearing this, a man in the crowd frowned and asked, shouldn't we locate the key figure first? If it appears before we find any clues, won't we be doomed? Liz didn't get flustered by the question, her smile remaining steady. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. I've already used an item to predict this instance. Though this dungeon is dangerous, the first day is remarkably safe. We must make the most of this window. Anything else you want to ask? The man who had asked the question immediately fell silent. Though they, like Zhang Lingquan and the others, had stumbled into this Class A plot dungeon by accident. Compared to Zhang Lingquan, however, these individuals were far less prepared. Thus, they were still adjusting to the dungeon environment. I wonder if having so many professionals in this instance is a blessing or a curse? Zhang Lingquan walked between the two, muttering under his breath. Ji Ye and Long Xiajie remained silent. The latter's gaze darted through the gaps in the crowd, fixated on the plump woman. As for Ji Ye, she kept staring at the man who had just asked the question, slightly dazed. The man's name was Zhu Jinghua. He looked utterly ordinary, showing no signs of being particularly formidable. Would he even be able to last until the end of the dungeon? The group traveled together. Soon they arrived at a construction site on the outskirts of the city. Perhaps due to the weather, the bright sunshine overhead had been obscured by dark clouds. A heavy wind began to blow around them, carrying a hint of dust in the air, as if a downpour was imminent. Having experienced the events in the ancestral grounds before, felt a deep unease at the sight of the dark clouds gathering overhead. He couldn't shake the feeling that something immense and shadowy was stirring within the clouds. Alright, we've arrived. Let me explain my plan. With so many of us, it's inconvenient to coordinate. Let's split into 4 groups. 3 groups will have 5 members each, and the remaining one will have 4. What do you all think? As soon as she arrived, Liz immediately laid out her strategy. As a seasoned veteran who frequently tackled story dungeons, her knowledge of this dungeon, though limited to what her family had provided, it far surpassed what the others present possessed. However, upon hearing this, the others present hesitated. After a long pause, a burly man was the first to break the silence. I have a question. Why are you suggesting we split up instead of staying together? If we stay together, with so many of us, even if our tools are stolen, we can hold out for a long time. Splitting up, wouldn't that be less safe? The burly man's question was pointed, but it genuinely reflected concern for the safety of most people. Upon hearing this, Liz explained with remarkable composure. That's a good idea. I considered it earlier, but ultimately decided against it. The reason is we don't know what the limitations are for it when it kills targets. If it has no limits, any oversight on our part could lead to irreversible consequences. I trust everyone has seen the previous instance information prompts clearly. If it kills 4 people, it will immediately awaken 4 terrifying abilities. At that point, who among you could withstand its slaughter? We'd likely wipe the entire party. Liz spoke with crystal clarity. Unfortunately, she overlooked one crucial detail. None of the people present knew anything about this dungeon. They all found her suggestion to split into separate teams highly questionable. Seeing this, Liz spoke again. I know you're all confused by what I just said, but this is extremely urgent. Theoretically, staying together as a group is far safer. After all, with over a dozen people watching, the chances of having your gear stolen would be significantly reduced. But the risk with that approach is simple: either nothing goes wrong, or we all get wiped out in one fell swoop. Even if we tried to recover, there'd be absolutely no chance. After he finished speaking, the others remained motionless. The looks they gave her were filled with confusion and distrust. After all, what Liz had said was disjointed and confusing, leaving them utterly bewildered. In a situation like this, the first instinct for anyone would be to gather together, not split up. What was this Liz really up to? As trust among the group began to crumble, Zhang Lingquan stepped forward and spoke. Splitting up is fine, but before we do, can I ask you one question? What is it? Why are you so eager to split up? Can you give me a reason? Zhang Lingquan's abrupt inquiry left everyone present momentarily stunned. Liz across from him narrowed her eyes slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she replied. This dungeon has a peculiar rule: it mixes several NPCs among the adventurers. The target of its attack is these NPCs. At these words, Everyone present frowned deeply. Zhang Lingxuan's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. If that was indeed the case, then everything Lizzie had done before suddenly made sense. No wonder she insisted so strongly on splitting into groups, so that was the reason? As for doubting the authenticity of the other party's information, Zhang Lingquan had considered it. But he quickly dismissed the notion. The other party might deceive them on certain crucial matters. But judging by the other party's fervor when insisting on splitting into groups earlier, this matter clearly couldn't be fake. The only question was whether Lise was withholding any other information from them. At that moment, those present began voting. Upon learning that an NPC had infiltrated their group, a small number still chose to gather together. Of course, many favored splitting up. In the end, the minority had to defer to the majority. The group began forming teams, preparing to randomly select the so-called NPCs and then protect them. Boom! At that very moment, a deafening thunderclap suddenly echoed overhead. Several people, still lost in thought, were instantly startled into trembling. Hurry up, the weather doesn't look too promising? Someone urged. Finally, the group was divided into teams. Zhang Lingxuan's group of 3 was assigned only one additional member. This person was none other than Zhu Xinghua, the very man who had questioned Xiang Lizi earlier. Clap clap. Shortly after thunder rumbled through the clouds, the newly formed teams felt raindrops begin to fall from above. Instantly, all eyes turned upward, gazing at the oppressive, thunder-streaked clouds. It seemed like it was going to rain. Chapter 154, The Black Figure Holding an Umbrella. As the sky darkened completely, after glancing at everyone present, Lise continued speaking. It looks like rain is coming. Everyone should find shelter for now. Before that, add each other's contact information. You all have phones, right? Keep contact to a minimum for now. We'll reach out when something comes up. With that, she said no more. She led her team upstairs first. That woman gives off a powerful vibe. I can't shake the feeling she knows more than she's letting on. Ji Ye stood beside Zhang Lingquan, her gaze fixed on Lizzie. She noticed that no matter what the other woman did, she always had a clear purpose. Unlike the others, who seemed utterly lost. In a team-based dungeon, someone like her would undoubtedly be a natural leader. But now, a look of concern flashed across Ji Ye's face as if she'd just thought of something. In this multiplayer elimination dungeon, the emergence of such a formidable opponent was clearly not a good sign. Though the group remained utterly clueless about the dungeon's mechanics, they had at least learned about the NPCs from Lizzie. As for the deeper details, they would have to uncover them themselves. Do you think those 4 NPCs might be among our group? Long Xiajie voiced the question. However, Zhang Lingquan quickly dismissed the idea. It's possible some NPCs have infiltrated us, but they probably aren't all here. That Lizzie didn't specify the exact number of NPCs, she just used a few as a placeholder. That term is very vague. I suspect there are NPCs besides the adventurers who need our protection. Zhang Lingquan voiced his conjecture directly. Of course, whether this was true would need verification later. The 2 women beside him nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Lingquan glanced up at the sky, now completely dark. Instinctively, he reached into the pockets on both sides of his jacket. In an instant, he froze. Something seemed to be in his pocket, like a crumpled piece of paper. Without hesitation, he pulled the crumpled paper from his pocket and slowly unfolded it. The 2 women beside him, seeing his action, were filled with curiosity and quickly gathered around. Name, Chen Yonggue phone 9855. The note was simple, appearing to contain only a name and a phone number. Zhang Lingquan frowned. The fact that this thing appeared in his pocket suggested it was a clue from the dungeon. But what exactly did this hint mean? Could it be telling him to call this person? Long Xiajie shared the same thought. The latter pulled out his phone and addressed both of them. I think this is a clue from the dungeon. Why don't we call this number first and see what's going on? Alright, let's give it a shot. Zhang Lingquan nodded in agreement. Immediately, Long Xiajie began dialing the number, but the call went straight to voicemail. It wasn't that the phone number was faulty. It was because of the rain. The 3 of them were inside an abandoned concrete building, and the cell signal was poor. Let's go upstairs first. These concrete walls are blocking the signal too much. Zhang Lingquan suggested. Like them, members of other teams had also received prompts from the dungeon. But due to the poor signal here, none of them managed to connect the call either. Perhaps it had been abandoned for far too long. The conditions in this building are equally poor. Cement was piled everywhere, and the floor was covered in gravel and dust. The entire floor was dominated by grayish-black concrete walls and exposed rebar. The 3 climbed upward until they reached the 3rd floor rooftop, where the previously poor cell signal finally returned. Long Xiajie casually found a spot by the window and dialed the number from earlier. As for the other 3 members of the team, they stood nearby listening quietly. Zhang Lingquan stood for a moment. Then, leaning out the nearby window, gazing out into the gloomy, overcast expanse. The rain outside was heavy, it sounded a continuous roar of splash, splash. As if he had spotted something in the downpour, his expression shifted involuntarily. His body instinctively lunged toward the window. Unknown darkness in the heavy rain, danger level 15%. Unknown darkness in heavy rain, danger level 30%. In the heavy rain. Abnormal danger level detected in current environment. Host, initiate countermeasures immediately. Current danger level rising too rapidly. AI takeover initiated automatically. Analyzing countermeasures. Nuclear bomb visualization technique automatically activated. Almost the instant his body began to lean out. A warm, dazzling golden light rapidly spread around his entire body. This startled the two women still watching Long Xiajie make the call. They immediately rushed to Zhang Lingxuan's side. Could it be? Having witnessed Zhang Lingxuan's methods of warding off evil spirits, Long Xiajie recognized the golden light emanating from him. He frowned and asked, "Are malevolent spirits targeting us?" "Not sure, but probably." "I saw something outside." Zhang Lingquan frowned as well. Ji Ye's curiosity piqued, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the window, but Zhang Lingquan grabbed her arm. "Come closer to me to look. At least this way, there won't be any danger." "Okay." The two nodded in agreement. They immediately moved closer to Zhang Lingquan. Once the glow of the nuclear bomb visualization method fully enveloped them, Zhang Lingquan finally pointed in the direction he had been observing. Their hearts raced with tension. Following the direction of his finger, their bodies trembled instantly. They saw, at the entrance of a brightly lit residential complex in the distance, a sinister black figure holding an umbrella stood motionless beneath a streetlight. The figure's posture was peculiar. One hand held the umbrella, while the other stretched upward with all its might. Even their head was tilted back at an extreme angle, as if straining to reach something. Rain poured relentlessly from the sky, the steady patter echoing incessantly. Passers-by walked by in small groups, yet no one paid him any attention. It was as if they couldn't see him at all. Is that a ghost? When did it appear? Ji Yeye was scared, but she voiced the question on her mind. Zhang Lingquan shook his head. Probably some kind of dungeon taboo. As for when it appeared, he was already there when I saw him. At these words, Long Xiajie and Ji Yeye's expressions turned grave. High-level story dungeons were different from others. The slightest disturbance meant danger was imminent. All three understood this principle. Of course, they didn't share this information with the others. Long Xiajie hurried off to make a call. Soon, the call connected. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end was surprisingly easy to talk to. The other professionals who had been given phone numbers experienced the same thing. When the calls went through, the recipients were all very polite. But these call recipients all shared one common trait. That is, they had all been experiencing strange disturbances recently and wanted Zhang Lingquan and his group to protect them. This feels off. Didn't Li Zi say an NPC would be infiltrating our group? Long Xiajie glanced at Li Zi nearby. Then he whispered his question to Zhang Lingquan. The latter remained impassive. Clearly she lied. Looks like I guessed right. Do you think the person on the phone might be the target we're supposed to protect? Ji Yeye chimed in from the side. And judging by the tone of those people on the call, it's clear they've been harassed for quite some time. To be chosen by Ji Lingxue to accompany Zhang Lingquan. Ji Yeye was no fool either. On the contrary, she was quite clever. From her earlier interaction with Li Zi, to the situation with everyone making calls, she had keenly picked up on numerous crucial details. Perhaps all the clues that Li Zi mentioned earlier were fake. Their purpose was to manipulate those present. Why? That remains unclear for now. As for the phone numbers and people on those notes, they must have already met with that. And not just once. It's possible, but we have very few clues at the moment. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Zhang Lingquan glanced at her, somewhat surprised by Ji Yeye's deductive skills. At that moment, after everyone finished their calls, the plump-faced Li Zi finally rose from the crowd. She addressed everyone. Everyone, seeing as you've all been on the phone, I assume you've received that note too? Well, there's no time to waste. Let's hurry and find those people. Don't all go at once. One person per group should suffice. It's inconvenient with so many of us. The group briefly discussed for a few seconds. Ultimately, they all decided to select one person from each group. Then, following Li's, they would go to find their respective targets to protect. All four teams acting together? Could it be that the people needing protection are all in one place? Ji Yeye asked Long Xiajie beside her. He nodded. Yeah, they're currently staying at Unit 903, Building 7 in Garden Residential Complex. Let me take a look at the specific location first. As she spoke, Long Xiajie retrieved a scroll resembling paper from her spatial bracelet. This was one of the dungeon items she had obtained from the military just before entering the instance. Electronic holographic map. Item type, exploration. Effect consumes 1 energy point to explore a designated area within the current instance.
Note, enter a location name to explore consumes 2 energy points. Note, exploration results only provide a rough display of the dungeon's terrain and topography, with no further detailed descriptions.
Note, current energy remaining 10 points.
After inputting the words garden residential area into the holographic map and expending 2 energy points,
Long Xiaojia's electronic holographic map responded almost instantly. Got it. Judging by the marked location on the map, it seems not too far from us.
Long Xiaojie glanced left and right while consulting the electronic holographic map. Then he pointed in a direction.
It should be over there. At first, Zhang Lingquan and Ji Yeye paid little attention.
But when they looked in the direction she was pointing, their previously composed expressions instantly darkened. For the direction Long Xiaojie pointed to was precisely the residential complex where the three had just glimpsed that eerie figure. Only, the figure that had been making those eerie gestures under the streetlight at the entrance had vanished without a trace.
As if it had never existed at all. Chapter 155, The Collapsed Staircase. After learning the destination of their journey, Zhang Lingquan once again approached the window, leaning out to peer outside.
But this time, beneath the streetlight, the eerie shadow holding an umbrella was nowhere to be seen. The scene was eerily silent, as if the figure had never been there at all, or perhaps
had the figure already entered the residential compound? What's wrong? Seeing his expression, Long Xiaojie leaned closer beside him and peered out the window. He shook his head. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. I can't shake this feeling that something's off about this complex. Anyway, be careful. Though constrained by the plot instance's rules, it wouldn't act until all key targets were eliminated. But you never know.
After all, no one truly understood the nature of this instance.
Except for Lizzie. At that moment, upon hearing Zhang and Long's conversation, Ji Ye's face also clouded with worry. Should I use my class skill now? Attach myself to Sister Long? Not yet. Let's assess the situation first. Zhang Lingquan shook her head in refusal. Both Long Xiaojie and Ji Ye could be considered allies. In this kind of multiplayer PvP dungeon, especially before the situation was clear, he absolutely refused to let either of them reveal their strength prematurely. Of course, he wouldn't reveal his own strength lightly either. After a brief exchange, the four chosen individuals then set off toward the garden residential complex in the pouring rain. As for the rest, they all waited quietly inside the abandoned construction site building. Different teams occupied separate rooms. Occasionally, someone would wander the corridors. They gazed out at the downpour and the unfolding situation. The room where Zhang Lingquan was staying felt stiflingly quiet. Neither Ji Ye nor he spoke. Until the seemingly honest, well-dressed man spoke up. You guys saw that thing, right? Though he phrased it as a question. But the faint tremors that occasionally ran through his body suggested he was afraid of something. As he turned his head toward the two of them, the heavy rain and lightning outside cast additional shadows across his face. What? Saw what? I don't know. Zhang Lingquan feigned ignorance. Xu Jinghua bit his pale lips. That person holding the umbrella, you must have seen them. Right under that streetlight. Hearing this, both Zhang Lingquan and Ji Ye looked slightly taken aback. They'd assumed this guy was just an ordinary mid-tier adventurer dragged into the dungeon against his will. Little did they expect that beneath his burly exterior lay such sharp perception. Zhang Lingquan decided not to beat around the bush and gave a light nod in response. Having received the answer he sought, the man visibly relaxed. So that meant he hadn't been targeted by it within the instance. After all, story dungeons were treacherous waters, teeming with deadly taboos as numerous as cow hair. If one were targeted by the thing within the instance, the outcome was all too predictable. Earlier, on our way here, I saw that thing. It wasn't even near the community gate yet, just lingering by the roadside far away. But when we arrived here and the heavy rain started outside, that thing was standing under the streetlight at the entrance to the residential complex. Xu Jinghua stammered, his voice trembling. Though he tried his best to stay calm. The cold sweat that kept breaking out on his back had soaked through most of his clothes. I'm only a mid-tier professional. I've never encountered a plot instance this difficult before. Xu Jinghua grabbed his hair, seemingly on the verge of breaking down. After a long moment, he continued his questioning. Do you think that thing might be? Facing his question, Zhang Lingquan and the others remained silent. But sometimes, silence speaks volumes. Xu Jinghua seemed to grasp something, finding his own answer within. He began pacing back and forth in the room. His entire demeanor betrayed a hint of unease. Didn't that Lizzie say we wouldn't be in danger at the start of the story instance? Then why is that thing targeting us now? Could it really be like she said? Could there be a few NPCs mixed in among us adventurers? As if drawn by his anxious mood, Ji Ye felt her own nerves tightening. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward Zhang Lingquan, who was leaning against the corner of the room. Seeing this, Zhang Lingquan smiled reassuringly. Relax, I've cleared this story dungeon several times before. These instances are challenging, but they won't overwhelm players right off the bat. So rest assured on that front. Hearing his words, Xu Jinghua had calmed down somewhat, no longer pacing back and forth as he had been. However, Ji Yeye remained deeply uneasy. She simply hadn't experienced a story quest before. But that didn't mean she was stupid. The scene they had witnessed earlier radiated an indescribable eeriness from every angle. Was that eerie shadow under the streetlight holding an umbrella truly the it mentioned in the dungeon prompt? If it wasn't, then why would it make such strange movements? What on earth was it doing? Just as Zhang Lingquan and the others were discussing matters inside the abandoned building at the construction site. Meanwhile, the four who had already set out toward the residential complex in the rain began laying out their plan. Everyone, remember this: when we go find those people, we must first confirm the exact situation with them. If unavoidable situations arise, prioritize protecting those individuals. If it truly breaks the seal, every single one of us who entered this dungeon will die. Lai sternly warned the other three. With that, she turned and waved her hand, signaling for the others to follow. Lies, the floor they're on is pretty high up. The hallways are pitch black, let's take the elevator. Perhaps wanting to conserve energy, a woman named Lin Lin in the group immediately suggested. But Lise didn't even glance at her, waving her hand dismissively. If you don't think it's dangerous, then go ahead. Her face froze upon hearing this. You aren't going? No. Lise answered with utter decisiveness. Her tone betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Then I won't go either. The woman wasn't stupid. Since the other party had explicitly refused this way of going upstairs, it was clearly dangerous. She simply couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Soon, the four of them arrived at the first floor passageway of Building 7. Only then did they notice that the staircase leading upstairs had been blocked off by a long strip of caution tape. Ha! The stairs are blocked? I'll go check. Another man in the group lifted the caution tape and prepared to step toward the stairs. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt his foot give way. The words he'd been about to say trailed off unconsciously. Just as he was about to fall in, Lizzie beside him quickly reached out and pulled him back from behind the caution tape. Damn it! The stairs have caved in. His heart pounded wildly. Now he could finally see what lay beyond the caution tape. A massive hole had opened in the floor, causing multiple flights of stairs to fracture at varying points. Liz froze at his words. Snapping out of it, she hurried to the stairwell entrance and looked up. Perhaps it was due to the ground collapse, or perhaps for other reasons. In any case, one of the staircase levels collapsed. The remaining steps had also broken off entirely. Looking up from below, the entire staircase area was now empty and void. It was clearly impassable. No, impossible. How could this staircase end up like this? Could something have affected this dungeon? Seeing the staircase's state, Lee showed panic on her face for the first time. But she quickly regained her composure, frowning and sighing. Well, at this point, we'll just have to take the elevator. Having witnessed the staircase's condition firsthand, the other three present all wore thoughtful expressions. The four of them approached the elevator lobby and found both elevators, one on each side, stopped at the first floor. Liz casually selected one of the elevators and pressed the up button beside it. But strangely enough, both elevators chimed ding and opened simultaneously? The elevators still worked not too bad. Liz was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the sight inside the elevator made her hair stand on end once more. In the corner of the elevator stood a strange figure. This person appeared tall and thin. Their entire body was wrapped tightly in layers of clothing. Holding an umbrella, they stood motionless in the elevator corner. Only one arm was raised high, gazing upward at the elevator ceiling in an utterly bizarre posture. Perhaps it was the umbrella blocking the view, or perhaps the person was looking straight up at the ceiling. The crowd couldn't make out the figure's face. Only a vague sense of a chill spreading. Of course. Besides being face up, the raised hand was stiff with fingers curled like a claw, as if practicing an eagle claw technique. In short, paired with the elevator as seen straight out of Hong Kong horror films. The group instinctively took a few steps back. Only when they had maintained a safe distance from the elevator did they finally stop. The four of them felt their scalps tingle. Cold sweat poured down their faces the moment they saw this person. The man who had nearly fallen into the ditch earlier tentatively addressed the figure. Hello? Unfortunately, the figure offered no response whatsoever. Instead, he stood silently in the elevator corner, holding a black umbrella, maintaining the same posture as before. At this point, even a fool could guess what this thing in the elevator was. Was that it from this scenario instance? Even so, Liz remained composed. She reached into her spatial bracelet, retrieved an item, and clutched it in her hand. As she walked toward the elevator, she didn't forget to remind the three behind her. Let's get in too. Liz's voice trembled noticeably. Seeing this, the three behind her shifted their gaze back and forth between the figure inside the elevator and Liz. As the figure stepped into the elevator, drawing closer to that eerie silhouette, all three felt a chill run down their spines. Don't worry, it's just the initial stage of the instance. The boss won't attack us yet. As if reading their minds, Lise immediately offered an explanation. Seeing that Lise had already proven through her actions that the elevator posed no immediate danger, the three of them had no choice but to grit their teeth and step inside. As the elevator doors slowly closed, a clanging and clattering of collisions followed. The group soon reached the 9th floor. Unlike the bright, modern hallways they were accustomed to seeing, the 9th floor corridor of this building looked decidedly old and worn. The warm yellow light bulbs overhead were on, but their illumination was minimal, casting an overall dimness. An occasional, peculiar smell of decay and mold lingered in the air. His gaze swept around the area. Long Xiaojie recalled Zhang Lingquan's parting words before departure. It seemed he had already discovered something earlier. The group moved to the door of room 903 and knocked. Creak! Creak! The rust-covered iron gate creaked loudly. Soon, the door opened from the inside. A pale-faced woman peered out. Who are you looking for? Her face was filled with wariness. Her eyes betrayed deep unease. Chapter 156, 5 days. Facing the woman's inquiry, Liz and the others didn't hesitate, immediately revealing their identities. You're the ones from the phone call earlier? Upon learning their identities, the woman froze for a moment. Then, a look of delight spread across her face. However, she did not open the door, instead staring intently at the space behind them. Only after confirming each of them possessed a shadow did he smile and pull open the iron gate. Wonderful! You're finally here. Come right in. You're quite cautious, aren't you? Lise said, looking at him. He didn't respond immediately. After ushering them inside, he swiftly pulled the gate shut without hesitation. Only after confirming the door was securely shut did he breathe a sigh of relief. I have to be careful. This place. She gestured toward the door as she spoke. It's not peaceful. Perhaps she had touched upon some forbidden subject. The few people inside, already looking troubled, suddenly grew even more grim. Among them, a woman crouched in the corner, hugging her knees and trembling. Her face drained of color entirely from sheer terror, her eyes nearly glazed over. Could you tell us about your situation? Lise casually plopped down on a sofa, looking directly at the four people in the room and getting straight to the point. You've all encountered something incomprehensible? Is that correct? None of them denied it. But one girl named Guan Xiaoya added. It's not that it's hard to understand. We've encountered something eerie, maybe even more terrifying than eerie. Lise frowned slightly at her sudden interruption. How can you be so sure? Guan Xiaoya's lips twitched, as if preparing to speak. But for some reason, she chose silence instead. This peculiar behavior caught Long Xiaojie's attention, and his gaze narrowed slightly as he watched her. Alright, we don't have much time. I hope you won't interrupt me. Lise continued. We'll analyze each of your four situations shortly. At that time, the four of you will be separated and transferred tonight. At these words, Wang Hong, the woman who had opened the door, froze in place, immediately expressing her displeasure at the proposal. No way. If we're separated during the transfer, won't we be even more vulnerable? Poof. If you disagree, stay here and wait to die. We're leaving. Lise locked eyes with her, her gaze carrying a palpable sense of pressure. Of course, if you agree, our people will do everything possible to ensure your safety during these 5 days. Hearing this, the already tense atmosphere inside the room instantly grew even more strained. 5 days, time? What do you mean? Wang Hong's voice trembled. Exactly what it says. Li's voice was cold and detached. Her face remained impassive, as if she couldn't care less about the lives of the four people in the room. If our investigation is correct, something has been pursuing you recently, right? If you want to live, come with us. Of course, if you don't, we won't force you. Then stay here and wait for death. Hearing this, another man among the four, named Lu Song, smiled and tried to smooth things over. It can't be that serious, right? Probably just minor issues. Aren't you being a bit exaggerated? Li's face turned icy, her tone sharp. Overreacting? Poof. Then what's going on with her? She pointed at the girl crouched in the corner, hugging her knees. Isn't her reaction obvious enough? She's clearly terrified by something. Could you think before you speak? Lu Song faltered, staring blankly for a moment before attempting to retort. But Lizzie clearly wasn't giving him the chance. Everyone, I want to remind you that this is entirely voluntary. If you suspect our motives are impure, you can refuse. After a pause, Lizzie turned to the four people before her and uttered a sentence that sent chills down their spines. That thing that's been bothering you, is it a person holding an umbrella in a very peculiar posture? The moment those words left her lips, all four pairs of eyes instantly locked onto Lizzie. Their eyes held panic, confusion. But above all, utter astonishment. You've seen that thing? Lu Song asked uncertainly, his right hand clenched tightly, his entire body radiating tension. We have. They. One of the professionals who had come with Long Xiajie and the others blurted out. But before she could finish, Long Xiajie tugged her arm. He froze, glanced at her expression, and realized he'd spoken out of turn. At that moment, the four of them pressed impatiently. Have you seen that thing? Where is it? Well, the girl who had spoken fell silent. It was Long Xiajie beside her who stepped in to change the subject. Right now, your top priority isn't tracking down that thing, it's getting out of here with us as fast as possible. Only by escaping this residential complex, with our protection, will you have any chance of survival? Wang Hong frowned at his words. She glanced at the three people beside her, then at the three beside Lizzie across from her, hesitating. After a few seconds, she turned back to Lizzie and pressed further. You said you could protect us for 5 days? What did you mean by that? The latter didn't even blink an eyelid when lying. Because that thing has a limitation, it can only target you within 5 days. As long as you hold out until the 6th day, you'll be completely safe. Of course, if you ask me the specific reason, I don't know either. All this I learned from an ancient text. Seeing the other party speak to this extent, Wang Hong, though still harboring doubts, chose not to question the others further. After all, in their current predicament, they had very few options left. Otherwise, she wouldn't have eagerly agreed the moment they offered to help. They'd agreed so readily. Alright then, tell me your plan. Seeing their agreement, Liz nodded with satisfaction before continuing. Based on your numbers, we've allocated 19 personnel for this operation, divided into 4 teams. Over the next 5 days, your safety will be ensured by these 4 teams. During this period, the 4 of you must not contact each other and must maintain a certain distance. This will significantly enhance your safety. Of course, you must follow your team's instructions throughout this period. If anyone refuses, consider this order null and void. We only protect those who cooperate. As Lee spoke these words, her entire demeanor shifted, radiating an even more intense sense of pressure than before. Miss Lees, we don't know each other, nor are we aware of your identities. Asking us to cooperate with you so abruptly, well, that's a bit difficult. Lu Song, the sole male among the 4. Though his heart was already filled with dread, he still attempted to negotiate with Lees and the others. However, she merely glanced at him before speaking again. I stated earlier, those unwilling to cooperate may remain here and await their demise. Lu Song's face froze upon hearing this. How can you say that? How dare you speak like that? Liesi sneered coldly. I've already explained the situation to you. If you still want to court death, I won't stop you. Weren't you curious earlier about where that thing haunting you is? Fine. I'll tell you now. It's right, beneath this very building. No sooner had she finished speaking. Wang Lele, the woman who had been curled up in the corner hugging her knees, immediately sprang to her feet. Scrambling almost on all fours to reach Lizzie's feet, her voice choked with tears. Take me with you. Please, take me with you. I don't want to die. At that moment, perhaps because she was now closer, Long Xiajie and the others could now clearly see Wang Lele's face. They were instantly startled. His appearance was terrifying. His complexion was deathly pale, his eye sockets sunken in black, his entire face resembling that of a corpse. Especially those eyes devoid of whites, they had turned pitch black. Like a zombie, like a vengeful ghost. She was terrified. Chapter 157, A Strange Feeling. Wang Lele's current state brought a flicker of joy to Lizzie, seated on the sofa. The other party was clearly consumed by fear. Judging by her demeanor, she'd answer any question asked. For the group trying to figure out what was happening in this instance, was undoubtedly welcome news. Though Lizzie knew some details about the instance. The earlier anomaly on the staircase had completely disrupted her plans. She was now uncertain whether this instance matched the information she had gathered. As this thought crossed her mind, Lise felt she had grasped the crux of the matter, and a faint smile involuntarily touched her lips. Although the instance had undergone some changes, it would soon return to its normal course. As long as events unfolded as she had anticipated. Then clearing it would be a breeze. Except this place was no longer safe. Earlier, when she and the others had ascended the stairs, the figure in the elevator had exerted a profound sense of pressure upon her. Don't be afraid, Wang Lele. We're here to protect you. Just cooperate with us. She smiled down at Wang Lele and explained. Then she turned her gaze to the other 3 people in the room. Have you 3 made up your minds? Will you cooperate with us and let us protect you? Or do you wish to refuse our protection and remain in the room on your own? Hearing this, the other 3 exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Their eyes involuntarily drifted to Wang Lele, who was slumped on the floor. Can we have some time to think? Lu Song spoke up first. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere in the room was oppressively heavy. Wang Lele was clearly beyond help. He had to consult with the other 2. Lizzie remained silent but nodded in agreement. I'll give you 2 minutes. With that, she gave Long Xiajie and the others a knowing look, and the 4 of them moved into the living room. The moment they entered, one of the men who had followed her shot a dark, menacing glance around. These people are such a hassle. Serves them right to get entangled with this stuff. Hey, maybe we should just leave. They don't seem like the NPCs we're supposed to protect. Maybe those NPCs are actually in our original squad. The man grumbled a few more complaints. Seeing that the other three ignored him, he decided not to make a fool of himself and shut up. Long Xiajie stared out the window. His mind raced back to the elevator. That thing. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly off about this. The rules of the scenario instance restricted the boss's initial actions. By all logic, it shouldn't have appeared on the first day. But why did it appear in the elevator? It made no sense. Long Xiajie couldn't make sense of it, and that's precisely why she felt uneasy. She had previously experienced story dungeons of this difficulty alongside Zhang Lingquan. She knew how terrifying the boss of this level was. She must have overlooked something. Just as Long Xiajie was deep in thought, the door to the room where the other four were gathered swung open. We've made our decision. Lu San, leading the way, addressed Lizzie and the others as they headed outside. We'll cooperate with you, but there's one thing: we must leave this place immediately. Lies nodded. The group then approached the elevator and pressed the down button. Almost the moment the button lit up, the two elevators, which had been motionless, began moving. Just as they had encountered on the first floor. Both elevators descended and ascended simultaneously. First floor. Second floor. The elevator ascended slowly. As the numbers above flashed by, pressure surged through Lizzie's entire body. Long Xiajie and the others naturally noticed this. They, too, were extremely tense. Damn it, this elevator can't be the medium for that thing, can it? The man who had spoken earlier in the group felt a cold sweat break out on his back as the numbers reached the 9th floor. In contrast to his panic, Long Xiajie's gaze shifted toward the elevator on the left. She had glanced over here just before stepping out. She noticed the numbers displayed on that elevator. It kept flickering between basement level 1 and first floor. This situation lasted only a brief moment before the floor indicator on the elevator returned to normal. It looked like some kind of malfunction. But Long Xiajie knew this was absolutely impossible. Because this was a story instance. The only things that could affect the story scene. It was either a specific exclusive plot element or the instance boss. Clearly, she leaned toward the latter. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. The four individuals trailing behind Lise and the others had long steeled themselves for a direct confrontation with that thing. But as the doors opened, the elevator was completely empty. No eerie figures. No one holding an umbrella. Seeing this, the tension that had gripped Lizzie and the others eased into relief. At that moment, Lu San led the way into the elevator. He called out to the four waiting outside. What are you all staring at? Let's get out of here quickly. Yeah, weren't you supposed to protect us? Let's go already. Faced with the urging from inside the elevator, Liz remained silent for a few seconds before slowly leading her group into the elevator as well. Although the thing inside the elevator had vanished, she still felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. That thing in the elevator. Where had it gone? Why had it revealed itself so early, making its presence known to everyone? For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd overlooked something incredibly important. Something that, whenever she thought about it, made her heart race with tension and unease. But no matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't recall it. Lies remained silent. This feeling made her quite uncomfortable. Soon, as the elevator doors slowly closed, the entire cabin began its smooth descent. But before anyone could catch their breath, the elevator began to shake violently as it passed the 3rd floor. Zzzzzzzzz. A faint crackling sound emanated from the fluorescent lights above. It sounded as if someone were stomping on the floor above the elevator. What on earth is going on? As the elevator malfunctioned, everyone inside grew tense. Could it be a malfunction? Maybe the elevator cables snapped? Impossible. It must be. Guan Xiaoya, naturally timid, trailed off, her trembling voice trailing off. But everyone already knew what she was about to say. The elevator's shaking grew increasingly violent. Occasionally, it was accompanied by clanging sounds as it slammed against the walls. Everyone grabbed the elevator handrails. Don't get thrown out. Lizzie shouted, grabbing the handrail first. Seeing this, the others followed suit, reaching out to grip the handrails to prevent themselves from being flung about. Meanwhile, in the corner, Wang Lele sensed something amidst the continuous shaking. She cautiously lifted her head, her gaze settling on the elevator corner behind the crowd on the opposite side. Her expression suddenly froze in shock. Indeed, there was now someone else there. This sight startled her greatly. She immediately lowered her head, not daring to look up again for a long while. But this time, the figure in the opposite corner had vanished. Just as she thought she must have seen things. And was about to breathe a sigh of relief. A bone-chilling chill suddenly swept over her from behind. The figure that had been in the opposite corner had now appeared behind her. In that instant, Wang Lele felt her blood nearly freeze in her veins. This time, she dared not turn around. Deep within her, memories long forgotten now surged like a tidal wave, completely engulfing her. At some point, the elevator's swaying gradually ceased. By the time Wang Lele regained her senses, her eyes revealed an indescribable look of terror. For she saw that the elevator, once packed with people, now held only 2 individuals. One was herself, and as for the other, judging by the shoes on his feet and the way his pants hung, it appeared to be a middle-aged man. Wang Lele kept her head down, furtively studying his lower garments. She dared not lift her gaze. Who knew whether this thing across from her was human or ghost? The standoff dragged on for a long time. Perhaps seeing no movement from the other side, Wang Lele finally steeled herself and raised her head. What met her eyes was a figure holding an umbrella, head raised. The person radiated a bone-chilling aura, like a corpse. Seeing this, Wang Lele's hair stood on end, and she immediately wanted to flee. But the elevator was enclosed, there was nowhere to run. At that very moment, the figure holding the umbrella before her began to emit strange sounds. Creak, creak. Like the creaking of an old wooden door rubbing against its hinges, a sound that simply couldn't be human. As this eerie sound echoed, Wang Lele realized with horror. The man holding the umbrella seemed to be pressing his head down with all his might. No! No, please, no! Faced with this bizarre scene, Wang Lele's eyes widened in shock. Unpleasant memories began flashing through his mind. She clamped her hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her face, her voice almost pleading. Please! Spare me! Spare me! Clearly, the overwhelming terror within her had pushed her to the brink of collapse. Unfortunately, the man before her showed no sign of stopping despite Wang Lele's pleas. He slowly lowered his head. The umbrella shielding his face was also moved aside. Finally, the man lifted his head. His eyes locked onto hers. Chapter 158, the grand finale. Zhang Lingquan finally cleared the dungeon known as the Sealed One. As Zhang Lingquan continued to challenge increasingly difficult dungeons, he truly encountered the ambush of evil gods like Kunsu. The tentacles of the, like hellish vines, sought to drag him into an endless abyss. Yet, drawing upon the will and skill honed through countless dungeons, Zhang Lingquan defused each crisis one by one. His fragments of the small world, through countless battles and explorations, finally fused into a complete whole, forming an independent and powerful space. Within this microcosm, Zhang Lingquan could command the elements of nature. He could even simulate the terrifying creatures of the Cthulhu mythos to combat the evil deity. Later, Zhang Lingquan unexpectedly discovered a fragment of ancient memory. It turned out that Cthulhu and the other targeted him was because they sensed that Zhang Lingquan had been chosen as the savior by other high-dimensional planets. The civilizations of these high-dimensional planets had long sensed the threat posed by the evil gods, and had dispatched the Time AI to guide Zhang Lingquan, nurturing him step by step into a force capable of opposing the evil gods. This revelation filled Zhang Lingquan with a profound sense of responsibility and mission. He realized he was not fighting merely for himself. He was fighting for the peace and tranquility of the entire universe. After enduring countless dungeons woven with the bizarre, Cthulhu-esque horrors and sheer terror, he finally stood at the threshold of the final dungeon. His eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. Each life or death trial brought him closer to the truth hidden in the depths of the cosmos. When Zhang Lingquan and Cthulhu faced each other, the entire universe seemed to tremble. The demon god's roar was deafening, yet Zhang Lingquan remained eerily calm. He drew a deep breath, summoning every ounce of power within his microcosm, and engaged in a desperate, life or death struggle. The battle raged fiercely, neither side yielding an inch. Yet as time wore on, Zhang Lingquan gradually gained the upper hand. Leveraging his profound understanding of the dungeon world and precise strikes against the demon god's weaknesses, he gradually cornered Kunsu into a desperate situation. Finally, amidst a deafening roar, Kunsu was utterly defeated by Zhang Lingquan. His colossal form dissolved into nothingness, vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. Witnessing this, the other demon gods fled Blue Star, never daring to set foot on this land again. With the departure of the evil gods, the dungeon world gradually returned to its former tranquility and beauty. Standing atop Blue Star, Zhang Lingquan gazed upon the land he had guarded with his life, his heart filled with satisfaction and pride. He returned to the real world, reuniting with the friends who had stood by him all along. Having endured countless life and death trials together, they had long since become an inseparable family. And Zhang Lingquan, along with the heroines he deeply loved, finally embraced their own happy times. On Blue Star, Zhang Lingquan ushered in a new era. Using his small world and wisdom, he helped humanity solve numerous problems, propelling technological progress and the flourishing of civilization. Simultaneously, he remained ever vigilant against the return of the evil god, safeguarding Blue Star's security and peace. As time passed, Zhang Lingquan's name became legendary across Blue Star and throughout the entire universe. Through his actions, he proved that, no matter how great the difficulties and challenges, as long as one possesses love, conviction, and courage, nothing is impossible. And under his protection, Blue Star ushered in a new era brimming with hope and light.